Once upon a time, the charming Sea King Luo Fancheng traversed realms, only to be intercepted by his enchanting wife, who whisked him back to their village. Awakening two extraordinary and mysterious martial souls, he encountered celestial beings and demonic temptresses, leading to a series of captivating escapades. Chapter 1. A unique choice, the nine-tailed Empress. The golden thunder descends. In a hospital room, the melodious cries of beautiful maidens filled the air. My name is Luo Fancheng, and I find myself in a precarious state of health. Fear not, it is not dire, merely a close brush with death. At such a critical moment, I remain oblivious to the malevolent individual who dared to summon all my girlfriends, as if to claim my life while I lay incapacitated. How infuriating! At this juncture, my head rests upon the delicate, snowy lap of a fierce yet endearing girl, tears cascading down her cheeks like rain on a pear blossom. Beside my bed, a sultry and voluptuous lady clad in black stockings kneels, pleading for my survival. "I want to live," she exclaims. "I am still young. I do not wish to die." Within me, an intense desire to survive ignites. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room swings open. Fancheng, for more stunning beauties rush in, their eyes red with sorrow, instantly illuminating the room, yet casting shadows upon my heart. Two I can manage, I pondered, but six? Perhaps it is better to relinquish life than to endure such torment. Take me, Yama. Do not delay, let me perish. Faced with an impending battlefield of emotions, some may physically endure, yet their spirits lie extinguished. As I close my eyes and kick out in despair, my consciousness succumbs to darkness. Esteemed host, would you care for a wife? In the void of darkness, the voice of an extraordinary entity graces my ears. Am I dead? I ponder. It seems I'm not entirely gone. Is this the fabled system? A wave of shock and astonishment washes over me. Indeed, it is I. What did you just say? I inquire. Great host, would you like a wife? Just utter the word, and I shall deliver her to you immediately. What a peculiar system, I muse. While I am no stranger to novels and their systems, this one appears rather unconventional. Is it truly capable of such whims? What if I were to be delivered to my girlfriend's bed, only for her husband to return unexpectedly? I could find myself dead once more, and perhaps even take another with me. However, the heavens have granted me a chance at rebirth. I must make use of it. To feign disinterest now may indeed lead to my demise. Respected host, may I inquire if you desire the noble and dignified Pope wife, or the alluring and captivating saintess wife? Ah, I falter, momentarily speechless. Would you prefer the playful and charming princess wife, or the sultry and enchanting noblewoman wife? Do not jest, how can one trade such choices? Would you rather have the icy and aloof dragon lady wife, or the beguiling and treacherous nine-tailed demon empress wife? A smile creeps upon my face. How could this possibly be a difficult choice? Only children make selections, adults wager everything. To hesitate for even a second would be a disservice to the system. I want them all, thank you. With a grin, I declare, as your supreme and noble host, such a minor request should pose no challenge. The system fell silent, utterly astonished by my audacity, having never encountered such unabashed boldness. May I inquire, host, are you courteous? Luo Fancheng immediately apologized. I'm sorry. I was too greedy. Let's settle for 3, shall we? System, I feel somewhat offended. You were given a choice, yet here you are, creating a bug? Luo Fancheng earnestly replied. As a mature system, you ought to learn to resolve bugs for the host. System, do you even listen? Due to the host exceeding the selection time, randomly confirming target. Confirmed target. The enchanting beauty and harbinger of calamity. The nine-tailed demon empress, Su Jiuer. Additional rewards. Immaculate celestial body. The strongest potential dual martial souls of all time. Detected that a beast desires to claim your enchanting demon empress wife. She urgently requires your rescue. Initiating the traversal. Destination. Soul martial continent. You, with your thick brows and bright eyes, seem rather honest. Yet you throw me into this beastly romance? Before Luo Fancheng could finish his complaint, he transformed into a bolt of golden lightning, vanishing into the dark void. On the Soul Martial continent, the roar of dragons reverberated through the sky as a terrifying, hideous three-headed demon dragon exhaled its devastating breath. Its violet-black wings unfurled like mountain ranges, exuding a bloodthirsty aura, as a graceful figure was swept into the air by the dragon's breath. Plummeting towards the ground, Su Jiuer, obediently become this king's demon consort, and I shall spare your life. Dream on. The elegant figure rose, letting out a fierce cry. She was an extraordinarily tall and beautiful woman. Her blue eyes resembled eternal ice, draped in a white fox fur that accentuated her voluptuous form, with 9 snow-white foxtails trailing behind her. Her long, flawless legs were bare, touching the ground without a speck of dust, adorned with golden bells around her delicate ankles. The beauty's blue eyes emanated an aura of cold indifference, yet she radiated an astonishing charm that seemed capable of ensnaring souls. Stop putting on a brave front, you are no match for me. Saliva dripped from the hideous, 3-headed demon dragon, corroding the ground with a hissing sound. Su Jiu'er, her face like ice, bled from her mouth, fiercely biting her ashen lips. Her icy gaze fixated on a seductive woman beside the dragon. There was fury, disbelief, but more than that, sorrow. The woman stepped forward, smirking. Su Jiu'er, my dear sister, do not blame me for poisoning you. I did this for your own good. Isn't it better to serve the great dragon lord together? Su Jiu'er, infuriated, closed her eyes, her delicate body trembling, then opened them to inquire, "Why have you betrayed me?" Betrayed? The alluring woman replied with a smile. The dragon lord can help purify my bloodline, allowing me to overcome the beastly tribulation. Following the dragon lord grants me the power to command soul beasts. What do you gain from following me? Waiting in this Qingqiu for the thunder to strike you down? Su Jiu'er never anticipated that this once-close sister would poison her, leading to her current plight. She could blame no one but herself for trusting her so deeply. Silently, she remained mute, offering no curses or questions. Her silence was profoundly heart-wrenching. The dragon transformed into a sinister man, and the seductive woman willingly nestled into his embrace. "My lord, my dear sister cannot hold on much longer. She has consumed all of my poison wine, completely unsuspecting. He. Very well, quite despicable, splendidly done. This king is pleased." The 3-headed demon dragon laughed triumphantly, gazing at the enchanting beauty with an unparalleled elegance and an irresistible allure, salivating with desire. It had long coveted the body of this enchanting creature, and today it would finally be within reach. Every cell in its body trembled with excitement. Su Jiu'er, with her delicate fingers tightly clenched, was filled with a mix of rage, despair, and unwillingness. Gritting her teeth, she declared in a cold and resolute voice, "I will not let this beast have the satisfaction of claiming me. I, Su Jiu'er, swear by the heavens, whoever can rescue me and slay these vile creatures, I shall serve the female as a servant and the male as my husband, for eternity, never to part." Swear? Utterly ridiculous. How naive you are. Dear sister, the alluring woman mocked cruelly. The 3-headed demon dragon cackled with delight. "Go ahead, shout until your throat breaks. It will be futile. Today, no one can save you. This is the decree of this king. I will savor you slowly, allowing you to experience the utmost pleasures of the mortal realm." Su Jiu'er knew well that her oaths were but illusions. Perhaps she had been foolish. Gathering the remnants of her soul power, she resolved that, even in self-destruction, she would not grant her adversaries an ounce of advantage. She would rather be shattered than allow them to have their way. Blood trickled from the corner of her lips, an exquisite and sorrowful sight. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens. The 3 of them looked up. A golden thunderbolt descended with immense might, carrying infinite divine power. In an instant, the pupils of the demon dragon and the beauty in its grasp were filled with a blinding golden light. Chapter 2. The Demon Emperor's Adoption? A wife? No. The demon dragon's expression was one of terror as the ominous thunder rumbled above. With a fierce grimace, he hurled the beautiful maiden skyward, attempting to evade the impending doom. Yet, it was too late. The thunder descended like a 5-clawed golden dragon, radiating an overwhelming, blinding divine power that was utterly unavoidable. Why is this happening? The maiden struggled against her fate, disintegrating into ashes beneath the golden lightning. The demon dragon's heart-wrenching roar of defiance was silenced as he too met his demise. Su Jiu'er's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed the unfolding catastrophe. The dazzling golden light faded, leaving only a deep crater in the ground. The sheer might of the thunder left her trembling. For the heavenly tribulation was the greatest fear of her kind, a shape-shifting soul beast. Cautiously, she approached the pit, her pupils constricting in shock. Within the crater floated 2 translucent miniatures of skeletal remains, a violet-black skull and a white jade leg bone. Alongside them were 2 extraordinary luminous rings, one crimson and the other orange. These were the unique treasures formed from the deaths of the 3 demon dragons and the maiden. objects of madness and bloodshed among human warriors. Yet Su Jiao was not surprised. What truly rendered her speechless, covering her mouth in astonishment, was the sight of an infant lying at the bottom of the pit, wide-eyed and gazing up at her. Gradually, her demeanor turned solemn as she pondered for a moment before casting her gaze skyward, murmuring to herself, "Is this divine will?" She cradled the infant in her arms and glanced down. A baby boy. Very well then. Su Jiao's cold expression suddenly blossomed into a radiant smile as her delicate finger gently tapped the infant's forehead, her laughter enchanting. "Little one, from this day forth, you shall be my husband, Su Jiao's beloved. Having descended from the heavens to the mortal realm, your name shall be Luo Fancheng. Though I wonder if you shall like it. Oh, how foolish of me. What can a baby comprehend of my words?" Shaking her head, her adorable beast ears twitched as her long hair danced. The melancholic Luo Fancheng, transformed into an infant, was momentarily captivated by the exquisite visage before him. He had encountered countless women in his life, yet never had he beheld one so ethereal, both cold and tantalizing. His heart seemed to skip a beat. "Su Jiao, is this truly my demon emperor wife? Humans and soul beasts, perhaps it is not entirely impossible. Oh dear, how delightful my esteemed host is. You were not so enthusiastic before." Su Jiao extended her delicate hand, collecting the 2 exceptional rings into 2 jeweled orbs, while also securing the 2 crystalline miniatures of bones. With a haughty snort, she proclaimed, "The 2 wretched beasts deserve their fate, but these are treasures of the mortal realm, and shall be preserved for my husband. Fear not, my beloved. I shall see you grow into adulthood." Before Luo Fancheng could fully comprehend his situation, he was embraced tightly. The forceful encounter startling him. A menacing aura surrounded him, and in his ears, a somewhat bewildered voice echoed. One could only wonder what sort of person his future husband would become. Only a peerless powerhouse would be worthy of Su Jiao's name. This is not merely Su Jiao's pride. Rather, it reflects the multitude of pinnacle warriors from the entire soul martial continent who admire and pursue her, encompassing both humans and soul beasts. Yet, she has never found anyone worthy of her attention. Just as Luo Fancheng was on the verge of suffocation, he was finally liberated. Sighing deeply, Su Jiao looked at Luo Fancheng and earnestly declared, "The moment you appeared, all my humiliation and resentment vanished. I shall never forget the sensation of that instant. Regardless of your future stature, wealth, or disposition, even if you remain an ordinary mortal, I, Su Jiao, shall be your devoted wife. I wish only for your happiness and safety as you grow. That alone suffices." Upon hearing her words, Luo Fancheng felt a profound sigh within. What a remarkable woman she is. In his past life, he was a master of understanding the female psyche. How else could he have garnered the tears of so many beautiful women? He could discern that Su Jiao had traversed a path of hesitation and confusion before ultimately arriving at her steadfast conviction in such a brief period. Logically, Su Jiao could have easily eliminated him without anyone knowing, yet she chose not to. It is entirely reasonable for a powerful and extraordinary demon emperor to aspire for a legendary hero, yet she still selected him. Luo Fancheng silently vowed to himself, "Though I may be a scoundrel, you shall not be let down. I shall not fail you. Noble lords and high officials are not inherently superior. I, Luo Fancheng, shall make my mark on the soul martial continent." In a surge of emotion, he lost control. Suddenly, Su Jiao felt a chill in her chest. Her blue eyes, initially perplexed, widened in shock upon noticing the wetness. "Hey, how could you relieve yourself indiscriminately?" she exclaimed, indignantly slapping her little husband on the backside. Embarrassment washed over Luo Fancheng's small soul as he rolled around in shame. Time flew by. And 16 years later, in the Songlong Empire, Dazhuan Province, Yin Village, "Auntie, I have returned." A tall and handsome young man, clad in simple attire, carried a brown wild boar back to the quaint courtyard. Within the yard, a voluptuous and alluring beauty was bent over a wooden table, arranging the meal for dishes and a soup, perfectly nutritious. Her shapely form, with a curvaceous backside and a slender waist, exuded sensuality. Upon hearing his voice, the beautiful woman turned with a radiant smile, her previously cool demeanor softening. "Fancheng, hurry and wash up. Today we have a new dish for you to try. I hope it suits your palate." Luo Fancheng's lips twitched. It seemed he was destined for another round of taste testing. The illustrious Empress had never deigned to cook for anyone before. None had been worthy of her culinary talents. "Do you have any idea how I've survived these past 16 years? Seated at the dining table, gazing at the exquisite beauty across from him, Luo Fancheng marveled inwardly. She had concealed a significant portion of her beauty, yet still appeared enchanting, a true embodiment of the bewitching nine-tailed fox. "What are you staring at, you rascal?" Su Jiao playfully chided. "Annie, "You are truly beautiful," he replied. With a playful motion, Su Jiuer tapped his forehead with her chopsticks, her expression turning serious. "I've told you countless times, when others are present, address me as auntie. When we're alone, call me wife." "Isnt auntie rather unseemly?" Luo Fancheng chuckled, unperturbed by her icy demeanor. For he understood that his celestial fox wife was cool outwardly, yet warm at heart. "Remember your identity. You are indeed my childhood husband," Su Jiuer declared fiercely. "Others wish to call for you, but have yet to find the opportunity. Whoever dares to call me shall face dire consequences." Luo Fancheng merely scoffed. Su Jiuer's crimson lips curled into a smile. "You domineering little man, you must strive harder. Otherwise, in the future, you may be unable to protect me. There are too many who covet your woman. I shall become a soul master, the strongest in this world." Luo Fancheng's voice remained calm, yet his eyes sparkled with determination. 16 years prior, Su Jiuer believed that the infant should grow in the realm of humanity, so she brought Luo Fancheng to this village, concealing much of her appearance. Nevertheless, even so, countless young and elderly men in the village harbored secret affections for Su Jiuer. As for those who openly pursued her, their legs were already broken. What surprised Su Jiuer was that Luo Fancheng's intellect matured far earlier than that of an ordinary human. His appearance not only remained unblemished, but grew increasingly tall and handsome with each passing day. Such a childhood husband was indeed a delightful surprise. "Cease your boasting and eat," Su Jiuer said, placing a piece of meat into his bowl. "Your wife only wishes for your safety and happiness." As Luo Fancheng consumed his meal, he pondered deeply. Over the past 16 years, he had begun to grasp the essence of the soul martial continent, a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong, and power reigns supreme. Only those who awaken a formidable martial soul can embark on the path of strength. The types of martial souls are diverse, including scythes, hammers, and lizards. However, most soul masters awaken beast martial souls, weapon martial souls, or plant martial souls. Special martial souls, such as flames and meteors, fall into a unique category. Before awakening their martial souls, individuals must undergo body tempering, which culminates at the age of 16 with a ceremonial awakening. Tomorrow, the temple will come to the village to help you awaken your martial soul. What do you think you will awaken?" Su Jiuer inquired, serving him more vegetables. Luo Fancheng shook his head. "How can one guess? Tomorrow will reveal everything." The system had remained dormant for 16 years. All body tempering was taught to him by Su Jiuer, and now he had reached the pinnacle of body tempering. He could slay giant wild boars with one hand, a feat unattainable by even novice soul masters. Su Jiuer herself marveled at his extraordinary talent, having never heard of anyone achieving such strength prior to awakening. Luo Fancheng was unfazed, recalling that the system had once mentioned rewarding him with an immaculate celestial body and the mightiest dual martial souls. The celestial body had been realized. Now, it remained to be seen what the martial soul would be. He felt a surge of anticipation. Ding! The heavens are resilient. A gentleman perseveres unceasingly. The sudden sound startled him. After 16 years of silence, the system had unexpectedly revived. The host has diligently cultivated day and night, achieving the pinnacle of body tempering, thus activating a hidden special reward. The heavens reward the diligent. Please claim your reward. Chapter 3, The Golden Dragon of Destiny, and Surprise. And the High Priestess's attention. What rewards await? With a mere thought, Luo Fancheng summoned a transparent panel before him. Reward 1, Supreme Comprehension. Apologies. But is photographic memory merely a basic skill? Reward 2, Innate Fortune. Have you ever experienced the thrill of discovering treasures in a valley? Casually bestowing aid upon a beggar, only to emerge as a paragon of greatness? Reward 3, Maximum Charisma. Do you understand what a walking scream chicken is? While you remain composed, others will always be the ones to scream. Reward 4, Celestial Beauty, Unrivaled Countenance. Your allure is intoxicating, ensnaring the hearts of countless beings, leaving enchantresses and sorceresses unknowingly captivated. Upon reviewing the rewards, Luo Fancheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. How ruthlessly enticing. What does the system imply? Is it hinting that he should indulge in the life of a playboy? Bah, would he be the kind of person who, armed with a touch of luck and a hint of charm, would run amok? No, wicked system, do not lead astray your benevolent master. Luo Fancheng could perceive the panel. Yet across the table, Su Jiuer remained oblivious to it. Her heart fluttered. What was with the fiery gaze of this young man fixated upon her? It was said that human men, upon reaching a certain age, begin to harbor such thoughts of desiring women. Unconsciously, Su Jiuer pressed her delicate legs together, adjusting her posture to exude an air of propriety, embodying the dignity of an elder. Fancheng, she began, you are still young, your body has yet to mature. And there are matters that are simply premature. Luo Fancheng had been so engrossed in the system that he nearly forgot the enchanting beauty seated opposite him. Su Jiuer shot him a stern look, revealing an authoritative demeanor akin to that of a guardian. Do not feign ignorance with me. I saw the eager look in your eyes, akin to a wolf spotting its prey. Your constitution is still too fragile for such matters. This. Luo Fancheng was at a loss for words. This was a misunderstanding. He could not explain the system's intricacies and could only retort. I can capture wild boars with one hand. Am I truly weak? Su Jiuer's cheeks flushed. Was he suggesting that he was robust enough for physical labor? She scoffed. Little rascal, can you not speak plainly? Why the roundabout? If you desire something, do you think your aunt would deny you? But not now, in time. You shall understand. Women are far more formidable than wild boars, especially since I am the Empress of the Fox clan. At 30, women are as fierce as wolves. At 40, as formidable as tigers. And at 50, they can sweep the earth. Luo Fancheng instinctively recalled a saying from his past life, then shook his head. What was the connection? The female demon had led him astray. He could not explain. The more he tried, the more tangled it became. Rapidly, he finished his meal, declared he was done, and retreated to his room. Su Jiuer was left in her seat, momentarily stunned. Had the young man been angered by her revelation? It was indeed excessive to allow him to gaze, but not touch. Perhaps she needed to sweeten the deal to placate him. The alluring woman recalled a special item she had purchased in town days prior, a delicate object that now brought a flush to her cheeks. Biting her lip, she resolved. This shall suffice. She gazed towards the room, muttering softly, You're lucky, you insufferable man, for you are my betrothed. Within the tranquil wooden cabin, Luo Fancheng sat at the edge of his bed. He and Su Jiuer had always slept in separate rooms, as she feared he might be unable to control himself. After all, that enchanting beauty, with her fiery figure and the inherent charm of a celestial fox, is not something that any mortal could resist, no matter how they might attempt to contain themselves. Indeed, it seems that both human and beast alike are powerless against her allure. Luo Fancheng sighed, lamenting his lack of strength. Even with such delectable temptations before him, he was unable to indulge. Otherwise, he might have been overwhelmed by dark energies. Fortunately, tomorrow heralds the awakening of his martial spirit, a chance to swiftly elevate his power. System, claim the reward. Earlier, he had refrained from doing so, fearing that the commotion might be too great. The clouds drift lazily in the sky, and the sun shines brightly above. A colossal, ethereal golden dragon shadow descended from the heavens, plunging towards the earth, piercing through the roof, and merging with Luo Fancheng's crown. Boom! The golden dragon of fortune infused his being, enveloping him in radiant light, his bones cracking as he grew taller, his mind becoming remarkably clear. His already striking features now appeared even more transcendent, radiating an astonishing charm akin to that of an otherworldly being. Alas, what one fears often comes to pass. The roar of the golden dragon, imperceptible to mortals, was felt by the powerful soul masters within a 1,000-mile radius. In a dense forest 100 miles from Yunsuan, an exquisitely adorned noblewoman was guiding a young maiden in her training when she suddenly sensed a unique energy, her phoenix-like eyes gazing into the distance. What is it, teacher? The young maiden inquired. The noblewoman furrowed her brows. I detected a remarkable power, but it vanished swiftly. Shall we go and investigate? The maiden's face lit up with excitement and curiosity. Her teacher, a highly esteemed female pope, surely had her reasons for being intrigued by such a force. You, being a saintess, are merely seeking amusement, the noblewoman reprimanded coldly. All right. The maiden pouted, her delicate neck shrinking slightly. The noblewoman turned away, her graceful form accentuated by the golden gown that swayed, revealing glimpses of her alabaster legs, her dainty feet clad in knee-high golden boots. A cool voice echoed back. Are you not coming? I can assist you in locating your 4th soul ring, and then we can see. Yay, you're the best, teacher. The maiden beamed, skipping to catch up. With supreme perception, innate fortune, and unparalleled charm. What a delight. After claiming his reward, Luo Fancheng felt invigorated, though his cultivation had not yet increased. Bang! The door burst open, and a stunning figure rushed in. Little man, are you all right? I was fine a moment ago, but now I feel I might perish. Luo Fancheng gazed at the alluring scene before him, nearly overwhelmed by a torrent of blood. The breathtaking woman wore only a camisole, one of her legs encased in gossamer flesh-colored stockings, while the other was still in the process of being dressed, the wrinkled stocking trailing on the ground. Her toes, resembling exquisite white jade, were adorned with red nail polish and perched in black high heels. Good heavens, this enchanting creature is lethal. Since his arrival in this world, Luo Fancheng had believed there must be many lecherous souls here. Otherwise, How could one explain the prevalence of short skirts, black stockings, high heels, and hotels in a realm that otherwise seemed so antiquated? Sujiowo appeared oblivious to her own state of undress. Pressing on with her inquiry, what was that noise in your room just now? Are you truly unhurt? Luo Fancheng shook his head. Aunt Su, surely you must be mistaken. Everything in this room appears perfectly fine, does it not? Su Jiu'er cast a sweeping glance around the room, and indeed found no signs of anything amiss. Could it have been nothing more than a fleeting illusion? Her gaze turned towards Luo Fancheng, sensing an inexplicable charm emanating from him that captivated her beautiful eyes. Her lips parted slightly, and her breath quickened. What is happening to me? Luo Fancheng was perplexed. Why did it seem as though this young man had become even more handsome? Su Jiu'er felt her heart race inexplicably, her cheeks flushing with warmth. Ultimately, she held her tongue, embarrassed to articulate her thoughts. How could her own little man appear so strikingly attractive? For a moment, Su Jiu'er was astonished, unable to discern whether she was the enchantress or he was. Aunt, perhaps you should put on your socks, Luo Fancheng suggested, pointing. Ah, you rogue, Su Jiu'er exclaimed shyly, glancing down to see her bare feet, and with a flurry of steps, she dashed out. Now that you've come, don't leave. Luo Fancheng's heart raced, and he immediately pursued her. Chapter 4. The Provocation of the Nymph. The awakening turmoil the following morning, a resounding knock echoed through the door. Breakfast is ready. My little husband, Su Jiu'er called out. Luo Fancheng, stifling a yawn, stepped outside to find a steaming bowl of congee, a plate of fried eggs, and 2 small dishes of pickled vegetables neatly arranged on the dining table. A warm sense of happiness washed over him. He savored a spoonful of the hot porridge. Oh, delightful. The Empress herself prepared breakfast. Surely, such a luxury would be unimaginable for the rulers of the Songlong Empire. With a playful elbow resting on the table and her delicate hand supporting her chin, Su Jiu'er suddenly giggled. Little man, what happened to your panda eyes? Isn't this all your fault? Luo Fancheng replied, his expression one of mock grievance. Last night, when he had chased after her, he was met with a closed door. If I had opened the door, wouldn't you have pounced on me and consumed me entirely? Su Jiu'er pouted. Luo Fancheng took a bite of the fried egg, its aroma wafting through the air, tantalizing his palate. Am I really that kind of person? With a teasing gesture, Su Jiu'er extended her long, graceful leg, lifting her skirt slightly. So white, so long, so slender. Would you like to touch? Luo Fancheng instinctively nodded. See, don't deny it. You are exactly that kind of person. Su Jiu'er swiftly withdrew her leg with a playful huff. You're using entrapment. Luo Fancheng protested. What entrapment? He fell silent, lowering his head to continue eating. Hey, little man, you're not angry, are you? Su Jiu'er prodded gently at his shoulder. No response. Sensing a shift, Su Jiu'er bit her lip and slipped her delicate foot from her slipper, her red-tipped toes deftly grasping his pant leg, brushing against his calf. I don't believe you're still unmoved by this. Su Jiu'er thought smugly, only to realize the little man remained indifferent. I'm done. Luo Fancheng stood up, appearing composed, but internally, he felt like a metal detector buzzing with excitement. Su Jiu'er's expression shifted slightly. A fragrant breeze enveloped him as she wrapped her soft body around his waist from behind, her arms slipping under his armpits, her delicate hands embracing his chest. Her 10 slender fingers seemed to emit a subtle fragrance, especially as his back experienced the sensation of towering mountains. A soft whisper reached his ear, carrying a hint of moisture. My lord, did I err? I had intended to wear the newly purchased sheer stockings to encourage you last night, but I became far too shy. Would you forgive me, please? Luo Fancheng felt a tickle in his ear, his heart racing as one of her fingers traced gentle circles on his chest. How could his mere decade of experience as a rogue compare to the enchanting wiles of a 1,000-year-old seductress? Why the sudden desire for stockings? He inquired. I saw them while buying some for you to nourish your body and thought our little lecherous man might appreciate them, so I bought them, Su Jiu'er teased. Not just flesh-colored, but black and even. Pink ones as well. Luo Fancheng could no longer contain himself. He turned around and enveloped her delicate, boneless waist in his arms, her exquisite features now mere inches from his gaze. Su Aunt, it has been quite some time since I have seen your fully unveiled visage. Let me behold it. Su Jiu'er smiled enchantingly, and in a flash of white light, her already captivating beauty became 100 times more alluring. With petite white beast ears and mesmerizing blue eyes, she draped herself in a fox fur coat, gold bells adorning her ankles, while 9 snow-white fox tails swayed gently, brushing against Luo Fancheng's arm. My dear husband, do you still find me to your liking? In a moment of weakness, Luo Fancheng lost his composure, unable to resist the urge to kiss her fiery red lips. However, he ended up kissing nothing but air. Giggles erupted as Su Jiuer transformed back into her elegant and dignified human form. Her previous seductive demeanor vanished. With an air of propriety, she remarked, "It seems my husband is no longer angry." Luo Fancheng rolled his eyes in exasperation. Su Jiuer wrapped her arms around his, offering comfort. "Little man, one day I will belong to you. Our fox clan possesses a strong yin energy that naturally disperses during special contact. For those with great cultivation, it serves as a complementary force, but for you, it is akin to poison. I understand. Once I attain my cultivation, I shall deal with you, you enchanting creature." Luo Fancheng gritted his teeth. "I am eagerly anticipating that moment. Just wait for you to bully me." Su Jiuer winked, exuding a playful challenge. Once again, Luo Fancheng felt his heart flutter, and with a sudden motion, he pinched Su Jiuer, eliciting a surprised gasp. "Let me collect some interest first." In truth, Su Jiuer could not evade her own cultivation, merely following her little man. "All right, it is getting late. We must head to the village entrance for the martial soul awakening ceremony," she said softly. "Husband, do your best. Tonight, I shall reward you with black stockings. Can I have an advance on that?" Luo Fancheng chuckled. "Now is not the time for black stockings. But surely you wouldn't want your wife to be seen in them by others." Su Jiuer winked. "Then let us save it for tonight." "Unbelievable. How can your village have someone late for the martial soul awakening?" roared the temple steward, Long Tao, reprimanding village chief Lu Ren. The village square was filled with hundreds of villagers who dared not utter a word, while dozens of young men and women participating in the awakening stood at the forefront, trembling with fear. Village chief Lu Ren, hunched with age, was covered in cold sweat, afraid to speak further. Although there was still half an hour until the scheduled time, the esteemed figures of the temple were beyond his reproach, and all he could do was repeatedly apologize. "My apologies, Lord Long. It was my oversight. However, the child who is absent possesses exceptional talent. I believe the awakened martial soul will not disappoint you," Lu Ren said, while also vouching for Luo Fancheng. In truth, Luo Fancheng was well liked in the village, often sharing his hunting spoils with impoverished families and elderly villagers, and occasionally helping widows with their farm work. The talent you speak of is meaningless. What may seem exceptional to the common folk is laughable in the eyes of the powerful, Long Tao scoffed. "A boy without a sense of time likely has little to offer in terms of martial souls. I see no reason to concern myself with such trivial matters. The temple holds no interest in them. Let the awakening commence." Though the time had not yet arrived, village chief Lu Ren found himself reluctant to assert his rights, knowing that without the status of a soul master, he would forever remain beneath the hierarchy. A roar erupted as a spectral image of a unicorn lizard dragon materialized behind Long Tao. Instantly, his martial spirit enveloped him, causing his physique to swell and azure scales to sprout across his body. Observing the fearful yet envious gazes of the surrounding villagers, a smirk curled at the corners of Long Tao's lips. His unicorn lizard dragon possessed traces of draconic blood, far surpassing ordinary beast martial spirits. He was confident that his rank would eventually ascend. To him, the task of awakening souls in various villages felt like a grave underutilization of his talents. Having already traversed 4 villages, awakening over 100 individuals, the finest result had merely been a second-grade martial spirit, a simple hammer. His patience had long since worn thin. With disdain in his heart, he scoffed at the impoverished mountains and rivers, pondering what promising talents could possibly emerge from such a place, truly a waste of his time. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the temple's regulations, Long Tao would have abandoned the endeavor altogether. In the center of the square, he arranged obsidian stones into a hexagram formation and erected a 3-meter-tall bronze pillar nearby. The first girl stepped into the formation, her eyes reddening with anxiety. Yet she displayed no response, only to return home to receive a slap from her family. "You ungrateful girl, after years of sustenance. You can't even awaken a useless martial spirit? What a waste." Amidst the scolding of a fierce woman, a dark-skinned youth, filled with trepidation yet encouraged by his family, approached to awaken his spirit. Within the hexagram formation, the obsidian emitted a faint golden glow, and a green shadow materialized above his head. "Wheat ears," Long Tao grimaced, gritting his teeth. "Useless, next." The youth, known as Huzi, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and meekly inquired, "Sir, what about the bronze pillar? Test it." "Nonsense." Long Tao pointed at the awakening formation. "The established rule has always been that the higher the quality of the martial spirit, the more intense the golden light emitted during awakening. A golden light reaching 1 zhang signifies the weakest first-grade martial spirit, while 9 zhang is the legendary pinnacle of a 9th-grade divine spirit. That bronze pillar shines in colors from 1 to 9, serving to gauge the martial spirit's quality. Your awakening's golden light is merely 3 inches. Do you still need to test its grade?" Dejected, the dark-skinned youth departed, feeling the disdain from the officiating elder on the stage. Fearful of being chastised by his family, he felt a wave of inferiority wash over him. To his surprise, his usually stern father placed a rough hand on his shoulder, saying, "Huzi, it's no big deal. If you can't become a soul master, then join me in the fields. It's not shameful to be self-sufficient." "Father, I'm sorry, I'm useless." "Do not speak like that. I sowed the seeds, I have the final say." After awakening a dozen children, Long Tao's expression grew increasingly grim, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. "Useless. All of you are useless." Whether he could attract promising talents would directly impact his professional advancement. The best result was a saber-toothed tiger martial spirit, where the awakening formation's golden light soared to 1 zhang and 9, causing the bronze pillar to emit a dual-colored glow, barely reaching the second grade. That family remained intertwined in joyous tears, exuberantly celebrating their good fortune. This wretched village truly yields nothing but inferior martial spirits. Long Tao's mood plummeted to the depths, and he cursed at the village chief and the villagers before preparing to leave. "Wait." Luo Fancheng sprinted from a distance, leaping onto the square, with Su Jiaoa trailing closely behind. "Have you started the test early? You're late, kid. It's over. Wait until next year," Long Tao remarked. Luo Fancheng's expression turned icy. The common folk had no rights when facing soul masters and feared them, yet he was unafraid. "I have not yet tested. And you intend to leave? Surely, the people from the temple are not so undisciplined," he declared. His words left the gathered villagers in stunned silence, the old village chief's heart racing, wishing he could rush over to cover the young man's mouth. Long Tao was equally taken aback. Accustomed to bullying both in and out of the village, he had never faced such defiance. "How dare you? Who gives you the audacity?" Luo Fancheng retorted with unwavering resolve. "I am not late. Your refusal to test me is your own failing. I will lodge a complaint with the temple in the city." Upon seeing the confidence radiating from Luo Fancheng, Long Tao felt an unexpected trepidation. The young man appeared far from a mere rustic villager. Could he be a descendant of some reclusive master? He decided to observe what type of martial soul he would awaken before determining how to handle him. "Very well. Let us commence the awakening. We have been awaiting you." The villagers exchanged bewildered glances, astonished at the sudden change in the demeanor of the steward. Su Jiaoer offered Luo Fancheng an encouraging glance, and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he ascended to the hexagram formation, closing his eyes. Chapter 5. A shock. Radiance of 9 golden meters, unprecedented. A stirring heart. One's innate talent is beyond comprehension, yet the demeanor is quite grand. Long Tao shook his head repeatedly, casting a disdainful glance at Luo Fancheng within the formation, then turned to the village chief and the villagers, sneering with contempt. "Allow me to unveil a harsh truth. Every unawakened common child considers themselves extraordinary, harboring hope, unaware that their ancestry lacks strength and their bloodline is insufficient. No matter how hard they strive, they cannot awaken a formidable martial soul. In contrast, even the most inept offspring of the imperial nobility and esteemed sects can awaken martial souls of the 3rd rank or higher. Were it not for the benevolence of the supreme female pope of the temple, you commoners would likely never even have the opportunity to awaken a martial soul, destined to be enslaved for a lifetime." The parents and children who failed their awakening felt as if struck by a heavy blow, burdened to the point of suffocation, experiencing a profound sense of humility and despair. Long Tao became inexplicably agitated. "Do I look down upon you because you lack sincerity and honesty?" he thundered. "No. It is because you are weak. Weakness warrants my scorn and your silence. That is the brutal reality." The commoners were deeply wounded, clenching their fists yet bowing their heads in shame. At that moment, a cold laugh from a youth pierced the air. "Oh, is that so? Might I inquire? Esteemed temple steward, from which noble family do you hail?" Long Tao turned, noticing Luo Fancheng awakening, and seeing the formation remain still for so long, his gaze turned contemptuous. "It appears you too are a waste incapable of awakening a martial soul. I was foolishly prepared to curry favor with you, thinking you a descendant of a recluse." Long Tao boldly admitted, "Indeed, this steward hails from humble origins, ignorant of other sufferings, do not advise others towards goodness. For you cannot fathom the hardships I have endured due to my commoner status. Were it not for the trace of noble dragon blood within my lizard dragon martial soul, I would never rise in this lifetime." He despised his past as a commoner, thus harboring disdain for all commoners. The former commoner Long Tao is no more. "Now you shall all address me as Lord Long Tao." A pronounced sense of superiority mingled with madness appeared on his face. "You claim I cannot awaken a martial soul?" A confident smile graced Luo Fancheng's lips. "Then you must watch closely." As his words fell, it seemed to resonate. Buzz. The entire hexagram awakening formation emitted a low hum. The obsidian stones illuminated one after another. Whoosh. 1, 2, 6 stones. All the obsidian stones activated, shimmering with golden light. What? Long Tao's pupils contracted. Having seen Luo Fancheng remain motionless for so long, he had already deemed him a waste, thus speaking without courtesy. Yet now, the awakening commotion. The surrounding villagers held their breath, sensing an extraordinary aura. During the awakening of all the others, it was remarkable if even 2 obsidian stones glimmered with golden light. Boom. Dazzling golden light surged forth from the surface of the obsidian stones, soaring high. 1 meter of golden light. 3 meters. 5 meters. In an instant, he reached 6 zhang without any hindrance and continued to ascend. My goodness, the golden light has reached 7 zhang. The villagers, once filled with despondency and self-doubt, gasped in disbelief. No, it is more than that. Su Jiao softly affirmed. The man chosen by the nine-tailed demon emperor would not disappoint. 8. It has reached 8 zhang. Long Tao stared in astonishment, recalling how he had exerted every ounce of strength back in the day, barely achieving 5 zhang of golden light. Yet that was sufficient for a remarkable turnaround. How is this possible? He questioned if he was dreaming and bit down hard on his tongue. In that moment of clarity, the awakening golden light surrounding Luo Fancheng surged unabated, astonishingly reaching a height of 9 zhang. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Long Tao was taken aback, his mind ringing like thunder, and he could not help but exclaim in disbelief. How could a mere villager attain such a height, even among royal nobles and clan prodigies? Reaching this level is but a legend. As the villagers witnessed Long Tao's loss of composure, they immediately sensed that Luo Fancheng's martial soul was likely far more formidable than they had imagined. The feelings of self-doubt and timidity that had previously overwhelmed them began to dissipate, replaced by a surge of exhilaration. The villagers raised their fists in excitement, as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Who said we commoners are destined to be at the bottom? Our village has its own genius. Good boy, Fancheng. Grandpa Lu always believed in you. Village Chief Lu beamed with a grandfatherly smile filled with warmth and pride. Bathed in golden light, Luo Fancheng resembled a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, his deep black eyes locking onto the astonished Long Tao. Rather than displaying the expected joy, his expression was solemn and dignified. Long Tao, how does my awakening compare to yours? I. Long Tao was rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. The words struck him, leaving him genuinely speechless. Compared to the other's talent, he felt utterly insignificant. The 9 zhang limit. This was the legendary gift of the divine. Who would have imagined it would manifest in such a crude and desolate village? Akin to a true dragon emerging from the mire? Who could have foreseen this? Speak, answer me. Luo Fancheng gazed intently, his voice calm yet commanding. Long Tao's heart raced. Despite the absence of a formidable aura emanating from Luo Fancheng, he felt an overwhelming sense of subservience akin to that of a subject before a sovereign. The golden light had reached its zenith. Why has your martial soul not yet manifested? This defies all logic. The villagers were puzzled, and even Su Jiao found herself bewildered. Soul beasts do not require awakening, yet she understood that 9 zhang was already the pinnacle of human talent. They were all curious about the nature of Luo Fancheng's martial soul. The limit? Luo Fancheng shook his head and replied nonchalantly. Who told you that this is my limit? What did you say? Long Tao's heart was swept by tumultuous waves. A mere 9 zhang, it can be surpassed. As Luo Fancheng's words resonated, the golden light that had paused at 9 zhang began to ascend once more. 9 zhang 1. A unique wave surged from within Luo Fancheng, the martial soul manifested. The soul power unleashed. It was the resonance of the martial soul, the pulse of soul power. 9 zhang 5. A shadowy figure began to take shape behind Luo Fancheng. 9 zhang 8. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the silhouette grew ever larger. It still had not ceased. It could not cease. Long Tao's eyes widened with fury as he fixated on Luo Fancheng, while the villagers stood in stunned silence. Even Su Jiao gasped in disbelief, pondering the extraordinary potential of her diminutive companion. The awakened radiance continued to ascend, reaching the pinnacle of earthly brilliance. 9 yards, 9 feet, and 9 inches of golden light. With a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens, Luo Fancheng's spectral figure expanded to several dozen meters, revealing the true visage of a dragon. Others were merely astonished. But Long Tao felt his bloodline tremble. The manifestation of his martial soul shattered under the dragon's roar, his separated lizard dragon martial soul quivering uncontrollably alongside him. A dragon! How could it possibly be a dragon-type martial soul? Long Tao's scalp prickled, his speech faltering. What caliber of martial soul is this, that it instills such fear in my lizard dragon martial soul? Su Jiao's heart quivered, her lips parted slightly. She had anticipated her man's strength, yet never imagined his martial soul could exert such pressure, even upon her, the Empress, a pressure that resonated through their bloodlines. Good heavens! Could it be that her little man's martial soul possesses an innate dominance over soul beasts? Sujiowa covered her crimson lips, her long eyelashes fluttering. In a hushed tone, Huzi murmured, "It can't be over yet." The mountain villager knew nothing. Long Tao, his mind in disarray, erupted in curse. Even if the ancient ancestors of the empire were to resurrect, and the old pope of the temple were to rise from his coffin, they could never surpass 9 yards and 9 feet. Absolutely impossible. Swelling, the golden light surged forth relentlessly, striving to ascend further. Yet it seemed that 9 yards, 9 feet, and 9 inches truly marked the zenith of earthly limits, as if an invisible barrier lay above. Boom! The golden light persisted, launching an unyielding assault upward. Long Tao's expression transformed into one of utmost brilliance, while Su Jiaoer and the villagers remained fixated in fear. Would a miracle unfold? Rumbling. The skies darkened as storm clouds gathered, thunder rolling ominously, a formidable force of nature pressing down upon them. Su Jiaoer felt her heart race. A heavenly tribulation? This is dire. She shouted forward. Fancheng, halt at once. We have encroached upon forbidden realms, talents of martial souls that the heavens do not tolerate. Everyone found it difficult to breathe, engulfed in trepidation. Long Tao's spine chilled. What a frightening martial soul talent this was, incurring the jealousy of heaven itself. As even the celestial powers could not bear to witness it. With a pained groan, Luo Fancheng grimaced, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, staining his garments. Within him, 2 extraordinary forces were awakening, vying to coalesce in this world, yet the overwhelming might of the heavens sought to thwart their emergence. Boy, relinquish your ambition. The 9-yard talent is already invincible, and the forces of the universe are formidable. Do not contend with heaven. Long Tao grew anxious, unable to bear the thought of such a prodigious talent perishing before his eyes. Stop now, you will perish. Luo Fancheng gazed skyward, his expression steely. Though he might jest with women and friends in lighter moments, when confronted with gravitas, his heart held steadfast to its principles. A cacophony of gasps and warnings filled the air, as terror loomed in the depths of his pupils, reflecting the ominous calamity gathering around him. A sinister smile played at the corners of his mouth as he boldly questioned, I yearn only to awaken my innate martial spirit. Why must you hinder me? Luo Fancheng, a son of China, undeterred by the edicts of foreign realms, bore the spirit of his ancestors who fundamentally differed from Western deities. They battled against heaven and earth, never yielding to the so-called fates decreed upon them. I am not one to defy the heavens lightly, yet if the heavens insist on obstructing my path to enlightenment, what harm is there in resisting their will? At that moment, a chill ran down Long Tao's spine, and the villagers shuddered in fear. Having been subdued by the whims of powerful nobles, they had never encountered such audacious proclamations. Su Jiaoer, her mouth agape in astonishment, was taken aback by the boldness of his words. To show such a reverence towards heaven and to spurn the divine was a display of remarkable audacity. Her heart fluttered uncontrollably. Previously, her feelings had leaned more towards gratitude than affection, yet now, she found herself developing a profound admiration and fondness for Luo Fancheng. A stirring attraction that transcended mere friendship. Gathering her strength, Su Jiaoer prepared to act, her gaze resolute. If this small man possessed such fortitude, she would follow him to the ends of the earth, even if it meant sacrificing her life to protect him. Suddenly, ominous clouds loomed overhead, and thunder rumbled ferociously. In the darkness that enveloped the village, a singular beam of golden light surged forth, illuminating the scene as Luo Fancheng's dragon shadow emanated a fierce and defiant roar. Cracks resembling spider webs appeared on the surface of the obsidian, trembling ominously. With a deafening crash, the sky lightened, and multiple bolts of lightning descended, striking the ground around Luo Fancheng, charring the earth and sending the villagers recoiling in terror, save for one graceful figure who advanced defiantly. With a gasp, Luo Fancheng expelled a mouthful of blood, his eyes gleaming with unyielding determination as he poured every ounce of his strength into the moment. A surge of strange phenomena erupted behind him. When one reaches the limits of water, one must gaze upon the rising clouds. Break for me. In an instant, the obsidian shattered explosively into dust, while the previously insurmountable beam of golden light surged upward. Like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, the golden radiance soared tenfold. Unprecedented in its brilliance, Luo Fancheng cast a deep, calm gaze upon Long Tao and declared, humans are not born to passively accept their fates. Do you understand? In that moment, the ethereal image of a true dragon materialized in all its grandeur, exuding a powerful aura as it roared to the heavens. With a thud, the lizard dragon martial spirit behind Long Tao knelt, and in the next breath, its master followed suit. The soul beast lineage, particularly those of beastly martial spirits, held bloodline hierarchy in the highest regard. A mere trace of dragon lineage could not withstand the pressure of a true dragon spirit. With a crack, the heavens raged, and a colossal bolt of divine retribution, the width of a barrel, plummeted from the sky. The villagers fell prostrate on the ground, blinded by the searing light of the lightning. In this perilous moment, a gentle voice pierced through the chaos. "Fear not, my small man, for I am here." Every cell in Su Jiuer's body screamed in alarm, recognizing the terrifying power of the impending tribulation, which even she could not withstand. Yet, defying her instincts, her delicate form sprang forth, soaring above Luo Fancheng to shield him with her own body. She had already resolved to meet her fate. The kindness of yesterday would be repaid with the consequences of today. A life for a life. Ultimately, the vast celestial thunder disregarded all of Su Jiuer's attempts, piercing through the illusions and overcoming every obstacle, forcefully crashing into Luo Fancheng's body. Chapter 6. The mysterious existence. The continent trembled, and above the nine-colored skies, the 10th tier martial soul manifested. The thunder entered the body, and the silver light surged. Luo Fancheng groaned in agony, his entire being coursing with lightning. Why can I not substitute him? Su Jiuer bit her bloodless lips tightly, channeling pure soul power into Luo Fancheng. As she sensed the destructive energy of the thunder coursing through Luo Fancheng's meridians, her expression changed dramatically. This heavenly punishment left no path for survival, clearly intent on bringing him to his demise. After the divine retribution struck, it seemed to have exhausted all its power. Perhaps because the heavens or an unknown entity deemed a single punishment sufficient to render Luo Fancheng utterly incapacitated. The dark clouds dispersed, as if nothing had ever transpired. However, the villagers and Long Tao knelt on the ground, their blinded eyes struggling to regain sight. Simultaneously, across the soul martial continent, as Luo Fancheng's true dragon martial soul took form, breaking through the limit of 9 zhang and reaching 10, ordinary soul masters remained oblivious, yet some mysterious, unknown entities were stirred awake. In the eastern oasis forest, the largest gathering place for soul beasts on the soul martial continent, all soul beasts possessing dragon veins seemed to sense something. Regardless of whether they had cultivated for 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years, they all prostrated themselves, paying homage in the same direction. This commotion directly roused the 7 great soul beast emperors in the core area of the forest. Originally, there had been 8, but 3 dragon beasts had been missing for 16 years for reasons unknown. Elder brother, what is happening? What is the matter with this group of dragon-type soul beasts? Suddenly, the ground in the forbidden core area of the forest trembled, a terrifying aura awakening, causing the 7 soul beast emperors, known as the pinnacle of human strength, to tremble in fear. It is the master. Even the master has been awakened? A cold, ethereal female voice echoed, imbued with a peculiar emotion. Impossible. How could there be an aura more pure than that of the dragon god on this continent? At all costs, find the source of this aura. We shall obey. The 7 soul beast emperors knelt in fear, their hearts racing as they received their orders. In the Songlong Empire, the royal family possessed the most elite beast martial soul of the soul martial continent, the ancient Songlong. At this moment, during court assembly, all the direct descendants of the royal family with the ancient Songlong martial soul manifested it spontaneously, trembling and bowing in the direction of the palace's entrance, not daring to pay homage to the high-ranking Songlong emperor. This startled all the court officials. The Songlong emperor also sensed the agitation of the bloodline, as if the martial soul yearned to break free. Preposterous. With a thunderous roar, 9 powerful halos appeared behind him, pulsating rhythmically. The dragon throne shattered with a resounding crash, stabilizing the court. Your Majesty, quell your anger. The officials trembled and knelt. The Songlong emperor stepped out of the palace, gazing into the distance, murmuring, strange. What could it be? Why did that aura appear for but a moment and then vanish? He narrowed his eyes. Come forth. The ministers hastily approached and knelt. We are here. Send forth a decree. If any dragon treasures emerge in the realm, whoever finds and presents them shall have 3 wishes granted by this emperor, using the full power of the nation. In a bustling street, all passers-by covered their noses and avoided the corner where an old beggar sat. The old beggar, with severed limbs, lay on the ground with closed eyes, resembling a corpse, a tattered bowl placed before him. Suddenly, his eyes flickered open, gazing into the distance. Clink. 3 copper coins fell into the dirt-covered bowl, pulling the old beggar's attention back. He looked up gratefully, saying, Thank you, kind sir. May you be blessed with many children. The person who tossed the coins seemingly wished to avoid any entanglement, hastening away upon hearing the words. The old beggar stared at the coins in his bowl, his eyes devoid of light, softly murmuring, I am but a beggar, merely a beggar, destined to remain a beggar. An unsettling presence stirred within the vicinity. 100 miles away in Cloud Village, the Holy Maiden, accompanied by the Pope, was keenly aware of this unusual aura. In just 2 days, the same direction revealed fleeting traces of this peculiar energy, which piqued her interest. The Pope's lips curled into a subtle smile as she glanced at the elegant young girl absorbing the soul ring before the remains of the Moonshadow Wolf. Once Ingwe completed her absorption of the soul ring, it would be time to investigate further. In Cloud Village, Su Jiuer bit her pale lip, feeling that she had done all that she could, uncertain whether Luo Fancheng would endure. "Aunt Su, it's enough now." A warm hand suddenly grasped her slender wrist, causing her to tremble. She looked up to see the handsome visage of the celestial being bathed in sunlight. Are you unharmed?" Su Jiuer exclaimed incredulously, not believing that Luo Fancheng had survived such terrifying divine retribution. Thankfully, Aunt Su was unscathed, and her clothes were intact. Otherwise, she would have been thoroughly embarrassed. Luo Fancheng chuckled lightly. "Is that truly the focal point of concern?" Su Jiuer managed to smile, though it quickly transformed into a composed demeanor. "You, my dear, are far too reckless. The golden light of the 9 heavens was sufficient. There was no need for greed." "Indeed, you are right, Aunt Su." Luo Fancheng thought it wise to remain agreeable at that moment, recalling the time she had disciplined him in his youth. He had not forgotten, and he would seek retribution in due time, perhaps with a small whip to tease her. Nonetheless, after the recent ordeal, it was impossible to dismiss the lingering fear. If the highest fortune paired with an immaculate celestial body could be easily struck down by divine punishment, the system would surely deem it a counterfeit and send it back. Unbeknownst to Luo Fancheng, the divine punishment inadvertently erased the dragon aura from his martial spirit awakening. Otherwise, countless ancient beings would have already flocked to him, drawn by the energy. As the aura dissipated, the villagers gradually rose, their vision restored. When Long Tao spotted Luo Fancheng standing there, seemingly unscathed, his eyes widened in disbelief. You are still alive?" Luo Fancheng retorted. "Should I have perished?" "No." Long Tao suddenly lunged forward with a fierce determination, prompting Su Jiuer to step aside, ready to shield Luo Fancheng. Yet, Long Tao executed an unexpected maneuver. In the blistering sun, he leapt high into the air, performing a swift slide that brought him to his knees before Luo Fancheng, the motion seamless. With a thud, he bowed his head, proclaiming, "I, as a servant of the temple, have been blind. I have uttered countless vile words. Please forgive me. I am truly deserving of punishment." This scene left Su Jiuer utterly astonished. "I haven't even made a move, and you kneel first?" The villagers gaped in astonishment, their expressions comical. Is this truly the once formidable Lord Long Tao? Even Luo Fancheng was rendered speechless. This fellow was utterly absurd. As long as one kneels early enough, no one can defeat him before he submits? At that moment, everyone was curious about how Luo Fancheng would handle the situation. He spoke, "Rise. For even the insignificant have their own means of survival. If you speak solely of benevolence and morality, you won't last long in a world governed by the law of the jungle. However, even if one lives like a dog, one must not forget their roots. Remember whence you came." "What? You intend to let me off so easily?" Long Tao's body trembled, his eyes widening in contemplation, as if questioning how one could offend a powerful figure and still receive such leniency. Then, with a loud thud, he struck his head against the ground, blood spilling forth as he urgently pleaded, "Perhaps you should just sever my hand instead. If you let me go like this, I won't feel at ease." "Are you out of your mind?" Luo Fancheng retorted before suddenly realizing that this was no longer Earth. It wasn't that the other was insane. Rather, the world he perceived was simply this way, a relentless survival of the fittest, where the strong held dominion. The villagers, watching from the sidelines, felt a profound sense of sorrow and despair. Indeed, as Long Tao had pointed out, they appeared proud and fierce before the temple's enforcers. Yet in the presence of true strength and genius, they were as humble as lapdogs, a stark reminder of reality. In that moment, Luo Fancheng resolved to grow stronger. Only the powerful possess dignity. Moreover, if within his capabilities he wished to challenge the morbid mindset of this world, gifted as he was, he sought to indulge in life's pleasures, yet he felt compelled to achieve something worthwhile during his sojourn in this foreign realm. Eventually, Long Tao rose, his eyes filled with reverence and his heart ablaze with excitement. A golden light radiated. The martial spirit was indeed a true dragon. He had discovered a prodigious talent, and now he too could ascend to greatness. "My lord, I have conveyed a message through special means, and soon someone from the temple will come to escort you," Long Tao said eagerly, gesturing for him to proceed. "Let us now test the specific grade of your martial spirit. The golden light may not be entirely precise." Luo Fancheng approached the bronze pillar and infused it with the soul power awakened within him. With a whoosh, the bronze pillar trembled and burst forth with resplendent brilliance. Monochrome. tricolor, multicolor, and finally, 7 colors. Waves of light erupted, and in an instant, the bronze pillar blossomed with 9 radiant hues. A 9-colored martial spirit. Naturally ranked at the 9th level, an unparalleled martial spirit. Long Tao stared in disbelief, clenching his fists, envy consuming him. As the crowd looked on in shock, they awaited what would come next. Indeed, a mysterious and regal black-gold hue rose from the vibrant 9 colors, and the bronze pillar erupted with 10 colors of light, illuminating all directions. It was said that the 9th level was the limit, a 10th level. Long Tao was left speechless, unable to fathom how terrifying such a martial spirit must be. Su Jiao could hardly believe her eyes as a little husband descended from the heavens. His talent so fearsome. She, who once relied on others, seemed destined to become the one reliant upon. Before long, the spatial fabric of Yun Village Square fragmented, giving rise to a portal through which 2 figures emerged. Chapter 7. Worship, Holy Sun. Twin martial souls. Enigmatic beauty. The villagers were astounded, rendered speechless. As Su Jiao quietly retreated into the crowd, Long Tao, brimming with excitement, exclaimed to Luo Fancheng, the shattered space. This is an extraordinary divine ability. Surely a figure of great importance from our temple, above level 90, has come specifically for you. An elderly man clad in gray emerged from the rift in space, accompanied by a young man in splendid attire. The young man bore a cold expression, his crimson golden eyes resembling flames, extraordinary and otherworldly. Upon observing the humble surroundings of Yun Village, both of them furrowed their brows. Esteemed adults, I, Long Tao, a servant of the branch temple, humbly greet you. Long Tao knelt in reverence. The young man with the crimson gaze spoke softly, I am the holy son of the temple, Huang Yin, and this is my master. The 4th worshipper. Long Tao's mind reverberated with the name. Holy Son Huang Yin. He was one of the most renowned prodigies in legend. The presumptive heir to the future pope. As for the worshippers, what did it mean to be a worshipper? Only true power deserves such veneration. Worthy of public admiration and service, each worshipper had once been an elder of the temple, existing at the pinnacle of its hierarchy. Now, they had retired to the worshippers' hall to focus on their cultivation. The strength of the grand worshipper was unfathomable. A figure who had once suppressed an era following the pope's abdication, rumored to be nearing divine status. Long Tao was utterly astounded. He never anticipated that a single piece of news would summon such formidable beings. However, considering Luo Fancheng's talent, he felt somewhat reassured. Huang Yin stated, You conveyed news of an unparalleled genius appearing here? My master and I happened to pass by and decided to take a casual look. Long Tao nodded vigorously, pointing at Luo Fancheng, declaring, This is the prodigious talent. His martial soul awakened with an astonishing manifestation, unprecedented in history, and it is unlikely there will be a successor. Unprecedented? Huang Yin scoffed, clearly dismissive, as he regarded Long Tao with disdain. A mere servant, confined to a narrow perspective, what insight could he possess? Luo Fancheng observed the other's demeanor keenly. No wonder Long Tao struggled in the outside world. The Holy Sun was evidently arrogant, and his claim of being unprecedented was tantamount to a slap in Huang Yan's face. Emotional intelligence is indeed a precious asset. Long Tao sensed the temperature of Huang Yan's voice dropping and felt lost, perplexed. Shouldn't the temple rejoice at the emergence of a genius? He hastily clarified, Esteemed adults. This martial soul awakened with a radiant gold light reaching 10 zhang, graded at 10 colors, possessing the potential of a transcendent being. Impossible. The 4th worshipper, who had kept his eyes half closed, suddenly opened them, revealing a piercing light. Do you dare to take responsibility for such a statement? Long Tao felt immense pressure, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Esteemed adults, your discernment is unparalleled. I would not dare utter a single falsehood. The 4th worshipper smiled slightly. Huang, do you believe him? Master, I do not. Huang Yan's crimson eyes turned to Luo Fancheng, commanding, Boy, unleash your martial soul. Luo Fancheng frowned. He was pleased that such significant figures had sought him out, yet he found their tone quite displeasing. However, given their evident strength, he did not wish to cause trouble for Su Jiao out of momentary pride. With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng focused his thoughts as his soul power surged. The resounding roar of a mighty dragon echoed, and a dazzling brilliance manifested in his palm. Such formidable dragon might. The 4 offerings and the Holy Sun's pupils contracted, fixating on the past, their expressions darkening. Huang Yin pointed at the martial soul, exclaiming, Long Tao, is this what you refer to as unparalleled talent? Long Tao was left speechless, utterly bewildered. In the distance, Su Jiao and the villagers rubbed their eyes, questioning whether they had misjudged the scene before them. At this moment, there was no true dragon martial soul. All that resided in Luo Fancheng's palm was a diminutive black loach, less than half a foot long. albeit exuding a pure dragon aura. Yet, it appeared utterly incongruous and absurdly weak. Luo Fancheng himself felt a wave of dizziness. Were it not for the system's prior assertion of possessing the strongest divine martial soul, he might have begun to doubt his existence. Humph! A low grunt like thunder erupted. As the four offerings displayed their displeasure, Long Tao, is this truly a martial soul of 10,000 radiance and 10 colors? Is this all there is? My lord, I am at a loss. I do not know what has transpired, Long Tao replied, panic etched across his face, unsure of how to account for the situation. To report falsehoods is a grave offense. Long Tao's complexion turned ashen as he knelt before Luo Fancheng, clutching his pant leg in desperation. Brother, please help me explain. How could this happen? Luo Fancheng shook his head, retracting his leg. He too was at a loss, pondering if perhaps the heavens had struck him down. Nevertheless, it seemed unjust for Long Tao to face such a fate. In truth, I possess two martial souls. Luo Fancheng extended his left hand. A gentle azure light flickering as a fragrant six-petaled azure lotus blossomed before him. A twin martial soul? The fabled twin martial souls. Long Tao rejoiced, feeling as though the previously dark world had suddenly brightened. Another martial soul? The holy son, Huang Yin, was taken aback. The four offerings stepped forward to confirm, exclaiming in astonishment, I never imagined that such a remote place could harbor a possessor of twin martial souls, truly a rarity. However, that is all there is to it. Isn't having twin martial souls strong enough? Long Tao felt a surge of defiance, wishing to voice his objections, yet hesitating to provoke further. The four offerings seemed to sense his unspoken thoughts and coldly remarked, the weakest category of martial souls recognized across the realm is that of plants, and this azure lotus is utterly useless, inferior even to vines. If it possessed healing properties, it might serve as a support spirit master. Luo Fancheng remained unperturbed, indifferent to praise or scorn, yet Su Jiuer, concealed among the crowd, had her beautiful eyes narrowed in displeasure. Long Tao found it hard to accept the disparaging judgment of the martial soul and urged anxiously, my lord, why not verify its worth using the bronze pillar right here? There is no need to waste time. The four offerings shook their heads. A twin martial soul must consist of two martial souls of similar caliber. This loach, despite its pure dragon might, is bound to coexist with the azure lotus, rendering both mere worthless martial souls devoid of developmental potential, unworthy of resource investment. But Long Tao still wished to protest. Enough, Huang Yin interjected sharply. How could my master, with such profound knowledge, deceive you? Boom. A blinding white light radiated outward as a four-winged angel, enveloped in blazing flames, materialized behind Huang Yin. His crimson eyes exuded boundless confidence and authority as he proclaimed, do you see? This is the true apex of a ninth-grade martial soul. Once again, a resplendent sun radiated its golden brilliance, illuminating the heavens above. He spread his arms wide and spoke, the great sun illuminates. Did you see? This is the true pinnacle of dual martial souls. The villagers were left in stunned silence, and Long Tao was equally astonished. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that although the Holy Sun's martial soul was formidable, it paled in comparison to the commotion caused by Luo Fancheng earlier. There was no need to flaunt a mountain of gold before a beggar. Huanger, you are too ostentatious. Let us depart, the fourth elder reprimanded, though his eyes betrayed a sense of satisfaction. In contrast to the Holy Sun's grandeur, Luo Fancheng, with a mudfish in his left hand and a blue lotus in his right, appeared rather unremarkable. However, he remained unfazed, even finding amusement in the situation. The Holy Sun? His actions seemed somewhat childish, a mere reflection of a juvenile mindset. He possessed unwavering confidence in his path to strength. The Holy Sun would not be his benchmark. With a mere gesture, the fourth elder shattered the space, revealing a black void, and stepped into it with Huang Yin, tossing an object towards Luo Fancheng. Here, young man. This dragon's blood is for you. What you make of it is entirely up to you. No need for gratitude. Luo Fancheng instinctively caught it. It was a transparent vial containing a crimson liquid. As the fourth elder and the Holy Sun vanished, a graceful figure that had been lurking in the shadows of Yun village was about to emerge, only to be halted by a regal woman beside her. They left? Just like that? Long Tao chuckled bitterly. What on earth is going on with your martial soul? Luo Fancheng stored away his martial soul, clutching the vial, and casually remarked, perhaps it was struck down by heavenly lightning. At the thought of that terrifying divine punishment, Long Tao shivered. Could it be that this unprecedented 10-colored martial soul was utterly ruined by divine retribution? Had it devolved into a mere useless martial soul in such a short span? He secretly mourned the loss, gazing at Luo Fancheng's calm demeanor, and was struck with astonishment. Unable to restrain his curiosity, it was meant to be an unparalleled divine-level martial soul, yet it has fallen to such a state. rejected by the elders and the holy sun. Do you not feel any sorrow or regret? The villagers could only shake their heads in pity, while Su Jiuer bit her lip, fearing for her beloved man's spirit, her heart heavy with concern. Ha ha ha. Luo Fancheng laughed heartily, his handsome visage exuding an indescribable celestial charm. He patted Long Tao on the shoulder and walked toward the square's exit, speaking with a carefree tone. Even if born as an ant, what of it? One must never belittle oneself. Though life may be fragile, one should possess an indomitable spirit. Weak yet resolute, one must not abandon lofty aspirations. His voice was not loud, but it resonated in the ears of all present, evoking deep emotions. Su Jiuer gazed in awe at Luo Fancheng, who, despite facing so much, still maintained his light-hearted laughter. Her heart fluttered anew. Long Tao trembled all over, as those words struck deep within his soul, touching the very core of his being. Hadn't he always belittled himself due to his humble origins? Did he possess the spirit of resilience and ambition? If so, he would have surely traveled much farther by now. The regal woman, who had been observing from the shadows, felt her icy demeanor shift upon hearing his words. Could such profound sentiments come from a youth recently beset by misfortune? This extraordinary mindset, this heart of a true warrior, was simply astonishing. As for the enchanting young maiden beside the noble woman, she gazed upon the ethereal young man within the venue, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an array of captivating colors. Ding. Unperturbed by honor or disgrace, I smile at the flowers blooming and withering before me. The host's will is resolute, having comprehended the heart of a true warrior, thus awakening a concealed special reward. How can a sparrow comprehend the ambition of a swan? Please claim your reward. Chapter 8. The Ancestral Dragon Secret. An unparalleled elegance. The female Pope Emperor Wei Yang. Upon hearing the voice, Luo Fancheng's thoughts stirred, revealing the information of his martial spirit, while simultaneously claiming his rewards. The most powerful beast martial spirit of all time, Chaos Ancestral Dragon. Legend has it that the primordial true dragon existed before the chaos, the progenitor of the dragon clan, the sovereign of all beasts. After the true spirit's demise, it fortuitously transformed into the host's martial spirit. By upgrading it, you shall forge an invincible legend. The most powerful weapon martial spirit of all time, damaged green lotus, a legendary mysterious treasure, severely injured and drawn by great fortune, became the host's martial spirit through serendipity. By developing it, you shall uncover extraordinary surprises. Host has successfully claimed the rewards. Reward 1. Ancestral Dragon Devouring Heaven Technique. The 9 transformations of the true dragon. Each transformation heralds a new realm. After the 9th realm, chaos shall re-emerge. Reward 2. A parchment scroll. Within the Soul Martial Continent lie 9 unknown mysterious treasures, harboring great opportunities related to the host's martial spirit. This map points to one of them. Wow, are these 2 martial spirits truly so formidable? Luo Fancheng inhaled deeply, exhilarated, utterly astonished that such a seemingly frail little loach and a green lotus root could be so extraordinary, simply astonishing beyond measure. A parchment scroll silently materialized in his collar, and simultaneously it felt as though myriad dragons roared within his mind, pledging allegiance to a terrifying phantom. An overwhelming and majestic celestial technique indelibly imprinted itself in his consciousness, as if it were an innate memory. At this moment, only a few breaths had passed in the outside world. Please wait. A voice emerged from behind Luo Fancheng. It was none other than Long Tao, who had been standing in a daze since Luo Fancheng spoke. Long Tao rushed forward to block Luo Fancheng's path, causing the expressions of village chief Lu and the others to shift. They secretly wondered if this fellow intended to revert to his former mean-spirited self. Emboldened by the thought that Fancheng's martial spirit had failed, preparing for retaliation, the noble women and young maidens hidden in the shadows observed this scene with keen interest. Luo Fancheng inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Long Tao straightened his attire, then clasped his hands and bowed respectfully to Luo Fancheng, performing a disciple's salute. Everyone was taken aback. This scene was completely beyond their expectations. Long Tao pursed his lips and confessed, "I have long detested my humble origins." To call it detest is perhaps an understatement. It is more akin to self-loathing, an inability to confront my lineage. I have been fierce against the common folk while bowing low before the powerful, lost in the chaos of the world, becoming the very person I despised in my youth, ensnared in a prison of my own making without realizing it. Your words resonated deeply, awakening my true self. I am of common birth. So why should a commoner not possess dignity? Luo Fancheng regarded the emotionally charged Long Tao, thoughtfully responding, "Your cultivation speed must have slowed considerably compared to the past." Long Tao's eyes widened. "How did you know? That's incredible." Luo Fancheng shook his head and smiled. "It's not that remarkable. It was merely a guess. However, With your mind in disarray and having lost your true self, how could you possibly focus on your cultivation? It is only natural that your progress would be slow. Luo Fancheng's tone softened as he gazed deeply at him. Do remember, flattering the powerful is a means of survival, but it is not the path of the strong. As soul masters, we must strive for advancement. Otherwise, how can we discuss breaking through boundaries? A discourse reverberated through the surroundings, leaving the onlookers in astonishment. Su Jiu'er found herself perplexed, unable to fathom the origins of such extraordinary insights from the young man. The noblewoman in imperial attire, who had been discreetly observing, was equally taken aback. How could this lad possess such unprecedented comprehension, articulating the essence of a strong heart so succinctly? It is essential to recognize that many soul masters who struggle to transcend their cultivation limitations do not lack talent, but rather falter due to issues of the mind. The boy, maturing early, displays an astonishing level of insight, a prodigious talent indeed, the noblewoman silently acknowledged. Teacher, he is remarkable, a youthful maiden chimed in with a clear voice. Indeed, this child possesses great virtue, the noblewoman nodded. Even before commencing his training, he has achieved such enlightenment. His future is boundless. The maiden sighed, yet his martial soul. As a saintess, you must not harbor such short-sightedness, the noblewoman interjected. Martial souls can be enhanced through chance. But this level of insight and talent is a rarity, perhaps one in a million. The maiden inwardly gasped. Her esteemed teacher, the high priestess, wielded immense influence and held lofty standards, rarely acknowledging anyone. Even the extraordinarily gifted Holy Son was merely deemed a fool in her eyes. Yet she now showed favor towards this handsome youth from a humble village, truly remarkable. With that, she took her leave. Luo Fancheng observed Long Tao, who remained momentarily stunned, as he stepped outside. However, just a few paces away, he heard Long Tao's exuberant voice. Ha, I understand now. The knots in my heart have finally unraveled. Boom. Long Tao let out a resounding roar, his lizard dragon martial soul materializing behind him. It felt as though the shackles within him had shattered, his soul power surged. And before the astonished crowd, he unexpectedly broke through his limitations. Though his talent was a 5th-grade martial soul, he had been trapped at level 29 for years. Unaware of the root of his predicament, his spirits had grown increasingly despondent and radical. Thus, this breakthrough to level 30 was a moment of immense relief and joy. Immediately after his breakthrough, Long Tao earnestly bowed to Luo Fancheng, his gratitude palpable. Thank you for your guidance. Such a profound favor I shall never forget. There is no need for such reverence. I merely spoke whimsically, Luo Fancheng replied, bemused, unable to believe that this fellow had achieved a breakthrough so effortlessly. Absurd indeed. You are far too modest, Long Tao asserted, shaking his head. Rise, Luo Fancheng said, his expression peculiar, somewhat unaccustomed. I preferred your former defiant demeanor. Ahem. Long Tao's lips twitched as he stood and bowed towards the villagers, who felt a chill run down their spines. I previously spoke with disrespect and have offended many. I implore the esteemed villagers to disregard my words, treat them as mere folly. The villagers were left speechless, internally exclaiming in disbelief. Previously, they only knew Luo Fancheng was adept at hunting, but his eloquence was equally impressive. The contrast in Long Tao was staggering. In anger, Long Tao declared, Benefactor. Even if the 4 offerings and the Holy Sun look down upon you, I still regard you as formidable. The temple may not retain you. Yet there are other places for you. You may try your luck at the Soul Master Academy of the Songlong Empire, and one day, you shall deliver a resounding blow to their pride. Who says the temple looks down upon him? A cold, commanding female voice resonated, akin to a phoenix's cry. As everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the sound, the air seemed to rip apart, revealing 2 tall and graceful silhouettes emerging from a pitch-black portal. Regardless of gender, the hearts of all present quivered, not due to their prowess, but rather because the 2 women before them were breathtakingly beautiful. The noblewoman's curvaceous figure was ensconced in a resplendent golden gown, her wine-red hair cascading like a waterfall, her alabaster neck adorned with a sapphire necklace. And a pair of long, slender legs donned in high-heeled boots radiated an indescribable aura of nobility, her phoenix-like eyes exuding an air of authority reserved for the elite. The other young maiden sported a sleek purple ponytail, her enchanting eyes sparkling with life, her lips resembling the delicate petals of a rose, youthful and charming. Clad in a short skirt that accentuated her shapely form and revealing her fair legs, she completed her ensemble with black leather boots. For a fleeting moment, Luo Fancheng found himself entranced. After arriving in the Soul Martial continent, aside from Su Jiu'er, he had encountered 2 earthly beauties capable of eclipsing all the renowned socialites and sirens of his former life. The Pope, Her Holiness. Upon seeing the ethereal beauty resembling a figure from a painting, Long Tao was instantly struck with terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Oh, you sly fellow. You actually recognize my teacher?" The young girl chimed with a melodious laugh, akin to a lark. Long Tao felt cold sweat trickling down his brow. It was only natural he had never seen the reclusive figure of the temple, yet how could he not know the person before him? The decisive and formidable female pope, Emperor Wei Yang. The humble man had once had the fortune to gaze upon Her Holiness's portrait. The female pope's phoenix-like eyes turned toward the ethereal Luo Fancheng. Her crimson lips parting as she coldly inquired once more, "Is it you who claim the temple looks down upon him?" Chapter 9. Soft Rice and Hard Eating. The iceberg female pope welcomes her saintly junior sister. "And no, I dare not. It was the four guardians and the Holy Son who said so." Long Tao's face turned pale with shock, his body trembling as he lowered his head, too afraid to meet the piercing gaze of those slender, phoenix-like eyes. "Hey, lift your head. Don't be so spineless. Just a moment ago you claimed to have achieved enlightenment." Suddenly, a hand patted Long Tao's shoulder, and a teasing voice reached his ears. Turning around, he was met with the handsome, sunlit visage of Luo Fancheng. "Don't speak carelessly. Quickly pay your respects to Her Holiness the Pope." Long Tao was on the verge of tears. How could he not be frightened? A saying circulated widely in the Soul Martial continent. Better to offend the king of hell than to provoke the female pope, highlighting the terrifying reputation of Di Weiyang. The four guardians, huh? Upon hearing this, Di Weiyang's phoenix eyes gleamed with a cold light as she spoke softly. How can the remnants of an old era judge the prodigies of a new age? Long Tao was bewildered, believing that his previous comment about Luo Fancheng striving to challenge the guardians and the Holy Son would surely lead to his doom if overheard by the female pope. Yet, it seemed she was utterly unconcerned, dismissive of the guardians, and appeared rather optimistic about Luo Fancheng. Long Tao's mind raced. This was not merely a matter of optimism. Luo Fancheng, undaunted, met the female pope's majestic gaze with respect and quiet astonishment. What a remarkable figure she was. Not only was her beauty unparalleled, but her commanding presence was undeniable. Even guardians of at least level 95 were deemed beneath her notice, relegated to the status of remnants from a bygone era. "Are you not afraid of my teacher?" the youthful girl with the purple ponytail asked, her curiosity piqued. Luo Fancheng countered, "Why should I be afraid?" The girl's cherry lips parted slightly, revealing a glimpse of her adorable canine teeth, rendering her momentarily speechless. Shouldn't fear be expected? After all, many powerful figures, under the overwhelming aura of the Pope, resembled timid mice before a cat, unable to raise their heads in her presence. At that moment, it was not only the saintess who was intrigued. Even the female Pope felt a twinge of surprise. Having held her esteemed position for many years, coupled with her formidable strength, there were few who dared to meet her gaze. This youth truly stood apart from the rest. Moreover, despite her indifference to appearances, the face-blind Pope sensed an extraordinary charm emanating from this young man, as if he possessed a unique allure. With a charming smile, Luo Fancheng's lips curved into an appealing arc. "As long as I act justly, stand upright, and conduct myself with integrity, what fear do I have?" Even in the presence of the female Pope? The purple-haired saintess was momentarily entranced by a smile, pondering how such a striking man could exist in the world. Her lips parting in awe. "Are you not afraid that the teacher might take action against you?" Luo Fancheng shrugged with a smile, "Whether I fear or not. Death is inevitable, so why should I be afraid? Besides, if the two of you wish to harm me, there would be no need for so much dialogue. You could simply take action." Long Tao, standing nearby, felt a cold sweat break out on his palms. This was madness. Such words were nothing short of insubordination. Audacious and reckless. "Big brother, no ancestor. You are truly bold, and the High Priestess displays the same resolute spirit. Is it necessary to be so unyielding and dismissive? Even if we refrain from being sycophants, uttering a few complimentary words would suffice. There is no need to be so obstinate, as extinguishing the goodwill of others is tantamount to courting disaster." The violet-haired saintess, her mouth slightly agape, turned to the striking high priestess beside her in astonishment and remarked, "Teacher, you are absolutely right. This individual is indeed quite extraordinary, unlike any other man from the temple." The high priestess, her cold and delicate lips pressed firmly together, offered no reply, yet her gaze revealed a glimmer of approval. She harbored a deep aversion to obsequiousness and those who ingratiate themselves for personal gain. The unwavering attitude of Luo Fancheng resonated profoundly with her. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, "I, Deva Yang, the 13th High Priestess of the Temple of Light, extend an invitation for you to become my disciple." Dragon Tao, who had been on high alert, was momentarily taken aback, as if struck by lightning. "What? A disciple? Surely I must have misheard. The High Priestess intends to accept Luo Fancheng as her pupil?" This diverged significantly from the narrative he had envisioned. one leading them both to a common demise. Was it not rumored that the high priestess possessed a reserved disposition, particularly disinclined towards men? The surrounding villagers exchanged incredulous glances, their widened eyes betraying their shock. Their silence did not imply ignorance. They had certainly heard every word. Luo Fancheng was indeed remarkable. With just 3 bold retorts, he had compelled the high priestess to accept him as her disciple. Why? He inquired calmly. Goodness. Dragon Tao clutched his hair in disbelief, his eyes reddened and bloodshot. Brother, have you lost your senses? The high priestess wishes to take you as her disciple. How can you hesitate? You should be overjoyed and kneel in gratitude instead of pondering such nonsensical thoughts. Nearby, the villagers had long since dropped their jaws, replaying the scene in their minds. Has he always been this courageous? Ah, indeed, he has been exceptionally brave since childhood. Most villagers recalled how he, at the age of 11, had ventured into the mountains to hunt alone, returning with a wounded gray wolf slung over his shoulder. Oblivious to the envious gazes surrounding him, Luo Fancheng remained vigilant as a traveler from another world, acutely aware that there are no free lunches in life. One does not extend kindness to another without reason. The Na'vi have all perished. He needed to comprehend why she wished to accept him as her disciple. Especially as his martial spirit appeared to be utterly worthless on the surface, only he knew its true potential. The violet-haired saintess bared her small fangs, growling in frustration. How infuriating. I feel an overwhelming urge to bite you. Do you have any idea how many extraordinary talents aspire to enter our teacher's fold? They are as numerous as the fish in the river. Even the previously arrogant saint's son knelt before our teacher for 3 days in vain. Yet, the teacher did not even deign to glance at him. Though Luo Fancheng was undeniably handsome, and she felt a strong affinity towards him, she now desperately wished to crush him, for he had no comprehension of how rare it was for their teacher to open her mouth in acceptance. The high priestess, her expression as frigid as ice, remained impassive. You seek a reason? Indeed, Luo Fancheng nodded, steadfast in his conviction. Suddenly, under the blazing sun of a sweltering summer day, the surrounding temperature plummeted sharply. A shiver ran through the crowd, their faces reflecting a mixture of fear and astonishment. In the wake of imperial wrath, countless souls lay lifeless. The proud figure of the high priestess radiated an overwhelming aura, her phoenix-like gaze fixed upon Luo Fancheng, devoid of any trace of emotion. In my lifetime, I, Di Weiyang, owe no explanations to anyone. The surrounding villagers, gripped by trepidation, felt as though they were pricked by thorns. Even though the high priestess did not direct her ire towards them, they shivered under her formidable presence. They could only anxiously glance at the reticent Luo Fancheng, imploring him with their eyes, brother, ancestor. Speak up, please, hasten to speak. The violet-haired saintess felt a pang of foreboding, her heart racing. It appeared that the high priestess was indeed furious. No one had ever dared to defy her. No one expected that at this tense juncture, Di Weiyang would speak again. However, today, I can provide you with a reason. I, the high priestess, have taken a liking to you. Is that reason sufficient? As her chilling yet authoritative words resonated, silence enveloped the area. Not only Dragontide and the villagers, but even the saintess gaped in disbelief, her mouth agape. How could this be? The saintess knew her teacher well. She was unwavering in her principles. If she chose not to explain, she simply would not. What had transpired today? That is enough. Luo Fancheng bowed deeply, performing the customary act of homage. Disciple Luo Fancheng, paying respects to the teacher. Di Weiyang nodded, a fleeting smile gracing her lips, momentarily illuminating the surroundings, leaving everyone in a state of awe. While talent can be nurtured, a flawed character is beyond remedy. Luo Fancheng, those 4 guardians may be blind to your worth, but in my eyes, you are remarkable. Luo Fancheng's heart skipped a beat at her unexpected praise, only for the smile to vanish, replaced by his usual cold demeanor. After the homage, he exhaled softly, contemplating whether he truly feared death. Surely, only a fool would disregard their own life. He was no saint and valued his existence highly. In the face of death, he possessed a flexible moral compass. Indeed, he approached every decision with careful thought, and it seemed that his gamble had proven wise. Firstly, he genuinely required a reason from her to ascertain her motives for accepting disciples. Caution is the key to longevity. Secondly, his beloved Su Jiuer, as a demon empress, could surely aid him in retreating, even if she were to be overpowered. Thirdly, in his past life, he had been a master of understanding women's psychology, adept at navigating their diverse personalities. Concerning the icy demeanor of the queen, the softer and more insecure his attitude, the more she would disdain him. Those who dared to evade the queen's gaze were destined for her scorn. In her eyes, the weak were but subjects. To conquer the queen, one must be even more assertive than domineering, yet not in a foolishly brash manner. There were nuances to consider. Luo Fancheng shook his head, chiding himself for such errant thoughts. What was he thinking? Perhaps it was a remnant of his past life as profession as a master of seduction. He had no intention of becoming a rebellious disciple now. His immediate priority was to embark on the correct path of cultivation, to unravel the mysteries of the two martial souls, and to discover the treasures indicated by the sheepskin map. Su Jiu'er had previously not spoken much about soul masters, and now, having awakened her martial soul, she had stepped into an entirely new realm. Alas, in this world, the weak possess no rights. Without strength, one can hardly make any progress. It is rumored that evil soul masters lurk in the shadows, wreaking havoc. Fortunately, he has a formidable Empress wife and a female pope as his mentor, which provides a semblance of security. Senior brother Fancheng, my name is Bai Ingwei. You may simply call me Ingwei from now on. The young girl, with her slender legs clad in black boots, approached Luo Fancheng, her purple ponytail swaying as she spoke cheerfully. Luo Fancheng's lips twitched. Did you just call me senior brother? Shouldn't you be referring to me as senior sister? Oh, it's all the same. Being a senior sister is too troublesome. I've always wanted a caring senior brother. Bai Ingwei stuck out her tongue, seemingly recalling something, her breath quickening as she added, by the way, that dragon blood the four offerings gave you. Quickly dispose of it. Dispose of the dragon blood? What do you mean? Luo Fancheng asked, somewhat perplexed. Chapter 10, The Venom of the Vengeful Dragon and the Evolution of the Martial Soul. Bai Ingwei glared with her beautiful eyes and huffed. That old cur has ill intentions. What he offers you is no treasure. Consuming it will only bring you peril. At her words, Luo Fancheng's pupils constricted as he lowered his gaze to the small vial in his hand, where a crimson liquid flowed within. Is this not dragon's blood? Indeed. It was dragon's blood, but it was laced with deadly poison. Bai Ingwei elaborated. When dragon-type soul beasts are cruelly slain, their resentment seeps into their blood. By refining this blood infused with malice, one can produce this vial of vengeful dragon venom. If ingested, not only will your foundation for cultivation be destroyed, but your spirit will also suffer from the corrosive effects of this resentment. Long Tao, who was nearby, felt a chill run through him. What a ruthless tactic. But why would the four elders wish to harm him? Luo Fancheng directed an inquiring glance toward Diwei Yang, who nodded lightly. This substance is indeed the vengeful dragon venom. With the confirmation from the high priestess, Luo Fancheng harbored no doubts. He tightened his grip on the vial, a surge of anger welling up within him. What grievance have I caused that they would seek to harm me, all while wearing a grotesque mask of benevolence? How dare that old dog deceive me in such a manner? This deed of treachery was etched firmly in Luo Fancheng's heart. He could not dismiss it without retribution. Bang! His fingers exerted too much force, and the vial shattered, glass shards slicing into his palm as the crimson liquid splattered forth. Bai Ingwei gasped. Contact with the blood could lead to grave consequences. What? Contact is also forbidden? Panic seized Long Tao and the others, and Luo Fancheng felt urgency rise within him. He had not anticipated that awakening his martial soul would enhance his strength so dramatically, allowing him to crush the vial inadvertently. Now, the vengeful dragon venom had already mingled with his blood, leaving no time to shake it off. What a predicament! Luo Fancheng thought, bemused, as his state of mind began to unravel. Was he destined to meet the most foolish demise of a time traveler? The high priestess and Su Jiu'er, who had been hiding among the crowd, prepared to intervene when suddenly a surge of soul light erupted from Luo Fancheng's palm, and his little mudfish martial soul manifested spontaneously. The palm-sized mudfish opened its mouth, creating an inexplicable suction that absorbed all traces of the vengeful dragon venom from his wound. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. I barely had time to react, and you proactively absorbed it? Do you fear I might perish too slowly? Sensing the greed and excitement emanating from the little mudfish martial soul, Luo Fancheng hesitated not, resolving to allow it to consume freely. Devour it, taken all of it. This illustrious chaos ancestral dragon martial soul, the progenitor of all dragons, should surely have no difficulty overcoming a mere vengeful dragon venom. Hiss. The surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment, including Long Tao, the holy maiden, and the villagers, all utterly bewildered. Didn't they say this substance was toxic? Why are you willingly consuming it? In the blink of an eye, the little mudfish not only devoured the vengeful dragon venom that had stained Luo Fancheng's palm, but also did not spare a single drop that had fallen to the ground. Are you all right? Long Tao asked anxiously. Though the contact was brief, he had already been captivated by the unique charisma radiating from Luo Fancheng. I am fine. Luo Fancheng pondered deeply, licking his lips and exclaiming, Goodness, not only am I unharmed, but I also seem inexplicably exhilarated. How can this be? Bai Ingwei opened her mouth in disbelief, expressing her reluctance as she recounted. I have witnessed the Holy Sun cruelly experimenting with the vengeful dragon's poison on the offenders of the Divine Temple, soul masters above level 40, howling in agony, their faces literally torn apart. Just then, a blood-red miniature vengeful dragon emerged, roaring ferociously. The little mudfish, provoked, suddenly erupted with a unique aura, causing the menacing blood-red dragon to wither and be utterly consumed by the little creature. In an instant, a monochromatic light erupted, and the little mudfish's body rapidly expanded, scales sprouting on its surface. What is happening? What on earth is occurring? Long Tao sensed that his fifth-rank lizard dragon martial spirit was intimidated by the peculiar aura emanating from the little mudfish. Could it be the legendary evolution of a martial spirit? Bai Yingwei was once again profoundly astonished by Luo Fancheng. What kind of prodigy is he? Not only did he consume the vengeful dragon poison without consequence, but now his martial spirit is evolving? Di Weiyang's phoenix eyes glimmered with a strange light, clearly not anticipating such a fortuitous transformation. In the distance, Su Jiao secretly sighed in relief. Her pretty face briefly displayed joy, only to turn cold again, her eyes brimming with murderous intent as she quietly withdrew from the crowd. Whoosh! At this moment, the little mudfish had expanded over threefold, evolving from the size of a palm to that of a small snake, its surface adorned with fine scales. The monochromatic glow surrounding it significantly deeper and more robust than before. Luo Fancheng smiled. Indeed, this martial spirit had not disappointed him. It was evidently far more formidable than before, the diminutive creature rapidly advancing towards a grander stature. Teacher, my junior brother's martial spirit can actually evolve? Bai Yingwei exclaimed in astonishment. Di Weiyang frowned, retorting, what junior brother? He is your junior. Bai Yingwei shook the arm of the holy maiden, pouting, Teacher, I don't want a junior brother, I want a senior brother. Di Weiyang ignored the holy maiden's playful antics and raised her gaze, stating, Fancheng, your martial spirit harbors a profound dragon might, with potential and status that are undoubtedly high. If it continues to evolve, it will not be inferior to that Holy Sun's 9th-rank seraphim in daylight illuminating martial spirits. However, it remains uncertain whether this martial spirit can evolve solely by consuming dragon blood, or if it can also assimilate other energies. Luo Fancheng nodded, listening attentively. As the holy maiden, Di Weiyang possessed keen insight. The vengeful dragon, so filled with malice, had no power to resist against the little mudfish. A martial spirit capable of evolving through consumption was unheard of, with only this singular instance observed. Even though Luo Fancheng's martial spirit appeared weak at present, its potential was undoubtedly boundless. One could only wonder what its ultimate limit might be, fostering a sense of anticipation. Di Weiyang stated coldly, you shall return home today to bid farewell to your family. Tomorrow morning, I will wait for you in this square to take you out for training. All right. Luo Fancheng nodded, offering no further words. Di Weiyang's countenance revealed satisfaction, and without allowing Bai Yingwei to speak, she took her away, shattering the void as they departed. The villagers finally dared to exhale deeply, engaging in fervent discussions, their eyes filled with envy as they gazed upon Luo Fancheng, yet devoid of jealousy. Most offered silent blessings. The village chief, Lu Rin, was immensely excited, observing this child who had grown up in Yun Village, his heart swelling with emotions. It seemed that Yun Village might truly give birth to a dragon. Long Tao, whose tense body relaxed, declared, Benefactor Fancheng, I shall never forget your enlightening grace. I serve at the Qingcheng Bright Divine Temple's branch. Should you require my assistance, feel free to seek me out. By the way, those 4 offerings and the Holy Sun stand at the pinnacle of power in the Soul Martial continent. Even if one harbors deep-seated hatred, it is unwise to be their enemy. A sense of helplessness flooded Long Tao's heart as he clenched his fists in frustration, muttering, who can possibly not despise such people? Yet circumstances are mightier than the individual. If an opportunity arises, it is best to feign that nothing has transpired and turn foes into friends. You are right. It is merely a matter of a petty grudge stemming from poisoning. Nothing significant, Luo Fancheng replied with a smile, his demeanor gentle. As for that deceased offering who has been so amiable toward me, I shall undoubtedly express my gratitude to his entire family one day, even to the earthworms below and the yolks within their shells. Though Luo Fancheng wore a smile and spoke softly, Long Tao could not help but shiver, a chill enveloping him as he hastily took his leave. Where has Aunt Su gone? Luo Fancheng wondered, glancing around but finding no trace of her. Just moments ago, she had been present. How could the beautiful woman have vanished so suddenly? A golden, resplendent carriage traversed the tranquil mountain path, within which the 4 offerings and the Holy Sun, Huang Yin, lounged, each resting a hand on the head of a sycophantic woman, their eyes half closed, relishing the moment while admiring the scenic route. A graceful figure silently appeared in the void above, alluring and sultry, casting a cold gaze upon the moving carriage. Chapter 11. The Devoted Heart. The enchanting Empress protects her husband. Teacher, I fail to comprehend why you bestowed that boy with dragon blood before your departure. Inside the carriage, the holy son of the temple, Huang Yin, furrowed his brow in inquiry, his large hand carelessly pressing down on the head of the fawning woman beside him. Oh. The fourth deacon narrowed his eyes, a contented expression gracing his features. You are fully aware that it is the venom of the vengeful dragon. Why do you inquire? If that boy dares to consume it, he is undoubtedly doomed. Savoring the treasure bestowed upon him by this deacon, he will ultimately meet his demise in a cacophony of agony. Huang Yan's gaze was filled with disdain. If the teacher finds him displeasing, it would be simpler to slay him outright. Those commoners are but worthless lives. Why waste a vial of vengeful dragon venom on him? He is unworthy. What do you understand? The fourth deacon shook his head. Yenner, your talents are few in this world, but your cunning requires much refinement. He is merely a worthless commoner. If you wish him dead, then so be it. What consequence does it bear? Huang Yan remained unconvinced. You are mistaken. The fourth deacon glared. It is easy to kill one commoner, but what of the others? If we do not eliminate the rest, the high priestess may discover our unauthorized execution of a soul master with awakened dual martial souls and will inevitably pursue the matter. You know well that this high priestess holds the lives of commoners in the highest regard. Should we slay him, the entire village would be eradicated, undoubtedly inciting an investigation from the temple. The branch temple is already aware of our presence here, which could lead to further complications. By granting him dragon blood, we display our benevolence before the commoners while silently eliminating him. What could be more splendid? Huang Yan questioned in confusion. But that boy is merely an ant with a feeble awakened martial soul. He cannot achieve greatness. Even if he survives, what does it matter to you? The fourth deacon scoffed. How do you know that today Ascent may not become a formidable force in the future due to unforeseen circumstances? That boy possesses an extraordinary demeanor. Despite his useless martial soul, he exudes an oddity. It is wise to deal with such a person preemptively, eradicating future troubles. Why invite complications for ourselves? By his merit, does he even deserve it? Huang Yan burst into laughter, wiping the tears of mirth from his eyes. Teacher, you overestimate these rustic villagers. Ha ha ha. I, Huang Yan, am of noble birth and unparalleled talent. In the days to come, I shall be unmatched, sweeping away all the vile and wicked. A mere villager, how insignificant, lacking in talent and influence. What could he possibly amount to? The fourth deacon shook his head, offering counsel. Yenner, you may scorn your enemies in words, but in your heart, you must regard all adversaries with seriousness. That boy could, with sufficient resources, be reluctantly taken as my disciple, possessing a slim chance of rising against the odds. Yet, you are not only my disciple but my son. So why should I expend resources meant for you on another? However, I do not wish for him to fall into the hands of others, especially those aligned with the high priestess. To resolve this with a vial of vengeful dragon venom is the most convenient solution. Huang Yan shook his head, his pride undiminished, growing even more pronounced. You have aged. You are overly cautious. Regrettably, that young man has likely been tormented by the vengeful dragon's poison, writhing in agony, and perishing in an explosive demise. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly shatter him to prove that your caution today was unwarranted. The fourth elder offered a wry smile. If you aspire to the papal throne, both strength and cunning are indispensable. The high priestess possesses ruthless methods and extraordinary talent. She is no easy adversary. A domineering and sinister smile graced Huang Yan's face. The saintess will soon be mine to conquer. As for the high priestess? She shall not escape. Only such a woman is worthy of me. Slow down. Hasten. I desire it now. With a forceful motion, Huang Yan pressed downwards, subsequently closing his eyes, as did the fourth elder. Just as they were about to indulge in their ecstasy, a thunderous explosion erupted unexpectedly, startling both Huang Yan and the fourth elder into a tremor. In the next moment, a violent energy swept through the carriage, causing it to disintegrate and explode. Wood splinters and gemstones shot outward, creating a cloud of dust, and a small mushroom cloud rose from the wreckage. Boom! The fourth elder emerged from the smoke, charred and disheveled, dragging the barely conscious Huang Yan. His rage was palpable as he searched frantically. Who dares to act so audaciously? Alas, it was a pity that neither you, old dog, nor your wretched son met your demise. Accompanied by a chilling female voice, a fiery and alluring figure materialized in the air. Draped in a white fox fur that accentuated her alluring curves, she possessed long, elegant legs with golden bells adorning her ankles, her bare feet glistening. Behind her were 9 snowy white fox tails, and her enchanting visage, with an innate allure, was contrasted by her icy blue eyes radiating a chilling murderous intent. The 9-tailed celestial fox. Are you the Empress of Qingxiu? Without grievance or animosity, you dare provoke the temple's elder? You seek death. Boom. The fourth elder, enraged, felt the flames rise behind him as a phantom of a 12-winged angel, entirely red, materialized. Beneath the angel, 9 powerful rings of varying colors pulsated with a terrifying aura akin to abyss and prison. What a tale of no grievance or animosity. The Empress retorted coldly, her murderous aura palpable. She had learned of the poisonous dragon blood and could not swallow the indignity of someone plotting against her beloved, pursuing them thousands of miles from Yun village. Without waiting for her adversary to strike, she, unable to contain her wrath, charged forth. Presumptuous. The fourth elder was interrupted at a critical moment, his apprentice and son grievously injured, causing a piercing headache accompanied by furious howls. Ah, today, I shall slay you and seize your soul ring and soul bone for my son. Boom, boom, boom. A fierce battle was imminent, with mountains crumbling and earth shaking under the violent energies. The saint's son was left battered and on the brink of death, his vitality dissipating. Nine-tailed Empress. You shall wait for this elder. The fourth elder, his skull fractured, spewing blood, cursed in a frenzy as he fled, carrying his scorched son in haste. The sun dipped beneath the horizon, and the bright moon ascended, casting a serene stillness over Yun village in the night. Luo Fancheng personally prepared a banquet, eager to celebrate the successful awakening of his martial spirit with his longtime pseudo-aunt and true wife. However, he waited from afternoon until dusk, only to find no sign of her return, forcing him to reheat the dishes multiple times. Luo Fancheng sat on the threshold, gazing into the courtyard, lost in thought as he murmured to himself, "Where has Aunt Su gone? Surely, she wouldn't leave without a word, abandoning her useless little husband." He shook his head, convinced that Su Jior would not act so thoughtlessly, yet an undercurrent of worry tugged at him. After 16 years of companionship, he had grown accustomed to her presence by his side. In a state of agitation, he retrieved a parchment from his pocket. It was the map he had acquired that morning, one of the 9 mysterious treasures of the Soul Martial Continent. It also concealed a grand opportunity regarding my martial soul. Luo Fancheng chuckled wryly. The map depicted the mountains and rivers with clarity, yet he recognized none of it. How could he possibly search? A common man is blameless, yet possessing a treasure is a crime. He dared not show the map to anyone but Su Jior. Although his initial meeting with the high priestess and the saintess had been pleasant, they were still strangers. Suddenly, a sound broke the silence, and a graceful figure descended into the courtyard. Luo Fancheng's expression brightened, and he promptly rose, his heart filled with joy. Though he couldn't help but voice his concern. "Where have you been? Why did it take you so long?" His words were cut short by a cough. Under the moonlight, Su Jior stumbled slightly, and he could faintly discern a cruel gash on her fair arm. "Little man, you must be worried sick about me." Su Jior's blue eyes dimmed as she hastily opened her mouth to explain, but was interrupted by another light cough. Upon seeing the wound on Jior's arm, a dull thrum echoed in Luo Fancheng's mind. The anxiety of having waited all day evaporated in an instant. He no longer cared about reproaching her. He rushed to Su Jior's side, steadying her shoulder. Luo Fancheng found it unfathomable that the demon emperor, she, had been harmed by someone. Who has injured you?" His expression darkened, and his voice dropped ominously. Setting the context. In this tale, the demon emperor corresponds to the leader of each clan of soul beasts, Su Jior, renowned for her beauty. Ranks first among the soul beast tribes, yet she is still too young to break into the top 10 of the demon race in terms of combat strength. Though her abilities will surely grow, the offerings are akin to the strongest warriors of the human race. Subsequently, there will emerge a human empress and a high priestess, who are truly formidable. Chapter 12. A heart stirred. Do not bully my man. Fear not, dear, it's nothing to worry about, soothed Su Jior, her cool fingers brushing against Luo Fancheng's handsome cheek, her voice a gentle whisper. How can it be nothing? Luo Fancheng gritted his teeth in response. Oh, the little rascal has truly grown up. He cares for his aunt now. It seems my affection over the years has not been in vain, Su Jior laughed, her melodious giggle resonating through the air. Luo Fancheng shook his head, his expression earnest. I understand you believe my strength is lacking. Informing me of your plight would only burden me further. However, if you tell me who has harmed you, even if I am not his equal today, I shall ensure he pays for his transgressions in due time. Su Jior was taken aback. The usually gentle young man now bore a serious demeanor for the first time. Gazing into his resolute, deep black eyes, a warmth surged within her, and her face broke into a breathtakingly beautiful smile. Our little man is becoming increasingly manly. My heart flutters with excitement, she mused. Yet, the infatuated Luo Fancheng remained unyielding, his expression still grave as he nodded. It must be those 4 offerings and the Holy Sun, correct? I shall remember. Let us not delay your time further. Return to your room and recuperate. How did you know it was them? Su Jior asked, her eyes widening in surprise. Now it is certain, Luo Fancheng replied. Su Jior's brows furrowed. Oh, so you've grown wings, have you? Trying to outsmart your aunt? Luo Fancheng remained silent, his gaze darkening as he clenched his fists. Hey. Su Jiao playfully poked his side with her delicate finger. You're making me seem foolish and losing face here. Rest assured, it's merely a trivial injury. Hardly worth mentioning, Luo Fancheng said. Aunt, please refrain from feigning cuteness to amuse me. As an emperor of demons, you are not suited for such antics. Is it that awkward? Su Jiao asked softly. Luo Fancheng replied candidly, a slight bit. Oh, very well. Su Jiao deflated like a punctured balloon. The atmosphere around them growing quiet as they walked in harmonious silence towards the room. Seated on the bed, Su Jiao could no longer contain her worries. I genuinely fear your impulsiveness. I dread that upon learning the truth, you might recklessly charge out, blinded by rage, to seek vengeance. Luo Fancheng responded solemnly. A foolish act would only bring pain to loved ones and joy to enemies. Do I seem like a fool who would deliver himself as a sacrifice? I will train diligently. This vendetta must be avenged. Su Jiao, possessing profound insight, immediately discerned that beneath Luo Fancheng's calm facade, his trembling fist revealed his seething anger. He cares for me, deeply. The 4 offerings were already over a century old, having retired from the temple elder ranks, indulging in countless resources. It would not be an exaggeration to say they represented the pinnacle of human strength. If the Kirin Emperor, the sovereign of the Soul Beast clan, were to intervene, eliminating those 4 offerings would be effortless. Yet, as an emperor of the Fox lineage, Su Jiao had limited resources and significantly less training time. Thus her strength was naturally inferior. The Holy Sun, brimming with potential, was poised to inherit the Temple's power with a high certainty. Are you truly willing to confront such an adversary? Luo Fancheng raised his head, locking eyes with Su Jiao, and spoke calmly. I am not one to grasp the intricacies of profound principles. I adhere to one unwavering truth. You may bully me, provided it is not excessive. But should anyone dare to harm my woman, even if it were the King of Heaven himself, I would annihilate his entire lineage. Wonder may not suffice. Practice for 3, and if that fails, for 30. If I cannot overcome, I shall resort to poison. If poison fails, I shall devise a scheme. Su Jiao felt her heart flutter, her beautiful eyes shimmering with complex emotions. The man offered no grandiose declarations nor frantic oaths. Yet she could sense an unyielding resolve crashing upon her like a tidal wave, strumming the strings of her heart. In this moment, she began to recognize the feelings a woman harbors for a man, transcending mere familial affection. All right, do not be angry. Truly, I have not suffered any injustice. Su Jiao thought, her heart aching. As if fearing Luo Fancheng would doubt her, Su Jiao placed a finger on his brow, and an intense battle flashed through his mind. The heads of the 4 guardians cracked and bled. One arm was shattered, flesh and blood a gruesome mix. The holy child in her arms lay charred, uncertain of life or death. Ultimately, as the anguished cries of the 4 guardians echoed, Su Jiao slipped into the void and escaped. This, Luo Fancheng's gaze cleared, and his heart quaked. His little wife was far more ruthless than he had imagined. He had thought Su Jiao was the one at a disadvantage. Noticing the astonished look in Luo Fancheng's eyes, Su Jiao proudly raised her chin, exuding an air of imperial authority. You may provoke me, but do not dare to bully my little man. I, Su Jiao, cannot endure such indignities. Luo Fancheng grasped her icy, delicate hand and said, A gentleman's vengeance is never late. Do not risk yourself for my sake next time. It is far too perilous. Ah, look at you, growing bold enough to hold my hand. Su Jiao teased, yet she did not withdraw, asking, Have you heard the latter part of that saying? Huh? A woman avenges herself at every turn. Su Jiao narrowed her beautiful eyes. That old dog harbored ill intentions. It is a pity he did not meet his end. She then recounted the conversation and schemes involving the 4 guardians and Huang Yin to Luo Fancheng. The hearts of men are treacherous. These high-ranking individuals regard the common folk as mere grass and ants. They truly deserve to be eradicated, Luo Fancheng scoffed. Su Jiao shook her head, relieved. That old dog possesses unfathomable strength and wields the divine artifact of the Temple of Light. Fortunately, I launched a surprise attack, and he did not anticipate that I would employ a life-risking secret technique from the outset. Moreover, he was preoccupied with protecting his son, which is why he suffered greatly at my hands. However, had I not fled, once the effects of the secret technique faded and I entered a weakened state, he would have claimed me with that artifact in his possession. How are you injured? Luo Fancheng inquired with concern. It is not life-threatening, but I require some time to recuperate, Su Jiao replied. Now that you have taken the female pope as your mentor and have someone to protect you, and given that the female pope and the 4 guardians are evidently from different factions, I can depart with peace of mind. What? You intend to leave? Luo Fancheng asked. Su Jiao sighed, acknowledging her identity as a soul beast. Ultimately, the human realm is not my true home. The wilderness of Qingqiu offers far greater benefits for cultivation. All these years have been dedicated to ensuring your healthy growth within human society, and now you are capable of standing on your own. Moreover, I sense that my impending trial of the beastly heavenly tribulation, which spans 500,000 years, is approaching. This tribulation is fraught with peril, necessitating my seclusion for intense cultivation. The heavenly tribulation? Luo Fancheng queried, puzzled. Su Jiao responded, now that you have awakened your martial soul, it is time to discuss the intricacies of soul masters with you. Luo Fancheng focused intently, eager to absorb her words. She continued, in the soul martial continent, humans undergo body tempering before the age of 16 to establish a foundational physique. Upon reaching 16, they may awaken their martial souls. During this initial awakening, all individuals possess soul power at level 1, thereby earning the title of soul scholar. Currently, you are a level 1 soul scholar. To progress to level 10, one must acquire a soul ring to transcend to the next tier, which is level 11, the soul master. What is a soul ring? Luo Fancheng inquired, his curiosity piqued. Su Jiao elucidated, upon the demise of a soul beast, it can condense a soul ring for a brief period. Certain unique soul beasts may also yield soul bones. A soul master can draw the soul ring into themselves, facilitating their breakthrough. The function of soul bones will be revealed to you in due time. There are numerous subtleties involved, which I shall refrain from elaborating on for now. Your teacher will enlighten you tomorrow, as you currently hold the status of a commoner. Possessing too much knowledge may be inconsistent with your role and could expose my existence. Despite his insatiable curiosity, Luo Fancheng could only nod in agreement. Su Jiao continued. A level 11 soul master is also referred to as a first-tier powerhouse, with the first tier encompassing levels 1 through 10. The tiers from 1st to 9th are classified as Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Sect Master, Soul King, Soul Emperor, and Soul Saint, respectively, with the term extraordinary denoting their status. Those known as Holy Sons and Holy Daughters are all 4th-tier Soul Sect Masters. However, judging by her aura, that Holy Daughter has only recently achieved her 4th soul ring and completed her breakthrough. The 4 worshippers and the High Priestess, on the other hand, are 9th-tier extraordinary powerhouses capable of shattering the void. Nevertheless, the disparity in strength among 9th-tier extraordinary powerhouses can be vast. After all, levels 91 and 95 are not synonymous. What level are you? Luo Fancheng pressed further. Su Jiao replied, I am approximately equivalent to a human of level 95. Noticing Luo Fancheng's bewilderment, she clarified. The cultivation of soul beasts is measured by their age, not by level. Luo Fancheng exclaimed in surprise. Generally, soul beasts are categorized into centuries, millennia, 10 millennia, and 100 millennia. A 100,000-year soul beast is akin to a human at level 91. Upon reaching this age, it faces a significant choice in its existence. What choice? Luo Fancheng asked, fully aware that the knowledge he was acquiring was beyond the grasp of ordinary mortals, and thus he was exceedingly intrigued. It must decide whether to continue cultivating in its soul beast form or to take the opportunity to transform entirely into a human form, beginning its cultivation anew. Su Jiao's tone grew grave. If it chooses to cultivate as a soul beast, it must endure a heavenly tribulation every 100,000 years. A harrowing experience with a 9 out of 10 chance of death. Surviving leads to rebirth, while failure results in utter annihilation. This path is the one I have chosen. Luo Fancheng listened, captivated and perplexed by the arduous path of cultivation faced by the soul beast clan, who must also confront the tribulations of heaven. By the way, you just mentioned that the impending heavenly tribulation of 500,000 years is approaching. Surely, you cannot have lived for 500,000 years, can you? Are you being polite? Su Jiao glared. I suspect you are offending me by calling me an old hag. Unable to restrain herself, Su Jiao pinched the soft flesh at Luo Fancheng's waist. Hiss, wicked enchantress, are you plotting to murder your husband? Bah, Su Jiao retorted. Let me clarify. The lifespan of a soul beast corresponds to the rank classification of humans, not the number of years lived. If we were to consider years lived, high-ranking soul beasts would have been wiped out by your human soul masters long ago, as only a few exist after tens of thousands of years. Under my mother's protection, I have cultivated in seclusion, and I am unsure of the exact duration of my training. It is likely that I have not even reached 1/3 of that old hag's age, otherwise, he would surely be dead by now. Regardless, I am quite young. Su Jiao emphasized each word with a fierce glare, her blue eyes sparkling with intensity. This icy yet charming demeanor made her irresistibly adorable. And Luo Fancheng found himself wanting to ruffle her hair, though he held back. I believe I have conveyed the gist of it to you. Many details will be taught by your Pope teacher. Why do you keep mentioning the female Pope? Luo Fancheng teased. Aunt, Are you feeling envious of her beauty? Envious? Su Jiuer's gaze flickered, and she scoffed. Envious of whom? Luo Fancheng inexplicably sensed a wave of hostility. Come now, little man, answer me. Who is more beautiful, me or the female pope? Su Jiuer asked with a playful smile. Immediately, two faces appeared in Luo Fancheng's mind. One was a bewitching beauty, alluring and captivating, evoking the most primal desires. The other was a stunning figure, cold and regal, exuding an aura of authority that inspired both dread and fascination. Wait, snap out of it. This is not a multiple-choice question. Luo Fancheng, a diligent student, followed his heart's guidance without hesitation and declared, is that even a question? Naturally, you are the most beautiful. No matter how enchanting the female pope or the saintess may be, even when combined, they cannot compare to a fraction of your allure. Indeed, Su Jiuer nodded with satisfaction. Internally, Luo Fancheng scoffed at women. Oh, such creatures of contradiction, claiming not to feel envious. Su Jiuer smiled slyly. This time I will let it slide. But I shall ask you again in front of your pope teacher next time. Luo Fancheng felt a chill in his heart. Women can be so cunning. If you wish for my demise, just say so instead of complicating matters. He. Su Jiuer, witnessing Luo Fancheng's discomfort, laughed exuberantly, her natural beauty unmasked, radiating an astonishing allure. Luo Fancheng felt his throat dry, yearning for a kiss. So beautiful, too beautiful. He attempted to lean closer, expecting to be pushed away once more, but to his surprise, Su Jiuer remained silent, her blue eyes gazing at him quietly. Luo Fancheng approached cautiously once more, the two of them now mere inches apart, able to hear each other's breath. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, stirring emotions within. Su Jiuer closed her eyes, her delicately curled eyelashes fluttering gently, betraying her inner turmoil. The implication was unmistakable. This was the first time in 16 years that Su Jiuer had permitted him such intimate proximity. With such clear signals being sent, how could one remain indifferent? What would that say about one's emotional intelligence, or indeed, one's humanity? Yet, Luo Fancheng's past experiences as a heartthrob had led him to make a resolute decision. Su Jiuer felt a flutter of anxiety, in many respects. She was an unrivaled demon empress, yet matters of romance left her as innocent as a blank slate. This was her first kiss. How could she not feel nervous? What was that little man doing? Surely he could not be so oblivious to the obvious signals from a girl. Chapter 13. Captivating the heart of the demon emperor. The map to treasure. In a state of anxious exasperation, Su Jiuer playfully chided. What are you waiting for, you dog of a man? Never had the illustrious nine-tailed fox demon emperor felt such trepidation, a sensation that rivaled the terror of 16 years prior when she was betrayed by the three-headed dragon. The silence in the air was almost unbearable. Peering through a narrow slit, Su Jiuer discovered that the man before her did not exhibit the impatient lust she had anticipated. Instead, he gazed at her with gentle admiration, his eyes clear and devoid of any sinister intent, as if he were beholding a masterpiece of art. His handsome visage was graced with a smile as warm and radiant as jade. This unexpected scene left her quite astonished, blessed with an inherent allure. Every expression from Su Jiuer drew countless greedy gazes whenever she graced the presence of others. This was, ironically, what she loathed the most. Yet, she recognized the truth that all men, without exception, are drawn to beauty, and few could maintain their composure in the presence of such a bewitching creature. Though she despised sentimentality, she could not entirely escape it. Moreover, as she offered her fragrant lips in a manner inviting for the taking, it seemed unlikely that any man could resist her charms. Yet, the man before her astonishingly managed to do just that. Her heart brimming with disbelief, she inquired, What are you doing? You are simply too beautiful, flawless as white jade. To kiss you would feel like the gravest sacrilege, Luo Fancheng remarked earnestly, maintaining a dignified composure. Thump, thump. Su Jiuer's heart raced, her gaze flitting away as she dared not meet his sincere, sparkling eyes. However, she recalled the whispers branding her as a temptress, a harbinger of chaos. Whoever spoke such slander, I shall deal with them, Luo Fancheng declared, his handsome features now imbued with a fierce intensity. It is mere jealousy towards your captivating beauty. Men's words are deceitful. Do not think I am oblivious to your desires. Su Jiuer retorted, her tone lacking malice, more akin to a bashful tease. Luo Fancheng raised his hands in surrender, innocently replying, If I harbored ill intentions, why did I not kiss you when the opportunity arose? Su Jiuer paused, pondering, Indeed, why did you not? Who said I was going to kiss you? You shameless young man, she exclaimed. I saw you close your eyes, he countered. I was merely tired and needed a moment's respite, she asserted, her words faltering. Very well. Very well, Luo Fancheng acquiesced, raising his hands in defeat. If you assist me in examining this grand treasure, I shall grant you your rest. What grand treasure? Sujiuer asked, only to feel her cheeks flush crimson as she realized the implications of her inquiry. With a swift motion, she kicked out her shapely leg, the bell of her anklet chiming lightly. You little scoundrel, learning nothing good at such a young age. Luo Fancheng exclaimed, suddenly finding himself on the floor, rubbing his backside in indignation. How have I become a scoundrel for being kicked? He protested. Sujiuer's eyes widened in disbelief. After all these years, do you think I am unaware of your true weight? What grand treasure could you possibly conceal? I merely wished for you to help me decipher this map. Luo Fancheng declared, rising and retrieving a sheepskin scroll from his bosom. Ah, this. Sujiuer was left momentarily speechless. Beneath a composed exterior, Luo Fancheng observed the delicate toes of Sujiuer, resembling sheep-fat white jade, curling tightly against the bedspread. She cleared her throat and spoke in a chilling, regal tone. Bring it forth, let me see. Luo Fancheng recognized this as a cunning diversionary tactic employed by the enchanting fairy and could not help but chuckle inwardly, though he refrained from exposing her ruse. As he accepted the sheepskin map, Sujiuer appeared somewhat indifferent, not anticipating any astonishing treasures from him. However, upon a cursory glance, her posture straightened in astonishment as she exclaimed, how do you possess such a detailed map of the Seoul Martial Continent? This could not have been crafted by an ordinary person. The Seoul Martial Continent is vast, fraught with peril at every turn. An ordinary individual could scarcely hope to traverse even a single nation in their lifetime. The more she examined it, the more alarmed she became. Suddenly, she pointed to a marked location on the map and exclaimed, isn't this the route to my home? What? To your home? Luo Fancheng was equally astonished, struggling to believe it. Hadn't they agreed this led to a treasure trove? Why did it lead directly to her family home? Sujiuer stared at him as if he were a ghost, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Unable to contain himself, he remarked, it's merely pointing to your home. Why such shock? Merely? Sujiuer replied excitedly. Qingqiu is the hidden sanctuary of my celestial fox clan, a true utopia. Aside from our kind, no one knows the location of Qingqiu, and your map clearly delineates it. Even my celestial fox beauty, who was betrayed by the three-headed demon dragon, dared not disclose the whereabouts of Qingqiu due to her oath of secrecy. Luo Fancheng immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Where did you acquire this map? Would you believe me if I said I found it? He shrugged. Sujiuer scrutinized him deeply, understanding his reluctance to divulge more, and chose not to press further, instead focusing intently on the map. This route not only leads to Qingqiu, but ultimately to the forbidden grounds of my clan. Sujiuer gasped, her heart racing. The forbidden grounds of Qingqiu? Noticing Luo Fancheng's bewildered expression, she took a deep breath and continued, you are one of us, so I shall confide in you. The Qingqiu forbidden grounds are said to be sealed off, containing a terrifying existence that no member of the Fox clan is permitted to enter. Has no one ever ventured inside? Luo Fancheng inquired. Sujiuer shook her head. My celestial Fox clan values rules and oaths above all. Yet someone must have betrayed. Luo Fancheng muttered. Are you looking for trouble? Why bring that up? Sujiuer lifted her leg to kick him, though her graceful foot ultimately rested against his chest, refraining from striking. This map is significant to you? Luo Fancheng perceived that the system had been quite reliable thus far, unlikely to send him on a fool's errand, and nodded. Indeed, it is very important. Very well, when I return to Qingqiu, I shall find a way to investigate further. Be cautious, if it proves too dangerous. It may be best to abandon the quest. Shall I return the map to you? No need, I have memorized it. Sujiuer slightly parted her lips in surprise. Why would you memorize the map? Why not? Luo Fancheng replied. Isn't it something one can recall with just a glance? Are you not boasting? Sujiuer questioned, her skepticism evident. Luo Fancheng then extended his finger to trace lines in the void. With his unparalleled comprehension, he could now effortlessly achieve photographic memory. Sujiuer was truly astonished. While her own spiritual strength allowed her to easily remember things, for Luo Fancheng, who had just awakened his martial soul, to possess such remarkable talent was nothing short of extraordinary. The rank of a martial soul is merely one aspect. Innate talent for spiritual strength, physical prowess, and comprehension of various paths such as swordsmanship and marksmanship also play significant roles. Generally, those endowed with strong martial souls excel in other areas as well. Luo Fancheng's ability to remember things at a glance indicated that his spiritual strength was sufficiently formidable to surpass his peers. His physical talent was equally impressive, having effortlessly reached the pinnacle of body refinement, which had initially shocked Sujiuer. With a special martial soul capable of evolution combined with these talents, this young man was destined for greatness. Sujiuer felt a surge of concern. By the way, although you have memorized the map, you might still be unclear about the locations, right? All right, let me briefly explain. so it will be easier for you in the future. Su Jiu'er patiently pointed to the map and elaborated. The Soul Martial continent is home to 4 major gathering places for soul beasts: the Eastern Oasis, the Southern Death Desert, the Western Coast, and the extreme Northern Icefield. The Western Coast is a paradise for sea soul beasts, unfathomable and rarely visited. The Eastern Oasis is the most prosperous, with the greatest variety of soul beasts, making it the prime destination for soul masters seeking soul rings, and it is also the closest to us. Currently, we are situated in the Songlong Empire, with the Baihu Empire to the west, the Shenhuang Empire to the south, and the Xuanwu Empire to the north, forming a quadripartite balance, each embroiled in its own disputes. Each of these 4 factions possesses the finest beast martial souls on the continent. 10 sects boasting top-tier weapon martial souls align with their respective empires, distributed across the territories of the 4 great empires, while the temple and other forces lie beyond these borders. Many secrets surrounding these matters are too lengthy to recount, but you will come to understand them in due time. Luo Fancheng's eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance, as if a grand and mysterious tapestry was unfurling before him. The once unfamiliar world gradually became clearer through Su Jiu'er's explanations, igniting within him an eagerness to venture forth and explore. Luo Fancheng collected his thoughts and said, "All right, it's getting late. I won't disturb your rest any longer. Did you forget something?" Su Jiu'er huffed softly. "No, I didn't, T." Luo Fancheng then hastily exited the room, leaving Su Jiu'er to glare at the closed door, biting her lip in frustration. "You scoundrel! You don't even reciprocate a kiss when I offer it." She could not swallow her indignation. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with mischief. "I have a plan now. Let us see how long you can keep up this pretense." Su Jiu'er got out of bed to rummage through her belongings. Back in his room, Luo Fancheng patted his chest in relief. Phew, that was close. Thankfully, he had left quickly. If the enchanting woman had shown even a hint of seduction, he would have been unable to resist the temptation. The reason he refrained from accepting Su Jiu'er's first kiss was clear. She was undoubtedly moved by the impending separation, which led her to desire a kiss. However, such a kiss would be a one-time affair, after which she would surely revert to her distant demeanor, refusing to let him get close again. As the moment draws near, one must exercise restraint and find ways to seize the opportunity to deepen the bond. Although he did not succeed in a kiss earlier, it was evident that the other party's feelings for him had significantly intensified. Patience is a virtue. One cannot rush into things. This strategy is known as the art of seduction through restraint. Temporary forbearance will undoubtedly yield greater rewards. A faint smile graced Luo Fancheng's lips, as he surmised that Su Jiu'er was likely feeling restless, akin to a cat scratching at her heart, and might very well pursue him. Even if she did not, it was imperative to remain calm. He understood the intricacies of a woman's heart. Was there anything wrong with this approach? Certainly not. Luo Fancheng believed that all his actions were merely aimed at fostering a swift and passionate romance, filled with sincerity. This could indeed be termed romantic. In contrast, those men who deceive emotions and fail to take responsibility, causing tears in women, are the true scoundrels. Luo Fancheng removed his shoes and settled cross-legged on the bed, clearing his mind of distractions and emptying his thoughts as he embarked on his initial attempt at the Grand Dragon Devouring Heaven technique. In an instant, he found himself in a state of trance, as if witnessing an indescribably majestic dragon soaring through the void, its resounding roar echoing in the heavens, a magnificent dragon's chant. As it opened its mouth to draw in the universe, the sun, moon, and stars seemed to be engulfed. Simultaneously, a force of attraction emanated from Luo Fancheng's body, drawing in the ethereal energies of the surrounding world, which swiftly converged within him. The energies flowed through his meridians along a mysterious path, ultimately gathering in his dantian. Boom, boom. Unique sounds resonated within Luo Fancheng's body. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes, astonishment etched upon his face. Within his dantian, there had previously been but a single vortex, but now 4 additional vortices had formed. He was uncertain of the implications. However, it was likely a positive sign, for his strength and spirit were evidently magnified several-fold compared to before his cultivation. This Grand Dragon Devouring Heaven technique was indeed profound and extraordinary. A series of knocks echoed at the door, stirring Luo Fancheng's senses. "Come in. The door is unlocked." The moment Su Jiu'er, elegantly adorned, stepped through the threshold, Luo Fancheng was taken aback, his eyes wide with admiration, nearly causing him to bleed from his nose. Enveloped by the aura of his recent breakthrough, Su Jiu'er's mouth fell agape in shock. You. The handsome man and the beautiful woman locked eyes, speaking in unison. Chapter 14, Astonishment. Breaking 5 realms in one night. A beautiful gift Luo Fancheng swallowed hard, having anticipated the arrival of Su Jiu'er. Yet he could never have imagined her entrance would be so overwhelming. The enchanting fairy had transformed her usual icy demeanor into one of exquisite sensuality. With adorable fox ears and alluring features, she wore a fiery red skirt that accentuated her curves, revealing her fair, silky shoulders. As the hem of her dress swayed, glimpses of her long, elegant legs were revealed, clad in gossamer thin stockings, black on the left, white on the right. Her delicate feet were adorned with strappy high heels, the slender ribbons winding up her calves, and with each step, the bells tied around her ankles chimed softly. Across from her, Su Jiu'er fixed her gaze intently on Luo Fancheng, astonished. What on earth did you just do in this room? Nothing much, just trying to practice a bit. Luo Fancheng replied, puzzled. Shouldn't he be the one reacting strongly? Why was she more agitated than he was? Just practicing a bit? Su Jiu'er's voice rose, urgency lacing her words. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, and before he could react, Su Jiu'er had appeared before him, gripping his wrist. The breathtaking allure of her presence left Luo Fancheng dizzy and parched. Hey, don't mess around, he exclaimed, overwhelmed by the intensity of the situation. Who can withstand such a test right off the bat? Seemingly incredulous, Su Jiu'er repeatedly probed with her spiritual energy before finally releasing him. Her striking blue eyes left Luo Fancheng feeling unnerved. What celestial treasure did you consume? None. Luo Fancheng shook his head, feeling rather strange. I just practiced a little. Is it really such a big deal? Just practiced a little? Su Jiu'er's voice shot up, her reaction fervent. In less than the time it takes to burn 3 incense sticks, you've skyrocketed from a level 1 soul warrior to a level 5. Such a terrifying rate of advancement. And you claim it was merely casual practice? Luo Fancheng began to realize. Are you referring to the energy vortex in my Dantian? If that's what you mean, it does seem like there are 4 more now. Su Jiu'er's lips parted in disbelief. How could he state such a thing with such calmness? Although advancing through soul warrior ranks is typically easier, it shouldn't happen at this pace. Breaking through 4 levels in such a short span was utterly preposterous. The young man appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Are you truly not taking any celestial treasures to assist you? Su Jiu'er couldn't help but inquire. Luo Fancheng, at a loss for words, replied. What else with that doubtful look? Should I demonstrate it for you again? It's not doubt. Before she could finish her explanation, she noticed Luo Fancheng already seated cross-legged, his eyes closed. Is this something you can demonstrate? Su Jiu'er was taken aback, then sighed in exasperation, resting her chin in her hand. This is absurd. Breakthroughs are not easily achieved. You can't just wish for one. As he sat, an extraordinary phenomenon began to unfold. Spiritual energy coalesced within the room, surging toward Luo Fancheng, flowing into his body and circulating through his limbs and meridians, ultimately converging in his Dantian. A 6-petaled azure lotus began to materialize beneath him. A spectral figure of a small loach, radiating monochromatic light, opened its mouth above him to absorb spiritual energy. Su Jiu'er's beautiful eyes widened. Is this the commotion that a novice soul master can achieve? Boom. A faint sound resonated, and Su Jiu'er's pupils contracted as she witnessed Luo Fancheng's soul power ascend dramatically. In a mere instant, he had indeed accomplished a breakthrough. This fellow. Su Jiu'er was left utterly astonished, her mouth agape. Luo Fancheng opened his eyes, the extraordinary azure lotus and small loach martial spirits fading away, and shrugged at Su Jiu'er, sighing. Aunt, now you must believe me. Su Jiu'er fell silent. By the way, what were you saying earlier? I was busy cultivating and didn't catch it. Luo Fancheng scratched his head. What is this about not being able to demonstrate? And what is so difficult? Su Jiu'er's delicate face flushed slightly, feeling quite embarrassed as her toes, painted with red nail polish and encased in stockings, scratched the soles of her shoes. Luo Fancheng pointed out. Aunt, what are you doing? Stop that, or you'll tear your stockings. Ah, are you intentionally trying to embarrass me? Little rascal, I'll take you on. Su Jiu'er bit her lip, raising her leg to kick him. Calm down, esteemed lady of Qingqiu. Please, remain composed. Luo Fancheng raised his hand to embrace her, catching her beautiful leg perfectly. This. Luo Fancheng's heart raced. Have you grown bold enough to dare to take liberties with your aunt? Su Jiu'er nearly executed a standing split. But how flexible was the demon emperor? In the middle of the night, dressed like this, intruding into a man's abode, was she not inviting? Before Luo Fancheng could finish his thought, Su Jiu'er spun her long leg, freeing herself from his grasp, and struck out with a kick. Little rascal. I'll make you pay. Bang. Luo Fancheng suffered a blow to his chest, stumbling back and collapsing onto the bed. Murdering one's husband. Luo Fancheng clutched his chest, a look of agony on his face. Humph, don't pretend. Su Jiu'er pouted, saying, I only used my toes, not the heel. So you'll be fine. Hee hee, I knew you wouldn't actually hurt me. Luo Fancheng chuckled as he stood up, saying so. An additional vortex signifies a level increase in soul power? I wouldn't have known if you hadn't mentioned it. Does that mean I am now a level 6 soul master? Upon hearing this, Su Jiaoer perked up, realizing this little man truly understood nothing. Not even about soul power vortices. She gazed at Luo Fancheng curiously, pondering what kind of anomaly he truly was. Oh, indeed a peculiar being, having fallen from the heavens. There could be nothing more extraordinary than this. With this thought, Su Jiaoer felt she could accept it. Truly, your pace of breakthrough is something I have never witnessed before. Su Jiaoer exclaimed. Luo Fancheng remarked, by the way, you are a soul beast, right? How many human soul masters have you encountered? Su Jiaoer shot him a glare. Who are you looking down upon? Just because I haven't eaten pork doesn't mean I haven't seen pigs run. I've certainly heard of the cultivation speeds of some geniuses. I suspect you're insulting me, and I have evidence. Luo Fancheng muttered quietly, envisioning a future where he would cultivate diligently and regain his stature, singing songs of triumph. Suddenly, Su Jiaoer burst into laughter, her smile blooming like flowers. Embodying the essence of beauty that brings disaster, a true enchantress of the mortal realm. As Luo Fancheng's throat subtly moved, he inquired, what are you suddenly laughing about? Su Jiaoer, with her crimson lips pressed together in a smile, replied, I was contemplating the expressions on the faces of the High Priestess and the Saintess when they discover that you have unexpectedly ascended to the 6th level of Soul Master overnight. But then again, it is not certain you have reached the 6th level yet, as the night is still young. Luo Fancheng shrugged nonchalantly. However, Su Jiaoer's smile abruptly faded, and silence enveloped the air, gazing at the ethereal and strikingly handsome man before her, whose innate talents were beginning to shine. She couldn't help but reflect. When she first took him in, her only hope was that he would grow up neither too unattractive nor too feeble. Little did she anticipate the myriad surprises he would bring her, and at times, his actions even made her heart flutter. Was it truly a benevolent twist of fate? A gift from the heavens? Su Jiaoer's heart began to undergo a subtle transformation. Aunt, did you come here so late because you missed me? He teased. Huh, how shameless. Don't entertain such delusions. Who would miss you? Su Jiaoer retorted playfully. All right, Luo Fancheng responded, unperturbed by the interruption. Secretly acknowledging the woman's tendency to feign indifference, a charming quirk of hers that had persisted for quite some time. Here, take this. Unable to withstand Luo Fancheng's penetrating gaze that seemed to see through everything, Su Jiaoer's cheeks flushed. With a delicate motion, she retrieved an object from her bosom and tossed it to him. Chapter 15. The Token of Affection? The bold farewell to the High Priestess Luo Fancheng instinctively caught the small, exquisite white fox jade pendant, which was translucent and delicately warm to the touch, as if it still carried a unique fragrance. A token of affection, perhaps? He mused with a smile. Dream on. Su Jiaoer retorted, her beautiful face suddenly turning serious, exuding an air of aloofness as she curled her lips in a disdainful huff. You, a mere 6th-level soul master, should not overestimate yourself. I am the renowned 9-tailed fox demon Empress, pursued by countless admirers. Ah, indeed. Luo Fancheng nodded, effortlessly breaking through the defenses of the proud demon Empress with a single gesture. He lifted the pendant to his nose, taking a light sniff, and exclaimed, Ah, fragrant. I'll strangle you, you scoundrel. Are you trying to be lewd? Su Jiaoer bit her lip, lunging at him. After a brief tussle, she sensed something amiss. Why was he becoming increasingly exhilarated? Glancing down, she realized she was perched on his lap in an intimate manner, which felt less like an act of aggression and more like playful banter. She hesitated to apply too much pressure in her grip. After all, that would only grant him an undeserved advantage. You rogue. Su Jiaoer swiftly rose, delivering a sharp pinch to his waist. Ouch. Luo Fancheng winced in pain, retorting, You pinched me, and yet you call me a rogue. You, madam, are utterly unreasonable. I am the very definition of reason, Su Jiaoer declared, lifting her delicate chin with pride. Very well, you are right, Luo Fancheng replied with sincerity. Though we are like birds of a feather, destined to part ways tomorrow. As a man, I shall be magnanimous tonight and indulge you. At the mention of their impending separation, Su Jiaoer's expression darkened, her voice unconsciously lowering in tone. Yet, she feigned indifference, asserting, So what if we part? I have long been eager to return to my hometown in Qingxiu. Luo Fancheng gazed at her intently, speaking earnestly. I cannot speak for you, but I find it hard to let you go. Su Jiaoer trembled slightly. She expected him to retort with bravado, declaring he had grown weary of her. His words stirred a tide of memories within her, reminding her of the countless moments they had shared over the years. Initially, she had intended to give him her first kiss, hoping it would alleviate her heartache, but he had unexpectedly retreated to his room, leaving her flustered. Determined, she had dressed up and pursued him, convinced he could not maintain his facade, but their stubbornness had led the conversation astray. Luo Fancheng took her delicate hands in his. This time, the typically assertive Su Jior did not resist, allowing him to hold her. I understand you need to recuperate and face your tribulations. So I shall not hold you back or make things difficult for you. I, too, must venture alone to become a true powerhouse, capable of protecting those I cherish. Relying on my woman for protection leaves me feeling inadequate. Su Jior immediately lifted her gaze and said, "Do not burden yourself with excessive pressure. I do not mind your weaknesses." Luo Fancheng smiled, looking out the window, his deep, dark eyes shimmering with fervent light. "You are mistaken. You are not a source of pressure. You are my motivation. Moreover, a man of great ambition, born amidst the heavens and the earth, should strive to be a remarkable figure in life and a heroic spirit in death. A life spent in mediocrity, even if lived for 1,000 years, is devoid of excitement. He has grown up. The little boy of yesteryears has truly matured." Su Jior whispered sweetly to herself, feeling an enchanting aura radiating from Luo Fancheng at this moment. A beauty need not be paired with a hero, yet she must be with a man of great stature. The pride of a generation's demon emperor is unparalleled, with countless prodigies in the world. Who could possibly catch her eye? Yet now, her gaze has grown increasingly dreamy. Fancheng. The starlit sky poured into the wooden cabin, casting reflections upon the bluestone floor. The fair maiden murmured softly, her delicate form leaning in, her lips as rosy as petals, inching closer to the man. Luo Fancheng lowered his head, his demeanor gentle. In the darkness, their first kiss was shared, while emotions quietly flourished in the shadows. "Stay tonight, will you?" Although Luo Fancheng posed it as a question, he grasped the woman's hand firmly, exuding an undeniable authority. Su Jior initially straightened her posture, intending to retort, yet ultimately succumbed to softness. "All right, I want to leave." Luo Fancheng's eyes instantly ignited with fervor. Su Jior pressed her delicate hand against her crimson dress, her pearly teeth lightly nibbling her moist lips as she whispered, "You can touch my legs, but nothing else, or you'll be in trouble." "I'm in good shape. I can handle it," Luo Fancheng replied. "Absolutely not." Su Jior's typically fierce ice blue eyes revealed a hint of pleading. "Wait until you cultivate to level 70 and become a 7th-tier soul saint. Then it might be acceptable." Luo Fancheng murmured, "Level 70, huh? How long will that take? Having already stolen my first kiss, what else is not yours? With your talent, reaching level 70 will be swift, probably in 15 to 20 years, Su Jior reassured him. "What? Is that considered fast?" Luo Fancheng felt as though he had been doused with cold water, suddenly awakening to the reality. "Will it really take that long?" Su Jior rolled her eyes. "That's already a remarkable pace. The breakthrough in soul power becomes increasingly difficult as one advances. Being a 7th-tier soul saint is already a mark of strength. I can't wait 20 years to become a eunuch." Luo Fancheng lamented, his large hand running through his dark hair, a look of agony etched upon his face. Su Jior bit her lip forcefully. "You may not have that option, but you can seek another woman." "What?" Luo Fancheng gazed at the enchanting beauty in disbelief. "Is that really permissible?" Su Jior snorted lightly. "Why are you so shocked? Isn't it quite normal in the Soul Martial continent for emperors to have multiple wives? The Soul Beast clan also does not adhere to monogamy. Powerful males can even possess the breeding rights of an entire clan. I'm not worried about you finding someone. I'm concerned if you lack the ability and no one wishes to be with you." Cough, cough, cough. Luo Fancheng coughed repeatedly, feeling his worldview being thoroughly challenged. However, upon reflection, this is not Earth. Even if it were Earth, let us not dwell on that. To grow stronger, one must indeed become stronger. Martial souls must advance and strength must be enhanced. 20 years is too long. One must seize the day. Luo Fancheng clenched his fists, once again profoundly experiencing the harsh realities of this world, where the strong feast while the weak merely scrape by. "Get lost," he muttered, dismissing the frivolity of such aspirations. Su Jior playfully pouted, shyly delivering a kick, but Luo Fancheng, with lightning reflexes, caught her delicate foot with his bare hands. The contrast of her left black silk stocking and right white one nearly caused his nose to bleed. Su Jior had anticipated that he would continue his antics, but to her astonishment, Luo Fancheng sat upright and began to cultivate once more. She was left in awe. Was he truly this dedicated? Touching her alluring visage, she began to doubt her own charm, wondering if she lacked allure. Little did she know, Luo Fancheng was simply unable to endure the torment of desiring what he could not have, opting instead to focus on his training. Boom, boom. A night devoid of sleep echoed with the sounds of breakthroughs. Su Jior's mouth gaped wider in amazement, but she quickly turned her attention inward, crossing her beautiful legs to recuperate from her injuries. The following morning, before dawn's light broke, Luo Fancheng arose, his bones cracking and popping. "Hurry up and wash up. Breakfast is ready," Fancheng, Su Jiuer called, her slender waist cinched with an apron, her culinary ensemble complemented by a table adorned with exquisite dishes, white porridge, and fluffy steamed buns. So early? Luo Fancheng was taken aback, having awakened much earlier than usual. After all, it was the first day he would officially meet his teacher, and it was only polite to arrive early, lest he keep them waiting. To his surprise, Su Jiuer had also risen early, preparing a meal in advance. At the dining table, Luo Fancheng felt somewhat uneasy as he noticed her captivating gaze fixed upon him. "What are you staring at, monster?" "Indeed," Su Jiuer responded, resting her chin on her hands, intrigued. "When you meet the high priestess, I imagine you'll give her quite a shock." "Oh, I can hardly wait to see their expressions," she added with anticipation. "You're overthinking it. They've surely encountered many talented prodigies in the temple," Luo Fancheng replied nonchalantly, taking a bite of his white bun. Su Jiuer shook her head, realizing that this young man was still unaware of just how monstrous his cultivation speed was compared to others. She had been genuinely startled the previous night. "By the way, Aunt, what is this for?" Luo Fancheng inquired after finishing his meal, pulling out a white fox jade pendant from his bosom. Chapter 16. The Reluctant Fairy, Villagers Bestowing Treasures. "And the anomalous movement of martial souls, try pricking your finger to find out," suggested Su Jiuer. "All right," Luo Fancheng replied, extending his fingertip. Su Jiuer narrowed her eyes. "What are you doing?" "Just prick it. Help me bite it," he urged. "Go away." Su Jiuer pouted disdainfully. "That's filthy. I refuse." Luo Fancheng teased. "Truth be told, I find your saliva distasteful too, but alas, your fox-like teeth are too sharp for me to dare." "Who are you mocking?" Su Jiuer retorted angrily, seizing his finger and biting down with fervor. The sudden warmth enveloped him. "Ah, it's breaking. It's going to break." Luo Fancheng grimaced in pain. Realizing her intentions were far from innocent, she was indeed willing to bite hard. No chance of taking advantage here. With a haughty smirk, Su Jiuer wiped the blood from her lips, enhancing the allure of her already crimson mouth. Luo Fancheng let a drop of blood fall onto the white fox jade pendant. The liquid seeped into the stone, vanishing swiftly, and the pendant began to emit a soft glow. Luo Fancheng felt an unusual connection forming with the jade. He infused it with his soul power. Suddenly, he perceived a unique space within the pendant, substantial enough to be likened to a storeroom. Inside lay a single bronze box, the contents unknown. With a mere thought, he commanded it to reveal itself. Bang! The bronze box crashed onto the floor. "This," Luo Fancheng exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing it as the fabled storage space. Su Jiuer chuckled. "You catch on quickly. It didn't take long for you to grasp it. This is a treasure of my Qingxiu Fox clan, concealing a space for storage. Even a 7th-tier soul saint would covet it. A relic from ancient times that few in the modern era possess the skill to create. Therefore, you must handle it with care." "Indeed, it is a remarkable item." Luo Fancheng nodded appreciatively. Yet, he returned it, stating, "A gentleman does not take what others cherish. This treasure is likely unique to you. I cannot accept it." Su Jiuer was taken aback. Most would seize such a treasure without hesitation. Her lips curled into a smile, her spirits lifted. "You are my little lover. I am more than willing to gift you something. I know you are currently impoverished, so perhaps you can repay me with a fine treasure once you have achieved greatness. Moreover," Su Jiuer gestured toward the bronze box on the ground. "Without a storage space, you cannot take this away." "What is it?" Luo Fancheng inquired, intrigued. Su Jiuer elucidated. "I have sealed 2 soul rings and a soul bone within using a special method. However, their levels are too high for you to absorb now. Wait until you possess the capability to break the seal and utilize them." Luo Fancheng immediately recalled the 3 demonic dragons and the celestial fox beauty that had perished during the descent of Golden Thunder years ago. Surely, these belonged to those 2 unfortunate souls. "Here, allow me to adorn you with this," Su Jiuer said, plucking several strands of her long silken hair, twisting them together, and threading them through the pendant's hollow, personally draping it around Luo Fancheng's neck. "And," Luo Fancheng softly called out, having spent 16 years in this unfamiliar world. It was Su Jiuer who had been by his side through thick and thin. Now, as they faced parting, a natural sense of reluctance filled their hearts. How many times had he been reminded to call her wife when at home instead of aunt? Su Jiuer corrected him with a fierce demeanor, ultimately biting her lip into silence. Just as Luo Fancheng was about to speak, she suddenly rose, her expression cold and unyielding as she pushed him toward the door, even discarding the bronze box he carried. Bang! The door slammed shut. Outside, Luo Fancheng stood in silence, his gaze distant. After a long pause, he bent down to retrieve the bronze box, carefully placing the jade pendant from around his neck into his embrace before turning to depart. He stepped into the harsh world filled with formidable opponents, each stride resolute, as if harboring an unspoken determination to ascend to greatness. He said nothing, yet it felt as though he had conveyed everything. Inside, Su Jiuer covered her face with her delicate hand, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears. Watching the silhouette of the man fade at the path's end, she opened the door and whispered softly, "You must do your best, little man." If not for the need to recuperate and prepare for the impending tribulation, she truly would have wished to stay. And she harbored only a 50% certainty about overcoming the catastrophic beast tribulation that awaited in 500,000 years. Naturally, her heart grew heavier with reluctance. This was something she dared not disclose to Luo Fancheng. Even if she did, it would only add to his worries without providing any assistance. As dawn broke and the sun rose, a beam of morning light fell upon the youthful exile as he walked toward the village square. Buzz! The soul light surged, and the six-petaled blue lotus spirit manifested spontaneously. Luo Fancheng paused, taken aback. He observed the blue lotus spirit spinning gracefully, emitting a fragrant aroma. As a beam of blue light shot forth from its petals, landing on his fingertip. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that the finger he had just bitten was healing at a visible pace under the blue glow. Soon, his finger returned to its former state, devoid of any scars. The healing ability was indeed formidable. Luo Fancheng marveled, simultaneously sensing a depletion of his soul power within. It appeared that such healing light was not boundless and was contingent upon his own reserves. He retracted the spirit and was about to reach the village entrance when he suddenly froze. Along the dirt path, villagers from Yun village were gathered, their familiar, simple faces coming into view. Even if not the entire village had turned out, at least 70 to 80% were present, clearly having awaited his arrival. Village chief, what brings you and everyone here? Luo Fancheng inquired upon spotting the elderly village chief. Lu Rin stooped in the middle of the road, his weathered hands tightly clutching two bundles. Good boy, you have truly grown. Lu Rin's aged face broke into a kind and gratified smile. Everyone knows you are leaving, and we have all come to bid you farewell. Luo Fancheng surveyed the crowd and clasped his hands in gratitude. I, Fancheng, sincerely thank everyone for their years of care. The village chief shook his head. Good boy, over these years, you owe nothing to the village. It is we who owe you. You have always gone out to hunt and support us. This is just a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it. The village chief pressed the two bundles into Luo Fancheng's hands. As soon as Luo Fancheng grasped one of the parcels with his right hand, he felt a sudden tremor from within, as if his azure lotus martial soul was stirred by a surge of longing. Village chief, what is this? He inquired. The village chief replied, on the left is a small sum gathered by everyone. A poor family must not let their own children appear too destitute when they venture out into the world. The parcel on the right contains a piece of black stone I found 30 years ago. It is impervious to any blade or axe. I thought you might find it useful, so I brought it for you. Village chief, he began, but the village chief insisted, you must accept it. Otherwise, we shall be saddened. After all, you have shared your spoils with us on numerous occasions. Holding the two parcels, Luo Fancheng felt a profound emotional stir. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, raised in a welfare institution, enduring the solitude of his childhood. Perhaps it was this early lack of affection that had drawn the attention of many girls. Yet now, in this unfamiliar world, he felt the warmth of care from his elders. The village chief gently patted his shoulder, saying, work hard. The soaring eagle should aim to fly ever higher, striving never to return to this barren land. Your success brings pride to Yun village. There's no need for farewells, Luo Fancheng responded earnestly, committing to memory the simple, earnest faces of those present. The village chief and the villagers resolutely refrained from accompanying him, watching as he departed the village. Arriving at the square, a rending of space ensued, engulfing him in an abyss of darkness. From within emerged the imposing figure of a regal priestess clad in golden robes, accompanied by a resplendent saintess, her slender legs adorned in black boots, a purple ponytail swaying gracefully. The saintess, Bai Yingyue, raised her hand and playfully waved, her enchanting eyes sparkling. Good morning, charming little senior brother. It seems you are quite popular, with so many villagers seeing you off from afar. How captivating. Even the normally stoic priestess offered a slight nod, saying, a gifted individual who remains humble and respects the weak earns the people's hearts. This is commendable. Luo Fancheng silently mused, perplexed that the two women, though newly arrived, appeared to have witnessed the earlier scene at the village entrance. Let us proceed, the priestess, Di Wei Yang, stated calmly. Yet, as her gaze fell upon Luo Fancheng and scrutinized him closely, she could not suppress a gasp of surprise, her earlier composure momentarily shaken. Chapter 17. The astonished Pope and the bashful saintess. What troubles you, master? Is there an issue with the junior brother? Bai Yingwei, well acquainted with the Pope, was seldom surprised by her reactions. Di Weiyang gazed at Luo Fancheng, her expression one of astonishment. You have made a breakthrough? Luo Fancheng nodded in acknowledgement. Your discerning eyes do not deceive you, master. Bai Yingyue chuckled lightly. Well done, junior brother. Achieving a breakthrough in just one night is impressive. Luo Fancheng humbly smiled. The cold and imposing aura of the Pope could be somewhat intimidating, yet Bai Yingyue's vivacious personality made him feel considerably more at ease. Bai Yingyue looked at the Pope with curiosity, puzzled. Master, is it truly such a surprise that junior brother has made a breakthrough? It cannot be that extraordinary. The Pope cast her a sidelong glance, her red lips parting as her voice rang out like the song of a phoenix. Indeed, it is not an extraordinary event, merely a rise of 9 levels in a single night. Oh, a rise of 9 levels. Bai Yingyue instinctively nodded, then suddenly lifted her head. Her large, expressive eyes widening in disbelief. Impossible. Are you saying that junior brother advanced from a level 1 soul master to a level 10 in just one night? Di Weiyang turned to Luo Fancheng. Release your soul energy. With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng unleashed his latent soul energy. While not overwhelmingly powerful, it left Bai Yingyue gaping in astonishment, as if her cherry lips could accommodate a banana. How can this happen so quickly? This is extraordinary. Junior brother, you haven't taken any drugs, have you? Not at all. Before Luo Fancheng could speak, Di Weiyang interjected confidently. There is no trace of any medicinal residue on him. Wow. Junior brother, you are far more impressive than I was back in my day. Bai Yingyue exclaimed without a hint of jealousy. She placed a finger on her lips, reminiscing. After my awakening, I only managed to break through 5 realms in a night. If the 4 guardians and the Holy Sun were to learn of junior brother's exceptional talent, they would surely regret their past decisions. Luo Fancheng shook his head, thinking to himself that they likely would not regret not taking him as a disciple, but rather regret not having eliminated him with a single blow. Bai Yingyue waved her delicate fist. Junior brother, strive to one day join me in defeating the Holy Sun and the Guardians. Luo Fancheng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he realized that the Holy Maiden of the Temple was quite the chatterbox, yet in a charming and endearing manner. Unable to resist, he inquired, if I may be so bold, as a Holy Maiden of the Temple, does it truly befit you to speak of defeating the Guardians and the Holy Sun? Bai Yingyue huffed lightly. Those 2 scoundrels, one schemes against the master, while the other desires to marry me. None of them are good people. They all presume that I am naive, but my eyes are wide open. It seemed that the temple was not entirely united in purpose, Luo Fancheng mused. Of course, where there is power and profit, there will be struggle. It's utterly tiresome. Bai Yingyue pouted, her beautiful eyes rolling playfully, exuding a lively youthful spirit. But junior brother, it's incredibly brave of you to dare to cultivate on your own without guidance. Luo Fancheng scratched his head, a bashful smile gracing his features as he remarked. I merely inhaled the spiritual energy from the surroundings and gathered it within my dantian. Upon inspection, I noticed that the energy I drew in seemed to have transformed entirely into a vortex. Initially, I was concerned that I might have practiced incorrectly, but after hearing the words of my teacher and senior sister, I feel reassured. It seems that each additional vortex signifies a level up. Bai Yingyue felt a sense of disbelief. Is cultivation truly that simple? Just inhale, gather, and then break through? However, upon further reflection, she found no significant fault in his statement. Yet, while the path is indeed straightforward, she mused, isn't this a bit too simplistic? Can one be certain that inhaling from the wrong source won't lead to calamity? Fancheng. There were 2 instances of celestial disturbances in this vicinity the day before yesterday and yesterday. They must have been caused by you, right? At that moment, Di Weiyang inquired, startling Luo Fancheng. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to candidly admit, yes, it was due to me. The first time, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens and directly entered my body, yet I felt nothing. The second time, while awakening my martial spirit, I was struck by heavenly thunder, which was quite painful. However, remarkably, I sustained no injuries afterward. How intriguing, Di Weiyang remarked, a smile gracing her lips. Bai Yingyue could not help but ask, Teacher, with heavenly thunder entering his body, will our junior brother be all right? With a graceful sway of her skirt, Di Weiyang, clad in long golden boots, approached Luo Fancheng and grasped his wrist, her touch cool and smooth. After a moment of perception, she shook her head. There are no hidden dangers. Your junior brother's physical condition is excellent, even surpassing that of ordinary individuals. It's junior brother, not junior master, teacher. Bai Yingyue pouted in correction, then hesitated. But what could explain these 2 unusual phenomena? I have never heard of anything like it. Di Weiyang shook her head. I, too, am at a loss. What? Even you, teacher, do not know? Bai Yingyue exclaimed in astonishment. In this vast world, marvels abound, and thus one must not be complacent. Di Weiyang advised her disciple before continuing her analysis. As for the first anomaly, I cannot discern its cause. The second instance of heavenly thunder should have been summoned by the fact that Fancheng's martial spirit is extraordinarily formidable, perhaps even something that ought not to exist in this world, thus inviting divine retribution. Fortunately, it seems that Fancheng's martial spirit has not been destroyed, indicating that there remains a chance for evolution. It is merely uncertain what heights it may attain in the future. Bai Yue's curiosity surged, prompting her to wish to inquire further with Luo Fancheng. But she was promptly silenced by the voice of the Pope. Each individual must have their own opportunities and secrets. One should not pry too deeply. With that, Di Weiyang cast a profound glance at Luo Fancheng, not concerning herself with the veracity of his words. In his heart, Luo Fancheng felt a swell of gratitude, realizing how fortunate he was to have encountered such an unassailable Pope and Saintess. Ah, it seems I am blessed with the luck of the golden dragon, showered with fortune. Well then, let us proceed, Di Weiyang stated. Luo Fancheng, filled with curiosity, asked, Teacher, where are we headed? Di Weiyang's tranquil eyes momentarily flickered with a hint of exasperation. She had not anticipated Luo Fancheng to be such an exceptional talent, which had derailed her original plan. She had intended to first impart foundational knowledge of cultivation before commencing the practice. At this moment, we must first take you to obtain your very first spirit ring. So soon? Luo Fancheng expressed his surprise. What other option do we have? Di Weiyang retorted. It was the first time Luo Fancheng experienced the decisive and efficient style of the female Pope. With a tearing sound, the fabric of space was rent asunder, revealing a void of darkness. Hesitating momentarily, Luo Fancheng refrained from boldly taking the Pope's hand for fear of retribution and extended his empty hand to grasp Bai Yue's. The three entered together, and Luo Fancheng felt a golden shield enveloping them as they traversed the darkness. Bai Yue's cheeks flushed, and she playfully protested. There's no need to hold hands. The teacher can take us directly. Luo Fancheng instinctively withdrew his hand, lifting his gaze to meet the Pope's icy, phoenix-like eyes, awkwardly shifting his toes against the ground. Then why didn't you evade? Bai Yingwei replied with a hint of grievance. I was just afraid that avoiding would make it awkward for you. It would be quite unfortunate to damage our brother-sister bond. Thank you for your words. Luo Fancheng's lips twitched. The situation became even more awkward. This is the first time I've held hands with a male, Bai Yingwei murmured softly. She herself was perplexed, feeling an inexplicable attraction to this junior brother, whose charm was not limited to his handsome appearance, making her instinctively want to draw closer, utterly unrepulsed. Leading to the accidental hand-holding. Is it really possible? You've never held hands before? Luo Fancheng asked in astonishment. In his previous life, it was unimaginable for a girl to have never experienced such a simple act. Even kissing would have been considered a rare honor. Bai Yingwei shook her head, her ponytail swaying gently. I have no father. I am an orphan, taken in by my teacher. I see, Luo Fancheng nodded. Bai Yingwei, feeling indignant, exclaimed, Does your conscience not ache? Look at my plight. Can't you offer a word of comfort? Well, I am also an orphan, Luo Fancheng thought to himself, adding silently that it was not just in this life but in his previous one as well. 2 lifetimes as an orphan, was that not tragic enough? He pondered if this was what they referred to as parents sacrificed to the heavens, bestowing boundless power. Bai Yingwei suppressed her emotions and said, Then junior brother, you are far more pitiful than I am. At least I have my teacher's care. In the future, I will look after you. If anyone bullies you, I will help you deal with them. Saint Sun, Luo Fancheng replied. Wait. Bai Yingwei remained silent for a few seconds before responding with indignation. Hey, I am your junior sister, not an elder sister. Junior sisters are meant to be cherished, not used as muscle. All right, I can see that you cannot contend with him. Luo Fancheng admitted candidly. Bai Yingwei turned to the Pope, pointing at Luo Fancheng in a mock frenzy. Teacher, is it too late for me to strangle him now? He is infuriating. The Pope replied coolly. You chose this junior brother yourself. Even with tears, you must learn to coexist. Bai Yingwei felt as though struck by lightning, clutching her chest in distress. Luo Fancheng was equally taken aback. He had not expected the Pope to possess a sense of dark humor. Here we are. The space tore open once more, and Di Weiyang led the handsome young man and beautiful young woman forth from the shadows. Chapter 18. The Soul Beast Oasis. A stunning revelation? A breaking limit talent? Luo Fancheng gasped in astonishment as he found himself suspended in midair, 1,000 meters above the ground, surrounded by an expanse of emptiness. Look below, little senior brother, Bai Yingwei chimed, her voice melodious. Luo Fancheng glanced down, his heart quaking in disbelief. He was hovering above a vast sea of verdant greenery. The endless primal forest stretched out beneath him. This, little senior brother, is the Eastern Oasis. the largest gathering of soul beasts in the entire soul martial continent, by Yue elucidated. It was here that I obtained my fourth soul ring a few days ago. Now it is your turn. Luo Fancheng inhaled deeply, his eyes shimmering with awe. Was such an expansive jungle truly worthy of being called an oasis? Its coverage seemed more extensive than an entire nation from his previous life. With a swift motion, Di Weiyang guided them downward, and Bai Yue continued her explanation. Our teacher intends to take us to the periphery of the oasis for a hunt. Is there a distinction between the inner and outer areas? Luo Fancheng inquired with curiosity. Bai Yue patiently replied. The outer circle of the oasis is inhabited by weaker soul beasts, while the energy becomes increasingly abundant as one ventures inward, resulting in more powerful soul beasts. The outer region typically hosts beasts aged from 100 to 1,000 years, whereas the weakest in the inner circle are 10,000-year-old soul beasts. The very center of the inner area is deemed the core zone, an absolute human forbidden territory. She paused, a hint of trepidation glimmering in her beautiful eyes. For within lies the 8 great soul beast emperors, each a formidable being exceeding 100,000 years in age. What emperors exist? Luo Fancheng asked, intrigued. Bai Yue chuckled lightly. Such powerful entities are far beyond our current reach. Do not dwell on them. Luo Fancheng silently pondered. Was it truly so distant? They had already shared intimate moments. It was merely a matter of time. However, his own enchanting demon emperor was not from this oasis. Yet he mused that her strength might be comparable. Suddenly, Di Weiyang interjected, currently, there should be 7 soul beast emperors. The 8th, the demon emperor, has been missing for over a decade with no trace found. The human high command suspects he has perished. Bai Yue gasped. I recall that those 3 demon dragons were fearsome beasts of 400,000 years. Who could possess the capability to silently slay the demon emperor? Such power is simply celestial. Luo Fancheng's eyes flickered with an odd expression as he thought. Could it be? It's not the unfortunate beast I crushed back then, is it? Indeed, the celestial being you mentioned is none other than myself. Di Weiyang's brows knitted together, her expression grave. The death of the demon emperor has left behind soul bones and soul rings of 40,000 years, which are top-tier treasures. Should a level 90 soul master absorb them, it would undoubtedly give rise to a terrifying 9th-tier extraordinary being with boundless potential. However, if an evil soul master were to absorb these treasures, it would spell disaster for all living beings. Bai Yue's radiant smile vanished instantly, replaced by a seriousness that matched the gravity of the situation. Luo Fancheng's expression became increasingly unusual. Through the reactions of the female pope and the saintess, he realized that the soul ring and soul bone resting within the pendant were far more precious than he had ever imagined. He harbored no doubts that if he were to extract the soul bone of the demon emperor from the pendant now, it would undoubtedly startle both women. However, such a notion was best kept confined to his thoughts. To actually present it would not merely be an act of ostentation, but rather an exhibition of folly, surpassing even the naivety of the demon emperor himself. Bai Yue naturally noticed the shift in Luo Fancheng's expression, yet she gave it little thought. The realm of the demon emperor was of such an exalted nature that her senior brother, having recently emerged from a desolate mountain village, could scarcely grasp any special knowledge regarding it. Little junior brother, you likely remain unaware of what a soul ring or soul bone truly is. Allow me to enlighten you. Towering ancient trees loomed, casting shadows that obscured the sun. Luo Fancheng followed Di Weiyang along the periphery of the soul beast oasis, the underbrush crackling beneath his feet. After Bai Yue's earlier exposition, he now possessed a clearer understanding of soul rings and soul bones. Upon reaching the 10th level of each stage, soul masters must absorb a soul ring to effectuate their breakthrough. Upon the demise of a soul beast, a soul ring invariably materializes. 100 years yields a yellow ring, 1,000 years a purple one, 10,000 years a black one, and 100,000 years a red one. The color of rings exceeding 100,000 years remains a mystery to Bai Yue, who perhaps deemed such matters too distant for Luo Fancheng to comprehend, thus refraining from elaborating further. Yet Luo Fancheng had already deduced the answer, an orange-red hue. For the soul ring of the demon emperor was indeed orange-red. It appeared that the beautiful fox maiden was a 10,000-year soul beast, with a corresponding red ring. However, as Bai Yue mentioned, the absorption of a soul ring also depends on one's strength and constitution. Different tiers of soul masters can endure varying ages of soul rings. A soul ring over 10,000 years can only be borne by a soul master of level 90 or above. A lower-tier soul master who rashly attempts to absorb it faces a singular fate, explosion and demise. At this moment, Luo Fancheng understood the benevolent intentions of Su Jiu'er, realizing why the soul bone and soul ring of the demon emperor were sealed. Moreover, The soul ring not only assists soul masters in their breakthroughs, but also grants them a usable skill, enhancing their combat prowess. However, this skill is not random. It is intrinsically linked to the innate abilities of the soul beast during its lifetime. Thus, soul masters are particularly judicious in selecting soul rings, striving to hunt soul beasts that align with their martial spirit attributes. Furthermore, the age must not be excessively high, as the body may not withstand it. Conversely, if it is too low, the acquired skill may be weak, squandering potential. Currently, Di Weiyang guided him through the forest, seeking a suitable soul beast for him to hunt. Earlier, when the topic of soul bones arose, Bai Yingyue's eyes sparkled with excitement. It would not be an exaggeration to declare that soul bones are the foremost treasure of the soul martial continent. They can be absorbed by a soul master, merging with their skeletal structure. This dramatically enhances physical strength and soul power, and soul bones also bestow a soul skill for the soul master's use. However, unlike soul rings, which materialize after the death of a soul beast, the production of soul bones is entirely random. The probability of a 100-year or 1,000-year soul beast producing a soul bone is nearly negligible, a 1 in 10,000 chance. For a 10,000-year soul beast, the odds improve slightly yet remain exceedingly rare. For soul beasts over 50,000 years, the chances dwindle to 1 in 100. Uniquely, a 100,000-year soul beast guarantees the emergence of a soul bone, and such soul bones far exceed the strength of those from ordinary soul beasts. Luo Fancheng listened intently, comprehending that the rarity and preciousness of the soul bone stemmed from the formidable difficulty in slaying powerful soul beasts, while weaker ones had a low drop rate, relying heavily on chance. However, the mention of luck caused Luo Fancheng's expression to shift uncomfortably. Discussing this topic dispelled his earlier fatigue. Wasn't the Duck King merely a professional match for the renowned chicken? At that moment, an individual with the fortune of a king could not help but reveal a charming smile. A sudden roar startled Luo Fancheng from his contemplation. A shadow darted forth from the thicket. "Ironback Kangwolf?" came the voice of Bai Yingwei from nearby as Luo Fancheng focused his gaze ahead. Blocking their path was a menacing wolf, its green eyes glimmering with a ghostly light, drool dripping from its sharp teeth onto the ground. Its body was covered in steel-like gray fur, with a particularly striking iron-lead hue on its back that emitted a solid, dark luster. The beast, having long been deprived of the taste of human flesh, detected the soul energy of 3 feeble humans and immediately pursued them. "Fancheng, you go," commanded Di Weiyang. "All right." Luo Fancheng replied with unusual decisiveness, his face devoid of any fear, which left Di Weiyang and Bai Yingwei somewhat astonished. Bai Yingwei could not restrain her curiosity, asking, "Junior brother, this ironback Kangwolf possesses an aura equivalent to 200 years of cultivation, akin to a peak soul master. Aren't you afraid?" Luo Fancheng set down the 2 bundles given by the village chief, rolled up his sleeves, and advanced with a smile. "My teacher, the Pope, has his reasons for sending me, and I am quite accustomed to hunting in the mountains since my time in the village." Bai Yingwei was momentarily taken aback. Had her junior brother always been this wild? She urged him, "Do not be careless. This is not one of the ordinary beasts from the village, but a soul beast that has cultivated for 200 years. In an instant, Luo Fancheng charged forward. The ironback Kangwolf, taken aback by the audacity of the seemingly frail human who did not flee but instead chose to strike first, let out a furious roar in retaliation. "Teacher, is it too hasty to have junior brother confront a 200-year soul beast right from the start?" Bai Yingwei remarked. "Moreover, he is being overly reckless. He will surely face hardship." Di Weiyang cast a cool glance at her, stating, "The objective is not to ensure victory, but to test his foundations against this Kangwolf and discern his limits. I am here. Will anything happen to him?" Her words seemed to imply, "Are you instructing me on how to teach?" This left Bai Yingwei momentarily speechless as she turned her attention back to the battlefield. What she witnessed next was both shocking and astonishing. The Kangwolf leaped high, aiming for Luo Fancheng's throat, but he was sharp-eyed and agile. With a swift maneuver, he slid beneath the ironback Kangwolf, delivering a powerful upward punch that struck its soft abdomen with tremendous force. Bang! The Kangwolf let out a mournful howl before crashing to the ground. Luo Fancheng swiftly followed up, one hand pushing the wolf's jaw upward while the other delivered a fierce blow to its neck. "Teacher, this is too extraordinary." Bai Yingwei gasped from a distance, her hand covering her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. While defeating a 200-year soul beast would be effortless for her, it was utterly inconceivable for a novice who had only recently awakened his martial spirit. Yet, Luo Fancheng delivered a resounding rebuttal, demonstrating what true skill entailed. The movements were indeed rather crude, lacking finesse, reminiscent of rural techniques. Yet they were swift, fierce, precise, and undeniably practical. It was not merely a matter of strength, Bai Yingwe thought to herself that her junior brother possessed a remarkably keen eye, deliberately targeting the softer areas while avoiding the formidable head and back of the ironback wolf. He evaded the hard spots, opting to strike at the vulnerable. She glanced at her teacher and noticed a momentary pause in the cold gaze of the high priestess. Clearly surprised and caught off guard. Before long, Luo Fancheng approached, dragging one leg of the ironback wolf, now on the brink of death. All done, teacher. My junior sister was right. This beast is indeed more formidable than those ordinary wild creatures in the village. Observing Luo Fancheng's sighing demeanor, Bai Yingwe felt an urge to strike him. Brother, we've just awakened our martial souls and can already contend with a soul beast that has lived for 200 years. Is such ferocity not enough for you? Unable to hold back, she remarked, you call this difficult? Yu Haven T sustained a single injury. Luo Fancheng shook his head. In the past, when I hunted in the mountains, I would dispatch them in an instant. Now it feels exceedingly strenuous. Bai Yingwe glared at him, realizing that his notion of difficulty simply referred to his inability to achieve instant kills. What a nonsensical logic. The high priestess, Di Weiyang, interjected with a glimmer in her phoenix eyes. Your foundation is quite solid. You have accumulated substantial combat experience. If it were not for your apparent lack of combat techniques, I might even suspect that you had been specially trained by a master. Many neglect the physical refinement before awakening their martial souls, believing that soul power reigns supreme. However, you have evidently reached the pinnacle of physical refinement. This is commendable. In the future, you will understand the benefits of continuous body tempering. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. As expected of a renowned high priestess, her insight was indeed sharp and precise. He even suspected that she refrained from probing deeper into his secrets out of a broad-minded disposition. Di Weiyang continued, Yingwe did not provide sufficient details earlier. The first soul ring that a soul master acquires has an absorption limit of 400 years. Exceeding this limit poses a risk of explosion. How can one determine this limit? Luo Fancheng inquired. Di Weiyang explained, through combat, without the aid of external objects. The strength of the soul beast you can defeat will dictate the strength of the soul ring you can absorb. I intended to gauge your capabilities through this wolf. If your foundation were weak, you would need to invest time in solidifying it before making a breakthrough. My disciple, the first soul ring must be a 400-year soul ring to forge the strongest foundation. Luo Fancheng tentatively asked, is it possible for the first soul ring to surpass 400 years? Yes, the high priestess affirmed. The world is not devoid of prodigies with extraordinary opportunities. Such individuals often defy limits. Historically, the highest recorded age for a first soul ring exceeds 600 years. An additional 200 years is not an insubstantial amount. Luo Fancheng murmured instinctively. The high priestess maintained her composure, while Bai Yingwe, exasperated, displayed her little tiger teeth. Do you realize what you are saying? 200 years is not significant. That is half again as much as the original. Just as one endures a torturous struggle to take a single breath upon reaching the limits of running, the burden imposed by surpassing the threshold of soul rings for over a year is equally formidable. Luo Fancheng suddenly grasped the essence of the matter. This was merely the first soul ring, yet it already exceeded by half, if each subsequent soul ring were to surpass the limits of others by an equal margin. The augmentation of overall strength would be terrifying. After all, the latter soul rings often span thousands or even tens of thousands of years. And possessing an additional half in terms of years would yield an insurmountable advantage. Ah, you are quite perceptive, Bai Yingwe nodded in agreement. For instance, upon reaching level 90 with 9 soul rings, the earlier rings primarily serve a supportive role. The true reliance lies on the 9th soul ring. If yours is 10,000 years and another's is 15,000, the disparity in power would be staggering. Luo Fancheng contemplated. So, does this imply that if the earlier absorbed soul rings are of too low an age, it would adversely affect the age of the subsequent soul rings? Indeed. Bai Yingwe confirmed. There exist soul beasts that are merely 10 years old, yielding white soul rings. Yet if the first soul ring is of that color, one could forget about ever breaking through to level 20. Luo Fancheng inquired. Then if I spend additional time at level 10, focusing on refining my physique to the point where I can defeat soul beasts aged 7 or 800 years, wouldn't that allow me to absorb a transcendent soul ring? This question left Bai Yingwe momentarily speechless. During her training, she had always adhered to her teacher's guidance without such inquiries. Di Weiyang interjected. A bottle filled to the brim cannot accommodate anymore. The human body is akin to that bottle. One must either obtain a unique opportunity to expand its capacity or break through to the next realm. The limits of the bottle's capacity cannot be increased merely through effort. Thus, when it is time to break through, one must do so. Those endowed with great talent naturally possess larger bottles. A first soul ring of 300 years is considered genius among top-tier powers, while 400 years elevates one to the level of a saint like Yinghua. Considering your training speed and the physical strength demonstrated in combat, I believe you can challenge the limits, and the opportunity to reach 500 years is indeed rare. 600 years would create a historical milestone, and 700 or 800 years. The female pope shook her head, her implication clear. Luo Fancheng received high praise from the female pope, and Bai Yingyue concurred, feeling increasingly impressed by the handsome young master from the mountain village. Junior brother, Bai Yingyue remarked, your initial exposure to me and the teacher at this elite level may lead you to underestimate certain aspects. Once you encounter soul masters from the outside world, you will realize just how exceptional you are. In many soul master academies, a first soul ring over 200 years is revered as a genius. Even my teacher and I are astonished by your talent. Once you truly step outside, you will undoubtedly make a name for yourself and astonish many. Am I truly that extraordinary? Luo Fancheng pondered, realizing that he did not intentionally wish to appear pretentious, rather. His limited interactions with soul masters had left him with little concept of strength and talent. Surrounded by formidable figures such as the demon emperor, the offerings, and the high priestess, he couldn't help but feel a sense of inadequacy. He had begun to yearn for the day he could emerge from the shadows. Suddenly, a pale yellow soul ring coalesced around the surface of the ironback king wolf. After a prolonged discussion between the two women and the man, the old wolf finally breathed its last. Let us go, spoke Diwei Yang. Luo Fancheng nodded and bent down to retrieve his bundle from the ground when, almost simultaneously, two of his martial spirits stirred within him, emanating waves of excitement. The little mudfish martial spirit emerged prominently. Having grown from the size of a palm to that of a forearm after absorbing the venom of the vengeful dragon, its surface was now adorned with scales. Resembling a small serpent, it swiftly darted toward the lifeless ironback king wolf, generating a vacuum as it opened its mouth. With a rush, the wolf's carcass trembled. Crimson essence surged forth, and along with the yellow soul ring, it was drawn into the mouth of the little mudfish. Chapter 19. The Evolution of the Martial Soul. Astonishing achievements. The azure lotus stirs Luo Fancheng felt an uncanny familiarity with the scene before him, recalling the last time the little mudfish exhibited such behavior. The holy maiden, having prepared to depart, was taken aback by the sudden anomaly of Luo Fancheng's martial soul. Seeing the little mudfish consume the soul ring, Bai Yingyue exclaimed in alarm, "This is terrible. Junior brother, you must control your martial soul at once. If you absorb that 200-year soul ring, your talent will be squandered." It's too late, sighed Diwei Yang, realizing that the little mudfish was consuming far too quickly for her to react. It appeared Luo Fancheng was destined to only absorb the 200-year soul ring. With a flash, the little mudfish radiated a mono-colored brilliance. The light intensified, becoming deeper and more profound, as its form rapidly expanded, scales proliferating on its surface, and its status elevated. Bai Yingyue remarked in astonishment, This does not resemble the effects of absorbing a soul ring." Diwei Yang's phoenix eyes narrowed in focus. Boom. The little mudfish's size doubled from that of a forearm, now measuring over a meter in length. Its appearance was significantly more imposing, no longer a mere mudfish. It transformed into an azure-scaled serpent, exuding a dual-colored glow rather than the previous single hue. Luo Fancheng could distinctly sense the elation emanating from the azure-scaled serpent, and a sense of enlightenment blossomed within him. It had grown longer and stronger. However, he mused, "Yet, my little brother, how selfish of you to feast without sharing a morsel with your master." Bai Yingyue, astounded, declared, "Junior brother, your martial soul can indeed undergo continuous evolution, and the speed of this metamorphosis is astonishing." "How intriguing," Diwei Yang remarked, a smile gracing her lips. "Such a martial soul exists in this world. I wonder what the culmination of its evolution might be." "Junior sister, what were you saying?" Luo Fancheng had been wholly absorbed in the little mudfish's ascension. "Oh dear." Bai Yingyue's delicate face reflected regret. "It is a pity that your martial soul, with such boundless potential, only incorporates a mere 200-year soul ring." Luo Fancheng sensed his surroundings and shook his head. "No, I do not perceive the soul ring you mentioned." "How can that be?" Bai Yingyue stamped her elegantly booted foot, demonstrating herself. A round of violet moonlight rose behind her, exuding a chilling aura that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Luo Fancheng felt an icy chill coursing through him. Realizing the exceptional nature of her martial soul, Bai Yingyue had evidently suppressed her aura, yet still managed to convey a wave of frigidness. Swish, swish. For radiant rings, yellow and purple, emerged from the violet moon, oscillating up and down. Bai Yingyue elucidated, "Behold, this is my top-tier martial soul, the Taiyin Yuing, which has already absorbed 4 soul rings." Luo Fancheng emulated her, channeling his soul power as the azure-scaled serpent swam through the void, yet no soul rings appeared. He affirmed, "Indeed, there are none. That soul ring must have been digested as nourishment by my martial soul." Bai Yingyue gasped in disbelief. How can that be possible? It is universally acknowledged that soul rings can only be attached to martial souls, not absorbed as personal power. Di Weiyang interjected. Luo Fancheng's martial soul has indeed not yet absorbed any soul rings. There is no trace of the iron-backed Song Wolf soul ring within it. Did she truly regard the soul ring as mere nourishment? Bai Yingyue's lovely eyes brimmed with incredulity. Many prodigies are born to defy convention. You are a saintess and must embody composure. Di Weiyang could not help but shake her head, deeming this girl far too exuberant, quite unlike a saintess. However, Bai Yingyue turned and saw Luo Fancheng standing there, steadfast as a rock, and was overwhelmed by a sense of impending madness. She felt an overwhelming urge to seize his collar and bellow, Hey, do you even comprehend the sheer abnormality of your martial spirit? If word of this got out, it would terrify people, while others, after acquiring soul rings, find themselves powerless to retain them, watching helplessly as each one dissipates into the ether. Luo Fancheng's martial spirit, on the contrary, wastes not a single resource. It voraciously absorbs, welcoming all without discrimination, visibly growing stronger at an astonishing pace. Moreover, it seemed that this was merely the beginning. With Bai Yingyue's saintly perception, it was evident that Luo Fancheng's martial spirit required energy for its evolution. If his martial spirit were to evolve to its ultimate form, could it not then return the absorbed power to its master, thereby accelerating his cultivation? Other formidable beings could only absorb spiritual energy, employing a singular method for their growth. Yet, Luo Fancheng could absorb both spiritual energy and, through his martial spirit, frantically consume soul rings for his practice. A sharp intake of breath escaped Bai Yingyue as she regarded her dashing junior brother with the awe one might reserve for a monster. How extraordinary! Meanwhile, Luo Fancheng remained blissfully unaware of the implications, retracting his martial spirit and retrieving the two bundles from the ground. The Qinglian martial spirit was still stirring restlessly. It felt no inclination towards the iron-backed azure wolf, but was insatiably eager for the contents within the packages. However, he resolved to refrain from opening them for now, lest some unforeseen circumstance arise that would leave him at a loss for explanation. As he lifted his gaze, he noticed that Bai Yingyue and Di Weiyang had fallen silent, their brows furrowed as they stared intently in the same direction. Following their gaze, Luo Fancheng's pupils constricted. The previously imposing iron-backed azure wolf now lay like a desiccated corpse, as if all its lifeblood had been drained away, shriveled and withered. Goodness! A shiver ran down Luo Fancheng's spine. Surely, the female pope would not see him as some malevolent force to be crushed in its infancy. Even without foreknowledge of the script, he felt a chill, as if he were a bystander compelled to extinguish his own existence. He cautiously observed the expressions of the two women, noting the subtle shifts in their demeanor. The saintly junior sister, with her long legs swaying, bounded over with a sweet smile, exclaiming, "Junior brother, I almost forgot. Your martial spirit can not only absorb soul rings for evolution, but can also assimilate blood essence." Indeed. Luo Fancheng nodded, his earlier tensions slightly easing. He had feared she might exuberantly proclaim, "In the name of the moon, I will punish you." Yet, with his keen perception, he sensed an unnatural flicker in her enchanting gaze. Let us proceed. Di Weiyang's expression remained as frigid as a glacier, devoid of any sign of emotion. As she moved deeper into the forest, "Come on, junior brother," Bai Yingyue waved her hand. Luo Fancheng truly did not anticipate that, despite the circumstances, the high priestess would not even inquire, bestowing upon him ample trust. In the dense thicket, he found himself in a standoff with a mantis of considerable height. He had never conceived that such a creature could grow to such proportions. The mantis, with its scythe-like forearms glistening like diamonds, exuded an alluring yet deadly aura. From a distance, Bai Yingyue expressed her concern. "Teacher, is it not too much to have junior brother face a 400-year-old diamond mantis?" She recalled that this was not how she had been instructed. Di Weiyang replied calmly, "Inferior teachers misguide their students with erratic methods. Conventional educators, bound by tradition, can only nurture mediocrity. As a mentor, I teach according to the abilities of my students. Greatness can be achieved. Your talents are distinct and thus require different paths of cultivation." Bai Yingyue nodded, yet her anxiety lingered. She understood the reasoning. However, asking someone who had awakened their martial soul for merely a day to confront a 400-year-old spirit beast seemed excessively challenging, particularly since Luo Fancheng had yet to learn the specialized combat techniques pertinent to spirit masters. She suspected that her teacher had not forgotten this detail, but rather had a deliberate purpose in mind. With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng evaded an attack, grimacing in pain. The creature was ferocious, leaving several gashes upon him. Though he had managed to avoid any fatal wounds, he had no doubt that had the ironback king wolf been present, it would have been cleaved in half by this diamond mantis. Earlier attempts to manipulate the small loach martial soul for an attack had proven futile, as he struggled to control a living creature, exposing a critical flaw. As he diverted his focus to command the loach, his own movements became sluggish, nearly resulting in his demise at the hands of the mantis. As the diamond mantis lunged once more, Luo Fancheng gritted his teeth and met the challenge head-on, simultaneously summoning the Qinglian martial soul. The six-petal Qinglian twirled, releasing a fragrant aura as a beam of azure light struck Luo Fancheng, rapidly healing his wounds. With a resounding crash, he recognized the efficacy of his healing and adopted a reckless strategy of trading injury for injury, striking fiercely at the diamond mantis's abdomen and head. From afar, Bai Yingwei observed the mantis' aura diminishing as Luo Fancheng intensified his assault, her small mouth agape in disbelief. Could he truly conquer a 400-year-old diamond mantis? He had yet to master the true combat techniques necessary for controlling his martial soul. Moreover, the healing prowess of his Qinglian martial soul seemed excessively formidable. Was this not the hallmark of a top-tier support spirit master? With a thunderous impact, Luo Fancheng delivered a powerful blow, driving the mantis's head into the earth, obliterating it, and then relentlessly delivering follow-up strikes, as if fearing it might rise again. Bai Yingwei sealed her lips, refraining from any further mention of support. Despite his disheveled appearance, Luo Fancheng, covered in blood yet unscathed, rose, panting heavily. The cost was the activation of the Azure Lotus martial soul, resulting in the depletion of a significant portion of his internal soul power. With a swift motion, a brilliant yellow soul ring emerged from the surface of the diamond mantis's remains. The little eel darted upwards, eagerly consuming the energy. As the yellow soul ring and wisps of sanguine essence were drawn into its mouth, Luo Fancheng jestingly scolded, "In a fight, you are unreliable. But when it comes to claiming trophies, you are remarkably swift." Boom. The little eel expanded in size, undergoing yet another evolution. Its length increased from 1 meter to 1.3, and its girth now matched that of a fist, with azure scales shimmering with an ethereal glow. The emanating dual-colored radiance grew increasingly profound. Luo Fancheng observed intently. Logically, absorbing a 400-year-old soul beast should yield a greater enhancement than that of a 200-year-old. However, that was not the case. It appeared that growth became progressively more challenging with time, yet the pace of evolution remained rapid. Eventually, the mantis remained shriveled, and its luminous diamond forelimbs dulled to the color of stone. Just as tranquility settled around the little eel, the Azure Lotus martial soul surged forth, hovering above one of the packages, spinning with a mesmerizing grace. What was happening? Bai Yingwei was taken aback. It was one thing for her senior brother's little eel martial soul to be unique, but what was this Azure Lotus martial soul all about? Di Weiyan's cold demeanor also revealed a hint of astonishment. Luo Fancheng was at a loss for words. Two wayward disciples, indeed. Neither provided him any peace of mind. He understood their eagerness, but must they not exercise a little restraint? Could they not wait until they were in a more private setting? Alas, Luo Fancheng sensed that the martial soul was merely instinctively responding in a manner beneficial to its host, lacking any sentience, and thus he could not place blame. He approached, no longer concealing his intentions, and opened the cherished package of the Azure Lotus martial soul. Chapter 20. The Origin Stone? The Transformation of the Martial Soul. The saintess's heart fluttering as the package was unwrapped, a stone emerged, as dark as ink and roughly the size of a fist. Luo Fancheng scrutinized it closely, pondering whether this was indeed the indestructible peculiar stone mentioned by the village chief. The Origin Stone? Beside him, Bai Yingwei displayed a look of astonishment, evidently recognizing the stone's origins. Before Luo Fancheng could inquire further, the six-petaled Qinglian martial soul swiftly descended, its base adhering to the enigmatic stone. In an instant, the Qinglian martial soul radiated a soft luminescence, its enchanting fragrance enveloping the surroundings. As the inky hue of the stone began to fade rapidly, an abundant flow of spiritual energy surged into the Qinglian martial soul. The female pope, the saintess, and Luo Fancheng all widened their eyes in astonishment as a remarkable scene unfolded before them. Initially comprised of 6 petals, the Qinglian martial soul began to sprout new petals in the gaps between them, nourished by the influx of spiritual energy. The 7th petal, the 8th petal. As it reached the 9th petal, the growth of the Qinglian noticeably slowed, for the black surface of the stone had already lightened significantly. Bai Yingwei exclaimed, "This is astonishing. Isn't a martial soul an inanimate entity? Yet, Your Qinglian seems to be growing like a living plant. The 10th petal. A crisp crack echoed as the stone at the base of the Qinglian transformed from gray to pure white, ultimately fracturing in place. With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng summoned the Qinglian martial soul, which shrank rapidly into his palm, spinning gracefully. The original 6 petals remained a vibrant azure, brimming with vitality, while the newly formed 4 petals bore a subtle hue of red, faintly radiating warmth. How peculiar! What changes have occurred? Bai Yingwei, like an inquisitive child, leaned closer, her large, sparkling eyes wide with curiosity. Allow me to give it a try. Luo Fancheng activated the Qinglian martial soul, sending forth healing light from the 6 blue petals, while the newly emerged 4 petals remained unresponsive. Strange, I cannot exert control over these new petals, Luo Fancheng remarked hesitantly. How can this be? Bai Yingwei was equally perplexed. Observing closely, Di Weiyang interjected. The newly formed 4 petals evidently harbor a power distinct from the initial 6. Perhaps they are not fully developed, which renders them uncontrollable. Bai Yingwei's eyes sparkled. Teacher, do you imply that the first 6 petals possess healing abilities, while the latter 4 do not? Must they be fully grown before they can be utilized? Di Weiyang nodded. Perhaps, but this is merely my speculation. Bai Yingwei couldn't help but exclaim. Your martial souls are truly extraordinary, little senior brother. They defy convention and are remarkably unique. Upon hearing this, Luo Fancheng fell into contemplation, as he sensed an underlying incompleteness in his current Qinglian martial soul. Previously, the 6 petals enabled the healing ability. Could it be that he needed an additional 6 petals to unlock new capabilities? Indeed, this seemed highly plausible. The earlier system's description also indicated that the Qinglian martial soul was incomplete and required restoration. If that were the case, he simply needed to find a way to encourage the Qinglian to sprout 2 more petals to validate this hypothesis. The stone that incited the Qinglian's transformation was undoubtedly the key. Luo Fancheng cast his gaze downward, noting that the once indomitable black stone had now transformed into mere fragments, evidently drained of its essence. He lifted his head and inquired, Junior sister, do you recognize this stone? Bai Yingwei nodded, without hesitation, patiently elucidating, this is a source stone, imbued with concentrated spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, which can greatly enhance a soul master's cultivation. Where can one acquire such stones in abundance? Luo Fancheng pressed on. The little mudfish absorbs blood energy and soul rings quite well. But the Azure Lotus martial soul evidently requires a substantial amount of source stones to advance. Substantial? Bai Yingwei rolled her beautiful eyes and scoffed. Don't even mention abundance. The appearance of just 1 or 2 at major auctions would incite fierce competition. Really? Is that so? Luo Fancheng was taken aback. The saintly Bai Yingwei responded with a dismissive glance. Surely you do not believe these stones are as commonplace as iron, or? Even now, no one has deciphered how they are formed or where they originate from. Occasionally, a fortunate soul master might acquire one, but they would invariably absorb it at the earliest opportunity, never allowing it to benefit another. Do you know how much cultivation a regular soul master could gain from that piece of source stone? Bai Yingwei continued. Luo Fancheng shook his head. At the very least, it could elevate one's soul power by 25 levels, and that is not even considering the lower-tier soul power of mere soul practitioners. Such a significant increase? Luo Fancheng was momentarily stunned, and then a pang of discomfort washed over him. The Azure Lotus martial soul was indeed extravagant, far less manageable than the little mudfish, which was quite undemanding. Yet, it too was an ungrateful offspring, having consumed so much without leaving a morsel for its father. Junior brother, is your village chief simply lacking insight or overly generous to bestow such a treasure upon you? Bai Yingwei marveled. Luo Fancheng trembled slightly, his heart stirred. He was not naive enough to believe that the village chief lacked discernment. If that were the case, why had he concealed it for a full 30 years? Giving it to no one but him? Perhaps the village chief did not know this object was called a source stone. But something that could withstand axes and knives without a scratch was undoubtedly rare. Ultimately, it had been gifted to him as a parting present. Luo Fancheng gazed into the distance, his eyes filled with resolve. This kindness would not be forgotten, nor could it be forgotten. He, Luo Fancheng, would repay any debt of vengeance and gratitude alike. There would be an opportunity to inquire with the village chief about the origins of this source stone. Unbeknownst to him, the village chief had willingly bestowed the treasure upon him for 2 reasons. First, he had taken a liking to this dashing young man. Second, lacking children of his own, he had appreciated how Luo Fancheng had occasionally assisted him with hunting and farming over the years. Human hearts are inherently tender. The old man, Lu Renjin, had never contemplated matters of talent or reciprocity, simply wishing for Luo Fancheng to soar higher and higher. Luo Fancheng picked up the cloth that had wrapped the stone, refusing to discard it. Bai Yingwei queried with curiosity, Junior brother, Why do you keep this tattered cloth now that the source stone is gone? Luo Fancheng shook his head and neatly folded the fabric. Source stones have a price, but friendship is priceless. Bai Yingyue's body trembled, gazing in astonishment at the handsome junior brother. She realized that this man, upon closer acquaintance, was far more captivating than she had previously imagined. A man who possesses both striking handsomeness and exceptional talent, while valuing deep friendships, would undoubtedly captivate countless women if he were to emerge from seclusion. A sudden flutter of unease gripped my heart. The exquisite and frigid visage of Dwei Yang remained unchanged, yet a glimmer of approval flashed within her phoenix-like eyes. She spoke. Fanchen, before the sun sets today, you must defeat a 500-year-old soul beast. Luo Fanchen's powerful frame quivered in disbelief. What? This progression is rather swift. Isn't it? He nearly met his demise battling a 400-year-old diamond mantis, and now a 500-year-old soul beast. Is this not a challenge meant to break my spirit? With a soft chuckle, Bai Yingyu covered her mouth and remarked, I thought that once the teacher finished speaking, you would rush out with your weapon in hand to hunt for a 500-year-old soul beast. It appears you are not as reckless as I presumed. Luo Fanchen shot her a glare. What gives you the impression that I am reckless? I am resolute, not foolish. I certainly do not engage in suicidal endeavors. Dwei Yang interjected coldly. Enough, Yingyu. Do not tease your senior brother any longer. Explain to him the true method of wielding the martial soul in combat. The true method of wielding the martial soul in battle? Luo Fanchen exclaimed, his face alight with profound curiosity. Chapter 21. The Unity of Human and Soul? The Diary of the Sea King, the Saintess's Thoughts Indeed. Shifting to a serious tone, Bai Yingyue retracted her playful demeanor, displaying a look of earnestness. The mastery of one's martial soul necessitates precise manipulation techniques to unveil its true potency. You must have gleaned some insights from your recent battle. Luo Fancheng nodded in agreement. Indeed, while utilizing the healing abilities of the Qinglian martial soul, I managed well. However, coordinating the little loach simultaneously in combat proved to be a distraction, rendering it ineffective. Bai Yingyue explained, Senior brother, the Qinglian is classified as a weapon martial soul, which can be controlled with a mere thought. Whereas the little loach is a beast martial soul. It is only natural that attempting to multitask in battle would prevent one from showcasing its true might. The Qinglian is a weapon martial soul? Luo Fancheng expressed his surprise. Shouldn't it be categorized as a plant martial soul? With patience, Bai Yingyue clarified, grass, wood, vines, and lotus indeed fall under the category of plant martial souls, while sun, moon, thunder, and lightning are classified as celestial martial souls. The world of martial souls is replete with peculiarities. When one delves deeper, the varieties are so numerous that they become challenging to discern. However, fundamentally, martial souls can be divided into two essential categories. And what are those two? Luo Fancheng inquired further. Bai Yingyue replied, beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. Those that can achieve a unity of human and soul with the soul master are classified as beast martial souls, while those that cannot are categorized as weapon martial souls. Quite simple, isn't it? Realizing she may have sounded overly stern, Bai Yingyue playfully stuck out her tongue. Oh, little junior brother, please don't be scared. I tend to be instinctively serious when discussing important matters. Hee. It's no trouble at all. Please continue, Luo Fancheng reassured her. Having paid little heed to her earlier demeanor, the knowledge possessed by the holy maiden must be the invaluable insights distilled from countless predecessors, standing upon the shoulders of giants. He recognized that advancing his strength would be far swifter than fumbling through it alone. Reflecting on the unity of human and soul, a revelation began to blossom within him. As if he were on the verge of unlocking a new world. Just a step away, Bai Yingyue resumed her serious tone, continuing, in simple terms. The unity of human and soul involves inviting the soul into the body, allowing your beast martial soul to possess you, merging as one with your physical form, thereby significantly amplifying your strength. In an instant, a purple moon rose behind Bai Yingyue, accompanied by a gentle murmur. Martial soul possess. The purple moon rapidly expanded to the height of a person, merging with Bai Yingyue's delicate form into a singular entity. Boom. A shimmering purple light enveloped Bai Yingyue's exterior. A purple moon manifesting at her brow, her eyelashes frosted over, and her alabaster skin exuding an intensely chilling aura. Her already stunning beauty was further enhanced by an ethereal, otherworldly charm, an allure that was utterly irresistible. The holy maiden's teachings illuminated Luo Fancheng's mind like a lightning bolt piercing through fog, granting him immediate clarity. The unity of human and soul was indeed the true path. How mistaken he had been. He had previously blamed the little loach for its ineffectiveness, only to realize that it was his own mismanagement. How could he expect it to perform well if he treated it like a mere dog, sending it out to bite? Luo Fancheng observed the beautiful yet chilling saintess, who emanated an aura of coldness, and pondered, since the manifestation of a martial soul enhances the host's strength, do different types of martial souls amplify distinct aspects of the host's abilities? Bai Yingwei, taken aback by Luo Fancheng's keen insight and rapid response, nodded affirmatively. Indeed. My Taiying Yuying martial soul significantly increases my resistance to water and ice attribute attacks. It also enhances my control over the powers of water, ice, and the moon. As for your amplification, that will depend on your own experience once you manifest your soul. Luo Fancheng expressed his astonishment. So, when you fight in an environment rich in ice, water, and moonlight, your combat prowess is greatly enhanced. Yes, Bai Yingwei confirmed. Luo Fancheng couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of her martial soul. With the night falling, where could one escape the moonlight? Suddenly, he realized a troubling thought. It appeared that the loathsome Holy Sun possessed a martial soul known as the Great Sun Candlelight. Wouldn't that mean his strength would be exponentially amplified in the presence of fire and sunlight? This was merely one of his martial souls. It was no wonder the arrogant rogue carried himself with such confidence. Luo Fancheng lamented inwardly. Such a magnificent martial soul seemed wasted on that individual. It would have paired splendidly with his sister's lunar affinity. What nonsense was he contemplating? Luo Fancheng shook his head, recognizing that one's martial soul could not simply be acquired by another. It was utterly impossible. However, he could strive diligently to enhance his own strength and triumph over adversaries. Clenching his fists, he felt an urgent desire to elevate his power. As time passed, the enigmatic Empress Di Weiyong had vanished without a trace, leaving their surroundings tranquil. Amidst the verdant grass, the handsome young man and the enchanting maiden sat opposite one another. Bai Yingwei began imparting her knowledge, teaching Luo Fancheng the methods of soul integration and the unification of human and spirit. Well, you are aware of the details. Although not exceedingly difficult, mastering the nuances will require a significant portion of the day, she said, stretching languidly, her confidence radiating. Luo Fancheng found it impossible to ignore her presence, silently amazed at her remarkable development. The transformation from a naive girl to such a striking figure was indeed astonishing. Isn't it beautiful? A soft voice chimed in his ear. Luo Fancheng's heart skipped a beat, yet he remained composed, raising his gaze to meet her inscrutable expression. Your beauty, dear sister, is naturally breathtaking. With your delicate features and pristine skin, he replied. Bai Yingwei smiled playfully. Little brother, you must not deceive me. It seemed you were not merely gazing at my face. I was contemplating the intricacies of martial soul manifestation. Luo Fancheng maintained eye contact with the saintess, his demeanor unwavering. After all, as the former king of the seas, he would never show weakness before her. Just speak the truth, brother. Yingwei would not mind. After all, one grows to be admired, though it is only natural for others to gaze, and Yingwei prefers not to be observed. If the senior brother is interested, Yingwei would naturally be willing. However, if he desires to touch, Bai Yingwei's expression was ambiguous, her words laced with an alluring charm. Luo Fancheng instinctively felt compelled to concede, but upon noticing a glimmer of cunning in her beautiful eyes, his heart jolted. That was close. He nearly fell into this girl's trap. Flipping through the diary of a certain charming figure, the first entry reads, in interactions between men and women. The gravest mistake is to allow the rhythm to fall into the other's hands. One must stir and control the emotions of the other, rather than be at their mercy. A weak nation has no diplomacy, and similarly, a weak man has no leverage. Women are often particularly drawn to those who can evoke their emotions. Luo Fancheng's principle is clear. When dealing with women, one may invest genuine feelings, but one must never be overly earnest. Yingwei, he said, adopting a serious yet youthful demeanor, causing Bai Yingwei, who believed she was about to succeed in her playful scheming, to pause in surprise. She had intended to use his admission as leverage, thinking, if you misbehave, I will inform the teacher that you harassed me. There was no malice in her heart. After all, what girl does not enjoy teasing someone she is fond of? It is often those for whom one harbors affection that one wishes to playfully provoke. Much like how some boys in school would tug at the braids of girls in the front row or engage in light-hearted banter. Luo Fancheng remarked, if you call me senior brother, I shall call you junior sister, maintaining a clear relationship. However, how can you entice your senior brother in such a manner? Who is trying to entice you? Bai Yingwei's beautiful eyes widened. Luo Fancheng feigned innocence, saying, your senior brother is devoted to his cultivation and has no interest in such trifles. Yet, you insist on drawing his attention to them. Trifles? Bai Yingwei felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Was he now turning the tables on her? Just moments ago, his eyes were nearly piercing through her, and now he wore this saintly facade. Bai Yingwei was exasperated, feeling as though her heart was being tugged in frustration. Ah, you wretched man, how infuriating. Bai Yingwei no longer wished to tease and parted her lips to counterattack, only to be interrupted by Luo Fancheng. Junior sister, you surely do not want master to learn of such matters, do you? Let us not speak of it further. Your senior brother is a man of integrity. Huh, isn't that precisely her ultimate aim? Bai Yingwei felt a rush of confusion. Her well-laid plans had been turned against her. I shall attempt the unity of spirit and soul, Luo Fancheng declared, standing tall and striding away with purpose. In just a few words, the dynamics of their playful exchange had shifted. Bai Yingwei gazed at his elegant retreat. Her teeth clenched in frustration as she fiercely plucked a blade of grass and snapped it in two. Ha! A man who speaks one way and means another. You brute. I may believe many things, but I refuse to accept that you are not a man of desires. Just wait. I shall expose your lascivious side. Bai Yingwei puffed out her cheeks, her face brimming with indignation. Practice all you want. Exhaust yourself, you insufferable senior brother, in less than 2 hours. Do not even think about mastering it. Bai Yingwei was not making baseless claims. Not to mention her own 4 hours of effort. Even the extraordinary son, Huang Yin, required over 2 hours to fully grasp the embodiment of martial spirits. Boom. A distant rumble interrupted her contemplation, and Bai Yingwei turned her gaze. Her cherry lips parting in astonishment, her tongue momentarily frozen. Chapter 22, Junior Sister, is this speed normal? The surge of power emanating from Luo Fancheng in the distant jungle was astonishing. His handsome, masculine visage now radiated an aura of sinister nobility, making him even more captivating. His exposed skin was adorned with a lustrous layer of azure scales, and his blood vitality surged, his presence now more than doubled in intensity compared to before. Could it be? How could it be so rapid? Bai Yingwei, taken aback, nearly bit her own tongue. It was evident that her senior brother had successfully manifested his martial spirit. Yet this was all too swift. She had only just conveyed the critical points to him, and he had already achieved it? Wasn't it supposed to take at least 2 hours? For a moment, Bai Yingwei felt a bit dazed. As a revered saintess of the temple, she prided herself on her composure and wisdom, yet she found herself repeatedly faltering in the presence of this extraordinary talent. Boom. While she was lost in thought, her beautiful eyes reflected the sight of Luo Fancheng hurtling towards her like a cannonball, crashing into her and pinning her down in the grass. Ah, senior brother, what are you doing? A crimson flush spread across Bai Yingwei's face as she gritted her silver teeth and called out, her soul power surging within her. Junior sister, don't misunderstand. It was unintentional, Luo Fancheng hastily explained. You've knocked me down, and you claim it's unintentional? Bai Yingwei glared at the handsome Luo Fancheng atop her, feeling a chill. While she held a favorable impression of him, this progression was undeniably too rapid. Listen to my defense. No, listen to my explanation. Luo Fancheng, equally bewildered, stumbled over his words. He had merely intended to leap towards Bai Yingwei to demonstrate the status of his martial spirit, yet the moment he pushed off the ground, he was propelled forward uncontrollably. Attempting to brace himself, he inadvertently found his hands on Bai Yingwei's long, elegant legs clad in black boots. Luo Fancheng's heart sank. This was a predicament he could not explain. Is it not enough to be pinned down? Must you also touch? Bai Yingwei's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at his strikingly handsome face, seemingly questioning how such an ostensibly honorable figure could be so unyielding. Get up. The teacher might return at any moment. Bai Yingwei felt an urge to unleash her soul power and blast Luo Fancheng away, yet her heart softened, transforming her irritation into a flustered plea. I'm here. A cool, authoritative voice resonated from nearby, causing both Luo Fancheng and Bai Yingwei to shudder, their expressions freezing in place. Thud, thud. The pair turned their heads like wooden figures towards the source of the voice, perched atop a sturdy tree branch. The high priestess Di Weiyang stood with her arms crossed, gazing down at the intertwined duo, her eyes piercing as if she had been observing them for some time. Luo Fancheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Surely, their master couldn't he perceive them as beasts? Bai Yingwei felt a chill run down her spine, fearing that the teacher might think she was welcoming his advances. It's fine, you may continue. The high priestess's words escalated the awkwardness that enveloped Luo Fancheng and Bai Yingwei to an unbearable peak. The two individuals parted like a flash of lightning. Bai Yingwei, with grass clippings still clinging to her delicate legs, blushed and said, Teacher, it was senior brother who lunged at me first. Indeed, I was the one who lunged. Luo Fancheng affirmed, initially nodding before shaking his head, but it was unintentional. I understand. No need for explanations, the high priestess said slowly. It is quite normal for one experiencing their martial soul for the first time to have an uncontrollable surge of power. Upon hearing this, Bai Yingwei realized her oversight. She almost believed that her senior brother had succumbed to the primal instincts of the martial soul. Luo Fancheng was on the verge of tears, grateful that the high priestess had spoken a fair word. Otherwise, his reputation would have been tarnished. However, he suddenly recognized that the high priestess was also quite cunning. She might have returned earlier and was simply enjoying the spectacle. Luo Fancheng inquired, "Teacher, is there any issue with my soul integration? What could possibly be wrong?" Bai Yingwei retorted, pouting. Although she understood Luo Fancheng's earlier actions, being touched on the thigh still irked her. What a loss. I must find an opportunity to exact my revenge. Luo Fancheng hesitated. Junior sister mentioned that it would take at least half a day to master soul integration, yet I achieved it after just one attempt. I worry that this rapid success might harbor some flaws. Bai Yingwei was taken aback. Did you even listen to what others said? There is no need to strike someone so harshly. Di Wei Yang shook her head in agreement. There are no flaws. Your comprehension speed is remarkable. She understood geniuses but did not comprehend him. Bai Yingwei's enchanting face fell, her beautiful eyes filled with sorrow. Dear esteemed teacher, was it truly necessary to belittle me? Have I fallen out of favor? Woe is me. Only then did Luo Fancheng take a moment to keenly sense the changes following his martial soul manifestation. Feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, his strength had increased at least 3- or 4-fold compared to his usual state. He gently tapped the crystalline azure scales that adorned his skin, their diamond-like hardness indicating a significant boost in defense. The soul power accumulated in his dantian was being consumed, but the rate of depletion was not alarming, suggesting that maintaining the martial soul manifestation for several incense sticks duration should pose no issue. Bai Yingwei bounced over again. Her curiosity piqued as she examined Luo Fancheng. Ah, junior brother, I have seen other serpent-type soul masters manifest their martial souls, and their transformation into serpents was utterly grotesque, ominous like a specter. You, however, are different. Like a dead ghost? Luo Fancheng rolled his eyes. No. Bai Yingwei shook her head, smiling brightly. You look very handsome. Truly very handsome. Luo Fancheng suddenly felt a newfound admiration for Bai Yingwei. Moments ago, she seemed on the verge of tears, yet now she was beaming with joy, youthful, lively, and captivating. Your senior brother's transformation resembles that of a dragon. There is not a trace of serpentine essence in his being, the high priestess interjected. Fancheng, your martial soul has yet to fully evolve. It remains in its preliminary stage. So the changes upon manifestation are not substantial. As your martial soul grows stronger, the extent of your dragon transformation will increase, and consequently, your power enhancement will become even more formidable. I understand. Teacher, Luo Fancheng nodded, then curiously asked, Teacher, where did you go just now? Di Wei Yang's gaze flickered slightly. It is time. Huh? Luo Fancheng was initially perplexed, but soon the rustling of leaves echoed through the forest, followed by the emergence of 3 beastly silhouettes. To his astonishment, they were 3 diamond mantises, each standing nearly as tall as the one that had previously exhausted him in battle, an ancient creature of 4 centuries. The mantises emitted a fierce screech, their small eyes glowing a sinister crimson. Realization dawned upon Luo Fancheng. The high priestess had been idle all this time, summoning lesser foes to divert his attention. Combat is the finest measure of one's breakthroughs. Go forth, Fancheng, the high priestess urged. With a whoosh, Luo Fancheng refrained from advancing. As the 3 diamond mantises wielded their scythes in a menacing arc, encircling him in a triangular formation, they intended to eliminate this bothersome male human before dispatching the 2 females. Bring it on, Luo Fancheng smirked, feeling an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him after achieving the unity of human and spirit. The high priestess had granted him this opportunity. Boom. He leaped into the air, swinging his fist in defiance. Clang, clang, clang. The scythes grazed his scaled skin, producing showers of sparks. Yet he retaliated with a powerful punch that shattered the head of 1 diamond mantis. What a thrill. The exhilaration from this blow was unparalleled, especially compared to the earlier struggle against that solitary mantis. White Yingwei, observing from beside the high priestess, remarked with a hint of envy. My junior brother has adapted to this new style of combat with astonishing speed. The high priestess cast her a sidelong glance and inquired, Have you not yet grown accustomed? White Yingwei opened her mouth, pondering if such a feat were even possible. Though she too was a rare talent, she had never witnessed such prodigious prowess. I had thought you were already familiar, the high priestess commented, nearly breaking White Yingwei's composure. She sighed inwardly, realizing that indeed, she was adapting, slowly but surely. Bang, bang, bang. The battle concluded with Luo Fancheng delivering a decisive blow, sending all 3 mantises into the damp earth. 3 bright yellow soul rings materialized. Exhaling heavily, Luo Fancheng felt a wave of satisfaction. It had only been a short while, less than half a day, and the mantises that had once required all his strength to defeat could now be vanquished effortlessly. His progress was nothing short of remarkable. As the spirit bond faded, The little mudfish eagerly darted towards the spoils of battle. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the little mudfish grew from a modest stature of 1 meter 3 to an impressive height of 1 meter 8, its girth akin to that of a young tree. The azure scales enlarged, their texture becoming increasingly similar to dragon scales, and the dual-toned radiance intensified. Luo Fancheng gazed at the returning mudfish. Now a far cry from its initial diminutive form, towering and majestic. However, he keenly sensed that the enhancements provided by similarly ranked spirit beasts were diminishing. The sun is setting. We must depart, the high priestess stated. Luo Fancheng, mindful of the task assigned by his teacher, to slay a 500-year-old spirit beast before dusk, had once deemed it impossible. Now, however, he brimmed with confidence. Unbeknownst to him, Di Weiyang and White Yingwei exchanged grave glances towards the desiccated mantis corpses, their expressions laden with concern and intrigue. In the heart of the jungle, a tremor reverberates as the soul beast bellows. A slender figure of a young man is locked in combat with a formidable bull. The beast emanates an aura of menace, its imposing figure adorned with horns that glisten with a golden hue beneath the setting sun, resembling pure gold. This 500-year-old soul beast, the golden bull, possesses unparalleled strength among its peers. With a roar, the bull, eyes aflame with fury, charges forward, its hooves pounding the ground. Luo Fancheng utters a low growl, his blood surging as he thrusts his hands, cloaked in azure scales, forward to grasp the bull's horns. With a resounding clash, the bull's momentum is formidable, forcing Luo Fancheng to dig his feet into the earth, sliding several meters before managing to neutralize the impact, resulting in a stalemate. The golden bull bellows defiantly, seemingly mocking the audacity of the diminutive human daring to engage in a contest of strength, an endeavor in which it excels. Could my junior brother be overestimating himself? By Yingwei, observing from a tree, tenses, poised to intervene, taken aback by Luo Fancheng's reckless bravado, his approach direct and unyielding. The serene gaze of the female priestess, however, betrays no inclination to assist, her curiosity piqued. As the two remain locked in struggle, Luo Fancheng's starry eyes shine brightly, and an unusual vortex forms in his grasp around the golden horns, generating an absorbing force. The bull's strength begins to wane while his own vitality surges. The beast, no longer triumphant, emits a panicked roar, thrashing its head in a desperate attempt to break free. But it was too late. Rise. Luo Fancheng maintains his grip on the horns, bending his knees to exert his strength, lifting the bull, which weighs as much as a mountain, and crashing it down to the ground with a thunderous impact. The earth trembles beneath them. The last rays of the setting sun cast a glow upon his resolute profile as night descends. The 500-year-old golden bull lies defeated. Bai Yingwei shakes her head, momentarily entranced by the spectacle. A saint would not easily be swayed by mortal emotions. This man is undeniably captivating. Releasing his martial soul, a small eel darts toward the fallen bull's carcass, ready to consume. Junior brother, what was that technique you just employed? Bai Yingwei recalls the moment when Luo Fancheng's hands displayed a swirling vortex. Luo Fancheng replies, during our battle, I discovered that I could also harness the devouring abilities of the little eel while in a martial soul state. By absorbing the opponent's vitality, I convert it for my own use, an exchange of strengths. With a unique constitution that grants him enhanced vision at night, he notices Bai Yingwei's reaction to this extraordinary technique. Instead of joy, her delicate frame shivers, her complexion paling as she cautiously glances at the female priestess beside her. A sense of foreboding washes over him. Junior brother, quickly look at your martial soul. Bai Yingwei exclaims, unable to contain her astonishment as she points toward the bull's carcass. Chapter 23, Turning Adversity into Fortune. The saintess's jealousy, is there a problem? Upon hearing Bai Yingwei's exclamation, Luo Fancheng felt puzzled and turned his head to look. His pupils contracted sharply, and he was taken aback. The once slender body of the little loach, measuring 1 meter 80, had now exaggeratedly swollen, resembling a balloon that was about to burst at any moment. The dual-colored soul light flickered on its surface, and its aura was in utter disarray. Luo Fancheng felt a shiver run down his spine. Brother, you're not evolving. You seem to be on the verge of exploding. Are you trying to take me down with you? A grave voice from Di Weiyang emerged from behind. This is troublesome. Your martial soul has absorbed too much blood energy and soul rings. It cannot digest anymore. Luo Fancheng caught sight of a large, dried wild bull lying on the ground, and his lips twitched. Even if I'm tempted, I can't devour a hefty meal all at once. It's akin to a snake trying to swallow an elephant, pure folly. However, he quickly realized that the little loach lacked intelligence and thus could not comprehend the notion of moderation. It required conscious control from him, its master, a fact he had neglected. Teacher, what should senior brother do in this situation? Bai Yingwei asked anxiously, her her pearly teeth biting down on her cherry lips. Di Weiyang remained composed, calmly assessing the situation. His martial soul cannot be aided by outsiders. He must resolve this himself. The only method is to use his own body to help the martial soul relieve the absorption pressure, but this will inevitably transfer the crisis to him. Without the courage to sacrifice oneself, he can only allow the martial soul to fend for itself. I understand. Upon hearing this, Luo Fancheng nodded and dashed forward in a swift motion. A resolute glint shone in his eyes as he placed his palm against the swelling body of the little loach. The little loach represented his potential and was his martial soul. He could not abandon it. Waves of turbulent blood energy and soul power rapidly flowed through his palm into his body. The loach's inflated form began to shrink, averting the imminent explosion. Yet Luo Fancheng's body began to swell, and his soul power became chaotic. Cough. Luo Fancheng stifled a groan. Blood seeping from the corners of his mouth as foreign blood energy coursed wildly through his veins, and excess soul power surged within his meridians. Bai Yingwei clasped her fingers tightly, her concern evident. Teacher, will junior brother be able to withstand this? Di Weiyang's lips parted. It's fine. I am here. Bai Yingwei felt reassured. If the teacher said it was all right, then it surely was. However, teacher, didn't you just say outsiders cannot assist? Di Weiyang cast a sidelong glance at her, her tone cool. It seems you have a bit too much to say. Bai Yingwei dared not speak further, sulking as she pouted her soft lips. Noticing Di Weiyang's appreciative gaze upon Luo Fancheng, she understood that the teacher was clearly using this opportunity to test her senior brother. Di Weiyang spoke again. In the face of danger, remain calm and decisive. Yingwei, you must learn from your senior brother's steadiness and courage. Luo Fancheng was nearing his limit, on the verge of collapse, prompting Di Weiyang to step forward to intervene. Buzz. The Blue Lotus martial soul quietly manifested, instinctively protecting its master. A fragrant and healing light enveloped Luo Fancheng, swiftly mending his strained bones and meridians. The blood energy, while initially destructive, integrated seamlessly, gradually fortifying his physique through repeated cycles of damage and restoration. Similarly, the soul power coursing through his meridians, under the extraordinary healing prowess of the Qinglian, not only refrained from rupturing them but also expanded their capacity. The situation took a turn, transforming peril into safety. This spectacle brought a smile to Bai Yingwei's face. Di Weiyang, astonished, had been prepared to assist Luo Fancheng in managing the tumultuous blood energy and soul power, but was taken aback by his remarkable resilience to navigate the crisis unaided. Truly, he commanded respect. For an ordinary person, it would likely be a matter of life and death, as such immense foreign energy is not easily assimilated. Boom. The little mudfish's aura intensified, its serpentine form growing from 1.8 meters to 2 meters, ascending in rank, with a vibrant new hue emerging amidst its bicolored glow, transforming into 3 colors. It exuded an even more formidable presence. Bai Yingwei discerned the implications, exclaiming, Master, could it be that junior brother's martial soul is on the verge of transforming into a dragon? Indeed, Di Weiyang nodded. His martial soul faintly radiates a pure dragon might. It is likely more than a mere transformation into a dragon. It could be. A true dragon, Bai Yingwei responded incredulously. How is that possible? There are countless mixed dragon martial souls, yet the true dragon martial soul is said to be a unique legacy of the Songlong Empire's royal lineage, the ancient Songlong. Junior brother lacks royal blood. From where could this true dragon martial soul originate? Di Weiyang replied, I too am uncertain. His martial soul has only just begun its evolution. The dragon might within him still dormant and not yet fully revealed. When it eventually manifests its true power, it may very well be earth-shattering, potentially even challenging the status of the Songlong martial soul as the foremost dragon-type martial soul. Bai Yingwei's lips parted in astonishment, recognizing her teacher's usual economy of words. The fact that he spoke so much now indicated that junior brother's martial soul held far greater potential than she had imagined. Boom. Luo Fancheng's entire being erupted with blood energy, his soul power becoming denser and more substantial than before, his eyes sparkling with vitality. Indeed, junior brother. It seems your gains are significant, Bai Yingwei remarked, her youthful legs bouncing with exuberance as she approached him, puzzled. Hey, after such fortuitous turns, why do you still appear troubled? Luo Fancheng hesitated. Strange, my soul power and blood energy have noticeably improved compared to before, yet there are no signs of any breakthrough. Oh dear, Bai Yingwei rolled her eyes at him, fool. Didn't we discuss this earlier? Without attaching a soul ring, a breakthrough is impossible. This was also the reason why the teacher had previously emphasized the necessity of breaking through when the time was right, lest one delay their cultivation. The optimal age for soul masters to advance is between 16 and 25. Lingering too long at a single level for the sake of acquiring a higher-tier soul ring is ultimately unwise. Understood. Luo Fancheng listened attentively, his demeanor earnest, which made Bai Yingwe feel somewhat embarrassed. Little master, your muscles have indeed strengthened, and your meridians have expanded. This not only bodes well for your future, but it seems you may also elevate the time frame for acquiring a soul ring. Di Weiyang spoke. Fancheng, tonight you must diligently consolidate your cultivation. Tomorrow will be the opportune moment to seek a suitable soul ring. Luo Fancheng clenched his fists, feeling the abundant strength coursing through his body, and confidently declared, Teacher, I believe I can surpass the 400-year limit for the first soul ring. Given my current physical condition, acquiring one over 500 years should pose no difficulty. Bai Yingyu suddenly realized that her young apprentice had unconsciously transcended the physical limits of an ordinary person. No, it was the limit of a genius acquiring their first soul ring. As a saintess, she couldn't help but experience a sense of defeat. It was disheartening to consider the magnitude of the prodigy that had emerged from such a humble village. Was it that her own genius was lacking? No, this fellow was simply too extraordinary. One martial soul could devour vitality and soul power to evolve, while another absorbed source stones to grow. None of it was normal. Even the saint's son, Huang Yin, could not instill such a sense of pressure in her. Di Weiyang continued, Fancheng, you are still too conservative. Even with a 600-year historical record, you should attempt to break it. 600 years? Bai Yingyu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. For ordinary factions, a 300-year first soul ring is considered genius, while only the top-tier factions deem 400 years as exceptional genius. 600 years for the first soul ring. Even she, in her youth, would not have dared to dream of such a feat, much less the self-proclaimed prodigy, Huang Yin. Historically, only one individual had achieved such a remarkable opportunity. Now, her junior brother spoke of breaking historical records with such nonchalance. Bai Yingyu felt a surreal sensation and pinched herself. Luo Fancheng chuckled ruefully. Teacher, I fear my martial soul may cause some mishap and absorb the soul ring, leaving me with nothing to attach. Di Weiyang's expression turned serious as she admonished. You must learn to control your martial soul. Do not allow it to recklessly absorb vitality and soul rings. As you witnessed today, rapid advancement is indeed swift, but excess can lead to problems. Once you reach a certain point of absorption, you must pause to digest for a time. Do not let the growth of your martial soul exceed your control, or it may spiral out of hand. Everything must remain within your grasp. The level of soul power is fundamental. Luo Fancheng nodded, deeply resonating with her words, having experienced the terrifying moment when his martial soul threatened to explode. We shall rest here for the night, Di Weiyang declared. Right here? Luo Fancheng surveyed his surroundings. The forest had descended into darkness, the leaves rustling ominously, and eerie, unknown cries echoed from afar. Bai Yingyu teased, What? Is having your master and a junior sister, both top beauties, not enough for you? Do you long for the hard bed of your village? Luo Fancheng laughed. Of course, the teacher is a great beauty, but as for you, junior sister, do you believe that one punch from me could be fatal? Bai Yingyu brandished her delicate fist, scrunching her lovely nose in playful defiance. I find this place rather rudimentary. Shouldn't both the high priestess and the holy maiden live in opulence? The holy maiden comprehended Luo Fancheng's sentiment and waved her hand nonchalantly, stating, My teacher and I are not so delicate. Wherever we practice, that is our home. Even sleeping outdoors, a little fairy still emanates a delightful fragrance. All right, Yingwe, Di Weiyang interjected, go hunt some game and bring it back for your senior brother to savor. What? Bai Yingyu's face fell. In the past, I would go, but now that I have a senior brother, do I still need to toil like a laborer? Your senior brother must solidify his cultivation, Di Weiyang added. Oh, before hunting, make sure to kindle the campfire. Bai Yingyu felt as if struck by lightning. She was genuinely upset, sensing her position had diminished. Teacher, will you no longer love me? With a new affection, have you forgotten your old disciple? After indulging in her inner turmoil, she stomped her delicate, snow-white legs, swaying her pert backside, and shot a fierce glance at Luo Fancheng. What use is this senior brother to me? Humph. Having abandoned you all, do not expect me to return. As night fell, the campfire crackled in the woods, the sound of burning wood resonating. The holy maiden provided a comprehensive service, squatting there with her little pert backside, tending to the skewers of meat, brushing them with oil and sprinkling spices. Naturally, the spices were treasures carried by the high priestess. The aroma of the meat soon wafted through the air, tantalizingly enticing. The high priestess deliberately emanated a few strands of formidable presence during the night, ensuring no soul beasts dared to approach. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. He had assumed the holy maiden would be dainty and refined, yet her skills were unexpectedly proficient, akin to that of a grilling master. Versatile in both savory and sweet. She could even cook. How many such exceptional maidens exist in the Seoul martial continent? If compared to some little fairies from his past life. Luo Fancheng couldn't help but shake his head. As the meat continued to cook, he settled into a meditative posture, following the high priestess's advice to consolidate his cultivation. In the midst of his practice, he noticed a slight movement in his ears. Bai Yingyue, while tending to the meat, stealthily approached, seemingly intent on not disturbing Luo Fancheng, and began whispering to the distant high priestess. Luo Fancheng, possessing a constitution unlike others, inadvertently overheard their hushed conversation, despite its faintness. Chapter 24. The Dark Soul Master. The Saintess's concerns, the heart of the high priestess teacher. Will you kill junior brother? Bai Yingyue inquired in a hushed tone, glancing first at Luo Fancheng, who was seated by the campfire, deep in meditation. She ensured he would not overhear. Oh. In the moonlit night, Di Wei Yang's lips curled into a cold, enchanting arc. Why do you ask such a question? Why would you want to kill me? Startled by Bai Yingyue's words, Luo Fancheng's heart trembled. He had sensed the peculiar glances exchanged between the two women earlier in the day. There was indeed something amiss, and it was a matter of life and death. Bai Yingyue spoke cautiously. To devour the vitality and blood of living beings, and to nourish oneself, is a method exclusive to the Dark Soul Masters. Yet you, teacher, have always harbored a fierce disdain for evil. Seeing junior brother's martial soul so ruthlessly cruel, I fear you might, in a moment of righteous indignation, take drastic measures and eliminate him. Di Wei Yang remained silent, her breathtaking beauty exuding a chilling authority that betrayed no emotion. She countered, Yingyue, what do you think? Oh. Bai Yingyue stumbled over her words, lowering her gaze to the tips of her shoes. The high priestess was decisive in her actions and held a deep-seated hatred for the Dark Soul Masters. Reflecting on her past, her small hands quivered. 15 years prior, her parents and grandparents had been cruelly drained of their life force by a Dark Soul Master, their bodies withering in agony. Her brother had hidden her in the cellar, but they were discovered and nearly devoured alive until the high priestess intervened, saving them from a dreadful fate. Outwardly vibrant and youthful, beneath her sunny demeanor lay years of unshakable pain and shadow. Taking a deep breath, Bai Yingyue raised her head again, her eyes already reddened. Teacher, junior brother's martial soul indeed resembles the method employed by the Dark Soul Masters, perhaps even more tyrannical. Is it possible that I have become a Dark Soul Master? Luo Fancheng thought, alarmed. Though he did not fully grasp what a Dark Soul Master entailed, the name alone suggested it was not something admirable. Hey, don't label me recklessly, it could be fatal. Bai Yingyue's words felt like a sentence to him. Di Wei Yang nodded, indeed. Fancheng's martial soul is even more sinister than that of the Dark Soul Masters, siphoning life force to benefit oneself. Luo Fancheng's heart raced at her confirmation. It was akin to sealing his coffin, with the lid firmly shut and nails driven in. I must remain composed. He fought against the urge to leap up and explain himself, instead choosing to listen intently to the women's deliberations regarding his fate. Bai Yingyue hesitated for several moments, biting her lip, before saying, Teacher, could you spare junior brother? Oh. Di Wei Yang raised an eyebrow. Are you interceding for him? Bai Yingyue nodded, summoning her courage. Although junior brother's martial soul exhibits traits akin to those of the Dark Soul Masters, I believe he is a good person. Listen to me, thank you. Luo Fancheng was overwhelmed with emotion, feeling for the first time in his life that receiving a good person card from a girl was an exquisitely delightful experience. Di Wei Yang spoke coldly, being a good person now does not guarantee one will remain so in the future. Most evil soul masters are not born wicked. If his martial spirit can absorb soul beasts, it can just as easily absorb humans. The vitality extracted can elevate the martial spirit, and in turn, allow for rapid personal advancement. If one revels in the thrill of such swift ascension, how many would still possess the resolve to endure painstaking cultivation? Are not those evil soul masters merely lost souls, ensnared in their fervent pursuit of power, ultimately descending into madness? Luo Fancheng was rendered speechless. To be honest, setting aside his own life, he found the Pope's words to be quite reasonable, who in the past was unaware of the health risks of smoking. Yet how many could bear to quit? Furthermore, in this scenario, absorbing humans was more pleasurable than smoking and posed no harm to one's body. As long as one's conscience was untroubled, one could soar to great heights in no time. Master, although our time together has been brief, I believe senior brother is different from the rest. You often praise his steadfast nature and extraordinary character, Bai Yingyue remarked, casting a glance at Luo Fancheng, her lips curling in frustration. This foolish senior brother was nearly being discussed as a target for slaughter by the master and junior sister. Yet he remained blissfully engaged in his cultivation. Di Wei Yang replied, Yingyue, You must understand that with his innate talent, should he stray onto a dark path and become an evil soul master, the world would undoubtedly suffer greatly. Luo Fancheng felt a surge of emotion from the little junior sister, yet he dared not move, sensing that his beautiful master had resolutely decided to strike. Step by step, Bai Yingyu's eyes widened as she observed the Pope approaching Luo Fancheng. Could it be? Was the master truly about to make a move? She was acutely aware of her teacher's ruthless nature. She never hesitated to take a life. Luo Fancheng's heart raced. What a cold fate. The world crumbles at the outset. I have just become a disciple, and now my master wants to take my life. What should I do? I am anxiously awaiting an answer. Based on his understanding of the mindset of a queen-like figure, the Pope should not be so quick to end his life. Stop. Bai Yingyu interjected, swiftly positioning herself between the two, her delicate face displaying a hint of defiance as she voiced, Master. Should we not be targeting those malevolent evil soul masters instead? If one has not yet committed a crime, we cannot allow our subjective assumptions to strip him of his life. It is better to mistakenly execute 1,000 than to let a single innocent go free. In doing so, how are we any different from those evil soul masters? The air fell silent, the only sound being the crackling of the campfire. As both siblings felt their hearts pounding fiercely, the Pope moved. She slowly nodded, her voice carrying a regal chill. Indeed, this is how a saintess should behave. Giggling all day lacks any decorum. Seeing the approving gaze of her teacher, Bai Yingyu was momentarily taken aback, stammering, Master, you do not intend to kill senior brother? Di Wei Yang's crimson lips curled into a mocking arc, exuding an icy allure as she retorted. When did I ever claim I wanted to kill your senior brother? Ah, this. Bai Yingyu's beautiful eyes widened in confusion. It seemed she indeed never said so. It was all mere speculation on her part. However, but you have always been one to not tolerate any insincerity, she remarked. Di Wei Yang shook her head, her tone commanding. He is my disciple. The very one you referred to as your senior brother. He is no mere grain of sand. As a teacher, I possess the discernment to embrace all of humanity. Surely I can accommodate my own disciple. Bai Yingyu exclaimed in astonishment. You are not the least bit concerned about your senior brother's martial soul? Di Wei Yang replied. Methods are devoid of inherent good or evil. It is the intention behind their use that determines their nature. The blade bears no guilt. It is the wielder who defines its purpose. Moreover, if a disciple fails to learn, the fault lies with the teacher. I have faith in my ability to guide him well. Bai Yingyu's lips parted in awe, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Luo Fancheng felt as though he were on a roller coaster, marveling at the unparalleled grace of this empress, a magnanimity that surely left countless men in her wake. The female pope continued, Indeed, the most crucial point is my unwavering belief in this disciple of mine. Otherwise, why would I have taken him under my wing? Isn't that right, Fancheng? The sudden mention of his name sent a jolt through Luo Fancheng's heart. Had she known all along that he had awakened and had been eavesdropping? Alas, he may have survived, but he had certainly suffered social demise. Chapter 25, Blood Demon Sect, 7 Sin Nights. The unattainable break through the teacher's insight was as sharp as a hawk's eye. Luo Fancheng opened his eyes and rose, realizing that feigning ignorance was futile. It was better to admit the truth openly. Di Wei Yang's exquisite, clear eyes sparkled with mischief as she chided. You've been quiet for quite a while, haven't you? You've shown remarkable composure. Are you implying that my senior brother has been eavesdropping? Bai Yingwei inquired in surprise. Ah, your brother is rather clever. Di Wei Yang replied with a smile, showing no sign of anger. So, much of what you said earlier was deliberately meant for him? Bai Yingwei, quick-witted, grasped the situation swiftly. Di Wei Yang nodded. It is directed at him, but also at you. As a saintess, you must not indulge in frivolity. You ought to possess your own judgment and not be swayed by outsiders. My disciple is quite astute. Bai Yingwei beamed sweetly. I, for one, will not be easily deceived. As they spoke, Di Wei Yang shifted her gaze. Fancheng, your martial soul is grand and noble, devoid of malice. However, should you carelessly absorb blood energy and soul rings, you may easily fall into the path of darkness. It is permissible to use it in my presence and in US, but strive to conceal its ability to devour life for evolution from outsiders. Many proclaim justice, but it is often a rigid formality or merely a means to serve their own interests. Her tone was icy, yet Luo Fancheng, no longer a child, discerned the concern hidden within. He nodded. Rest assured, teacher, I understand. Although shortcuts may promise swift rewards, they often lead to a low ceiling and a quick end. While arduous cultivation may be taxing, the most exhausting paths often lead to the farthest destinations. Upon hearing this, Di Wei Yang was momentarily taken aback. Her expression thoughtful as she regarded Luo Fancheng with increasingly unusual eyes. Such words were not typical of a mere 16-year-old. Each statement was thought-provoking. far beyond what a youth from the wilderness could comprehend. Di Weiyang realized that she could not view her disciple as merely a child. He was far more mature than many elders within the temple. Bai Yingwei, oblivious to these reflections, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she recalled her earlier defense of Luo Fancheng, fearing that he had heard everything. That insufferable senior brother, eavesdropping. How infuriating. Thank you for your righteous words just now, junior sister, Luo Fancheng said with a smile. Seeing the charming smile gracing his lips, Bai Yingwei's face reddened even more. She clenched her little fists and adopted a serious expression, saying, "Do not get the wrong idea. I only defended you because you were my junior brother. Not because I harbor any great affection for you. Understood, understood. How could a grand saintess like you possibly take a liking to a mere wild boy like me?" Luo Fancheng teased. "Humph, just know that," Bai Yingwei replied with a haughty lift of her chin. "The meat is burning. This saintess has no time for you right now." After Bai Yingwei departed, Luo Fancheng could not resist asking, "Teacher, what exactly is an evil soul master?" Di Weiyang replied, "Evil soul masters are all individuals with extremist personalities who revel in slaughter, and their martial souls are varied and bizarre. However, they share a common characteristic. Their martial souls possess the ability to siphon life force, devour souls, and enhance their own strength. The more bloodshed they engage in, the more their mental stability deteriorates." Luo Fancheng pondered to himself, is this not akin to a gathering of formidable lunatics? The thought, indeed, sent a shiver down his spine. Should they discover that their martial souls also harbor a bloodsucking capability, they might no longer regard themselves as mere compatriots in madness. Knowing one's own circumstances, he bore the Chaos Ancestor Dragon martial soul. As for those vile soul masters, they ought to keep their distance. Otherwise, one could never be sure who might end up consuming whom. Di Weiyang spoke gravely. Once you have completed your training and ventured into the world, you must exercise utmost caution. While ordinary evil soul masters pose little threat, you must be especially wary of those from the Blood Demon sect. The Blood Demon sect? Luo Fancheng was taken aback. Could it be that a group of lunatics could operate in an organized and disciplined manner? Di Weiyang nodded, her expression darkening. Though there is some debate regarding which faction holds the title of the foremost righteous force in the soul martial continent, the Blood Demon sect is undeniably the supreme evil force. The three progenitors of blood magic possess strength and talent comparable to that of saints and holy maidens. The 7 Sin Knights, each at the pinnacle of the 8th rank, hover around levels 88 to 90. The legendary 10 Elders of the Round Table are all above the 90th level, their identities shrouded in mystery, each adorned in black cloaks and blood-red masks. What a shock. Such strength? It seems rather outrageous, perhaps even more ferocious than any righteous faction. Luo Fancheng was genuinely startled, his irritation flaring as he mused. Are the righteous forces merely idle spectators? How could they allow a group of lunatics to develop to such a degree? Unless, of course, there are traitors within the righteous ranks. Wait. Observing Di Weiyang's seemingly unspoken thoughts, a terrifying suspicion suddenly surfaced in Luo Fancheng's mind. The 10 Elders of the Round Table, deliberately obscured from view. Could they possibly conceal a leader from the righteous faction among them? A chill gripped his palm. The world is perilous. It is imperative to swiftly enhance one's strength, for without it, there is little sense of security. Thankfully, he still had a strong ally to rely upon. Dinner is ready, Bai Yingwei called out, presenting the golden, crispy roasted game wrapped in clean green leaves. She first served Di Weiyang before offering a piece to Luo Fancheng. With a playful blink of her lovely eyes, she said, "My teacher and I want to eat too much. You must finish it all, senior brother. I detest wasting food." Indeed, Luo Fancheng, feeling unreserved, took a hearty bite. The roasted meat was crisp on the outside, tender within, the savory juices bursting upon his palate, tantalizing his taste buds. Delicious. He gave a thumbs up, and Bai Yingwei blushed shyly, gracefully sitting there as she enjoyed her meal with delicate bites. The holy maiden opened her red lips, her movements dignified and elegant. In the heart of the midnight forest, with a beautiful woman roasting meat, Luo Fancheng found a peculiar sense of contentment. Inevitably reminded of his longtime companion, Sujior, he wondered how his dear aunt, no, his beloved wife, was faring in her recovery and how much longer it would take for her to transcend the heavenly tribulation. He wished to aid her, yet his current strength was insufficient. As the meal concluded, Luo Fancheng rose to tidy up, only to be gently pushed back by Bai Yingwei. "Allow me. You should focus on solidifying your cultivation. We must rise early tomorrow to acquire a suitable soul ring. Otherwise, one would remain perpetually trapped at the 10th level of the Soul Master, unable to ascend further." Luo Fancheng, devoid of pretense, truly felt an urgent desire to enhance his strength. During this period, he has come to realize that in this world devoid of power, Dignity can be trampled upon at any moment by the formidable, and a stroke of misfortune could lead to demise at the hands of a malevolent soul master. Pursuing romantic interests? Without strength, all the tricks one may possess are rendered futile, even with good looks. One may easily be snatched away by a powerful woman as a mere plaything. The truth resides solely within the realm of power. As night deepened, the forest grew increasingly shadowy, with only the campfire casting a faint glow. Luo Fancheng sat cross-legged in meditation, Bai Yingyue, her alluring physique reclining upon a slender rope, while Di Weiyang, her flawless form leaning against a grand tree, closed her eyes in repose. Suddenly, a thunderous roar broke the stillness, jolting Di Weiyang and Bai Yingyue awake, their gazes locking onto Luo Fancheng, from whom the strange sound emanated. A breakthrough aura? Di Weiyang pondered in astonishment. Bai Yingyue gasped, how can this be? Senior brother is a soul master at level 10, having achieved the perfection of 10 vortexes of soul power within him. Without acquiring a soul ring, he cannot possibly advance further. Just as Luo Fancheng opened his eyes, a jolt of surprise coursed through him. Two exquisite faces were mere inches away, both intently gazing at him. Chapter 26. The astonishing female pope, the saintess, and the limitless genius master. Junior sister, why are you so close? Luo Fancheng could detect the delicate fragrance emanating from the two women. Bai Yingyue's breath quickened. Senior brother, what did you just do? I did nothing, he replied, perplexed. Isn't it the teacher who asked me to consolidate my cultivation? He was baffled by their unusual behavior. Have you experienced any peculiar changes in your body? Bai Yingyue pressed on, convinced that her teacher would not speak without reason. Luo Fancheng shook his head. No changes in my body, just that while consolidating my cultivation, an extra soul power vortex unexpectedly appeared in my dantian. What did you say? Bai Yingyue's large eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had heard something utterly extraordinary. How could this be possible? It's simply inconceivable. Hearing her exclamation, Luo Fancheng responded with confusion. Junior sister, the additional vortex is just like the previous 10. There's nothing special about it. Seeing Luo Fancheng's unperturbed demeanor, Bai Yingyue felt on the verge of losing her composure. This guy still had no idea of the astonishing feat he had unintentionally accomplished. Junior sister? Don't call me junior sister. Refer to me as trash. You prodigy? Bai Yingyue bit her lip, her spirit feeling further crushed. Luo Fancheng then turned his gaze towards the female pope, momentarily lost in admiration. She was breathtakingly beautiful. The silvery moonlight cascaded through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating her exquisite features, enhancing her allure. With her voluptuous curves and graceful legs, she exuded an irresistible charm. Yet, if you could disregard the authority of the female pope and approach her so closely. Teacher, what's going on with junior sister? Luo Fancheng felt the need to maintain his composure. Bai Yingyue's lovely eyes were wide with astonishment. What do you mean? What's going on? Clearly, it is you and this prodigy who are utterly terrifying. Fancheng, are you certain there are 11 soul power vortices within your dantian? Di Weiyang seemed somewhat incredulous. Indeed, Luo Fancheng nodded. Both the teacher and I are astounded. Yet you remain so indifferent? Bai Yingyue felt it necessary to enlighten her infuriating senior brother. Senior brother, 1 soul power vortex signifies the first level. Luo Fancheng nodded. Recognizing this, 10 soul power vortices in the dantian indicated a soul master of the 10th level, achieving perfection at this stage. Without the addition of soul rings, one could never break through to the 11th level. Understood, Luo Fancheng smiled. So it's because I reached the 11th level without needing soul rings that startled you? You understand nothing. Bai Yingyue retorted. If that were the case, I, as a dignified saintess, would not be this astonished. What do you mean? Luo Fancheng inquired, perplexed. Bai Yingyue sighed in resignation. A soul master can at most cultivate 10 soul power vortices. Reaching the 11th level is marked by the liquefaction of one of those vortices. 2 liquefied vortices signify the 12th level. When all 10 vortices are liquefied, one achieves the 20th level. As for your kind of breakthrough, it's truly unheard of. Even I, as a saintess, have never encountered such a phenomenon. Di Weiyang's phoenix-like eye shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance as she spoke. I never anticipated that I would take a limit-breaking genius as my disciple. Limit-breaking genius? Both Luo Fancheng and Bai Yingyue turned their curious gazes towards her. Di Weiyang nodded, explaining that it is said those with special opportunities can transcend the limits of mortals, achieving breakthroughs in certain realms that ordinary prodigies cannot. Typically, one can possess only a single martial soul, but having 2 martial souls qualifies one as a limit-breaking genius. Bai Yingyue acknowledged, noting that among the millions in the soul martial continent, it is rare to find a bearer of a dual martial soul. The fact that Fancheng has cultivated 11 whirlpools naturally signifies that he is a limit-breaking genius in the realm of soul masters. Furthermore, Starting with an additional whirlpool gives him a distinct advantage when he reaches the next stage of whirlpool liquefaction. As she spoke, Diwei Yang felt a surge of emotion. Her initial decision to take on a disciple was heavily influenced by her admiration for Luo Fancheng. She believed that while a slight deficiency in talent could be compensated, a flawed character could not be remedied no matter how many resources were poured in. Yet, was this truly a deficiency in talent? Even her usually tranquil heart was stirred. Realizing she had indeed discovered a golden phoenix from the depths of obscurity, Bai Yingwei clicked her tongue, exclaiming, "Senior brother's combat prowess has always been notably superior to his peers. Now that his soul power has transcended limits, is he not invincible among his contemporaries?" As she spoke, the charming young woman cast a playful yet envious glance at Luo Fancheng, emitting a cute yet fierce growl. "How infuriating. I instructed you to solidify your cultivation, not to break through." Luo Fancheng scratched his head and replied, "I feel as though I have not yet reached my limit. I can still solidify further." Bai Yingwei's cheeks puffed in indignation. "Do you hear yourself? Senior brother, this attitude is insufferable. Once is sufficient. Do you really think you can break through multiple times? Dream on." Diwei Yang, of such esteemed status, found it challenging to maintain her composure. Bai Yingwei observed the handsome man, who had once again seated himself in meditation, her beautiful eyes blinking in confusion. "Teacher, senior brother's demeanor is far too composed. If it were that Huang Yin, he would certainly be insufferably arrogant by now." Diwei Yang responded with admiration. "Yingwei, this is the steadiness a man should possess. I can discern his ambition. This is a virtue. A golden scale is not merely a creature of the pond. A hidden dragon in the abyss will surely soar to the heavens." Her cool, authoritative voice resonated softly, leaving Bai Yingwei astonished by her teacher's high regard for senior brother. With a subconscious glance towards the focused figure, a faint blush crept across her cheeks. Senior brother indeed surpassed that insufferable Saint Sun by countless measures. Is the teacher planning to take senior brother back to the divine temple to vie for the position of Saint Sun? "No, I have my own plans," Diwei Yang replied, gazing thoughtfully in Luo Fancheng's direction, as if weighing her considerations. Bai Yingwei felt a twinge of curiosity, sensing there was more to her teacher's words. "By the way, teacher, does senior brother's limit breaking not imply that the duration of the first soul ring can be extended?" "Certainly," Diwei Yang affirmed with a nod. "Previously, one could shatter the constraints of 4 centuries and challenge the record of 600 years for the soul ring. Now that limits have been transcended, to what remarkable extent could one aspire?" Bai Yingwei hesitated to contemplate further. It was too surreal. This individual was indeed a monster cloaked in human guise. By happenstance, she stole another glance at Luo Fancheng. Alas, this prodigious senior brother was undeniably handsome. One could only wonder how many young women he would captivate upon his emergence from seclusion. The night passed without a word, the moon concealed as the sun ascended. In the dawn, dew adorned the leaves, and distant, unusual bird calls echoed through the forest. The atmosphere was serene with a male and 2 females present. As the female pope radiated an aura of authority, deterring any soul beast from approaching. Luo Fancheng concluded his meditation, stretching lazily and inhaling the fresh morning air, which, it must be said, was far superior to that of his previous life. "Time for breakfast, senior brother," Bai Yingwei announced, delicately extracting the steamed Milky Beast's milk from the iron pot with a spoon and transferring it into a crystal bowl. Nearby, on a square table, lay exquisite jujube cakes cut into small pieces, elegantly arranged on pristine green leaves. Luo Fancheng was astonished. His junior sister was remarkably virtuous, and they had brought an abundance of provisions for their outing. The table was laden. As he savored the soft, sweet jujube cake and sipped the fragrant beast's milk, with 2 stunning beauties seated across from him, Luo Fancheng felt that time stood still in tranquility. "Junior sister, why do you keep staring at me?" he inquired. "Humph. Is it wrong to look?" Bai Yingwei retorted, pouting and placing her hand on her chest, exclaiming, "Fortunately, this time you merely solidified your cultivation and did not break through again. Otherwise, it would have truly terrified someone." Luo Fancheng leisurely sipped his milk, a charming smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "Who told you I didn't tea break through?" Chapter 27. The 700-year soul beast, exceeding limits. Senior brother's might with a sudden spray, Bai Yingwei expelled a mouthful of creamy liquid. Fortunately, Luo Fancheng dodged swiftly. Otherwise, he would have been drenched. "Have you truly broken through again?" he asked leisurely, savoring the last piece of date cake, nodding in affirmation. "Indeed. There are now 12 whirlpools of soul power in my dantian." Bai Yingwei, with remnants of the liquid clinging to her crimson lips, was too astonished to care, her mind reeling from the revelation. How terrifying. For an ordinary person, breaking limits once is a monumental challenge, yet you have managed it twice in a single night? Could it be that you are the legendary 10,000-year soul beast transformed into a human? She shook her head in disbelief. Impossible. A soul beast that has merely begun to take human form would surely be discernible to our teacher, given their prowess. You truly are a person, she exclaimed. Luo Fancheng, taken aback, smiled and replied, Junior sister, if you can speak, let us engage in more conversation. Bah, Bai Yingwei retorted, rolling her eyes, aware that he was deliberately mocking her. After all, why else would his fists be clenched so tightly, as if ready to strike? Teacher, it's inconceivable that senior brother could continue breaking limits like this. Otherwise, what would become of the other soul masters? Bai Yingwei inquired. Before Di Weiyang could respond, Luo Fancheng furrowed his brow and interjected, I can sense that I am nearing my limits. At most, I can exceed them once more. After which I must ascend to the next realm. What? Bai Yingwei sprang to her feet, her long, snow-white legs straight, and her beautiful eyes wide with shock. Twice is not enough, and there's a third time? What else with that look of regret, senior brother? Explain yourself. Are you dissatisfied with being so extraordinary? Bai Yingwei, deeply affected, felt the weight of her own genius being overshadowed. She had always been the one to astonish others with her innate talent. Di Weiyang gracefully picked up a napkin, wiping the remnants from the corner of her mouth, and spoke. All right, tidy up. We are preparing to depart. Where to? Luo Fancheng asked. To find you a sparring partner, Di Weiyang replied. Roar. In the depths of the jungle. A nearly 3-meter-tall black-furred fierce ape pounded its chest, revealing sharp fangs as drool dripped down. Its blood-red eyes glared with a savage intensity at the young man before it. Junior brother, this is no ordinary monkey. It is a 700-year soul beast, the mighty demon ape. If you find yourself overwhelmed, just call for junior sister's help. And I shall come to your rescue, Bai Yingwei teased, her playful eyes sparkling. Boom. This was Luo Fancheng's first battle against a soul beast of such caliber. And he dared not be reckless. He immediately summoned his martial spirit. With a series of cracking sounds, his bones resonated as his vitality surged. His body enveloped in azure scales, exuding an air of sinister nobility. He refrained from rushing into battle, opting instead to cautiously observe the demon ape, searching for its vulnerabilities. Bai Yingwei analyzed, Teacher, this 700-year soul beast must be beyond the capabilities of even a 16th or 17th level soul master. Even if junior brother has broken through twice, it would be nearly impossible to easily defeat this mighty demon ape. It will likely require a fierce struggle. Di Weiyang stood cold and composed, uttering not a single word. The mighty magic ape, unable to contain its rage, roared ferociously and charged forward, trampling the ground beneath its feet. With its fist raised, it struck through the air towards Luo Fancheng's head, who bravely countered the assault with equal fervor, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Bai Yingwei observed the unfolding battle, poised to intervene at a moment's notice. With a resounding crash, the two fists collided, and the confidence on the magic ape's face vanished, replaced by a look of disbelief as its massive body was sent flying. It crashed into a sturdy tree, causing splinters to scatter, the tree swaying perilously. How could this be? Had it been defeated in an instant? Bai Yingwei gazed at Luo Fancheng in shock, who, equally bewildered, looked back at them. His expression a canvas of questions. Junior sister, are you certain this creature is truly a 700-year-old soul beast? I barely made my move, and it collapsed. Bai Yingwei was momentarily speechless, her mind racing with a multitude of thoughts. Roaring once more, the mighty magic ape rose from the ground. If it were a typical soul beast, it would have fled in terror by now. However, imbued with demonic blood, the ape's fury rendered it frenzied and chaotic as it pounded its chest and charged again. Get lost. Luo Fancheng, with a fierce technique, advanced and delivered a powerful blow to the ape's jaw, lifting it off the ground and slamming it down. You foolish creature. I was so cautious just now. With a series of rapid punches, Luo Fancheng struck the ape's eyes shut, seizing its fur by the neck and dragging it across the ground, leaving a trench as he approached the two ladies. Junior sister, are we mistaken? Is this truly a 700-year-old soul beast? It feels less formidable than the golden barbarian bull we encountered earlier. Bai Yingwei replied with exasperation. Could it be that it is not too weak, but rather that you have suddenly become extraordinarily powerful? At that moment, a deep yellow soul ring emerged around the magic ape, far more profound than the light yellow ring of the barbarian bull. Luo Fancheng's doubts were dispelled. Recalling his previous encounter where he and the little catfish absorbed the blood and soul ring of the golden barbarian bull, he realized the significant benefits they had gained. After breaking through limits twice, his combat strength had surged to this level, which was now comprehensible. As he released his martial spirit, the imposing 2-meter-long little catfish prepared to soar towards the mighty magic ape to absorb its essence. However, Luo Fancheng promptly restrained it. Still want to absorb it? Can you handle it? You must digest what you have before seeking more. He knew he could not absorb anything else before breaking through to the next realm. Further attempts would lead to disaster. Excellent. Observing Luo Fancheng's effortless control over his martial spirit and its bloodthirst, Di Weiyang revealed a look of satisfaction. It seemed assured that he would shatter the record for the first soul ring at 600 years. Bai Yingwei silently gasped in astonishment. Many soul masters had second soul rings that did not reach 600 years. Even she had merely added a 900-year ring. 900 years represented the pinnacle of limits for a soul master's second soul ring. Currently, although Luo Fancheng had yet to attach a soul ring, he was evidently nearing the level of others' second rings, which was utterly remarkable, as he reaches the 20th level in his cultivation. How many additional years of soul rings will he possess? Bai Yingwei found herself hesitant to contemplate this prospect. Unable to resist, she pressed her forehead, silently lamenting that this individual should hasten his return, as he would likely instill fear in a multitude of people. She could no longer bear the weight of this torment alone. It was too unbearable. At that moment, Luo Fancheng and Bai Yingwei had already turned to depart when Di Weiyang suddenly halted, letting out a soft gasp. Wait, what is it, teacher? Luo Fancheng inquired. Di Weiyang's eyes sparkled with astonishment as her youthful fingers ignited a small yet mesmerizing golden flame that sent a shiver through Luo Fancheng's heart. Though it was merely a flicker, it swiftly incinerated the formidable magic ape. Amidst the ashes, a striking yellow orb of light emerged, captivating the attention of the trio. Could it be? How could such a thing appear from a 700-year-old soul beast? Bai Yingwei gasped, her mouth forming an O shape, shaking her head repeatedly as her purple ponytail swayed. Chapter 28. Extraordinary Luck. Blushing Beauty. First-rank soul power limit. Di Weiyang's phoenix eyes displayed an unusual hue. With measured steps, Bai Yingwei advanced swiftly, her black boots accentuating her graceful legs, while her hot pants clung to her alluring form. She bent down to retrieve a yellow light orb from the ashes, her dewy cherry lips parting in astonishment. It was indeed a soul bone. How could it be? A soul beast that had lived for 700 years could not possibly yield a soul bone, although theoretically, a century-old soul beast might produce one. Such occurrences were mere speculation, unheard of in practice. Bai Yingwei cast a bewildered gaze towards the Pope, seeking a rational explanation. Yet, the Pope merely shook her head. Equally taken aback, Luo Fancheng discerned that within the yellow orb lay a miniature arm bone, entirely black and crystal clear, radiating waves of soul power. Junior sister. It seems we are indeed fortunate, he remarked. However, Bai Yingwei retorted, no, it is not we, but you. Your fortune is not merely good, it is extraordinary. She clicked her tongue repeatedly, struggling to maintain her composure. The probability of a century-old soul beast producing a soul bone is less than 1 in 10,000. Do you grasp the significance of this? Occasionally stumbling upon a stroke of luck is inconsequential. Luo Fancheng waved his hand dismissively, striving to remain humble. Yet, in his heart, he pondered how this event validated his prior conjecture. Ever since Bai Yingwei mentioned the exceedingly low drop rates of soul bones from soul beasts under 10,000 years, he had chuckled. As an emperor, how could he be compared to those unfortunate souls plagued by bad luck? Unless the drop rate was absolutely zero, as long as there was a chance, fortune would surely favor him. Senior brother, why has your expression suddenly darkened? Bai Yingwei exclaimed in shock. While others rejoice at acquiring soul bones, you appear as though you might weep. Indeed, Luo Fancheng felt the urge to cry. As he suddenly recognized a troubling question, why had the previous encounters with soul beasts yielded no soul bones? One reason could be the low age of the soul beasts. But another possibility was that his little mudfish had devoured all the essence of the soul beasts. Could a soul bone still materialize after such consumption? What an extravagant offspring. How much had it cost its father, a true glutton? Bai Yingwei observed Luo Fancheng closely, realizing that he was not merely feigning discontent. He genuinely seemed somewhat unhappy. Oh, I am truly astounded, she exclaimed. Senior brother, this is a soul bone. Even if it is merely the left arm bone of a 700-year-old demon ape, selling it could incite a frenzy among countless soul masters. Even I, the holy maiden of the temple, cannot directly obtain a soul bone. I must complete tasks for the temple and contribute before I can exchange for one. Luo Fancheng wished to express greater excitement, but he found it impossible. Setting aside the fact that the storage space of the White Fox Jade pendant contained 2 exceptional soul bones, given this luck, acquiring higher quality soul bones in the future would likely not pose a challenge. However, he must restrain his gluttonous progeny, otherwise, all treasures would be squandered. Observing the holy maiden's infatuation with the soul bone, Luo Fancheng waved his hand with a light-hearted smile, saying, if you desire it, junior sister, consider it a gift. Gift me. Bai Yingyue incredulously remarked. It seems that senior brother is utterly unaware of the true value of this item. Ha ha. Luo Fancheng, with a carefree smile, responded. Wealth is easily acquired, but genuine affection is rare. Junior sister, my teacher treats me with sincerity, and this mere soul bone is hardly worth mentioning. A bold smile graced the handsome face of the young man, exuding charm that left Bai Yingyue momentarily entranced, her heart racing in an instant. A delicate blush colored her fair complexion. Even the nearby Pope secretly nodded, glancing in admiration. Much of the world's strife arises from the pursuit of fame and fortune. How many brothers and friends have turned against each other for selfish gains, engaging in mutual scheming. Lost in thought, Diwei Yang's sharp, icy eyes softened slightly. Hee. Bai Yingyue flashed a sweet smile and approached, unhesitatingly handing the soul bone to Luo Fancheng. Senior brother is so magnanimous, it's truly touching. However, how could a younger sister covet her brother as treasures? What I desire, I shall strive for myself. With that, she playfully stuck out her soft little tongue at Diwei Yang. See, teacher? I certainly did not err in calling him senior brother. Luo Fancheng exudes such masculine charm. Hee. Diwei Yang nodded. Indeed, Fancheng is somewhat more mature than you. Ah, you pierce my heart again, Bai Yingyue said, clutching her ample bosom, biting her lower lip in a charming manner. Luo Fancheng shook his head, choosing not to elaborate, and stowed away the soul bone. Through her earlier actions, he discerned that his little junior sister, though outwardly cheerful, possessed a stubborn spirit that resented taking advantage of others and preferred to rely on her own efforts. Diwei Yang cautioned, Fancheng, although this soul bone is a treasure, it would be a pity for someone of your talent to absorb a soul bone of merely 700 years. What do you mean? Luo Fancheng inquired. Diwei Yang glanced at Bai Yingyue, who understood and explained. Soul bones are categorized into head bones, trunk bones, and limb bones, totaling 6 pieces. Among them, the head and trunk bones are the most precious. There are also extraordinarily rare external soul bones, yet I have not heard of anyone in this era obtaining one. It is likely just a rumor, best left unmentioned. Once a soul bone is absorbed, not only does it enhance one's combat power, but it also cannot be replaced. Luo Fancheng comprehended. So, if I absorb this left arm bone of the demon ape, I will be unable to replace it with a superior left arm soul bone in the future? Correct. Bai Yingyue blinked her beautiful eyes. Unless you were to sever your left arm, this soul bone would become an inseparable part of you. However, a typical person would choose to absorb a soul bone the moment they obtain it, as they are exceedingly rare. Many 9th-tier powerhouses cannot even gather a complete set. Most possess only 2 or 3 pieces. So, do you now grasp the value of this item? By the way, my earlier refusal was not due to its age. I simply did not wish to take advantage of senior brother. If this soul bone were auctioned, it would easily fetch precious materials. Understood, Luo Fancheng nodded. Without further ado, he recognized people's true natures. He was not one to be overly kind to those who were ungrateful, as such ingrates deserve to be dealt with sternly. Unyielding in the face of adversity, one must wield their strength relentlessly, scattering the remnants of defeat. Life is but a fleeting journey, where one must embrace generosity when the moment calls for it, and at times, indulge in selfishness as well. How many soul bones does junior sister possess now? Inquired Luo Fancheng, his curiosity piqued. Not a single one, came the reply. What? Bai Yingyue exclaimed in disbelief, her frustration palpable. What is with that contemptuous gaze? Surely, the holy maiden has managed to acquire at least 1 soul bone. Luo Fancheng expressed his astonishment. Bai Yingyue explained, the higher the quality of the soul bone, the more difficult it is to absorb. My current cultivation at level 41 as a soul master is insufficient. Diwei Yang interjected, Fancheng, you may sell the left arm bone of the demon ape for resources. I happen to know the whereabouts of an exceptional dragon-born left arm soul bone, which I shall procure for you as a token of my mentorship. Thank you, teacher. Luo Fancheng, without pretense, admired the magnificent and commanding Ice Queen, his mentor, who was generous in spirit. Teacher, the exquisite dragon-born soul bone you mentioned, it wouldn't be the one treasured by the Grand Elder, would it? Bai Yingyue asked in astonishment. That old miser has been conspiring with the 4 elders against you. Diwei Yang's cold gaze shifted slightly. Do not speak out of turn. Bai Yingyue immediately covered her mouth, her heart racing with shock. How much did the teacher value senior brother Fancheng, if she was willing to risk confronting the Grand Elder? Luo Fancheng listened intently, pondering silently. It appeared that the temple was divided into 2 major factions, one led by the Holy Maiden and the other consisting of the elders. The power possessed by the elders was undoubtedly formidable. Otherwise, given the Holy Maiden's iron-fisted nature, she would have suppressed them long ago rather than allowing them to survive. Teacher, if it proves too difficult, then let it be, Luo Fancheng thought, fully aware of the challenges the Holy Maiden faced in acquiring the soul bone from the Grand Elder. No further discussion is required, Di Weiyang stated coldly. When I make a promise, I shall see it through. Luo Fancheng remained speechless, contemplating the holy maiden's prideful nature. As the sun rose and set, the interplay of light and shadow danced through the forest, marking the passage of time. Boom. Luo Fancheng rose, his starry eyes shimmering with brilliance. Have I broken through again? The nearby Bai Yue, engrossed in her meditation, was jolted awake. Luo Fancheng sighed. This time it took longer than expected. It took me 2 whole days to form the 13th vortex of soul energy. Bai Yue fell silent for a moment before her eyes widened. I feel an overwhelming urge to strangle you. Are you out of your mind? 2 days is too long? In an instant, the holy maiden appeared before him. Her breathtaking features exuded a cold and majestic aura, leaving no room for disrespectful thoughts. Beneath her golden gown lay a figure that could only be described as divine, with her alluring legs encased in golden thigh-high boots, radiating sensuality. Indeed, it is time for you to acquire your first soul ring, Di Weiyang said, her crimson lips curling into a satisfied smile. Luo Fancheng felt an electric thrill coursing through him. She was simply too beautiful. Today, he realized that no past encounters with beauty could compare to the holy maiden. Those alluring vixens of his previous life paled in comparison to her magnificence. He sighed inwardly, taking a deep breath as he recalled the enchanting visage of his aunt, Sujioer, which quelled the flames of desire within him. With his current lack of strength, how could he entertain such thoughts as annihilating his ancestors? It was utterly foolish. Obtaining a soul ring was of paramount importance. Very well, teacher. Chapter 29. The Duplicity of the High Priestess, a serendipitous encounter in the jungle. Di Weiyang nodded, her voice a chilling blend of regal authority and soothing grace. Since you are prepared, then proceed. I and you shall await you here. Luo Fancheng initially nodded in agreement, but soon realized the implication, his eyes widening in disbelief. You are not coming with me? Di Weiyang replied. You have acquired the strength to protect yourself, and this is merely the forest's periphery, devoid of high-level spirit beasts. If you require constant protection and shy away from challenges, how can you ever grow into a formidable force? Luo Fancheng felt a bitter taste in his mouth. While the wisdom in her words was clear, the vastness of the forest instilled a primal fear in him. Bai Yue, filled with anxiety, interjected, Teacher, is it not too reckless to send senior brother alone? He has yet to learn the secret techniques. Secret techniques? Luo Fancheng pondered, intrigued by the distinction between these and the skills associated with spirit rings. Before he could voice his curiosity, Di Weiyang shot a cold glare at Bai Yue. Silence. Bai Yue bit her lip in dismay, feeling quite aggrieved. Di Weiyang's tone turned serious as she addressed Luo Fancheng. You possess a unique constitution, having surpassed your limits thrice. This grants you 3 additional vortices of spirit power, a remarkable talent that even I find astonishing. It seems evident that the typical limit of a 400-year spirit ring is trivial for you, and shattering the 600-year record is merely a matter of time. Having already defeated 700-year spirit beasts after surpassing your limits twice, I have no doubt that vanquishing an 800-year spirit beast will be well within your capabilities now that you have surpassed your limits thrice. For your upcoming quest to acquire a spirit ring, I advise you to consider options between 800 and 1,000 years. 800 years is the safest choice, with minimal risk to your life. Most individuals acquire their second spirit ring around 700 years, so you are already significantly ahead, and it would be unwise to tempt fate with higher ages. Of course, should you harbor ambition, you may attempt to absorb a 900-year spirit ring, but be warned. This is fraught with peril and could endanger your life. Bai Yu's mouth fell open in astonishment as she listened, her heart racing with excitement. The prospect of an 800-year first spirit ring, a groundbreaking achievement, was soon to be realized. The mere thought of it spreading through the community sent shivers down her spine. In truth, even the high priestess felt an inner tumult as she uttered these words. Her disciple was truly exceptional, yet he remained blissfully unaware of his own prodigious nature due to his limited exposure to other spirit masters. Luo Fancheng absorbed her words attentively, noting that while Di Weiyang appeared authoritative, she held a deep respect for her disciple's autonomy, never imposing her will, but rather outlining the advantages and disadvantages, allowing him to choose his own path. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, Teacher, may I attempt to absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring? Absolutely not. Di Weiyang replied with unwavering certainty. Bai Yu's face contorted with confusion, her eyes wide with alarm as she exclaimed, Senior brother, is living not enough? Have you lost your senses? Is there something wrong? Luo Fancheng asked, perplexed. Bai Yu responded, the leap in strength from 100 years to 1,000 years for spirit beasts is akin to humans breaking through their own limitations. A millennium-old soul beast possesses the capacity to effortlessly overpower 5 or 6 soul beasts. each nearly a millennium in age. A 30-level soul master with slightly inferior foundations, whose third soul ring remains yellow, finds it only the elite soul masters who can transcend the 1,000-year limit, absorbing purple soul rings of 1,002 or 300 years. As Luo Fancheng gazed upon Bai Yue's irate expression, it seemed to convey the sentiment that aspiring to break the 1,000-year mark with the first soul ring was sheer folly. "How many years is your third soul ring?" he inquired with curiosity. 1,700 years, but I am a saintess, an exceptional talent, so it is only natural for me to be unique, Bai Yue asserted. While she typically spoke with confidence when addressing others, facing this handsome senior brother left her feeling somewhat deflated. In comparison to such a prodigy, she appeared rather ordinary. "How outrageous. Go ahead," Di Weiyang urged. "The final task is to ensure that the soul rings you acquire align with your martial spirit. This will depend on your judgment." Understood. Luo Fancheng discerned that the female pope wished to use this opportunity to test and challenge him, and he welcomed the trial with enthusiasm. With a swift turn, he leapt into the depths of the forest. Bai Yue felt a twinge of worry, but the pope forbade her from following, leaving her reluctant to defy her. "Teacher, the clothes of my senior brother have become severely tattered in recent days. I shall hunt some fine beast hides to mend them." Di Weiyang's expression remained cold, and she offered no reply, watching as Luo Fancheng's figure vanished completely among the trees. "Let us go," the female pope suddenly declared, leaving Bai Yue momentarily stunned. Where to? Aren't we waiting for my senior brother?" Without waiting for a response, Di Weiyang gracefully ascended to the treetops with a light step, her golden boots glimmering. "Wait for me," Bai Yue called, hastening to follow. The rustling of emerald leaves filled the air as Luo Fancheng cautiously navigated through the dense canopy, ever vigilant for suitable prey. In such a wild environment, rife with serpents, insects, and poisonous creatures, wandering about recklessly would render one a living target. How bothersome. "You too. Do not linger so close to this princess. Move further away." A young girl's voice rang out from a distance, crisp and melodious, yet laced with a spirited sharpness. "Is someone there?" Upon hearing the voice, Luo Fancheng immediately halted, concealing himself among the foliage, employing the verdant leaves as a shroud. He remained observant, calculating the situation. Like a mantis stalking a cicada, while the oriole is behind, he mused. Unbeknownst to him, two stunning figures perched further away in the treetops, observing him from a distance. "Excellent. His reactions are quite astute." Di Weiyang nodded in approval. Bai Yue whispered, "Teacher, did you not say to remain in place and not protect my senior brother?" With a cold snort, Di Weiyang retorted, "Surely you do not believe I would allow him to venture out alone into danger?" Bai Yue was taken aback, realizing the depth of the strategy involved. The Pope's question left her momentarily speechless. "Your words make me appear rather foolish. It appears that one was never particularly astute. I had long contemplated creating an alternate identity, and now, fortuitously, I have your esteemed senior." Bai Yue felt as though struck by lightning, her senses dulled. Such heart-wrenching remarks are utterly unwarranted. It is undoubtedly a deliberate provocation aimed at her. Bai Yue had long recognized that the imposing and aloof figure of the high priestess harbored a cunning, hidden persona. Just as she opened her mouth, ready to voice her grievances, the high priestess coldly interrupted her. "Hush! Someone is approaching your senior." The high priestess seemed to sense the presence of an unseen individual ahead even before Luo Fancheng did. Her alluring crimson lips curled into a smile, revealing an expression of keen interest in the unfolding drama. A small team of 7, led by a 5th-stage Soul King, was in pursuit. "That Soul King will surely detect your senior. It will be intriguing to observe how he handles the situation." Chapter 30. The headstrong princess and the alluring temptress Luo Fancheng was entirely oblivious to the presence of the female pope, who was stealthily concealed among the treetops, patiently awaiting the emergence of individuals ahead. Soon, a small contingent of 7 appeared, an elderly man accompanied by 6 young nobles, all adorned in splendid attire, unmistakably of noble lineage. Among the group were 2 young maidens. One remained unnoticed, while the other was flanked by 2 noble youths, one cradling a jade bottle and the other bearing a square box. "Princess Xieying, after our long journey, you must be parched. I have procured a rare vintage from my father's collection for you. Shall we take a moment to savor it? Young Wei, we have ventured forth to hunt soul beasts. Do you wish for the princess to indulge in wine and jeopardize our mission?" "Princess, I have specifically instructed the head chef to prepare peach pastries for you." Knowing your fondness for delicacies, Luo Fancheng, concealed in the tree, listened intently to the sycophantic words of the 2 youths, his skin crawling with discomfort. Clearly, they were nothing more than ardent admirers. Upon closer inspection, he noted their striking appearances and opulent garments, indicative of their distinguished backgrounds. Behind them, 3 additional young men, though not approaching, cast furtive glances at the enchanting figure before them. What manner of woman could inspire such unreserved admiration? Just as Luo Fancheng pondered this, the maiden, surrounded by her admirers, turned with a playful scold. Li Hongpong, Yang Wei, you two grotesque fools, take your meager offerings and keep your distance. Your incessant pestering is insufferable. The 2 elegantly dressed youths, chastised, retreated in disgrace, while the others averted their gazes, no longer daring to steal glances at the young lady. Oddly enough, these 2 young men were not unattractive. In fact, they were quite handsome. Was the princess merely excessively discerning, perhaps a member of an appearance-focused society? Indeed, one could say that sycophants seldom meet favorable ends. Luo Fancheng could not help but scoff internally, yet he seized the opportunity to fully appreciate the maiden's beauty. His vision momentarily captivated. Before him stood a strikingly sensual young woman with long, straight black hair. Her enchanting phoenix eyes were accentuated by smoky makeup. Her luscious lips painted a vibrant hue, and she adorned a pair of silver tassel earrings. She wore a fitted black camisole that accentuated her alluring curves, complemented by a loosely draped short coat. Her legs were clad in tantalizing shorts, encased in delicate black stockings that showcased her fair skin. Her slender ankles were adorned with short, heeled boots. It was clear why these 2 gentlemen willingly played the role of admirers. In another life, she would undoubtedly reign as the queen of the nightclub, drawing the adoration and fervent cheers of all male onlookers. Could this truly be the princess? Luo Fancheng found it hard to believe. The image he had conjured of a princess was one draped in a demure yellow gown. Embodying grace and propriety, she would hardly be so provocatively alluring. It appeared that this realm of soul martial arts consistently diverged from his expectations. Who, he wondered, had introduced the concepts of stockings and high heels into this world? The audacious princess declared, Uncle Tai, should these 2 persist in their harassment, feel free to break their legs. Should any trouble arise, I shall bear the responsibility. The only elder with white hair in the group displayed an expression of difficulty, evidently indicating the noble status of the 2 young aristocrats. What? Does my word no longer carry weight? The fiery maiden princess's phoenix-like eyes sparkled with a fierce brilliance. I dare not, replied the elder. I shall follow your orders. Luo Fancheng observed the elder, who was hunched and had a head full of white hair, appearing to be on the brink of death, with an inconspicuous aura. However, Luo Fancheng did not dare to be careless. Without this elder's protection, the 6 noble youths would likely lack the confidence to enter the Soul Beast Oasis, thus indicating they possessed considerable strength. Suddenly, he keenly noticed that the elder's hands, which were vaguely visible beneath his sleeves, were pitch black, radiating an aura akin to dark iron. Were they false hands, or did he possess some extraordinary skill? Luo Fancheng wished not to complicate matters, waiting for the 7 passers-by to leave so he could search for a suitable soul ring. As for the princess, her allure was of no concern to him. One could be lustful, but only on the foundation of being well-fed and possessing strength. His sole focus was to obtain a soul ring and cultivate diligently to emerge successfully. As the 7 passed by the great tree, Luo Fancheng held his breath, remaining motionless. Wishing not to be discovered, the fiery princess and the other youths appeared completely oblivious. Yet the white-haired elder's gaze suddenly sharpened, bellowing, "Who goes there? Step forth immediately." Not a single one of the princess or the other youths questioned this command. They instantly gathered together, observing their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Clearly, they were well-trained and not ordinary soul masters. Luo Fancheng's heart raced. How could this old fellow detect him when he was holding his breath? Could it be that he had not detected him at all? Just as he entertained a glimmer of hope, the hunched elder abruptly looked up. Up there, the elder swiftly struck a palm against the sturdy tree trunk, sending wood chips flying. Boom! The towering ancient tree shook, its leaves rustling in a cacophony, forcing Luo Fancheng to lose his concealed position and tumble down. Gathering his breath at the tip of his tongue, he spoke just before hitting the ground. "Do not strike. I am merely passing by." Thud. Hearing the youthful voice, the elder retracted his palm, allowing Luo Fancheng to land safely. However, the 7 had already encircled him, leaving him nowhere to escape. The white-haired elder reprimanded. "Who are you? Why were you hiding in the tree? If I hadn't held back, you would be a corpse by now." The elder believed he had spared Luo Fancheng's life, unaware that the female pope had also withdrawn her outstretched hand in secret. Bai Yingyue scoffed. "Humph, you should be grateful I did not harm my senior brother, or you would have already met your demise. I see that your demeanor is upright, unlike those petty individuals who strike without discernment." This young man merely passed through while hunting for a soul ring and concealed himself upon hearing your voices, harboring no ill intentions. I hope you can grant him some leniency. Luo Fancheng spoke with poise, displaying no signs of panic. He handled the situation calmly. maintaining an air of dignity. Having spent time with formidable figures such as the demon emperor and the female pope, how could he be intimidated by the elder's imposing presence? His appropriate response earned him the elder's respect, who nodded in acknowledgement. The other young men, adorned in splendid garments, regarded Luo Fancheng with curiosity. Upon noticing his attire, which consisted of coarse, rustic fabric, stained with dust and riddled with tears, their initial vigilance dissipated, replaced by disdain and contempt. However, Luo Fancheng's ethereal handsomeness could not be concealed by his rough clothing, inciting a flicker of jealousy within the hearts of the youths. Reluctantly, they acknowledged that this fellow appeared more striking than any of their noble countenances. Unbeknownst to them, the haughty, peacock-like princess, initially casting a casual glance at Luo Fancheng, suddenly fixated her enchanting gaze upon him, unable to divert her attention. Ah, despite being a mere rustic, he possesses an exquisite visage. What a waste it is. She mused inwardly. Luo Fancheng turned to see none other than Yang Wei, the sycophantic youth who had previously offered him wine, his disdainful tone palpable even from afar. Oh, you startled us. We thought you were a dangerous assassin, but it turns out you were merely a villager struggling to awaken a decent martial soul. What could you possibly do to harm anyone? The second sycophant, Li Hongpeng, who had brought pastries, chimed in. The old hunchback remains wary, asking where your family and teacher are, trusting you to venture out alone. Luo Fancheng replied, shaking his head. I have no family. My aunt has departed. And as for my teacher, Yang Wei interjected dismissively, iron old. There's no need to inquire further. Just look at his pitiful appearance. Which respectable teacher would take him under their wing? Clearly, he is a solitary being. The commoner was of no consequence. Any one of them could easily overpower him. Even if he were allowed the use of one hand, he could not harm them. With a haughty expression directed at Luo Fancheng, he continued, Now, be on your way. Do not worry. We nobles are not so petty as to stoop to your level. Indeed, do not fear. While we may look down upon commoners, we will not bully you simply because of your weakness. Depart, added Li Hongpeng. In the distance, Bai Yingyue, observing the scene, clenched her teeth in anger. Her fist balled tightly. Ah, how infuriating. How long to strike down this rabble? What are they pretending to be? Do they truly believe they can provoke my senior brother? With his background and influence? Teacher, allow me to confront them, she implored, but Di Wei Yang shook her head. Yingyue, to become a great tree, do not contend with the grass. An emperor wields a sword without striking at flies. You are a saintess. You must exhibit the poise befitting your status. If mere words from others can disturb your spirit, how can you achieve greatness? Observe how your senior brother conducts himself. Bai Yingyue redirected her focus. Meanwhile, Luo Fancheng smiled. Having lived 2 lives, he would not allow the harsh words of others to provoke him into a reckless confrontation. Nor would he resort to sarcasm by claiming that his teacher was the Pope. Such behavior would only mirror their own childishness. Farewell, he said, shaking his head as he turned to depart, casting not a single glance at the fiery princess, wishing to avoid unnecessary conflict. As they watched his retreating figure, the others could not help but express their astonishment. Ah, it appears this individual possesses a certain aloofness, which is indeed admirable. However, he likely remains oblivious to the unfortunate truth that the bloodline of commoners is inherently inferior, with both martial spirits and other innate talents bound by limitations that prevent them from rivaling those of nobility. Clearly, he is a pitiful soul, devoid of talent, family, and influence, destined to struggle alone at the bottom, without even a mentor to support him. How tragic. Indeed, it is true. Stop. Why do you all feel sympathy for commoners? Our ancestors have toiled for generations to establish our noble status. Why should they, through mere hard work, aspire to reach our level? A disparity is only natural. At that moment, a melodious yet fierce voice, akin to that of a yellow oriole, rang out. Hey, you there. Stop. The crowd turned in confusion towards the princess, wondering why she would attempt to halt the tattered boy. Luo Fancheng, instead of pausing, quickened his pace, eager to distance himself from this tumultuous scene. The indignant princess stomped her long, alluring legs clad in black stockings. Hey, are you deaf? Can't you hear me speaking? Yang Wei leaned in, remarking, Princess Yeying, that fellow is clearly of no consequence. He is destined to inhabit a different world from ours. Why bother with him? Let him be on his way. Silence. You should be the one to leave. The princess retorted, charging forward, leaving Yang Wei stunned and speechless. Luo Fancheng was compelled to halt, his gaze fixed upon the captivating figure blocking his path. Up close, she appeared even more enchanting, particularly her pair of phoenix-like eyes, brimming with vitality. He inwardly shook his head, contemplating how she wasted her allure with such a sultry demeanor. If she donned a traditional skirt and tied her hair in a high ponytail, she would surely exude an admirable charm. This fleeting thought passed quickly as he inquired, Might I ask, Princess, why have you detained me? The princess, commanded you to stop. Did you not hear me? She glared at him, her beautiful eyes demanding an answer. Well, I have been hard of hearing since childhood, Luo Fancheng replied, feigning innocence, leaving the princess momentarily speechless. Her reprimands caught in her throat. Hey, you can't leave. Luo Fancheng's expression hardened. While he could tolerate a few words, he would not abide by deliberate provocation. He sensed that the high priestess would not allow him to wander unaccompanied without reason, and this was likely a test. If these individuals were not exceedingly audacious, he preferred not to gamble with his life over whether the high priestess was covertly observing him. Dear princess, first, no one here addresses me as hey, I possess a name. Second, why must I remain? Luo Fancheng spoke with unwavering conviction. A collective gasp echoed from the youths behind him, silently mourning the fate of this oblivious commoner. Who among them was unaware that Princess Sea King was the cherished jewel of the Lord of Qianlong City, accustomed to a life of unrestrained indulgence? The entire city scrambled to please her. Who would dare defy her? Princess Sea King was taken aback. The depth of his piercing black eyes held hers without flinching. In all of Qianlong City, only her father dared to meet her gaze in such a manner. You scoundrel! Are you not afraid that I will have Tai Lao kill you? Luo Fancheng nodded, candidly admitting, I am afraid. But does fearing death mean one must kneel and ingratiate oneself to others? Such a response left Princess Sea King even more astonished, as she coldly remarked. You certainly do not seem to fear death. Luo Fancheng smiled slightly. After all, there are certain things more intolerable than death, such as being reduced to a mere dog for others. Princess Sea King was momentarily speechless. She had heard countless flattering words, but this was a refreshing change. Moreover, the speaker possessed an exquisite charm that was simply captivating. How dare you speak to the princess in such a manner? Such audacity. It is a privilege if the princess holds you in regard. Countless aspire to be her servant but find no opportunity. The young men behind her, fervent admirers of Princess Sea King and inherently disdainful of commoners, were incensed and rushed forward to confront Luo Fancheng. Princess Sea King, brimming with indignation, turned her gaze sharply. Young Wei, Li Hongpeng, this is a private conversation between me and another. You have no place to interject. What? The two noble youths were taken aback, their faces etched with bewilderment. Caught in a state of confusion. Your Highness, we were speaking on your behalf. They stammered incoherently. Princess Sea King, growing impatient, retorted, silence. Stop barking like dogs and get away. You are quite bothersome. With that, she disregarded the two dumbfounded youths. And the alluring young woman in black silk turned to Luo Fancheng, uttering words that left everyone astounded. I shall not make things difficult for you. You are quite handsome. You are to my taste. If you are wise, join me henceforth. What do you say? Chapter 31. Aesthetic Obsession, Yandera? What kind of woman is this? Luo Fancheng was somewhat taken aback by the remark. He had previously speculated on numerous reasons for the other's actions. Humiliation? Bullying? Yet, he had never anticipated that it stemmed from a mere desire for his physical form. When he had been hiding in the tree earlier, he sensed that the headstrong princess was akin to a love-struck fool, and indeed, his intuition proved correct. This fiery, alluring beauty clad in black stockings was truly a superficial admirer of appearances. How unbecoming, dear princess. How could a mere mountain villager possibly be worthy of your favor? Before Luo Fancheng could utter a word, the two noble youths, Yang Wei and Li Hongping, who had just been scolded, came charging back. Their expressions as if they had been grievously wronged. Crack! The Princess Sea King brandished a whip that struck the two young nobles with unrelenting force. Your Highness, you would strike us for his sake? Yang Wei and Li grimaced in pain, their eyes wide with disbelief and sorrow. Goodness! The sycophantic behavior displayed by these two was utterly ludicrous. Luo Fancheng couldn't bear to watch any longer. This was excessively groveling. What were they hoping to gain? Even after being ruthlessly hit, they refrained from retaliating and resorted to lamenting instead? What happened to their dignity as men? Princess Sea King's enchanting phoenix eyes radiated a fierce aura. This princess conducts her affairs without needing your unsolicited opinions. Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng, being subjected to the wrath of their dream goddess, wore expressions twisted in agony, as if donning masks of torment. They simultaneously fixed their fiery glares upon Luo Fancheng, their eyes ablaze with jealousy and hatred. The other two youths also cast furtive glances of enmity toward Luo Fancheng, their disdain subtle yet palpable, which did not escape his notice. Absurd. The one who harmed you is this young lady. If you have grievances, direct them at her, not at me. Insanity. As Princess Sea King turned, her gaze fell upon Luo Fancheng's ethereal beauty, and the anger that had furrowed her brows gradually softened. Come with me. I shall not treat you poorly. To be your kept man? Dream on. Luo Fancheng shook his head. Your Highness, I appreciate your kindness, but I am rather wild at heart and do not fancy being beneath another. I must decline. Refusing me? I have taken a liking to you. And you dare to reject me? Princess Yang's beautiful eyes widened, her cheeks flushed with an unusual hue of anger. Luo Fancheng was left speechless. This woman seemed to possess complexities beyond mere arrogance. Could she perhaps be a Yandere? Heavens! He needed to extricate himself swiftly. Yanderes were the type to profess undying love one moment and threaten with a knife the next. Luo Fancheng pointed at Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng behind him, saying, Your Highness, I am but a humble commoner, an ordinary man. I find these two gentlemen behind you to be quite distinguished, of noble lineage. Why must you trouble me? Upon hearing the praise, Yang Wei and Li exchanged glances, believing Luo Fancheng's words stemmed from insecurity, their chests puffing up with pride, assuming a demeanor of superiority as they awaited the princess's approval. Yet, with those unsightly faces, how could they possibly be compared to him? Princess Yang curled her crimson lips in disdain, her gaze fixed intently upon the alluringly handsome man before her, unwilling to spare him even a fleeting glance. The proud expressions on Yang Wei and his companion abruptly faltered, as if struck by a bolt of divine lightning, their bodies stiffening like statues in the bitter chill of winter, with snowflakes cascading from a somber sky. Observing the black-clad vixen's indifference, Luo Fancheng felt a sense of resignation. Silently lamenting the truth of ancient wisdom, beauty, indeed, can be a curse. Who could fathom the torment he now endured, ensnared by this capricious temptress? Your Highness, please allow me to depart. A reluctant fruit is seldom sweet, he offered with a wry smile, attempting to reason with her. Yet, thirst beckoned. Princess Yang's enchanting eyes sparkled with an unsettling excitement, making even the most warped of souls like Luo Fancheng feel a twinge of discomfort. In this world, one must wield influence and possess a formidable background. You may have nothing, but I, Princess, possess everything. As long as you obediently accompany me, I can bestow upon you all that I have. A true man rides the winds of fortune. He cannot be relegated to servitude. Luo Fancheng shook his head, resolutely declining. No, I am naturally endowed with a strong appetite. I prefer the hard path over the soft, and I strive for what I desire without needing others' charity. Yang Wei and his companions stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend Luo Fancheng's audacity and his outright refusal. Did he not understand the advantages of aligning himself with a princess? For commoners, latching on to the aristocracy could elevate them to unimaginable heights. Yet here was this fellow, dismissing such an opportunity without a second thought. Truly, a provincial fool, unfamiliar with the allure of powerful figures, entirely unaware of the throngs vying for the princess's favor. A lack of appreciation for such a privilege. Defying the princess would surely lead to dire consequences. The crowd behind them silently condemned Luo Fancheng to a grim fate. You. Princess Yang ground her silver teeth, her eyes shimmering with lethal intent, her luscious lips quivering. No one dares to reject me. It has never happened. Do not presume that winning my favor grants you the liberty to act recklessly. The black-clad vixen raised her whip, poised to strike. Her voice sharp and commanding. You have one final chance. Will you accompany me or not? Yang Wei and his companions clenched their fists, anxiety mounting. He must not agree. Strike him. Strike him now. Flames of indignation ignited within Luo Fancheng as he recalled the twisted psyches of certain women from his past life. He unleashed a tirade. Go to hell. Is your relentless pursuit truly entertaining? If you have the courage, in my life today. But do not delude yourself into thinking I will ever regard you with admiration. Just because you are a princess does not mean you deserve adoration from all. To me, you are a mere mortal, nothing more. Come, put an end to me. I can hardly wait. You expect me to coddle you? Dream on. Luo Fancheng's passionate outburst left the willful princess momentarily speechless, her head bowed, obscuring her expression, while a menacing silence enveloped her. Do not speak of being scolded. From the moment of her birth, she has been treated with gentle whispers, and none dare raise their voices to her. Yang Wei and the others stood agape, a chill spreading across their bodies. Has this fellow gone mad? To dare insult the princess? It is over. As if fearing death was not enough. Meanwhile, the ever-composed iron elder Bai, with his white hair, was astonished, his beard trembling in disbelief as he gazed at Luo Fancheng. What on earth? Is this youth so audacious? To speak so boldly? Truth be told, even Luo Fancheng himself felt a twinge of regret after his outburst. What a blunder. A moment of impetuousness. The crux of the matter is that in both of his lifetimes, he has always held sway over women, never once threatened by them. Now, he can only hope that his understanding of the delicate whims of obsession from his past life is accurate, or that the high priestess is observing him from the shadows. If neither is true, then perhaps he could still plead for mercy, relying on his somewhat handsome visage to charm his way out of this predicament. An inexplicable silence enveloped the air, as if the birds in the surrounding forest had ceased their songs. Suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from the bowed head of Princess Sea King. Chapter 32. This soft rice brother will not eat it. You cannot possibly like him, right? At that moment, the fiery princess was revealed from head to toe. Her alluring black stockings accentuating her exquisite legs, a pair of snug shorts embracing her pert posterior, and a voluptuous bosom that seemed to tremble unnaturally. This sight sent shivers down the spines of those behind her. One could only imagine the fury that had driven the princess to such a state. Tick. A few tears cascaded onto Princess Sea King's white boots. Everyone, including old Tai, gasped in shock. Yang Wei was utterly certain. It was over. This lad had crossed a line. The princess was so incensed that she cried. Even the heavens could not save him now. Fuming, Yang Wei rushed forward. Princess, watch as I deal with this scoundrel for you. Beside him, Li Hongping was not about to let his rival take the lead. You dare to bully the princess? I'm coming for you. Luo Fancheng immediately assumed a defensive posture, ready to retaliate. He sensed a lack of strength in the two opponents before him. Devoid of the overwhelming pressure he had felt when facing Bai Yinghua, he could likely prevail. Crack! A whip lashed out, and Luo Fancheng instinctively braced for impact, only to realize it was aimed elsewhere. Yang Wei and his companion, eager to subdue Luo Fancheng, were caught off guard by an unexpected betrayal, resulting in one of them receiving a painful strike. Wincing, the injured party clutched his bruised arm, bewildered as they stared at the whip-wielding Princess Sea King. The fiery maiden had raised her head, her eyes red-rimmed yet fierce, resembling a protective beast. Do you think you can touch my people without consequence? Li Hongping, astonished, exclaimed. Princess, this fellow clearly lacks awareness. Didn't you just cry over him? Whether I cry or not is my business. What does it matter to you? Princess Sea King raised her chin defiantly, her expression exuding arrogance. My goodness! The hearts of Yang Wei and his companions shattered. They could not fathom why their daily displays of concern were met with disdain while this scoundrel had managed to elicit such a reaction from the princess. What had gone awry? Luo Fancheng felt a newfound clarity. Princess Sea King likely harbored a touch of the Yandra trait, yet her demeanor leaned more towards that of a masochist. His earlier gamble had paid off. Moving forward, he could apply the right remedy with greater ease. Princess Sea King glared at the handsome man before her. Despite her desire to lash out at him in anger, an unusual sensation coursed through her, rendering her unable to harbor hatred. He was undeniably more pleasing to the eye than the sycophantic sycophants surrounding her. Speak. How can you persuade me to take you with me? I possess wealth and power. You, an ordinary person, lack qualifications and recognition, but if you can win my favor, I shall spare no resources to elevate you. Yang Wei wished to interject, yet the sting from the whip made him think twice. Li Hongping, too, feared provoking the princess's tempestuous nature, which could result in old Tai taking drastic measures against him. Luo Fancheng's lips curled into a cold smile. You are utterly absurd. Do you truly believe that money is omnipotent? One day, when you find yourself devoid of wealth and influence, those around you will abandon you. It is a lamentable truth. People fear and dread you, yet you remain devoid of a single genuine friend. The group of aristocratic young men has grown numb. Another girl in the team gazes at the dashing man, her eyes shimmering with intrigue, recognizing that he possesses a charm far superior to the other fellows. However, due to his humble origins, he undoubtedly lacks talent and power, making him an unsuitable match, no matter how much she might admire him. She would be better off with one of the affluent men surrounding her. Princess Sea King's delicate form quivered as her voice emerged, sharp and trembling. Dare you utter another insult? She challenged. Humph. I have no words for a woman as willful as you, Luo Fancheng replied, shaking his head, seemingly too disdainful to continue the conversation. Princess He bit her luscious peach-colored lips, staring intently at him. My name is Sea King. Oh. Luo Fancheng acknowledged with a slight nod. You scoundrel, Sea King fumed, stamping her small white boots. I have ceased my impudence, and am speaking to you earnestly. Why do you continue to ignore me? I apologize, but I can hardly harbor any fondness for those who threaten me. However, sharing names is harmless, Luo Fancheng replied. Sea King huffed. Since we are acquainted with each other's names, let us consider ourselves friends. I want you to stay. Surely, you cannot refuse a friend's request? Luo Fancheng glared at her. Is this what your family considers friendship? I can hardly contain my disbelief at such a ludicrous notion. Indeed, Sea King affirmed. My friends never deny my requests. Luo Fancheng retorted, are you foolish? If there exists a coercive relationship among friends, then they are not truly friends. Sea King seethed with anger but refrained from exploding. Then what do you define as friendship? Luo Fancheng explained, true friends can say no without the burden of guilt, preserving their sincere feelings for one another. That is friendship. Sea King appeared bewildered. Luo Fancheng chuckled softly, I do not expect you to understand. After all, You have no friends. Are you implying that I am foolish? Yi Xiang glared at him. No, he replied. Yes, there is. I am not suggesting. I am stating it plainly. Ah, how infuriating. Yi Xiang's elegant legs tensed as she raised a whip, only to lower it again, though he insulted her. She hesitated to retaliate, feeling a twinge of masochism. Be my friend, she proposed. No, wouldn't being my friend be a slight against you? I currently need to acquire a soul ring and cannot afford to waste time with a pampered princess like you. You are in danger alone. Join us in forming a team. No, I feel it would be more perilous to be with you. Yi Xiang fumed. Am I going to devour you? It's a possibility. Luo Fancheng nodded. Yi Xiang's captivating eyes narrowed as she commanded, Uncle Tai, keep an eye on this fellow. Do not let him escape. Yes, princess. The white-haired elder moved swiftly to stand before Luo Fancheng. Yi Xiang gazed intently at Luo Fancheng, her full lips curling into a playful smile. Rest assured, once I assist you in hunting the spirit rings, I shall undoubtedly release you. My only concern is that you might perish in the jungle while hunting spirit beasts. Such a handsome and intriguing man as yourself would be a tragic loss. If you dare to refuse my good intentions, I shall have old Tai dispatch you without hesitation. Luo Fancheng's lips moved, ultimately yielding to her words, for he noticed the ominous hand of old Tai stirring beneath his sleeve. Nevertheless, accompanying such a group was certainly safer than venturing alone, providing him with an opportunity to gauge the strength and caliber of noble spirit masters from the outside world. Being compelled to rely on others was indeed a predicament. With the auspicious golden dragon within him, blessed with fortune, he could hardly allow himself to be ensnared by this captivating yet formidable black-clad princess. Nearby, Yang Wei and the others glared at Luo Fancheng, their eyes seething with a murderous intent. No need to rush. We are all here to procure spirit rings. Once the princess sees that the rings you acquire are inferior to those of the rest, she shall realize that, at your core, you are merely worthless. In the shadows, Bai Yingwei trembled with suppressed fury. Had it not been for the restraint of the high priestess, she would have charged forth. That little vixen dares to covet my senior brother? How dare she? Teacher, do not hold me back. I yearn to tear her apart. Di Weiyang cast a sidelong glance. Her voice icy as she inquired, your reaction is rather intense. Could it be that you harbor feelings for your senior brother after only a few days of acquaintance? Ah? Bai Yue's delicate form shuddered, momentarily frozen in shock. Chapter 33. Proposing? How amusing. Is this what they call forceful? It pierces the heart. She stiffly turned her delicate face. Teacher, what do you mean? I am a saintess, quite unlike that superficial and capricious princess. Di Weiyang's phoenix eyes quietly gazed at her, and after a moment, she nodded slightly, her crimson lips parting. All right. I shall find an opportunity to introduce a suitable match for your senior brother. You can assist me in selecting which noble lady from the major sects would be appropriate. Ah? Bai Yu's cherry lips parted in surprise, stammering. You want to introduce a match for senior brother? But he is still young. Isn't it a bit too early? Come, keep up. They have already left. Di Weiyang's tone was cool as she took the lead in departing. Teacher, please clarify. Those noble ladies from prominent families have such peculiar temperaments. You cannot send senior brother into a pit of fire. Bai Yu hurriedly followed, her words tumbling forth. Unaware of the slight upturn at the corners of Di Weiyang's lips. Roar. At the periphery of the jungle oasis. A chilling roar echoed as a gigantic black panther, standing 2 meters tall at the shoulder, fell in response. It was battered and bruised, a fatal wound in its chest. Blood oozing forth and staining the green grass and dark earth. To have single-handedly slain a 350-year-old soul beast, the Wind Shadow Panther. Such an achievement at the 10th level of Soul Masters is likely unparalleled. Yang Wei held a long spear radiating a dark golden glow, standing triumphantly over the fallen beast. Though his resplendent attire was tattered, a sense of pride filled his demeanor, exuding an air of ambition and grandeur. Young Master Yang is truly ruthless, with merely 10th level power. He can slay a 350-year-old soul beast, just 50 years shy of standing shoulder to shoulder with the top talents of great powers. Impressive, indeed remarkably impressive. Several youths in the team swiftly gathered around, their faces filled with awe as they regarded the soul beast beneath Yang Wei's feet. Even the usually unsmiling Iron Old Man revealed a hint of a smile. Young Master Yang lives up to the reputation of the Yang family. His foundation is indeed solid. Iron Old Man, you flatter me. Yang Wei casually waved his hand, dismissing the notion that slaying a mere 350-year-old soul beast was noteworthy. It paled in comparison to the 400-year level of top-tier prodigies. Yet, despite his nonchalance, he could not hide the delight in his expression as he lifted his chin, willingly accepting the praise of others. His gaze shifted toward the fiery and willful princess, only to find his heart's goddess casting a mere indifferent glance in his direction before turning her bright eyes toward the handsome Luo Fancheng beside her. Damn it, Yang Wei gritted his teeth, the joy in his heart swiftly dissipating. Why? Wasn't he just a slightly more attractive pretty boy? What good is being handsome if one cannot fight? Luo Fancheng, of course, noticed the murderous glare directed at him, but paid it no mind. Feeling utterly perplexed and bewildered. After all, he had merely slain a 350-year-old soul beast. Was it truly necessary for them to be this excited? Listening to the congratulations and praises directed at Yang Wei, Luo Fancheng's confusion deepened. He could see that the others were not merely offering hollow compliments. They genuinely marveled at Yang Wei's remarkable achievements. It was simply absurd. Do not speak of 350-year soul beasts. Even an 800-year soul beast can be effortlessly vanquished by Luo Fancheng with a single hand. As he journeyed alongside this team, Luo Fancheng developed a certain understanding of them. These 7 individuals hail from the city of Qianlong, which is affiliated with the Songlong Empire. 6 of them are elite soul master students from the Royal Academy, while Teacher Tai serves as their mentor. The others possess strength not exceeding level 30, needing to obtain soul rings, with only Teacher Tai being a 5th-tier master at level 54. Upon learning of Teacher Tai's rank, Luo Fancheng grasped why he had been noticed so quickly. Throughout their travels, these young men, envious of his charm, subtly flaunted their noble superiority, adopting an air of genius and elitism in an attempt to instill feelings of inferiority in Luo Fancheng. Yet, was this truly the best they could muster? The level of others remained unseen by Luo Fancheng, but the sycophantic Yang Wei indeed made him feel somewhat belittled. Hey, Qinshen, you're not intimidated by this guy's prowess, are you? Princess Ying chuckled, revealing a captivating smile. Luo Fancheng, taken aback, replied, Me, intimidated? Yu Xiang remarked. Though I do not favor him, I must admit his talent is commendable. You also wish to enhance your first soul ring. Do you dare to battle against a 350-year soul beast? Luo Fancheng was at a loss for words, nearly bursting into laughter. Was this merely a jest at his expense? He couldn't be bothered to engage with the black-clad, alluring princess, shifting his gaze toward Yang Wei, who was absorbing a soul ring. This marked the first occasion Luo Fancheng witnessed someone absorbing a soul ring. Noting his silence, Yi Xiang's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she opened her mouth to scold him, only to bite her lip in restraint. For the sake of appearance, she chose to hold her tongue. Qinshen, do not feel pressured. Yang Wei's caliber is already quite high in Qianlong City. Only the top-tier geniuses of major powers can attach a first soul ring to a 400-year beast. I trust you understand what I mean. Given your humble origins, if you can attach a 200-year soul ring, that would be quite remarkable. I assure you, no one will mock you then. Should anyone dare to ridicule you, I shall handle them myself. Luo Fancheng replied. A 200-year ring? Who are you belittling? Not even a 350-year beast would deign to appear. Speaking of which, was this girl comforting others for the first time in her life? If he were indeed an ordinary person, such consolation might only deepen his discomfort. Yi Xiang, perceiving his silence, assumed he felt pressured by Yang Wei's display, and was about to speak again when Luo Fancheng interrupted her. Princess, could we refrain from using such repetitive phrases? It makes for rather uncomfortable listening, akin to gazing at the vast sea. What does that mean, the feeling of the sea? Yi Xiang pondered, feeling ill. Yi Xiang was infuriated, her alluring figure subtly trembling in response. Are you insulting me again? Luo Fancheng, astutely aware of her slight quiver, felt a flush of heat rise to his cheeks. Could this woman possibly be a masochist? Speak properly, would I insult you? Luo Fancheng exclaimed, if you're annoyed, then don't keep me here, let me leave at once. This county shall be the end of you. Apart from Yang Wei, who was preoccupied with absorbing his soul ring, everyone else was drawn to Princess Shi Ying's fervent outcry. With her arm raised high, gripping the whip tightly, she glared with her phoenix eyes, exuding a fierce aura that suggested she would strike him down if he did not relent. However, Luo Fancheng gradually discerned the depths of this woman. He was not one to be easily intimidated. A sycophant meets a bitter end. A tough man walks the righteous path. With piercing eyes and resolute words, he challenged, come on, hit harder. Today, you will either defeat me or apologize. Qinshen, that is a term for cowards. Shi Ying's delicate form trembled visibly, causing the other young men behind her to recoil in fear, wary of being caught in the crossfire. Will you yield? Yield to what? You headstrong girl? Without Old Tai's backing, let us see if I won't make you regret this. In the background, Old Tai was left astonished, his beard quivering in disbelief. This little tyrant was notoriously difficult to appease, and yet she dared to insult him? Madness. Fuming with anger, Shi Ying swung her whip downwards, producing a thunderous crack. With a loud bang, Luo Fancheng remained unscathed, while the ground at his feet erupted, revealing deep furrows left by the whip. Shattered blades of grass scattered as Shi Ying pointed an accusing finger at him, seething, "You wretch. If you won't be called Chinching, then from now on, you shall be Luo Fancheng." The scene left old Tai and the other young men, including Li Hongpeng, utterly stunned, their minds racing in disbelief. How could this man withstand such provocation? Could the princess's fiery temper truly indulge his insolence? Li Hongpeng, perplexed, couldn't he fathom the situation. Was it merely his handsome appearance that permitted such audacity? Suddenly, Yang Wei, who had remained quiet until now, stood up, revealing a dark golden spear that shimmered with a yellowish aura. "Wind Shadow Kill," he called out, thrusting the spear toward the corpse of the Black Panther. The newly manifested dark yellow soul ring glimmered, and the spearhead unleashed a flurry of invisible wind blades. Boom! The Black Panther's remains were instantly obliterated, torn apart by the swirling blades. Luo Fancheng's eyes lit up. Was this the soul skill granted by the soul ring? Indeed, it was fascinating, and Yang Wei's combat prowess had evidently surged. Yet, despite this enhancement, Luo Fancheng still sensed a hint of weakness in Yang Wei, as if he could easily be dispatched with a mere slap. "Congratulations, young Master Yang, for absorbing the soul ring and officially becoming a level 11 soul master." The soul skill proved formidable, with the wind blades being intangible and nearly impossible to defend against. Yang Wei basked in the accolades from others, yet his heart sank. In his mind, the alluring princess, his goddess, paid him no mind, fixated solely on that detestable man, igniting a storm of frustration within him. Old Tai interjected. "Let us move quickly. We must find suitable soul rings for the others before nightfall. It is unwise to linger here, as the unpredictability of the situation poses great danger." Princess Sea King remained entangled with Luo Fancheng as they walked ahead, while Yang Wei and the other young men trailed behind, their clenched fists trembling beneath their sleeves. "Young brother Yang, don't rush. Just hold on a little longer." Li Hongpeng gently patted his shoulder and whispered, "When the princess sees that lad's meager soul ring, she will surely comprehend the vast chasm that separates him from us and appreciate our worth." Yang Wei, with a hint of concern, replied, "But what if that boy happens to strike luck and possesses some innate talent? Wouldn't that leave us with no opportunities? I sense a certain confidence emanating from him." Li Hongpeng chuckled softly. "You are allowing your worries to cloud your judgment. I have heard of the most remarkable common soul masters, whose first soul rings barely exceed 300 years. How can he even be compared to us? Furthermore, did you not notice his reaction when you vanquished that 350-year-old soul beast? His expression was anything but composed. He was clearly terrified." Yang Wei's lips curled into a smirk as he retorted, "Let us hope this boy does not disappoint the princess too much. He must not attach a mere 100-year soul ring, for that would be utterly humiliating and lackluster. Our victory would then hold no significance. Ha ha ha." Li Hongpeng shook his head. "Do you grasp the concept of perspective? Look at your pitiful demeanor. I would never stoop to compare myself with a worthless commoner. There is no basis for comparison." Suddenly, a clear and crisp voice rang out from the front of the group. "Yang Wei, you too, come here." Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting a surge of excitement. Has the princess changed her mind? Has she grown weary of that boy and finally recognized our merits? Yi Xiang halted, her tone sharp as she admonished. "What are you two whispering about? Hurry up." "Coming." Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng rushed eagerly to stand before Yi Xiang. "Princess, how may we assist you?" As he spoke, Li Hongpeng cast a challenging glance at Luo Fancheng, as if to convey, "Hey, your moment of glory is fleeting." Luo Fancheng dismissed them entirely. These two noble scions were nothing but sycophants. How pathetic they were. Just moments ago, they were clamoring for attention, and now they scurry over at the mere sound of a call. Is the princess truly remarkable? Does she possess more than an ordinary person? In any case, he was indifferent. However, he was genuinely curious as to why Yi Xiang had summoned these two. "Yang Wei, present the wine you promised me. Right here." Yang Wei exclaimed, a surge of joy filling his heart. The princess was finally ready to accept his gift. With a flourish, he produced an exquisite emerald bottle. Li Hongpeng, anxious, pulled out a jade box tied with a ribbon. "Princess, I also have the peach pastry I prepared for you." Yi Xiang extended her hand. "Yes, I know. Bring them both here." Luo Fancheng thought to himself, "Goodness, both of these young lords possess storage treasures? Wasn't Tianjiu saying that such treasures are rare? It seems their backgrounds are more illustrious than I had presumed. However, this prowess, upon observation, it does indeed appear rather unimpressive." Watching as Yi Xiang, who had unequivocally declined their advances countless times, now accepts a gift, both individuals are filled with excitement, barely restraining themselves from bursting into joyous laughter. Yet, a sense of perplexity lingers. If the princess harbored any affection towards them, she would likely accept a gift from only one, for it seems improbable that she could feel fondness for both. How greedy could one be? Just as their emotions surged, Yi Xiang abruptly thrust a fine wine and delicately crafted pastry box towards the side, presenting it to Luo Fancheng. Here, this is a treat from your princess. Yang Wei? Li Hongping. The two's joyful expressions were abruptly halted, their hearts seemingly frozen, eyes wide with disbelief. No, thank you. Luo Fancheng declined with a wave of his hand, utterly disinterested. The female pope and her apprentice were likely observing from the shadows. Casually accepting gifts from another woman might incite the apprentice's ire, jeopardizing his chances of receiving her culinary delights. Indeed, the culinary skills of the Saintess Ingwei were beyond reproach, leaving Luo Fancheng craving more. Yang Wei and his companion's eyes widened even further. How infuriating. After laboriously preparing gifts with utmost care, they were repeatedly rebuffed by the princess. Yet now, when she offers a gift, he dares to refuse? Yi Xiang's phoenix eyes brimmed with a fierce intensity as she exclaimed, "You ungrateful wretch! I have watched you venture alone through the jungle, hunting soul beasts. Likely weary and parched, I have procured some sustenance for you, and yet you do not appreciate it? Venturing alone? No storage treasures? Weary and parched?" Luo Fancheng's expression turned peculiar. One could hardly fathom the joy he experienced. Casting a glance at the infuriated duo, he shook his head. "This is someone else's goodwill. If you give it to me, they will surely be heartbroken. What is with this overwhelming scent of green tea?" Suddenly, Luo Fancheng felt that his previous words carried an unusual flavor. Yi Xiang nodded. "Heartbroken is just fine. Let us depart swiftly. You need not trouble me any longer. I have long since had my fill of this. Were it not for the friendship between our fathers, I would have dealt with them long ago. It is for their own good. They need not hang upon my tree any longer." The sound of their hearts shattering echoed ominously. Luo Fancheng noticed the duo's eyes had begun to bleed crimson, their expressions contorted with rage, fists clenched tightly. TSK. Is our devoted admirer finally finding his courage? Chapter 34. Soft rice hard to eat. 800 years of soul rings. Cherry Dragon Martial Soul Luo Fancheng, with his arms crossed, appeared to be eagerly awaiting a spectacle. Ultimately, the two had accumulated their pent-up rage not to vent it upon the princess, but instead directed their reddened eyes towards him. Yang Wei bellowed, "You, kid, don't overstep your bounds. The princess has bestowed gifts upon you. That is your honor. Accept it swiftly, or we shall not be so courteous." Li Hongping echoed loudly. Luo Fancheng was utterly speechless. He had initially thought these two sycophants had finally awakened their spirits, daring to throw a punch at the fiery, masochistic princess. Yet, in the end, they only dared to whine at him. More importantly, they were even assisting the princess in persuading him to accept her gifts. This was akin to purchasing an extravagant bed, only to offer it to the goddess and his rival for an intimate exchange. Luo Fancheng could not indulge their foul habits and retorted coldly, "Accept a pile of rubbish? Quickly take it away. I have no interest." Li Hongping's face contorted with rage. "How dare you speak to me like that? Where do you find the audacity? Come, let us settle this in a duel." Yang Wei was equally incensed. Luo Fancheng shook his head, indifferent to their provocations. Childish. Just as Yang Wei and his companion were about to explode with fury, two resounding slaps echoed sharply against their faces, akin to a bucket of icy water being poured over them. Yang Wei and his companion stiffly turned their heads. Had they gone mad? Did they possess the courage of a bear and the gall of a leopard to threaten the princess? Yi Xiang, with a pink handkerchief in hand, was wiping her hands. Her brow furrowed in disdain. "Princess." Yang Wei covered his face, tasting bitterness. Li Hongping felt even worse inside. "Princess, you must not be deceived. This fellow has both strength and talent. Yet what does he possess beyond his looks?" Yi Xiang scoffed. "Strength, talent, and influence. This princess possesses them all. For the one I favor, mere looks are sufficient." Luo Fancheng stood quietly, observing the unfolding drama, as Yi Xiang pointed towards him. What if he was weak? Should he blame himself for not exerting more effort? They might be stronger than him, yet the bloodlines and resources they relied upon were all gifts from their predecessors. Challenging a commoner to a duel. How shameless. Yi Xiang turned to the hunchbacked iron Taoist. "If they come within 3 paces of me, take action without hesitation." With a whoosh, the iron Taoist appeared, separating the heartbroken Yang Wei and his companion. Yi Xiang produced fine wine and pastries from her storage space. The two eyesores were dismissed. "Aren't you going to accept?" Luo Fancheng shook his head. "I'm not interested. Keep it for yourself." "Are you determined to reject this princess's goodwill?" Yi Xiang exclaimed in exasperation. "What will it take for you to accept? My patience is limited." Luo Fancheng mused that this princess might have a compulsion. How could one not accept? He had gradually discerned her nature, spoiled since childhood, accustomed to being coddled, yet possessing a masochistic disposition. The more one indulged her, the worse the outcome. It was essential to take the opposite approach, yet one must also be strategic in doing so. Can I simply refuse to accept it? Luo Fancheng inquired. Indeed, he replied, while accepting is not out of the question, it comes with conditions. Yu Xiang glared at him. Do you dare to impose conditions upon me? Beg me. Luo Fancheng met her gaze without flinching, his eyes unwavering. At his words, those discreetly observing the exchange felt a jolt of trepidation. Was this young man teetering on the brink of folly, daring fate? You must be dreaming, Yu Xiang retorted. Her delicate features flushed with indignation. In this lifetime, it is only others who plead with me. I would rather starve than concede. With the jade vial and box in hand, she strode away, strutting with an air of indifference, leaving Luo Fancheng behind. Unperturbed, he merely smiled, confident that this woman would inevitably return to seek him out. After all, given the impetuous nature she displayed, if she were truly enraged, she would have wielded her whip against him. As he gazed ahead, the midday sun bathed her alluring figure in warmth, her cascading dark hair shimmering like a waterfall, and her curvaceous form swaying enticingly. Her long legs, clad in black stockings, were irresistibly alluring, complemented by her striking white boots. Shaking his head, he mused that, irrespective of her temperamental demeanor, she was undeniably both beautiful and captivating. Suddenly, the tranquility of the forest was shattered by a resounding explosion. Yu Xiang, the enchanting maiden in black stockings, was embroiled in combat with a colossal vine adorned with dark star patterns. Iron Lao stood guard nearby, while Luo Fancheng observed alongside 5 others. Through their dialogue, he learned that the creature was an 800-year-old plant-type soul beast, the dark star vine, and that Yu Xiang, now at level 20, aimed to select it as her second soul ring. With a resounding dragon's roar echoing within her, a surge of white-pink soul light erupted from Yu Xiang, manifesting a spectral white dragon several meters in length. This ethereal dragon bore a texture reminiscent of wood rather than flesh, encircled by a shimmering yellow soul ring. Soul manifestation. With a thunderous boom, Yu Xiang merged with the spectral dragon, her arms and cheeks adorned with white crystalline scales, while a rosy hue graced her eyes, transforming them into slitted pupils. The 8th-grade martial soul of Princess Xiang, the primordial cherry dragon. Yang Wei and the others watched with fervent admiration, riveted by her formidable prowess in battle. Unable to tear their eyes away, the dark star vine lashed out with its 9 tendrils, akin to a chaotic dance of demons, striking towards Yu Xiang. With a deft footfall, she evaded the onslaught, executing a series of intricate maneuvers with agility and grace. Dragon's roar. As the yellow soul ring gleamed, Yu Xiang unleashed a piercing cry, momentarily halting the vine's movements. Seizing the opportunity, she struck the root of the dark star vine with precision, vanquishing it and causing a deep yellow soul ring to materialize. With a sigh of relief, Yu Xiang exhaled gracefully amidst the chorus of congratulations surrounding her. She cast a sidelong glance at Luo Fancheng, lifting her chin with a hint of pride, as if to say, "Have you witnessed my strength?" She then produced a meditation mat, crossed her elegant legs, and closed her eyes to absorb the soul ring. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this willful and capricious princess possessed such remarkable strength, evidence of her diligent training. The 8th-grade Sakura Dragon Martial Soul. Merely a hair's breadth away from the 9th-grade martial souls of the Holy Maiden and that flame dog Holy Sun. At this moment, Yang Wei, observing the princess with her eyes closed, edged closer and taunted, "Kid, do you see this? This is the princess's talent and strength. You, a mere useless wretch, dare to reach for such high branches. The disparity is immense. You are destined to inhabit different worlds." Luo Fancheng shot him a sidelong glance. "Which dog I perceives me as climbing the princess's branches? Can't you see she is the one clinging to me?" Yang Wei's expression faltered. Luo Fancheng continued, "Could you perhaps persuade her to stop bothering me and set me free?" "You." Yang Wei's temper flared. "Do you believe I won't beat you? Come on." Luo Fancheng smirked, beckoning with a finger. He had no fear of this fool. After all, he had faced soul beasts for 350 years without flinching. Yang Wei suddenly relaxed his fists, chuckling, "Ha! Don't think you can trick me into making a move. You'll just beg the princess to trouble me again later. One to you? This young master is far too clever to fall for your schemes." "Oh." Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow, sensing Yang Wei's overactive imagination. "The princess is merely indulging a whim, finding you amusing. Once you attach your soul rings, everyone will see what kind of trash you truly are. Without the princess's backing, you are nothing." Yang Wei's jealousy ignited fiercely, especially after witnessing Yu Xiang's graceful combat. "Ah, princess, you're awake?" Luo Fancheng remarked. Yang Wei jumped back in fright and quickly turned to explain, "Princess, please don't misunderstand. I was just joking with this fellow." Upon realizing that Yu Xiang had not yet opened her eyes, he recognized he had been played. "Ah, cursed be this. Do you only excel at verbal sparring?" Luo Fancheng reminded him, "The princess has awakened." Nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? This young master would never fall for your tricks, Yang Wei retorted angrily. Yang Wei, what are you doing? A sharp female voice rang out from behind, causing Yang Wei to shudder. Yi Xiang stood up, and with a firm step, a deep yellow soul ring shimmered beneath her. Second soul skill, dragon coiling. Swish, swish. Two slender dragon-like vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Yang Wei and tossing him aside, leaving him in a rather undignified state. Luo Fancheng shrugged helplessly. Foolish child. I warned you. Ignoring advice, alas. Yang Wei, sprawled on the ground, nearly spewed blood upon hearing those words. Soon, everyone settled in a clearing in the woods to rest and enjoy their packed lunches and snacks. Luo Fancheng, however, had none but did not mind. He simply closed his eyes to adjust his cultivation state, preparing to attach his soul rings. This region was rich with 800-year-old soul beasts, and deeper within, suitable ones would surely appear. Hey, snack, are you going to eat? Yi Xiang nudged Luo Fancheng, waking him. You interrupted my cultivation, Luo Fancheng replied, displeased. TCH, Yi Xiang rolled her eyes. If your bloodline is insufficient, practicing one tea yield much benefit, but if you don't eat, you'll go hungry. I won't eat. You really want to eat? Get lost. Are you scolding me? Yi Xiang trembled with anger. Luo Fancheng nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, you deserve to be scolded. Why disturb me when you have two lovesick individuals to attend to? It is quite bothersome. Yi Xiang trembled slightly, her enchanting eyes fixated on him, instilling a sense of unease. In a delicate tone, she implored, I beg you. Surely, my plea can suffice. What did you say? I didn't catch that, Luo Fancheng replied. Do not put your luck. Yi Xiang retorted with a glare. Go and find someone more suitable. A cold expression emerged on the handsome visage of Luo Fancheng. Fine. I beseech you, Yi Xiang shouted, startling those around them. Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng, who had been quietly observing, felt a pang of heartache at that moment. The pain was overwhelming, as if the delectable meal in their mouths had lost all flavor. What more do you want from me? Yi Xiang brandished a whip, exuding an air of determination that suggested she would fight to the death if provoked further. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Fancheng decided to cease his teasing. Continuing would be perilous. All right, hand it over. With a pop, he opened the jade-green bottle, and the rich aroma of fine wine wafted towards him, accompanied by a refreshing sensation coursing through his body. This is exquisite wine, perhaps even spirit wine. He glanced at the box of pastries opened by the princess, the enticing scent of the delicacies filling his nostrils, their intricate designs breathtakingly beautiful. Leaning against the tree, he took a bite of the sweet, soft pastry and savored a sip from the jade bottle, feeling utterly liberated. Yi Xiang raised her chin and remarked with a cold smile, you claim to refuse. Yet your body is quite honest. Luo Fancheng ignored her, leaping into the branches of a large tree, inhaling the fresh air of the forest and appreciating the verdant scenery. The furious princess below stomped her feet in frustration. You scoundrel! This is outrageous. I shall ensure you are fed to the dogs one day. In the distance, Tai Lao and others were utterly astonished by Luo Fancheng's audacity, unable to comprehend his actions. Meanwhile, Yang Wei felt tears welling up, exclaiming, Goodness! How can this guy be so brazen while living off others? Should we perhaps adopt his manner of speaking? Perhaps the princess would respond favorably to that? Li Hongpeng pondered, his eyes gleaming with newfound insight. Meanwhile, Bai Yingyue, who had been observing from the shadows, felt her delicate nose flare in anger, her fingers fiercely tugging at a cluster of leaves. How infuriating! I should be pleased that my senior brother is thriving, yet here I am, seething with rage. The wretched princess is trying to steal him away. Di Weiyang was equally surprised, never expecting Luo Fancheng to navigate the enemy ranks with such ease, exhibiting audacity without consequence. Bai Yingyue huffed in the direction of Yang Wei, stating, Those fools still believe my senior brother is worthless, while they prance around as if they are the epitome of nobility. When my senior brother encounters a suitable spirit ring, I am eager to see their reactions. Di Weiyang inquired with interest, How many years do you think your senior brother will choose for his spirit ring? Bai Yingyue contemplated, perhaps 900 years. My senior brother's character surely resists settling for the bare minimum of 800. What do you think, teacher? Di Weiyang responded, Your senior brother appears indifferent towards many matters. Yet he harbors great ambition. He will likely opt for a spirit ring approaching 1,000 years. Bai Yingyue's fingers trembled in astonishment as she exclaimed, Surely not. How many individuals possess a third soul ring that has not reached a millennium? It defies belief. She resolved to wait and see, confident that her intuition was not mistaken. After a brief respite, the group ventured deeper into the periphery of the soul beast oasis. Along the way, Yi Xiang, undeterred by misfortune, persistently sought to provoke Luo Fancheng into a quarrel. Yet, the man remained indifferent. leaving Yi Xiang to question her own allure. Countless suitors from the younger generation of Qianlong City sought her hand, all possessing commendable lineage, beauty, and physique. Even their talents were beyond reproach, particularly her own. Having recently acquired an 800-year second soul ring, tantalizingly close to the ultimate 900-year threshold, this only served to inflate Yi Xiang's pride, while Luo Fancheng maintained his aloof demeanor. Humph. He probably has never augmented a soul ring and is entirely oblivious to the challenges involved, unaware of the prowess of this princess, she fumed. Before approaching Luo Fancheng and stating, the soul beasts in this area are nearly a millennium old, unsuitable for you at present. It would suffice to create your fourth soul ring. Once Li Hongping completes augmenting his third soul ring, I shall turn the team around and lead you to the century-old soul beast region to find a more suitable candidate. Luo Fancheng shook his head, asserting, I believe the millennium ones are quite fitting. Yi Xiang pouted her crimson lips. Humph. I know you are merely boasting to amuse this princess. I shall not hold it against you. However, do not misunderstand. Attempting to augment a 400-year ring could very well be perilous for you. Luo Fancheng, weary of explanations, ignored her, his gaze scanning the surrounding trees and underbrush. He sensed that he was on the verge of encountering his first soul ring and planned to challenge the formidable limit of 999 years. A flicker of excitement and thrill coursed through him, as he too yearned to witness the spectacle of others augmenting their soul rings. Suddenly, two unusual roars from distinctive beasts echoed from ahead, instantly alerting and capturing the attention of the entire team. Chapter 35, The Astonishing Goddess. Amidst the verdant oasis, two soul beasts clashed with ferocity. One, a large gray-furred monkey, half the height of a man, brandished a tail and claws engulfed in brilliant crimson flames, leaping and bounding. It incessantly lunged at a 3-meter-long python, its scales glimmering in a fiery red hue. The interior of the python's scales seemed to pulse with molten lava, emanating a searing heat as it retaliated with a powerful whip of its tail. The blazing monkey and the fiery-scaled python, how did this confrontation arise? Yi Xiang, slightly taken aback, observed as her group of 8 stealthily parted the dense foliage, keenly watching the spectacle ahead. Beside her, Luo Fancheng intended to point out that Yi Xiang's black stockings had snagged, revealing her fair thigh through the gaps. However, the intense battle before them captivated his gaze. Who would divert their attention from a flame-wielding monkey and a brilliantly scaled python to something as trivial as a torn stocking? Elder Tai lowered his voice, addressing the group. Considering its size, this blazing monkey is approximately 1,100 years old, while the fiery-scaled python clearly possesses far superior strength. He turned to Li Hongpeng. Your second soul ring is 600 years. This blazing monkey should suffice for your third soul ring. Li Hongpeng, somewhat displeased, thought the fiery-scaled python was evidently stronger in both power and appearance. The quality of the soul ring derived from it would surely be superior. Elder Tai chuckled. I made my estimation based on your combat prowess, Li. If you truly harbor ambition, you might seize the opportunity to hunt the fiery-scaled python. Li Hongping gritted his teeth, caught in a dilemma. He was tempted by the prospect of the fiery-scaled python, yet lacked the confidence to confront it. With so many eyes upon him, the thought of embarrassing himself before the goddess was unbearable. I'll settle for the blazing monkey. The group lay in wait not far away, and Luo Fancheng naturally overheard their conversation, his expression peculiar. Brother, you're already at level 30, yet you're hesitating to hunt a 1,000-year soul beast. Opting to prey on the weaker ones? Luo Fancheng's gaze swept over the underbrush, landing on the striking red scales of the fiery-scaled python. Far more majestic than the blazing monkey, stirring thoughts within him. His first soul ring was still unclaimed. Perhaps it could be the one. However, his teacher, the Pope, had warned him against acquiring a soul ring exceeding 1,000 years, citing potential peril, which made him hesitate. Look over there, Yang Wei suddenly exclaimed. The group followed his gaze and spotted a small waterhole, less than half a meter in diameter, from which a verdant sapling emerged, adorned with several small, enticingly red fruits. Crimson fruits? Elder Tai's eyes lit up. It seemed that the two beasts were fighting over these spiritual fruits. Our luck is splendid. These beasts pose little threat. He turned to Li Hongping. I shall assist you in detaining the blazing monkey. The rest is up to you. With a swift motion, Elder Tai led the group from the underbrush. The two battling beasts, sensing the presence of humans from afar, immediately noticed, and, with a flash from the triangular pupils of the fiery-scaled python, abandoned their conflict to swiftly retreat in the opposite direction. The scorched and fiery monkey exhibited an extraordinary rage, roaring defiantly at the 8 individuals before it. Foolish beast, seeking death. Li Hongping charged forward, a phantom of a majestic bird materializing behind him, embodying his martial spirit. Feathers sprouted upon his cheeks, and his beak-like mouth jutted forward, his entire being radiating with the brilliance of thunder and flames. while two circles of yellow soul rings floated beneath him. With a powerful leap, the fiery monkey swung its flaming claws in a vicious attack. First soul technique, Thunder Flash. In an instant, Li Hongpeng accelerated, appearing behind the fiery monkey, his arms resembling wings as he delivered a decisive blow. A triumphant, fierce grin adorned his face. Not only do you refuse to flee, but you dare to retaliate? What gives you such confidence? Second soul technique, Heavenly Thunder Strike. As the furious monkey lashed out in retaliation, Li Hongpeng unleashed a surge of electricity from his hands, clashing with the creature. Sparks of thunder and flame erupting in all directions. Are you mesmerized? Yi Xiang waved her hand in front of Luo Fancheng's eyes. This fellow's martial spirit is the Thunder Flame Phoenix, a 7th-tier spirit, not as potent as Yang Wei's 8th-tier Dragon Scale Spear. Surely, you are not intimidated? Intimidated? Nonsense. Luo Fancheng replied. Though he is at level 30, he matches the 1,000-year-old fiery monkey blow for blow. I have no fear. He lamented the escape of the burning scale python. This cunning creature had fled the moment it sensed their approach, leaving no chance for pursuit. Receiving no response. Yi Xiang's frustration mounted. In truth, she had intentionally torn her black stockings earlier. While other men admired her, this one seemed utterly oblivious. She questioned her own allure. Employing small tricks, yet he remained as blind as a bat. What future could a talentless commoner have? Wouldn't it be more delightful to cling to her? Was he truly mentally deficient? Suddenly, Luo Fancheng spoke. Something is amiss. This fiery monkey may be problematic. What could possibly be wrong? Yi Xiang, irritated and focused on him rather than the battle, caught the attention of Yang Wei and the others, who glanced over with displeasure. Luo Fancheng continued. We're a group of 8, and Iron Old has made no effort to conceal his 5th-tier Soul King aura. Why isn't this monkey fleeing? Yang Wei, annoyed, retorted. It simply has a bad temper. Must you always overreact? Do you think you understand soul beasts better than us? Stop seeking attention. The other youths seized the opportunity to voice their disdain, as Yu Xiang's incessant attention toward Luo Fancheng had long since irked them. Yu Xiang snapped. Silence. Only I may chastise my servant. The others immediately fell silent, unwilling to speak further. Yang Wei glared at Luo Fancheng with resentment, thinking, I wonder how long you can bask in pride. Once the princess realizes your ineptitude, that will be the end of your favor. A talented commoner would never lack the guidance of a mentor. How formidable could one who hunted beasts alone in the oasis to obtain soul rings truly be? At that moment, a piercing, mournful wail echoed. The fiery monkey met its end at the hands of Li Hongpeng, its head shattered. Blood and viscera spraying forth as its headless body crashed to the ground. Soon after, a circle of light purple soul rings emerged. Damn it, Li Hongpeng. Although victorious in slaying the fiery monkey wore a grim expression, having exerted all his strength, he managed to barely defeat the blazing monkey after a prolonged battle. Confirming that Tai Lao's earlier judgment was indeed correct, his absorption of this soul ring had left him in dire straits. Although he possessed 3 rings, his innate talent was evidently inferior to that of Yu Xiang and Yang Wei. It was only when his gaze fell upon the tattered figure of Luo Fancheng that Li Hongpeng's lips curled into a faint smile, his mood considerably lightened. While he might fall short when compared to true aristocratic prodigies, in contrast to this individual, he felt as though he occupied a different realm altogether, vastly superior. Cursed be my foolishness. Li Hongpeng chastised himself internally, realizing that it was absurd to compare himself to this wretch. Even in his decline, such thoughts were unwarranted. One must never forget the bigger picture. The haughty glimmer in Li Hongpeng's eyes did not escape Luo Fancheng's keen observation, yet he paid it little heed. To him, such individuals were merely the jesters of a sheltered existence, unworthy of his attention. Instead, his curiosity was piqued by the verdant plants and red fruits nestled within a puddle. As Tai Lao cautiously plucked the small red fruit from the tree and placed it into a jade box. Sensing his intrigue, Yi Xiang remarked, This is a zhu guo, a spiritual fruit that thrives in places rich in spiritual energy. Consuming it can detoxify various poisons and enhance a soul master's spiritual prowess. It is a rare treasure. Luo Fancheng nodded, surprised to discover that the county princess possessed not only a temper but also considerable knowledge, far surpassing his expectations. What do you desire? Yu Xiang inquired, her charming face alight with mischief. If you plead with me, I might consider gifting you a few. Uncle Tai will heed my request. Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. This must be quite valuable. Yi Xiang chuckled. Indeed, to an ordinary soul master, this zhu guo is worth its weight in gold. However, it is worth even more to me to see you plead. I shall bestow it upon you. Luo Fancheng smirked. You should keep it for yourself. I have no need for it. No need? Yi Xiang exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. She could hardly fathom that this fellow was unmoved by her beauty and showed no interest in such a precious item. Impossible. You must be playing hard to get. She asserted confidently. Luo Fancheng shook his head, maintaining his composure. Although the system had granted him the immaculate celestial body, which had yet to reveal its formidable nature, he was born with the ability to channel the 8 meridians and open the 9 orifices, rendering him immune to poisons, and thus he had no need for detoxification. As for enhancing his prowess, he could simply let the little mudfish voraciously consume energy. His true concern lay in the potential repercussions of advancing too swiftly, which could compromise his foundation. Yu Xiang was taken aback, finding it quite inconceivable. The surrounding young nobles were fixated on the jade box containing the Zhuguo, their eyes ablaze with desire, while this fellow displayed not a hint of emotion. Curiosity surged within her as she, disbelieving the possibility, declared, "I, the county princess, am always true to my word. You need not worry about my promise being insincere." Then, she noticed the palpable impatience emanating from his striking black eyes. As a cold voice cut through the air, "Princess, take your tricks elsewhere to mock others. Frankly, my cultivation speed does not require such trinkets." Yu Xiang was momentarily stunned, her spirit shaken. For many years, those around her had feigned affection, flattering her and indulging her whims. Whether it is due to her noble lineage, her captivating beauty, or her exceptional martial spirit talent, it was the first time someone had openly displayed such a contemptuous and frigid demeanor towards her. She was met with disdain, both for herself and for her treasures. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality. "Do you not require this for your cultivation speed? What nonsense! Even I, with my 8th grade martial spirit talent, would not dare to utter such words." The image of the blazing-scaled python flashed repeatedly in Luo Fancheng's mind. Its crystalline red scales seemed to burn with infernal flames, flowing like magma, captivating him entirely. It complemented his little loach perfectly, missing the sole beast he desired. The princess continued her incessant chatter, which only heightened his irritation. He turned to fixate on her striking phoenix-like eyes and coldly remarked, "Is an 8th grade martial spirit truly that formidable? What kind of attitude is that? Is an 8th grade martial spirit not strong?" Yu Xiang initially glared at him, but then, as if a realization struck her, her anger dissipated, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of pity and sympathy. "I forgot. Someone of your background likely has no mentor, and thus, no one has ever explained the intricacies of this realm to you. When I escort you out of here to personally attempt the addition of a century-old soul ring, you will grasp the challenge." A resounding boom echoed as Li Hongpeng gracefully rose, his Thunderfire Phoenix martial spirit swirling around him with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Simultaneously, the grasses around rustled ominously. Hissing sounds ensued as dozens of red-scaled pythons surged forth from all directions, led by the very blazing-scaled python that had previously fled. Now, it had returned, seeking vengeance. The onlookers remained vigilant, while Luo Fancheng found amusement in the situation, pondering if they were attempting to recruit allies, or perhaps summon serpents. Yet, it seemed the most formidable of them all was still that earlier blazing-scaled python. It appeared somewhat intelligent, albeit not excessively so. Old Tai shook his head. "These beasts are not strong. You 6 should handle them. It is an excellent opportunity for training." Having just absorbed a soul ring, Li Hongpeng was eager to showcase his prowess, charging towards the blazing-scaled python he had previously doubted he could confront. "Step aside. Let me handle the strongest." Yu Xiang, eager to join the fray, turned to Luo Fancheng and said, "You cannot engage in such a battle. Stay here obediently." With a thunderous crash, the Black Silk Princess summoned her cherry dragon martial spirit, rushing forth and shouting, "Uncle Tai, protect this fellow. If he gets hurt, I shall hold you accountable." Boom, boom, boom. The 6 noble youths all sprang into action, clashing with the encroaching red pythons. Old Tai, responding to the princess's command, moved closer to shield Luo Fancheng. Calmly observing the battlefield, Luo Fancheng noted that all participants were of the 2nd and 1st rings, with only Li Hongpeng at the 3rd ring. Now, having absorbed the soul ring, Li Hongpeng had broken through to the 31st level of Soul Master, yet he could only match the blazing-scaled python. This demonstrated the formidable bloodline strength of the millennium-old blazing-scaled python, far surpassing that of the fire monkey. After assessing the combatant's strengths without feeling any pressure, Luo Fancheng felt a surge of energy beneath his feet, ready to spring into action. Old Tai seemed to sense this and cautioned, "You brat. You aren't seriously considering intervening, are you? Don't be reckless." 3rd soul skill, Blazing Claw. Li Hongpeng's hands erupted with flames as he aimed for the vulnerable spot of the burning scale python. With a crack, the scales shattered and blood gushed forth. However, in a critical moment, the python's body evaded his grasp, causing Li Hongpeng's hands to misalign by half an inch. The python's triangular eyes gleamed with malice, and its scales radiated intense heat. Its tail coiled around Li Hongpeng's arm, inflicting searing wounds as it ensnared him. A cry of anguish escaped Li Hongpeng's lips as he realized he had fallen into a beast's cunning trap, deliberately ensnared to facilitate an attack. He struggled desperately to free himself from the constraining serpent, yet the python's head had already turned, spewing forth flames and venom. The blast struck his chest, sending him hurtling backward as he screamed in terror, "No! Iron Elder, save me! Don't run off, I'll be right back," Iron Elder warned, just as Luo Fancheng prepared to intervene. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted beside them as the earth shattered, a powerful voice resounding. "Iron Elder, let me handle this." Upon witnessing Luo Fancheng charging into the fray, Iron Elder was about to shout a warning, but he was rendered speechless, eyes wide with astonishment. Huh? How is it possible? This boy's burst of speed exceeds even that of the princess. With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng entered the battlefield, positioning himself between the burning scale python and the fleeing Li Hongpeng, summoning the spirit of the little loach. The python, with its gaping crimson maw, lunged to bite him. Those engaged in battle turned their attention to this scene, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. "What the hell?" Yang Wei exclaimed, astonished. "Is he insane? Rushing to his own demise?" Others echoed their surprise with a flurry of exclamations. "What is he doing? Does he wish to perish? Charging against the inevitable?" Li Hongpeng stood dumbfounded, utterly bewildered. The commoner he often scorned was risking his life to save him? What kind of twisted morality was this? Unbeknownst to Luo Fancheng, if he could hear Li Hongpeng's thoughts, he would simply retort that he was merely seeking to acquire this soul ring. Yu Xiying shouted in fury, "Luo Fancheng, retreat. That is a 1,000-year soul beast. Do you wish to die? Iron Elder, stop him." Ignoring the surrounding clamor, Luo Fancheng merged with his spirit, his body transforming. He stood resolute, raising his hand to confront the gaping maw of the 1,000-year burning scale python. With a thunderous impact, his fist struck true. In an instant, it pierced the python's massive mouth, and the searing serpent's blood rained down from above, sizzling as it splattered onto the ground. Yu Xiying's unfinished words caught in her throat, her face etched with disbelief. Li Hongpeng gaped, momentarily forgetting the agony of the burning venom. Yang Wei and the others stared with wide eyes, while Iron Elder was equally taken aback. Chapter 36. Unbelievable, extraordinary talent. The leader of the Millennium Burning Scaled Python crashed to the ground, causing dozens of its serpentine brethren to scatter in panic at the sight of their fallen chief. The forest was cloaked in dappled shadows, enveloped in an eerie silence. All eyes were fixed on a singular direction, filled with incredulity. There stood the ethereal youth, exuding an otherworldly charm, his already handsome visage now adorned with azure crystalline scales, enhancing his enigmatic and regal aura. The tattered garment stained with blood could not diminish his extraordinary presence, while the scarlet scales of the fallen python began to fade and extinguish beneath him. Could it be that he has slain a millennium-old burning-scaled python? Yang Wei's lips trembled, stammering in disbelief. With just a single punch, was it truly possible? He could hardly fathom that the seemingly innocuous peasant youth, who appeared to possess nothing but good looks, could unleash such terrifying strength. How could this even be possible? Li Hongpeng, who had narrowly escaped death at the hands of this uniquely bloodlined python, was utterly astonished. As a 31st level soul master, he had nearly met his demise, only to witness this commoner effortlessly dispatching the creature. Did this not imply that the very peasant he had always looked down upon surpassed him in power? Impossible. It was unfathomable. He shook his head repeatedly, struggling to accept this reality, questioning whether he was hallucinating. Yet there stood Luo Fancheng with undeniable force. The other noble youths could hardly contain their astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, "Wow, how on earth did he achieve this? A single punch to the head of the burning scaled python. Is this truly something a young commoner could accomplish?" Princess Yu Xiying, her long, slender legs adorned in sheer black stockings, stood rigidly, her captivating phoenix eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Her luscious lips parted slightly, suddenly realizing that the already striking Luo Fancheng was imbued with an even greater masculine allure. A faint flush of excitement coloring her otherwise perfect complexion, her breaths becoming slightly more hurried. This young man, beyond his good looks, he possesses such formidable strength? Despite the astonished gazes and exclamations surrounding him, Luo Fancheng paid them no heed, choosing to disregard the attention entirely. It is the inexperienced who seek to boast. True warriors remain grounded in their development. He focused intently on stabilizing his spirit and soul power, awaiting the emergence of the soul ring from the burning scaled python. With over 1,000 years of cultivation, even the 31st level Li Hongpeng hesitated to absorb its soul ring. His own struggle against the fiery monkey's soul ring had already revealed the exceptional nature of this burning scaled python. For Luo Fancheng, the prospect of absorbing this creature's essence posed significant risk, yet high risk often yields high reward. With his extraordinary healing capabilities granted by his Blue Lotus martial soul, he yearned to challenge himself and uncover his true limits. This spirit beast was not only magnificent and powerful, but it also resonated deeply with him. Thus, a modicum of risk was indeed warranted. "Hey, young friend," Iron Elder began, almost instinctively softening his words, sensing a deeply unsettling truth. Luo Fancheng turned to him, smiling. "May I inquire what insights you have, Iron Elder?" The elder shook his head. "I dare not presume to offer guidance. I did not anticipate that I had misjudged you so gravely. Surely, my young friend is not merely the sole master of the 10th rank as previously stated. What formidable prowess do you truly conceal? I implore you to enlighten us." Many nodded in agreement, expressing their sentiments. Indeed, this individual is undoubtedly feigning humility. How could a soul master of the 10th rank possess such strength? If he were truly a soul master, I would feast in the restroom for 3 days and nights. Yang Wei clenched his fists in indignation, asserting, "This strength is evidently beyond the 30th rank. He was clearly deceiving us from the outset. Yes, it would have been far better if he had been forthright with us instead of fabricating tales about seeking to augment his first soul ring. Is this a jest? Without the addition of a soul ring, how could he possibly exhibit such power? I refuse to believe it. It is utterly preposterous." "Silence," Yu Xieying admonished. "Is it not quite normal for someone traversing the wilderness alone to conceal their true strength when encountering strangers? Let another person utter a single word of nonsense, and I shall see," she warned. Observing the commotion, Luo Fancheng felt overwhelmed by the noise and shrugged his shoulders, stating, "I genuinely came to hunt for the first soul ring. Believe it or not, it is your choice." The crowd's expressions clearly conveyed their disbelief and dissatisfaction. Perceiving Luo Fancheng as insincere, does he take us for fools? Surely, we can discern the strength of a soul master. He has shattered a millennium-old soul beast with a single blow. How could he possibly be a mere soul master? Indeed, this fellow is tiresome. Even at this juncture, he still conceals his rank from us. We merely look down upon commoners and offer a few disparaging remarks. We would not resort to hostility against him. Yet he remains distrustful of us. Such pettiness, scoffed another girl with golden short hair from the group. Yi Xieying cast a sidelong glance at the chattering crowd. Smirking as she remarked, "I perceive that you are all envious of this individual's capabilities, unleashing your jealousy." "I feel no envy," Yang Wei replied, his expression dark. "Neither do I," Li Hongpeng shook his head, though grateful for the assistance he had received. He could not help but feel a surge of resentment upon witnessing Yi Xieying defend Luo Fancheng. A group of aristocratic youths, proud and endowed with talent, were unwilling to concede verbally, particularly convinced that Luo Fancheng was concealing his true level. At that moment, numerous purple dots on the surface of the burning scale python converged, forming a purple soul ring, markedly deeper than that of the previous blaze monkey. "Unfortunate," Li Hongpeng lamented, glancing down at his arms, which were scorched and raw, and the extensive charred area on his chest afflicted by the searing poison. "This exquisite soul ring is destined to be wasted. What a pity." Tai Lao shook his head, noting that there were no soul masters of the 30th rank left in the party. With a graceful stride, Yi Xieying approached Luo Fancheng, her black silk-clad legs and shapely figure swaying enticingly. "What are you still gazing at? Let us depart." Luo Fancheng shook his head, meeting the gaze of the proud and spirited beauty before him. "May I trust you, my lady?" he inquired softly. "Ah, have you finally come to your senses and are now prepared to embrace my exquisite legs?" Yi Xieying replied, lifting her delicate chin with an air of arrogance. As Luo Fancheng remained silent, he gazed at her with his deep, dark eyes, causing Yi Xieying's fair face to pale. "This princess has always had a penchant for beauty. With a visage like yours, she certainly means no harm. Speak, what is it you desire?" Luo Fancheng nodded, gesturing towards the exquisite Millennium Soul Ring. And with a cupped hand, he declared, "I wish to absorb this soul ring and request the princess to safeguard me." "Very well, I shall grant your request," Yu Xieying replied, astonished. "However, are you certain you want to absorb this soul ring? Are you at level 30 or 40? Others in the vicinity had naturally overheard their conversation. Yang Wei could not restrain himself and interjected, "Luo Fancheng, you claim to conceal your power. Yet a soul master cannot absorb a Millennium Soul Ring." Luo Fancheng merely dug at his ear and cast him a sidelong glance. "Ignorance. Just because you have not witnessed it does not mean it does not exist. No one in this world can treat a Millennium Soul Beast as their first soul ring." Yang Wei was adamant, and others nodded in agreement. This was not a personal affront to Luo Fancheng. Rather, it was their knowledge acquired at the Soul Master Academy that would not permit such a blatant falsehood to stand. It was a profound insult to their intelligence and understanding. "Oh, but now you shall see." Luo Fancheng stated calmly as he released his martial soul. His physical transformation faded, revealing a majestic 2-meter-long azure-scaled serpent, shimmering with tricolored brilliance. He swiftly restrained the little mudfish from succumbing to its desire to devour the flesh of the burning-scaled python for evolution. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes, preparing to draw the soul ring into his body. Suddenly, gasps echoed throughout the group. The short-haired girl pointed at Luo Fancheng, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Look, he truly has no soul ring on his martial soul. He is a soul master. Chapter 37. The High Priestess. Respect the choices of men. In this moment of crisis, everyone else suddenly realized the astonishing truth. Their minds were in turmoil, and disbelief washed over them, as if they had received a resounding slap to the face. Could it be that this fellow was not deceiving them? Yang Wei's mouth gaped wide open, feeling as though he had been struck hard across the face. Li Hongping's eyes glazed over as he muttered anxiously, "He is still a soul master? How could this be? It's impossible. A soul master could never possess the ability to slay a millennium-old burning-scale python." Yu Xieying was equally astonished. This man was neither at level 30 nor 40. He was still at level 10? One by one, they clutched their foreheads, their heads aching as they could not fathom how Luo Fancheng had managed to slay the burning scale python with the abilities of a soul master. This was entirely contrary to the knowledge they had acquired at the Soul Master Academy. "I understand now," exclaimed Elder Tai, his eyes sparkling with wisdom as he addressed the gathered crowd. "It is well known that no matter how powerful a soul master may be, they can only contend with soul beasts of up to 400 years. A millennium is simply beyond reach." Yu Xieying and the others nodded in agreement. Elder Tai continued. He merely took advantage of Li Hongping's efforts. Li Hongping had already exhausted the burning scale python, having deployed all his strength, leaving it with little power remaining, which allowed Luo Fancheng to defeat it in a single strike. However, even so, Luo Fancheng's strength cannot be underestimated. Li Hongping sighed in relief. So that's it. How could his battle prowess be of a millennium? That would be too exaggerated. So he was merely capitalizing on an opportunity. With the explanation provided, Yang Wei's furrowed brows relaxed, satisfaction evident on his face as a smile emerged. "If we were both at the same ring level, I wouldn't believe he could surpass my 350-year soul ring. Even if he were stronger, the limits of 400 years are inescapable." Suddenly, a jolt coursed through him as he recalled Luo Fancheng's intention to absorb the 1,000-year soul ring, redirecting his gaze. Just in time, he witnessed the purple 1,000-year soul ring flying towards Luo Fancheng, merging into his body. What the hell? Is this guy courting death? He actually dares to absorb a millennium as his first soul ring? Yang Wei was horrified, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Luo Fancheng. This was not merely audacious. It was outright reckless. Stop him. Absorbing a millennium ring will surely lead to his demise. Li Hongping shouted sharply. Despite his jealousy and disdain for Luo Fancheng's humble origins, he did not wish to see the person who had saved him come to harm. Yu Xieying recognized the gravity of the situation and raised her hand to channel her soul power in an attempt to intervene, but it was too late. A purple light had already erupted from within Luo Fancheng. Her radiant face turned pale in an instant. This was it. There was no time left. "Elder Tai," she cried, rushing forward with a troubled expression. "We can't stop this. Does this young friend not have a teacher to guide him? Is this soul ring even something a level 10 can absorb? What do we do, Uncle Tai? You must save him." Yu Xieying bit her cherry lips, her face distressed, as if she had just received a beloved toy only to see it shatter in an instant. No, this felt more urgent than merely losing a toy. The process of fusion could not be halted. There was no way to turn back. Iron Elder shook his head repeatedly, letting out a long sigh. "I can perceive that this is a rare talent among the common folk. What a pity." Yang Wei clenched his fists, exasperated. "Isn't this simply foolishness? You, a 10th level spirit master, absorbing a 1,000-year spirit ring? I had hoped to see you defeated by my fist before the princess, not to perish in such a senseless manner." The crowd silently observed Luo Fancheng, seated beside the serpent's corpse, as if gazing upon a lifeless body. Yu Xieying could no longer contain herself. Her already capricious temperament began to unravel, and she cursed repeatedly, "Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Scoundrel! You are nothing but a foolish beast. Would it not be preferable to serve as a servant to this princess? I would not mistreat you. Why take such risks to court death?" Iron Elder whispered, "Princess, lower your voice. It may affect him. He is already on the brink of death. Now it is as if he faces certain doom. Let him die. It is none of your concern." Yu Xieying retorted, though her tones softened to a whisper, barely audible. In the shadows of the forest, Buying Yue's eyes were red, her delicate arms and beautiful legs flailing helplessly. "Teacher, why have you trapped me? Hurry and save senior brother." How could he possibly endure the 1,100-year burning scale python spirit ring? Do not rescue him, Di Wei Yang interjected, adorned in an exquisite golden gown, her beauty radiating coldness like frost. You will abandon senior brother? Di Wei Yang's voice was chillingly serene. Ingwe, you must understand. Every consequence has been laid bare to Fancheng. This is his own choice, and no one has the right to intervene. As those close to him, we must respect his decision. But, Bai Ingwe sat restlessly, comprehending the rationale, yet unable to bear watching her senior brother die. Di Wei Yang stated coolly, he is not a reckless individual. If it is his decision, then all we can do is trust him. Suddenly, Di Wei Yang's keen senses detected movement, her icy gaze locking onto a distant direction. A horde of malevolent creatures was approaching. The rustling sounds from the forest grew louder as ancient trees swayed, startling flocks of birds into flight. This is not good. Something is coming. Iron Elder exclaimed, his eyes wide as he swiftly shielded Yi, while Li Hongpeng and the others quickly formed a protective formation, gathering together. From the lush, emerald canopies emerged towering shadows, a group of formidable gray-furred monkeys, numbering over 20. They surrounded the group, chattering and screeching. Fire monkeys? How could there be so many? Yang Wei swore instinctively. Did we disturb a damned monkey's nest? Li Hongpeng replied, fortunately. Most are under 1,000 years of age. With Iron Elder here, we have no need to panic. Suddenly, two massive monkey figures descended from the sky, each at least 5 times larger than a 1,000-year fire monkey. Li Hongpeng's smile faltered, his body trembling. This size. Are they 8,000-year fire monkeys? Or 2 of them? 2 colossal fiery monkeys beheld the distant corpse of a monkey, its blood long since congealed, the very one consumed by Li Hongpeng. They pounded their chests, emitting heart-wrenching roars that reverberated through the forest, while their brown eyes welled with crimson tears, brimming with hatred and resentment. With a thunderous roar, the giant monkeys unleashed their fury. In an instant, over 20 fiery monkeys encircling the group ignited their claws with blazing flames, creating a terrifying spectacle. The young men trembled in fear, and Yang Wei stammered, "My lady, we should retreat. This is too frightening." It seems these 2 monkey kings are intimately connected to the corpse and are likely seeking vengeance against us. Yi Xiang retorted sharply, "Retreat? This princess is not afraid of a pack of hairy monkeys." A soft voice from within the ranks murmured, "You. Perhaps you are just trying to protect that boy." Yi Xiang shot back, "Nonsense. Anyone who is scared should leave at once." Old Tai fixed his gaze on the monkeys, his expression filled with concern. "My lady, for the sake of your precious life, we should withdraw. These 2 8,000-year-old monkey kings possess strength rivaling that of a 5th-tier soul master. If they ensnare me, you and the others will be in grave danger." "Not retreating," Yi Xiang declared resolutely, her phoenix-like eyes radiating both valor and stubbornness, casting a fleeting glance towards the rear where Luo Fancheng lay. Just then, Luo Fancheng emitted a low groan, his body engulfed in violent purple light, blood trickling from his nose and the corners of his mouth. It appeared his physical form was on the brink of collapse. "My lady, this fellow is certainly doomed. It is meaningless for us to protect a corpse." Another voice echoed in agreement. "Indeed, my lady, we cannot sacrifice ourselves in a futile battle against these frenzied monkeys for his sake. It is not that we are unwilling to save him. He is beyond saving, and staying here is futile. These monkeys are agile and quick. We cannot escape while carrying him." Old Tai, unable to contain his persuasion any longer, added, "A Millennium Soul Ring is truly beyond the capacity of a 10th-level Soul Master. It is already a miracle that Luo Xiaoyu has held on this long without bursting. We must retreat. If anything happens to you, I cannot face the city lord." Yi Xiang gritted her silver teeth, acutely aware of the peril surrounding her. The 2 8,000-year-old monkey kings loomed ahead, exuding a menacing aura, while the surrounding monkeys watched hungrily. Amassing their power, they surrounded without attacking, seemingly intent on breaking the spirits of the group. Behind her, Luo Fancheng's fate hung in the balance, his body swaying precariously as blood seeped from his skin. All her companions looked to her with urgency, awaiting her command to withdraw. Yi Xiang's delicate fingers trembled as she found herself ensnared in a true predicament. Chapter 38, The Fierce and Daring Princess. The master is dead, the servants remain. The fiery-haired princess, Yi Xiang, bit her delicate lips. Fear, while others trembled in terror, did she, made of iron, not know fear? Having lived a life of luxury, she had never encountered such a life-threatening peril. How could she not feel a pang of anxiety? Roar. Flames surged skyward. 2 gigantic monkey kings howled in fury, their eyes brimming with bloodlust, causing the surrounding leaves to rustle ominously. The 20-odd blazing monkeys encircling them unleashed a terrifying chorus of roars. The young men felt their eardrums ache, their psychological defenses crumbling under the group's menacing presence, their expressions turning frantic as they urged her, "Princess, we must retreat." These monkeys are clearly tormenting us, and they will charge at us soon. Indeed, if we don't leave now, it will be too late. Your esteemed self cannot be compared to that dying man behind us. He is doomed, beyond salvation. It is only reasonable for us to abandon him." As Yi Xiang listened to the urgent calls, her fear magnified. A voice echoed in her mind. Staying could indeed lead to death. Yes, they were right. He was beyond saving, and remaining would only lead to needless sacrifice. Was it truly worth risking everything simply because a man was handsome? Absolutely not. Her furrowed brows began to ease, her delicate fingers gradually relaxing as she exhaled softly and turned away, casting a glance at the blood-soaked and trembling Luo Fancheng. She shook her head. Iron Lao, Yang Wei, and the others, witnessing Yi Xiang's emotional turmoil dissipate, breathed a sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with joy. Has the princess come to her senses? Splendid. The princess is truly wise. Roar. In the distance, the two monkey kings, having exhausted their patience upon seeing the group attempting to flee, unleashed their full ferocity. They commanded the entire horde of blazing monkeys to attack, fiery shadows darting forth, mercilessly charging at the group. Boom. The Sakura dragon martial spirit instantly enveloped Yi Xiang. White crystalline scales adorned her face, her eyes resembling those painted with pink eyeshadow, transforming her gaze into alluring slits that exuded an enchanting aura. 2 rings of yellow soul rings danced beneath her feet. The group, poised to abandon Luo Fancheng and break free, suddenly realized that Yi Xiang had turned to face the oncoming monkey kings and their horde. Yang Wei anxiously called out, "Princess, you're going the wrong way. We need to break through from the weaker side of the monkeys." "Huh, break through?" Yi Xiang scoffed, her red lips curling into a proud smile. "Fleeing? Those who fear death should hurry away and not linger here to be a nuisance." The crowd stared in disbelief, rendered speechless. They had not anticipated Yi Xiang's unexpected decision. Wasn't he the choice between fleeing or staying one that any fool could make? With resolve, she unleashed her first soul skill, Dragon's Roar. Yi Xiang's crimson lips parted, the sound of the white dragon's lament erupting from her throat, resonating towards the advancing, blazing monkeys. There was no time left for further deliberation. The horde was upon them, and the group activated their martial spirits to defend themselves. As the princess remained steadfast, Iron Elder swiftly positioned himself against the 2 ancient fire monkey kings, an ethereal silhouette of a black iron-armored dragon materializing behind him. Adorned with 5 radiant soul rings of yellow and purple, his aura eclipsed that of the singular monkey king. With a clash of weapons, Yang Wei brandished his soul weapon, the dragon-scale spear, against the foe. Recently elevated to the status of an 11th level soul master, he found himself severely challenged by a mere 700-year-old fire monkey, grappling with peril at every turn. "Oh, foolish princess, is it truly worth risking your precious life for one who is assuredly doomed?" The others echoed sentiments of despair, their instincts urging them to flee. Yet, without Iron Elder's protection, escape was an impossible dream. The princess's refusal to withdraw bound Iron Elder to his post, for he was not only a mentor at the Royal Soul Master Academy, but also a loyal retainer to the princess. With a thunderous crash, Iron Elder valiantly battled the 2 formidable 8,000-year-old fire monkey kings, refusing to yield an inch, even finding moments to assist his comrades. He bellowed, "Princess, the numbers of these beasts are overwhelming. If we continue to fight, it will become increasingly difficult to protect you. You must consider your options carefully." With a graceful flick of her delicate fingers, Yi Xiang summoned serpentine tendrils of cherry blossom essence from the earth, ensnaring the limbs of the fire monkeys. However, they swiftly broke free, their fiery claws tearing through the bindings, while another fire monkey lunged at her chest. She deftly dodged, her mind racing with thoughts of a man's deep, earnest black eyes, echoing in her ears. "Princess, may I trust you?" "Ah, of course." A proud, sardonic smile graced Yi Xiang's lips as she executed an elegant maneuver. Her long legs, clad in torn black stockings, propelled her boot to strike the attacking fire monkey away. Simultaneously, her rosy lips emitted a commanding cry. "Iron Elder, this one, I shall protect. I grant him the right to perish by his own hand. But he must not fall victim to abandonment or the claws of these beasts." At her words, Iron Elder erupted into a hearty laugh. "Very well, I shall charge forth. Do take care of yourself." His sleeves burst as he revealed arms as dark as iron, the clash of metal resounding in the air. With his 3rd soul skill, Iron Fist, his frail, hunched figure straightened and expanded, muscles exploding forth as he swung his iron fists fiercely toward the 2 monkey kings. A true retainer never questions the decisions of their lord, even if it leads to a death wish. With a ferocious roar, Iron Elder summoned his strength, causing the 2 savage monkey kings to strain and call for reinforcements. 6 robust fire monkeys rushed to their aid, alleviating some pressure from the others. Yet the 6 youths still faced a dozen more fire monkeys. Relying on the formations learned at the academy, they barely held their ground. As their soul power waned, fatigue set in, and charred marks marred their bodies. Madness. Madness. Yang Wei, once confident in his talent, found himself the weakest link in the group. After suffering a claw strike to his arm, his composure shattered. The princess's usual capriciousness was one thing. But now she seemed reckless enough to forsake her own life for that clueless fool, who foolishly augmented his soul rings and faced certain death. Had that boy perished yet? Yang Wei cast a sidelong glance at the ailing Luo Fancheng, his flesh seemingly on the verge of tearing apart, his breath increasingly languid. At last, the end was near. It was time to withdraw. Upon hearing the sound, Yi turned around, catching sight of the frail Luo Fancheng. Her heart jolted, and her silver teeth clenched tightly. "You scoundrel! I have wagered my life, yet you still choose to perish." Momentarily lost in thought, she felt a searing scratch on her back from the fiery monkey. Her garment torn, leaving a mark upon her delicate skin. "Your Highness!" Others exclaimed in alarm, while Iron Lao erupted in fury, attacking wildly but becoming ensnared by the Monkey King and his minions. The princess winced in pain, her brows knitting tightly. The blood trickling from her lips stained them a vivid crimson, her soul power depleted, and her breath faint. Suddenly, a phantom of a blue lotus materialized above Luo Fancheng's head, 10 petals unfurling, 6 of vibrant green and 4 tinged with red. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air, enveloping the surroundings. In a flurry, the blue lotus spun gracefully, emanating a radiant light, 1 petal soaring towards Luo Fancheng, instantly healing his wounds. The absorption of the soul ring reached its climax. Concurrently, the blue lotus emitted 7 verdant beams, infused with life force, which swiftly traversed the sky and penetrated the bodies of the princess and others. Chapter 39. Twin Martial Souls. Is it truly successful? Before the 7 could fully comprehend the situation, Qingguang had already merged into Li Hongping's body. "What is this?" Li Hongping's words trailed off as he felt a surge of vibrant vitality erupting within him, swiftly healing his wounds and restoring his strength. His eyes widened in disbelief, echoed by the astonished gasps of the others. "How is this possible? What extraordinary healing ability is this? My stamina has returned?" Yang Wei exclaimed in surprise, staring at his arm. "My wounded arm has healed so quickly?" Yi Xieying's beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment. The unbearable searing pain in her back vanished, replaced by a soothing coolness. Having faced the millennium blazing monkey with her second ring physique, she was utterly exhausted, yet now she began to recover rapidly. Iron Lao, who had been fighting alone against numerous foes, felt a tremor course through him after Qingguang's infusion. With a powerful strike from his black gold iron hands, he forced the Monkey King before him to retreat. Turning to glance at Luo Fancheng's position, his pupils constricted in disbelief as he shouted, "Twin martial souls? He actually possesses twin martial souls?" While battling the blazing monkeys, the others could not help but gaze over, only to behold the resplendent azure lotus swirling above Luo Fancheng's head. Their hearts trembled violently, and Yang Wei's face was a portrait of astonishment. How could this be? He has another martial soul? This. Li Hongping's mouth hung open, stammering, unable to articulate a complete thought. He is the one who helped me? Yi Xieying was no exception. Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that the martial soul was unleashed by Luo Fancheng. He actually concealed another martial soul? And its healing power is so formidable, almost instantaneously alleviating her bodily pains while simultaneously tending to 7 individuals? Remarkable. The group was engulfed in shock. Yet there was no time to express their astonishment, as the monkey horde continued their relentless assault, granting them little respite. After a prolonged stalemate, the Monkey King let out a furious roar. The blazing monkeys, driven by desperation, launched a frenzied attack, determined to devour the humans who had harmed the king's offspring, leaving them to perish in this jungle forever. The pressure on the group intensified. Iron Lao found himself ensnared, unable to divert his focus, while the 6 noble youths faced increasingly dire circumstances. "Your Highness, be careful," Yi Xieying cried out, valiantly fending off 2 millennium blazing monkeys, only to have one launch a surprise attack from the side. Li Hongping, his eyes blazing with fury and his mind blank, rushed forward to intercept the assault meant for the princess. The price of his intervention was a weakened right arm, dangling helplessly, his shoulder lacerated and bloodied. "Li Hongping, you!" Yi Xieying turned just in time to witness his heroic act of shielding her from harm. "Do not fret, Your Highness. Mere flesh wounds are of no consequence." Li Hongping laughed heartily, defiantly raising his middle finger at the monkeys. "Damn it, have you insane monkeys lost your minds?" Squeak. Several millennium blazing monkeys, provoked, seemed to realize the importance of the woman among the human youths. They momentarily abandoned their attacks on the other youths, converging to eliminate her, aiming to disrupt the old man. How foolish of me. Li Hongping's expression shifted dramatically, regret washing over him for his earlier bravado. The confidence he had just displayed dissipating into thin air. Don't come any closer, he pleaded. The fire monkeys surged toward Li Hongping and Yi Xieying, their razor-sharp claws ablaze with searing red flames. Your Highness, Tai Lao shouted anxiously, yet the two formidable monkey kings and their kin showed no mercy, launching a frenzied assault. Yang Wei and his companions pursued the fire monkeys, initiating their own attack, but the adversaries remained undeterred, willing to endure pain in their relentless pursuit of the human woman. Get away. Yi Xiang bit her crimson lip, her soul energy surging to its utmost limits as she desperately wielded her whip. Yet, as the multitude of monkeys closed in, despair gnawed at her heart, and she let out a furious cry. Damn it! I've lost my senses, sacrificing my life for a worthless scoundrel. What a fool's errand. It's over. I can't hold them off. I can't hold them off. Li Hongping's terror reached its peak, his lips muttering frantically before he erupted into a maniacal laugh. Ha ha. If I must die, let it be alongside the goddess. I, Li Hongping, shall not leave this world in vain. What a prophet. In his final moments, he revealed a long-held sentiment. Your Highness, you have never regarded me with kindness. If you would only smile at me, I would willingly serve you like a dog. Ah. Tai Lao's face contorted with strain as he fought desperately, yet could not escape his predicament. Yang Wei and the others were filled with a sense of helplessness. The victorious fire monkeys exhibited malicious, human-like grins, brimming with fury. In the shadows, Di Wei Yang, who had been observing the battle intently, could no longer remain still. She raised her flawless jade finger, aiming at the battlefield. However, just as she was about to strike, she paused, her gaze shifting to the side. Her cold voice laced with surprise. Is it done? Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as the ground shattered. A dazzling figure resembling a comet streaked into the battlefield, emanating an overwhelming presence. Emerging from the direction Yi Xieying had steadfastly protected. Stand down. The man's powerful voice resonated, his fists cutting through the air with unparalleled ferocity. A series of muffled thuds followed. The ferocious fire monkeys that had been charging at Yi Xieying were sent flying, crashing into the underbrush or tumbling on the ground. In an instant, the looming crisis was averted. Tai Lao, with his furious red eyes, stood frozen, while the attacking monkey kings and their kin halted momentarily. And Yang Wei and the others were left dumbfounded. Li Hongping was rendered speechless. Yi Xieying's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her fiery visage betraying her astonishment. Everyone turned to gaze at the figure that had swooped in to save them, while the fire monkeys too sought to identify the audacious being that had thwarted their plans. They beheld a strikingly handsome figure, standing tall and upright, like a spear piercing the heavens. The young man, clad in tattered, blood-stained garments, could not conceal his extraordinary aura. His resolute features exuded a captivating charm, and his deep black eyes sparkled with an intensity as if they could see through everything. What truly astonished the onlookers was the circle of pure purple soul rings that encircled Luo Fancheng's feet. Possessing a first soul ring was not particularly remarkable. In the soul martial world teeming with powerful beings, it was merely commonplace. Quite lacking, they thought. A millennium soul ring is hardly noteworthy. Countless soul masters possess such. Also quite lacking. Before Luo Fancheng, the first soul ring shimmered in a deep purple hue, an awe-inspiring sight that rendered all present utterly speechless. Not a single soul could maintain their composure in the presence of that exquisite shade. The princess and the assembly of young nobles were astonished beyond measure, while even the hidden saintess by Ing Yue and the papal figure Di Wei Yang felt their hearts quiver with astonishment. A millennium. Yang Wei stammered in disbelief, his lips trembling. Li Hongping's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The first soul ring, a millennium? He truly achieved it. Iron Lao swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the sheer terror of the moment. How could this be? It was utterly unfathomable. How did he succeed? This was impossible. A chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd, their astonishment palpable, even as they momentarily forgot the peril posed by the encroaching fiery monkeys. In the shadows, Bai Yue stood frozen, her delicate features etched with disbelief as she murmured, Master, you were right. Senior brother has truly accomplished what no one else could, a groundbreaking breakthrough. Di Wei Yang, her countenance as frigid and unyielding as an ancient glacier, allowed a flicker of satisfaction to illuminate her otherwise stoic visage. Quite impressive. Suddenly, the fiery monkeys in the jungle regained their senses, realizing that this was not a formidable adversary. Despite the earlier display, he was merely an ordinary soul master, akin to the weakest among the crowd. and thus posed no real threat. They resumed their assault with renewed vigor. Yi Xieying seemed oblivious to her surroundings, lost in a unique emotional state. She swallowed hard, gazing at Luo Fancheng as though he were a creature of legend. You truly succeeded. A confident smile graced Luo Fancheng's lips, a charming arc that spoke volumes. As he replied indirectly, indeed, I am capable of this, trust the princess. The princess felt a stirring within her, a sensation akin to an electric shock coursing through her being. It seemed as if, for the first time, this rogue was not presenting me with a cold demeanor but rather, a smile? How absurd. What is there to celebrate over a mere smile? Humph. Suddenly, a 1,000-year-old fiery monkey let out a fierce roar and charged forward. Luo Fancheng, engaged in conversation with the princess, furrowed his brow in annoyance. How bothersome. Without a sideways glance, he unleashed a powerful punch to the side. The ferocious monkey's sharp, hardened claws disintegrated in an instant, its arms exploding into a mist of crimson. Its entire form sent flying like a ragged sack. The spectacle left the audience in awe, their hearts racing anew, the atmosphere thick with astonishment. Chapter 40. The Armor Fusion. The formidable and dashing first soul skill, a resounding slap in the face, indomitable potential. With a single strike, the Inferno Monkey was rendered incapacitated? My goodness. Did it just get sent flying without even a glance? Li Hongpeng and the others gasped in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. They were acutely aware of the formidable power possessed by these Inferno Monkeys. If these creatures were truly weaklings, how could they have driven these soul masters to such a perilous brink, facing the threat of death? Yet, with a mere punch, one could shatter the claws of a millennium-old Inferno Monkey. Yang Wei, who had just achieved a breakthrough, was no exception, his mouth agape. He felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Is this the power one would expect from a soul ring? I too am at level 11. He sensed that Luo Fancheng could obliterate him with just a finger, igniting a cascade of existential doubts within him. Yi Xieying's enchanting phoenix-like eyes sparkled with shock as she recognized the recently dispatched Inferno Monkey. It was the very one that had put her in peril on multiple occasions. As a level 21 Great Soul Master, she could not vanquish this monkey even with 2 soul rings, yet it was effortlessly dispatched by Luo Fancheng. How striking. Just as Yi Xieying was about to speak, she was abruptly interrupted by Luo Fancheng's lack of decorum. Your Highness, now is not the time for idle chatter. He turned to confront the horde of Inferno Monkeys directly. Roar. The group of Inferno Monkeys, initially frightened, hesitated to advance. However, upon witnessing the demise of their fallen comrade, whose corpse was surrounded by a swirling aura of 1,000-year soul rings, and hearing the urgent roars of the 2 monkey kings engaged in battle with Tai Lao, their ferocity was ignited, and they charged forward in a frenzy. Fear crept onto Yang Wei and the others' faces as they were repeatedly intimidated by the relentless assaults of the Inferno Monkeys. I have no strength left. Despite being rejuvenated by Luo Fancheng's green lotus martial soul, Yang Wei's soul power had once again run dry, and the others wore expressions of helpless resignation. Even though Luo Fancheng appeared overwhelmingly powerful, how much could he withstand against such a frenzied onslaught of monkeys? It was beyond his capacity to shield them all. Li Hongpeng's arm hung limply, blood dripping, the other trembling with a mix of fear and fatigue. If they did not break through soon, they would truly be unable to hold on much longer. Did these beasts not tire? Amidst the chorus of despair, Luo Fancheng spoke calmly, it matters not. I shall intervene. With a swish, the green lotus martial soul spun, emitting 6 beams of light that illuminated the astonished expressions of the 6, once again revitalizing their strength. Simultaneously, Luo Fancheng burst forth from their defensive formation, charging towards the gathering of Inferno Monkeys, where their numbers were greatest. Squeak. The crimson-eyed Inferno Monkeys, witnessing the audacity of the human who had slain their companion, boldly charged forth in provocation, abandoning all other targets to converge upon him. A smile played on Luo Fancheng's lips. His objective was achieved, having drawn their fire to alleviate the pressure on his companions. The monkeys possessed some intelligence, albeit limited. He braved the perilous breakthrough, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, yearning for release. Before me, the monkey horde, though numerous, is merely a millennium-old existence, serving as the perfect test for breaking through battle prowess. With a swift motion, over 10 blazing monkeys charged forth, brandishing their sharp claws, encircling Luo Fancheng from all sides without a single gap. The sight was both thrilling and terrifying. Quickly retreat. You will perish out there. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Do not underestimate them. You cannot face so many monkeys alone. Return to formation. Li Hongpeng and the others shouted in unison. Their foreheads beaded with cold sweat from the tension, fearing Luo Fancheng had been blinded by his surging strength and was acting too rashly. They could no longer see Luo Fancheng. as he was completely enveloped by layers of blazing monkeys. First soul skill, burning armor. Boom. Streams of purple light erupted from the gaps among the monkeys, sending them flying with a tremendous force from within, revealing a figure within. Luo Fancheng, in unity with his spirit, transformed. His skin gleamed with azure crystalline scales, radiating an enchanting, sinister beauty. The purple soul ring beneath his feet glimmered, flowing into his being. Boom. The azure crystalline scales enveloping Luo Fancheng began to shift, transforming into scarlet crystalline scales. It was as if magma flowed within, flames erupting forth. The fire surged upward, engulfing his head. With a rush, all the azure crystalline scales that the flames touched morphed into burning red scales, enveloping Luo Fancheng completely in flames. Let us begin. Luo Fancheng leapt from the ground, charging directly into the fray with the blazing monkeys. Unfazed by the flames that posed a challenge to others, he even restrained the devouring force of the little eel. Sensing he could absorb the enemy's firepower for himself, grabbing the hind leg of a 900-year-old blazing monkey, he wielded it as a weapon, smashing it into two oncoming monkeys. In one fluid motion, he evaded and struck out with his leg like a steel whip, slamming into the abdomen of the millennium-old blazing monkey, sending it crashing into a distant tree trunk. Incredible. The scarlet-scaled armor fusion? This soul skill is simply magnificent. Amazing. Truly magnificent. This soul skill seems to not only enhance defense and strength, but also inflict fiery damage while granting immunity to certain fire attacks. It is truly an exceptional soul skill. Could it be any more formidable? Amidst the continuous exclamations of astonishment, Luo Fancheng grew increasingly valiant, adeptly countering the fiery assaults of the blazing monkeys. Li Hongpeng watched in envy, drooling at the spectacle, while Yi Xiang marveled at how perfectly the burning scale python's soul ring resonated with Luo Fancheng's martial spirit. Otherwise, such an effect would be impossible. Haha, this kid is truly astonishing. In the distance, Tai Lao, engaged in a fierce battle with an 8,000-year-old monkey king, let out a hearty laugh, his worries dissipating as he unleashed his attacks with grand flair. Boom, boom, boom. In the forest, several clouds of blood mist erupted, quickly vaporized by the flames. After Luo Fancheng obliterated 3 millennium-old blazing monkeys, the frenzied monkey horde, as if doused with cold water, calmed down, finally grasping the essence of primal fear. Roar. The two great monkey kings, witnessing their troops' relentless assaults yielding no success and suffering heavy casualties, found their strength waning after a final surge. They emitted a reluctant roar of retreat. After pushing back the Iron Elder's forces, they fled hastily, leaving behind their fallen kin, unable to gather their bodies. Victory. It was finally over. The young ones, still in the bloom of youth, erupted into cheers as they saw the monkeys retreat, only to collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath, their hearts still racing from the recent ordeal. Everyone understood that the Iron Elder was pivotal to their survival. But had it not been for Luo Fancheng's explosive combat prowess, the monkeys would have decimated the young ones first before launching a suicidal assault against the Iron Elder, leading to everyone's demise. At that moment, no one dared to voice the notion that it was Luo Fancheng who had led them into danger. Though proud in nature, they were products of the Soul Master Academy, and none were fools. This group of fiery monkeys had clearly come seeking vengeance for the death of the monkey killed by Li Hongpeng. If blame were to be assigned, it should be directed towards him. Moreover, even if they had chosen to abandon Luo Fancheng and flee, escaping through the jungle would have been futile against the relentless pursuit of the monkeys. The Iron Elder lacked the capacity to lead everyone to safety. Eventually, they would be caught, with only those who could run faster than their companions spared from death. Gasping for air, Luo Fancheng's chest heaved. His body bore numerous damaged crimson scales, seeping blood, yet his blood surged with exhilaration, having experienced the true essence of a thrilling battle. It was exhilarating. He relished the moment. As he shifted his stance and turned to face the others, he was met with a myriad of complex gazes. Chapter 41. The Dual Reversal, a scene of social death. The curious princess of the spicy maiden, how is this possible? Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. Could it be that you no longer recognize me after such a brief time? The crowd stood frozen, akin to wooden stakes, silence enveloping them. Their gazes were complex as they regarded the dashing youth, whose aura radiated a metallic scent of blood. Within their eyes flickered gratitude, astonishment, shock, jealousy, but predominantly a profound sense of shame. It was a daunting reality to confront. The individual before them was an unparalleled genius. As they witnessed Luo Fancheng's extraordinary prowess, memories of their past condescension surged forth, assaulting their minds. Yang Wei's earlier derisive words echoed in his ears. Born into poverty, a country bumpkin, devoid of talent and strength, relying solely on women to assert dominance? How ironic it was, for now, it was Yang Wei who felt bereft of talent and strength. He was on the brink of madness, truly driven to the edge. Even in the absence of overt action, Luo Fancheng's presence, his violet soul ring, the bloodstains adorning his form, and the lifeless bodies surrounding him, struck him like a resounding slap, echoing painfully in his consciousness. Li Hongpeng recalled how, mere hours ago, he had sought to impress with his bravado before Luo Fancheng, sneering, "You and the princess belong to entirely different worlds, you worthless piece of trash. Without the princess's support, you are nothing." Now, the facade of superiority crumbled, revealing the truth of his own inadequacies. His self-proclaimed grandeur paled in comparison to Luo Fancheng's capabilities. The almost entirely torn stockings of the spicy maiden princess, Yi Xiang, served as a reminder of her previous words to Luo Fancheng. Do not strive any further. With your commoner lineage, you can only absorb soul rings of up to 200 years. Now, in stark contrast, she understood that he had indeed spoken the truth. An 800-year soul ring was nothing in the grand scheme. She had once reveled in her second soul ring's 800-year enhancement, only to witness Luo Fancheng casually augmenting his first soul ring with a millennium's worth, and he did so with an understated elegance. Time seemed to rewind, compelling everyone to reflect on their prior mockery directed at Luo Fancheng. They recalled their unrestrained displays of aristocratic superiority, their disdain for those of common bloodlines. Yet, the young man had remained unperturbed, his demeanor calm and collected, never countering their jibes. They had mistakenly believed that he was weak, insecure, unwilling to challenge their noble status. Only now did they realize that the true jesters were themselves. He was not intimidated, nor afraid. Rather, he stood upon a lofty pedestal, looking down upon them with indifference, deeming their words unworthy of his response. Suddenly, a phrase resurfaced in Li Hongpeng's mind. True arrogance lies in indifference. The genuine impoverishment stems from flaunting one's wealth, boasting of connections at every turn. His face flushed with embarrassment. The physical pain he endured paled in comparison to the overwhelming shame washing over him at this moment. Others felt equally mortified, wishing fervently to find a crevice in the ground to vanish into. Yang Wei's face burned with embarrassment, lacking the courage to meet Luo Fancheng's radiant gaze, feeling guilty and utterly devoid of confidence. Yi Xiang fared little better than her peers. Her beautiful face flushed with a deep crimson, while her delicate toes, encased in black stockings within white boots, clutched tightly, as if the stockings might tear under the pressure. She was too shy to look directly at Luo Fancheng, yet her peripheral vision betrayed her, stealing glances out of insatiable curiosity. How could such a handsome individual possess such extraordinary talent? Was it truly possible for someone without noble lineage to exhibit such terrifying potential for growth? Initially captivated by Luo Fancheng's striking appearance, she now felt an intense desire to explore the depths of her curiosity, strong enough to make her tremble. Uncle Tai's once bulging muscles had deflated once more, his body hunched over, burdened by a pair of dark hands. Although he appeared as stable as an old dog, internally he was a whirlwind of anxiety. He frantically recalled whether he had ever mocked this young man. If at his age he were to be struck down, it would be a disgraceful loss of dignity. After all, it seemed he had not uttered anything too extreme, which was a relief. The elder instinctively drew his hands back to his chest, exhaling a sigh of relief, only to find Luo Fancheng's gaze fixed upon him. The raised hand became suddenly awkward, lacking a place to rest. Ahem. Young Luo truly defies appearances, harboring such formidable talent and strength, he remarked, as he discreetly returned his hand behind his back, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiang and the other youths turned their peculiar gazes towards him, their expressions replete with intrigue. Uncle Tai glared at them, exclaiming, "What are you all staring at me for?" Li Hongpeng, scratching his head in embarrassment, replied, "Uncle Tai," with Brother Luo's striking looks. "Isn't that enough?" Uncle Tai found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, this young man possessed an ethereal beauty. It was primarily his previous shabby attire that had masked his grandeur, compounded by his solitary ventures into danger. Which powerful faction would dare to send such a prodigy out alone on an adventure? The audacity was almost unfathomable. He shot a glare at Li Hongpeng, scolding, "You're utterly shameless. Just a moment ago, you referred to him as a mere commoner, and now you've elevated him to Brother Luo so quickly?" Li Hongpeng's face twitched, pleading for mercy. I was wrong. Please spare me some dignity. I still have to make my way across the continent." As for his adjustment and address, even a blind person could see Luo Fancheng's talent. Given how terrifying it was, did it truly matter whether he was of common birth? If one did not seize the opportunity to flatter him before he fully matured, when he truly rose to prominence, one would find themselves waiting in line for a chance to do so. Uncle Tai huffed internally, thinking, Now you care about your reputation. Yet you were so quick to mock me earlier. Moreover, the best way to avoid social embarrassment is to drag others down with you. By the way, what were you shouting at the princess just now? Yang Wei, feeling the weight of his own embarrassment with no outlet, seized the opportunity to interject. If the princess is willing to smile at you, would you be content to act like a dog? With a furious shout, Li Hongping launched a swift kick, sending the unsuspecting Yang Wei sprawling to the ground, followed by a flurry of chaotic blows. Daring not to provoke Luo Fancheng or strike Iron Lao, he thought, "Why should I refrain from confronting you?" Ignoring the farcical scene before him, Luo Fancheng scanned the surroundings, yet found no familiar figures. A sense of unease creeping into his heart. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? Had the High Priestess and his junior sister not followed him after all? Would he truly be left to fend for himself? A knot formed in his chest. Amidst the tumult, Li Hongping continued to rain kicks upon Yang Wei when he heard footsteps. Turning to see the alluring Yi Xiang approach, he halted immediately. Brushing off the dust from his clothes with a single arm, anxiety etched across his face. "Princess?" he stammered. Yi Xiang fixed her gaze upon him, her expression earnest. "You saved me, and for that, I am grateful." A smile crept upon Li Hongping's lips. Could it be that his moment of spring had finally arrived? Having touched the heart of his goddess, the princess? However, the moment he heard the word "but," his heart sank. Yi Xiang shook her head. "I truly have no feelings for you, not even a shred of affection. Yet, I cannot disregard your kindness. I can ensure my father grants you a lifetime of safety and even assist in restoring your arm. But I hope you will keep your distance from me in the future." "Princess." All traces of joy vanished from Li Hongping's face, as if the sound of a heart shattering echoed in the silence. Yi Xiang pressed her lips together, fully aware of the pain her words would inflict, but her bold and passionate nature brooked no hesitation. "You should leave. I fear Luo Fancheng may misunderstand." "No." A heart-wrenching cry resonated within Li Hongping. As Luo Fancheng approached him, he turned to Yi Xiang, exasperated. "Hey, don't involve me in everything. We have no relationship." Another stab to Li Hongping's heart. He felt as though his goddess was reduced to a mere admirer of another. Tears betrayed him, cascading down his cheeks. The onlookers regarded him with sympathy, noting the grotesque state of his dangling arm, which seemed destined for certain doom upon their return to the royal city. There appeared to be no hope left. At that moment, Luo Fancheng's hand came crashing down upon Li Hongping's fractured arm, which was barely held together by flesh, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 42. A shocking revelation. The rebirth of broken bones. Is this what you call an offensive soul master? A piercing scream startled everyone. None could have anticipated that Luo Fancheng would suddenly strike at Li Hongping at such a moment. Yang Wei, having just risen from the ground, was almost sent tumbling back down again, his face a mask of terror. Could it be that the time for settling the score for previous insults had arrived so swiftly? "What are you doing? Stop!" Other youths interjected sternly, frowning in an attempt to protect Li Hongping, all too aware that they might be the next target of retaliation. The prowess of Luo Fancheng instilled dread in them. Despite the presence of Iron Old as a support, it was evident that the princess, who commanded Iron Old, was not inclined to favor their side. "Silence!" Yi Xiang exclaimed sharply, fixing her gaze on Luo Fancheng. She sensed that he would not be as feeble as the others presumed. With a swish, the green lotus martial soul manifested once more, radiating streams of healing light that surged into Li Hongping's shattered shoulder. Luo Fancheng's expression was icy, his large hand firmly pressing on Li Hongping's shoulder. The wails of Li Hongping abruptly ceased, his pallid visage transforming into one of bewilderment and astonishment. What was happening? The agonizing pain in his shoulder had dissipated, replaced by a tingling sensation, as if his arm bones were regrowing anew. Others stood agape, their eyes wide with shock. They were not blind. They could see Li Hongping's previously sunken shoulder visibly swelling back to life. Regrowth of broken bones? How could this be possible? It was utterly inconceivable that his martial soul could possess such extraordinary healing capabilities. Gasps of disbelief escaped the crowd. Even Iron Old stared intently, scrutinizing the process of Luo Fancheng's healing. It was not due to ignorance that they were astounded. Their extensive training had made them acutely aware of the potential of healing martial souls. They could staunch bleeding, mend superficial injuries, and healing martial souls could indeed perform those feats. However, the regeneration of bones into flesh could only be achieved by an exceptional healing martial soul. Such rare martial souls were akin to phoenix feathers, seldom encountered throughout the Soul Master continent. Those possessing such extraordinary martial souls were often the envy of various factions, regarded as esteemed guests. To replicate Luo Fancheng's ability to reshape bones with a mere gesture required a top-tier, healing martial soul, complemented by formidable cultivation. Yet, Luo Fancheng was merely at the first ring. In fact, his green lotus martial soul had not even acquired a soul ring. This indicated that the quality of Luo Fancheng's green lotus martial soul had reached an unprecedented level, unheard of by many. As the healing approached its conclusion, and Li Hongping's arm was on the verge of restoration, the astonishment among the onlookers peaked. This healing ability was simply outrageous. They had witnessed anomalies before, but never one of this magnitude. Was he truly an auxiliary soul master, or an offensive one? Upon utterance of this thought, the elite youths exchanged glances, each reflecting the incredulity mirrored in one another's eyes. Indeed, what a profound inquiry. You described him as a support type. Yet his prowess surpasses that of Li Hongping at the third ring, shattering a millennium-old blazing monkey with a single punch. Engaging in battles beyond his level, he is astonishingly formidable. You assert he is an offensive soul master, yet just moments ago, he effortlessly healed 7 individuals and is now capable of resurrecting broken bones. Such versatility is astounding. How can one person possess such extraordinary talent? The crowd's morale crumbled, feeling their once proud noble bloodline and innate gifts ruthlessly crushed, leaving their sense of superiority shattered and obliterated. What kind of monster has emerged from the shadows? My impression of commoners is that they possess inferior bloodlines and lackluster talents. How can he stand out so remarkably, exhibiting such strength? I shudder to think that the soul masters outside are likely unaware of this prodigious anomaly. I have a premonition that when this individual makes his presence known, he will undoubtedly astonish countless onlookers. Yang Wei gasped in astonishment, reflecting on his earlier indiscretions that had offended Luo Fancheng, filling him with regret. Tai Lao remained silent, yet he wholeheartedly resonated with the sentiments expressed by the surrounding youth. His emotions unsettled. A horrifying speculation took root in his mind. Could such a prodigy truly be traveling alone? Was there not a powerful figure discreetly following to ensure his protection? In that fleeting moment, he felt as though countless eyes in the jungle were watching him intently, sending chills down his spine. Yi Xiang bit her luscious peach-colored lips tightly. She was taken aback, filled with both surprise and an indescribable sense of anguish. This insufferable man possessed such exceptional talent. Wherever he went, he would be treated as a treasure. How could she possibly entice him to come home for her own indulgence? Damn it! Clenching her delicate fist, she glared at Luo Fancheng, muttering under her breath, "Why must he be so exceptional? He's already so handsome. Why not just relax and be less impressive?" How infuriating. With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng retracted his martial spirit and released his firm grasp on Li Hongping's shoulder, causing the surrounding discussions to cease, and silence enveloped the area. Cautiously, Li Hongping attempted to move his arm, gently shaking it, his face reflecting an indescribable joy. When he realized he could swing his arm around his body, tears of happiness streamed down his face, his smile stretching from ear to ear. "I am healed. I am truly healed." Ha ha. Witnessing Li Hongping's overwhelming joy, none in the crowd mocked his excitement. In the predatory world of soul masters, where strength reigns supreme, the loss of an arm significantly diminishes combat effectiveness, forever depriving him of a soul bone slot. The disappearance of arm meridians would also impede the upper limits of soul power cultivation. Luo Fancheng's miraculous healing ability had pulled him back from the brink of becoming a waste. How could he not be exhilarated? However, Luo Fancheng's demeanor remained cold, standing in stark contrast to the exuberance around him, a sneer causing all expressions to freeze. He turned to Yang Wei and the others, remarking, "A group of simpletons, devoid of common sense. If the fractured bones are not entirely realigned and healed, they will indeed mend in a deformed manner." The previously questioning Yang Wei and his companions suddenly felt their faces flush with embarrassment, consumed by shame. They could hardly fathom that Luo Fancheng truly possessed such a terrifying ability to regenerate broken bones, and their earlier offenses against him left them in constant dread of retribution. Boss Tai, his expression stern, chastised them harshly. "I have educated you time and again, yet you remain obstinate, each of you acting as if you are above the rest. Now you grasp that there are greater heights beyond your own. Hurry and apologize to our young friend Fancheng." The group hastily turned towards him, eager to speak, but were abruptly interrupted by Luo Fancheng. "No need." He shook his head, disinterested in casting them another glance. They were merely a group of sheltered aristocrats, inconsequential figures not worth his concern. Brother Luo, I previously spoke with great disrespect. Why do you still choose to repay malice with kindness and extend your help to me?" Li Hongping asked, his face flushed with shame. Reflecting on his past actions in stark contrast to Luo Fancheng's benevolence, he felt utterly humiliated. Repaying malice with kindness? Luo Fancheng shifted his stance, turning to regard him, his brows raised and a playful smirk curling at his lips. He raised his hand and rubbed his wrist. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap. Li Hongping's face turned crimson as he was struck, contorting in pain, his head tilting awkwardly as he spiraled away, propelled by the force of the blow. Chapter 43. Repaying Virtue with Grievance, How to Respond to Virtue. The audacious declarations persisted until Li Hongping fell freely into the thicket, producing a muffled thud that momentarily stunned the onlookers. Bewilderment clouded their faces as they grappled with the abruptness of the situation. Moments ago, Luo Fancheng was preoccupied with rescuing others, yet suddenly he unleashed a fierce strike. The force of that blow was so tremendous it seemed to resonate with pain just to witness it. Could it be that this fellow possessed a dual personality? Or was he, like the princess, capricious and unhinged? Li Hongping staggered to his feet from the grass, stars dancing before his eyes, feeling as though the world was spinning. His face swelled visibly, crimson and bruised, with blood streaming from his nostrils, painting a tragic picture. Luo? Brother Luo? He was truly dazed by the unexpected assault, tears brimming in his eyes, convinced that his cheekbone had been fractured. Luo Fancheng, devoid of any sympathy, slowly parted his lips and retorted, repaying virtue with grievance. How then does one repay virtue? This query left Li Hongping speechless, while others around him fell into contemplation, their expressions clouded with confusion. Luo Fancheng continued. To rescue you was to acknowledge your bravery in shielding the princess from harm, which she faced in her endeavor to protect me. However, to strike you is simply a consequence of your loose tongue, deserving of retribution. I, Luo Fancheng, believe in settling debts and avenging wrongs. Repaying virtue with grievance? Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Merely refraining from delivering a more severe blow should be considered an act of mercy. The crowd stood in shock, their understanding of Luo Fancheng deepening. Yi Xieying's beautiful eyes sparkled, her delicate form trembling unnaturally, her heart racing not with repulsion, but with an inexplicable thrill. But why do you only strike me and not the others? Li Hongping lamented, on the verge of tears, though he recognized his deserving fate. He questioned why he alone bore the brunt of the punishment. It felt exceedingly harsh. Luo Fancheng shook his head, casting a sidelong glance at the fearful yet curious Yang Wei and the others, and spoke slowly, because they do not merit it. Upon hearing this response, Li Hongping was left dumbfounded, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Was this a compliment? It could be interpreted as such, though he remained unsure. He glanced around, seeking clarity. Luo Fancheng suddenly smiled casually, adding, You wouldn't become irate merely because a mad dog barks at the village's edge, but should it attempt to bite you? That would be an entirely different matter. Eh? Is he indirectly scolding us? Yang Wei and the others widened their eyes, feeling a sense of offense. Yet, they dared not retaliate. Although he wore a smile, they sensed an inexplicable chill creeping up their spines. It seemed this dashing youth was not jesting, but subtly warning them that should they persist in their ignorance, they would face dire consequences. Tai Lao, observing from the side, comprehended the situation all too well, his heart racing with trepidation. Such talent, such presence, such temperament. Could these truly belong to a mere villager? Even a noble prodigy, meticulously groomed by esteemed mentors, would likely pale in comparison to him. After Luo Fancheng finished speaking, he settled into a cross-legged position, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings, and swiftly began to absorb spiritual energy to restore his soul power, solidifying his recent breakthrough to the 11th rank of Soul Master. The fierce battle with the fiery monkey horde had drained a significant portion of his soul energy. Although the burning scale armored general was formidable, it consumed an excessive amount of soul power. Assisting his companions was manageable, but helping Li Hongping with the bone healing nearly depleted his own soul energy. Even though the healing capabilities of the Blue Lotus martial soul were extraordinary, they still required his soul power for support. Fortunately, Li Hongping's injury was merely a broken bone that needed reattachment. Otherwise, given his current reserve of soul energy, he might have truly fallen short. Within his dantian, 13 spirals of soul power swirled, one of which had completely transitioned from a gaseous state to a liquid form, signifying his official entry into the 11th rank. According to his mentor, the High Priestess, an ordinary person requires all 10 spirals to fully liquefy to advance to the 20th rank and acquire a second soul ring. However, due to his 3 limit-breaking experiences, he possessed 13 spirals, making his breakthrough more challenging than that of others. Yet, the difficulty was proportional to the rewards. Without the additional 3 spirals, even with his unique martial soul and extraordinary physique, he could at most absorb soul rings of 8 or 900 years. And it would be impossible for him to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring with merely a 10th level cultivation, thus creating an unprecedented miracle. It is widely acknowledged on the continent that the maximum absorption limit for the first soul ring is 400 years and for the second, 900 years. Luo Fancheng had already reached the level at which others would absorb their third soul ring. Curiosity and anticipation began to stir within him. If he were to liquefy all 13 spirals of soul power, how extraordinary would the year of his second soul ring be? And how much stronger would he be compared to other talented soul masters? Moreover, after completing this breakthrough, he should no longer need to restrain the little eel, allowing him to devour and evolve once more. As time slowly passed, the fiery sun descended towards the west, casting a dim light over the lush green forest. Even if Yi Xieying remained silent, the likes of Tai Lao and the others would never abandon Luo Fancheng. These nobles were acutely aware of how to seize opportunities and strive not to offend those with potential, aspiring to ascend in power. The area had already been cleared by Tai Lao and his men to prevent the stench of blood and corpses from attracting other soul beasts. The young men either stood guard, vigilant of their surroundings, or rested and recuperated, while the exquisite and captivating maiden remained squatting there, her lotus-like arms resting on her knees. Delicate hands supporting her chin, gazing at Luo Fancheng's serene face with closed eyes, her eyes sparkling with unspoken thoughts. She was draped in a magnificent crimson cloak adorned with golden patterns, concealing her tattered upper garment and enhancing her enchanting aura. Her white boots were soiled, and her black stockings were in tatters, barely clinging to her fair, alluring legs. This was not a suitable place to remove them, so Yi Xieying endured, thankful that her hot pants remained intact. As her gaze fell upon Luo Fancheng, still clad in his tattered blood-stained attire, she couldn't help but murmur disdainfully, "Humph. I've never seen anyone so destitute." Her words dripped with haughty scorn. Yet she gracefully removed her luxurious crimson cloak from her delicate frame and stood to drape it over Luo Fancheng. From a distance, it appeared as though they were engrossed in cultivation, but in reality, Yang Wei and his companions felt a chill in their hearts as they secretly observed. This was the goddess they had pursued for many years. Yi Xieying was indeed a bit eccentric and wild, yet her beauty was undeniable, her talent exceptional, and her family background impeccable. Witnessing their goddess show concern for another was heart-wrenching, eliciting tears from their eyes. Boom. At the instant Yi Xieying draped her garment over herself, an extraordinary aura surged forth from within Luo Fancheng, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Confronted with a collective gaze, Yi Xieying found herself frozen mid-action, clutching her clothing in the air, utterly at a loss. When Elder Tai discerned the soul power emanating from Luo Fancheng, his eyes widened in disbelief. Level 12. This lad has broken through? A breakthrough? Surely. You jest. How could that be possible? The crowd was astounded, mouths agape, instinctively rejecting Elder Tai's assertion. Chapter 44. The deceptive beauty of the proud princess. Are you just putting on airs? The old man, Tai, shot a disbelieving glance at Yang Wei and the others, a frown etching his brow, his expression one of discontent. I am not yet so old as to be blind. I cannot be mistaken. Li Hongpeng quickly donned a smile. Old Tai, how could we ever doubt you? It was just this afternoon that Brother Luo made a breakthrough to the 11th level, and now, just a few hours later, he has achieved another breakthrough? Indeed, Old Tai, such a pace of cultivation is simply unprecedented and defies all logic. Yang Wei and the other youths nodded in agreement, their faces etched with skepticism. Their disbelief stemmed not from a lack of willingness, but rather from the sheer implausibility of the situation. When a soul master first awakens, it is indeed easiest to break through at the first level, yet as one progresses, the accumulation of soul power required becomes increasingly substantial, resulting in a naturally slower rate of advancement. Yang Wei wore an expression of utter astonishment. He himself had only just managed to break through to the 11th level today, and he had done so before Luo Fancheng. Yet here he was, barely having solidified his newfound power, while Luo Fancheng had already achieved yet another breakthrough. Even allowing for some disparity, it could not possibly be this significant. Listening to the incredulous murmurs of the other youths, even old Tai began to waver in his confidence. Could it be that he truly was growing old, that he had misjudged the situation? Just then, Luo Fancheng concluded his training, rising from the ground, his fatigue vanished, his eyes sparkling with vitality. He noticed the others staring at him with wide eyes, and he felt quite bewildered by their peculiar gazes. Surely, this group was not as enamored with his looks as the princess was it? A shiver ran down his spine. At that moment, a waft of fragrance drifted towards him. Turning his head, he found the haughty princess, clad in alluring black stockings, standing close behind him. Princess, what brings you here? Yi Xieying's cheeks flushed, her delicate hands clutching her crimson cloak, caught in a dilemma of whether to offer it or not. She couldn't very well admit that she was concerned about the thinness of his attire and wished to drape him in something warmer. That would be quite undignified. Straightening her waist, the captivating curves of her bosom were breathtaking. Do not flatter yourself. I am not worried about your comfort, she retorted. Luo Fancheng, perplexed, replied, but, princess, I have yet to ask anything. Gazing into his bright, dark eyes, Yi Xieying felt increasingly flustered, her words tumbling out in a jumbled mess. I was intending to blindfold you and take you back to the city as my servant, but alas, you awakened. Consider yourself fortunate. Luo Fancheng nodded. I understand. How could the princess possibly be the type to kindly offer me a garment? You know nothing at all. Yixing's shyness transformed into indignation in an instant. Her face reddening with anger, her enchanting features exuding a unique charm. Witnessing this, Luo Fancheng couldn't help but marvel at the stunning princess, a true gem among women. If only her temperament were a touch more gentle, she would be utterly perfect. Old Tai approached with a friendly smile. Young Luo, have you just broken through to the 12th level? Luo Fancheng's lips twitched. Oh my, how rapidly the titles have changed. It began with that lad, then evolved into young Master Luo, and now it has escalated to Brother Luo. You must be the legendary master of transformation. Indeed, the second soul force vortex has liquefied, achieving the 12th level. Luo Fancheng nodded, not concealing his accomplishments, but rather acknowledging them openly. The others present gasped in astonishment. Had he truly reached the 12th level? This was utterly astonishing. Such a feat was beyond belief. Even cheating could not yield such rapid advancement. How are we to survive in this realm? Elder Tai's conjecture was confirmed, and he couldn't help but smile wryly. Alas, my vision is indeed poor. I failed to recognize the extraordinary talent of Brother Luo until now. So you were all staring at me intently instead of cultivating because of this? Luo Fancheng remarked with a peculiar expression. Such a statement, young master. Elder Tai replied, to break through 2 realms in a single day, does that not warrant our attention? I have always been this way, there is nothing remarkable about it. Luo Fancheng retorted, somewhat speechless. Wasn't this merely fundamental practice? You all claim to be noble elites, yet you react so dramatically. It lacks sophistication. What? Always this way? Good heavens, have you not heard the words of others? The crowd could see the helpless expression on Luo Fancheng's face, despite his minimal commentary. They felt as though they were being intensely ridiculed. Sighing, Luo Fancheng recalled the sensations he experienced during his cultivation, and his deep exhale rendered the others silent. A series of question marks seemed to hover above their heads. Sign, brother, ancestor, what is there to lament about? Today, you have just acquired a Millennium Soul Ring, effortlessly breaking the historical record for the first soul ring in the Soul Weapon continent. And swiftly advancing a level, yet you still sigh? To be frank, are you trying to drive us to despair, wishing for our demise? Li Hongping frantically ruffled his disheveled hair. His eyes bloodshot. Yang Wei felt a metallic taste in his throat, nearly choking on his frustration. This was infuriating. Yixing, naturally proud, found her confidence wavering in the face of Luo Fancheng's accomplishments. Observing the frenzy of the crowd, Luo Fancheng shook his head earnestly. A true hero does not dwell on past glories. Since the breakthrough has concluded, it is now merely a matter of the past. There is little merit in discussing it further. I observe that my rate of advancement has slowed significantly compared to before. How could I not sigh? This is considered slow? Li Hongping's mouth hung agape, utterly petrified. Brother, we have encountered pretentiousness before, but we have never seen anyone maintain such a serious facade. Elder Tai could not resist asking, Brother Luo, may I inquire about your previous speed of cultivation? Luo Fancheng shook his head, unwilling to divulge further. He had come to realize that the joys and sorrows of humanity do not resonate with one another. This group of individuals resembles underachievers, content merely to pass their examinations, delighting in scores of 80 and experiencing euphoric highs at the prospect of attaining 90. They remain oblivious to the anguish felt by top students who fall short of perfect scores. The current scenario is akin to a gathering of underperformers reveling in their modest successes while a high achiever, burdened by the disappointment of missing perfection by a mere point, approaches with a heavy heart, sighing in frustration. Yixing, filled with curiosity, observes Luo Fancheng's silence, her lips pouting in discontent. Why remain silent? What is there to hide? We are now bound by shared adversity, she exclaimed, her tone sharp. Li Hongping, patting his chest, interjected, is Brother Luo concerned about frightening us? We have undergone professional training and possess robust psychological resilience. Luo Fancheng waved his hand dismissively, showing little interest in engaging. His gaze swept the surroundings, searching for the direction to return at dawn to find the High Priestess and his junior sister. Tai Lao speculated. The cultivation at the Soul Master stage is indeed somewhat easier. Given Luo's extraordinary talents, achieving 4 levels in a day is certainly within reach. Li Hongping shook his head in disagreement. I believe we can afford to be bolder in our assumptions. Perhaps 5 or 6 levels in a day is also possible. Are you not being overly ambitious? I've never heard of anyone achieving 6 levels in a single day, let alone 5, Yang Wei protested, shaking his head vigorously. Yixing pouted, vexed that the man would not cast a glance her way. Could the tattered trees and weeds around them possibly rival her beauty? Infuriated, she stomped her delicate foot, angrily throwing her crimson cloak at Luo Fancheng. Humph! What a miser, truly inconsiderate. Hearing the rustle, Luo Fancheng extended his arm to catch the cloak, turning back with a resigned expression. If you insist on hearing it, I suppose I can oblige. Let us say it's 9 levels in a day. Chapter 45, The Day of 9 Levels? Joyful Saintess. Yi Xieying. Come home with me. Elder Tai resolved to maintain an air of composure this time, striving to project the dignity befitting a 5th-tier powerhouse. It was unbecoming and lacking in grace to be repeatedly astonished by a younger generation. Thus, upon hearing Luo Fancheng speak, he instinctively nodded and replied languidly, "Oh, so it's 9 levels in a day. Quite impressive indeed." The others shuddered, their bodies stiffening as they turned their heads in unison to gaze at Elder Tai, their wide eyes seemingly questioning, "Do you realize what you just said? Would you care to repeat that?" They were astonished by the absurdity of his words. Did I say something wrong? Elder Tai initially appeared bewildered, then began to grasp the gravity of the situation, muttering to himself, "What did he just say? 9 levels? In a day? My goodness." A conflagration of incredulity ignited within him, nearly propelling him to leap towards Luo Fancheng, his breath heavy with disbelief. "Brother Luo, are you absolutely certain you aren't jesting? Is it truly 9 levels in a single day?" Luo Fancheng, resigned, replied, "Well, I suppose it could be considered a day." Considered a day? Elder Tai's heart raced, troubled by the uncertainty. He knew he would lose sleep if he did not clarify this matter. Yu Xiang interjected, "If it were 9 levels over 2 days, that would be terrifying as well." Luo Fancheng shook his head, reminiscing, "That day, I practiced diligently throughout the night. So calling it a day is inaccurate. It should be regarded as half a day." Half a day? Yi Xiang's face paled, while Elder Tai and the others stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, their throats tightening, unable to utter a word. In the midst of summer, a warm breeze swept through the night forest. Yet the group of 7 noblemen from the royal city felt a chill. An indescribable sense of dread surged within them. The more they learned about this unassuming yet strikingly talented commoner, the more they grasped the sheer magnitude of his extraordinary potential. Strangely, he bore an air of nonchalance, devoid of arrogance. They finally understood why he sighed after breaking 2 levels in a single day. The perspective from which they viewed the world was fundamentally different. What is perspective if not this? Li Hongping's eyes shimmered with fervor, as if he had glimpsed the essence of life itself. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. "Brother Luo, are you certain you are human?" Luo Fancheng glared. "You may be astonished, but must you resort to insults?" Li Hongping quickly realized his faux pas and clarified, "Brother Luo, it is simply that your talents are so extraordinary that I wonder if you might be a spirit beast reborn after a millennium, taking human form. Such brilliance is nearly unfathomable." The others nodded in agreement, increasingly convinced that Luo Fancheng resembled a legendary beast reborn, unconsciously retreating. "Ha ha." From the shadows of the forest, Bai Yingyue laughed heartily, her laughter ringing like silver bells, her expressions lively and enchanting. She wiped away the tears of mirth from the corners of her eyes. "How delightful. Teacher, finally, I am not the only one bearing the burden of my juniors' overwhelming prowess." Their astonished expressions were far less composed than mine. "How absurd it is that they even consider my junior brother to be a soul beast." Diwei Yang's exquisite phoenix eyes remained sharp and cold as a mountain spring in the night, silent yet striking. However, the corners of her rosy lips curled slightly upward, suggesting a pleasant mood. Luo Fancheng felt exasperated, unable to refrain from commenting, "Surely, not all nobles in this world can be this foolish. Mistaking me for a soul beast in the blink of an eye. I can't possibly shout at the top of my lungs that I am human. That would be utterly ridiculous." An epic dilemma had arisen. How does one prove their humanity when others doubt it? With a grim expression, Luo Fancheng implored, "Please, can you all act normally and spare the nobility from disgrace?" Li Hongping took a step back, saying, "Bro, it's not that we doubt you. It's just that your talent seems beyond what a mere human could possess." Others nodded in agreement. It is said that a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years, upon taking human form, may restart their cultivation but will experience rapid advancement, becoming overwhelmingly powerful. "Enough of this nonsense," Iron Elder said seriously. A 100,000-year soul beast transformed into human form will only awaken the martial spirit of its previous self. It cannot possess a twin martial spirit. The group realized this, but upon recalling that Luo Fancheng actually had a twin martial spirit, their mouths twitched in disbelief. This was even more terrifying than the prospect of a soul beast taking human form. Throughout the entire soul martial continent, those with twin martial spirits are exceedingly rare, a mere handful among millions, standing at the pinnacle of true genius. And now, they had encountered one. Seeing the doubts dissipate among the crowd, Luo Fancheng sighed in relief, grateful for Iron Elder's intervention. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to prove himself. Yet, from the Elder's few words, he gained a deeper understanding of the transformation of a 100,000-year soul beast. His charming aunt, Joer, who had transformed into a human, was not the same as those who merely took human form. Luo Fancheng mused, wondering if he might ever encounter a soul beast that had transformed into a human. His curiosity piqued, he desired to study it. However, he soon shook his head. What was he thinking? There were so few 100,000-year soul beasts, and even fewer that had transformed. He still had no grasp of the vastness of the soul martial continent. Could he truly expect to encounter one? The odds were astronomically low. At that moment, Yu Xiying approached, her alluring legs gracefully moving as she patted his shoulder, her beautiful eyes serious as she asked, "Are you certain you are a commoner, and not just teasing us?" Having said what needed to be said, belief was up to them. Luo Fancheng shrugged nonchalantly. He found this woman to be not particularly strange after their interactions. Yet, even with her slightly masochistic tendencies, one should not show her too much kindness, for she relished such treatment. Yu Xiying shook her head, her silky hair swaying. "It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that the strength of your martial spirit rivals that of the core descendants awakened from the bloodlines of the 4 great empires and the 10 major sections. Like me, though I am of the royal bloodline of the Long Empire, my bloodline lacks purity, resulting in the awakening of only an 8th-grade Sakura dragon martial spirit. The purest bloodline of the royal family can awaken the ancient supreme dragon martial soul of the 9th rank, one of the 4 most formidable beast martial souls in the soul martial continent. This is owed to the long-dormant, yet occasionally resurrecting system father." Luo Fancheng discovered that each time the system resurrected, it coincided with his undertaking of some extraordinary endeavor. Could this be a veiled encouragement for him to strive for self-sufficiency? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he casually remarked, "You nobles rely on your lineage, while we commoners must depend on mutations. Fortunately, mine has turned out quite well." Quite well indeed. The surrounding figures, including Tai Lao, remained silently contemplative, accustomed to bearing setbacks, their mentality having settled into a state of tranquility. For a moment, silence enveloped the jungle, returning to a serene stillness. Luo Fancheng, draped in a crimson cloak, stood facing the alluring and captivating Princess Sea King. After a prolonged silence, he finally raised his head. To his surprise, the enchanting princess mirrored his action, lifting her gaze to earnestly propose, "Come home with me." Chapter 46. The Oath of the Beautiful and Fiery Princess. What? You want me to go home with you? Luo Fancheng's eyes widened in astonishment. "Why are you reacting so dramatically?" Yi Xiang retorted, but soon realized her words were indeed ambiguous, making it sound as though they were returning to meet the parents together. She proudly lifted her exquisite features and huffed, "Do not misunderstand. Did you not claim to be an orphan? This princess, being inherently kind-hearted, merely wished to offer you refuge upon seeing you without a home." "Kind-hearted? Generous?" Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. "Given your capricious and willful nature, it would be a miracle if you did not torment others. So, your family must have taken in many 18-year-old, tall, handsome orphans, right? How dare you?" Yi Xiang scolded, her voice sharp. "Open your eyes and tell me, do I look like such a frivolous person?" Her expression softened as she gazed intently at Luo Fancheng, stating earnestly, "If you were to come, you would be the first man I have taken in, and the only one." Luo Fancheng took a step back, scoffing. "So there is no kindness in your heart? What nonsense. You do not wish to take me in. I cannot bear to expose you. It is clear that you are simply attracted to my physique." With her hidden desires laid bare in public, Yi Xiang felt a rush of embarrassment and excitement coursing through her, causing her pale skin to flush with a faint hue. Gritting her teeth, she admonished, What are you babbling about? Stop being so self-absorbed. This princess has countless admirers and feels nothing for you." "Haha." Luo Fancheng laughed nonchalantly. "That is splendid. Since you have no feelings for me, then please let me go." I was just about to bid farewell. Nearby, Li Hongping was almost in tears from envy, wishing he could rush over and grab Luo Fancheng by the collar, exclaiming, "Brother, my dear brother, isn't it a wonderful thing to be desired? How fortunate." He longed for someone to covet him, but found himself dismissed like refuse instead. Yang Wei's jealousy flared, his eyes gleaming with envy, feeling as if he were transforming into a century-old lemon, bitter and sour. Despite his efforts to win the princess's favor, he was rebuffed, while this fellow, who openly disregarded her, found her pursuing him instead. Tai Lao was somewhat bewildered. As a seasoned veteran well acquainted with the ways of the world, he rarely encountered a young man he could not comprehend. Yet, this handsome youth before him was an enigma. The princess's intentions were so apparent, one need only play coy to seize the opportunity for ascendance. To cling to the princess's long and enchanting leg would mean instant success. There was no shame in living off a woman. One could stand proudly before the world, with ample resources for cultivation, a formidable backing, and a beautiful wife arranged. Albeit a bit headstrong, her allure was undeniable. Establishing a family and a career would lead to the pinnacle of life. Was this not enticing? To gain the princess's favor was a dream for many. Yet this Luo brother, without a moment's thought, outright rejected it? Did he truly possess no interest? Not even a flicker of desire? In the realm of power struggles, Elder Tai has witnessed countless individuals forsake their wives and children, even severing ties with brothers and friends, all in pursuit of authority. Yet, he has never encountered a youth as peculiar as the one before him, shaking his head in disbelief and sighing internally, exclaiming, "I cannot comprehend this, nor can I see through it." The thoughts swirling in the minds of others mirrored his own. Could it be that someone genuinely remains untouched by the allure of wealth and status? "Do you insist on leaving?" Yu Xiang inquired. "Indeed," Luo Fancheng nodded. "The princess previously promised that I would be allowed to depart after the addition of the soul ring." Yi Xiang maintained her gaze upon Luo Fancheng, finding no hint of hesitation in his profound black eyes, only an unyielding calmness. It appeared he held no desire for her beauty, figure, status, or anything else. Yet, the more he resisted, the more her heart raced, the more unwilling she became to let him go, a fierce possessiveness surging within her. Yi Xiang's expression darkened gradually. Her delicate fist clenched, and she spoke coldly. "What if I refuse to let you go?" Luo Fancheng replied with a smile, "Then we shall no longer be friends, but enemies." Yi Xiang extended her slender hand, a silvery moonlight filtering through the leaves and illuminating her palm, which she slowly closed around her 5 jade-like fingers. "Do you know, Luo Fancheng, that throughout my life, there has been nothing I desire that I could not obtain? My father dotes on me, and whatever I wish for will inevitably appear before me." Luo Fancheng sensed an impending danger, his body tensing. "So, does the princess intend to have Elder Tai take action to force me to stay?" "Huh." Yi Xiang suddenly chuckled coldly, her beautiful eyes glancing sharply, her red lips curling into an expression of indescribable pride. "You are indeed formidable, but do not underestimate me. I will not trouble you. I shall let you go." Luo Fancheng was taken aback, and the others, including Elder Tai and Li Hongpeng, who were well aware of Yi Xiang's headstrong nature, were equally astonished. Seeing the look of surprise finally grace Luo Fancheng's face brought Yi Xiang joy, prompting her to emit a clear, melodious laugh. "You didn't see this coming, did you?" Luo Fancheng candidly admitted, "I truly did not." Yi Xiang's gaze became intricate. "You know, although I have always been able to acquire everything I desired, my days were not filled with happiness. Rather, I felt an emptiness that drove me to madness. I could not discern what was amiss, even as many envied my life. It was only upon witnessing your solitary struggle that I understood. What others provide is ultimately obtained through their own efforts. And it is through one's own endeavors that one can truly savor the essence of joy." "Ah, this." Luo Fancheng was taken aback. "Come on. I strive because I lack a father like yours. What are you talking about?" Yi Xiang opened her mouth, inhaled deeply, and ultimately released all her breath slowly along her moist lips. Her phoenix-like eyes emitted 2 beams of determined light. "I have made my decision this time. I will pursue what I desire without interference from anyone. I will claim you, experience and savor this unique joy." "I refuse," Luo Fancheng protested. "Refusal is futile." Upon witnessing the peculiar excitement glimmering in Yi Xiang's enchanting eyes, Luo Fancheng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Good heavens! Just when he thought the princess had returned to her usual demeanor, that familiar essence re-emerged with such swiftness. Were she any other woman, he might have anticipated a conventional pursuit. However, with the masochistic Yi Xiang, well, that was an entirely different matter, fraught with uncertainty and the potential for unforeseen complications. Surely, she wouldn't resort to drugging him, would she? "Luo Fancheng, you did just declare us friends, did you not?" Yi Xiang's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Huh." Luo Fancheng scratched his head. "Did I say that? Best not to feign ignorance with this princess. Do not play the fool." Yi Xiang glared. "Otherwise, I will summon Iron Lao to knock you out and take you away." Yes, we are friends. Is that satisfactory?" Luo Fancheng sighed in resignation. Nevertheless, he recalled the words of the princess during the time he absorbed the soul ring, and he fully acknowledged her true nature. Yi Xiang's lively eyes twinkled. "Then, as a friend, it would be only fitting for me to bestow upon you a gift, wouldn't it?" Suddenly, she retrieved a package from her storage space and thrust it into Luo Fancheng's empty left hand. "What is this?" Luo Fancheng questioned, bewildered, while Iron Lao, recognizing the package, gasped in horror, exclaiming with palpable distress, "Little ancestor, this is unacceptable." Chapter 47. A gift bestowed, a lady's request, to undermine before the pontiff? Before Luo Fancheng could unwrap the parcel, Tai Lao dashed forward, intent on reclaiming the package. Swiftly, Yi moved her white boots to block Luo Fancheng, causing Tai Lao to halt abruptly, his anxiety palpable. Your Highness, we cannot accept such gifts. At that moment, Li Hongpeng and the others discerned the contents of the parcel, their bodies trembling as they voiced their objections. This is unacceptable, Your Highness. How audacious. Yi Xianying's delicate brows knitted together, her voice resounding with authority. Am I not the princess here? Or are you? Upon hearing her fierce and commanding tone, the crowd shuddered, realizing that since meeting Luo Fancheng, the princess had become notably more docile, yet now that fear of past dominance resurfaced. Of course, it is you, Your Highness, Tai Lao replied, his head bowed in submission. The others remained silent, standing obediently. Luo Fancheng, sensing the underlying tension, unfurled the parcel to reveal a collection of vibrant red fruits, exuding a refreshing aroma that invigorated him, as if enhancing the flow of his inner energy. There were 9 fruits in total, none missing from the harvest, which explained the anxious excitement of Tai Lao and the others. Yi Xianying shielded Luo Fancheng protectively, her fierce gaze sweeping over the gathering. She then pointed at the parcel and declared, Are you planning to instruct this princess on what to do? Not only can I gift these red fruits, but I would also dare to present my father's royal city. Gift the royal city? Tai Lao and the others quivered, their scalps tingling. Had anyone else made such a claim, they would have dismissed it, but Yi Xianying was different. If she dared to give, her father might indeed comply. Everyone knew that the Lord of Qianlong City, the heavenly martial king, was utterly devoted to his daughter, ruthless in battle yet indulgently affectionate towards her. In a moment when everyone held their breath, a male voice unexpectedly broke the silence. Your Highness, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Luo Fancheng secured the parcel and offered it back. Though he was unaware of the true value of the red fruits, he could infer something from Tai Lao's reaction. Yi Xianying turned her head, her earlier fierceness evaporating, replaced by a proud smile. It is priceless to me that this princess is pleased. If you accept it, I shall be elated, unless you look down upon me and do not regard me as a friend. Luo Fancheng, not one to linger, promptly replied, Very well. I shall accept it, but I cannot consume them all. I must leave some for you. Excellent, Yi Xianying beamed, her smile radiant in the night, reminiscent of a blooming rose, enchanting and delightful. Then, you keep a few, and I shall crush a few. Tai Lao and the others exchanged dry smiles, realizing the princess's unpredictable nature had resurfaced. Luo Fancheng shook his head, reluctantly accepting the fruits. That is the spirit. Yi Xianying pouted playfully, her voice sweet and melodious. How could you possibly refuse such a heartfelt gesture? Luo Fancheng felt a sense of urgency to depart, sensing the princess's whims were escalating. If the female pope and her junior sister have not followed, they should still be waiting for him to return. Brother Fancheng, Yi Xianying softly called, as a friend. It is only right for me to present you with a small gift. So, the mention of his name sent shivers down Luo Fancheng's spine. Speak normally. It's still uncertain who is older between us. All right, brother, Yi Xianying responded, her alluring figure leaning closer, her ample form pressing against him as she whispered in his ear, Then, as a friend, if your younger sister encounters difficulties, shouldn't you lend a helping hand? Luo Fancheng felt the urge to grasp her neck and question, What on earth are you doing, little sister? Are you courting disaster? However, with his hands busy, he could not act. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the captivating scenery before him. Help. Naturally, I would help. The princess risked danger today to protect me. A cunning glint flashed in Yi Xianying's beautiful eyes as she withdrew her enticing form with a playful smile. Then Brother Fancheng must come to Qianlong City in 3 months. There is something very important that requires your assistance. Realizing her true intentions, Luo Fancheng understood that she had been waiting for him all along. You don't simply want to deceive me into coming to see you, do you? Yi Xianying shook her head firmly in denial. No, indeed, there is something very important that requires your help. All right, Luo Fancheng nodded. As long as this important matter does not involve helping you bear a child, I will assist you to the best of my abilities. What are you saying? Yi Xianying's eyes widened, her face flushed with embarrassment. A forced situation is never sweet. It may not be sweet, but it quenches thirst. Luo Fancheng shrugged. This is what you told me, so I must state my concerns up front. Yi Xianying stomped her foot in frustration. Well then, you might as well tell me what this matter is. I don't believe the princess has anything I can assist with. Luo Fancheng was quite self-aware. Although he was slightly more handsome, fortuitous, and talented than others, his current strength was inadequate. Yi Xianying shook her head. Every year in the 11th month, my father, the ruler of Qianlong City, holds a soul master combat competition with the 2 neighboring royal cities. Participants are young soul masters under the age of 19. and the outcome determines the distribution of mining rights and resources among the three royal cities. Luo Fancheng was taken aback, instinctively sensing something amiss. As for mining rights, the stronger royal city would simply seize them. Why complicate matters with a competition among the youth? Yi Xiang explained. Firstly, the Songlong Emperor forbids the 9 royal cities from warring against one another. Moreover, battles between powerful individuals are difficult to control and can easily lead to casualties, which no faction can afford. Selecting young soul masters for combat is less risky and fair, making it acceptable for all, while also serving as a means to train soldiers in advance. Train soldiers? Luo Fancheng pondered, perplexed. Yi Xiang replied, why is the age limit set at 19 each year? Because the following year, the Grand Continental Youth Soul Master Combat Competition will take place, with participation from the 4 great empires, as well as all sects and divine temples. The age limit for this prestigious competition is 20 years. It is, without a doubt, the most significant event on the entire continent. Even securing the 100th place is an unimaginable honor, capable of bestowing renown across the soul martial continent, earning admiration and adulation from countless individuals. Those who achieve this are the true paragons of talent. Yi Xiang's beautiful eyes sparkled with longing, and upon hearing her words, Li Hongpeng and the others displayed fervent excitement. Luo Fancheng, however, was taken aback and scratched his head, saying, I have never heard of such an event in our village. Yi Xiang explained. This is precisely why the noble families of the empire and the direct lineages of sects look down upon commoners. Their information is far too outdated and insular, as if they exist in 2 separate worlds. Luo Fancheng nodded in understanding. It's merely a robust information barrier. All news and resources are monopolized by the aristocracy, making it exceedingly difficult for commoners to rise. Let us not dwell on this. The Grand Continental Combat Competition is still a long way off. Suddenly, Yi Xiang leaned close to Luo Fancheng's ear and whispered in a voice audible only to the 2 of them. What I mentioned earlier was merely the surface reason for the competition among the 3 great royal cities. There is, in fact, a significant secret hidden within. What secret? Luo Fancheng inquired with curiosity. I cannot divulge that just yet. You will have to wait until you arrive in 3 months. I assure you, it will be beneficial for you. Yi Xiang produced a bronze token and tucked it into the package containing the zhu fruit. Here, this is my token. Once you arrive in Qianlong City, simply mention my name, and it will suffice wherever you go. Luo Fancheng was speechless, pondering if she was worried he might not go. He thought for a moment and dismissed that idea. Luo Fancheng opened the crimson cloak and draped it over Yi Xiang's delicate form. Then, with the package in hand, turned to leave without hesitation. Rustling leaves echoed as Yi Xiang bit her lip, her gaze lingering on the figure in blood-red garments disappearing into the night of the forest. Unable to restrain herself, she called out, Hey, stop. Luo Fancheng turned back. Yi Xiang said, rather than drifting alone in solitude, why not return home with me? I can arrange for a renowned teacher to instruct you. Luo Fancheng chuckled. Silly girl, who told you I lack a teacher? You have a teacher? Yi Xiang was momentarily taken aback before gritting her teeth and retorting, that must be an incompetent teacher to allow you to venture out on your own like this. Isn't that leading you astray? Luo Fancheng's heart skipped a beat. Oh, my little ancestor, it is unwise to speak so carelessly. Thank goodness the high priestess is not present, or you would be in trouble. The more Yi Xiang spoke, the angrier she became, her heart aching at the sight of Luo Fancheng in his blood-stained attire. Come with me. Let me find you a distinguished teacher. If that fails, I will have my father personally instruct you, with your talent. You should not be guided by mediocre instructors. At this moment, Master Tai also stepped forward, lamenting the talent at hand. Brother Luo, what the princess states is undoubtedly true. A responsible teacher would never allow you to venture out alone. Your ambitions are too grand. Does he not fear for your well-being? Come with us, with your innate talent. I assure you, you shall be cherished as a precious gem. As Luo Fancheng listened, his heart raced uncontrollably, an unsettling chill creeping down his spine. It felt as though a pair of eyes were scrutinizing him. No more of this, both of you. To be frank, my teacher is exceptionally formidable. She may very well be lurking in the shadows right now, and any misstep in your words could lead to dire consequences. Formidable? Yi Xiang retorted, her chin raised defiantly. How formidable could she possibly be? Level 70? Level 80? Yet, she inquired further, Master Tai, are there any hidden individuals nearby? Master Tai affirmed, Princess, I have deliberately dispersed every spirit beast in this vicinity. Should there be anyone here, even an individual of level 80, I would certainly be aware. In the dark recesses of the jungle, the stunningly elegant saintess with purple hair and black boots stood alongside the commanding and exquisite golden-draped pope. Teacher, someone is attempting to undermine you, and quite brazenly at that, Bai Yingwei exclaimed, clutching her chest, laughter causing her bosom to quiver. Her laughter faltered abruptly as she noted the Pope's noticeably grim demeanor, and she tentatively asked, Teacher, you aren't truly upset, are you? Di Weiyang remained silent, her expression an impassive mask of beauty, devoid of any visible emotion, yet the chill in the air intensified. This is bad. It is certain that someone is in grave danger. Bai Yingwei shivered involuntarily, pinching her own cheek to suppress her smile, hoping to avert any unwarranted disaster. She cast a sympathetic glance towards the princess and Master Tai, who were still desperately trying to win over Luo Fancheng, audaciously encroaching upon the Pope's domain. How admirable! You are truly incredibly brave. Chapter 48. A Reckless Demise? The High Priestess takes action in the moonlit jungle. The princess and old Tai were still trying to persuade each other with reason and courtesy. The more Luo Fancheng listened, the more alarmed he became, and he hastily interrupted them. Enough. Let us cease this discussion. Princess, I shall be frank with you. My teacher is a formidable being of over level 90. As for her identity, she has chosen not to reveal it, and thus, I shall not disclose it to you. Upon hearing this, Yi Xieying and the others were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances rife with skepticism. Li Hongping spoke up, Luo, are you certain your teacher is an extraordinary being above the 7th tier? He then waved his hand in explanation. Please don't misunderstand. It's not that we doubt you, but rather, we question whether you might have been deceived. Old Tai also stepped forward, adding, throughout the continent, there are millions of soul masters, yet only a handful can claim the title of soul sage at the 7th tier. Those at the 8th tier are typically powerful leaders of their regions, while 9th tier extraordinary beings stand at the pinnacle of the soul martial continent, representing the ultimate strength of various factions. It is exceedingly rare for such powerful figures to wander among the common folk, much less take on disciples. Yu Xieying, with a hint of concern, urged, Fancheng, you are likely being misled. Look at the hour. No one has come searching for you. Luo Fancheng shook his head. Take my advice. I refrain from letting you speak carelessly for your own good. I suspect my teacher is indeed nearby, merely choosing to remain hidden. However, should you continue to provoke her with your words, I cannot guarantee I will be able to shield you from her wrath. Humph. Yu Xieying, regaining her haughty demeanor, placed her hands on her waist and puffed out her chest defiantly. Do not try to intimidate me. I fear nothing. If you have the courage, summon her forth to teach me a lesson. Whoever is afraid is a coward. She then glanced at the others beside her, inquiring, are you afraid? With the princess backing us, what is there to fear? Yang Wei and the others quickly shook their heads, smiling nervously. Yet one individual hesitated, remaining silent. Li Hongpeng, why are you not speaking? Yi Xieying pressed. Perhaps we should heed Luo's counsel this time? Li Hongpeng, having been chastised by Luo Fancheng too many times, felt a lingering trepidation and was genuinely frightened. Yi Xieying pouted, how dull. Since the day I was born, no one has dared to challenge me. Oh, is that so? A cold, authoritative voice resonated through the jungle, echoing ominously and stirring the air, refusing to settle. At the sound of that voice, every individual trembled. How could anyone be lurking in the shadows? I had meticulously searched the area. Old Tai's expression changed dramatically, and Yi Xieying's proud demeanor abruptly faltered. Li Hongping shivered, exclaiming, oh no, is this for real? He felt tears welling up. He had warned against doubting Luo Fancheng. Luo Fancheng's eyes brightened. Indeed, she was here. Initially feeling a twinge of disappointment at the thought that his teacher and sister might not be present, he now felt a surge of relief. The other party remained deeply concerned, a warmth blossoming in their heart. However, with a sigh, they realized that with the High Priestess emerging, the unruly princess was destined to meet her misfortunes today. Who lurks in the shadows? Yi Xieying anxiously scanned her surroundings, aware that if those present could not detect the hidden presence, it indicated an exceptionally high level of cultivation. Old Tai managed a bitter smile, promptly bowing in respect. Just now, I and the princess spoke foolishly. I acknowledge our error and sincerely apologize. I implore the esteemed one for forgiveness. No forgiveness. The chilling, merciless voice echoed once more, and from all directions arose the sound of tearing. The air warped, fissures of darkness gaping open like ancient beasts that devour, exuding an aura of peril and fury. Staring at the spatial rifts that sealed off all routes, Old Tai felt a chill run down his spine. His voice trembling and stuttering. Be broken. Void. 9th tier. Extraordinary? Thud. Those with slightly weaker cultivation, like Yang Wei, could not withstand the pressure and collapsed to their knees in terror. They had encountered many formidable soul masters, yet had never witnessed such a horrifying scene. The very space had fragmented. This was a technique only wielded by extraordinary beings above level 90. Li Hongpeng trembled, his face twisted in despair, lamenting that he was utterly innocent, having been ensnared by the princess's folly. Yi Xieying felt an instinctual shiver run through her delicate frame, biting her cherry lips, her beautiful eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. She had not anticipated, truly, that a terrifying powerhouse lurked behind Luo Fancheng. Old Tai quivered as he spoke. The princess possesses the ability to shatter the surrounding space so thoroughly. She is certainly no ordinary ninth-tier extraordinary. His underlying warning was intended for Yi Xieying. Fearful that the princess's stubbornness could lead to her demise without recourse for explanation. Rip. A larger spatial portal tore open, and a tall woman enveloped in radiant, blazing golden light stepped forth, her brilliance nearly blinding. Luo Fancheng felt puzzled. He was certain this was the high priestess. Yet it seemed she wished to obscure her visage from view. Why? It shouldn't be so. With every step, the radiant woman's presence felt as though she were treading upon the hearts of the onlookers, except for Luo Fancheng, who felt no pressure. The others, however, experienced a sensation akin to drowning, suffocating under the weight of her power. Faced with such an extraordinary being, they could utter not a word, left only with primal fear and trembling. Humph! A cold laugh reverberated through the forest, silencing the crowd, who dared not raise their heads. Have you nothing to say? Did you not wish to meet the true form? Old Tai was nearly paralyzed with fear. In his long life, he had never encountered such an overwhelming presence. Even a ninth-tier initial stage heavenly martial king could not compare. Who could this formidable individual be? There were few female pinnacle powerhouses on the entire continent. Was she the legendary young empress of the divine Phoenix Empire, or the high priestess of the Temple of Light? Regardless of who she was an existence capable of obliterating him with a mere glance. He felt utterly incapacitated. Indeed, I was utterly startled, my entire being rendered numb, as I found myself internally beseeching the ancestral spirit of Luo Fancheng. This time, he had thoroughly earned my respect. Who could have imagined that the tattered garments and humble origins of Luo Fancheng concealed such a formidable and terrifying figure? The true pinnacle of strength is not merely about possessing talent. One must also align with the preferences of the powerful. Tai Lao has only now come to the realization of how absurdly naive he and his companions were. They had long believed that Luo Fancheng lacked influence, only to discover that his background dwarfed theirs in sheer terror. The emotions swirling within Yi Xieying, Li Hongpeng, and Yang Wei were beyond description. It dawned upon them that the true jesters were, in fact, themselves. They had thought that even if they lost in talent, they could find solace in their family heritage, only to find their lineage utterly overshadowed as well. Most alarming was the revelation that this fearsome woman, shrouded in resplendent golden light, had been lurking in the shadows all along. They felt a surge of relief that they had not acted against Luo Fancheng. Had they done so, they might have met an instantaneous demise, vanishing without a trace. The dread was palpable. Had not all their words been overheard? They had spoken at length about Luo Fancheng's origins and had flaunted their own superiority. They felt utterly ridiculous. To boast of one's background in the presence of someone as formidable as Luo Fancheng was akin to a beggar attempting to impress an emperor with the mere few coins he had acquired that day. Silence. There was no need for further words. A cold huff from the high priestess snapped them back to the harsh reality, instilling fear in their hearts. Rather than concern over their foolishness, they now faced a far graver issue, the very real possibility of losing their lives. One by one, they cast pleading glances toward Luo Fancheng, akin to those on the brink of drowning, desperately seeking to grasp the last straw of salvation. Chapter 49. The High Priestess Strikes. Whipping the princess as the crowd turned their pleading gazes towards Luo Fancheng, he shrugged his shoulders in resignation, appearing utterly helpless. Ignoring the wise counsel of his elder brother, they now faced the consequences of their folly. What good was it to glance at me now? When I warned you earlier, did you think I was jesting? Seeing that Luo Fancheng had no intention of intervening, Tai Lao and the others plunged into despair, regret gnawing at their insides. They lamented their refusal to heed the advice given, recklessly courting disaster in front of a formidable figure. Li Hongpeng, overwhelmed with emotion, wept bitterly, claiming his innocence. He had not joined in the chaos. He was merely ensnared by the foolishness of others. Master, I did not, the tall, resplendent high priestess replied coldly. Indeed, you did not. Li Hongpeng's expression brightened momentarily, but before he could revel in his relief, the high priestess continued. However, you did mention my disciple. His complexion drained of color, his heart raced as if it might burst. Oh heavens! She had been watching all along. Everything had been observed. This was a disaster. Yang Wei, utterly overwhelmed, fainted, collapsing to the ground. What do you intend to do with us? Yi Xieying trembled under the oppressive aura, her graceful figure quaking, long legs and curvaceous form shaking in fear, yet her exquisite visage retained a flicker of defiance. The high priestess ignored her, raising her hand as a torrent of soul energy surged forth, coalescing into golden threads that bound the limbs of the 7 individuals, suspending them in midair. Yi Xiang, in particular, was treated to an exceptional binding, the golden strands constricting tightly against her form. Luo Fancheng's eyes grew increasingly peculiar as he observed the scene, sensing something amiss. Could this be the legendary torturous binding? It was just missing the red thread. Even though he had once been a youthful Sea King in a past life, he had never experienced such a scenario and remained uncertain, opting to observe further. Let me go. What do you intend to do with me? Yi Xiang struggled fiercely. But the more she fought, the tighter the bindings became. Luo Fancheng watched with keen interest, unable to suppress his astonishment. The masochistic princess was truly unlike any ordinary girl. Had this been a typical maiden, she would have long since knelt in supplication. Why do I lack compassion? In self-reflection for a fleeting moment, he resumed his observation, convinced that the high priestess, with her grand vision, would not inflict harm upon them. What do you seek to accomplish? The high priestess's lips curled into a frosty smile. Yet the brilliance of the golden light obscured the beauty of this fleeting moment. With a swift motion, golden soul energy manifested into whips, striking towards Yi Xiang, who remained bound in the air. Crack! Crack! The resounding lashes sent shivers down Tai Lao's spine. The princess had never endured such punishment in her life, not even suffering a mere scrape. It was utterly ruthless. Great master, please temper your wrath. If you harbor grievances, do not lash out at the princess. Strike me instead. I willingly take her place. The high priestess commanded coldly. Silence. Forgive Luo Fancheng for his unkind laughter, as 6 more whips materialized in the air, and this time, not only the princess, but also Elder Tai faced the brunt of the strikes. Can one truly blame him? He had issued countless warnings. If one chooses to provoke punishment with their words, they must accept the consequences. Luo Fancheng mused silently. If you were wise, you would recognize that the high priestess was not targeting vital areas such as the face or groin. It would be reasonable to endure a few blows to appease her wrath. However, should anyone dare to curse back, they would be courting disaster. And he would not lift a finger to assist such fools. Wait. Luo Fancheng suddenly noticed something peculiar. While others were howling in pain, Yi Xiang appeared strangely composed. Her fair complexion was flushed crimson, her lips glistening, and her spirited phoenix eyes widened, not in ferocity but almost as if they might overflow with tears. How odd. Is she finding joy in suffering? Yet her amusement was short-lived, for 3 more golden whips emerged, all aimed at the princess. This is utterly unreasonable. Why am I the sole target? What about the others? Yi Xiang could no longer suppress her pain and let out a shriek of protest, causing Elder Tai and the others to nearly weep. How tragic that even in this moment, the princess remained mindful of them. Why is this happening? The high priestess let out a cold laugh, offering no explanation as she struck even harder. Li Hongping lamented, Stop talking, princess. The more we speak, the worse the beating becomes. Yi Xiang gritted her teeth. Are you instructing me on how to behave? I merely meant to say I just Luo Fancheng slapped his forehead in exasperation. Dear sister, how can you still wonder why? Have you forgotten that it was you who incessantly called for someone to discipline you? Seeking pain and education? It seems you have received exactly what you asked for. Initially, Yi Xiang managed to maintain her defiance, but soon she could no longer hold back as tears streamed down her face. In the end, her dignity lay in refraining from begging for mercy or crying out loud. Luo Fancheng nodded in respect. There was courage and spirit in her, and he honored her as a true warrior. No, sister. As the opportunity presented itself, Luo Fancheng took a couple of steps forward. Teacher, how about we take a break? The high priestess cast a chilling glance in his direction. Am I so ancient? Luo Fancheng felt a wave of hostility wash over him, realizing he had inadvertently referred to her as old. Ouch, how vengeful. Indeed, women detest being called old. And the transcendent high priestess was no exception. Luo Fancheng silently retreated, thinking, may the dead friend not hinder the path of the living. May you all fare well. If I plead for you again, I shall be in peril myself. Upon looking up, he found Yi Xiang's sparkling eyes fixed intently upon him, as if she were about to strip him bare and consume him whole. What? Luo Fancheng's face was adorned with a myriad of question marks. It is you who sought punishment, and the high priestess who strikes you. Why glare at me? If you continue to stare, believe me, I too can deliver a strike of my own. My whip is far mightier than that of the high priestess. The high priestess gazed at the 7 suspended individuals and spoke. How has this incompetent master of yours, who misleads the young, become competent? Competent, indeed. There is none more capable than you. The 7, like chicks pecking at grains, nodded fervently, utterly terrified, their eyes filled with dread and trepidation. Just moments ago, While administering punishment, she simultaneously healed their injuries, allowing for repeated chastisement. Such a method was truly devilish. The once rebellious and headstrong princess now resembled a meat quail. Stricken with fear before this enigmatic woman. Oh no, I shall say no more. Come, Fancheng, follow your master. The high priestess raised her hand. Tearing the fabric of space, and a portal resembling a black hole appeared. Very well. Luo Fancheng nodded and stepped into the portal alongside the high priestess. Just as the portal began to close, Yi Xiang urgently called out, "Do not forget our agreement. If you do not come, then I shall not associate with you any longer." Luo Fancheng, speechless after enduring so much, thought to himself, "Impressive. You still remember this after all that? Well, it depends on my mood when the time comes. If I'm in a good mood, we shall see. Farewell." Luo Fancheng waved, inciting a furious response from Yi Xiang. In an instant, the scene transformed, and the resplendent high priestess stood beside him. Ahead, perched upon the treetops, was Bai Yingyue, clad in black boots and white leggings, fixated on him. "Senior brother, you have so readily accompanied the master? I thought you might feel pity for that beautiful princess and plead on their behalf. Junior sister, your words carry a hint of jealousy, do they not?" Luo Fancheng replied with a smile, shaking his head. "I have faith in our master. They will surely be safe. TCH. Bai Yingyue pouted, rolling her eyes dramatically, as if to say, "Only you could utter such words." Di Wei Yang's lips curled into a subtle smile. Seemingly pleased. "A night of hanging. A minor punishment for a greater lesson. Fear not. With the aura of your master present, no soul beast would dare cause trouble. The master has considered everything thoroughly." Luo Fancheng smiled, and then voiced the lingering question that had occupied his mind since earlier. It seemed the priestess was intentionally concealing her identity. Logically, their status should not warrant your concern. Di Wei Yang raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. "Indeed. Your intuition is quite sharp." Chapter 50, The Unconventional Disciple? "The shocked high priestess and the saintess, your actions are for your own good," remarked the high priestess. Di Wei Yang, with a gentle nod of her head, her crimson lips parting to reveal her thoughts. "Good for me?" Luo Fancheng responded with surprise. "If others were to discover that you are my disciple, it would bring you both prestige and peril," she elucidated. "Peril?" Luo Fancheng queried, his brow furrowed. "Surely, master. Your prowess is unparalleled in this realm. Who would dare to threaten your disciple?" A soft laugh escaped by Yu's lips. "Brother, if only you knew the monumental deeds our master has performed, you would not be so dismissive." Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. "Given the standing of our master, even if her past actions were audacious, surely no one would dare to retaliate." "Not so." Bai Yu shook her head, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Brother, you must be cautious. Being the disciple of the high priestess is indeed a perilous vocation." With a nonchalant shrug, Luo Fancheng replied, "Oh, come now. Do you think I would be easily frightened?" Yet, curiosity did stir within me. "Pray, share with me what our master has done." With a sweet smile, Bai Yu placed her delicate finger upon her luscious lips. "Well, our master has merely advocated for the common folk and instigated some minor reforms, which, unsurprisingly, displeased the aristocrats of the temple, the empire, and the sections. How petty they are." Luo Fancheng, initially bewildered, soon grasped the gravity of her words. Commoners, aristocrats, reform? The realization struck him like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly astonished. Could it be? He wondered in disbelief. Is it truly as I suspect? If so, the high priestess is far more formidable than I imagined. This is no simple recklessness. Observing Luo Fancheng's wide-eyed expression, Bai Yu's delicate features reflected surprise. "Brother, you actually comprehend my words?" "Of course," he retorted. "I have traversed through epochs of transformation. The so-called reforms you speak of have occurred countless times in my era." Noticing the high priestess's astonished gaze fixed upon him, Luo Fancheng realized the gravity of his oversight. In his world, such phenomena were commonplace. Yet for those from the Seoul and Martial continent, they were exceedingly rare. The Seoul and Martial continent resembled a feudal society dominated by the aristocracy, where reform was a truly avant-garde concept. The common folk had little opportunity to engage with such ideas, and even if they did, they could not grasp their profound implications until their perceptions had evolved. Thus, here he was, merely a common lad, reacting with astonishment to his junior sister's casual remarks, leaving both the high priestess and the saintess bewildered. Now, how to elucidate this? Luo Fancheng found himself at a loss for words. Yet, with both lovely ladies gazing intently at him, he realized he must offer an explanation. It was time to showcase his verbal finesse. "Indeed, I understand. What is there to misunderstand?" Bai Yingyue, clearly skeptical, inquired, "Senior brother, are you certain? You comprehend? Surely you aren't feigning understanding." It took my teacher considerable time to impart even a rudimentary grasp of these matters to me. Moreover, I have said nothing, and yet you seem to understand? Luo Fancheng cast a sidelong glance at the saintess, chuckling softly. What you imply, junior sister, is that the teacher wishes to advocate for the commoners, opposing the noble powers, correct? It is not as simple as it seems. Bai Yingwe shook her head, feeling that the notion of reform was far too distant from the world in which Luo Fancheng resided. Without guidance and lacking a vantage point of sufficient height, how could one truly appreciate the essence and profundity of such matters? The female pope, observing Luo Fancheng's confident demeanor, appeared intrigued and encouraged him. Fancheng, please elaborate. Nodding, Luo Fancheng began, Junior sister, you recently mentioned commoners and nobles. These are opposing factions, and as such, inherent conflicts must exist between them. Regardless of where one stands, this conflict cannot be overlooked. You stated that the teacher aligns with the commoners, initiating a minor reform. That reform must address this very conflict. Now, what is the conflict between commoners and nobles? Allow me to ponder this. It pertains to the vast resources for cultivation being monopolized by the nobility, the subjugation and exploitation of commoners by nobles, and the stringent control of knowledge regarding soul masters training by the aristocracy. Initially, Bai Yingwe listened with casual indifference, thinking her senior brother's talent for cultivation was extraordinary. Yet knowledge in this realm required time to accumulate, and he surely could not articulate anything of depth. However, as she listened further, her astonishment grew, her mouth agape, eyes wide with disbelief. Di Weiyang, who had initially been smiling quietly, gradually let her smile fade, her expression becoming increasingly grave, her slim waist taut with tension. Why have you ceased? Continue. The female pope, rarely revealing such an urgent tone, urged Luo Fancheng to proceed. Luo Fancheng's heart raced. Could it be that he was overstepping? Yet, seeing the pope's voracious eagerness, he steeled himself to continue. Having discerned the nature of the conflict, he ventured a bold hypothesis. The reform the pope seeks is. Bai Yingwe's beautiful eyes widened, and the female pope's slender fingers clenched together. Luo Fancheng articulated each word carefully, to dismantle the noble class's monopoly on resources, to shatter the chains of information, and to liberate the commoners from their subjugated fate. Upon hearing Luo Fancheng's conclusion, the female pope's fingers trembled within her grasp. Bai Yingwe, momentarily rendered speechless by astonishment, could not suppress her incredulity, exclaiming, how is this possible? Senior brother, you truly understand. This cannot be. How could you comprehend such things without instruction? The thought echoed in her mind. In an era of information explosion, such insights were hardly trivial, foolish outsider. Luo Fancheng rolled his eyes. I merely deduced it from your words. You heard the entire reasoning process, did you not? However, Bai Yingwe was bewildered. Is this something that can be deduced so easily? Even if a commoner were to teach him, would he manage it? At this moment, Luo Fancheng gazed into the cold, majestic, and stunning phoenix eyes of the pope, and with a bitter smile, he remarked, Teacher, your efforts to champion the commoners and instigate reform will undoubtedly jeopardize the interests and privileges of the nobility. This is a perilous path that could pit you against the entire noble class. Seeing the pope's silence, Luo Fancheng was further convinced that his suspicions were indeed correct. He truly did not anticipate such bravery from the pope. Frankly, Luo Fancheng felt it a miracle that the pope had survived this long, a testament to her formidable strength. It was so formidable that even though the nobility harbored deep-seated animosity towards her, they dared not lay a hand on her. Just by contemplating, he could sense the immense difficulty of enacting reform in this world. It is not merely a matter of rhetoric or shedding a few drops of blood. The powerful martial souls awakened from noble bloodlines have already secured their invincibility, granting them absolute martial prowess. He could not believe that the Pope was unaware of the challenges and dangers involved. What Luo Fancheng found unimaginable was that the Empress Pope, who already wielded immense power and enjoyed boundless glory, would still risk her life to undertake such endeavors. He gazed intently at Empress Pope Di Weiyang and could not help but voice his inner thoughts. Teacher, are you truly not afraid? Chapter 51. The Magnanimity of Di Weiyang. Shall we cease to be master and disciple? Afraid? Afraid of what? Afraid of losing status? Afraid of death? Under the moonlight in the forest, Di Weiyang spoke calmly. If I were afraid, I would never have become the high priestess. In this world, there are horrors far worse than death. She lifted her gaze through the gaps in the trees, observing the luminous moon in the dark sky. The moonlight illuminated the unmatched elegance of the high priestess, rendering her even more formidable and majestic. She parted her crimson lips, declaring, I am the high priestess, the guardian of the temple of light. Under the heavens, all that I see belongs to my people. How can there be distinctions of nobility and commonality? The evil soul practitioners harm hundreds, thousands, yet the nobility, who regard millions of commoners as mere ants and livestock, have caused untold suffering. I merely seek to reclaim what belongs to the people, but they refuse. If they are unwilling, then we shall fight. Her voice, cold yet regal, resonated like the cry of a phoenix, lacking in oaths or roars, yet imbued with an indescribable resolve and dominance. Luo Fancheng felt a jolt of shock, yet could not help but sigh inwardly. The high priestess aimed to reform and protect the commoners, yet the temple would likely be the first to oppose her. Not to mention the other empires and sections. Even he, upon introspection, recognized his own selfishness, unwilling to relinquish resources or sacrifice himself for others. What of the gluttonous nobility, who had long since gorged themselves? Luo Fancheng posed a pragmatic question. Teacher, what if you wish to fight, but cannot prevail? Di Weiyang lowered her chin, her crystalline phoenix-like eyes fixing upon him, and suddenly, she smiled, akin to an ancient iceberg thawing. Even if one day I stand alone, besieged by countless foes, what of it? My will is unassailable. Even against millions, I shall press on. Di Weiyang seemed reluctant to dwell on such matters, changing the subject. Fancheng, I did not expect you to possess not only exceptional talent, but also such remarkable insight, truly astonishing. However, I will not lead you, ending you down my path. Bai Yingyu, perplexed, interjected, why not, teacher? You have always been hesitant to explain this to me. I wish to assist you. Are you concerned that I might encounter danger? Di Weiyang shook her head, offering no explanation. At that moment, a rich and magnetic male voice resonated nearby. For what the teacher needs is not subordinates or helpers, but genuine companions who earnestly wish to tread this path. Am I correct? Bai Yingyu remained bewildered. Di Weiyang shuddered slightly, swiftly turning her head towards the source of the voice, her icy phoenix eyes filled with disbelief, as if a long-buried thought had been unmasked. Her throat quivered, laced with caution. Fancheng, what did you just say? Witnessing the high priestess's unusual reaction, the perceptive Luo Fancheng suddenly understood. He had previously only known the icy exterior of Di Weiyang, not the magnanimous high priestess who bore the weight of the world. But now, the truth was clear to him. At the most opportune moment, the most poignant words can touch a woman's heart. Luo Fancheng's gaze deepened, tenderly fixed upon the high priestess. He did not respond to her inquiry, but instead posed a question of his own. Master, do you not feel a sense of loneliness? Bai Yingwei's heart skipped a beat. How unexpectedly bold her senior brother was, uttering words uncharacteristic of a disciple. Senior brother, I am accompanied by you and countless others from the temples. How could I possibly be lonely? Luo Fancheng shook his head, his steady gaze unwavering. The high priestess regarded the small man who awaited her reply, her body trembling slightly. The tranquil lake of her heart, long undisturbed, was suddenly stirred by a small stone, sending ripples that spread ever outward. Many transformative thoughts she had imparted to Bai Yingyu and others, teaching with utmost sincerity for many years. Yet they only grasped fragments of her wisdom. She was not happy. She had never truly been happy. A profound sense of loneliness enveloped her, as if she dwelt in an endless abyss, a solitary little girl in isolation. No one had ever truly understood her, nor her aspirations. Yet this young disciple, so strikingly youthful, seemed to comprehend her in ways she could not fathom. How could he understand? Why did he understand? The high priestess was bewildered, her heart in disarray. Yet, she was reluctant to delve into the chaos. She simply needed to ascertain whether he truly understood her. The high priestess spoke, her former cold authority still present, yet now tinged with an unrecognized fear. She dreaded receiving an answer that was not what she longed for, fearing that her hopes would ultimately be in vain. Fancheng, why do you perceive me as lonely? Luo Fancheng smiled, offering his reply. Because what you lack, master, is a companion on your journey, or rather, to be more precise, a kindred spirit. Comrade would be the term, wouldn't it? The high priestess's expression shifted, her fingertips trembling, her heart quaking. Her composure unraveled entirely. Luo Fancheng's words were akin to a warm sunbeam piercing through an endless darkness, illuminating the solitary little girl within her. Comrade. It was the first time Di Weiyang had heard such a designation, yet it bore an ineffable strength that unraveled the unspoken void and solitude within her. Like-minded companions, united in purpose. Yes, what I have long yearned for is precisely that, like-minded comrades. She smiled at Luo Fancheng, a smile so enchanting. In that fleeting moment, the icy facade melted away, and the beauty of that instant left Luo Fancheng momentarily dazed. Truly, it was breathtaking. Master, what is this? Bai Yingwei, sensing the change but unable to fully comprehend, was not dull-witted. Rather, her youth prevented her from grasping the depth of the high priestess's heart and intentions. Luo Fancheng, however, was different. Yingwei, from now on, our master shall no longer be lonely. Wei Yang's smile was as refreshing as a spring breeze, revealing a landscape starkly different from her previous icy demeanor. Bai Ingwei was taken aback, astonished. Hey, teacher, your words are rather ambiguous, easily leading one to wild interpretations. Luo Fancheng feels as though he has inadvertently ventured into dangerous territory. He merely spoke offhandedly, guided by his previous life's understanding, without any lofty aspirations. How could he have elicited such an emotional response from the High Priestess? It seems he was just shy of exclaiming, I am not alone in my path. Apart from you and me, all are but cattle and horses. The High Priestess gazed intently at Luo Fancheng as if beholding a rare gem. From this day forth, we shall no longer be teacher and student. Bai Ingwei was taken aback, her mind buzzing, enveloped in a haze of confusion. The teacher, usually so taciturn and cold, had become uncharacteristically animated upon receiving a few words from her senior. Luo Fancheng was equally astonished. No longer teacher and student? Could they then become sworn brothers? Surely, this was too ludicrous to be true. Chapter 52, The Beautiful Confidant, Among All Heroes. Only you and I, Bai Ingwei, could no longer contain herself and timidly inquired, Teacher, are you certain that you are being serious right now? Ingwei, Fancheng is unlike you. He is not suited to be a disciple of a teacher, Wei Yang replied, yet her cold, proud gaze remained fixed on Luo Fancheng. Unlike me? Bai Ingwei was taken aback by this statement and soon grasped its implication. Was it not a blatant admission that she was inferior to her senior brother? Wei Yang then posed a question to Fancheng. If not as teacher and disciple, what relationship would you wish to have with me? A sincere camaraderie akin to Guan and Bao. Luo Fancheng felt a jolt within. Daring to voice such sentiments could lead the esteemed pontiff to impart life lessons upon him. No, perhaps it would be lessons on femininity. He had a sense of her thoughts, realizing that the hungry eel would eventually encounter the bait. It was not a matter of if, but rather when. He refrained from answering and instead retorted, what I desire is of little importance. Rather, it is essential to discern what relationship you wish to establish between us moving forward. Bai Ingwei was astonished. Her senior brother was the first to dare challenge the pontiff. Wei Yang's expression turned serious, her demeanor shifting to that of a stern teacher. Before we confirm any relationship, you must first answer me a question. Of course. Luo Fancheng nodded, maintaining his composure. He understood that she sought to test him, but as long as he could decipher a woman's heart, he would not fear any inquiry. Wei Yang inquired softly, if you were to encapsulate it in a single sentence, what do you believe I have pursued throughout my life? What do I pursue? Bai Ingwei fell into contemplation, her delicate fingers unconsciously smoothing her purple ponytail, her eyes suddenly sparkling. Teacher, I know the answer. To overthrow all aristocrats, uplift the commoners, and forge a new world for the people. A superficial understanding, Luo Fancheng subtly shook his head. He knew that merely toppling the old aristocracy without addressing the root of the issue would result in the rise of new nobility. This could not be the outcome desired by a woman of such grand ambitions as the pontiff. As expected, Wei Yang's phoenix-like eyes narrowed. Adopting the demeanor of a strict instructor, Ingwei, be silent. I am questioning Fancheng. Bai Ingwei immediately pouted, feeling wronged and hesitant to provoke. With the arrival of her senior brother, she felt her long-standing position as a cherished confidant had been overshadowed. As Wei Yang awaited his response, Luo Fancheng's handsome visage radiated confidence as he began to speak. There is no need for a single sentence to summarize, in my opinion, for words suffice. Wei Yang's eyes flickered with surprise. For words? Indeed. Observing Luo Fancheng's unwavering confidence, Wei Yang felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Perhaps fearing that greater hopes would lead to greater disappointment. The pursuit of the pontiff throughout her life can be summarized in 4 words, equality for all. Luo Fancheng articulated each word with conviction. Every word seemed to strike directly against the long-closed portal of the High Priestess, one that perhaps had never been opened to another soul. Yet now, that heart's door was beginning to loosen, on the verge of breaking free. Wei Yang's expression shifted, her phoenix eyes shimmering with an extraordinary light. Was it acknowledgement, emotion, or joy? For a high priestess of her stature, feelings were like a blade, as unyielding as iron, rarely revealing such intricate emotions. She suppressed her inner turmoil, shaking her head in denial, stating that from birth, distinctions existed, talent, lineage, physical attributes. How could all beings be equal? Luo Fancheng smiled, eloquently articulating, for what you seek, master, is not the superficial notion of absolute fairness that the world perceives. There may be disparities in wealth and strength, but there must be freedom, the right to strive for improvement. One should not be exploited or bullied, nor should the opportunity for effort be obstructed, leaving one to starve while others thrive without allowing even a chance at endeavor. as if unveiling profound truths. Di Wei Yang's eyes grew ever brighter, a radiant brilliance that seemed to threaten to consume him. Bai Yingyu stood in astonishment, her lips unconsciously murmuring, "Senior brother. So impressive. How could someone seemingly younger than I possess such profound understanding? Truly remarkable." Bai Yingyu felt an unexplainable admiration, not only for Luo Fancheng's cultivation talent, but also for his astonishing insight into life. To govern the world, mere brute strength is insufficient. One must be well-rounded, excelling in both martial and scholarly pursuits. This was a point her teacher had continually criticized her for. Well said. Di Wei Yang was thoroughly satisfied with this response, a beautiful smile gracing her lips, captivating even Bai Yingyu, who herself was no stranger to beauty. Suddenly, Bai Yingyu became acutely aware that the number of times the high priestess smiled in the presence of her senior brother seemed greater than all the years combined before this moment. Was he truly so enchanting? She realized she had only seen his charm and strength, while her teacher appeared to perceive something deeper. With graceful steps, Di Wei Yang approached Luo Fancheng, her movement akin to blooming lotus flowers. Her exquisite figure, reminiscent of a proud and cold plum blossom, swayed gently, revealing glimpses of her long, slender legs encased in golden boots. She drew closer, so near that Luo Fancheng could catch a faint, unique fragrance that belonged solely to the high priestess. Her form, beauty, and grace seemed to possess an intoxicating allure, while others regarded her with reverence. Fearing any hint of sacrilege towards the high priestess, Luo Fancheng dared to entertain thoughts of desire. Though Iron Lao and Yi Shiying, along with the Holy Maiden, perceived him as flawless, he was acutely aware of his own significant shortcomings, the common flaws inherent in any normal man. He held no ambition to be a sage, but simply wished to strive to be a capable, ordinary man. "Fancheng," she called softly, her voice a blend of chill and warmth, evoking sensations akin to ice and fire. She continued, "Across the cosmos, countless strong individuals exist. Yet, in this high priestess's eyes, they are but a mere collection of ordinary souls, fleeting as smoke. In this vast world, the only one who can truly enter the heart of His Holiness the Pope is you. From this day forth, let us cease to speak of the master-disciple relationship. My dear, would you be willing to become a confidant to this Pope? Should a common person be invited thus by the female Pope, they would likely be overwhelmed with joy and ecstasy. Yet, Luo Fancheng remains as steadfast as an ancient oak, exuding an air of calmness. Everything unfolds as anticipated. He is uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. After all, this invitation to the heart carries a different significance. Luo Fancheng suspects he is unwell, and quite gravely so. For a normal person would likely regard the female Pope's grand aspirations with deep reverence. He, however, finds himself yearning to embrace her tenderly. He longs to hold her close, yet hesitates to do so, observing the female Pope's expectant gaze. Luo Fancheng wears a facade of seriousness mixed with a hint of a smile as he extends his hand towards her. Such is his desire, though he dares not voice it. The female Pope laughed, while Bai Yingwei anxiously teetered on the brink of tears. Chapter 53, Call Me Wei Yang, Stirring Emotions. Fancheng. What are you doing? The high priestess looked quizzically at the man's outstretched hand. Luo Fancheng suddenly remembered that in the Seoul martial continent, there was no handshake custom as in his previous life. However, having extended his hand, he could not withdraw it without consequence. He earnestly explained, "In our village, we call this a handshake. It is customary to shake hands with those we genuinely acknowledge each time we meet." "I see," the high priestess said, her brows arching in intrigue. "Your village is quite fascinating." There was no trace of youthful shyness, only the poised confidence of a mature woman as she gracefully extended her delicate hand. Luo Fancheng slightly retracted his arm, merely grasping the 5 slender fingers of the high priestess. The cool, smooth texture sent a shiver through him. Isn't it customary to shake hands? Why only the fingers? The high priestess noticed this subtle detail and inquired with curiosity. A fleeting hint of awkwardness flickered in her beautiful eyes. This was indeed the first time in her life she had willingly engaged in physical contact with a man. Luo Fancheng chuckled heartily. "In our village, when a man shakes hands with a woman, he does not grasp the entire hand, but rather half, as a sign of respect." "How intriguing," Di Wei Yang said, a smile gracing her lips, finding the custom novel. The high priestess's hand felt exceedingly pleasant, yet Luo Fancheng did not linger, quickly releasing his grip. A mature Sea King may be lecherous, but he is not vulgar. When the time is right, even if it means enduring great pain, one must plunge in. However, when the moment is not yet ripe, one must exercise restraint to leave a favorable impression. Beside them, Bai Yingyu stood in stunned silence, her heart racing. The teacher actually allowed senior brother to hold her hand? Isn't she averse to men? Huh. Yingyu, what's wrong? Di Wei Yang noticed her disciple appeared a bit off. Bai Yingyu gasped, "Teacher, isn't this a bit hasty?" Shouldn't you reconsider? Di Weiyang replied. Shouldn't you be pleased that I have gained a confidant? You have gained a confidant, but I have lost a senior brother. The pain was overwhelming. Bai Yingyu felt suffocated, unable to argue back, forcing a smile and saying, I'm happy, truly happy. Di Weiyang raised an eyebrow. Then why are you crying? At those words, Bai Yingyu found it hard to maintain her composure, her eyes reddening as tears streamed down her cheeks. It's nothing, teacher. I'm just so happy for you. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted, and both the high priestess and the saintess turned to see Luo Fancheng covering his mouth. Struggling to contain his mirth, Bai Yingyu, with tears glistening like dew on a spring blossom, huffed, Senior brother, your compassion is lacking. Look, your sister is in tears, and you want to even comfort her? But you're crying out of happiness, so what is there to console? Luo Fancheng remarked, chuckling behind his hand. This only further incensed Bai Yingyu, who, in her frustration, clenched her teeth in annoyance. This insufferable man, this uncomprehending senior brother. How could he not understand the feelings of a delicate woman? Di Weiyang spoke sternly. Yingyu, you must no longer refer to him as senior brother. He is of equal standing with me, and you should address him as uncle or master uncle. Uncle? Bai Yingyu felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in shock. Sensing that her entire being was in distress, the high priestess even added insult to injury? How amusing. It left me in stitches. Luo Fancheng was uncertain whether the high priestess was deliberately being mischievous or genuinely unaware of the situation. He had long observed Bai Yingyu's expressions, accurately guessing the thoughts of the young girl, and was well aware of the reason behind her tears. Coo, you still dare to laugh? Bai Yingyu pouted, her anger manifesting in her stomping feet, her slender legs clad in black boots shaking with agitation. My apologies. I am a professional, unless I truly cannot contain myself. Under the luminous moonlight, Luo Fancheng approached, treading upon the verdant grass, and gently patted Bai Yingyu's delicate shoulder. Junior sister, your little red lips are nearly stretched to the limits of this soul-beast oasis, and you still call this happiness? Stop deceiving yourself. Bai Yingyu's pretty face quivered, but she quickly masked it, vehemently denying, you speak nonsense. What am I deceiving myself about? Luo Fancheng's lips curled into a teasing smile as he remarked, all right, stop being stubborn. You likely cannot bear to lose me, your cheap senior brother. How shameless. Who cares about you? Bai Yingyu scoffed inwardly, thinking to herself that she had no need for pride. Whoever admits it is a fool. Oh, is that so? Luo Fancheng chuckled, if that's the case. Shouldn't you now refer to me as uncle? In your dreams. Bai Yingyu trembled with rage. Look, Luo Fancheng clicked his tongue. I haven't even said anything yet. And you are already flustered, aren't you? Bai Yingyu glared at her charming senior brother, her silver teeth clenching audibly, and she raised her delicate fist, aiming a playful strike at his eye. Ah, are you attempting to murder your dear senior brother? Luo Fancheng sidestepped, continuing to provoke her. Junior sister, don't be sad. From now on, we shall each have our own titles. I shall call you junior sister, and you shall call me uncle. Ah, I will fight you. Under the moonlight in the forest, the stunning saintess lunged at him with fury. Yingyu, do not be disrespectful to your uncle. The high priestess's cold voice rang out, halting Bai Yingyu's advance and striking her heart even deeper. Luo Fancheng shook his head. Let us call it a truce, junior sister. My bond with master will not affect our relationship. We shall each have our own standings. Humph. Who are you? I do not recognize you. Bai Yingyu crossed her arms, turning her delicate nose away, yet her lips could not suppress their upward curve. The sense of loss, akin to a child fearing their cherished possession being taken away, evaporated entirely. Luo Fancheng smiled in silence. He was adept at stirring the emotions of the goddess, making her feelings fluctuate and fall into his rhythm. This was what women often referred to as having a connection or lacking it. The likes of Yang Wei and Li Hongpeng, who merely lowered their standards to please, could never evoke such a unique sentiment. Having just engaged with the high priestess, he turned to flirt with the saintess. He might very well be the foremost figure in the soul martial continent. Luo Fancheng turned his gaze toward Wei Yang, wishing to inquire about two matters. Just as he was about to speak, he found himself momentarily at a loss for what new title to use. The high priestess, with her keen insight and intellect, directly stated, Fancheng, henceforth, you may call me Wei Yang. Although we do not hold the formal titles of master and disciple, the essence of such a relationship exists between us. Your extraordinary talents inspire me to impart all my knowledge to you. Chapter 54, Enlightenment, the Art of Secrets. The reclusive Master Wei Yang. Astonishingly, one dared to call out, while the other responded in earnest. Bai Yingyu was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Luo Fancheng would so smoothly alter his stance. A sense of inexplicable anger welled up within her, though she could not quite pinpoint its source. Indeed, had it been anyone else, They would have quailed before the imposing presence of the high priestess, finding it difficult to utter a word. However, Luo Fancheng remained unperturbed, for he was not one to shy away from such matters. With a bold demeanor, he posed his first question. Wei Yong, your appearance at the princess's side, despite the blinding golden light, did not conceal your voice and prowess. Upon returning, they should be able to deduce your identity, correct? Empress Wei Yong raised an eyebrow. And what of it if they do? The realm of the soul and martial arts had few formidable female warriors, yet there were indeed some, such as the young Empress of the Divine Phoenix Empire. These astute noblewomen would not dare to challenge you without absolute certainty regarding the formidable entity supporting you from the shadows. Once you arrive in Qianlong City, you will undoubtedly be treated as an esteemed guest. Luo Fancheng's understanding deepened, and he caught a hint of another implication in her words. Do you wish for me to go to Qianlong City? Wei Yong was momentarily taken aback. Did he truly perceive her unspoken sentiments? Indeed, within Qianlong City lies your opportunity. Now, proceed with your second question. Opportunity? What opportunity? Luo Fancheng, suppressing his confusion, swiftly inquired. Previously, I heard my junior sister mention secret techniques. Now that I have broken through and obtained soul rings and soul skills, what distinguishes secret techniques from these soul skills? And how does one cultivate them? His priority remained the enhancement of his strength. Without power, even the most cunning methods would be of no avail. Who would heed you otherwise? The essence of most women's admiration lies in their reverence for strength, for their affections often bloom from admiration. Of course, this does not account for those who are merely captivated by his looks and harbor ulterior motives. I merely mentioned it in passing. I did not expect you to remember. Senior brother, Bai Yingyue seized the opportunity to call out again. Yingyue, explain it to him, Wei Yong directed. Certainly, senior brother. Soul skills originate from soul rings and are predominantly innate abilities of soul beasts during their lifetimes. In contrast, secret techniques are formidable martial skills developed by soul masters based on the characteristics of their own martial spirits. To ensure Luo Fancheng comprehended fully, Bai Yingyue elaborated. For instance, the foremost gun martial spirit sect, Shenxiao sect, boasts the 7 thunderous gun techniques as swift as lightning. Similarly, the mightiest sword martial spirit sect, Qixiao sect, possesses the 7 blade techniques, renowned for their ability to slice through anything. Luo Fancheng inquired, secret techniques must be rare, then? Indeed, Bai Yingyue nodded. It is exceedingly difficult for ordinary soul masters to even witness someone employing secret techniques, as these are closely guarded secrets of every top-tier power. Luo Fancheng pressed further. Which is superior, secret techniques or soul skills? Bai Yingyue replied. The martial skills created by ordinary soul masters are feeble and riddled with flaws, unworthy of being called secret techniques, and their power pales in comparison to that of soul skills, akin to a mere trifle, best left unlearned. Only those formidable powers, whose martial souls can be passed down through generations, and whose combat techniques have been meticulously refined by countless talented individuals, deserve to be referred to as secret techniques. These techniques harmonize flawlessly with their ancestral martial souls, unleashing astonishing might that far surpasses soul skills. Of course, soul skills that are over 100,000 years old possess terrifying power as well, and it is equally challenging to obtain secret techniques. Luo Fancheng comprehended this. Realizing why the aristocratic forces of the sect remain unshakable, in addition to their inherently powerful martial souls, they possess countless generations of collaborative efforts in perfecting secret techniques. It truly resonates with that saying, what right does your single generation have to surpass the combined efforts of my ancestors? From this, one can also discern the immense authority of the High Priestess. She is already so formidable, yet one would dare to challenge her? It sends shivers down the spine. He sensed a stirring within him, acutely aware that the High Priestess must be concealing some unknown trump card. Otherwise, it would be impossible to dare engage in such an adverse situation. Bai Yingyue playfully flicked her delicate tongue. Senior brother, do you understand now? Among peers, possessing secret techniques grants a soul master an inherent advantage in strength. But for someone like me, a grassroots individual, where can I learn such techniques? Luo Fancheng felt a profound interest in these secret techniques. With his exceptional comprehension, after gaining insight into the secret techniques, he might well create a few moves of his own in the future. Nowhere to learn. Bai Yingyue shook her head, sighing, even here with the teacher. There are no secret techniques available for you to study. How is that possible? Luo Fancheng was astonished. The essence of secret techniques is that they must align with your martial soul. Even if I were to give you the 7 styles of the Divine Sky sect, you would be unable to learn them without a spear, let alone unleash their full power. Nonsense. Who says I don't have one? My blade has remained hidden for years, thirsting for blood. Believe it or not, when I draw my spear, it will startle you. Bai Yingyue replied. The two combat techniques I have mastered, the ethereal moonlight dance, were painstakingly created by our teacher based on the characteristics of my martial soul. As for the secret techniques of the radiant temple that our teacher possesses, they are solely suited for angelic martial souls. I covet them, but cannot learn them. The reason why the saint's son, Huang Yin, is so arrogant is that he not only possesses a dual martial soul but has also mastered the 7 top-tier secret techniques. Luo Fancheng expressed his curiosity from your description. Do all top-tier combat techniques seem to consist of only 7 styles? Indeed, because only a soul master of the 3rd ring can begin to cultivate combat techniques. The first 2 rings are foundational periods, and learning secret techniques requires an extremely high level of body refinement. Moreover, cultivating combat techniques consumes time, yet cannot hinder one's cultivation. Hence, one must learn one style every 10 levels, as one cannot be greedy and bite off more than they can chew. Bai Yingwei continued. Your current strength is comparable to an ordinary 3rd ring soul master, so you should be able to learn secret techniques across levels. I believe our teacher is already considering creating a tailored secret technique for you. Di Wei Yang interjected. No, there isn't. There isn't. Bai Yingwei was stunned, feeling as if she had been slapped in the face. Fine, let it be. Can a disciple truly argue with their teacher? Di Wei Yang stated, Fancheng, your martial soul belongs to the dragon category. In the future, its evolution may rival that of the world's foremost dragon martial soul, the ancient azure dragon. Should you hastily adopt the secret techniques I have devised, your innate talent would be squandered, and you has no choice in the matter, while you possess far superior options. Although I lack a suitable secret technique for you, I am aware of a place where you may discover one. Where might that be? Luo Fancheng inquired instinctively, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. Could it be Qianlong City? Have you deduced it? Di Wei Yang's gaze reflected a hint of surprise. Time and again, she noted the man's remarkably swift reactions and extraordinary comprehension. I previously mentioned that there lies a grand opportunity for you, which pertains to a secret technique, the true pinnacle of dragon-type martial soul techniques. You must venture there to seek out an individual. Luo Fancheng responded in astonishment. It cannot be that I am to seek the father of the county princess, for only the direct lineage of the Songlong Empire possesses such dragon techniques. This time, he was mistaken. Di Wei Yang slowly shook her head, her lips curving into an intriguing smile. No, the person you seek is a beggar. Chapter 55, Secrets. You wouldn't want your daughter's affairs with me to be known by others, would you? A beggar? Beside them. Bai Yingwei couldn't help but exclaim, how could a beggar possibly possess the true dragon soul secret techniques? Indeed, the very street beggar you envision. Di Wei Yang nodded in response. Yet she was quite surprised to see Luo Fancheng so remarkably composed. Senior brother, why are you not reacting? Bai Yingwei asked in confusion. Aren't you the least bit astonished? Luo Fancheng chuckled softly. What is there to be surprised about? As a time traveler, isn't this trope rather mundane? A beggar on the street observes your remarkable bones and offers you a manual on divine palm techniques, or teaches you a set of the 18 dragon-subduing palms along with the 36 ways of dog-beating staff, inviting you to inherit the position of the beggar sect's leader. The beggar's alluring, enchanting wife covets your extraordinary beauty, welcomes you with open arms, and wishes to engage you in profound philosophical discussions late at night, only to be resolutely rejected by your striking demeanor. Enraged, she conspires with her followers to accuse you of attempting to take advantage of her, leading you to single-handedly battle countless foes, astonishing the world with your 18 dragon-subduing palms. Look at this script, how familiar it is. Bai Yingwei stared blankly at Luo Fancheng, puzzled by her senior brother's thoughts, as his smile seemed rather wicked, his lips crooked. Luo Fancheng continued. It is said that great masters possess a penchant for playing with the world, and I presume the beggar referred to by Wei Yang must be a reclusive grandmaster of extraordinary prowess. Extraordinary prowess? Di Wei Yang's gaze turned peculiar. When you reach Qianlong City, should you encounter an old beggar whose limbs have all been severed, living like a worm, he is the one you seek. Severed limbs? Luo Fancheng's mind buzzed. Come now. Even a reclusive master wouldn't go so far as to mutilate themselves. If that were the case, wouldn't his 18 dragon-subduing palms, dog-beating staff, and enchanting wife all be for naught? That person was once quite powerful. Luo Fancheng understood that the aloof nature of the female pope would not lend itself to jest, leaving only this possibility. Indeed, very powerful, Di Wei Yang nodded. Once a prodigy who dazzled an era, suppressing his contemporaries to the point they could not raise their heads. Those who boasted of defeating him could only gaze at his retreating figure, forever unable to surpass him. Luo Fancheng's lips twitched. When the heavens are wild, calamity befalls the man. My friend, it seems you are destined for misfortune, having lost your limbs. For others to surpass you, they would have to target your 5th limb. Are you not his match either? In response to Luo Fancheng's inquiry, Di Weiyang sighed regretfully. I am a rising star, but unfortunately, I never had the opportunity to spar with him. Teacher, why have I never heard you speak of this person? Bai Yingwe asked, puzzled. Di Weiyang snorted coldly. He belongs to an older generation, and information regarding him involves a colossal scandal within the Songlong Empire, which some have deliberately sought to conceal and erase from history. If not for sheer coincidence, I would not have learned of his existence hidden within Qianlong City. Time, like a blade, slays the proud. But it cannot be so easily severed. Luo Fancheng's curiosity surged within him. Weiyang, what kind of scandal could lead such a prodigious talent to fall to such depths? In the past, I had no intention of probing into the secrets, yet it appears to have been incited by a woman. Di Weiyang rarely sighed, seemingly lamenting the fall of a prodigy. Luo Fancheng was rendered speechless. Can't you indulge in a little gossip and gain some insights? It leaves me in suspense. Unable to express my curiosity, Di Weiyang replied earnestly. Indeed, his misfortunes were triggered by a woman, but I suspect the primary cause lies in his extraordinary talent, which aroused apprehension among many. Not only did he possess the 7 secret techniques of the Songlong Empire, which are strictly confidential, but it is said that he later encountered a fortuitous event that enabled him to create 2 ultimate techniques, surpassing the soul techniques of over 100 millennia, thus inviting disaster upon himself. Luo Fancheng's expression turned peculiar. He seizes opportunities to create battle techniques. He stands out yet faces targeting. When besieged, he is crippled due to a woman. This fellow seems to fit the protagonist mold, just missing a moment of rebirth, yet now he appears to be at a loss. What is his name? Yi Aotian. Luo Fancheng exclaimed, good heavens. Confess, what relation do you have with Long Aotian? What is wrong, Fancheng? Di Weiyang noticed the man's odd reaction. Nothing. Luo Fancheng gave a thumbs up, majestic and imposing, a splendid name. Indeed. Di Weiyang nodded, aware that the other party did not grasp the essence of his jest. You might venture to Qianlong City to attempt to connect with this individual. If he is willing to impart his extraordinary skills, it would be an immense fortune. However, should the circumstances prove unfavorable, there is no need to force the issue. Simply seek me at the temple. Di Weiyang sighed. In truth, do not harbor excessive hopes for this matter. This person has undergone significant changes, and his character may have become distorted. Moreover, even the numerous powerful figures of the Songlong Empire could not pry open his lips to learn the 2 ultimate techniques following the 7. Your endeavor may be similarly challenging. Luo Fancheng nodded. Indeed, without familial ties, who would willingly share the secrets they have devoted their lives to mastering? Just because you are handsome or have a remarkable physique. Let us be realistic. No one is inclined to undertake actions that do not benefit them. Few possess the magnanimity of the female pope. It is akin to that treacherous 4th priest. Not only does he refuse assistance, but he would also scheme to harm you. However, Luo Fancheng contemplated. If Yi Aotian were indeed crippled due to a woman, burdened by emotional scars and lingering depression, then perhaps he had a chance. He was an expert in matters of the heart. No, expert was becoming a pejorative. Perhaps master would suffice. Wait, master also seems inadequate. Alas, all the good terms have been squandered. Di Weiyang parted her lips once more and said, your primary purpose in traveling to Qianlong City is, of course, to learn the secret techniques. However, regarding the 3 great royal cities combat competition that the headstrong girl mentioned, you might as well participate and give it a try. What is the significance of that? Luo Fancheng inquired. Di Weiyang furrowed her brow. That combat competition appears to be aimed at contending for the distribution rights of mineral resources and preparing for a continental military exercise a year in advance. Yet it conceals deeper mysteries. Oh. Luo Fancheng recalled Yi Shiying's earlier enigmatic remarks. Di Weiyang remarked, the findings from my elite scouts reveal that the king of Tianwu in Qianlong City, along with the other 2 princely rulers, has long been guarding a secret. This competition is intricately linked to that secret. Victors of the battle royale mysteriously vanish for a time, only to return endowed with extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary abilities? Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow, his expression one of astonishment. Indeed, Di Weiyang affirmed with a nod. Do you recall Tai Lao, who accompanied that girl? His iron-black hands were not forged through mere training. In an instant, Luo Fancheng conjured the image of those peculiar, indomitable hands, as unyielding as stone. If one could selectively enhance certain attributes, I have a rather audacious notion. Regrettably, my elite scouts did not uncover sufficient intelligence before alerting the king of Tianwu. Forcing a retreat, Di Weiyang cautioned. When you go, exercise utmost vigilance around the king of Tianwu. Though he appears ruthless and exceedingly brutish, he possesses a profound intellect that eludes outsiders. No, it is he who should be wary of me, Luo Fancheng mused slyly. If he cannot control himself, Surely he can control his daughter. Surely he wouldn't want the world to know if she were to become infatuated with me. Chapter 56, Grasping the Saintess Little Junior Sister. What if I feel guilty? I almost forgot. Dwei Yang's lips curled into a smile. That girl from the Wu Wang family has shown you particular favor. There should be no danger in going over there. Luo Fancheng caught a fleeting glimmer of mockery in her eyes. Indeed, this female pope appeared aloof and dignified. Yet beneath her exterior lay a cunning heart, with a hint of hidden desires. Uncertain, he decided to observe further. Teacher, is that what you call favor? That little vixen is clearly lusting after senior brother's body. She is utterly base. Bai Yingyu exclaimed, her expression filled with agitation. Dwei Yang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Isn't she interested in Fancheng? Why are you so anxious? I. Bai Yingyu's confidence faltered. Her pearly teeth biting her cherry lips, her gaze evasive, unsure of how to respond. Luo Fancheng stifled a laugh. This pope was clearly making a deliberate jest. Bai Yingyu anxiously stomped her exquisite legs. She fears senior brother may suffer losses. I simply cannot tolerate her insatiable ambition. Her greedy gaze is practically penetrating senior brother's very being. She is obviously not a good person. Yingyu, therein lies your error. The pope's voice resonated with an icy elegance. As a saintess, one must not view others through tinted lenses. Bai Yingyu was nearly brought to tears by the rebuke. Besides, what losses could Fancheng possibly endure? The pope shook her head. He has sacrificed nothing. With a mere wave of her hand, she bestowed upon him 9 crimson fruits. Surely, those spirit fruits could exchange for hundreds of men at a brothel? For a moment, Bai Yingyu was left speechless. Teacher, whose side are you on? Luo Fancheng shook his head. What ill intentions could the princess harbor? She was merely infatuated, with a tinge of delicate madness. Wait, a brothel? Does this sole martial continent truly have such establishments? How come Aunt Ju never mentioned it? Never mind, if it exists. It exists. It has nothing to do with him. A man of integrity such as he would never stoop to such a vile place. He resolved to inquire about its location in Qianlong City to avoid it. Dwei Yang spoke. Wait here for me. I shall venture into the depths of this soul beast oasis. Bai Yingyu initially felt joy, then questioned. Teacher, what do you intend to do at this late hour? Dwei Yang's cold gaze fixed upon her. Hearing that I am leaving, do you seem a bit pleased? No. I am genuinely worried for you. Bai Yingyu replied earnestly. Are you truly leaving now? Please be careful. TSK. Dwei Yang let out a cold laugh. I'm going to the depths of the oasis to borrow a bit of blood for Fancheng. You all wait here for me. With a swish, her golden boots stepped down, and her enchanting figure vanished into the shadows of the forest. What was Wei Yang going to do? Luo Fancheng turned to inquire, perplexed by what she meant by borrowing blood. Bai Yingyu, pouting her luscious, rosy lips, remarked, Wei Yang, oh my, senior brother, you sound so affectionate. Luo Fancheng leaned closer to Bai Yingyu, inhaling her fragrance. The saintess's fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and she shyly retorted, Senior brother, why are you suddenly so close to me? Luo Fancheng lifted his gaze, and Bai Yingyu's eyes met the man's profound and handsome starry gaze. Thump, thump, thump. His heart involuntarily raced. What is that overwhelming sour scent I detect? Bai Yingyu pouted playfully. Who is being sour about your relationship with the teacher? Don't speak nonsense. Luo Fancheng pointed to the elegant, fair legs shod in black boots, and alluded, I've heard that wearing black boots can lead to excessive perspiration. Bai Yingyu, blushing in embarrassment, retorted, that's disgusting. How could the delicate feet of a fairy possibly smell sour? Luo Fancheng shook his head, asserting gravely, I refuse to believe that. Unless you dare to take them off and smell for yourself. The violet-haired saintess was momentarily taken aback, her face flushing crimson as she moved her beautiful legs, striking at Luo Fancheng with her delicate fists in a playful chase. As Luo Fancheng deftly sidestepped the strikes, his left foot intentionally tripped his right, causing him to stumble forward, his head on the verge of colliding with a hard stone. Senior brother, the saintess exclaimed in alarm, her lithe form darting forward to catch Luo Fancheng by the shoulder, pulling him into her embrace and steadying him. Surrounded by the saintess's fragrant softness, Luo Fancheng widened his eyes in surprise. Junior sister, how could you take advantage of senior brother like this? Bai Yingyu was taken aback. I was saving you. Otherwise, you would have hit your head on that stone. What a painful experience that would have been. Luo Fancheng's gaze sharpened. Do you truly think I, as a soul master, could be tripped so easily? To be frank, are you harboring ulterior motives towards senior brother? Bai Yingyu responded with a puzzled expression. You claim to have no feelings for me, yet here you are, holding me close. How does this differ from the intentions of that Princess Yang? The man spoke with righteous indignation. Bai Yingyu immediately attempted to withdraw her arm, only to be firmly grasped by Luo Fancheng. unable to escape. Senior brother, what are you doing? Bai Yue's face reddened. I want to keep evidence of your bullying for when Wei Yang returns. Luo Fancheng mused internally about the little girl, pondering if she would dare to feel jealous. When engaging with a girl, if the feelings were ripe, one must promptly advance the relationship from mere verbal exchanges to simple physical contact. For instance, if Bai Yingwei had no affection for him, she would have unleashed her four-ring prowess and sent him flying. Did he truly believe that at this moment, it was his arm restraining the saintess? No. It was the fondness she harbored in her heart for him. Senior brother, you must let go quickly. Our master is about to return. Bai Yue's complexion was flushed, her body softening. The pure and pristine saintess had never encountered such a shameless scenario. Even the holy son, Huang Yin, who coveted her, would not dare to be so brazen. 1. Because the saintess would refuse, and 2. Out of fear of being punished by the matriarch. Luo Fancheng turned towards the saintess's exquisite visage, softly stating, Junior sister, surely you wouldn't want Wei Yang to return and see you being so cruel to me? Senior brother. Bai Yue's delicate form trembled slightly, feeling her limbs weaken, akin to a feeble shrimp, her heart racing wildly. Please, let me go. I'll admit I was wrong, all right? I was merely worried about you, not trying to take advantage. Truth be told, witnessing Bai Yue in such a state left Luo Fancheng somewhat astonished, as he suddenly realized something profound. The girls of the Soul Martial continent generally possess a simplicity of heart that surpasses that of women from my previous life. Despite the abundance of scoundrels in the past, there were equally numerous and scrupulous women, and one need not mention the gold-digging schemers. It can only be said that in an era rife with material desires and information overload, there are countless traps laid before us. Senior brother, the teacher may return at any moment. Could you perhaps let me go? I have erred, Bai Yingwei pleaded, hesitating as she attempted to extricate herself. Her melodious tone of supplication, coupled with the gentle caress of her back and the lingering fragrance that enveloped her, was too enticing for an honest man to withstand. He would surely soften and relent. However, to loosen his grip at this moment would only tighten the waistband of his trousers, resulting in a complete loss of all prior efforts. Luo Fancheng tightened his hold resolutely. No, you cannot find an excuse to embrace me now. What will become of us later? I must let Wei Yang see this. I truly do not, Bai Yue said, her gaze evasive, unable to meet Luo Fancheng's intense stare. The vow remained unspoken on her lips, for deep down, she felt a pang of guilt. Chapter 57. The Maiden's Plea, a game of subtle manipulation. The special beam of light envelopes Yingwei, and yet she claims she harbors no feelings for her senior brother. Senior brother, what must I do to earn your release? Bai Yingwei implored, biting her cherry lips. If our master returns and discovers us in this peculiar entanglement, he will be furious. Luo Fancheng replied, then you must first address me with something sweet. Bai Yingwei, shy and flustered, responded, good senior brother, will you please let me go? That is not sweet enough. Luo Fancheng shook his head. This won't do. Bai Yue's cheeks flushed red as she timidly murmured like a fawn. All right, dear brother, will you spare your sister, please? Hiss. Luo Fancheng's sturdy frame trembled. In the depths of the night, within the forest, feeling the embrace of the beauty behind him, the fragrant scent enveloping him, and the delicate plea whispering in his ear, who could withstand such temptation? Yet, at this moment, to release her would mean defeat. The warmth of their feelings had yet to ignite fully. No, I cannot let go. You scoundrel! Bai Yue exclaimed, her body trembling with indignation, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. With a sudden impulse, she opened her mouth and aimed for Luo Fancheng's neck. You truly intend to bite? Luo Fancheng exclaimed. Bite hard, leave a mark, and provide another piece of evidence for Wei Yang. The revered maiden biting someone, how utterly undignified. Bai Yingwei, overwhelmed with shame and fury, released her grip upon realizing the bite mark and the moisture left behind, her expression shifting to one of panic, resembling a frightened quail. Senior brother, I acted impulsively. Please do not inform our teacher. I suppose I could release you, Luo Fancheng replied with a sincere smile, but since you took advantage of me, it is only fair that I reciprocate to balance the scales. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, Bai Yue nodded, her thoughts muddled, quickly shaking her head, retorting, no. I didn't mean to take advantage of you. Silence enveloped them as they maintained their intimate position, the atmosphere heavy with tension for several breaths. Finally, Bai Yue could no longer hold her composure, murmuring softly, fine, do as you wish, but only this once. Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. Is it a promise? Absolutely. I shall not go back on my word, Bai Yue affirmed with a nod. Very well, I trust you. Luo Fancheng released her delicate arm. As he turned, Bai Yue exhaled in relief, as if granted a reprieve, but the intensity of Luo Fancheng's gaze seeking payment made her tense once more. I am coming, dear sister. Luo Fancheng said, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he extended his hand towards the gentle maiden. Just once, Bai Yingyue pressed her lips together, closing her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling with anxiety. In her heart, she scolded her brother for being so mischievous, a complete rascal. She was uncertain where his hand would land. Her chest? Her face? She had never been touched by a man before. Oh no, what if this tarnished her purity as a maiden? As darkness enveloped her vision, her mind raced with wild thoughts, yet the silence persisted, heightening her anxiety. Could it be that her brother intended to kiss her? Time dragged on. The stillness was maddening, and she finally exclaimed, "Senior brother, are you going to do something, or not? Hurry up." No response came. What? Bai Yingyue lifted her eyelids slightly, peeking through a narrow gap, searching for him. Where had he gone? Before her lay an expanse of emptiness, and she pondered in bewilderment. What tricks was her senior brother playing? With eyes wide open, she surveyed her surroundings, only to discover Luo Fancheng seated cross-legged amidst the grass, exuding an air of tranquility as he closed his eyes in meditation. Bai Yingyue bit her lip in shock. How could he be cultivating when she had just come to take advantage of him? Wasn't he her senior brother supposed to be a rogue? How could he possibly resist the allure of an opportunity? This unexpected maneuver from Luo Fancheng truly left Bai Yingyue perplexed, entirely at odds with her expectations. With quickened steps, the young woman approached and gently nudged Luo Fancheng's shoulder, demanding, "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Luo Fancheng slowly opened his eyes, his expression calm and composed. "I am cultivating. Your raucousness, junior sister, could easily lead one astray." Bai Yingyue was taken aback, pondering whether this serene man before her was indeed the same mischievous senior brother from earlier. You just say you were going to?" Luo Fancheng shook his head and sighed. "Junior sister, I believe you may harbor some misunderstandings about me. It is understandable for you to take advantage of your senior brother. After all, I am not unappealing, and I possess a certain charm compared to other men. However, if I were to take advantage of you in return, that would be unbecoming of me. Those earlier remarks were mere jest. Do not take them to heart. Let us not speak of this matter again." Bai Yingyue stared blankly at Luo Fancheng, who had once more closed his eyes to resume his meditation, her heart a tempest of emotions, struggling to find calm. Which version of him was the true one? Had she truly misjudged her senior brother so narrowly? As her delicate hand brushed against her own proud chest, she pondered the subtle discomfort stirring within her heart. Luo Fancheng, with his mind clouded yet illuminated, mused that this final spark of intrigue must have ignited within his junior sister's heart. Women appreciate a man's initiative, yet they detest rudeness. Thus, the balance in a relationship is paramount. When one must engage, they shall engage, and when one must withdraw, they shall retreat. Had he truly crossed a line, it might have appeared that their physical proximity had increased, yet the emotional chasm would have widened. The strategy of retreating to advance is indeed the path to mastery. Moreover, a particular detail left Luo Fancheng in a state of uncertainty. As he reflected on the events that had transpired, everything had unfolded rather too smoothly. Could it be that Bai Yingyue was genuinely oblivious to the reason he held her arm so firmly, raising suspicions of forced culpability? Even if she had not comprehended at the moment, surely she would have realized afterward, yet her reactions were surprisingly compliant, behaving like a naive girl who readily indulged in his whims. As a disciple of the holy maiden of the bright divine temple, accustomed to the deceptions of the world, how could her nature be so simplistic? Those who truly regarded her as naive would be the true fools. So, who was the hunter and who the prey? Luo Fancheng could not discern, nor did he need to, for he was not a hunter. He merely wished to be a patient fisherman. By casting a long line, one might catch a mermaid, enticing the willing to bite. Observing that Luo Fancheng remained utterly undisturbed, engrossed in his tranquil cultivation, Bai Yingyue bit her silver teeth in frustration. Wasn't she, after all, a holy maiden? Did she possess no allure for her senior brother? Was she less captivating than that headstrong princess? At this moment, whether by intention or coincidence, Luo Fancheng opened his eyes and unwrapped a parcel, revealing a crimson fruit which he held in his hand, examining it closely. He nearly forgot about this gift from the princess. This fruit appeared to have the potential to accelerate his cultivation. With a self-deprecating shake of his head, Luo Fancheng mused, "To possess such a treasure yet neglect its use, I am indeed squandering it." Suddenly, he heard a peculiar grinding sound reminiscent of a rodent spirit beast. "Junior sister, do you hear that? It seems there is something nearby making a gnawing noise," Luo Fancheng remarked, his expression turning vigilant. Bai Yingyue, releasing her grip, offered a gentle smile. "There is nothing making such a sound. Senior brother, you must be mistaken." Just then, a tremendous explosion echoed from afar, startling the pair, who turned their gaze toward the source of the noise in unison. "What is that?" they exclaimed. as they beheld 5 radiant pillars of light soaring into the dark night sky from the core region of the Spirit Beast Oasis. Gleaming in gold, green, blue, red, and yellow, these 5 colors shone with breathtaking brilliance. Chapter 58. The Kirin Sovereign, the overbearing female pope, and the bear-like Huancher Luo Fancheng rose to his feet. Gazing into the distance, even from afar, he could perceive the terrifying fluctuations emanating from the 5 radiant pillars of light, as if even a mere vestige of their residual energy could obliterate a frail soul master. Boom! Another resounding thunderclap echoed as blindingly hot golden light surged forth, illuminating the dark forest as brightly as day. Luo Fancheng felt the indescribable sacred aura radiating from the golden light, a sensation that struck a chord of familiarity within him. Was this Wei Yang? With whom was she engaged in battle? Bai Yingwei seemed to sense something, her expression grave. How could the teacher be fighting the Kirin Sovereign? The 5 pillars of light in the sky harbored the elemental powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. This was the Kirin Sovereign's innate soul skill, the 5 elements' profound light pillars. Luo Fancheng inquired, is the opponent a soul beast or a human? It is a soul beast. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. A soul beast named the Kirin Sovereign? Bai Yingwei nodded. Indeed. Its true form is an 80,000-year-old 5 elements jade Kirin, the true sovereign of this oasis. Its power surpasses that of the other 7 soul beast emperors. The soul masters of the continent originally referred to it as the Kirin Emperor, but this creature has several times soared above the major empires to reveal its presence. It harms no one and destroys no city, solely to correct its title. Each time, it roars that Kirin Emperor is too mundane, and it prefers to be addressed as the Kirin Sovereign. How absurd, Luo Fancheng remarked, a wry smile twitching at the corner of his mouth. This being certainly exuded an air of superiority, yet its actions were rather peculiar. Where was the dignity of a powerful entity? Luo Fancheng mused. It dares to venture into human territories for such a trivial matter? Does it not fear being besieged by powerful adversaries seeking to seize its rings and bones? It does not fear, for it is determined to escape, and no one can stop it, Bai Yingwei replied, shaking her head. Moreover, the Kirin Sovereign possesses an extraordinary innate soul skill, the 5 elements escape technique. And Luo Fancheng pressed for clarification. And what? Bai Yingwei hesitated, her voice uncertain. I heard the teacher mention that the soul beast forest might conceal a being far more terrifying than the Kirin Sovereign. The powerful factions fear that hunting the Kirin Sovereign could provoke that unknown and horrifying entity. Thus they refrain from going too far. As for soul masters hunting ordinary soul beasts, that is of little consequence, for within the soul beast realm, the law of the jungle prevails, survival of the fittest, with constant battles among different species. As long as there are no rampant slaughters of soul beasts by the powerful, the soul beast emperors will not intervene. I see. Luo Fancheng realized, astonished to hear such secrets. He expressed his concern. What if Wei Yang encounters the Kirin Sovereign and is besieged by other soul beast emperors? What if that unknown entity is awakened? The unknown soul beast has never revealed itself. I even suspect it might be a mere fabrication, non-existent, Bai Yingwei replied. The teacher is not a reckless person. If she is gone, she should have every confidence in returning. Suddenly, Luo Fancheng recalled the female pope mentioning before her departure that she needed to borrow some blood. Could it be that she sought the Kirin Sovereign for this purpose? With such a commotion, would there be any chance of lending? Or had he misheard, and was she actually going to rob some blood? The matter concerning the female pope. Can it be considered a robbery? In the core region of the soul beast oasis, violent energy surged. The female pope, with her regal phoenix eyes, was accompanied by the majestic apparition of a 12-winged holy angel, radiating resplendent divine light. Opposite her stood a towering jade-colored Qilin, its body adorned with shimmering scales that reflected the brilliance of the 5 elements, both extraordinary and formidable. The jade Qilin roared, Female Pope, do you intend to wage war against my soul beast oasis? Hearing this, Wei Yang cast a sidelong glance at the 6 massive beast shadows stirring in the surrounding darkness and coldly replied, Qilin Sovereign, I merely require a drop of your precious blood, and I shall depart immediately. Should you dare to shamelessly conspire against me, I will take my leave and summon formidable allies from the Divine Hall to retaliate. The Jade Qilin trembled with rage, questioning who the real shameless one was. In the dead of night, it was utterly unreasonable to demand blood. Female Pope, you are crossing the line. I have not wronged you, Wei Yang retorted coldly, shaking her head. Ah, the Jade Qilin roared in fury. You are playing with fire. Are you mocking me as if I am not human? Wei Yang ignored its outburst. The Qilin had always fancied imitating human behavior, even adopting its title after reading a novel. Why had it not aspired to be human long ago? After 100,000 years of potential, it only thought of it after 800,000 years. Too late. Silence. Do you think my soul beast oasis is a place you can come and go as you please? The brow of Di Weiyang furrowed, her aura rising. I have no time for your prattle. My time is limited and others await me. Impudent. The Jade Qilin bellowed, just as the female pope raised her delicate hand. Her previously aggressive tone softened into a light laugh. Is it merely a drop of blood? We can negotiate. We can negotiate. The world of martial arts is not solely about combat. I have but one request. Speak. Di Weiyang nodded. The Jade Qilin stated seriously. Assist us in inquiring about a certain individual, or perhaps it pertains to a treasure. Oh? Di Weiyang raised an eyebrow. Recently, I detected a high-ranking pure dragon aura manifesting in the Soul Martial continent. It is said that the female pope is one of her word. Hence I wish to request your help in tracing the source of this dragon aura. If you succeed, not only will I offer this precious blood, but my soul beast oasis shall also recognize you as a friend. Di Weiyang felt a stir within her heart, but maintained her composure outwardly. What connection does this dragon aura, whether a treasure or a person, have with you? The details are of no concern to you. Just agree to my request, and this precious blood is yours to take. If you refuse, then we shall battle. Ha! I am not easily trifled with. The female pope feigned contemplation, as if weighing her options. Very well, I shall investigate, but I cannot guarantee when I shall inform you. Splendid. The Jade Qilin failed to notice the gaps in her words. A claw extended, releasing a drop of five-colored blood that resembled vibrant amber. The female pope accepted it into her palm. With a tearing sound, the space fractured, revealing a rift. Farewell. Before stepping into the dark chasm, the high priestess paused momentarily and remarked, Karen Sage, I advise you against emulating the dialogue of characters in human novels. With a swift motion, her graceful figure vanished. The Jade Qilin, perplexed, gazed toward the shadowy silhouette of the six colossal beasts and pondered, what did her final remark mean? Uncertain and bewildered, five of the ferocious creatures shook their heads in feigned ignorance, while one, a massive bear adorned with a tuft of golden fur atop its brown body, spoke up, Boss. She meant that your manner of speaking is rather juvenile, essentially mocking you. The Jade Qilin's eyes gleamed with intensity. Is it truly that juvenile? Indeed, it must be juvenile. In fact, I've long desired to comment on this aspect of yours. It's quite amusing, you know, haha. The bear erupted in laughter, toppling backward and crashing into a sturdy ancient tree with a trunk as thick as 100 meters. Its rotund backside resting against the roots as it playfully thumped its belly. Enough, you foolish creature. I have tolerated your antics for far too long. Today, I shall cleanse the realm for my master. The Jade Qilin transformed into a beam of earthy yellow light, burrowing into the ground, and in the blink of an eye, reappeared above the bear, delivering a resounding slap. Boom. The massive bear was hurled into the air, crashing through countless trees, its paws shielding its head as it bewilderedly inquired. Boss, why did you suddenly become so furious? A gentleman uses words, not fists. The Jade Qilin, brandishing its formidable claws, unleashed a barrage of slaps, retorting. I am no gentleman, I am, in fact, a beast. Meanwhile, on the periphery of the Soul Beast Oasis, the High Priestess stepped through the portal, cradling the Qilin's precious blood in her palm. At that moment, a youthful voice resonated in her ears, causing her to freeze in astonishment. Senior brother, just take off your clothes. Hurry up and strip. Chapter 59, The Secret Art, Divine Body Tempering. Under the moonlit jungle, the silhouettes of a man and a woman entwined together, as Bai Yingyue persistently reached for Luo Fancheng's garments. Junior sister, you mustn't. Luo Fancheng exclaimed. What is the harm? You are my brother, and I am your sister. Assisting you with a little task should be expected. Bai Yingyue replied hurriedly. Luo Fancheng clutched his collar. There's no need. I can handle this myself. Just listen and strip, she insisted. Rest assured, my skills are quite proficient. Bai Yingyue continued to urge him, showing no signs of relenting. Luo Fancheng was rendered speechless. Indeed, this saintly girl was not merely a delicate flower, but rather someone who could swiftly concoct a rationale to justify her actions against him. What are the two of you doing? A commanding voice suddenly echoed nearby, causing both elegant figures to tremble. Bai Yingyue quickly leapt away and hastily explained to the Pope, who emerged from a rift in space, Master, please don't misunderstand. I was merely concerned about my brother's blood-stained clothing. It was too filthy, and I wanted to help him clean it. The Pope replied coldly, can he not wash it himself? My brother's garments have too many tears. I only wish to assist in mending them. Bai Yingyue responded with unwavering precision. The Pope said nothing, turning her gaze to the man. Fancheng, is that so? Under the scrutiny of those cold, captivating eyes, Luo Fancheng felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, despite having committed no wrongdoing. The Pope had engaged in battles for his sake, while he and his junior sister were entangled in this situation. It felt reminiscent of a husband laboring in the streets to earn a living, only to find his wife deeply engaged in conversation with another man upon his return. And he, in this scenario, resembled that wife. Luo Fancheng admitted. Junior sister indeed meant well. When I refused, she tugged at my clothes, and you have witnessed the ensuing antics. The Pope nodded. Just as Luo Fancheng and Bai Ingwei sighed with relief, the Pope's next words left them utterly astonished. Ingwei, go, remove your brother's clothing. What? Bai Ingwei gasped. Her expression one of disbelief, questioning whether she had misheard. What did you say? Never mind. The Pope shook her head, turning to Luo Fancheng. You should disrobe yourself. Luo Fancheng was utterly bewildered, questioning the absurdity of the situation. Was it not enough that Bai Ingwei was causing a ruckus? Now the Pope was joining in this madness? Was this not madness? Were they truly leaving them suspended in this manner? On the other side of the jungle, Li Hongping, hanging upside down, vented his displeasure. Meanwhile, Yi Xieying and another girl hung suspended, their skirts untouched by the wind. But their black stockings were in tatters, revealing large expanses of their fair skin. Be quiet. When that powerful individual was present, why didn't you utter a word? Now you've gained some courage, Yi Xieying retorted, her spirited gaze fixed on the direction from which the multicolored light had emanated. Could the commotion over there be caused by Fancheng and his master? Yang Wei's face turned pale, uncertain whether it was due to the blood rushing to his head from being suspended or from fear. Princess, are we in danger? Do they intend to hang us here until we perish? Are you foolish? Yi Xieying remarked with a cold smile. The opponent merely needs to raise a finger to eliminate us. Their restraint indicates they are only administering a minor punishment. Tai Lao concurred. The princess speaks the truth. The absence of soul beasts around us suggests that they have taken measures to safeguard us. The power of the golden soul threads binding us is diminishing, and we should soon regain our freedom. Yi Xieying lifted her chin, her pride evident as she disdainfully remarked, Yang Wei, with your intellect, you are only fit for planting rice. In comparison to my brother Fancheng, you are like the heavens to the earth, vastly inferior. No, placing you alongside him is an insult to him. Her voice was piercing, and Yang Wei instinctively wanted to retort, yet found himself unable to utter a single word in defense. The opponent's talent, strength, and background all overshadowed him. No matter how reluctant he was to admit it, he understood that the princess's words were accurate. Princess, are you certain you wish to invite Brother Luo to participate in the Three Cities Battle Tournament? Tai Lao appeared to hesitate. What? Is it not permissible? Yi Xieying countered. Tai Lao hesitated further. Brother Luo's strength is undeniable, but he has only just broken through the first level and is still quite young. He may be able to defeat the relatively weak Li Hongping, but that does not mean he can face the true elite of the royal city, who are all competing at the age of 19. Surprisingly, Yi Xieying did not dispute this. Instead, she remarked, Li Hongping is indeed lacking. He cannot compare to the 19-year-olds who competed in previous years, those royal city geniuses above level 35, who could easily defeat him with one hand. Oh no. Have I become a measure of combat prowess? Li Hongping felt somewhat offended, but was aware of his own limitations. The maximum limit for a third soul ring is 1,700 years, while he had only added a 1,000-year soul ring. Those competitors had at least 1,400 years of soul rings, and upon breaking through to level 35, their combat power surged significantly, enabling them to defeat soul beasts aged 2,500 years. He was far behind. Yi Xieying continued addressing Tai Lao, with Fancheng's current cultivation. He is naturally no match for those seasoned geniuses, but we still have 3 months. I believe Fancheng will surely improve. Otherwise, do you think I would have kept all 9 Ju fruits capable of accelerating cultivation? Moreover, it does not matter if he does not win the championship. That is inconsequential. What matters is that his participation gives me the opportunity. Tai Lao was awakened to the realization that the seemingly reckless princess had already considered everything in her heart. He expressed his concerns, however. Brother Fancheng has a mysterious female powerhouse behind him. If that female powerhouse is the Empress of the Divine Phoenix Empire, it would be acceptable. But if she is the High Priestess, our Songlong Empire has always been at odds with her. Would Lord Tianwu allow someone with such a unique background to participate in the Three Nations Battle Tournament? After all, certain secrets regarding the competition must not be disclosed to those who cannot be controlled. Yi Xieying dismissed his worries. As long as you do not inform my father about this matter, it will be fine. Everyone stared in disbelief. What do you mean? Yi Xieying declared sharply. No one is permitted to mention the mysterious powerful figure behind my father and Fancheng. I have always abhorred those who covertly report to others. Should anyone dare to disclose this, jeopardizing my relationship with Fancheng, they would be courting death. Furthermore, revealing this would bring no advantage to you. Do you truly believe that my father's affection for me would allow him to tolerate someone who betrays me? Elder Tai, discerning the gravity of the situation, responded, Whatever the princess commands, I shall relay. I am entirely at your service. Li Hongpeng felt that both the princess and Luo Fancheng were beyond the reach of someone as insignificant as himself. What about you? Yu Xiying shot a cold glare at the others. A chill ran down their spines, causing them to shudder. Me too. Me too. Elder Tai could not help but inquire. Princess, what if, hypothetically, Brother Luo does not arrive? Yi Xiang was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, what if he did not show up? What could she do? Should she go to her father in tears? Why are you all just standing there? Hurry up, the high priestess urged, her brows furrowed. If you don't undress. How can I assist you in enhancing your strength? Huh? How is undressing related to enhancing strength? Luo Fancheng asked, puzzled. The high priestess replied coldly. You have only just awakened, and possessing a 12th level cultivation is insufficient for participating in the Tri-City Combat Tournament. Moreover, if you wish to learn secret techniques there, a certain level of physical foundation is imperative. I intend to utilize the sacred methods of the Temple of Light, along with the essence of the 5 elements, jade, Qilin's blood, to bolster your physical strength. Luo Fancheng, though not entirely comprehending, felt a sense of urgency and promptly removed his outer garment. The high priestess furrowed her brows, undressed completely. Before long, Luo Fancheng had removed his inner layer, standing bare-chested before the high priestess and the saintess. Ah! Bai Yingwei exclaimed, covering her cheeks with her hands. The high priestess maintained her gaze, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Even Luo Fancheng, with his thick skin and dark heart, found it somewhat challenging to withstand such a gaze. Yet, the scrutiny in her eyes bore no hint of lewdness, only pure examination. Not bad, she remarked. Chapter 60, The Emergence of the Qilin Pattern. The elevation of the 5 organs, astonishing the Pope and the Saintess. Bai Yingwei's petite ears twitched as she murmured to herself, pondering that it would not do to let her esteemed Pope teacher indulge alone. Covering her cheeks with her hands, she discreetly parted her fingers to steal a glance. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips. She was taken aback by the impressive physique of the man before her. Gulp! She swallowed hard, feeling an involuntary stir in her throat. Just as Luo Fancheng was becoming increasingly self-conscious under her gaze, the female Pope nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, Indeed, quite remarkable. Fancheng, your body appears to possess unique qualities, entirely unlike that of ordinary individuals. It seems my decision to procure this Qilin blood for you is indeed wise. Luo Fancheng, puzzled, could not help but inquire, May I ask, Wei Yang, what method do you intend to employ? The angelic martial soul's 7 secret techniques, passed down through the generations in the temple, may not suit you. However, the body-tempering secret method is available for your use. As she elucidated, the female Pope retrieved an array of extraordinary spiritual herbs from her storage space, all of which floated gracefully in the air. With a breath, she parted her crimson lips, exhaling a golden flame imbued with a sacred aura, which refined the herbs, causing impurities to escape as black smoke, leaving behind a pool of transparent spiritual essence. Go. The multicolored Qilin blood that had been cradled in her palm merged with the spiritual essence, transforming instantaneously into a vibrant crimson hue, radiating a spectrum of colors and embodying the quintessence of the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, evoking an irresistible urge to consume it. Bai Yingwei, astonished and perplexed, remarked, Teacher, I have never witnessed you instructing me to disrobe for the application of any body-tempering secret method. The female Pope cast a sidelong glance at her and shook her head. This body-tempering technique is characterized by extreme yang and rigidity. While your Tai Yuying is an extremely cold martial soul, the two are fundamentally incompatible. Very well. Bai Yingwei felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet her cheerful disposition quickly dispelled her worries as she eagerly observed her senior brother. Fancheng, sit cross-legged and steady your mind. This body-tempering process will undoubtedly be excruciating, akin to a dull knife slicing flesh. Yet you must endure. Persevering will yield immense benefits. This is the secret method of our temple, divine ink body tempering. This technique ranks among the top 3 body tempering arts in the world, yet with the infusion of this 800,000 drops of Qilin blood, the enhancement should rival that of the renowned Thunderbolt body refinement technique of the White Tiger Empire. Divine ink body tempering? The name itself seems intriguing, Luo Fancheng mused, a smile gracing his lips as he bared his torso and settled into a cross-legged position. Bring it on. A little pain is nothing to me. Wei Yang, feel free to exert your will upon me. I can withstand it. Rise. With a fierce glare from Emperor Wei Yang, the winds surged. lifting Luo Fancheng's seated form into the air. The fiery spiritual essence coalesced at the tips of her fingers. Bear with the pain. In an instant, Emperor Wei Yang's fingertips ignited with a divine and searing flame, swiftly tracing lines upon Luo Fancheng's broad back. The movements of her fingers resembled serpents in flight, swiftly sketching out crimson lines. Bai Yingyue gasped in astonishment, realizing that the chaotic lines were subtly converging to form the likeness of a mythical beast. Enlightenment struck her, and she murmured, using the back as canvas, drawing blood as ink, transforming fingers into brushes to depict the beast and refine the body. This must be the divine ink body tempering? Such a unique method. Huh, didn't the teacher say that body tempering is quite painful? Why did the senior brother not cry out? Indeed, why did I not cry out? Luo Fancheng now wore a bewildered expression. Hadn't the high priestess claimed it would be excruciating? Why did he feel no pain at all? It seemed rather pleasant. His back felt comfortable, and he could sense the moist, warm fingers gliding across his skin. It was akin to a rejuvenating massage. A peculiar tingling sensation coursed through his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, leaving him with an ethereal feeling. If the high priestess hadn't previously informed him that this was genuine body tempering, Luo Fancheng might have suspected he was receiving a massage instead. How exhilarating. The high priestess was taken aback. The essence of the Qilin's blood, mingled with the spiritual fluid, was branded upon his skin by divine flames, effectively unblocking all meridians and penetrating deeply into his organs, refining them. By all accounts, Luo Fancheng should have been in unbearable agony. Why was there no reaction after such a long time? What fortitude! The high priestess couldn't help but admire him. Fancheng, if you can't endure it any longer, feel free to cry out. It's perfectly acceptable. Is it really all right? Luo Fancheng was struggling to maintain his composure. It's fine. Bai Yingyue stumbled, nearly falling over. Was this cry truly so intoxicating? Who could endure such suffering? The high priestess's delicate eyelashes fluttered. Her thoughts momentarily disrupted, and her hands nearly faltered in their task. What on earth? This fellow seemed to feel no pain at all. Rather, he appeared to be enjoying it. Suddenly, a mysterious and formidable beast materialized behind Luo Fancheng. The high priestess applied the last remnants of the precious blood essence to the creature's eye sockets. Success. It was as if she had brought a dragon to life. For the majestic beast instantly radiated a brilliant crimson glow. The high priestess withdrew. The delightful sensations accumulating within Luo Fancheng reached a pinnacle, bursting forth. His entire body was aflame, glowing red-hot, with his organs emitting a dazzling array of colors. The heart surged with fiery brilliance, the kidneys shimmered with watery light. The lungs oscillated with golden hues, the liver glowed green, and the spleen radiated a soft yellow. Luo Fancheng stood upright, feeling an overwhelming heat on his back, as waves of exquisite pleasure surged from his organs. It was as though they were all exerting their strength simultaneously, prompting a transformation throughout his entire being. Wei Yong, what is happening to me? Nothing to worry about. The body tempering is exceptionally effective. The high priestess's phoenix eyes sparkled with wonder. She had not anticipated that using the Qilin blood as a catalyst would yield such remarkable results. She was certain that for an ordinary person, this divine body tempering would not produce such miraculous effects, even with Qilin blood. Luo Fancheng's constitution was undoubtedly extraordinary, as he had experienced no pain whatsoever. What did this signify? It indicated that his 8 meridians were open from birth, with unobstructed pathways. Every drop of blood essence was fully absorbed into his organs, catalyzing their transformation. There could be no more perfect innate physique. Such a terrifying physical talent. If she were not his confidant, if her pride did not restrain her, the high priestess would have been tempted to eliminate him on the spot. As Luo Fancheng lingered in delight, he inquired whether the high priestess could bestow upon him yet another experience. The sensation was exhilarating, utterly intoxicating. What a pity for such skills to be wasted outside a massage parlor. Regardless of the cost, he would visit daily. Bai Yingyue, filled with curiosity, asked, Master, what do the 5 radiances emanating from senior brother signify? The high priestess replied, this divine body refinement employs unique methods to infuse the essence of fierce beast's blood into the human body, refining the muscles and bones while primarily enhancing the 5 internal organs. The 800,000-year 5 elements jade Qilin serves as the most exquisite material for this refinement. Unable to contain his curiosity, Luo Fancheng questioned, why is that? The high priestess elucidated, each of the 5 internal organs possesses attributes: heart fire, kidney water, lung metal, liver wood, and spleen earth. The Qilin's elemental powers correspond perfectly to these attributes, allowing for the full activation of the latent potential within the organs. The brighter the glow of a particular organ, the greater its potential. Bai Yingyue swiftly directed her gaze, and Luo Fancheng lowered his head to observe. Indeed, they all seemed quite radiant. Suddenly, a brilliant blue light surged forth, overshadowing the other four hues with its intensity. Luo Fancheng's eyes widened, filled with ecstatic joy. For this was the color of kidney water, symbolizing the potential of the kidneys. No, it represented the dignity of man. Senior brother, Bai Yingyue exclaimed, covering her rosy lips, pointing at Luo Fancheng with a look of shock and bewilderment. What enormous treasure are you hiding in your pocket? Chapter 61. The High Priestess. I am here to assist you. The awkward Saint Luo Fancheng was taken aback, even without Bai Yingyue's reminder. He could not overlook that indescribable presence. The Kunping transformed into an enraged dragon, raising its head to howl towards the heavens. The extraordinary enhancement his younger brother had just undergone left Luo Fancheng utterly astonished. What had happened to the promised tempering of his internal organs? Where had that gone? It was certainly not his fault. He was an upstanding gentleman, and it must be that the secret arts of the Light Divine Hall were exceptionally unscrupulous. Senior brother, let me see the precious treasure you have hidden. I haven't seen you showcase it in days. Luo Fancheng was taken aback by her words. Was this something that could be exhibited? Bai Yingyue had already reached out with her small hand, her sparkling eyes radiating a fervent thirst for knowledge. He quickly withdrew, evading the potential grasp of his secret. Don't show it. How stingy. Bai Yingyue pouted, stamping her foot in frustration, her long, beautiful legs gleaming. She exclaimed with curiosity and excitement. I have long heard that some spirit masters conceal hidden weapons in their sleeves or shoes. I never expected you to hide it in your pant leg. Luo Fancheng's face twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. How on earth was he to explain this? He was in urgent need of assistance. Ahem. He chuckled awkwardly. Junior sister, you are indeed perceptive. How did you see through that? Bai Yingyue's lips curled into a smile. Of course, I am the saintess of the Divine Hall. Exceptionally clever. Could you please reveal it to your little sister? Absolutely not. Luo Fancheng shook his head in refusal. You have called it a hidden weapon, so how can it be shown? Such instruments of slaughter, once revealed, would surely bring forth bloodshed upon the enemy. Oh, fine. As Bai Yingyue finally relinquished her curiosity about the true dragon, Luo Fancheng let out a sigh of relief. However, as he glanced sideways, he noticed the cold and elegant figure standing silently beside him, and his heart sank. Oh no, how could I have forgotten about this esteemed lady? Di Weiyang's expression was devoid of emotion, yet the corners of her lips were slightly upturned. And her phoenix eyes sparkled with a hint of mockery as she observed his earnest attempts to mislead the naive young girl. Alas, this is a social death. The saintess may not comprehend, but would the high priestess be any less discerning? Luo Fancheng felt as if a small figure of embarrassment was rolling around in his mind. Just as one wave of trouble subsided, another arose. Bai Yingyue approached him and poked his shoulder forcefully, indignantly exclaiming, Senior brother, you are deceiving me. I have reason to suspect you are misleading this innocent girl. Luo Fancheng's body jolted. Had she caught on? Bai Yingyue huffed. Shouldn't hidden weapons be something exceedingly discreet? Like steel needles? Just look at that thing of yours. It is so conspicuous. How could it possibly be a hidden weapon? Clearly, you are trying to deceive me. Luo Fancheng's head buzzed with confusion, unable to conjure a countermeasure, especially as the light of his internal organs continued to flicker. The azure light representing his kidneys had already begun to boil. He felt overwhelmed, as the potential unleashed by the power of his internal organs was too much to bear. His muscles and blood felt as though they were swelling beyond their limits. Compared to the shame of social death, what he now fears more is the explosive wrath of the dragon, a cataclysmic force. Luo Fancheng clenched his teeth, enduring considerable pain. He summoned his spiritual energy to regulate his vital blood, yet his short cultivation time rendered him unable to quell the surging turbulence of his blood and energy. Senior brother, Bai Yingyue exclaimed in alarm upon noticing his distress, her curiosity momentarily forgotten. She turned to ask urgently, Teacher, what is happening to senior brother? How can we assist him? Fancheng, I am here to help you. Di Weiyang, having recognized Luo Fancheng's unbearable agony, spoke with an authoritative tone. With a swift motion, Di Weiyang approached and grasped Luo Fancheng's hand, her voice steady and commanding. Do not worry. The surge of energy from your internal organs is overwhelming your physical body. I merely need to help you release this excess energy. With a deft movement, Di Weiyang absorbed the turbulent energy within him through their joined hands, then gently exhaled it back, restoring balance. Luo Fancheng felt the revitalizing power flowing back into him like the cool touch of a maideness hand, soothing the raging energy within. His bones crackled as his vitality surged, his figure becoming more imposing and handsome. The moment Di Weiyang released her grip, all discomfort vanished. replaced by a euphoric sensation akin to an electric thrill coursing through him. Once the tumultuous energy had dissipated, Luo Fancheng experienced a profound sense of liberation, only to be drawn back to reality by Bai Yue's sudden remark. "Oh, where did senior brother's hidden weapon go?" Luo Fancheng glanced down, sighing in relief. He shot a glance at Bai Yue. "You useless little fool. I was on the brink of explosion, and you were merely prattling on." It was the high priestess who was reliable, performing a miraculous recovery and alleviating my pain. Having observed the high priestess's icy composure and unflinching gaze, Luo Fancheng felt reassured. She clearly was unfazed by the situation. Moreover, this incident was not his fault, but rather an unfortunate accident. With a clear conscience, he had nothing to fear. "How do you feel?" the high priestess inquired coolly. Luo Fancheng attempted to clench his fist and chuckled lightly. "I feel as though I could defeat a third-ring opponent with a single blow, without even needing to summon my martial spirit." The high priestess smiled slightly. "Indeed. The ultimate effect of divine body tempering varies from person to person. The enhancement of strength is secondary. The primary benefit is the activation of the elemental forces within your internal organs. When you awaken the Kirin tattoo on your back, the elemental energies will continuously nourish your physical form, significantly enhancing your recovery capabilities and providing resistance against elemental attacks." "Tattooed on the esteemed Kirin?" Luo Fancheng mused. "Perhaps I should receive applause for this." Feeling a surge of satisfaction, he longed to find a large bronze mirror to admire his reflection, wanting to turn around several times to fully appreciate it. After all, before his transmigration, he was just an ordinary young man, slightly handsome and possessing a few skills, but nothing extraordinary. Now, adorned with a Kirin tattoo, he was undeniably thrilled by the novelty of it all. He was uninterested in what other transmigrators sought. For him, it was simply a game of worldly pleasures. Joy and freedom are all that is needed. To flirt with those we admire, to savor the dishes we love, to wander to places that bring us delight, and occasionally, to act upon our benevolent impulses by assisting those we wish to help. At times serious and solemn, yet at other moments indulging in whimsical folly. This embodies his true essence, if not for the rational voice within him reminding that freedom must be underpinned by strength. His fervor for cultivation would not be as intense as it is now. Thus, in pursuit of freedom, I choose to be invincible. Luo Fancheng pulled back countless thoughts. Mere moments had passed outside. He fixed his gaze upon the purple-haired, ponytailed, big-eyed girl squatting before him. "Junior sister, what on earth are you doing?" Bai Yue looked up at the man, her curled lashes fluttering, and with her cherry lips parted, she earnestly stated, "I am investigating where you have hidden it. However, brother, your concealment is rather obvious. There is still a bulge here, something that neither I nor the teacher possesses." She swiftly extended her slender finger to poke at it, causing Luo Fancheng to shudder and leap up immediately. Chapter 62. Essential reading for all saints. The mysterious golden-masked woman. What does one do when a situation spirals beyond one's control? Luo Fancheng seized the blood-soaked garment from the ground and dashed away, not daring to glance back as he fled towards the fringes of the forest. "It's too filthy. I shall seek a pool to cleanse myself." The teacher imparts wisdom and guidance, and if you have questions, dear apprentice, consult your mentor, he thought. Bai Yue was bewildered by Luo Fancheng's hasty departure, her confusion deepening as she gazed at her fingers. "Shouldn't hidden weapons be rigid? Why does this feel so pliable? Master, do you know what this means?" Bai Yue inquired, her curiosity piqued as she looked towards the Pope. Dwei Yang's lips twitched slightly, her eyes narrowing with irritation. The cunning woman had been entertained by the unfolding drama, only for this scoundrel to abruptly leave her with the mess. "This man must be deliberately trying to unsettle me," she thought. With a cold command, Dwei Yang said, "Go practice. Matters of adults are not for children to question." Bai Yue, both timid and brave, puffed out her chest, declaring, "I am no child. In just 2.5 months, I shall be 18. Dwei Yang shook her head, remarking, "The reason I withhold information is to spare you embarrassment. You, my dear, are quite ungrateful." Bai Yue playfully tugged at the Pope's arm, gently swaying it while sweetly pleading, "Oh, do tell me. My heart is vast. There is nothing in this world that could embarrass me." With a sigh, Dwei Yang conjured a small, yellowed book from her storage space, its cover devoid of any title or illustration, tossing it into Bai Yue's hands. "What is this?" Dwei Yang replied nonchalantly, "It is the mandatory reading for all saints upon reaching maturity. It is time for you to receive it. Open it. But do not regret it." "Rest assured, I shall not regret it." Overwhelmed by curiosity, Bai Yue could hardly contain her excitement. With a racing heart and trembling hands, she eagerly opened the small yellow volume, as if on the brink of entering a mysterious realm. Upon merely glancing at the first page, her eyes fell upon 2 images, one male and one female. accompanied by rows of small text. Unable to suppress a gasp, she stammered, pointing at the book. Master, how can they be so shameless? Aren't they supposed to wear clothes? This is scandalous. Di Wei Yang replied coldly, if you're not going to look, return it to me. Bai Yingwei bit her lip, lowering her gaze as she continued to examine the scandalous images, which seemed to possess an enchanting allure that deeply captivated her. As she turned the pages, her knowledge expanded, and her delicate form began to tremble, her cheeks growing increasingly flushed. By the time she closed the final page, her face was a vivid crimson, and she dared not meet the Pope's gaze. Timidly extending the book back, Master, here it is, no need to return it. Keep it safe and pass it on to the next generation of saints. Its significance does not require my further emphasis. Bai Yingwei covered her blushing face, finally unable to contain her squeal, tears of embarrassment welling in her eyes. Master, what foolishness have I just engaged in? I regret it. I should not have looked at this. How shall I face my senior brother now? With an impassive expression, the Pope remarked, so now you know where your senior brother conceals his hidden weapons? In Bai Yingwei's mind, the scene of her recent interaction with Luo Fancheng suddenly resurfaced, prompting her to weep even more fervently. I boasted to my senior brother about my cleverness, yet here I am, utterly foolish. Teacher, I am truly ashamed to face anyone now. What should I do? The high priestess inquired with an icy demeanor. How does it feel? Feel? Bai Yingwei was momentarily taken aback, recalling that she had impulsively touched it. I cannot go on living. I have lost all face. Let me crash into a tree and return in my next life to repay your kindness in nurturing and teaching me. Perhaps, Di Wei Yang remarked. Your senior brother is oblivious to the differences between genders, just as you were before. Indeed, that would alleviate the awkwardness. Bai Yingwei's tears ceased, and her spirits lifted considerably. Di Wei Yang countered, if he were truly ignorant, why would he flee so quickly? Bai Yingwei's sobs intensified once more. Are you attempting to comfort me? This feels more like a provocation. Di Wei Yang pointed her finger, causing Bai Yingwei's cries to abruptly stop as she anxiously gazed in the indicated direction. Could it be that her senior brother has returned so soon? No. Di Wei Yang shook her head. What I mean is, that tree is quite thick. The smile that vanished from one person's face inevitably appeared on another's. Di Wei Yang's lips curled into a pleased smile. The resplendent high priestess sighed softly within her heart. It seemed she had not felt so relaxed in a long time. When did the pressure begin? Was it upon becoming a saint? When inheriting the papacy? Or was it on the day she initiated reforms, facing the enmity of the nobility? No, it began during her trials on the continent, when she witnessed countless acts of bullying and injustice, along with the immense suffering of humanity. The state of the world is such that there are aspects she cannot change, and others she can. Yet some matters she feels compelled to strive to alter, even if success seems elusive. Splash, splash. A refreshing bath, a delightful mood. A man remains youthful at heart until death. In the dimly lit forest, soft moonlight cascaded upon a clear stream as Luo Fancheng hummed a tune while bathing. Feeling utterly content, he had merely intended to evade the storm, but unexpectedly heard the sound of water and discovered a small stream. Upon glancing at his reflection, he noticed the absence of the Qilin pattern on his back and nearly feared it had washed away. He attempted to channel his soul power through his organs, and vibrant colors surged forth, illuminating fiery red patterns that appeared on his back, forming the image of a majestic beast. It turned out activation was necessary for manifestation. How exquisite and sophisticated. The Qilin patterns radiated a fierce aura, causing the water-based soul beast in the stream to scatter in fear. Retreating in haste, Luo Fancheng instantly understood why the high priestess had entrusted him to venture out alone. This tattoo carried the essence of the ruler of the soul beast oasis, the Qilin sovereign. No soul beast would dare to act recklessly in its presence. Not only did it enhance his combat prowess, but it also served as a protective charm. Indeed, the temple's foundation was remarkable, concealing such profound secrets. I wonder how Wei Yang conveys knowledge of such matters to her junior sister. As Luo Fancheng pondered with amusement, he was entirely oblivious to a miniature silver shadow, no larger than a toothpick, rapidly approaching him from beneath the water. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his leg while he was washing clothes, prompting him to leap up. The Kirin pattern on his body glowing with intensity. He struck downwards with a powerful punch, causing the stream to erupt. Water splashing everywhere and creating a vacuum that revealed smooth pebbles, only to be quickly submerged again. Was there nothing at all? Luo Fancheng, now on the bank, scanned his surroundings with vigilance. The stream was clear, devoid of any trace of soul beasts. Upon glancing down, he noticed a fine wound on his thigh. He circulated his soul energy, finding no anomalies within his body, nor any strange entities having entered. A sense of foreboding gripped him, and he swiftly decided to vacate the area. As he fled, Adjusting his trousers, tranquility returned to the surroundings. The only sound being the gentle flow of water beside the moonlit stream. From thin air, a tall, graceful figure emerged. Without any sign of spatial rifts or fluctuations of soul energy, she donned a golden mask, weeping tears of blood, her expression a haunting blend of sorrow and mirth. Heavy and eerily captivating. Such was the nature of this enigmatic woman. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist, while a long black veil enveloped her exquisitely perfect form. Every inch of her skin radiated a lustrous, snowy glow. Her long, delicate legs were bare, her porcelain feet hovering above the ground. She extended her alabaster wrist, and from the stream, a miniature silver shadow surged forth, revealing itself to be the ethereal silhouette of a silver dragon. The dragon's form dissipated within the woman's palm, leaving behind a single drop of crimson blood. Chapter 63. The Woman in the Golden Mask. Father? The mysterious woman lowered her gaze to the blood droplet. Beneath the eerie golden mask, a pair of exquisitely beautiful silver pupils emerged. Yet, those stunning eyes were hollow and devoid of life, exuding an aura of melancholy, heaviness, and desolation, as if they had long since lost their sense of direction in life and were engulfed in despair. Indifferent to all that the world had to offer, she found no interest in anything. The droplet of blood, obtained from Luo Fancheng, seemed to be the only thing that sparked a modicum of curiosity within her. Could the pure dragon essence she had sensed earlier belong to this individual? The woman extended her consciousness towards the blood droplet. Moments later, those lifeless, cold, silver eyes shivered, sending ripples through the depths of her being, accompanied by a tumultuous surge of emotion. Father? How could there be a trace of a father's essence within a human? Without hesitation, she parted her rose-petal-like moist red lips, and the precious blood surged into her mouth. She sealed her lips tightly, her tongue pressing against the essence to confirm further. Her delicate form trembled as if struck by lightning, her voice brimming with incredulity. No, this is not my father's essence. Although the dragon aura within him is faint, it is of a higher status than my father's bloodline. This is impossible. Unable to accept this reality, the woman swiftly turned her head, gazing in astonishment at the direction in which Luo Fancheng had fled. How could there exist a bloodline that surpassed that of her father? Her father was the king of dragons, the sovereign of divine beasts, the dragon god. The bloodline of the dragon god from the upper realms was nothing that mere mortals could withstand, let alone a bloodline that transcended that of the dragon god. Where on earth did this individual come from? The silver-haired woman, astonished by his magnificence, lamented with a sigh. Alas, this supreme dragon bloodline is far too tenuous. It is still not nearly sufficient. If only it could be increased by even a fraction. Yet, how could a mortal achieve such a feat? The silver-haired woman shook her head. This celestial bloodline, which was difficult for the world to accommodate, was already an unimaginable miracle for a mortal to possess, leaving even her in shock. To seek further enhancement was a fantastical notion, entirely unattainable. She herself had no idea how to elevate such a bloodline. After a brief moment of astonishment, her silver eyes once again descended into a state of desolation and melancholy. The delicate, fair foot concealed beneath her black gauze skirt stepped forward, vanishing into the void ahead, in the direction Luo Fancheng had taken. Fancheng, with no one around. You are in perfect health both inside and out. In the forest, the high priestess withdrew her fingers from the pulse at Luo Fancheng's wrist. Upon hearing her words, Luo Fancheng finally felt a sense of relief as he touched the wound on his leg, which had begun to scab and heal. Could it be that he had been overly suspicious? However, it was perplexing how a sudden tear had appeared. Attributing it to a sharp stone felt far-fetched, and without understanding the cause, he felt quite unsettled. Yet, since the high priestess had assured him there was no issue, pondering it further seemed futile. It would be wiser to seize the moment to enhance his strength. Wang, what is wrong with my junior sister? Luo Fancheng inquired, glancing at the beautiful saintess, who was squatting by the campfire, intently roasting meat. In the past, whenever she returned, the girl would invariably bounce over with exuberance, chattering away. This time, however, she sat there like a withdrawn child, silently roasting meat. Could it be that? The female pope cast a sidelong glance and remarked, I just imparted some new knowledge to her. She must be preoccupied with digesting it. Luo Fancheng wore a peculiar expression. Could it be that the female pope had indeed provided this girl with an extensive lesson on physiological matters so swiftly? How was that even possible? He had anticipated that the female pope would merely offer a few vague remarks to the saintess. Yet she had genuinely elucidated the distinctions between the angry dragon and the celestial nest. By the campfire, with her back to the two, Bai Yingwe bit her cherry lips. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and her toes, clad in white silk fairy socks beneath her black boots, curled restlessly. She was desperately trying to maintain her composure. Eavesdropping on their conversation with her little ears perked up, fervently wishing for this topic to pass swiftly, she felt utterly humiliated, as if she had lost face in front of her grandmother. "Sister, are you busy?" Bai Yingyue was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. "Oh, senior brother, you're back." The lovely young girl fumbled, her small hands nervously seeking a place to rest, her words tumbling out in a chaotic stream. Luo Fancheng's lips curled into a smile as he beheld his adorable little sister. It was difficult for anyone not to feel an overwhelming urge to sit down and smother her with affection. "Are you still upset because I didn't let you see the hidden weapon? Oh my, why bring that up?" Bai Yingyue nearly burst into tears, her anxious little toes having already torn holes in her delicate socks. "And no, not at all." Luo Fancheng chuckled. "Don't be upset, as long as you ask. Senior brother will gladly show you." No, you keep it hidden." Bai Yingyue's skin was burning with embarrassment, and she waved her hands frantically. Observing the girl's intense reaction, Luo Fancheng felt certain that the female pope had indeed provided Bai Yingyue with a thorough education, and quite effectively at that. "Sister, why have you changed your mind? You were so interested before. And no, such divine weaponry should not be revealed lightly." Bai Yingyue gasped inwardly, wondering if her brother had lost his senses. Was this something one could casually display? "Who told you that senior brother dotes on you?" Luo Fancheng reached into his pocket and produced a slender, dark object. "Ah!" Bai Yingyue emitted a piercing scream, unable to look, covering her eyes and fleeing towards the female pope. "Teacher, help. Senior brother is being a rogue. He actually took it out. Calm down. Take a moment to look back." The female pope said, placing a hand on Bai Yingyue's shoulder with a weary sigh. "Silly child, you've been played. Normally so astute." The girl was completely at a loss when it came to Luo Fancheng. It was also her fault as a mentor, having imparted so little knowledge on matters of the opposite sex, especially since no one in the temple dared to tease the saintess. None were as audacious as Luo Fancheng. "Huh?" Bai Yingyue paused, turning to take a closer look and realized that what Luo Fancheng had taken out was merely a sharpened piece of brown wood. "Is this it? This is entirely different from what I had imagined." Luo Fancheng shook the piece of wood in his hand and asked, "Junior sister, what were you shouting just now? Where did I act inappropriately?" I, Bai Yingyue, was rendered speechless, my cheeks flushed, and my feet shuffled awkwardly against the ground, at a loss for words. Luo Fancheng tossed aside the wood he had carved before returning and leaned closer to Bai Yingyue, teasingly saying, "Junior sister, your elder brother is a man of integrity. How could I possibly act lewdly? You couldn't be harboring impure thoughts, could you?" Bai Yingyue's fidgeting form suddenly became still as she replied, "I understand now." Luo Fancheng was taken aback. Bai Yingyue lifted her gaze, her sparkling eyes narrowing playfully. "You are not lewd. Rather, you perceive me as innocent and easy to tease." "Junior sister." A sense of foreboding washed over Luo Fancheng. Suddenly, with a burst of energy, Bai Yingyue unleashed her formidable spirit, a radiant purple moon rising behind her, accompanied by a rhythmic dance of yellow and purple soul rings. The campfire extinguished, and a layer of frost enveloped the surrounding flora. "Come, if you refuse to show me, I shall take it upon myself to uncover it." "What?" Luo Fancheng retreated behind the female pope, feeling a slight sense of relief. Still pretending to be oblivious? Bai Yingyue charged forward, her fury palpable, while the female pope, with a smile, gracefully stepped aside, allowing the astonished Luo Fancheng to take her place. Alas, this time, I have truly miscalculated. Chapter 64, The Audacious Saintess, Breaking Through 11 Realms. How many years until the second soul ring? Senior brother, don't run. Don't fool me with counterfeits. If you have the guts, show me the real deal. Under the moonlight, a pair of strikingly handsome individuals dashed through the woods. He fled, she pursued, and he felt as if he were unable to escape. The female pope strolled leisurely behind, savoring the playful chase between her azure confidant and her disciple. Luo Fancheng had no desire to flee. Moments ago, he had activated his martial spirit, summoning the Qilin patterns alongside the burning flame armor, and exchanged blows with Bai Yingyue. The encounter unveiled a stark reality. He had become overly ambitious, attempting to contend with the saintess meticulously nurtured by the Pope after only a few days of cultivation. Bai Yingyue had spent 2 years honing her skills, possessing secret techniques and 4 top-tier soul rings. She was a temple prodigy, and not even 30 Li Hongpangs combined could rival her. Most critically, her Tang Yueying martial spirit received a significant boost under the moonlight. As the distance between them continued to close, Luo Fancheng called out to the side, "Wei Yang, will you merely stand by and watch as your female disciple wreaks havoc?" Empress Wei Yang shook her head. "Even I must tread cautiously around an enraged Yingyue. Moreover, debts must inevitably be repaid. A cunning woman, you fear nothing." Luo Fancheng gritted his teeth, fully aware that this woman was merely eager to witness the spectacle, barely restraining herself from munching on snacks. He now had complete certainty that not only was the Pope cunning, but the saintess was far from the innocent flower she pretended to be. In truth, he possessed methods to subdue Bai Yingwei, yet with the Pope present, he could not resort to unscrupulous tactics. Secret technique, Yueying moonlight dance, with a flurry of movements. As Bai Yingwei approached Luo Fancheng, 9 phantoms of her emerged simultaneously, their figures swirling in a breathtaking display, making it challenging to discern reality from illusion. Bang! Luo Fancheng twisted and turned, ultimately succumbing to one of the phantoms, crashing down as he was tackled. Bai Yingwei gracefully clasped her legs around his chest, gliding through the soft grass due to the momentum of her charge. Her charming face looked down triumphantly, her red lips curling in a proud smirk. Senior brother. I've caught you. Clearly, she had held back, and with the plush grass beneath them, Luo Fancheng felt no pain. However, he couldn't shake off the unnatural feeling due to their intimate position. Did she think that not sitting on his legs would absolve her? The seafood was almost at his lips. Dear sister, senior brother does not fancy seafood. Bai Yingwei lightly chided. Will you continue to bully me in the future? I am not to be trifled with. The victor writes the history. How you choose to act is up to you, but beware of future retribution from senior brother. Luo Fancheng would not relinquish his momentum, already scheming on how to handle this girl once his cultivation caught up. A mere twig would be too gentle a punishment. Bai Yingwei huffed. I am not a merely Hongpong. I will progress too. You'll need a few years to catch up. Though she spoke defiantly, unease stirred within her. After all, her senior brother's talent was astonishingly formidable. In this peculiar moment, in such a position, images of certain techniques from that tome unexpectedly surfaced in her mind. It seemed there was a move called the lotus position for soul masters. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, and her throat emitted a coy and delicate call. Junior sister, is this a form of entrapment? Luo Fancheng remained speechless. You are pinning me down. What is all this commotion about? Surely, no one dares to bully you now. If you do not apologize to me, I shall seek out a hidden weapon myself. Faced with Bai Yingwei's threat, Luo Fancheng chuckled. He hardly believed that his shy junior sister would dare to act. Go ahead. Let us see what you can do. You said it. Bai Yingwei shifted her alluring form and sat down, reaching for her belt. Will you apologize or not? Luo Fancheng was acutely aware that Bai Yingwei could not bear to hit him, nor did she dare to strip him. All his focus was directed towards blocking out the soft sensations emanating from his chest. Bai Yingwei's hands trembled around the belt, her beautiful eyes shimmering with determination. With a resolute heart, she bit her lip. You are forcing my hand. What? Are you truly going to strip me? Luo Fancheng sprang up in an instant. The Pope, who had maintained a subtle smile while observing, found herself momentarily frozen, unable to retain her laughter. Bai Yingwei's gaze became vacant. As if she were lost in a trance, her fair and supple legs folded in an M shape as she knelt in the grass, seemingly oblivious to the world around her. That year, before the second day of the second month, the Dragon King had raised his head. A fleeting glance left an indelible impression in Bai Yingwei's mind. In the subsequent month and a half, the Pope, the Saintess, and Luo Fancheng shared not a single word. An awkward atmosphere permeating their hearts. The Pope would occasionally leave the oasis, maintaining her cold demeanor, expressionless. The Saintess, on the other hand, dared not engage in eye contact with Luo Fancheng, flinching at the slightest interaction. She would prepare food, leaving it for Luo Fancheng to collect on his own. To be frank, Luo Fancheng's mind was in a whirl. He would not have been surprised if an alluring woman had behaved in such a manner. Yet it was his own little lotus flower junior sister. Having a junior sister witness the incident was one thing, but the Pope undoubtedly saw it too. The psychological impact must have been considerable, as it was utterly unlike her to remain silent for 10 days. Indeed, women in this world seemed far more reserved than those in his homeland. However, during this month and a half, he did not remain idle, having consumed 3 vermilion fruits. He, through a modicum of innate talent and diligence, successfully liquefied 11 soul power spirals within his dantian. Thus, all 13 spirals were liquefied, reaching the pinnacle of a soul master at level 20. Luo Fancheng felt he ought to be considered at level 23, given his 3 additional liquefied spirals from breaking limits thrice. Yet, there was no one in the world who would specially designate a level for him due to his uniqueness. He would conform to local customs. Most of the medicinal properties of the vermilion fruit had integrated into his meridians and had yet to be fully absorbed. Luo Fancheng believed his rate of breakthrough had slowed considerably compared to before, yet each time he progressed, the Pope and the Saintess would display expressions of astonishment. With a rip, the space tore open, and the Pope returned from an unknown realm. For the first time in a month and a half, Luo Fancheng spoke. Vang. I wish to seek my second soul ring. How many years do you think I should look for? The tall Pope stood there quietly, remaining silent for a long while without offering an answer. The ultimate limit for a second soul ring of an extraordinary genius is 900 years, while the third soul ring's limit stands at 1,700 years. Yet, with merely a touch of cultivation, Luo Fancheng has already reached the pinnacle of what is deemed possible for ordinary individuals. His first soul ring has astonishingly reached the terrifying age of 1,100 years, a feat unprecedented in the soul martial continent. How can one even begin to estimate the age of his second soul ring? Furthermore, this man now bears the Qilin pattern, activated by the mystical technique of divine body tempering, which significantly enhances his capacity to endure the years of his soul rings. Beside him, Buying Yue's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she couldn't help but speculate. 2,000 years? No, perhaps 2,500 years? That seems rather conservative, underestimating him. Surely, it cannot reach 3,000 years, for that would be utterly astonishing, rivaling the fourth soul ring limits of elite soul masters. As for 4,000 years, Buying Yue deemed it utterly impossible. That is the absolute maximum for the added years of a fourth soul ring. Both she, as the saintess of the temple, and other prodigies of the continent's foremost powers would halt there. After a moment of contemplation, Di Weiyang finally spoke in a crisp voice. Your situation is unique and challenging to assess. We must seek limits through battle. Very well, Luo Fancheng nodded. However, prior to acquiring the soul ring, I shall first allow my little loach to hunt freely, enabling it to complete its evolution. His 2-meter-long loach has long been eager and restless. Meanwhile, a silver-haired woman, adorned with a peculiar golden mask, had been covertly trailing them. Observing the lack of progress, she was on the verge of departing in disappointment when she overheard Luo Fancheng's words, pausing in her tracks. Soul Martial Evolution? Chapter 65. Devour, Martial Soul Evolution. Astonishing the mysterious woman. The lifeless silver eyes beneath the mysterious woman's mask flickered momentarily, only to quickly return to a state of tranquility. The subject in question referred to martial soul evolution rather than the bloodline evolution she longed for. While martial soul evolution is quite rare among the common folk of the soul martial continent, it is relatively commonplace among the elite powers. When the angelic martial soul of the divine temple first awakens, it manifests with a pair of wings. Upon reaching the 4th-tier soul master rank, it evolves into a 4-winged form, with each subsequent tier granting an additional pair of wings. Ultimately, upon attaining the 9th-tier transcendent level, the martial soul reaches its ultimate form, the 12-winged angel. Throughout this process of martial soul evolution, there are no alterations to the bloodline. The potential remains that of the 12-winged angel. Initially, the mortal physique is incapable of bearing the ultimate form of the angelic martial soul. Thus only the 2 wings are displayed. Conversely, bloodline evolution is an entirely different matter. There exists no method for bloodline evolution within the soul martial continent. When bloodlines evolve, they shatter the constraints of the martial soul's ultimate form, elevating the potential from that of the 12-winged angel to 14 or even 16 wings. The enduring prosperity of the great empires and sects is attributed to their robust bloodline potential, while commoners possess inherently weaker bloodlines. Lacking any means for bloodline evolution, the impoverished must rely on mutation. Should they mutate into a powerful bloodline and subsequently bear numerous offspring to pass on that bloodline, they may attain the status of nobility. The mysterious golden-masked woman gazed with a desolate expression. It was not merely that commoners were incapable of achieving bloodline evolution. Even the divine could scarcely accomplish such feats. Divinity has its limits. Even the gods could never forge a bloodline more formidable than that of the dragon god, let alone facilitate the evolution of such a prestigious bloodline. Thus, upon her initial encounter with the young human, she was taken aback, surprised, yet it was merely a fleeting astonishment. Although the bloodline was astonishingly noble, surpassing that of the dragon god, it was far too tenuous. The potential contained within, while perhaps formidable to a mortal, seemed to her woefully insufficient, lacking in substance. To even aspire for evolution, one would need an insurmountable leap, and recalling the young man's mention of martial soul evolution left her in disarray, her mind tumultuous. The mysterious woman shook her head with a sigh, realizing her fanciful thoughts were entirely misplaced. If even the gods could not achieve such feats, how could mere mortals hope to do so? The exquisite silver eyes beneath her golden mask dimmed further, cloaked in an indescribable sense of solitude and disappointment. She lifted her gaze, only to find that Luo Fancheng and his companions had vanished into the shadows of the forest, off to hunt soul beasts. Was there any need to follow them? Perhaps not. The enigmatic golden-masked woman's black veil swayed as her alluringly perfect form dissipated into the void. In the verdant shade of the forest, Luo Fancheng stood, perplexed, gazing at the large black rat sprawled at his feet, measuring no less than 1 meter in length. The rat lay on its back, its 4 paws and long tail twitching uncontrollably, in a state of unconsciousness. How is it that you, A bloodthirsty rat of 1600 years succumbed before I even made a move? Luo Fancheng was utterly speechless. Just moments ago, a large black rat had suddenly emerged from the ground, baring its sharp teeth and charging at him, startling him considerably. Instinctively, he activated the Kirin pattern, preparing to retaliate. However, just as a crimson glow enveloped his back, the bloodthirsty rat collapsed onto the ground, convulsing violently. "Oh dear, teacher, look, it's frothing at the mouth." Bai Yingwen exclaimed curiously, standing beside the high priestess. "Little rat, being timid is a malady. You cannot persist in this manner. Brother must help you recover." Luo Fancheng sighed, then picked up a hefty stone and brought it down forcefully onto the rat's head. Bang! The ground shook as the rat's legs kicked out violently, its body becoming utterly rigid. Luo Fancheng shook his head. "See, refusing soup and medicine, yet physical therapy proves remarkably effective. I trust it won't convulse any longer." The high priestess's lips quirked slightly. Bai Yingwen could hardly contain her laughter, amused by Luo Fancheng's antics. Yet, she quickly realized something was amiss. She had not forgotten the events from over a month ago and stifled her laughter. Luo Fancheng, not glancing at the two women, sighed, "Little rat, I've cured you of your ailment. It would be rather ungrateful not to stand and thank your brother, crushing the skull and treating a minor illness. And yet you expect gratitude?" Bai Yingwen's lips twitched, struggling to hold back her mirth. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty rat remained silent, and a circle of pale purple soul rings floated upward. Luo Fancheng blinked dramatically, his expression exaggerated. "Little rat, you were just fine. So why did your soul ring suddenly appear? Treating you was merely a trifle. There's no need to offer your rings in thanks. I would feel embarrassed to accept." He waved his hand dismissively, and a 2-meter-long azure-scaled serpent swiftly emerged from behind him, radiating a tricolored glow. It resembled a bandit who hadn't seen a woman in 30 years, opening its mouth wide and generating a tremendous suction, drawing in the rat's soul ring and vitality. Splutter! How absurd! While he verbally declined, his body was undeniably honest. Bai Yingwen could no longer contain herself, covering her luscious lips with her delicate hand as she burst into sweet, ethereal laughter. "That bloodthirsty rat will likely curse you until its next reincarnation." Recently, the high priestess had been displeased while handling trivial matters in the Light Temple, but Luo Fancheng's jest had thawed her icy demeanor considerably. "It's all swallowed by the little eel. What does it have to do with me?" Luo Fancheng thought to himself, pleased with his success in breaking the ice. The Cold War was over. In his past life, he may have lacked confidence in many areas, but his prowess in charming women was certainly commendable. Swish! The azure-scaled serpent's aura intensified, the third hue on its surface deepening, its 2-meter body extending to 2 meters and 1. Bai Yingwen couldn't help but remark, "Senior brother, it's now both handsome and dashing, longer and thicker. It would be impolite to call it a little eel now." Luo Fancheng teased. "How about calling it a great python?" The young girl rolled her eyes, deeply skeptical of Luo Fancheng's naming abilities. "That's even worse than calling it a little eel." "Wait, let me think again." The girl pouted. "Enough. I have no expectations left regarding your naming skills." Luo Fancheng chuckled. "What do you think about naming it the Primordial Chaos Dragon?" Bai Yingwen took a deep breath, feeling that the grandeur of the name had escalated tremendously, reaching celestial heights. Just a moment ago, it was utterly mundane, and now it was fearsome beyond measure. The Primordial Dragon, the progenitor of all dragons. Even the great dragon emperor would not dare to bestow such an ostentatious title upon his own martial spirit. "Senior brother, you are truly audacious. If other dragon spirit masters hear you call it the Primordial Dragon, won't they come together to vanquish you?" The female pope maintained her composed demeanor, remaining silent, yet her phoenix eyes flickered with a glimmer of brilliance. She believed that Luo Fancheng was not jesting. He genuinely intended to name it the Primordial Dragon. Was it sheer arrogance, or did he possess genuine confidence? Luo Fancheng shrugged. "Thus, it is better for the little mudfish to remain adorable and low-key." Bai Yingwen pointed at the majestic azure-scaled serpent, puffing her cheeks. "Look at it, so long and formidable. Does it appear adorable in any way?" Luo Fancheng sighed. "Let us seek the next ailing soul beast. Devouring a bloodthirsty rat of 1500 years yields too little evolution, and the little mudfish has become rather picky." As the trio was about to exit, the female pope's phoenix eyes suddenly sharpened, sweeping towards a particular direction. "Who goes there?" Chapter 66, Illusion? Soothing the High Priestess. A new technique. If it were an ordinary person, the immediate reaction would undoubtedly be to inquire about the High Priestess's well-being. However, Bai Yingwen and Luo Fancheng exhibited an extraordinary level of composure, instinctively rushing to position themselves behind the High Priestess. In the event of hidden enemies, this space offered the utmost safety, preventing them from being captured as hostages. Neither Luo Fancheng nor Bai Yingyue spoke, allowing the high priestess to maintain her focus. A terrifying wave of spiritual energy surged forth from the high priestess, enveloping the surroundings in a vast, all-consuming presence. Is anyone there? The high priestess arched her delicate brows, exclaiming in surprise. Was it merely an illusion? As a torrent of mental energy receded back into her being, she turned to glance at her hidden disciples, a look of astonished amusement crossing her features. You two are quite clever. Only then did Luo Fancheng inquire. Wei Yong, was there someone lurking just now? The high priestess shook her head, gently massaging her temples. It felt as though there was a momentary disturbance in that direction, but upon investigation, there was no one. I must have been overly cautious. If there were anyone, I would have sensed their presence. Perhaps it is due to the recent chaos caused by the blood demon sect's malevolent souls across the continent. The 9 offerings within the temple are also restless. And dealing with these trivial matters has consumed much of my mental energy, leading to this illusion. Luo Fancheng refrained from pressing further. The troubles faced by someone of the high priestess's caliber were beyond his current capabilities to assist with, so he chose instead to invest his time in cultivation. He did not notice the astonished expression on Bai Yingyue's delicate face, for the high priestess, known for her formidable and icy demeanor, had seldom exhibited such signs of fatigue in public, indicating that Luo Fancheng held a unique significance in her heart. What keen insight! A mysterious woman adorned with a strange golden mask remarked from the shadows, her voice laced with cold astonishment. She had just witnessed Luo Fancheng's martial soul evolve in an extraordinary manner, stirring her emotions and drawing her attention. Though this was merely a projection of herself, the fact that the high priestess could perceive her presence was impressive. It seemed that the high priestess was even more formidable than the rumors suggested. The small Qilin paled in comparison, and it appeared that this woman was nearing an exceptional realm. Remarkable. After expressing her admiration, the mysterious woman redirected her focus back to Luo Fancheng, who was diligently searching for soul beasts. She had initially intended to depart, but was inexplicably drawn back. To her surprise, she discovered something extraordinary. A mere glance confirmed that this was no ordinary evolution. It was distinct from the crude consumption associated with malevolent soul masters. It represented a true and perfect assimilation, entirely absorbing the external soul energy and blood essence without a trace of waste. Even after the young man retracted his martial soul into his body, his very bloodline underwent a subtle transformation and elevation. What path does this young man tread? Is this martial soul something a mere mortal can possess? The golden-masked woman struggled to contain her astonishment, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure. Uncertain, she decided to observe further, wary of the adage that greater hope often invites greater disappointment. Ah, Brother Eagle, Brother Pig, forsaking your midday rest for a brawl? Allow me to join the fray. Amidst the fierce clash between a colossal wild boar adorned with 2 crimson tusks and an owl with a grotesque visage, both adversaries turned their attention to the sudden intrusion of an unfamiliar youth. Today, Luo Fancheng did not exhibit his usual solemn demeanor. Rather, he displayed a hint of irreverence. He endeavored to alleviate the spirits of his enchanting companion through a semblance of humor, for she had always been a source of support for him. Be cautious, senior brother. That is a bloodfang boar and a grim-faced owl, both possessing the might of 2,300 years, Bai Yingyue warned, her tone light, yet laced with seriousness. The presence of the high priestess and the saintess was undoubtedly lofty, and few dared to exhibit such casualness in their presence, rendering the atmosphere refreshingly novel. With a fierce roar, the bloodfang boar and the grim-faced owl fixed their vengeful gazes upon the intruder. The owl's beak opened wide, emitting waves of dark sound waves, while the boar charged forward, its tusks gleaming menacingly. Luo Fancheng's soul power coursed through his internal organs in a unique manner, immediately activating the Qilin pattern on his back, which radiated a fiery glow, visible even through his garments. Brother Eagle, your enthusiasm is commendable, yet your melody lacks vigor, he remarked, shaking his head as he braved the assault of the dark sound waves with unwavering resolve, unaffected in the slightest, his gaze fixed upon the advancing bloodfang boar. He did not flinch. Instead, he grounded himself, and with a sudden, forceful grasp, he seized the 2 razor-sharp tusks. With a thunderous roar, the earth erupted beneath him as he held firm, resolutely stifling the boar's furious momentum, rendering it immobile. Flashing a bright smile, he addressed the boar, Dear Brother Pig, you are unwell, grievously so. Your tusks have grown in a deformed manner, undoubtedly causing you considerable pain. Allow me to assist in correcting this. With a firm grip on the tusks, he summoned the earth's strength, simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to the boar's head while exerting force backward, yanking with all his might. With a pained shriek, The boar's blood-stained tusks, which had pierced countless soul beasts, were forcibly extracted by Luo Fancheng. Now that the troublesome tusks are gone, you must feel relief, he declared, casting the tusks aside like javelins towards the still-singing grim-faced owl, which flapped its wings to evade the incoming projectiles. Ah, splendid. Not only do you sing, but you also provide a delightful dance to accompany me. Bai Yingyue was taken aback, her astonishment palpable. How shameless. That was not merely a tooth extraction. You have removed its lethal instruments for survival. And what is this? Without even summoning a martial spirit, your physical prowess, bolstered solely by the Qilin pattern, can overpower a 2,000-year soul beast? Teacher, she continued. The grim-faced owl's piercing cry directly affects the soul. Even a level 30 soul master would be rendered dizzy for several seconds. How is it that senior brother exhibits no reaction whatsoever? The high priestess raised an eyebrow, a smirk gracing her lips as she replied. This indicates that Fancheng's strength lies not only in his physicality but also in his soul. Bai Yingyue, perplexed, remarked. But isn't the power of the soul only cultivable after reaching the 7th ring? Before that, aren't all individuals of the same level equal? The high priestess retorted, though her gaze remained fixated on Luo Fancheng, perceiving the man's intentions, which stirred a subtle sensation within her. Could it be that her senior brother was innately endowed with a stronger soul force than others? Bai Yingyue gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape. Did this fellow truly possess no shortcomings in his cultivation? Don't run, brother eagle. The bloodfang pig lay lifeless in a pool of blood, while the phantom-faced cat eagle, sensing the precarious situation, immediately flapped its wings and fled in terror from the enthusiastic young human below. Bai Yingyue cautioned, senior brother, don't pursue. None of us can soar before reaching the 6th ring. We are incapable of confronting such flying soul beasts. Luo Fancheng smiled at her, saying, junior sister, allow me to demonstrate a new technique I have been contemplating. He leapt into the air, his martial soul manifesting instantaneously, his entire being appearing as if transformed into a dragon, covered in azure crystalline scales, advancing towards the phantom-faced cat eagle. However, he ultimately fell short of the distance required. Plummeting downward as the cat eagle emitted a strange cry, its pupils gleaming with mockery. The distance is sufficient. Luo Fancheng raised his palm, and in an instant, it seemed as though an azure dragon phantom spiraled within his grasp. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a miniature version of the little loach. A swirling azure vortex emerged, and a terrifying force of attraction immediately targeted the phantom-faced cat eagle. Chapter 67. The unusual skill, soul-devouring grasp, and the excited silver-haired beauty. With a sudden awareness of the downward pull, the phantom cat eagle flapped its wings, attempting to soar into the skies. Do not flee, my friend. Let us continue our play. With a surge of energy from his palm, Luo Fancheng intensified the suction of the swirling azure vortex. He descended back to the ground, drawing the airborne phantom cat eagle towards him. The eagle emitted a sharp, urgent cry, its previously confident demeanor transformed into an indescribable terror. It had never anticipated that this grounded human could pose such a formidable threat. Desperately, it flapped its wings, trying to escape, yet a terrifying force pressed down upon it, pulling it backwards. Its very lifeblood and soul energy became tumultuous, threatening to burst forth. Come here. Luo Fancheng seized the cat eagle with a firm grip, constricting its fate. The phantom cat eagle was rendered voiceless, its eyes wide with fear as it writhed in panic. Fear not, dear brother. I only seek to ensure your well-being. I sense you are somewhat unwell, so allow me to draw a bit of blood for examination. The eagle struggled fiercely, indignantly thinking, do I not know my own health? With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng increased the suction of the azure vortex, causing the cat eagle's essence and soul energy to surge forth, all spiraling into the vortex. The azure whirlpool absorbed this newfound power, gradually transforming into a crimson vortex, its might escalating. Despair and resentment flickered in the eagle's eyes. How petty. Unable to even allow a mere extraction of blood? Then I shall return the favor. Luo Fancheng sighed, subsequently unleashing the accumulated potential within the vortex. Boom. The essence erupted in a blinding explosion. The phantom cat eagle had no time to emit a cry before it was violently propelled away, crashing into the underbrush, silenced. Brother eagle, how could you not withstand your own blood? Luo Fancheng shook his head, the vortex in his palm reverting to its azure form, its speed diminishing and dispersing. Senior brother. You. Bai Yingyue gazed wide-eyed, her heart astonished. She had never anticipated that Luo Fancheng, having just completed a month and a half of training, could effortlessly annihilate a soul beast over 2 millennia old. It was noteworthy that he had only just reached level 20, excluding talents like Li Hongpeng. Even those newly entering level 30 could not possibly be so extraordinary. Particularly that move of seizing the eagle from afar, it was utterly ferocious. The holy maiden, with her phoenix-like eyes, recalled the technique Luo Fancheng had just executed. Finding it astonishingly impressive, Luo Fancheng brushed the black feathers clinging to his hand, turning with a smile. Sister, what do you think of my newly developed technique? Bai Yingyue swallowed hard. Senior brother, are you certain that the extraordinary move you just performed was of your own creation? Why would it be otherwise? Luo Fancheng shrugged. I haven't been alone with Wei Yang these past few days. It's impossible that she secretly imparted any unique skills to me. How could that be? Bai Yingyue, somewhat incredulous, turned to the holy maiden for confirmation. Teacher, if I am not mistaken, could it be that senior brother's technique is already comparable to a secret art? The female pope gazed at Luo Fancheng and spoke. His technique gathers soul power into his palm, forming a vortex. The resulting suction can devour an enemy's soul power and vitality, while the potential energy from the rotating soul power and the absorbed blood essence accumulates in his palm, ready to erupt at any moment. This seemingly simple and brute force method, though less intricate than secret techniques, possesses both control and explosive power, making it far more domineering than most secret arts. Moreover, if my intuition serves me right, as Fancheng's martial soul evolves, this suction ability is likely to become even more formidable. To control and unleash such power, while continuously enhancing it, is rather monstrous, wouldn't you agree? Bai Yingyue's lips parted. Senior brother, if your martial soul evolves further, wouldn't this technique be deemed a divine skill? The female pope nodded gently, neither confirming nor denying her words. Luo Fancheng released his martial soul, the majestic azure-scaled serpent soaring through the void, opening its massive jaws to consume the bloodfang boar and the phantom cat eagle, along with their soul rings. Turning back, he found it amusing. Junior sister, what are you attempting? Bai Yingyue lowered her head, her pale palm continuously emitting soul power, trying to form a vortex. Yet, not only did she fail to generate any suction, but it dissipated in less than a second. Frustrated, her white rabbit-like figure trembled, her graceful legs swayed, and her black boots stomped in irritation, leading her to reluctantly abandon the attempt. No, still not working. This is utterly impossible to mimic. The female pope shook her head. Give it up, Yingyue. Bai Yingyue bit her lip. Teacher, I am following the principles you outlined step by step. Why is it still failing? Have you not realized? Your senior brother possesses not only a unique martial soul, but also soul power with an inherent devouring attribute. This ability to consume is the key to mastering the technique. Years ago, Bai Yingyue was designated as a saintess, effortlessly overshadowing countless prodigies from various temples, having never known the meaning of a rival. However, upon encountering Luo Fancheng, she truly experienced the suffocating sensation that those she had once trampled felt. A sigh escaped her heart. Destruction seemed preferable. Living alongside such a monstrous individual day in and day out was exhausting. Lifting her beautiful eyes, she caught sight of the young man's upright figure and his handsome, ethereal profile. Her heart skipped a beat, momentarily lost in thought. Wait, I seem to feel less weary. Bai Yingyue bit her lip, deciding that competing with such a monster was futile. She resolved to let go, to accept that she could not win, and to integrate herself instead. Boom. The azure-scaled serpent's aura surged, its 2-meter form expanding to 2.5 meters, appearing increasingly majestic. Its azure crystalline scales sparkled, radiating a tricolored glow, while subtle changes began to manifest in its abdomen, head, and tail. Luo Fancheng felt a surge of joy and fulfillment, reflecting on the arduous journey of nurturing this creature. Well, perhaps I misphrased that. Regardless, it was indeed my care that brought about its growth. Beside him, Bai Yingyue marveled. Who would have thought that mere months ago, it was just a tiny black mud loach, and now it has grown to such an extent? It's simply miraculous. I wonder what those 4 elders in Huang Yin will think upon witnessing this scene. The female pope replied softly. They will only desire to eliminate him even more. As Bai Yingyue's smile faltered, she acknowledged the truth. With the ruthless nature of the 4 offerings, he would undoubtedly go to any lengths to eradicate threats. In contrast, Huang Yin would likely boast, declaring that even the mightiest ants are still mere ants, challenging anyone to confront him alone, confidently asserting that he could suppress them single-handedly, even with one arm behind his back. The female pope's cold gaze remained tranquil. It matters not. Should the need arise, I shall intervene. Let us proceed. Luo Fancheng beckoned the exquisite beauties to venture deeper into the forest, as his little mudfish still had the potential to evolve further, yet had not reached its limits. I sense that your second soul ring, senior brother, has reached an impressive 3,500 years, Bai Yingyue remarked, astonished by her own words. Such a second soul ring spanning 3,500 years is indeed extraordinary. Many elite soul masters do not possess a fourth soul ring that even approaches 3,000 years. Luo Fancheng blinked and gently patted her fragrant shoulder. Sister, be bold. For 1,000 years is not out of the question. Bai Yingyue's cheeks flushed at being addressed as sister. By the way, senior brother, does that move you just performed have a name? Luo Fancheng replied. It is called dragon absorbing water. Uff, how unimpressive, Bai Yingyue scoffed, rolling her eyes. Now I understand why you always refer to your little mudfish. You truly lack creativity in naming. Then bestow a name upon me, Luo Fancheng chuckled. Let me ponder. She responded, her dewy lips brushing against her jade-like fingertips as she mused, concealing dragon, absorbing blood chi, devouring soul power. Since devouring blood is too sinister, let us call it dragon devouring hand instead. The female pope nodded in approval. Well done, Luo Fancheng replied with a smile. Yet I still find my dragon absorbing water to be rather charming. Oh, you big-headed fool, Bai Yingyue shot him a glare. Even your martial soul should be called the Azure Dragon. Calling it a little mudfish is such a disservice. Luo Fancheng smirked, intentionally teasing her. The creation of this dragon-devouring hand was primarily due to the unique nature of the ancestral dragon swallowing the heavens technique he practiced. It was this profound method that granted the little mudfish and his soul power an exceptional capacity for absorption, allowing for such rapid cultivation. He sensed that as his soul power increased and the little mudfish continued to evolve, they would unlock even more extraordinary techniques. Unbeknownst to the trio traversing the forest, a stunning silver-haired woman, adorned with a peculiar golden mask and bare lotus feet, could hardly contain her anticipation. Raising her delicate wrist, she unleashed a slender silver dragon. Chapter 68. The terrifying acceleration of power. This man must not be let go. Wow, isn't this simply outrageous? To think that a soul beast of such caliber could be effortlessly subdued by my senior brother? Bai Yingyue gazed in astonishment ahead, her eyes reflecting the same surprise as the Pope. The setting sun cast its golden rays, illuminating the dense jungle. A massive scorpion, several meters long, thudded to the ground. Its blue-gray patterned exoskeleton shattered, dark purple blood oozing from its wounds. The poisonous stinger on its tail seemed to have been torn away by sheer force and lay discarded in the distance, corroding a patch of withered green shrubs. The battle had concluded. Luo Fancheng's Qilin pattern faded from his back, his crystalline scales dissipating, and the azure whirlpool in his palm transformed into countless particles of light. Vanishing into the air, the spirit of the azure-scaled serpent emerged. After hunting down the bloodfang boar and the ghost-faced cat eagle, Luo Fancheng took half a day to assist it in absorbing several soul beasts, the strongest being a six-armed mountain-moving ape aged 3,400 years. Its size had now grown to over 3 meters. Referring to it as a snake was no longer fitting, calling it an azure python was more appropriate. Having consumed the 4,000-year blue poison scorpion, the little creature should be full now and would require some time to digest. The divine azure python opened its mouth to absorb the essence of the scorpion's blood and soul rings when Bai Yingyue bounced over, her purple ponytail swaying with youthful exuberance. Big weirdo, I'm here. Luo Fancheng's mouth twitched. Junior sister, if you can't speak properly, it's better to say less. Humph. Bai Yingyue pouted. You're the weirdo. An enormous weirdo, bursting a 4,000-year soul beast at just level 20. Do you even let others live? Luo Fancheng corrected. Strictly speaking, I should be considered level 23. What's the difference? Bai Yingyue retorted. Don't mention level 23. Look at Li Hongping, who struggles to defeat a 1,000-year soul beast at level 30. Why are you comparing me to that sycophant? Humph. Bai Yingyue placed her hands on her hips. The soul ring I absorbed 2.5 months ago was also 4,000 years old, and I'm a saintess. You know. Do I lack any dignity? I do not compare myself with women. Luo Fancheng shook his head. Bai Yingyue puffed her cheeks. So you look down on women. Do you? Be careful of my feminine fists. I'll smash your head. Luo Fancheng's gaze casually drifted towards the shapely figure accentuated by the short skirt of the spirited young girl. Junior sister, times have changed. There will be no more opportunities for you to ride on my back. If you continue to misbehave, brother will spank you. Hey, you rogue. Bai Yingyue's cheeks flushed crimson, and she feigned calmness, though her heart couldn't help but flutter. This guy was advancing far too rapidly, truly alarmingly so. By the time this man adds his second soul ring, his strength could very well surpass her, the saintess. She had diligently trained for nearly 2 years, while Luo Fancheng. In total, it was barely 2 months. Such terror. With a whoosh, the azure-scaled giant python, now 3 meters long, swelled, its breath becoming erratic. Its surface shimmering with flickering light, clearly indicating indigestion. Luo Fancheng remained composed, observing quietly. This situation was much as he had anticipated. Boom. The azure python's spirit finally completed its absorption, and this time its size expanded to 3 meters 3. The scales on the surface of the body shimmer with exquisite and intricate patterns, radiating a triad of luminous colors that have reached their zenith. Luo Fancheng nodded in satisfaction, contemplating the need to search for source stones to facilitate the evolution of the Qinglian martial spirit as well. It would be unjust to favor one over the other. He surmised that if the Qinglian martial spirit were to evolve into 12 lotus petals, the delight it would bring him would be no less than that of the small loach. Approaching the enchanting beauty clad in a golden dress, he inquired, Wei Yang, would you be so kind as to assist me in locating a 5,000-year-old fire attribute soul beast? I wish to experiment. 5,000 years. Brother, are you attempting to frighten us into submission? Bai Yingwei exclaimed, her forehead adorned with a cascade of question marks. The high priestess remained composed, uttering no more than necessary. Her cool phoenix eyes fixed upon him. Have you made your decision? Luo Fancheng nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Very well. The high priestess closed her eyes, her immense spiritual power radiating outward. Luo Fancheng chuckled softly. Indeed, behind every successful man stands a formidable woman. Previously, the random encounters with soul beasts were due to the small loach's indiscriminate nature, but now, it was being excessively selective about suitable soul rings. Fortunately, with the high priestess by his side to assist in the search, it saved time and effort. Were it anyone else, even a princess, such a luxury would be unattainable. A powerhouse like the high priestess would not easily serve as a radar scanner for others. Upon opening her eyes, the high priestess's phoenix gaze sparkled. Fancheng, your luck is fortuitous. A prime bloodline 5,000-year-old soul beast has been discovered. It is highly suitable for you. Though this creature's strength will undoubtedly surpass that of an average soul master, the question remains whether you can subdue it. Let us go. Luo Fancheng's interest was piqued. Just as the trio had taken a few steps, a sharp pain pierced Luo Fancheng's neck, as if something had bitten him. He raised his hand to touch the area. Feeling blood seeping from a minuscule wound, Luo Fancheng found himself on edge, vexed. Damn it, not again. The high priestess immediately scanned the surroundings, shaking her dark brows as she replied, I do not sense anyone nearby. Brother, could it be that you inadvertently scratched yourself? Bai Yingwei pondered aloud. If there were a powerful presence undetected even by our teacher, it wouldn't be incessantly biting you like a mosquito. There seems to be no motive. Luo Fancheng was certain that this was no coincidence. Something was definitely biting him, yet he had no proof. I cannot shake the feeling that there are lecherous eyes lurking in the shadows, watching me. The high priestess, undeterred, stated decisively. Let us pursue that rare soul beast suitable for you first. It will be difficult to find another if it escapes. In the place where the trio had vanished into the jungle, a pair of immaculate, ethereal lotus feet emerged from the void, followed by the alluring silhouette of a woman in a black dress. The golden-masked woman, with her cold silver eyes, fixed her gaze upon the direction in which Luo Fancheng had departed, her ethereal and frigid voice resonating. Ah, lecherous eyes? She glanced down, her delicate palm dispersing a small silver dragon, revealing a droplet of freshly taken Luo Fancheng's blood, which she eagerly opened her moist, crimson lips to receive. The blood droplet shot directly into her mouth. The woman's enchanting body trembled profoundly, as if electrified, and her throat emitted a peculiar, chilling, and unusual tone. The lifeless silver eyes have awakened, radiating a brilliant glow. The once tenuous bloodline has thickened and become rich in vitality. I am not mistaken. His bloodline. It is truly evolving. How is this possible? How can a mere mortal transcend to such an extraordinary extent? The light within the woman's silver eyes has transformed. The deathly silence is receding. Despair is diminishing, replaced by a glimmer of hope. This man must not be allowed to escape. Chapter 69, Exceptional Soul Beasts. A dramatic betrayal, the pure love warrior prevails. As the sun dips below the horizon and the moonlight cascades like water, it spills over the soul beast oasis beneath the darkened sky. In the stillness of the night, a solitary man and two women navigate through the lush jungle of the oasis. Leading the way is the high priestess, her elegant figure draped in exquisite robes, gliding effortlessly through the foliage. Bai Yingwei, with her long, delicate legs, gracefully steps upon the branches, moving as if she were a night sprite dancing through the shadows. Luo Fancheng swore he was genuinely outpaced by the two women, left with no choice but to sprint to keep up. His gaze was not drawn to the enchanting beauties before him. His sole focus lay on the pursuit of soul beasts. Yet, the sight of the high priestess, with her soft waist, ample curves, and long, fair legs, swaying enticingly before him, was dizzying. Alas, he sighed, wishing to avert his eyes, yet feeling compelled to endure the view for just a moment longer. A left turn 200 meters ahead would lead them to their destination. The high priestess, with her phoenix-like gaze, turned back, her voice resonating with an icy authority as she spoke. The atmosphere bore a resemblance to a once mischievous GPS, missing only the presence of Wei Yang to assist them. While Luo Fancheng entertained this thought, an eerie roar suddenly pierced the air from the dense forest ahead. "What is happening up there? Are they fighting?" he inquired. The high priestess remained silent, her demeanor uncharacteristically tense. Luo Fancheng was perplexed. What could possibly render the high priestess mute? The growls of the beast resonated with an unsettling tone. Upon reaching the source of the commotion, the trio stealthily perched upon the treetops, and Luo Fancheng parted the leaves to reveal the unfolding scene before him, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. What a wild spectacle! A creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a lion, its golden fur gleaming, was pinning down a massive, pure white wolf. The wolf struggled and whined, yet the dragon lion grew only more exhilarated, its roars rising in fervor. Luo Fancheng's understanding was upended. Each creature had its domain. But this lion had seemingly invaded the wolf's realm. Suddenly, another white wolf darted into view, clutching a bloodied rabbit in its jaws. Upon witnessing the scene, it dropped the rabbit in shock, its green eyes igniting with fury. How infuriating! Luo Fancheng felt a pang of sympathy, picturing the noble wolf at home, resting peacefully, while the nefarious dragon lion seized the moment to invade. The diligent wolf, returning from the hunt, discovered his home violated, and his beloved subjected to unspeakable torment. The enraged white wolf let out a thunderous roar, its spirit surging as it lunged towards the dragon lion with ferocity. The dragon lion, unfazed, continued with its pursuits. Luo Fancheng was left astounded. Was this the fate of a flower under the moon, to perish yet remain alluring? With a resounding crash, the white wolf was hurled away, leaving Luo Fancheng and the high priestess's disciples in stunned silence, entirely unprepared for the sudden retaliation from the beleaguered female wolf, who unexpectedly turned and delivered a fierce blow to the male wolf. The male wolf lowered his gaze to the charred wound on his abdomen, his emerald eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions: curiosity, disbelief, heartache, and confusion. The female wolf, displaying her fierce demeanor, paid him no heed, while the dragon lion fortuitously turned its head, revealing a wicked grin. Astonished, Luo Fancheng found himself overwhelmed by the revelations of the moment. The earlier confrontation with the female wolf had been a dance of defiance and challenge. The male wolf, undeterred, charged again and again for love, only to be repelled repeatedly. Accumulating countless scars, his once white fur now stained crimson. With another fierce charge, the dragon lion summoned dark red flames beneath its hooves, swatting the wolf away with a single paw. Crash! The white wolf crashed against the trunk of a tree, trembling as it struggled to rise, letting out a sorrowful howl, as if clinging to a final glimmer of hope. "Come back, my beloved. Whatever the trials, we shall face them together." Yet, what awaited him was despair, neglect, and the triumphant roars of the dragon lion and the female wolf, who were inseparable in their fervor. Howl! The white wolf, overwhelmed, turned to flee but abruptly pivoted. Determination etched on its face as it launched a desperate, suicidal charge. The formidable dragon lion, growing impatient, swiped a paw, unleashing a massive torrent of dark red flames upon the male wolf. Helpless against the onslaught, the wolf was engulfed in raging fire, every inch of its being trembling in agony, yet it gritted its teeth, refusing to utter a cry of defeat. Its gaze steadfastly fixed on the dragon lion and the female wolf, who continued their relentless pursuit. Damn! Up in the treetops, Luo Fancheng trembled with cold fury, wondering when the pure-hearted warrior would rise again. Now, suddenly, a blinding light descended like a meteor into the forest, causing the dragon lion to retreat, only to be struck by the celestial force. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as the dragon lion was sent flying, crashing to the ground, its body bleeding profusely. Unable to suppress a pained howl, it cast a venomous glare at the human, now intruding upon this sacred space, covered in azure-scaled armor, consumed by rage. The wolf, with its deep-rooted malice, bared its teeth and roared fiercely. Undeterred by the threat, Luo Fancheng's deep gaze shifted to the white wolf, still silent despite being engulfed in flames. "Today, you shall not perish." With a sweeping motion of his right arm, a spiraling azure dragon emerged from his palm, creating a vortex that drew in all the dark red flames. The battle-worn white wolf, still steadfast on its limbs, gazed back in bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the human's actions. Luo Fancheng redirected his attention towards the two colossal soul beasts before him. "You shall perish. Senior brother, that is a 5,000-year-old hellfire dragon lion and a 2,000-year-old snowy ice wolf. Be cautious," called out by Yue from the treetops. "Fear not," Luo Fancheng replied, uncertain of his standing as a pure-hearted warrior, yet resolute in the belief that the bull-headed creature must die. With a firm step, a violet halo shimmered around him. Soul skill, blazing armor. Clang! In an instant, Dazzling azure scales enveloped him, transforming from his feet to his head into a radiant crimson hue. The armored shell, adorned with crimson scales, appeared to have molten lava coursing within, scorched by flames. The back bore the enchanting design of a qilin, swirling with mystique. With a fierce howl, the infernal flame dragon lion and the arctic ice wolf surged forth, carrying the scent of blood and death. Luo Fancheng, embodying the ferocity of a beast in human form, shattered the ground beneath his feet, charging forward like a cannonball. Chapter 70. Unconventional Combat Techniques. The Ice Wolf's submission and the High Priestess's astonishment. Get lost. Luo Fancheng's fist struck with unparalleled ferocity. The forelimbs of the Snow Domain Ice Wolf shattered into a crimson mist, with flesh and bone fragments scattering in all directions, as it let out a wretched cry and was sent flying. At that moment, the infernal lion had arrived, its forehooves ablaze with a dark red fire. Descending with force, Luo Fancheng transformed his clenched fist into an open palm, pressing upward. Boom. The explosion resonated as the two forces collided. In comparison to the lion's colossal claws, Luo Fancheng's hand appeared minuscule, clearly outmatched. The lion's vertical pupils gleamed with disdain. How dare this mere human exhibit such audacity? Directly confronting its hellfire, he would soon be reduced to ashes. Azure Dragon, Soul Devour. With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng's palm, enveloped in fiery armor, summoned a spiraling azure dragon that continuously absorbed the infernal flames. The lion's disdainful gaze faltered, replaced by shock. Could its hellfire truly be siphoned by a human? Simultaneously, it felt a disturbance within its own blood essence and soul power. Boom. The infernal lion's entire being surged with energy, causing Luo Fancheng to be forcefully repelled. His eyes wide with astonishment. Before him, the lion's limbs transformed entirely into searing dark red flames, roaring skyward like a lion's roar, reminiscent of a dragon's cry. The grudge of slain kin was irreconcilable. It returned with vengeance. After engaging, Luo Fancheng discovered that the creature's limbs had completely ignited, rendering physical damage ineffective. As he passed right through, while the flames could scorch him, elemental transformation? Immunity to physical harm? This ability was absurd. Luo Fancheng licked his lips, his eyes ablaze with fervent greed. He finally understood why the High Priestess regarded this soul beast's bloodline as extraordinary. Bai Yingwe timely interjected, "Senior brother, this is its innate soul skill, flame transformation, which can persist for a quarter of an hour." Understood. Luo Fancheng summoned all his strength, engaging in fierce combat with the infernal lion, while calling forth the azure lotus martial soul, emitting waves of healing green light. The most formidable aspect of the azure dragon, Soul Devour, lay in its effect on flesh and soul power. Once the opponent's flesh was ignited, its density increased, greatly enhancing its resistance to absorption. Yet, Luo Fancheng continued to unravel the flames, drawing from them. Simultaneously, the blood essence from other parts of the beast was relentlessly siphoned toward him. With his palm absorbing the essence and the azure lotus replenishing his health, despite his fiery armor being damaged and suffering numerous wounds, Luo Fancheng felt invigorated, his vitality surging. The infernal lion's pupils widened in fear, its spine tingling with dread. Terrifying, truly terrifying. This human was utterly different from those it had previously torn apart. Even if it initially held the advantage, its aura was now waning, its golden mane dulled, and its fiery limbs appeared on the verge of extinguishment. Roaring in panic, it summoned a female wolf, whose forelimb had been shattered, to assist. The female wolf charged fearlessly, while the lion seized the opportunity to flee into the distance, unwilling to confront this enigmatic human any longer, despite the loss of its companion. Get lost. Luo Fancheng kicked the female wolf aside. This 2,000-year-old soul beast was no match for him. He raised his hand, aiming toward the fleeing direction of the lion. At this moment, the vortex in the palm had transformed into a profound dark red, pulsating with explosive and terrifying waves of flame energy, a manifestation of the flames that had been incessantly devouring during the battle. Boom. A fiery beam pierced through the fabric of space, penetrating the chest of the Hellfire Dragon Lion. It erupted with a thunderous roar, illuminating the dark jungle as if it were broad daylight. With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng stood before the colossal fallen dragon lion, which was now on the verge of death. He shook his head and remarked, "If it is not your path, do not interfere recklessly. Of course, slaying you has nothing to do with upholding justice. It is merely my base desire for your form, a testament to my depravity." The dragon lion departed with an air of tranquility, succumbing to its own rage, as a circle of deep purple soul rings floated forth. Woohoo! Bai Yingwe leapt down from the treetops, her voice a series of delicate exclamations. "Senior brother, you are truly formidable. Even the 5,000-year-old Hellfire Dragon Lion was no match for you. I was just about to step in to assist you." Luo Fancheng chuckled. I suddenly realized that any enemy who cannot defeat me in an instant will ultimately be worn down by me. Bai Yingwei bit her lip. Though she did not wish to see the man so pleased, it seemed there was indeed truth to his words. With the ability to both drain and replenish life, your fighting style is utterly monstrous. Who could withstand it? It is no exaggeration to say that those sinister soul masters who rely on blood draining would weep profusely upon encountering your dragon-devouring soul hand. I feel you are even more sinister and domineering than they are. Yingwei, refrain from such remarks, the high priestess interjected coldly. Fancheng's technique is grand and dignified, bearing no resemblance to the malevolent aura of a soul master. They cannot be compared. Bai Yingwei pouted. I was merely jesting. Must you defend that wretched fellow so fervently? The high priestess cast a sidelong glance, causing Bai Yingwei to press her lips together, adopting a more demure demeanor. What is senior brother planning? Luo Fancheng did not immediately absorb the soul ring, leaving the two lovely maidens in astonishment as he dragged the mother wolf by its hind leg, pulling it across the ground until it lay before the white male wolf, which he tossed aside. This wretched creature, I shall not act. It is for you to kill. The male wolf raised its eyes, its feeble green gaze reflecting disbelief. It had not anticipated that Luo Fancheng would concern himself with the feelings of a mere beast. It staggered towards the mother wolf, extending its sharp claws toward her throat. In the final moment, it hesitated, its eyes filled with struggle. Turning its body, the once indomitable snowfield ice wolf unexpectedly knelt before Luo Fancheng, prostrating itself in submission. Are you truly begging me to spare her? The white wolf nodded, lowering its body even further in abject humility. What a predicament! What to do about the mother wolf's infidelity? The male wolf replied, of course, one must forgive her. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. Could such a thing truly be forgiven? I commend your bravery, but honestly, my wolf brother, being betrayed is not without reason. You have brought this upon yourself. How pitiful. Very well, Luo Fancheng nodded. The male wolf bowed deeply, emitting a mournful howl as its final spark of life gradually faded. Meanwhile, the mother wolf, feeling as though she had been granted clemency, struggled to move with her remaining 3 legs, desperately fleeing from this devil. Heh. Luo Fancheng let out a cold laugh, transforming into an ethereal shadow that vanished from sight, only to reappear above the mother wolf. With a swift kick, he shattered her spine. Crack! The mother wolf howled in agony and succumbed to her injuries. The male wolf, wide-eyed in shock, looked on as Luo Fancheng shook his head, saying, I regret to inform you that while you may forgive her, my temper is not so easily appeased. With a flourish, he summoned the azure lotus martial soul, and streams of verdant healing light surged forth, staving off the male wolf's last breath. Vitality gradually returned to its body. The charred flesh began to mend, and shimmering white fur sprouted anew. The male wolf's green eyes were filled with disbelief. Luo Fancheng continued, had she not abandoned you to flee alone, I might have spared her life. You foolish creature, if you are so misguided as to seek vengeance for such a wretch. Heed my words. Today I have chosen not to kill you, but tomorrow I shall not be so lenient. The snow domain ice wolf shook its head repeatedly, prostrating itself before Luo Fancheng, unwilling to rise. Bai Yingwei stood astounded, having never witnessed such a scene in her life, unable even to imagine it. How utterly absurd. The high priestess herself was taken aback by the extent of Luo Fancheng's allure, which had evidently captivated the beast as well. In the shadows, the exquisite woman with a golden mask observed, her cold silver eyes reflecting the sight of the ice wolf in submission, the flickering light around her becoming increasingly extraordinary. Begone. I find this display of adoration, no, this sycophancy, quite bothersome. Luo Fancheng waved dismissively, striding toward the profound purple soul rings, settling into a meditative posture to absorb its essence. Within, he began to anticipate the soul abilities he would acquire. Suddenly, the high priestess emitted a gasp of surprise, and with a swift motion, she appeared before the Inferno Dragon Lion, her phoenix-like eyes betraying a look of astonishment. Chapter 71, The Unique Fortune of the Emperor. Diwei Yang, marrying him will relieve your bitterness. Bai Yingwei focused intently on Luo Fancheng, her large, watery eyes filled with concern. Throughout history, the maximum limit for the second soul ring has always been 900 years. Even in the presence of exceptional individuals, surpassing 5 times that limit is inconceivable, let alone attempting to attach a 5,000-year soul ring. Such an endeavor is nothing short of terrifying, even horrifying. Yet, compared to the act of absorbing a soul ring, is it not even more astonishing that her senior brother could slay a 5,000-year Hellfire Lion with his mere 20th level strength? At that moment, she noticed a shift in the demeanor of the high priestess and quietly inquired, What is it, teacher? The high priestess cast a cold glare at the lion's carcass and beckoned, Yingwei, come take a look. A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Yingwei's heart as she wondered. Could it be a soul bone? As she approached and peered down, she noticed a dark red glow emanating from the lower abdomen of the lion, as if concealing something. Could it truly be? It was indeed a soul bone. Bai Yingyue's eyes widened in shock, her delicate face filled with disbelief. How could a 5,000-year soul beast possibly produce a soul bone? The high priestess slowly shook her head. It is possible, albeit with a very low probability. Bai Yingyue struggled to contain her astonishment. The odds of 1 in 1,000, and we just happened to encounter it? No, the high priestess corrected. It's not merely our fortune. It is entirely your senior brother's luck. Bai Yingyue shuddered. Indeed, what connection did she have to this? Before encountering Luo Fancheng, her own luck had been abysmal. She could barely manage to hunt soul beasts without even getting a fragment of a bone. Teacher, what soul bones have you obtained in your past hunts? The high priestess let out a cold laugh, seemingly in self-mockery. Aside from soul beasts over 100,000 years old, none of the 10,000-year soul beasts I have slain ever yielded a soul bone. Bai Yingyue's expression transformed in an instant. Was it truly a matter of poor luck for both her and the high priestess? Surely not. They were both ordinary individuals. And in terms of talent and destiny, they could easily be deemed favored by the heavens. Clearly, it was Luo Fancheng who was distinctly abnormal. At this moment, Bai Yingyue recalled without prompting that the last time, after Luo Fancheng had slain the 700-year mighty magic ape, it too had produced a left-arm soul bone. Compared to the odds of 1 in 10,000, perhaps this occurrence of 1 in 1,000 was not so astonishing after all. It seemed almost like a routine operation. Bai Yingyue cradled her small head in her hands, her heart shaken beyond words. Heavens, this is utterly insane. What kind of extraordinary luck does my senior brother possess? The high priestess had recognized the implications long before. Once could be a coincidence, but twice? Could that still be deemed mere chance? When two nearly impossible events converge, it transcends coincidence and reveals a deeper truth. The high priestess calmly concluded, Yingyue, your senior brother likely harbors an unimaginable reservoir of fortune. Teacher, you know me. I have never envied anyone in my life, truly. Bai Yingyue gazed at Luo Fancheng with a sour expression, akin to having consumed several carts of lemons. Her eyes glistening with tears of bittersweet emotion. From a young age, she faced tremendous upheaval. Her parents fell victim to a sinister soul master who drained their life essence, leading to their untimely demise. Her affiliation with the papal palace was not without its own trials, as her unique Taiying Yuying martial spirit attracted the covetous gaze of the favored son, Huang Yan. Fortunately, with the support of the high priestess behind her, she remained undaunted. When her circumstances and fortunes were compared to those of Luo Fancheng, the disparity was astronomical, akin to the heavens and the earth. What vexed her further was the fact that the man had seemingly only trained for a mere 2 months. Yet his additional soul rings surpassed even her 4th soul ring in strength. Were it not for her secret techniques, superior soul power, and the significant enhancement of her combat ability under the moonlight, she surmised that Luo Fancheng could easily overpower her by now. However, how long could these advantages endure? Given the man's terrifying rate of soul power enhancement and martial spirit evolution, it would not be long before she found herself in a position of submission. Overwhelmed by his prowess, the confidence of the saintess was severely shaken, and a fierce flame of jealousy ignited within her. She felt both delight and a sour pang of envy. Bai Yingyue, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, lamented, Teacher, this fellow is just too perfect. Does he possess no flaws? The high priestess replied, I have not observed any. Should you discover any, do inform me. Even as Luo Fancheng absorbed the soul rings, he could hear the dialogue from outside. Flaws? Certainly, he had them, for every human does. He was rather fond of women, particularly those with ample bosoms, shapely figures, and graceful limbs. Even mature women were not beyond his interest. Luo Fancheng sighed inwardly. Was this his fault? He merely shared the same inclinations as many men, albeit they often concealed their desires for various reasons. He, however, was bold enough to confront his own heart. Desire is desire. To like someone is to pursue them. Hesitation is the mark of defeat. In his previous life, he had acted thus, and now, with newfound advantages, he felt even less inclined to hold back. Sighing deeply, he reflected that the fortunate are healed by their childhoods, while the unfortunate spend their lives mending the wounds of their youth. He was but a solitary soul, striving to heal the void left by a lack of love during his formative years. Having endured the storms of life himself, he yearned to provide shelter for others, aspiring to create a home for all the lonely women in the world. Nonetheless, his energies were finite, and he could only prioritize rescuing the more beautiful sisters, not out of lechery, but because they were more vulnerable to deception and harm in the outside world, which tugged at his heartstrings. As for the remaining men and women, they would have to rely on kind-hearted individuals like himself for assistance. Bai Yingyue let out an adorable exclamation, so sour. This is simply unbearable. The high priestess, maintaining a stoic expression, comforted her. Do not worry. You are not the first to feel this way, nor will you be the last. Marry him, and you shall no longer feel this sourness. What? Bai Yingyue paused, then quickly stomped her foot in playful protest. What are you saying? I absolutely do not wish to marry this insufferable man. Even a rabbit would not graze near its own burrow. The high priestess silently regarded her, and Bai Yingyue, feeling the weight of her gaze, averted her eyes. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced down at her own ample bosom, her toes lightly kicking at the ground. Her voice barely a whisper. There was no need to mention anything else. That aspect of him was simply too formidable. According to the description in the booklet, it is utterly asymmetric. An incident is bound to occur. Suddenly, blood trickled from Luo Fancheng's mouth, and his entire being was enveloped in a chaotic purple soul light. His aura exceedingly unstable. Senior brother, Bai Yingyue exclaimed anxiously. Teacher, what has happened to senior brother? The female pope replied. Your senior brother possesses an innate and formidable spirit power. It is likely he overheard our conversation while absorbing the soul ring. What? Bai Yingyue's skin tightened. Reminded of her earlier words, she felt utterly humiliated, her delicate toes digging into the ground, but her white silk stockings had been torn previously, leaving her to scrape the soles of her shoes this time. Do not worry, he shall be fine. Before the female pope's words could finish, the Qinglian marshal's soul emerged, radiating a healing light as Luo Fancheng approached the conclusion of his absorption. Bai Yingyue bit her lip. Her current concerns had transcended the danger to her companion. How utterly mortifying. He heard everything. How embarrassing. Teacher, let me see which part of the soul bone this is. Bai Yingyue attempted to divert the topic, crouching down to investigate the dark crimson glow emanating from the abdomen of the infernal flame dragon lion. It. How could it look like this? Startled, Bai Yingyue leaped back, pointing at the oddly shaped soul bone, her red lips moving yet unable to articulate her thoughts. The female pope glanced over, her pupils instantly narrowing, hesitating to reach out and grasp it. Chapter 72, The Peculiar External Spirit Bone, Miss Flower, joyfully acquires the divine skill of faith. Boom. Luo Fancheng's aura erupted as he opened his eyes and rose to his feet, officially breaking through to level 21. Becoming a second-tier Great Soul Master. 2 circles of purple, resplendent soul rings shimmered beneath him, one light and one deep, as he wore a somewhat hesitant expression. Lost in thought, Bai Yingyue, feeling bashful and constrained, dared not meet the man's gaze. The high priestess inquired, Fancheng, what occupies your mind? Luo Fancheng replied. In that fleeting moment, I sensed something extraordinary. It seems that the little loach might be able to devour and digest the soul rings I have just attached. Absorbing soul beast rings is one thing, but can it also consume its owners? Bai Yingyue, unable to contain her curiosity, blushed and leaned closer. How intriguing, remarked the high priestess, her lips curling upwards. It was her first encounter with such a phenomenon. Luo Fancheng shook his head, dismissing further contemplation. He had just painstakingly attached those soul rings. He would never allow the little loach to consume them. Moreover, it was currently unable to do so. Bai Yingyue stared at the 2 circles of purple soul rings at Luo Fancheng's feet, murmuring, what a freak, breaking records again. The second soul ring at 5,000 years, unprecedented, and likely unmatched in the future. How many would be astonished if this were to spread? What is this? Luo Fancheng keenly noticed a peculiar red light flickering from the belly of the infernal flame dragon lion. Thanks to your fortune, another soul bone has emerged, Bai Yingyue responded. Luo Fancheng, puzzled, asked, then why didn't you take it out? Perhaps it would be best if you retrieved it, senior brother, Bai Yingyue stammered, her cheeks twitching, while the high priestess's expression also revealed a hint of discomfort. Luo Fancheng sensed the strange atmosphere, covering his palm with soul power. He reached into the belly of the dragon lion. With a plop, a crystal clear, dark red mini bone was extracted, untouched by any blood. However, the shape of this soul bone caused Luo Fancheng's body to tremble. Its form is remarkably distinctive, he said, gripping it in astonishment. What kind of bone is this? Bai Yingyue hesitated. It does not belong to the usual limb bones, trunk bones, or skull bones. It should be the legendary external spirit bone. External spirit bones look like this? Luo Fancheng's mind buzzed. The shape of this soul bone was unmistakably that of an enlarged golden needle mushroom. Bai Yingyue felt too embarrassed to continue, while the high priestess, in a cool tone, elaborated, external spirit bones are extraordinarily diverse, taking on myriad forms. Normal spirit bones integrate into the limbs, trunk, and skull, whereas external spirit bones appear externally each time they are activated. In the past, the White Tiger Empire had a renowned extraordinary powerhouse, the revered Wind and Thunder. who possessed a pair of wing-type external spirit bones. Those bones could manipulate the powers of wind and thunder, significantly enhancing flight speed. More astonishingly, that pair of external spirit bones could absorb the powers of wind and thunder, continuously evolving something ordinary spirit bones could never rival. Luo Fancheng grasped the extraordinary nature of external spirit bones and glanced down at the one he held. He almost wished to cast it aside in embarrassment, feeling unworthy. The others had wind and thunder wings, while he possessed something rather ludicrous. A sculpted bone, a golden needle bone, a giant mushroom bone. He finally comprehended why the two charming ladies hesitated and were reluctant to grasp this formidable weapon. Senior brother, this external soul bone is a top-tier treasure of the continent. Why not try to merge with it and discover its powers? Bang Yue's delicate face revealed a mischievous glint. She realized that as long as she remained unembarrassed, the one who would feel awkward was her senior brother. Luo Fancheng's mouth twitched. This item would be awkward no matter where it was attached. If it could integrate with his bones, it might be worth considering, but manifesting outside every time it was activated? Then what was the point of merging it all? His younger brother was unmatched in the world. He certainly did not need an additional elder brother. With a chuckle, Bai Yue observed Luo Fancheng's expression shift from one extreme to another, torn between reluctance to discard it and hesitation to attach it. Senior brother, I can't tell if your luck is good or bad. You've obtained a legendary external soul bone, yet it seems somewhat peculiar. Luo Fancheng offered the soul bone. Junior sister, you haven't attached a soul bone yet, so why not let me help you with that? Bai Yue's expression changed, as if she suddenly envisioned a grand, adorable creature. A shiver ran down her spine, and her smooth skin tightened in apprehension. She quickly retreated, waving her hands. No. Please don't. Don't be so formal with your senior brother. Luo Fancheng smirked, amused by her reaction. You're still a bit too naive to tease me. He shook his head. All right. This is indeed a precious treasure. Your senior brother would never part with it. Bai Yue exclaimed in shock. Senior brother, don't act impulsively. Don't do anything rash for the sake of a treasure. What if you truly merge with it? The thought of her senior brother transforming into a two-headed dragon monster frightened her. She couldn't bear the loss of her idol. Luo Fancheng tapped her on the head. Exasperated. What are you imagining? I have my own clever uses for this item. Bai Yue scoffed. What could this wretched soul bone possibly do? Only such a base dragon lion would yield such a vile soul bone. Luo Fancheng chuckled in silence. Naturally, this item would be deemed worthless by ordinary men. But for one who lacked something essential, its value could be considered the most precious treasure in the world. Since this world had empires, it surely lacked not for eunuchs. Luo Fancheng remarked, this soul bone isn't great, but I am quite satisfied with the soul skill it grants. Bai Yue's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity. What soul skill? Hurry, demonstrate it. Luo Fancheng could not contain a smile, for he had unexpectedly acquired the coveted faith skill he had longed for since his youth. He had once stood on a park bench at night, passionately shouting and excitedly gesturing with his fists. Later, he discovered an old man sitting in the shadows, observing him. Rendering Luo Fancheng so embarrassed he nearly turned to stone. He stood rigidly on the bench, at a loss, his toes almost digging into the ground. To his surprise, the old man didn't mock him. Instead, he sighed wistfully. Youth is truly wonderful. I was once young and passionate too. However, the old man's faith was not in the character Luo Fancheng admired. Who was that? Xiao Fancheng could not suppress his curiosity. The elderly man abruptly tossed aside his cane and stood up with a serious expression, inquiring, Young man, do you believe in light? Just as Luo Fancheng was retracting his smile, preparing to demonstrate his faith before Bai Yue, a rustling sound emerged from the distant thicket, accompanied by the eager and fervent voice of a man. Haha. Flower girls. 2 exquisite flower girls, no less. Brothers, today we are fortunate. The men will drain our vitality, while these 2 beautiful vases will be used to entice us. Ha ha ha. Chapter 73. The Eccentric Soul Master Brother. I am truly frightened. The enchanting woman declared, I shall capture him. Bang, bang, bang. The ground trembled as a brawny man emerged from the thicket, his bare torso displaying muscles that seemed to ripple with a ghastly pallor. An uncontrollable excitement adorned his face, with blood trickling from his bared teeth. Oh, 2 lovely maidens and a young lad. It appears fortune has not favored you today, as you have encountered me while I seek my prey. Unfortunate. Luo Fancheng's lips twitched in disbelief. Do you even realize whom you are attempting to provoke, you muscle-bound brute? The hulking man licked his lips, a malicious grin spreading across his face. It seems you have yet to comprehend the gravity of your predicament upon encountering me. Come out, old corpse and black chicken. What are you waiting for? Do you wish to dine on my leftovers? Swish. A gaunt man with a sharp face and a body covered in fine black hair darted out. Huh. Who dares to confront me head-on like you? I prefer lurking in the shadows and striking with cunning. The brawny man glared. Shut your beak, you black chicken. The gaunt man retorted fiercely, big muscle. Repeat that. My martial soul is the dark crow, not a chicken. If you wish for a fight, then let us engage. The brawny man nodded. Very well, little black chicken. You dare call me that? Big muscle, little black chicken? What a peculiar pairing, Luo Fancheng mused, his expression a mixture of astonishment. You may rob for riches or desires, but must you bicker amongst yourselves first? A melodious, alluring laugh echoed through the air. Calm down, black chicken. You know that his bulging muscles come at the cost of intellect. The gaunt man snapped back, old corpse. Do you believe I wouldn't twist off your 2 hefty lumps and use them as balls to kick? Come on. I doubt you can even hold one with just one hand. From the shadows, a sensuous woman stepped forth, her black stilettos clicking against the ground. With a youthful visage and a slender waist, her voluptuous figure threatened to burst from her dark red dress, her bosom almost spilling forth in an alarming manner. By heavens! Luo Fancheng's pupils constricted as an ominous aura washed over him, unmistakably emanating from an individual of at least F-rank strength. Wait a moment. How could such a woman be referred to as old corpse? What nonsense is this? The gaunt man shouted. Do you believe I want to take action against you right here? The enchanting woman shook her head, her crimson lips curling into a smile. I seem to have misspoken. Both of your heads should be traded for a physique. However, they are merely hollow shells. Bringing them here would only bring you embarrassment. Boom. The grass beneath the gaunt man exploded as his martial spirit manifested, for soul rings swirling around him, 1 yellow and 2 purple. Repeat that if you dare. Let the fight begin. Luo Fancheng heard the playful voice and caught a glimpse of Bai Yingyue swinging her dainty fists, clearly reveling in the chaos unfolding around her. The sharp-nosed, dark-faced man sought to mediate, advising, Enough, Giji. This time you have indeed been reckless, rashly revealing yourself without ascertaining the opponent's strength. It is perilous. Pa. You two are truly a disgrace to the evil soul masters. If you are cowards, then go home and play in the mud. With some sense, can you still dare to call yourselves evil soul masters? Luo Fancheng was taken aback. Your nonchalance is indeed a talent, for it holds a kernel of truth. Giji raised a finger, retorting, a mere young lad and 2 women can frighten you? Nonsense. What is there to fear? Do you think they are someone formidable? I have no fear at all. If you dare, charge ahead with me. I truly lack the courage, remarked the voluptuous woman in the red dress with a shrug. I have no time for your banter. This pretty boy is yours, and the dainty little beauty belongs to you, little black chicken. As for this mature, aloof beauty. Giji let out a cruel, sinister laugh. None of you should interfere. Allow me to handle this alone. I relish the challenge of conquering this icy, cold beauty. Giji, remain calm. Something feels amiss, the dark-faced man cautioned, stepping back with grave concern. Look at these 2 women and 1 man. They are not the least bit frightened by us, not even attempting to flee. If they lacked confidence, would they behave this way? Bah, what do you know? Giji grinned, revealing his teeth. They are merely paralyzed by my overwhelming aura, trembling in fear, waiting to meet their doom. Evil soul masters are wicked, not foolish, you fool. The dark-faced man inwardly cursed, contemplating whether he should consult someone more reliable. Old corpse, what is your take? There was no reply. Odd, why the silence? The dark-faced man turned to find the woman in the red dress completely ignoring him, her smoky eyes fixated on a certain direction, precisely where Luo Fancheng stood. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped the dark-faced man. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Handsome. So very handsome, the enchantress replied, her throat moving as if she were swallowing. The little black chicken's expression darkened further, veins throbbing at his temples. I asked for your thoughts, not your opinion on his looks. Man, a handsome man. This is it. It's over. Another one succumbs, the little black chicken seethed. Can't you show some ambition? Have you never seen a man before? The enchantress's smoky gaze ignited with fervent flames. I have seen men, but none as stunning as this. He is the epitome of perfection, the man I have longed for. I must have him. I will possess him, indulging in his every facet. Oh no, the enchantress tossed her hair back, the strands dancing. I cannot bear to drain such an exquisite specimen. I wish to cultivate a sustainable relationship. The little black chicken was left dumbfounded. It was normal for Giji to forget his wits, but what was wrong with this woman, who usually exhibited such rationality? They had lost their minds, truly gone mad. There is something amiss. Can we not exercise caution? Life is but a singular thread. Giji cursed. Stop your prattle. What are you afraid of? If they were truly powerful, they would have charged at us by now. The enchanting yet menacing woman glared with fierce intent. If you dare impede my rush towards my handsome brother today, I shall be the first to end you. However, The ominous gaze of the black chicken fell upon the two immobile women and one man. Noticing their attention, Bai Yingwe felt tears streaming down her delicate lashes, her voice trembling with urgency as she cried out, "Brother, you must flee." Luo Fancheng was left bewildered. His younger sister's reaction was utterly perplexing. With trembling limbs, Bai Yingwe urged him, "Brother, run. The adversary is a terrifying dark sorcerer. Do not concern yourself with me. My legs have gone numb. I cannot escape. What is this performance? Is this a play for me? Or perhaps a ruse aimed at the other side?" Luo Fancheng turned towards the usually reliable female pope, who coldly commanded, "Hasten your departure. If you linger any longer, we shall all perish here." What a peculiar sense of humor you two share. Even a female pope engages in such antics, entrapment, perhaps? The pristine white of her abdomen, exposed, surely concealed something dark within. Luo Fancheng grasped that the pope's earlier statement held a kernel of truth. If these three bizarre dark sorcerers did not depart soon, they would all meet their demise. Yet, it was clear that the message had not been fully comprehended by the opposing party. Chapter 74. The celestial being descends, relentlessly striking the enchantress. Ha ha. The demon muscle roared with wild laughter, casting a disdainful glance at Brother Black Chicken. Look, did I not predict this? I have yet to make my move. And they have already crumbled in place. However, Brother Black Chicken felt a lingering unease. The auras emanating from the two women were faint, hovering around the third ring. While the two young individuals at the third ring were relatively decent, he pondered if the icy goddess at her age should truly be so weak. Something felt amiss. There was a hidden agenda. The enchantress in the red dress urged, "What does it matter? Look how terrified they are. Brother Black Chicken, do not forget that the blood saint of the 7th rank is right behind us. With him backing us, we have nothing to fear. If we do not seize this delectable morsel now, he may very well be devoured by the blood saint and his companions." Brother Black Chicken's composure shattered. What sort of foolish teammates were these? One was fixated on women, the other on men, both utterly consumed by desire, losing their rationality in the process. The enchantress declared, "Demon muscle, ignore this cowardly black chicken. Let us first subdue this handsome young man." "Not interested. Why would I need to intervene against a mere second-ring soul master?" The enchantress gazed fervently at Luo Fancheng's face, her crimson lips brushing against each other as she said, "Capturing him is easy. But to do so without inflicting a single scratch is quite another challenge. If you do not assist me, I shall eliminate those two young ladies over there. You're ruthless. Very well, let us make this swift." Luo Fancheng remained speechless. Indeed, being handsome could be a curse. The one who suffers most often takes the lead. Yet, was the opponent blind? Did they not see the 5,000-year-old infernal flame dragon and the she-wolf he had just slain? Turning to look, they had vanished. Not a trace of blood remained. It must be the scheming female pope's doing. He cast a dubious glance at her, and she urged, "Hurry. Do not make any unnecessary sacrifices." Are you all acting then? Though Luo Fancheng wished to test his newly acquired divine skills, he knew he could not allow the two women to have their way at this moment. A man must be the emotional leader. His actions should consistently surprise women at the right moments, creating emotional fluctuations that would draw their feelings towards him. Now was the time. Luo Fancheng trembled in fear, exclaiming, "Brave heroes, spare my brother. If you have grievances, direct them towards them." Demon Muscle laughed heartily, patting Brother Black Chicken on the shoulder. "Ha ha ha. Did you see that?" He asked, terrified. The enchantress scoffed, shaking her head. "I have no interest in cowardly men, but for the sake of this ethereal visage, I shall tolerate it." The female pope and Bai Yingwe trembled slightly, gazing at Luo Fancheng in shock. They had expected him to charge forward and confront them. Instead, he performed this unexpected maneuver, betraying his allies. "Brother, how could you do this?" Bai Yingwe's eyes brimmed with tears as she raised her hand to strike, only to be entangled by the constricting beauty of the white python. Stumbling, she fell onto the grass. "Oh dear sister, the Oscars owe you a little golden trophy." Luo Fancheng lamented, "I am unwell." The enchantress, voluptuous and youthful, became even more exhilarated. "No matter, I have a penchant for the delicate, ailing young men. I am unwell. Afflicted with a floral disease. You mustn't touch me." The female pope's cold facade finally shattered, her crimson lips trembling. And Bai Yue's beautiful eyes flashed with a series of question marks. Was she truly performing so earnestly? Had she completely discarded her dignity? Luo Fancheng then exhibited an even bolder display of audacity, abandoning the two enchanting beauties and fleeing on foot. The master and apprentice, both breathtakingly beautiful, were left helpless. Reversal? Attempting to escape? A spectral figure of an elderly woman materialized behind the seductive woman, embodying her blood-spirit martial soul, adorned with 4 soul rings of yellow and purple. She swiftly blocked Luo Fancheng's path. Under the menacing glare of the woman, even the muscular brute had no choice but to intervene. "So, you intend to thwart me?" Do you? Luo Fancheng halted reluctantly. Having stirred the emotions of the two women sufficiently, it was time for practical combat training, as they were indeed three excellent sparring partners. The grotesque muscle-bound figure urged, "Hurry up and surrender. Don't you want a taste of, what was it? Green lotus, right?" Luo Fancheng's voice erupted with a furious energy, leaving only a crater in his wake. The grotesque figure's pupils reflected the sudden shadow of a fist. And it was too late to react. Bang! The brute's rugged face was contorted under the force of the blow, blood gushing from his nose as he was sent flying, crashing into a tree with a resounding crack. This sudden display astonished the three evil spirit masters, leaving the fiery enchantress in a state of shock. One moment she was submissive, and the next, he unleashed a powerful counterattack. Are you the king of face-changing? Kid, you lack martial ethics. The grotesque figure activated his martial soul, his bones cracking as his form expanded to 3 meters, resembling a pale, ferocious beast, truly a colossus of muscle, radiating an overwhelming aura like a cannonball charging forward, while the woman commanded the elderly woman's spectral martial soul to attack in tandem. Boom, boom, boom. The grotesque figure and the seductive woman grew increasingly alarmed. How could this young man contend with their four-ring cultivation without even releasing his martial soul? The grotesque figure bellowed. Is this kid truly a two-ring soul master? What is that eerie red light emanating from him? What are you panicking for? Can anything be more bizarre than us evil spirit masters? The seductive woman replied confidently. Good stamina indicates I am fortunate. Indeed, as long as we cannot be swiftly defeated. We either escape or are drained dry by us. The colossus unleashed his back muscles, twisting them like a devil's maw, generating a blood-sucking force directed at Luo Fancheng. The alluring woman also commanded her martial soul for a pincer attack, her fingertips shimmering as a crimson vortex materialized. The third soul skill, bloodthirst. Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. Was this the sensation of having one's essence drained? Was this all? The suction was insufficient, far weaker than a little loach. As the youth found himself at a disadvantage, Brother Wuji's expression wavered between uncertainty and intrigue, his impulses stirring. Should he stay or go? He cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yingyue, undeniably enchanting, simply magnificent. When a man is enamored with a woman, regardless of her deceitful nature, he will concoct excuses to deceive himself. Brother Wuji felt compelled. If she truly were an impressive figure, it would be too late to flee now. Perhaps his adversaries were not as formidable as they appeared? Having lived cautiously all his life, should he not take a bold leap this once? Surely, it would be fine. Boom. He was imbued with the essence of the four-ringed dark abyss crow spirit, his arms transforming into ebony-feathered wings, and his lips protruding into a dark, avian beak. Enlightenment dawned upon me. You shall not feast alone. I have arrived. With an exhilarating heart and trembling hands. The enlightened brother Black Chicken soared through the night sky like a breathtaking shadow, hurtling towards Luo Fancheng. In the fleeting moment he entered the dark battlefield. His obsidian eyes reflected a magnificent, colossal fire fist erupting from the center of the arena, an explosion of flames surging towards him. He desperately attempted to halt his advance, bracing with crossed arms, yet was still struck squarely by the golden-red fire fist. Oh no. Boom. I am off again. The cry of Brother Black Chicken echoed as he was propelled like a meteor, his small eyes wide with disbelief. Crack. The alluring enchantress and the ghostly figure were both flung away, their garments singed in multiple places. Particularly, the enchantress, partially exposed, appeared even more fearsome. Bai Yingyue could not help but exclaim. Did senior brother eliminate 3 four-ringed evil soul masters with a single strike? Though their soul power was disordered and their foundation weak. Such brutality is astounding. A new soul skill. The female pope cast a cold gaze upon the battlefield. The young man had already manifested his spirit, exuding an aura of majesty akin to a war god descended from the heavens. After unleashing the blazing armor, he appeared as though clad in crimson armor. The Qilin pattern on his back shimmering, with 2 circles of purple soul rings beneath his feet. Most astonishingly, his right arm had completely transformed into flames. The outer fire a vibrant red, while the inner flames glimmered with a dark golden hue. He shifted his gaze from the raging inferno and slowly lifted his head. Locking eyes with the 3 malevolent soul masters who had been sent sprawling, his inner fire ablaze. Yet his expression remained unervingly calm as he declared, Second soul skill. Fire Fist. Chapter 75, Continuous Shock, more sinister than the evil soul master? The enchantress is terrified. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The alluring enchantress exclaimed in disbelief. How could a second-ring soul master possibly contend against the 3 of us, all fourth-ring soul sect members? Look at the soul rings beneath his feet. Came the urgent voice of Wuji, filled with incredulity. As Guiji and the enchantress discerned the soul rings under Luo Fancheng's feet, their pupils constricted in sheer astonishment. Purple. 1,000-year soul ring? Moreover, the first two soul rings are also a millennium old. This cannot be true. The enchantress doubted her own senses, feeling as though she were trapped in a dream, yet the throbbing pain in her chest reminded her of reality. Guo gasped in shock. Goodness. This lad is extraordinarily malevolent. Can such feats truly be achieved by a human? The enchantress, licking her crimson lips, giggled. I never imagined this man not only possesses unparalleled looks, but also an unprecedented talent. I find myself yearning for him even more. Wuji scolded, you shameless harlot. Is it that every time you see a man, you become weak in the knees? I'm done with this nonsense. I shall take my leave. Jiba spat blood. His tiger-like gaze filled with a murderous glint. Little Wuji, what are you afraid of? He has already exhausted his second soul skill and is left with no trump cards. Shouldn't we seize the opportunity to take him down together? I swear on my life. Do you think they are not escaping because they are calm? Clearly. There is something amiss. Wuji turned to flee, unwilling to further explain to his two foolishly infatuated companions. When faced with danger, one need not run faster than anyone else. Merely faster than one's companions. Trying to escape? Luo Fancheng scoffed, breaking through the air to block Wuji's path. Wuji's expression shifted to one of dread. His sense of impending doom heightening, for his dark raven martial spirit granted him a sixth sense of foreboding. With a mournful expression, he pleaded. There is a cause for every grievance and a debtor for every debt. Please, just let me go. If there is trouble, let it be with them. Seeing the fourth ring evil soul master capitulate, Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow, finding it thoroughly amusing. It is not the formidable strength of the villain that instills fear, but their cunning. The more intelligent you are, the less reason I have to let you go. With that, Luo Fancheng swung his fiery fist forward. Wuji felt a chill envelop him, increasingly aware that something was amiss, yet the flaming fist approached rapidly. Fourth soul skill, Dark Raven Assault. He transformed his arms into wings of black feathers, soaring into the air to evade the fiery punch, his claws shimmering with ghostly light. Tearing through the air as they lunged toward Luo Fancheng. Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. Is this what they call a raven taking flight? I want to let you escape. He bent his arm, unleashing a massive fist of superheated flames, striking upwards with force, creating a blazing shadow in the sky. Boom. Damn it. How can you still use your second soul skill? The raven's claws shattered with a cry of anguish, as the explosive fiery punch sent him flying once more. Luo Fancheng chuckled coldly. His second soul skill was not a single-use attack, but could persist for approximately 15 minutes once activated. Whoosh whoosh. A piercing sound sliced through the air, heralding the sudden assault of the aged enchantress and the bloodthirsty specter, who simultaneously unleashed their fourth soul skill, the dance of the corpse demon, the blood fiend fist. The enchantress moved with a ghostly grace, conjuring multiple phantoms in the air, while the specter's massive fist exuded a noxious scent of blood. Boom. Luo Fancheng unleashed a fiery punch, engulfing the space ahead in searing flames, annihilating all of the enchantress's phantoms, which wailed in agony. With his left hand poised as a palm, he grasped at the specter's fist. Dare to confront my blood fiend fist? You seek your own demise. The specter sneered with a bloodlust, yet upon the clash of their strikes, the anticipated explosion of his opponent's left arm did not materialize. Instead, a swirling azure dragon emerged from the opponent's palm, a vortex that rapidly spun and effortlessly dissipated all of the specter's force. The specter was taken aback. How is this possible? Not only did the opponent nonchalantly counter his most formidable soul skill, but he also absorbed the bloodthirsty energy contained within his punch. Impossible? A smirk graced Luo Fancheng's lips as he mirrored the opponent's technique, unleashing the absorbed force and bloodthirsty energy in a retaliatory explosion. Boom. The specter's robust arm could not withstand this terrifying power, shattering instantly, sending flesh and bone flying in all directions. Ah, my arm. The specter held in agony, staggering backward, his once dominant gaze now replaced by sheer terror as he looked upon Luo Fancheng. I apologize. I miscalculated the force. Luo Fancheng observed the opponent's suffering with a twinge of guilt. Had I struck you down in that moment, you would not have to endure such pain. A demon. You are a demon. The specter screamed even louder, his face ashen, scrambling backward on the ground, desperately trying to evade Luo Fancheng's approach. Please, don't come near me. Luo Fancheng, eyeing the specter's severed arm, shook his head, saying, it must hurt terribly. Allow me to assist you. Death would relieve you of this pain. Please. Don't come closer. The specter was gripped by an overwhelming fear, a sensation he had never experienced before, as both body and spirit faced a dual onslaught. Master. It's one thing for my senior to kill, but to torment the heart as well, it's too cruel. Bai Yingyue chuckled lightly, unable to suppress her astonishment. This is utterly monstrous. A second-ring soul master effortlessly thrashing 3 fourth-ring evil soul masters. Should this achievement spread, no one would dare to believe it. The female pope nodded in agreement. Truly remarkable. I recall when you first entered the second ring, enhanced by the moonlight at night. You could scarcely contend with a third ring, could you? There is no need for such theatrics. Bai Ingwei rolled her eyes. Pouting, who could possibly compare to my senior's monstrosity? His strength defies humanity. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Senior, be careful. As Luo Fancheng stood atop the spectre's head, poised to deliver a swift end to this muscle-bound brute, he turned sharply at the cry. A seductive enchantress appeared silently. Like a spectre, wrapping her arms tightly around him from behind. She gently blew upon his neck, her crimson lips parting to exhale a fragrant whisper. Sweetheart, if I cannot have you, I shall destroy you. Begone! Luo Fancheng unleashed a dazzling burst of flames from his fiery armor. Yet the enchanting woman radiated a mesmerizing azure light that effectively thwarted his assault. Futile, I have long awaited a chance to close in. Now, prepare to be drained by my very essence. He. The demoness wore an expression of triumph, her laughter resplendent as her entire being emanated a terrifying force, siphoning away Luo Fancheng's vitality and soul energy. Third soul skill, netherworld corpse absorption. Her eyes glimmered with profound sympathy as she licked her crimson lips, declaring, my little nemesis. If I cannot possess you, I shall consume you instead. Your fate is sealed. Me, finished? Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow, utterly unfazed. The demoness chuckled. The peculiarities of a wicked soul master's techniques are beyond your imagination. Do you truly believe you can escape now? Luo Fancheng retorted with a cold smile. It is you who will find it impossible to flee. The demoness, bewildered, could not comprehend the man's words. Yet she felt his essence and soul force streaming relentlessly into her being. However, in the next instant, a resounding boom echoed as an even more terrifying force emanated from the man, rendering her proud netherworld corpse absorption utterly insignificant in comparison. The alluring demoness let out a piercing shriek, her body trembling in shock. How is this possible? What sorcery is this? Could you also be a wicked soul master? Chapter 76. Temptation, Severing the Sisterhood. Devouring martial souls, soul rings. Speculation. Luo Fancheng shook his head. Of course not. How could one possess such a blood-devouring technique if they were not an evil soul master? The seductive woman, with her fiery figure, struggled desperately, yet there was no escape. The situation had reversed in an instant. Her blood-sucking abilities were thoroughly restrained. Let me go, please release me. Luo Fancheng inquired with a smile. Is this entertaining? The enchantress emitted a beguiling plea. Oh, dear adversary, please free me. I am willing to serve you as a maid. Luo Fancheng nodded. That is indeed a commendable proposal. The woman suddenly beamed with joy. However, Luo Fancheng shook his head. Unfortunately, a loose woman like you is unworthy even to be my dog. The suction intensified abruptly, and the woman wailed in despair, losing all control over her body as her blood essence and soul force were relentlessly drained. Even more terrifying was the fact that her martial soul manifestation was dispelled, and both her martial soul and soul ring were being drawn into Luo Fancheng's body. Impossible. How can your technique be more sinister than that of an evil soul master? The woman was utterly bewildered by such an arcane ability. It was one thing to consume blood, but to absorb martial souls and soul rings as well. The ghostly figure beneath Luo Fancheng's feet was utterly immobilized, paralyzed with fear, his lips trembling at the sight. Devil! He regretted having been foolish enough to provoke such a terrifying being. Beside him, Bai Ingwei was entranced. Even an evil soul master cannot match my senior brother? This devouring ability is simply overwhelming. If one were to claim my senior brother is not an evil soul master, no one would believe it. Whoosh! The fiery enchantress's martial soul and soul ring were drawn away by Luo Fancheng, ultimately collapsing helplessly to the ground, her limbs limp. Her fair visage drained of color, she was reduced to a state of utter weakness. My martial soul! My martial soul! With her power forcefully seized, she found herself weaker than an ordinary person. Luo Fancheng's body, covered in azure crystal scales, began to swell, a wave of corpse energy emanating from its surface. After absorbing the woman's martial soul and soul ring, he felt a tumultuous force surging within, his eyes filled with a frenzied bloodlust. This is troublesome, Luo Fancheng thought to himself. The little loach was now in a state of satiation, and everything absorbed could only be resisted by his physical form, which was becoming increasingly difficult. He gazed at the fiery enchantress with bloodshot eyes. Spare me. The woman bit her luscious lips, even leaning forward to accentuate her voluptuous figure. I'm adept at serving, dear sir. You would know if you tried. I was merely momentarily confused. Please show me mercy. Luo Fancheng nodded. Directing his palm towards the enchantress, he unleashed all the martial souls, soul rings, and blood essence he had just absorbed. They transformed into a black beam infused with turbulent energy, hurtling towards the enchantress. The explosion resonated, stirring up a cloud of dust. Soon, as the dust settled, a deep pit appeared in the ground, and the fiery enchantress had been reduced to mere ashes, not even leaving behind a bone. By heavens, what ruthlessness! The muscular man was so terrified that his eyes seemed ready to burst. He never anticipated that such a stunningly beautiful and fiery woman would be so easily dispatched without a flicker of hesitation from this young man. Was there any chance of survival for him? I apologize for the fright. I shall send you to reunite with her, Luo Fancheng said kindly. As his fist ignited with flames, reducing the muscular man to charred remains, his eyes forever wide in death. With a sigh of relief, Luo Fancheng felt the weight lift after vanquishing 2 foes. It had been a close call. He had intended to test whether he could use the absorbed soul power after consuming the enemy's martial spirit and soul rings. Unfortunately, time was not on his side. The influx of energy was overwhelming, and if he did not release it promptly, his body would surely burst, and his mind would descend into chaos. It was no wonder that evil soul masters often exhibited signs of madness upon absorbing the enemy's martial spirit. He indeed sensed the waves of malevolent energy that assailed his consciousness, igniting a thirst for bloodshed and carnage. He vowed never to recklessly absorb an evil soul master's martial spirit again, lest he find himself ensnared. Wait, he had only dispatched 2 enemies. He nearly forgot about the sly evil soul master still lurking. Brother, save me. Bai Yue's pitiful cry reached his ears, as she and the Pope found themselves at the mercy of the razor-sharp wings of the black chicken. Luo Fancheng sighed in exasperation. Was this a performance that required a complete act? Had she become addicted to playing the role of the damsel in distress? The black chicken glared menacingly, threateningly stating, "Boy, I warn you not to come any closer, or I shall slay your 2 women and ensure you regret it for a lifetime." Luo Fancheng dismissed the warning, shrugging and yawning. "Go ahead, do as you wish." Bai Yingwei pouted, "Brother, how can you be so heartless? Have you ceased to love your junior sister? Woe is me." The black chicken felt a chill run down its spine, sensing the shift in circumstances. Yet, it was already too deep in its predicament to back down, cursing, "Silence. You insolent girl. Do you dare to speak so flippantly when death is at your doorstep?" Suddenly, 4 figures sprang forth from the forest. The leading middle-aged man with blood-red hair, piercing green triangular eyes, and long black nails. Upon seeing the newcomers, the black chicken erupted in laughter. "Ha! The blood saint has arrived. The heavens do not forsake me. Regardless of any tricks you 3 may have, your fates are sealed." The blood-haired man spoke coldly. "What is the situation, black chicken?" The black chicken lamented, "Blood saint. Both the ghost muscle and the elder corpse have been slain by that young man. Thankfully, I cleverly took these 2 women hostage, forcing the enemy to tread carefully. Otherwise, we would not have had the pleasure of your arrival. You let a mere handful of trash nearly wipe out your entire force. You have shamed me," the blood saint said disdainfully, his gaze sweeping over Luo Fancheng with contempt. Then, his attention shifted to the 2 women held captive, and as he observed the icy beauty, a sense of familiarity washed over him. It was as if a bolt of lightning struck his mind, sending a shiver through his body, leading to an enraged roar, "Black chicken. I curse your ancestors for 8 generations." With a resounding thud, the blood saint collapsed to his knees, the ground trembling beneath him. This spectacle left everyone in stunned silence, and the black chicken stood there, utterly bewildered. "Blood saint, what is happening? Forgive me, holy matriarch, for I do not recognize this wretched individual. My heart is pounding with dread, nearly bringing me to tears. You are quite audacious to dare to hold the holy matriarch hostage. How outrageous. I am but a mere 7th-tier malevolent spirit master. How could I possibly provoke such a formidable figure? The holy matriarch?" The 3 malevolent spirit masters behind the blood saint trembled at the name, all falling to their knees. Quaking in fear, the foolish ones were left dumbfounded, swallowing hard. The matriarch? The legendary iron-willed holy matriarch of slaughter? Luo Fancheng smiled, observing the unfolding spectacle with amusement. "Are you surprised, or perhaps taken aback? I must admit, I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor." Bai Yingwei inquired lightly, "Hey, that red-haired one. You actually recognize my teacher?" The blood saint lowered his head, too fearful to look up. Timidly responding, "I was fortunate enough to have glimpsed the esteemed portrait of the holy matriarch within the academy." The foolish one felt as though a thunderclap had struck his mind, the ringing in his ears overwhelming. I have taken the holy matriarch hostage, and I was reveling in it?" He felt not clever, but utterly foolish. With a thud, he too knelt upon the ground. "Holy matriarch, please forgive me. I spoke too loudly just now." Chapter 77, The Might of Di Wei Yang. Humorous siblings by Yingyue smiled gently to comfort. "Do not be so anxious. It is quite all right. My teacher is generally very amiable." The tension in Wu Ji gradually eased. "Ah?" Bai Yingwei placed her delicate finger on her lips, her beautiful eyes rolling thoughtfully. because typically, those who provoke the teacher meet their demise before they even have a chance to speak. Wu Ji felt as if struck by lightning, his heart racing uncontrollably, his body convulsing against his will. Devils, are you all devils? The girl's charming smile resembled that of the Grim Reaper, grinning at him. In that moment, he felt as though he had encountered his great-grandmother, calling him down for a reunion dinner. Blood Saint, observing the dire situation, promptly abandoned his comrades, conjuring a pair of crimson wings from his soul energy, and took flight. In his heart, he cursed Wu Ji vehemently. You reckless fool, how could you provoke trouble while seeking death, and even bring it upon the head of the holy matriarch? Your self-destructive tendencies are not enough. You wish to drag me down with you. Bai Yingyue pointed to the sky. Teacher, that red-haired one dares to flee. It seems he understands you, but not well enough. The holy matriarch lifted her stunningly cold visage, gazing into the distance. Today, I shall not be thwarted. With my 30 years of cultivation, along with the protective treasures bestowed by the elders, he cannot escape. Blood Saint unleashed his blood-burning secret technique, desperately fleeing without regard for the cost, while simultaneously retrieving a crimson jade talisman from his bosom and shattering it with great force. As the space tore apart, a blood-red portal materialized. An overwhelming aura of slaughter emanated from within, as if a prehistoric beast were on the brink of awakening. Who dares to disturb a member of my blood demon sect? A venerable voice echoed from the portal, filling Blood Saint with elation. I am saved. The elder is about to intervene. The holy matriarch remained unmoved, her voice cold as she uttered, Diwei Yang? The imposing and steady voice from the portal suddenly rose in intensity, causing the solidifying blood-red portal to tremble violently. The holy matriarch maintained her calm demeanor, arms crossed, her fingers lightly tapping. At this moment, Blood Saint had nearly plunged into the portal. Get lost. Do not approach me. Bang. A thunderous sound erupted. Blood Saint was hurled backward, half of his face cracked and bleeding, bearing the unmistakable imprint of a shoe. You insolent wretch. Do you seek to provoke everyone? Do you wish to bring the enemy back to the lair? The elderly voice erupted in fury as the blood-red portal rapidly began to disintegrate, retreating like receding tides. No. Blood Saint desperately charged towards the portal, striving to grasp this final lifeline, but the portal vanished faster than he could flee. He managed only to seize a last fragment of blood-red light. I didn't enter. I haven't gone in yet. I am innocent. It was not I who provoked this. I am also a victim. Luo Fancheng looked on in astonishment. Was this the legendary and formidable round table of the blood demon sect? Where was the grandeur befitting a great villain? Alas, it was lacking. The holy matriarch sighed softly. The old thief is astute, decisively severing the spatial connection, thus losing yet another chance to locate the headquarters of the blood demon sect. She raised her slender jade fingers and pointed into the void. The space around her solidified, instantly imprisoning Blood Saint in place. As the surrounding atmosphere pressed in on him like an unyielding wall, it became evident that there was no escape. Blood Saint's face contorted in despair as he summoned the last remnants of his strength, hysterically uttering his final words. You wretched chicken, I curse you. Boom. A burst of crimson fireworks erupted in the air, his furious voice echoing relentlessly. It's not my fault. I'm innocent. My foolish teammates led me astray. Tears streamed down Chicken's face, paralyzed with fear. This high-stakes match was beyond his capacity. He didn't even have the opportunity to act. Your Holiness, I truly did not mean to offend you. No worries. Just remember to be cautious in your next life. The Emperor Wei's phoenix-like eyes glimmered. The space tore open, resembling the gaping maw of a ferocious beast, which swallowed Chicken whole in an instant. She raised her finger, poised to strike at the other 3 evil soul masters, but then retracted it, for they had already collapsed, their hearts seized by sheer terror, dead from fright. Luo Fancheng swallowed hard. He had to reflect on whether he had spoken too loudly to the Emperor Wei in the past. Previously, he had lacked a concrete understanding of the Pope's power, but this time he had witnessed it firsthand. The opponent, the Soul Master, was as effortless as killing a chicken with just a flick of her finger. No wonder even the revered Qilin of 800,000 years would willingly offer her their blood. After crossing over, he had experienced a streak of fortuitous events, so smooth that he had overlooked a critical matter. In his former life, failed attempts at courting women often resulted in mere rejection, allowing for endless trials and errors, gaining experience and growing bolder with each setback. In this life, however, failure would mean utter annihilation. The Pope noticed the man's unease and furrowed her delicate brows. Fancheng, are you unwell? Upon hearing the concern hidden within her cool inquiry, Luo Fancheng felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. What was he truly afraid of? After absorbing that woman's martial soul, he did feel somewhat overwhelmed. Suddenly, the incomparable beauty of the Pope flashed before him, a unique fragrance enveloping the air. A pair of icy, smooth jade fingers rested briefly on his wrist before withdrawing. No worries, I have checked you. Next time, Do not recklessly absorb an evil soul master's martial soul. It is perilous. Understood, Wei Yong, Luo Fancheng replied, regaining his composure. He recalled the adage, the bolder one is. The more one reaps, as long as one dares, the goddess will grant a break. The road ahead was long, and Jiaoer was still waiting for him to break through to the 7th level. Let us go. Bai Yingwei bounced over. Wait. Luo Fancheng shook his head, heading toward the 3 motionless evil soul masters. They had been scared to death by their teacher. There was no need to worry about them. Watching the man unperturbedly handle the 3 corpses, Bai Yingwei looked on in confusion. Luo Fancheng turned back with a smile. When killing in the wild, it's best to maintain a good habit. Even the dead should be dealt with, and one should scatter their ashes. Only then can one feel at ease. Otherwise, what if one of them isn't truly dead and crawls out from the ground to take revenge, or worse, retaliates against our loved ones? Bai Yue's cherry lips parted slightly, astonished by the man's audacious actions. It seems I have no relatives. Luo Fancheng shrugged. No, you have an elder brother. Whereas I truly do not. Oh, Bai Yue's expression turned apologetic. I almost forgot about my brother. Thankfully, he did not overhear. Boom. It's done. Luo Fancheng clapped his hands and returned, a cloud of white dust billowing behind him as 3 corpses disintegrated into ashes amidst the smoke. Bai Yue's lips twitched. Teacher, why do I feel that senior brother's martial soul, with its method of erasing evidence? It seems he is the true sinister soul master. The female pope shook her head. Yingwei, you overestimate sinister soul masters. How outrageous. Are you mocking me behind my back? Luo Fancheng approached, lightly tapping Bai Yue's forehead with his finger. Bai Yingwei stuck out her little tongue. No, not at all. I just think it's a pity that someone with your talent is confined to the righteous path. You would surely excel as a sinister soul master. I reckon you could easily become a saint among the blood demon sect. Not going. Luo Fancheng glared. Only someone with a loose screw would choose that path. I've realized that sinister soul masters are all a bunch of lunatics. In his previous life, he was the Sea King, not the head of a mental asylum. His looks are dangerously appealing. Who knows what might happen if he catches the eye of some female lunatic over there? The female pope appeared lost in thought, evidently contemplating something. Luo Fancheng felt a sense of foreboding. She wouldn't genuinely consider sending him undercover into the blood demon sect, would she? His anxiety heightened. Suddenly, a beastly roar erupted, and Luo Fancheng, already perturbed, turned and scolded. What are you barking at, dog? Chapter 78, The Acquisition of a Steed. The secrets of the icy plains. A colossal wolf cautiously approached. Majestic and powerful, its fur gleamed a pristine white. Bai Yingwei exclaimed in astonishment, Senior brother, is this not the snow domain ice wolf you rescued earlier? It is certainly not a dog. Not incorrect, Luo Fancheng replied, shaking his head. That Li Hongping is merely a dog clad in human skin, while this creature is a dog disguised in wolf's pelt. They are both dogs. Bai Yingwei muttered under her breath, why do I always feel that senior brother harbors some inexplicable resentment towards such dogs? Luo Fancheng silently reflected on this. It was because such dogs artificially inflated the value of things, leading them to believe they were worth far more than they truly were. Ice Wolf, pray tell, why have you returned? Bai Yingwei raised her hand to stroke the ice wolf's snowy fur, only to have it deftly evade her touch, casting her an incredulous glance. Frustrated, the saintess stamped her foot, contemplating the idea of butchering the wolf for a feast. The snow domain ice wolf slowly approached Luo Fancheng, kneeling and lowering its body while emitting a short, plaintive whine. Was this an invitation for senior brother to mount? After a brief moment of astonishment, Bai Yingwei grew even more incensed. How could it be that senior brother could ride upon its back while she, a saintess, could not even touch it? Enough with the barking, Luo Fancheng gestured dismissively. Return whence you came. There is no need for you to express gratitude in such a manner. Oh woo. The ice wolf lowered its posture even further, seemingly determined to remain grounded until Luo Fancheng acquiesced. With a sigh of resignation, Luo Fancheng swung his leg over and mounted the massive wolf's back. Upon doing so, his eyes brightened. Well, I must say, this is rather comfortable, soft and warm. It was far more pleasant than riding a horse in his previous life, and it exuded an air of grandeur and style. With newfound vigor, the snow domain ice wolf rose, striding forward with an air of indifference, leaving the pope and the saintess momentarily stunned. Luo Fancheng, puzzled, looked down and inquired, what is it with you both? Is there anything peculiar about riding a soul beast? Is there not? Bai Yingwei, now at a loss for words, retorted. Do you realize that soul beasts are inherently unruly? Forcing them to submit to humans is often more torturous than killing them. Among all soul beasts, the wolf clan is the most fierce and obstinate. No one can truly subjugate them. To capture one as a steed is a folly. A moment's inattention could lead to its self-destruction. You seem to be riding quite elegantly, I must say. Ha ha ha. I see, Luo Fancheng contemplated. Perhaps it is because it is not a wolf. It is, in fact, a true dog. Bai Yingyue glared into the ice wolf's eyes, urging. A wise bird chooses its master. It has insulted you so, and you do not retaliate? The ice wolf disregarded her words entirely, proudly parading Luo Fancheng around Bai Yingyue in a grandiose manner. Ah! Bai Yingyue's cheeks flushed with indignation, and she let out a furious roar. No one shall stop me. Today I shall slay this vile creature. Junior sister, even when striking a dog, one must consider its master, Luo Fancheng interjected. Dismounting and placing a hand on her shoulder to halt her, Bai Yingyue exclaimed in exasperation, indeed, a sycophant. I could never tolerate such insults. With a hearty laugh, Luo Fancheng turned to the ice wolf and inquired, Are you certain you wish to accompany me henceforth? The snowy ice wolf nodded earnestly. Luo Fancheng replied, Very well. Let us bestow upon you a name that is both melodious and formidable. The ice wolf howled in excited anticipation. Nearby, the big-eyed cute girl rolled her eyes, silently murmuring, You are celebrating far too soon. Luo Fancheng pondered, Let us call you Ergo. The high priestess shook her head disapprovingly. I knew it, Bai Yingyue exclaimed, slapping her forehead. Brother, with such a cool ice wolf, calling it Ergo seems rather undignified. Such a name is too grounded, suggesting it would be easy to care for. The snowy ice wolf joyfully wagged its tail, while Bai Yingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. You foolish creature. If one day you gain full consciousness and realize your name is Ergo, I wonder if you will roll on the ground in embarrassment. The high priestess suddenly interjected. Something feels amiss. What is it, Wei Yang? Luo Fancheng and Bai Yingyue turned their attention to her. The high priestess furrowed her brow and remarked, This snowy ice wolf should exist in the distant, frigid tundra, and it is utterly improbable for it to appear in this eastern soul beast oasis. Indeed. How could this be? Bai Yingyue reacted to the realization. Why speculate? Let us simply ask it, Luo Fancheng suggested, pointing at the snowy ice wolf, which was currently licking its paw. A gentle kick prompted, Ergo, are you a local wolf? Ah well. The ice wolf shook its head. Did you migrate from the frigid tundra? The ice wolf nodded. Bai Yingyue expressed her astonishment. It is a millennium-old soul beast that has traversed such vast distances to arrive in an inhospitable environment. What could compel it to do so? Luo Fancheng contemplated. It must be that some circumstance forced it to flee its homeland. Precisely, the high priestess cast an approving glance. Were you driven away by a natural enemy? Or is there an issue with the tundra? The ice wolf gaped, frozen in place, gazing at the three with wide eyes, seemingly on the verge of cursing if not for its inability to speak. Why not ask one by one? I can answer. Luo Fancheng quickly recognized the flaw in his questioning and rephrased. Was it due to a natural enemy? The ice wolf shook its head. Is there a problem with the tundra? Owl. Fear flickered in the ice wolf's eyes. As if recalling some dreadful event, it began to dig into the ground, burying its head. Clearly, there was indeed an issue with the tundra. Luo Fancheng regarded the ice wolf with sympathy, feeling its plight, a long escape to the oasis, only to be met with further troubles. Wei Yang, has your temple received any news regarding this matter? The high priestess shook her head. The tundra is frigid and inhospitable, seldom visited except by ice-type soul masters. Thus no intelligence has been gathered. I shall send someone to investigate next time. For now, the most crucial task is to utilize this final month to personally instruct you. Instruct me? Luo Fancheng shivered slightly. A series of cruel instruments of torture flashed inexplicably through my mind. Chapter 79, The Pope's Training, Comprehending the Essence of Body Techniques, the system resurrects with divine skills. Indeed. Wei Yang nodded and remarked, Fancheng, your soul skills are remarkably superior to those of your peers. However, each soul skill can be utilized only once in combat. Once expended, what will you do? Without hesitation, Luo Fancheng replied, Run. Wei Yang's eyes twitched slightly, though his response was undeniably accurate. She pondered how to proceed further. Luo Fancheng continued, That is precisely why I must learn secret techniques. Bai Yingyue chuckled, Senior brother. Are you planning to unleash your ultimate moves every time you engage in battle, and refrain from fighting unless you're using your grand techniques? Wei Yang clarified, Fancheng. You performed admirably in your recent skirmish with those malevolent soul masters, but for your own development, you have yet to attain a state of perfection. You were preoccupied with executing soul skills, yet the enhanced physical strength from your Qilin pattern was not fully realized. Luo Fancheng pondered this. Indeed. Wei Yang elaborated. You possess a wealth of energy akin to a treasure, yet you lack the body technique key to unlock its potential. Thus, I shall personally instruct you in the fundamentals of body techniques. To learn secret skills in Qianlong City, a foundation in body techniques is essential. One cannot simply arrive as a novice and expect to master them. Luo Fancheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. By her reasoning, if body techniques could be cultivated to perfection, would not every movement become a secret technique, rendering even a basic attack as formidable as a grand move? Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed through the midnight jungle. The Snow Domain ice wolf, concealed behind a distant tree, peered out curiously, its front paws resting on the trunk as it stealthily observed its master undergoing training. Bai Yingyu perched on a branch, watching the scene unfold, her alluring figure accentuated by her peach-shaped silhouette and her white legs clad in black boots swaying gracefully. Senior brother, make sure to perform the movements correctly. If you falter, the instructor is not jesting, she truly strikes. In the past, she had shown no mercy, leaving others in agony. Luo Fancheng, however, had no time to entertain her remarks. Beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks. There was no alternative. Who could endure holding a 300-kilogram tungsten steel rod with one arm extended? A typical adult male in his previous life would struggle to maintain a straight posture while holding a 3-kilogram wooden stick for 30 breaths. Yet, he was required to sustain this massive weight for an entire hour. As if that were not enough, the Pope's demands extended beyond mere endurance. At that moment, his knees were bent nearly at a 90-degree angle, adopting a horse stance. The Pope had removed her golden thigh-high boots. Her snow-white feet clad in silk stockings now resting upon his knees, applying additional weight upon him. Initially, the proximity of such beauty made Luo Fancheng feel quite comfortable. Before him stood the enchanting Wei Yang, wielding a tungsten spear. It was a delightful combination of training and visual pleasure. However, his sentiments quickly shifted. First, he felt a burning ache in his arms, followed by discomfort in his back and abdominal muscles. The most absurd part was that the force exerted by the Pope's delicate feet seemed to fluctuate in accordance with his diminishing stamina. It was always the utmost weight that his legs could bear. A slight excess would send him crashing to the ground, while a slight deficiency would fall short of the limit. The Pope's mastery over strength was exquisite, precise to the slightest degree. A peculiar fragrance, reminiscent of rare orchids, emanated from the unparalleled Pope, yet Luo Fancheng dared not open his eyes. The Pope possessed no superfluous items. There was but one, a whip. And it was a steel whip at that. Luo Fancheng pondered whether Bai Yingyu was certain that the Emperor Wei Yang had used such a formidable instrument on her. A single strike could spell doom. However, Luo Fancheng soon exhaled in relief, realizing that though his consciousness had wavered several times, the Pope had only struck the ground with the whip, creating conspicuous grooves. He felt a surge of emotion. My Wei Yang still loves me. The Pope wielded the whip, not to inflict pain upon Luo Fancheng, but merely to serve as a reminder, refraining from delivering a true blow. Under the Pope's relentless pressure, Luo Fancheng's stamina was nearing its limit, and his awareness began to drift. He felt exhausted, yearning for sleep, wishing to succumb into a deep slumber. A cool, melodious voice, reminiscent of a captivating elder sister, echoed in his ears. Fancheng, hold on. This is the time for cultivation. Such extreme conditions are the most conducive to comprehending the unity of the six. With his muddled mind, Luo Fancheng endeavored to concentrate, recalling the Pope's teachings on the martial arts and the unity of the six prior to their practice. To grasp martial arts, one must understand the unity of the six, the three external harmonies, shoulder and hip, elbow and knee, hand and foot, and the three internal harmonies, heart and intention and energy. Energy and strength. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Luo Fancheng's mind. He felt the strength of his entire body, centered around his spine, beginning to coalesce into a unified whole. His consciousness delved deeper into the manipulation of muscular strength. This sensation was extraordinary, entirely different from any previous experience, as if he had entered a new realm. At that moment, a unique sound, audible only to him, resonated. Ding! Where the heart directs, there the strength flows. Where determination leads, there the benefit lies. Lo and behold, Luo Fancheng's body jolted. The bizarre system had resurrected. It had been over a month of silence. Host's willpower is astonishing. Independently comprehending the martial path of unity of the six has triggered a hidden special reward. Heavenly willpower. Please claim your reward. With a mere thought, Luo Fancheng chose to accept. Host has successfully claimed the reward. Breaking illusion's eye, pierce through the fog, discern the false. Can continuously advance alongside the host's soul power, upon mastery. Can ascend to the ninth heaven, descend to the depths of the netherworld. In the external realm, Emperor Wei Yang sensed a peculiar transformation within Luo Fancheng and withdrew. Her golden boots returning, her snow-white stockings stepping into place. Her phoenix eyes widened with surprise. Yingwei, do you recall how long it took you to comprehend the unity of the six? Bai Yingyu, with a mournful expression, pouted, I will never forget, 3 months. You tormented me for a full 3 months. She added, by the way, you are far too biased. You wouldn't even strike senior brother once. A mere pretense would suffice. Emperor Wei Yong chose to selectively ignore this, lost in her own reflections. Fancheng's comprehension is indeed remarkable. He has now grasped the unity of the six and entered the realm of martial arts. Bai Yingwei, unable to believe her eyes, leapt down from the tree and rushed over, feeling the increasingly restrained aura emanating from Luo Fancheng. In astonishment, she exclaimed, "Senior brother, so soon?" Almost immediately, she pinched her cheeks to adjust her expression. "I shouldn't be surprised. He is indeed an enigma. If I were to compete with him earnestly, I would undoubtedly lose." A low hum resonated as Luo Fancheng's brow quivered. A striking and enigmatic silver pattern emerged, radiating a brilliant silvery light that illuminated the surrounding darkness, causing Bai Yingwei to squint her large, glistening eyes. "Teacher, what is happening here?" The female pope couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, equally astonished, as she had never encountered anyone who could cultivate to such a degree that their brow exhibited such extraordinary manifestations. Suddenly, Luo Fancheng opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. At that very moment, the silver pattern glimmered, projecting a beam of light that fell directly upon Bai Yingwei, who gasped in alarm, feeling a chill wash over her. In an instant, she was overwhelmed by the sensation of being thoroughly seen through. Chapter 80. The All-Seeing Eye? Breaking through 9 realms. Luo Fancheng's gaze froze, his heart racing at the enchanting scene before him, as he seemingly discovered the power of the heavenly eye bestowed by the system. However, he quickly composed himself and replied, "Junior sister, why are you screaming? It's rather alarming." Bai Yingwei pointed at the center of Luo Fancheng's brow, pouting playfully. "Who is frightening?" "You are the one who is alarming. What exactly is this thing on your forehead? It looks remarkably like an eye." Indeed, it was an eye, an extraordinary heavenly eye that proved surprisingly effective. Yet, Luo Fancheng could not disclose this, feigning ignorance instead. The cold voice of Di Weiyang echoed, "Fancheng, may I touch it?" "Huh?" Luo Fancheng turned to look, his blood surging in an instant. "Goodness, how audacious. I can tell at a glance that you're not human, but a fairy of exquisite beauty." He nearly fainted from sheer bliss. With this third eye, he could forego the other two. Di Weiyang possessed none of the bashful demeanor typical of a woman. She was poised and graceful. "Have you not heard that cultivating the 6 harmonies can produce a third eye? I simply wish to see for myself." Luo Fancheng forcibly shifted his gaze away from the female pope, inwardly exclaiming his guilt. He truly had no intention of being impolite. He was a king of the seas, not a rogue. A man's lechery must be tempered with decorum, lest it become vulgar. "Look." Di Weiyang's delicate finger touched the center of Luo Fancheng's brow, and her expression shifted as if she sensed something. How can this be? Luo Fancheng inwardly panicked. Could she have discovered that his heavenly eye possessed the ability to see through? If so, he might very well perish on the spot. "Master, what is happening?" Bai Yingwei asked impatiently, bouncing like a rabbit eager for a treat. Di Weiyang's face grew serious. "Yingwei, do you comprehend how much more potent Fancheng's spiritual force has become?" Bai Yingwei responded with astonishment. "But the cultivation of the 6 harmonies primarily enhances physical techniques. There is nearly no enhancement to mental power, is there?" "Precisely the issue." The female pope exclaimed in shock. "Fancheng's mental strength has increased a full 9 times, now comparable to a 5th-tier soul king. Do you understand? If he had consumed some rare treasure, that would be one thing." Bai Yingwei gazed at him as if he were a monster, completing Di Weiyang's unfinished thought. "But he has consumed nothing." Bai Yingwei inquired, "Senior brother, do you feel anything?" "It feels quite good," he replied, but she pressed further. "I meant, what do you feel about the silver pattern on your brow? What is its purpose?" Luo Fancheng shook his head. "I do not know." Acknowledging the truth would be tantamount to courting death, so he opted for a benevolent lie. At least it was kind to himself. "Ah, why is your nose bleeding?" Bai Yingwei rushed over with a handkerchief to help him wipe it. Luo Fancheng barely had time to evade her gaze. He took in everything around him, and his nose bled even more profusely. Fortunately, after a bit of struggle, he mastered the method to conceal his heavenly eye. Otherwise, he might have bled to death. "How marvelous." Bai Yingwei gently touched Luo Fancheng's forehead with her cool little hand, noting that the nosebleed had ceased and the silver pattern had vanished. Could it be that the appearance of this silver pattern was contingent upon bleeding? Luo Fancheng's gaze grew somewhat vacant as he inadvertently uncovered a little secret of Bai Yingwei. She had been concealing her bosom all along. However, even so, it appeared quite ample on the surface. A treasure well hidden, indeed. Di Weiyang consoled. "Fancheng, do not fret. I believe this is a blessing rather than a curse. This particular trait seems oddly familiar to me. When we return to the temple, I shall consult the archives for further clarity." Luo Fancheng felt a pang of anxiety. "Had you not uttered those words, I would not have been concerned. If you truly uncover this, would you not chase me with a 40-meter-long sword from Penglai Island to the southern gate?" While an ordinary man might be satisfied merely by feasting his eyes, Luo Fancheng was different. Only what he consumed could be deemed his own. Much like a book demands a name inscribed upon it, how can one prove ownership of that which bears no mark? Ergo, come here, Luo Fancheng called, but received no response. Turning around, he spotted the Snow Domain Ice Wolf wagging its tail, glancing about. Who are you looking for? I am calling you. With a howl, the Snow Domain Ice Wolf charged forth, galloping towards Luo Fancheng. It skidded to a halt just short of colliding with him. Calling you Ergu was a slight. I should have referred to you as foolish dog. In response to Luo Fancheng's jest, the large ice wolf obediently sat, panting with a seemingly innocent expression. Luo Fancheng commanded, "Go, fetch us something edible. We do not keep idle pets in this household." The ice wolf darted into the forest like an arrow, and after half an hour, it returned, dragging a half-grown wild boar. Proudly, it presented its catch before Luo Fancheng. "Wow, how impressive!" Bai Ingwei exclaimed, reaching out to pet the wolf's fur, only to have it sidestep her touch. The bonfire crackled, and the wild boar on the spit sizzled with juices, the aroma intensified with the addition of spices. "Senior brother, we can start eating now," Bai Ingwei said, slicing the roasted meat onto a green leaf and offering it to him. "You and Wei Yong eat first." Luo Fancheng, now wearing a skeptical expression, pondered how this creature, typically so dull-witted, could be so efficient in hunting. Something felt amiss. He cut off a leg of the boar and, placing it gently before the ice wolf that was licking its paws, he settled down cross-legged himself. The high priestess and the saintess both turned their curious gazes towards him. Luo Fancheng remarked, "Ergo, you feign ignorance to make me believe you are harmless, hoping I would accept you, correct? After all, no one desires to harbor a potential threat." The ice wolf paused in its grooming. Observing its reaction confirmed Luo Fancheng's suspicions, prompting him to continue. "Your swiftness and efficiency in hunting are your attempts to prove your worth, to show that you are valuable enough to remain by my side. Am I right?" The ice wolf lifted its head, astonishment reflected in its eyes. "Ah, you clever creature," Luo Fancheng chuckled, playfully patting the wolf on its head before returning to dine with the two women, not uttering another word. "Awoo." The ice wolf stared blankly at the silhouette of the young man, then cast a glance at the roasted meat set before him. With a sense of relief, he began to eat. As time flowed by, a month swiftly passed. Boom. In the heart of the forest, Luo Fancheng rose from his meditative stance. Feeling invigorated and full of energy, his soul power had ascended from level 21 to level 30. The cultivation at the Great Soul Master level involves merging the 13 swirling vortexes of liquefied soul power within the Dantian, forming a vast lake of soul energy. Now, only 3 vortexes remain to be integrated before he can officially seek his third soul ring. Chapter 81. Are you becoming a spirit? A surprise prepared for the saintess. "Ah, I never expected you to reach the Great Soul Master level with such impressive speed," Bai Ingwei exclaimed, returning from a distance. She had just finished her training. Her brow glistening with fragrant sweat, her violet hair dampened. Observing the emanating fluctuations of soul power surrounding Luo Fancheng, she remarked, "You rascal. After 2 years of diligent cultivation, I have only advanced to level 47, yet you have achieved level 30 in less than 2 months, not to mention the time you wasted on your additional breakthroughs." Luo Fancheng chuckled. "This is partly thanks to the Zhu fruit. I have 3 left. I won't be giving you any." Bai Ingwei huffed. "I have no desire for gifts from other women." Watching the girl pout her luscious, rosy lips in a charmingly proud manner, one could hardly resist the urge to tease her. "Oh, are you feeling jealous, junior sister?" Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. "Are you joking? I am a saintess. Am I the type of petty woman who fights over affection?" Bai Ingwei rolled her beautiful eyes. "I don't fancy you. Only those infatuated princesses would be unable to take their eyes off you," she continued. Luo Fancheng sighed. It had indeed been a couple of months since they last met, and he found himself missing her. Fortunately, the day they had agreed to meet in Qianlong City was fast approaching. Bai Ingwei glared at him with her sparkling eyes, reproaching. "What do you miss her for? Is my company and that of our master not enough for you? There is nothing admirable about her. She covets your body and is utterly shameless." Luo Fancheng smirked. "Junior sister, I haven't said anything. Why are you so anxious?" Bai Ingwei's expression faltered. I am merely expressing my concern as your junior sister." Luo Fancheng laughed heartily, leaving Bai Ingwei feeling a bit guilty, unable to meet his gaze. She bit down on her hair tie and, with her dainty hands, swept her damp violet hair back towards her fair neck, gathering it into a high ponytail. After securing it with the hair tie, she radiated the vibrant essence of youthful beauty. Luo Fancheng found himself momentarily entranced, pondering why he would seek elsewhere when he had such a treasure at home. "What about our master? Where has she gone?" Bai Ingwei inquired. "I sent Wei Yang to help me with some errands," Luo Fancheng replied. For a moment, the saintess fell silent. How many would dare to send the female pope on errands? It seemed only this audacious fellow before her could indulge in such extravagance. Suddenly, a loud sound of a breakthrough echoed. The two siblings turned their attention towards the source, and Bai Yingyue's lips twitched. Brother, is this wolf truly normal? Don't ask me. I have no idea, Luo Fancheng responded with a strange expression. He too was curious. Why was this wolf soul beast becoming increasingly human-like? Was this normal or abnormal? At that moment, the snow domain ice wolf, the size of a warhorse, sat cross-legged on the ground, its back hunched, with its front paws flipped over and resting atop its hind knees. When the ice wolf first assumed this comically awkward meditative posture, Luo Fancheng found it utterly baffling. Was it trying to mimic him? Later, when the ice wolf broke through, he was astonished. Could this truly work? Whenever he entered into meditation for cultivation, the ice wolf would eagerly approach, treating the impurities of spiritual energy he exhaled as precious treasures to absorb. Remarkably, his cultivation level began to rise steadily. Now, having achieved a breakthrough to the 30th level, it seemed the wolf had also advanced. Judging by its soul energy, its cultivation now could rival that of a 3,000-year-old soul beast, progressing at an astonishing pace. A profound sense of crisis surged within Bai Yingyue. If she did not strive diligently in her training, she would be outshone even by the dog beside her senior brother. However, why could the impurities of spiritual energy exhaled by her senior brother accelerate the cultivation of soul beasts? She had secretly approached and taken a breath of it herself. But it proved futile, and she nearly choked in her guilt. Amwo. The ice wolf opened its eyes and rushed over, sliding onto its forelimbs in submission, its plush head nuzzling against Luo Fancheng's pant leg in a display of affection. Luo Fancheng affectionately petted the wolf as one would a cat. Ergu, if you wish to learn to meditate like me, don't dare attempt to walk on two legs like a human, or I shall break your dog legs. Ah, the ice wolf nodded vigorously. Bai Yingyue casually inquired, by the way, senior brother, do you know what day it is today? Luo Fancheng shook his head. I do not. The young girl bit her rosy lip, a fleeting shadow of disappointment crossing her beautiful eyes. Just as she was about to speak, rip, the forest space tore open, and the strikingly beautiful female pope stepped forth, extending a black package towards Luo Fancheng. Here, this is what you wanted. I shall take my leave now and return later. If you encounter danger, I will call for help. Remember to listen. Luo Fancheng mounted the wolf and sped away in a flash. Bai Yingyue, puzzled, asked, Teacher, what treasure did you give senior brother that made him so excited to leave? Di Weiyong coldly replied, a secret. Bai Yingyue's eyes widened in disbelief. You and senior brother have little secrets behind my back? Di Weiyong cast her a sidelong glance. Is it too much for me to have a small secret with your Uncle Luo? Bai Yingyue felt a pang in her heart, her mind buzzing. Then do you know that today is rather special? I do. Just as a flicker of joy appeared on Bai Yingyue's face, Di Weiyong added, Today is the day Fancheng has broken through. I just returned to find that he has succeeded. Huh. Bai Yingyue opened her mouth in surprise. Di Weiyong countered. Is that not correct? Yes. I will go and cultivate myself, teacher. Bai Yingyue made a great effort to conceal the sorrow in her eyes, trying not to let the other notice. Turning her delicate frame away, she dashed into the forest. As night fell and the moon rose high, Bai Yingyue sat beside a large stone by the river, her reflection on the water revealing her sorrowful visage, the petals in her hand reduced to mere stems. She murmured to herself, Today is someone's birthday, and neither teacher nor senior brother remembers. She shook her head, self-soothing. If they don't remember, then so be it. Birthdays are not such a big deal. Others are busy after all. I must be too fragile. This is hardly the demeanor of a saint. How childish. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Droplets of water fell into the surface, creating ripples that spread outward. Bai Yingyue bit her lip gently, her heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. She did not blame others for forgetting her, nor did she wish to appear overly sentimental, yet tears threatened to spill forth. The sound of footsteps approached, and she instinctively crouched down, splashing her face with cool water, vigorously rubbing her cheeks to craft a reassuringly bright smile. Only then did she turn to greet the imposing Ice Queen and the handsome youth walking alongside her brother-in-law. Teacher, senior brother, what brings you here? Luo Fancheng chuckled. Junior sister, why are your eyes so red? You weren't secretly crying, were you? Bai Yingyue placed her hands on her hips, retorting playfully, Don't be ridiculous. I'm not a child anymore. Only the weak shed tears. Luo Fancheng lifted a square jade box he held. I've concocted a pastry that I assure you've never encountered before. Care to taste it? Surprised that her senior could cook, Bai Yingyue was taken aback. She had been the one preparing meals for the past 2 months. She quickly shook her head. Please serve it to the teacher. I'm not feeling well today and have no appetite. Luo Fancheng shrugged, smiling. Well then, it seems my birthday cake will go uneaten. Weiyong. Since our dear junior sister one tea per take, let us not waste it. We'll share it between us. Birthday? Bai Yinghue's heart jolted, emotion swirling within her as she hurriedly approached, asking, "What did you just say, senior brother?" Chapter 82. The Kiss of the Saintess, a gift from Di Wei Yang. Without a word, Luo Fancheng pushed the box towards Bai Yingyu's chest. "Here, open it and see for yourself." Instinctively, Bai Yingyu lifted the lid, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment as she beheld a delicately crafted double-layer cream cake. The words "Happy 18th Birthday, Xiao Yingyu" stood out prominently. "Senior brother." "You." Bai Yingyu gazed up at Luo Fancheng, then down at the cake, repeating the motion several times, her speech faltering. Luo Fancheng blinked in disbelief. "Surely, you didn't think I would forget your birthday, did you? This is a momentous occasion for you. Both your teacher and I hold it in high regard." Bai Yingyu bit down hard on her rosy lips, yet the quivering could not be suppressed, and her eyes quickly filled with tears. "Look at the sky," Luo Fancheng prompted. She lifted her gaze to the night sky as Di Wei Yang gently snapped her fingers. Boom! The heavens erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks, culminating in a radiant purple moon formed by countless lights. It resembled Bai Yingyu's Tying Yuing martial spirit. In that instant, the young girl could no longer contain herself, tears streaming down her delicate lashes. Previously, her sorrow had transformed into an indescribable sense of gratitude. They hadn't forgotten how foolish she had been, unable to perceive the surprise they had prepared for her. "I am no longer a child. I won't cry," she declared, mimicking Bai Yingyu's words as she laughed heartily. "Junior sister, we actually arrived quite some time ago." Embarrassed, Bai Yingyu stamped her foot, covering her cheeks and exclaiming that she felt too shy to face anyone. Yet her heart swelled with warmth and joy. Luo Fancheng produced candles, placing them atop the cake and igniting their flames, which puzzled both Di Wei Yang and Bai Yingyu. He explained, "This birthday cake is unique to our hometown. One must eat cake and blow out candles to make a wish for a birthday celebration to be complete. If it weren't for Wei Yang helping me gather the ingredients, I would have struggled to create it." Bai Yingyu exclaimed in astonishment. "So, the materials your teacher provided at noon were for this cake?" "Correct," he replied. "You directed your teacher to gather these, didn't you?" "Indeed," Luo Fancheng chuckled. "You wouldn't think your esteemed teacher does not care for you, would you? She simply prefers not to express it verbally." Bai Yingyu felt a lump in her throat. Di Wei Yang scoffed. "All the credit goes to Fancheng. I lack such flair. Wah, both my teacher and senior brother love me." Bai Yingyu was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. After blowing out the candles, Di Wei Yang spoke. "Fancheng, there are 7 days remaining until the date of your battle with the princess. You may officially emerge from the mountains tomorrow. Given your current strength, I have complete confidence in you." "Good." After being cooped up in this jungle for 2 months, dancing with wolves daily, Luo Fancheng was eager to embrace the vibrant world outside. At last, he had honed his skills and was ready to venture forth. He wished to discover what this world had to offer, mindful to steer clear of disreputable places. Di Wei Yang raised her hand and tore through the fabric of space. Stepping within, "I shall return to the divine palace to fetch the 2 extraordinary treasures I have prepared for you. You shall find them useful." As the space mended, only the brother and sister remained in the dark forest, their gazes inadvertently meeting, leaving them momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Soul Beast Oasis, an enraged roar echoed. "That audacious high priestess, does she truly disregard me, the Qilin sovereign, to audaciously set off fireworks in my domain? Brother, how can you tolerate this? I, Old Bear, cannot bear it any longer. Let us confront her together." The 5 elements Jade Qilin unleashed its colossal paw, striking the head of the giant bear adorned with a tuft of golden fur. "So clever, are you? Do you wonder why this sovereign is here chattering instead of swiftly eliminating her?" Once engaged, it's uncertain who would prevail. The bear, protecting its head with its claws, moved with such practiced familiarity that it was almost heart-wrenching, clearly having developed muscle memory from enduring blows. Except for that 3-headed dragon who has been gallivanting for over a decade without return, R&T, our other brothers still present? The Qilin sovereign grew even more incensed. "So you believe you are the only one with formidable allies? Does the high priestess not have her own followers?" At that moment, a silver-haired beauty with a golden mask emerged from the void. Beneath her black veil, her flawless figure was revealed, with long, delicate legs and snow-white feet. Her toes as pure as lychee fruit. "Master." The Qilin sovereign, Old Bear, and the other 5 soul beast kings in the shadows all knelt, trembling in fear, devoid of any ferocity. "Little Qilin, I must depart the oasis for a time. Are you going too?" Old Bear began to inquire. But the Qilin sovereign swiftly sent him flying, hastily explaining, "This foolish creature is ignorant. Please forgive him." The silver-haired woman's voice had vanished without a trace. The Qilin sovereign exhaled deeply, cursing, "Old bear, do you wish to become bear soup? Do we have the right to inquire where our master is headed?" Old bear, feeling wronged, replied, "I was merely curious. It has been years since our master has ventured beyond the oasis." The Qilin sovereign scoffed, "If our master has emerged, it signifies that humanity may soon face dire misfortune. Those who dare provoke her shall perish." The other 6 soul beast kings nodded in agreement, their faces alight with joy. "Sister, do not move." "Oh, very well." Luo Fancheng approached in the dark, while Bai Yingyue fidgeted, her face flushing. "Brother, why are you so close to me?" Luo Fancheng gently brushed his finger against the corner of Bai Yingyue's lips. "Silly sister, what are you thinking? You might ruin your lovely face." Only then did Bai Yingyue realize her overthinking. He was merely helping her remove the remnants. While relieved, a tinge of disappointment lingered. The man's face was so near. Illuminated by the moonlight, his already ethereal features appearing even more enchanting. Her heart raced uncontrollably. "Brother, thank you for preparing all this for me today." Luo Fancheng smiled charmingly. "A brother is still a brother. It is only right. My own brother pales in comparison to you." Bai Yingyue shook her head vigorously. Having lacked affection since childhood, she found it unbearable to receive surprises meticulously prepared by those she held dear. Her brother and the female pope were both inept at expressing their feelings, leaving no one else the opportunity to know such a private detail as her birthday. "So, how do you intend to thank me?" Luo Fancheng inquired. Bai Yingyue replied earnestly, "You say it, and I shall do it." Luo Fancheng pointed to his cheek. Bai Yingyue's skin tightened, yet she still leaned in to plant a kiss, only to retract it in an instant. "How terrible, is that sufficient now?" Luo Fancheng shook his head. "What I meant was, not that side." Bai Yingyue was taken aback, feeling wronged. "That was my first kiss. You tricked me out of it. And now you say it doesn't count?" Luo Fancheng indicated the other side of his face. "All at your discretion." Bai Yingyue bit her lower lip and finally leaned in quickly, not anticipating that Luo Fancheng would move faster, turning his face. "Pop." The young girl's beautiful eyes widened in shock, realizing she had truly been deceived this time. A ruse, it was all a ruse. What happened to the promised kiss on the cheek? Luo Fancheng closed his eyes, his eyelashes fluttering, and eventually, they too fell gently shut. Chapter 83. The Saintess is promised to you. An agreement with the High Priestess the Saintess, Yingyue, was flustered, her cheeks aflame. Observing her emotional state, the seasoned romantic, Luo Fancheng, seized the moment, demonstrating the assertiveness expected of a man. "Senior brother, we cannot continue. The teacher will be back soon." Bai Yingyue's soft protest was feeble, her delicate arms pushing against him but lacking strength, as if all her vigor had been inexplicably drained. Her slender legs and black boots felt as if they were treading on cotton, rendered weak by Luo Fancheng's kiss. Ultimately, the maiden wrapped her arms around the man's waist. The sensations within her were complex. She felt both timid and yearning, simultaneously resenting the man's audacity while finding it sweet. She was enveloped in a haze, her thoughts becoming muddled. Suddenly, a cacophony of howls jolted Bai Yingyue awake. She instinctively recoiled, but Luo Fancheng's arms tightened around her like iron clamps. What on earth is that barking about? She wondered, perplexed by the dog's sudden outburst. Seemingly distressed at witnessing its master indulge in intimacy, Bai Yingyue's eyes widened in alarm, her palm anxiously patting Luo Fancheng's arm, sensing something amiss. A feeling of dread washed over him as he caught a glimpse of what lay behind him. His body tensed in shock. A striking figure in a golden gown stood there, motionless, her presence imposing. Goodness, the High Priestess has returned. When did she come back? Luo Fancheng's scalp prickled with anxiety. How on earth could he explain the situation, having kissed her disciple while the High Priestess had entrusted him with the treasure? This predicament was dire, and he felt the urgency swell within him. He had misjudged the duration of her absence. He never anticipated that a mere kiss would bring her back so swiftly. He had wrongly accused the dog. It was not jealousy, but rather a desperate attempt to protect its hapless master. "Teacher, when did you return?" Bai Yingyue seized the opportunity to push away, her transparent silk thread of deception glaringly obvious. She quickly covered her lips, stammering like a child caught sneaking candy. Diwei Yang's calm demeanor was chilling. "It appears you did not wish for my return?" "And no, not at all." Bai Yingyue waved her hands frantically, attempting to explain. "Please, do not misunderstand. My relationship with senior brother is purely platonic. There is nothing untoward about it." Diwei Yang's phoenix eyes flickered ominously. "Do not compel me to strike you." Bai Yingyue immediately fell silent, a chill creeping over her. Luo Fancheng could only shake his head in disbelief. "Junior sister, your words do not merely insult the High Priestess's intelligence, they insult her vision. Even a dog can see that our innocent sibling bond has been tarnished. You could at least claim it was a moment of weakness, a passionate indiscretion." Wait, if Bai Yingyue were to say that, She would no longer be the pure lotus flower, but rather one of those seasoned temptresses. Wei Yang's voice turned frosty. Fancheng, it seems I have returned at an inopportune moment. Bai Yingyue felt a pang of guilt, as if she had usurped the high priestess's man, her anxiety palpable. Luo Fancheng quickly countered, no, your timing is impeccable. Bai Yingyue's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. How could her senior brother show no signs of guilt at all? Was he not afraid of being reprimanded by their master? Wei Yang was equally astonished by Luo Fancheng's composed demeanor, which entirely exceeded her expectations. Are you really embracing my disciple? Luo Fancheng smiled and replied, I wish for you, as her master, to witness this. I adore Yingyue. Please betroth her to me. No one anticipated such a bold declaration from Luo Fancheng. Bai Yingyue abruptly looked up, her eyes wide with disbelief. Wei Yang was also taken aback, her mind reeling. What? What did you just say? Luo Fancheng grasped Bai Yingyue's small hand, saying, Yingyue, we are merely dating and sharing a kiss. Why are you acting so timid? As if we committed a grave sin? Bai Yingyue blushed and retorted, who is dating you? If you didn't like me, would you have kissed me? Luo Fancheng raised his brow. A kiss is just a kiss. I would never abandon a woman I have kissed, allowing her to marry another. You are utterly shameless. Bai Yingyue playfully pouted, playfully punching his chest, momentarily forgetting the presence of the high priestess beside them, her heart brimming with sweetness. Had Luo Fancheng tried to deflect the earlier kiss by making excuses to the high priestess, his impression in the holy maiden's subconscious would have undoubtedly diminished, painting him as a cowardly man who dared to act, but lacked the courage to accept responsibility. However, Luo Fancheng's candid acknowledgement ignited the feelings that had already begun to blossom within the young girl's heart. Wei Yang asked, Are you certain you are not jesting with me? Luo Fancheng replied earnestly, If a man cannot even discern his feelings for someone, he ought to reconsider his existence. Wei Yang fell silent, gazing into his profound, dark eyes. After a few moments, she nodded and said, Very well, Yingyue can be betrothed to you. But there is one condition. Master, you haven't even asked if I am willing, yet you are already selling me off? You? Wei Yang shot a sidelong glance at the stunning holy maiden, a smirk gracing her lips as she remarked, Your willingness is written all over your face. Do not provoke me to strike you. Luo Fancheng inquired, What is the condition? Wei Yang responded, I require you to slay the holy son, Huang Yin. At the World Youth Soul Master Tournament next summer, his son Candlelight Martial Spirit complements Yingyue's In Shadow Martial Spirit, and the entire temple is attempting to unite them. Had I not intervened, they would likely have been betrothed by now, although I would not deign to personally slay Huang Yin. Should he perish in battle due to inferior skills, no one could dispute it. When the time comes, you will assume the role of the Holy Son. But you will undoubtedly face the wrath of the four offerings and other officiants. However, I will protect you. Luo Fancheng scoffed, even without your words. I would seek to eliminate him. I still have scores to settle with that master-disciple duo. Agreed, Wei Yang nodded. Once you have slain Huang Yin, I shall facilitate a grand wedding ceremony for you and Yingyue. Luo Fancheng exhaled in relief. This hurdle had been crossed. Not only was he alive, but he had also gained significantly. Would Zhou or Samp be upset that she had swiftly acquired such a fine younger sister? The only regret lies in the increased difficulty of engaging in profound conversations with the female pope in the future. However, this remains the most optimal solution. Oh, dear teacher, how could you betray your disciple in such a manner? Yingyue cannot bear to part with you. My deepest affection is reserved for you. Wei Yang gazed silently at her, then raised a hand, delivering a sharp slap. Crack! Bai Yingyue leaped aside, her small hand clutching one side of her rear. Wincing as she gasped for breath, it must be swollen, undoubtedly swollen. Luo Fancheng patted her shoulder. Rest assured, junior sister. How could I bear to sever the bond between you and your master? I will ensure that you and Wei Yang remain together. Bai Yingyue glanced at the handsome profile of the man and, like a startled fawn, quickly averted her gaze. The thought that she was already considered half a woman by her senior brother made her heart race uncontrollably. Fancheng, tomorrow you shall officially step into the world of true soul masters. Take these two treasures, for they will surely be of use to you. Wei Yang's hand shimmered with light, revealing a silver mask and a miniature statue of a 12-winged angel. Chapter 84. Emerging from seclusion, a treasure comparable to divine artifacts. And the sudden appearance of a crimson shadow. What could this be? Luo Fancheng's gaze was immediately drawn in. The angelic sculpture was ancient and unadorned, appearing as mundane as an ordinary stone carving. In contrast, the silver mask exuded an eerie quality. Its right eye wept blood, bearing an expression that oscillated between fury and timidity, radiating two starkly opposing emotions of anger and fear. Wei Yang elaborated, should you encounter insurmountable dangers upon your emergence, this sculpture will serve you well. As for this mask, it is a treasure I procured from a divine relic, possessing 3 remarkable abilities. First, when worn, it conceals your entire presence, rendering it an unparalleled tool for stealth. Second, should you wish, it allows you to assume the visage of any person you have previously encountered. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. This seemingly bizarre silver mask possesses such formidable powers? Di Wei Yang donned the silver mask, and her countenance rippled, after a flash of brilliance. Bai Yingyue gasped in astonishment. Teacher, you look just like me. How extraordinary. Luo Fancheng could not help but marvel, without considering her figure or attire. He would have been unable to discern the truth. This mask was truly a divine instrument for infiltration and assassination. He pondered whether his celestial eyes could penetrate its disguise, but refrained from attempting it, as the 2 women were still unaware of his celestial abilities. And he did not wish to court disaster. Di Wei Yang removed the mask and playfully slapped Bai Yingyue on the backside, leaving it slightly bruised. Teacher, why did you suddenly hit me? Bai Yingyue protested, rubbing her sore posterior. Di Wei Yang replied, I am in a foul mood. This silver mask has a side effect. Once donned, it may render your temperament irritable and your spirit timid. Luo Fancheng was astonished. Even the emotions of a powerful being like you can be influenced? Indeed, she affirmed, but removing it for a time alleviates the effect, so it is best not to wear it for prolonged periods. Luo Fancheng inquired. I recall you mentioned it has 3 functions. What is the third? Observe, Di Wei Yang commanded, and with a flicker of her mind, the mask transformed into a silver ring. It was not just any ring. It was an indestructible storage ring, capable of containing your possessions within. Is it truly that remarkable? Luo Fancheng was astounded. Could this be a divine artifact? Its capabilities were undeniably extensive. Most significantly, the high priestess was willing to bestow such a precious item upon him. Di Wei Yang removed the ring and tossed it to Luo Fancheng. Once you drop your blood upon it, it shall belong to you. The man hesitated. This treasure must be of great utility to you as well? Di Wei Yang replied, keep it. I would not wish for my sole confidant to be slain immediately upon his emergence. Luo Fancheng pricked his finger and let his blood touch the silver ring, which promptly entwined around his index finger, melding with him and imparting a sense of bloodline connection. Does it have a name? He asked. Di Wei Yang responded. It is called the Illusory Void Ring, a name I have bestowed upon it. The remaining 3 crimson fruits, the package from the village chief, and the soul bone of the mighty ape have all been placed within. With a thought, Luo Fancheng stored the angelic stone sculpture within the illusory void ring. As consciousness delved into the inner sanctum, apart from a few personal belongings, there lay a dazzling mound that nearly blinded him. What was that mound? Di Wei Yang casually remarked, Oh, it's nothing much. I simply prepared 3 million Songlong coins for you, fearing that your days outside might be too frugal. Consider it pocket money. Is that truly nothing? Luo Fancheng's lips twitched. He was utterly astonished. Did she perhaps have a misunderstanding regarding the concept of pocket money? In a household of 3 within the village, their annual expenditure barely reached 2,000 Songlong coins. 3 million equated to what? Perhaps the purchasing power of 60 million in his previous life. He did not desire to live off others, yet the female pope persisted in force-feeding him, not even allowing him the option to refuse. Sigh. Songlong coins are translucent, circular crystals, with the denomination intricately engraved on the front. The smallest being 1 and the largest 100. The reverse side depicts an ancient Songlong soaring through the clouds. Luo Fancheng inquired. Does the temple also issue its own currency? Di Wei Yang shook her head. There are only 4 types of currency in the realm. Songlong coins, Baihu coins, Xuanwu coins, and Shenhuang coins, each issued by the 4 great empires, freely circulating amongst one another. They can be abbreviated as dragon coins, Xian coins, and phoenix coins. The last one being tiger coins, right? Luo Fancheng understood why the female pope hesitated to utter it. Di Wei Yang continued, by the way, do you know why I have never allowed you to add soul rings to your second martial soul, Qinglian? Luo Fancheng chuckled softly. I have deduced some of it. To absorb higher-tier soul rings, one must possess formidable soul power and a robust physique as support. Adding soul rings to the first martial soul is already sufficient for me to break through to a higher level. Once I reach the 9th rank, I can then add soul rings to the Qinglian martial soul, by which time all can incorporate high-tier rings. Both Bai Yingyue and Di Wei Yang were taken aback, not expecting Luo Fancheng to comprehend this on his own. Di Wei Yang praised, You are quite astute. The greatest advantage of a dual martial soul practitioner lies here. Rest well tonight, and tomorrow, you shall set forth to Qianlong City. The female pope remained by his side throughout the night. Despite his yearning, Luo Fancheng did not dare to act upon his impulses and tease Bai Yingyue. As time passed, the dawn of separation arrived. Wei Yang displayed no signs of sadness, while Bai Yingwe, with her lips pouting, exclaimed joyfully, "Senior brother can finally go out and wreak havoc on others. And I won't be the only one facing blows and stimuli. How wonderful." With that, Luo Fancheng mounted the snow domain ice wolf, equipped with the map provided by the female pope, leaving without a hint of reluctance, waving elegantly as he departed. Wei Yang glanced sideways. "Stop pretending. He has already left." Gazing at the vanishing figure of the young man, Bai Yingwe's smile instantly faded, unable to maintain her composure any longer, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Teacher, I think I truly have feelings for senior brother. Sob, I really don't want him to leave." At that moment, a playful voice emerged from the thicket. "Junior sister, I knew you would cry. That laughter earlier was all an act." "Ha ha." Bai Yingwe's sobs abruptly ceased. "You haven't left?" "I left, yet not entirely." Luo Fancheng emerged from the side, leaving air go behind. He stealthily executed a surprise maneuver. Bai Yingwe looked bewildered. "Teacher, did you discover that senior brother had turned back ahead of time?" Wei Yang nodded. "Indeed. So, you intentionally led me on?" "Yes." The conspiratorial antics of the two left Bai Yingwe utterly disheartened. "How could you conspire to bully an innocent girl? Have you no conscience?" "All right, junior sister. This time I truly must depart." Luo Fancheng promised. "When we meet again, I shall ensure that I crush that saint's son, Huang Yin, for daring to vie for a woman with me. Let him eat dirt." Ultimately, the three parted ways. In that moment, both Bai Yingwe and the female pope realized that the 3 months spent in each other's company had indelibly etched the man into their hearts. Luo Fancheng rode his white wolf, weary from a day's journey. As dusk approached, he arrived at a 3-story inn situated by the official road, secured accommodations for the white wolf in the stable, and booked an exquisite guest room for himself. At this time, he was luxuriating in a large wooden bath, savoring a soothing soak, while the innkeeper had thoughtfully sprinkled a layer of rose petals atop the water. The rich fragrance enveloped him. He estimated that he would reach Qianlong City in approximately 2 days, a considerable distance. Luo Fancheng had already devised a plan for this journey. First, to seek the source stone. Aiding Qing Lian in her evolution, the little loach had transformed into a great green python, yet Qing Lian's evolution remained stagnant. This disparity could not persist. He believed that should Qing Lian sprout 2 more petals, the surprise she would bestow upon him would be substantial. Second, to fulfill his agreement with Princess Yi Xieying, participate in the battle contest, and simultaneously uncover the secret surrounding Tai Lao Tai. Third, to locate the beggar with severed limbs, as mentioned by Wei Yang, in hopes of acquiring some secret techniques. Bang! Just then, the window of his guest room was suddenly shattered, interrupting his contemplation, as a red figure darted inside. Chapter 85. The Twin Sisters, the Bride from Another Family? Luo Fancheng was taken aback. In the dead of night, what had dashed in? As he focused his gaze, his eyes widened in astonishment. He suddenly felt a sense of calm. The visitor was exceedingly beautiful, her allure both enchanting and harmless. She was a young woman adorned in a resplendent red wedding gown, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her delicate figure akin to a willow, her lips tinted like vermilion, and a tear mole at the corner of her eye. Her exquisitely fragile beauty radiated an ethereal charm reminiscent of Lin Daiyu, whose bride had ventured out. Or was she the legendary bride ghost? Regardless, it mattered little. Emboldened, Luo Fancheng felt no fear, for even a ghost deserves a respite. Their gazes met, and the beauty in the wedding attire's eyes widened in surprise, evidently unprepared to find a man bathing in a wooden tub. Her pale, delicate face flushed slightly, and she nervously grasped the hem of her garment, at a loss for what to do. Luo Fancheng was bewildered. This bride had intruded into his room without seeking riches or lust, merely standing by the window in a state of bashfulness. What was happening? I apologize, the bride whispered, bowing slightly, exuding the grace of a well-bred lady. Someone is pursuing me, and I have no choice but to seek refuge in your room. Such politeness took Luo Fancheng by surprise. The frail beauty of her countenance, coupled with her soft, melodious voice, stirred within him an instinctual desire to embrace and cherish her. Though he did not feel compelled by kindness, the irritation of his interrupted bath had dissipated entirely. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone, wake up. Room check. The commotion outside grew louder, as if someone were brazenly storming through the inn, searching from room to room. The delicate beauty's expression turned frantic as she hastily closed the window, her anxious gaze scanning the room for a hiding place. Luo Fancheng remained silent, scrutinizing the woman. Her aura was faint, indicating she had sustained serious injuries. Yet, it was discernible that she belonged to the Four-Phase Soul sect. The fact that she had managed to escape this far suggested her pursuers were not overwhelmingly powerful. likely at most of the 5th phase Soul King level. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to rush her out. It was prudent to assess the situation first. The raucous searching voices grew ever closer. The frail beauty quickly darted under the bed, only to emerge moments later. The space beneath the bed was unsafe. They would surely search there. What to do? Biting her pale, rosy lips, she was at her wit's end, and her gaze eventually settled on Luo Fancheng, or rather, on his bathing tub. Forgive me. The delicate beauty swiftly shed her wedding gown, her lace blouse accentuating her curvaceous form, while her light red stockings clung to her fair, slender legs. She stored the wedding attire away, gritted her teeth, and leapt into Luo Fancheng's bathing tub. Luo Fancheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could utter a word, the frail beauty had plunged in, her head submerging beneath the water. The tub was spacious, yet accommodating 2 people felt rather cramped. Their heads were nearly touching. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door. The door trembled violently before being forcefully kicked open from the outside, allowing 4 brutish men clad in black attire, adorned with a peculiar purple-black butterfly emblem on their chests, to storm in. The lead thug immediately bellowed, "Hey, are you deaf? Can't you hear us knocking?" Luo Fancheng met his gaze in silence. The thug's fury intensified. "What the hell? Are you looking for trouble, provoking us?" In response, Luo Fancheng innocently gestured towards his ears and mouth. The 4 irate men froze, as though doused with a bucket of icy water, their anger dissipating in confusion. Could it be a deaf mute? The thug felt a wave of shame wash over him. "What have I done, bullying a deaf mute? Ada, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and search." A woman's sharp reprimand echoed from outside as a striking figure in a voluminous black dress entered the room. Her long legs, encased in black silk stockings, moved gracefully in high-heeled sandals, her smoky eye makeup and dark purple lips exuding a captivating aura of dark allure. Luo Fancheng was momentarily taken aback. This woman bore an uncanny resemblance to the one beneath him. Even sharing the same beauty mark at the corner of her eye, could it be that they were twins? Yet their styles diverged greatly. One exuded a powerful dark strength, while the other radiated a delicate, ethereal charm. Indeed, the princess consort. Luo Fancheng mused, crossing his arms. The 4 brutish men, seasoned killers, now felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Clumsily attempting sign language, they tried to reassure Luo Fancheng not to panic as they began to rummage through the room. The dark beauty's gaze fell upon Luo Fancheng's face, her eyes brightening. "You're quite handsome. Too bad you're a mute." The thugs quickly searched under the bed and even atop the beams. "Princess consort, your sister is not here," one of them reported. The dark beauty scolded. "Then what are you standing around for? Keep pursuing her. She must be incapacitated. She cannot be allowed to return to the White Tiger Empire in good health." With a resounding bang, the intruders retreated, leaving chaos in their wake. Luo Fancheng remained as composed as ever, unfazed. He discerned that while these individuals possessed formidable energy, none were at the level of a Soul King. If there were no hidden experts lurking, should a confrontation arise, what he stood to lose was merely his exposure. While they risked their lives, however steady he was, his second brother was not as calm. The ensuing chaos from the proud nation's martial arts would likely have left the submerged beauty dazed. But could he truly be blamed? She had dashed headlong into danger. Suddenly, a frail beauty emerged, her hair damp and cascading like a water lily, mere inches away from the man. Blushing, she bit her lip and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for not betraying me." Luo Fancheng felt a surge of respect. The frail beauty seemed to sense the awkwardness and leaped from the tub, grabbing a blanket from the bed to envelop her drenched form, leaving only her long, slender legs, clad in delicate pink stockings, exposed. As the stockings became damp, the 5 delicate toes, resembling sheep's fat white jade, became distinctly visible, adorned with white nail polish. "Apologies, I forgot you were mute." The beauty revealed a look of sympathetic pity and began to clumsily perform sign language. Luo Fancheng, rendered speechless, said, "Turn around. I need to change clothes." The beauty was taken aback. "You are not mute?" Luo Fancheng glared. "You are the one who is mute." The ailing beauty, astonished, asked, "Then what were you doing with them just now?" Luo Fancheng, disinterested in providing an explanation, thought that feigning deafness while traversing the world could save one from unnecessary troubles. He began to dress himself, prompting the beauty to hastily turn away. Once Luo Fancheng was fully attired, the beauty glanced back, momentarily taken aback by his handsome visage, his aura distinctly unlike that of an ordinary man. She shook her head, realizing that staring at a man in such a manner was impolite, and gracefully performed a bow. This time, she genuinely felt grateful for the young man's rescue. Luo Fancheng nodded. It was but a small effort. No need for thanks. Now that the crisis has passed, fare thee well. Miss, I shall not see you off. The man issued a cold dismissal, leaving the beauty momentarily stunned. In the White Tiger Empire, she had countless admirers, even princes who showered her with concern. The gazes of men towards her often bore an insidious and greedy undertone. Yet, this man before her exhibited no lingering attachment, as if he eagerly wished for her swift departure. Chapter 86. The Beauty's Plea, the anomaly of the azure lotus. Martial soul, forgive my intrusion. The ailing beauty rose, making her way towards the door, her shoes long lost. Her delicate feet touched the ground, her steps unsteady and ethereal. A cough escaped her lips, staining her pale mouth with crimson, rendering her already fragile and exquisite visage even more pitiable. However, Luo Fancheng remained seated at the table, leisurely savoring his tea, his gaze unwavering, devoid of any inclination to detain her. To rush forward unbidden is not a transaction, but a demeaning act. When a woman does not solicit your assistance, it is wise to refrain from unwarranted sympathy, for it may lead to unreciprocated efforts. Many earnest men have erred in this regard, only to receive a few perfunctory words of thanks with emotions unchanged. Moreover, one should not recklessly pluck wildflowers by the roadside. Who knows if they bear thorns? Indeed, this woman is alluring, yet it is evident she is someone else's wayward flower, and it is unnecessary to meddle. His destination was Qianlong City, and in 6 days, he was to partake in the Tri-City battle tournament with the fiery princess. The lustful specters of Gigi and the aged corpse had yet to reveal themselves. Coughing again, the ailing beauty's breath grew increasingly frail, her body soaked and cold. She leaned weakly against the door, glancing back as she asked, "Young sir, you are a soul master, are you not?" Uncertain, came Luo Fancheng's indifferent reply, as he took a sip of the warm tea, initially bitter but yielding a sweet aftertaste. Cough. I can sense your soul power has reached the 30th level. You must be around 18 years old, and with such prowess at this age. You are indeed a remarkable young talent. Luo Fancheng was not surprised that she could discern his strength, as he had not concealed his aura with the illusion ring. Do I truly appear so aged? I have not yet reached 18. Noticing the man's indifference, the ailing beauty bit her lip, her expression conflicted. Could you possibly assist me? I find it exceedingly difficult to evade their search and capture. Not possible. Luo Fancheng firmly shook his head, rejecting her outright. A look of guilt crossed her delicate features. I have been shameless. You have already saved me once, and yet I audaciously ask for your help again. But I truly have no other options left. I need to reach Qianlong City, yet in my current wounded and weakened state, I lack the strength to make it. Qianlong City? Luo Fancheng's interest was piqued. Their destinations were indeed aligned. The more he declined, the more the beauty felt he was reliable. I understand it is perilous for someone at your level to confront 5 soul sections. However, if you could secretly escort me to Qianlong City, I would be willing to part with my only treasure. Not feasible. Escorting you seems rather troublesome, Luo Fancheng reiterated, shaking his head. He was not in need of treasures and had no desire to invite unnecessary complications. With the white fox jade pendant given by Su Jior around his neck and the illusion ring bestowed by the high priestess on his hand, he had everything he required. Have you heard of source stones? I possess 2 of them. The ailing beauty revealed 2 pitch-black stones from her palm. Source stones? Luo Fancheng's heart raced, instantly alert. Upon closer inspection, they indeed resembled the one gifted to him by the old village chief. His head ceased to shake in refusal. Ahem. Escorting you does not seem to be such a troublesome task. The sickly beauty's expression stiffened momentarily. This fellow, is he truly so pragmatic? However, her face soon brightened with delight as she approached and handed 2 source stones to Luo Fancheng. These are for you, but do not have a change of heart. They are the most valuable treasures I possess, a relic left to me by my mother. Luo Fancheng examined the stones and confirmed they were indeed source stones. With his azure lotus martial soul already stirring, eager to emerge and devour, he looked at the woman in astonishment. You are truly giving these to me? Are you not concerned I might turn against you and resort to nefarious deeds for these treasures? It seems far easier to send you on your way to the afterlife. The sickly woman replied, I believe you are a good person. Luo Fancheng pondered whether this sister was perhaps a bit too naive compared to her earlier darkly styled twin. Could they truly be identical twins? He swiftly stowed away the 2 source stones and declared, Very well. I shall accept your request to aid you in your plight. The frail beauty responded anxiously, No. You are only at level 30. You cannot contend with them. A direct confrontation would only lead to your demise. I do not require your protection. Simply take me to Qianlong City. If we encounter them along the way, you may abandon me and flee. Do not risk yourself for me, as that would only bring you harm. Luo Fancheng was taken aback by her words, questioning whether he had misheard. Are you suggesting that in danger, I may disregard your safety and escape? Indeed, the sickly beauty nodded. I am already grateful for your willingness to assist me. If it were to result in your demise alongside mine, I would carry that guilt for the rest of my life." Luo Fancheng's mouth slightly agape, recognized the sincerity in her words, devoid of pretense. What a remarkable encounter, meeting a living bodhisattva on his journey. He had never encountered a woman so pure-hearted, wholly devoted to the well-being of others. He stated earnestly, "Consider yourself fortunate to have met me. I shall ensure your safety during this venture." The woman introduced herself. "I am Yi Xiyun, 19.5 years old, with a soul rank of 41. The one who just left is my sister, Yi Yuling, with a soul rank of 45. Upon hearing this, Luo Fancheng realized these two women certainly did not hail from an ordinary background. Such strength at their age is only a tier below that of a saintly disciple. Your sister possesses greater strength than you, yet she pursues you? Luo Fancheng found this perplexing. Through her introduction, Luo Fancheng grasped the circumstances surrounding them. Yi Xiyun belonged to the Shadow Sect within the territory of the White Tiger Empire. The Shadow Sect ranks among the top 10 sects on the continent, boasting elite assassins with their assassination-type martial soul known as the Shadow Butterfly. The sect has a long-standing tradition of intermarriage with the royal family of the White Tiger Empire. Yi Yuling is betrothed to the second prince, hence referred to as the prince consort. Conversely, Yi Xiyun sought to escape from her impending marriage to the third prince, seizing the opportunity to flee. Luo Fancheng also learned that within the assassin clan, akin to a nurturing of venomous insects, the clan leader encourages the younger generation to engage in slaughter, vying to produce the strongest among them. Similarly, the royal family of the White Tiger Empire is rife with bloodshed among the princes vying for the throne. Entirely disregarding familial bonds, only the victorious prince may ascend to the throne. Thus, Knight Yuling seizes this opportunity to pursue her sister relentlessly, showing no regard for familial bonds, as their family has never possessed such sentiments. Luo Fancheng, filled with suspicion, remarked, "One's character tends to align with the attributes of their martial soul. However, your demeanor hardly resembles that of a dark assassin like the Shadow Butterfly." Knight Xin smiled wryly and replied, "This is due to the mutation of my martial soul, which is transformed into the radiant winged butterfly." Luo Fancheng pondered, realizing the struggles she must have endured over the years. Knowing that a family steeped in darkness would find the emergence of a luminous martial soul utterly incongruous. Knight Xin sighed, sharing, "My father has always forbidden me from venturing outside, claiming that I bring him shame and disgrace the family." Luo Fancheng lamented, "Your father is truly despicable." Knight Xin, puzzled, inquired, "Huh?" Luo Fancheng curiously asked, "What is your intention in having me escort you to Qianlong City? Is it because your mutated martial soul is weaker, which has led to your cultivation lagging behind your sister?" Knight Xin elucidated, "These two inquiries can actually be considered as one." Chapter 87, The Exquisite Purity of a Beauty. Unraveling Mysteries and Origins. One question lingered. Luo Fancheng could not fathom how this woman's lack of advancement and power could be related to her journey to Qianlong City. Indeed. Yi Xishuan nodded, elucidating, "Our family periodically distributes cultivation resources, encouraging the younger generation to engage in rivalry. I have meticulously conserved all the resources bestowed upon me, refraining from utilizing them. My sister, however, not only absorbs her share but also plunders resources from others, which is why her cultivation level surpasses mine by such a significant margin." Luo Fancheng was astonished. "Goodness, I initially perceived you as a mere bronze. Yet you are a sovereign? You require no resources and have broken through to level 41 at such a young age, only trailing behind Yi Yuling by 4 levels? If it were someone else playing this game, it would not be surprising to lag behind by several levels." He pondered, "So, what is your purpose in conserving resources?" Coughing weakly, Yi Xishuan replied, "I intend to bring all the accumulated resources to my fiancé in Qianlong City, aiding his cultivation and helping us fulfill our aspirations." "Fiancé?" Luo Fancheng furrowed his brow, massaging his temple. "Wait a moment, you've muddled my thoughts. Did you not escape a marriage from the White Tiger Empire? Why seek a fiancé?" Yi Xishuan explained, "Initially, my clan arranged for me to marry the crown prince of the White Tiger Empire, making me his betrothed. However, the crown princess' mother passed away early, and the second prince, possessing greater talent and a stronger maternal faction, realized that remaining in the palace would lead to relentless suppression and ultimately death. Thus he fled, but only I know he has taken refuge in Qianlong City. Both the White Tiger Emperor and my clan leader disapproved of his cowardly act, and 3 years later, they resolved to betroth me to the third prince." Luo Fancheng mused inwardly, "What a chaotic circle. Is marrying the third prince not favorable? Clearly, he should wield more power than the fleeing crown prince, providing some measure of support." Yi Xishuan shook her head. "A woman should not have two betrothed. Fidelity is paramount. Since my fiancé has not abandoned me, I cannot accept another suitor. Moreover, both the second and third princes exhibit troubling tendencies, while the crown prince has shown a semblance of normalcy. Luo Fancheng observed the frail yet determined beauty, radiating an aura of unwavering loyalty. He could not help but shake his head and sigh. It is unfortunate that this crown prince is a coward, unworthy of your perilous journey across great distances. Yu Shixuan retorted, he is not a coward. Before he left, he told me it was a strategic retreat. He would diligently cultivate in Qianlong City, carve out his own path, and return to conquer the White Tiger Empire. Ah! Luo Fancheng chuckled. What a grand vision you paint, round and expansive. Does he even intend to take you with him when he departs? Yu Shixuan shook her head. No. Two individuals together would pose too great a challenge. Luo Fancheng inquired once more. In the past 3 years, has he ever contacted you? Yu Shixuan bit her lip and replied, no. You are too naive. Running away does not equate to cowardice, but abandoning your beloved to flee certainly does, Luo Fancheng stated. A true man would never leave his fiancée in a den of wolves while he absconds for 3 years without even a word of concern. Could he not foresee that his flight would leave you to confront the pressures of the second prince and your sister alone? Yu Shixuan's already delicate features paled further. She was innocent, not foolish, and had indeed contemplated these matters. Perhaps, just perhaps, he had his reasons. Luo Fancheng queried, do you know him well? Yu Shixuan shook her head. Our interactions have not been particularly frequent, limited to merely a dozen encounters. He fled a year after our engagement. Then how can you trust him? Luo Fancheng was perplexed. You defy your family and take the risk of eloping. Is this not a folly? Yu Shixuan replied with curiosity. Is it not the duty of a fiancé to remain steadfast and believe in her betrothed? If I do not trust him, who else would? Luo Fancheng found himself momentarily speechless as he gazed into the girl's eyes, sparkling with a sincere and pure light, unmarred by any impurities. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such an untainted and radiant girl, untouched by the dark sides of humanity. Alas, she was already spoken for. Why would she send resources meant for her own use to that man? Yu Shixuan explained, my bright, colorful butterfly martial soul lacks destructive power. Enhancing my strength would be a waste. It is better to reserve the resources for him. He promised me that he would help fulfill my wishes in the future. Intrigued, Luo Fancheng asked, what is your wish? A radiant smile graced Yu Shixuan's face as she expressed her hope. I wish to eradicate the turmoil of our generation completely. We shall subdue the second prince, my sister, and all our peers with our strength. As long as I emerge victorious in the end, no one shall have to perish. And he concurs with my perspective. Luo Fancheng's lips twitched. Hope is beautiful, yet reality is often harsh. He would not douse the dreams of one who aspires. However, the challenges she spoke of were formidable and hard to realize. First, one must defeat all peers. Secondly, one must gain the consent of the older generation. It is unrealistic to expect a coward, who abandoned his beloved, to possess the courage to achieve such feats. Luo Fancheng asked, puzzled, if you possess other resources, why specifically give the source stone to me? Yu Shixuan replied reluctantly, it is one of the heirlooms left to me by my mother, my most treasured possession. Since you are risking your life to escort me, I must offer something of commensurate value. I cannot let you suffer loss. Luo Fancheng felt a jolt of admiration. What kind of man truly deserves such a pure and kind-hearted angel? Alas, she was already claimed. He was a seaworthy man, not a scoundrel, and would not engage in the treachery of undermining another's relationship. The eldest prince of Qianlong City ought to behave like a gentleman, rather than a mere brute. To be candid, Luo Fancheng finds it quite difficult to harbor any animosity towards such a woman. Any man, indeed, would be loath to witness her genuine affections being so callously disregarded. Luo Fancheng jested, having revealed all your secrets to me. Do you not fear that I might plunder you completely and leave no trace behind? Yu Shixuan blinked her beautiful eyes and replied with a sweet smile. In truth, you have yet to lay a finger on me, a frail woman. If you were inclined to strike, surely you would have done so by now. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and from yours, I perceive compassion and tenderness, but not a hint of malice. Nonsense, Luo Fancheng retorted. I am no paragon of virtue. Were it not for your rather unkempt appearance, I would have already pinned you to the bed and dominated you. With a soft chuckle, Yu Shixuan responded, you are quite amusing. Luo Fancheng felt a twinge of offense. Did he not possess even a trace of villainy? He exclaimed fiercely, close your eyes this instant. Oh, very well. Yu Shixuan brought her legs together, placing her hands demurely upon them, sitting obediently. Such trust you have in me. I am now entirely at your mercy. I shall heed your every word and not hinder you in any way. Chapter 88. The treachery of Chao Zai cannot be tolerated. A reunion of twin sisters in the stillness of the night. The flickering candlelight illuminated the bed's edge, revealing a beauty in a state of fragile allure. Adorned in her wedding garments, Her voluptuous form was striking and curvaceous. Her damp hair cascaded elegantly over her exquisite cheeks and along her fair neck, while her long, silky legs and delicate feet dangled gracefully. Luo Fancheng gazed at the injured beauty, who obeyed his commands. A slight movement stirred in his throat. Alas, how could she be claimed by another? Such a splendid beauty, wasted. Adhering to his principle of not infringing upon another's spouse, Luo Fancheng resolutely maintained his moral boundaries, refraining from any beastly actions. The manifestation of the green lotus martial soul emitted beams of verdant light, cascading down upon Yi Shiyuan's head. A rich vitality began to permeate her being. The faint essence of her soul gradually revived, and her pale lips began to regain their color. As Luo Fancheng withdrew his martial soul, he observed Yi Shiyuan, who remained obediently seated and motionless, and shook his head. "All right, open your eyes." Yi Shiyuan's eyes fluttered open, her face alight with joy. "You are indeed an auxiliary soul master. I can feel my internal injuries have healed significantly. Such remarkable healing techniques. Might you be a disciple of the Great Wilderness Sect?" "The Great Wilderness Sect?" Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. Yi Shiyuan, slightly taken aback, replied, "You are unfamiliar with the Great Wilderness Sect, one of the top 10 sects? Their Great Wilderness Purple Chi Cauldron is renowned as the ultimate healing martial soul. With the release of the Purple Chi, bones regenerate and flesh is restored. Given that your healing capability is already so extraordinary at just the 30th level, I assumed you were an elite auxiliary roaming the world on behalf of the Great Wilderness Sect." Luo Fancheng shook his head. "I am no elite auxiliary, and I have been cultivating in the wilderness for some time, having only recently emerged. My knowledge of the outside world is rather limited. Modesty does not suit you. Young sir, if such powerful healing abilities do not qualify you as an elite auxiliary, then few in this world are worthy of the title," Yi Shiyuan exclaimed with relief. "Truly, fate has been kind to me. In my moment of peril, I fortuitously encountered a genius healing soul master." Luo Fancheng yawned. "Enough, it is getting late. Let us rest and set forth again on the morrow." A sudden noise interrupted the moment. Yi Shiyuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she confessed, "I've been pursued for 2 days and nights without a chance to eat." Luo Fancheng shot her a disapproving glance and chided, "What were you thinking? If you had simply married the third prince, you would not be suffering like this." "Wait here," he said, stealthily exiting the room. Though it was the dead of night, he opted not to procure food directly, wary of a potential ambush from Yi Yuling and her companions. Instead, he slipped into the inn's kitchen and returned with a plate of roasted chicken and some pastries. As he opened the door, a radiant sight greeted him. The disheveled runaway bride had vanished, replaced by a fairy-like figure clad in a flowing white gown. Her delicate legs were adorned with gossamer stockings, and her enchanting features, accentuated by a tear mole at the corner of her eye, epitomized the ideal of ethereal beauty that men often dream of. Meeting Luo Fancheng's gaze, Yi Shiyuan shyly explained, "The wedding attire and stockings were soiled, and I hadn't found the time to change. Please eat quickly. A full stomach leads to restful sleep." "Thank you, my lord. I am unsure of the cost, and I cannot impose on you." Luo Fancheng shook his head. "Stop hesitating and eat. It's already included in the previous protection fee." Yi Shiyuan, clearly famished, nonetheless ate with deliberate grace, embodying a refined demeanor that delighted Luo Fancheng. Luo Fancheng began to lay out a blanket on the ground, having borrowed a set earlier and stored it in his spatial ring. Seeing the man preparing to sleep on the floor, Yi Shiyuan rushed over to stop him, insisting he should not sleep on the ground. "All right, let us not be stubborn. The bed is large enough. We should just sleep there." "That is unacceptable," Yi Shiyuan replied, shaking her head. "You said I am not a bad person, so what is there to fear?" But Shiyuan must uphold her virtue for her fiancé and remain chaste. Luo Fancheng rolled his eyes. "Whether that guy has been faithful to you is uncertain. Why burden yourself unnecessarily? Surely, a blanket between us poses no issue. Just think of it as us sleeping on separate beds. Don't worry, no one will know." Yi Shiyuan wanted to protest. "I am innocent, not foolish. You merely wish to deceive me into sharing your bed." Ultimately, however, she could not resist Luo Fancheng's earnest invitation and chose to trust him, climbing onto the bed while keeping her skirt and even her lace socks intact. The night passed in silence, and the following morning, after washing up and having breakfast, Luo Fancheng and Yi Shiyuan went to the stable to retrieve the dog. The Snow Domain Ice Wolf was proudly patrolling the stable, approaching the mare while the other stallions dared not breathe, cowering in a corner. Luo Fancheng reached out to tug at the wolf's plush ears, teasing, "What is this? You're not picky, are you? Even Mares are on your list as potential mates? Is a mere wolf no longer satisfactory for you, seeking a romance that transcends species?" The wolf cast a sideways glance at Yi Shiyuan, as if to say, "Isn't the master also quick to engage with new companions?" Luo Fancheng lightly clapped his hands. Don't look over there. That is someone else's wife, not mine. The wolf's admiration for him deepened. Well, you can make a beast of the wild willingly serve as your steed? Yu Shixuan was taken aback as she saw Luo Fancheng riding the formidable wolf, her eyelashes fluttering with curiosity. Riding a 3,000-year-old wolf spirit beast in the Seoul Martial continent was akin to driving a 30 million luxury supercar in her past life. Come on up. No, thank you. She shyly shook her head, feeling that sitting upon the wolf's back would be too intimate. Luo Fancheng frowned. It's not the time for modesty. This creature can run far faster than us. You wouldn't want your fiancé's sister to find you before you meet him, would you? Well, all right. Yi Shixuan understood the urgency, gracefully stepping onto the wolf's back and gently grasping Luo Fancheng's waist. Feeling the closeness to him for the first time, her cheeks flushed. You're so shy. Surely you have kissed someone before? The woman's blush deepened. That's unlikely. Luo Fancheng was taken aback, astonished by such purity. In the Seoul Martial continent, he had a fiancé, yet at 19, he had yet to unlock his potential. Yu Shixuan stammered, he wanted to, but I didn't allow it. I said the most important thing is to focus on cultivation. Everything else can wait until our wishes are fulfilled. Luo Fancheng silently recited the heart-purifying incantation, resolutely vowing not to become a villain. Ergo, run steadily. Boom. Though Luo Fancheng had clearly issued a command to maintain a steady pace, the snow domain ice wolf surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, explosively propelling itself forward, shattering the ground beneath its feet. Yi Shixuan, caught off guard by the inertia, found herself pressed against Luo Fancheng, her delicate arms instinctively wrapping around his waist to maintain her balance and avoid being jostled off. The wind whistled past their ears as countless mountain views flashed by in an instant. The snow domain ice wolf darted through the mountain paths, charging for several hours with ample energy remaining. In comparable circumstances, few soul beasts could rival the endurance of a wolf, yet very few could tame the proud wolf clan. Unless it was not a wolf, but rather a sycophant. After a safe journey, Yi Shixuan's face lit up with joy as she exclaimed, Brother Fancheng. It seems we can reach Qianlong City smoothly. Suddenly, two beams of white light sliced upward from the ground. Howl. The snow domain ice wolf's eyes nearly bulged in alarm as it hurriedly twisted to evade, yet its abdomen was still cut, blood seeping and staining its pristine fur. Yu Shixuan and Luo Fancheng were forced to leap down, warily observing the 5 figures that suddenly emerged ahead. Standing in a dark, menacing style was Yi Yuling. Her cold and enchanting eyes adorned with shadowy makeup, her lips a deep purple black, and beneath her black dress were shapely legs encased in black stockings and high heels. Good sister, hi, it's nice to see you again. Behind her, 2 burly men wielded ostentatious large swords, exuding a murderous aura. They were indeed the ones who had just assaulted the white wolf from below. Luo Fancheng muttered in disbelief. You must be the harbinger of misfortune. Just as I mentioned your sister, she brings her men to attack. Before Yi Shixuan could respond, one of the sword-wielding men glared and bellowed, I recognize you, kid. Aren't you supposed to be mute? I spent all night feeling guilty and even slapped myself, and it turns out you're not mute after all? Chapter 89. The sisters dispute. How could you possibly seek assistance? The burly man exclaimed, his emotions flaring as he gripped his formidable weapon with fury. Perhaps he had committed too many dubious deeds in his life. Last night, he discovered that the individual he had bullied was, in fact, mute. A pang of conscience struck him, overwhelming him with guilt. After a restless night, filled with remorse, he was shocked to find that the person was not mute after all. What a waste of emotional investment. Luo Fancheng shook his head. Come now, big man. Don't act as if your feelings have been betrayed. I don't recall anyone claiming I was mute. The burly man's anger faltered momentarily. Indeed, this fellow had never stated that he was mute. Yet, he quickly recovered, glaring and demanding. Then why do you babble incoherently? What else could I do? Luo Fancheng shrugged, raising his hands in feigned innocence. Of course, I am merely amusing myself with a fool. The burly man retorted with indignation. You are already a lamb awaiting slaughter. And you still dare to call me a fool? You seek death. Luo Fancheng approached the burly man, feigning apology. Look at the trouble this has cost. I feel rather embarrassed. How about I slap myself to ease your anger? I am already growing impatient. You better strike yourself swiftly. The more you hit yourself, the less I will harm you today. Otherwise, I shall reduce you to a mere paste. The burly man scoffed, eagerly anticipating Luo Fancheng's self-inflicted punishment. He longed to witness the humiliation of his adversary begging for mercy as he struck himself before his comrades, thus restoring his lost pride. Smack! With a powerful swing, Luo Fancheng delivered a resounding slap to the burly man's face, leaving him momentarily dazed. Nearby, Yi Yuling and the 3 other burly men, as well as Yi Shiyun, were utterly taken aback by Luo Fancheng's audacity. Despite being surrounded by 30-level support, he dared to provoke them so brazenly. Luo Fancheng chuckled. Did you think I was as foolish as you? Hitting myself would be quite painful. Just look at how exhilarating it is to strike someone else. Ah, the satisfaction is palpable. How dare you hit me even when death is imminent? The burly man, one hand clutching his aching face, swung his great sword in a sweeping arc, a fierce gust of wind trailing behind, aiming to cleave Luo Fancheng in two. Whoosh! Anticipating the attack, Luo Fancheng leapt back, narrowly avoiding the blade that grazed his clothing. TSK, my evasive maneuvers leave you empty-handed. Tell me, my friend, are you even angrier now? The burly man's fury surged like a tempest, his blood boiling as his eyes blazed red. Princess, do not restrain me. Today, I shall slay this wretch. How utterly contemptible! He bellowed. The dark-haired beauty, clad in stockings, coldly admonished, calm yourself. He is deliberately provoking you, seeking a flaw in our encirclement. The burly man tightened his grip on the sword, his voice seething with anger. Princess, worry not. This brat's aura is merely at level 30. Even if he tires himself, he cannot escape. Enough noise. Follow my command. Yi Yuling's authoritative voice rang out, her gaze piercing and unyielding, causing the burly man to shrink back in silence. The other three men firmly locked their sights on Luo Fancheng and his companion, ready to unleash a thunderous counterstrike at the slightest movement. In the stillness of the night, Yi Yuling's chest heaved with malicious delight as she coldly remarked, Sister, it seems you truly find yourself in a desperate situation, hastily seeking aid from the unqualified. With her elongated, violet-tipped nails pointed at Luo Fancheng, she scoffed. Surely you do not expect this chance encounter with a mere street man to possess the strength to extricate you from our pursuit? Observe closely. He is but level 30, too weak for even a single strike from me. Yi Yuling's dark disposition relentlessly assailed Yi Shishuan's psychological defenses, each word piercing like a frigid blade into her heart, leaving the ethereal maiden in white increasingly pale and despondent. Luo Fancheng placed a reassuring hand on Yi Shishuan's shoulder. It is quite a sight to witness a younger sister tormenting her elder so ruthlessly. Do not be intimidated. I shall intervene. Huh, where does your confidence stem from? The burly man guffawed. Indeed, the inexperienced show no fear of the tiger. Are you aware of our levels? Your pitiful level 30 has little to offer in a hero's quest to save the damsel. Luo Fancheng, disinterested in banter with such trifling adversaries, raised his hand, intending to shatter the fool's skull. Yet, a graceful figure swiftly positioned herself before him, shielding him protectively. Brother Fancheng, do not act rashly. Neither of us excels in combat, and we would surely fall short against their 5 soul sect members. Allow me to handle this. Yi Shishuan turned towards her long-legged, dark-stockinged sister, Yuling. Influenced by our family's traditions, you maintain your own stance. I bear no resentment for your desire to eliminate me. However, he is an innocent bystander caught in our strife and should not suffer unwarranted calamity. I beseech you, spare him. The dark beauty, Yi Yuling, sneered, you. The disgrace of our family, put away your facade of compassion for the weak. What is the creed of the Mingai family? All things are but void. All can be slain. Can an assassin, burdened with emotions and pity, truly be called an assassin? It is coldness that defines the ultimate path of an assassin. With a melancholic yet resolute expression, Yi Shishuan replied, I may choose not to be an assassin, yet I refuse to be without family. If the path of the so-called strong demands the forfeiture of humanity and the slaughter of kin, I would rather live as a worthless being, dying without regret. The dark beauty scoffed disdainfully, naive and immature. Why has our family thrived for centuries, remaining strong through the ages? Is it due to benevolence? No. It is because we are relentless. Each generation sacrifices the weak and useless kin, engaging in a survival of the fittest to cultivate the strongest, thus preserving our legacy for eternity. Compassion without strength is utterly worthless, in this world where the strong prey upon the weak. Useless emotions become mere vulnerabilities for others to exploit. If you dare to slay your own father, who would not fear you? Only through ruthlessness can one endure. Yi Shishuan shook her head, her gaze unwavering. Strength does not exist in a singular solution. The power of familial unity is equally formidable. Alas, the family has decayed to its core. I possess the courage to resist, yet lack the strength to rectify the chaos, and thus, I am deserving of my fate. But I implore you, spare this innocent man behind me. The night was shrouded in an eerie stillness as Yi Yuling, her expression frigid, shook her head and declared, the tide of destiny cannot be resisted. For centuries, our family and the empire have existed thus. Your struggle against the old guard is futile, and your defeat is already sealed. She pointed at Luo Fancheng, saying, "You, boy, leave at once. Today, for the sake of my dear sister, I shall spare your life." A glimmer of hope flickered in Yi Shiyuan's eyes as she urged, "You must go. Do not concern yourself with me. Thankfully, I have not implicated you. Otherwise, I would carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime." Luo Fancheng was taken aback, astonished that this woman had successfully deceived him with her words. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted as a burly man brought down his blade upon the ground, bellowing, "No, Princess Consort, this boy cannot be spared." The other three figures closed in, echoing, "Indeed, we cannot allow this. He must die here for daring to insult our fourth." Yi Yuling's gaze sharpened. "Is my command no longer effective?" The burly man, emboldened, retorted, "We are loyal hounds of the second prince. Until you enter the palace, you hold no authority over us. You wouldn't want to jeopardize harmony over this boy, would you?" A chuckle escaped Luo Fancheng's lips. It was evident that Yi Yuling's standing was not as formidable as it appeared. If the second prince truly valued her, these minions would not dare to defy her at this moment. Yi Yuling's expression darkened, yet she refrained from retaliation. The second prince had repeatedly sought her affection, only to be rebuffed, leading to his increasing disdain for her. Thus, these lackeys were emboldened, likely encouraged by the second prince himself to challenge her authority and force her to acknowledge her place and submit. "Boy, you must die today, I commanded." The burly man and his three companions unleashed their soul rings, for distinct colors, yellow, 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 and purple, each indicating a cultivation level surpassing 45. Two wielded the great blade as their martial spirits, while the other two manifested the shadows of a ferocious tiger and a black panther behind them. With a resounding crash, Yi Shiyuan, her long, graceful legs adorned with lace stockings, stepped down, radiant colors shimmering around her as a magnificent butterfly of vibrant hues materialized. The four soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, surrounded her. As her martial spirit enveloped her, she sprouted a pair of resplendent wings, exuding an aura of brilliance that enhanced her already otherworldly beauty. "Brother Fancheng, while I may not excel in combat, I am certainly more capable than a mere support. You shall assist me from the sidelines. Once I create an opening, flee swiftly with your white wolf. I shall do my utmost to entangle them and buy you time." "Support? This boy is merely a support?" The burly man, incensed, exclaimed. "How dare an auxiliary be so arrogant? Does he think I am made of clay?" Yi Yuling sighed in exasperation. "Oh, my foolish sister. I had thought enlisting a level 30 passerby would suffice, yet you have chosen an utterly useless support-type soul master." Chapter 90. The Beauty's Astonishment, Masterful Skills on Display. "Is this what you call support?" Knight Xiaoshuan's cheeks flushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the remark. Indeed, she had hastily sought help in a moment of desperation. Severely injured and utterly alone, she had turned to Luo Fancheng, the one who had previously protected her. Primarily, upon their first meeting, she inexplicably sensed a remarkable reliability in him, a trustworthiness that was difficult to articulate, subtly profound. This intuition, undoubtedly influenced by Luo Fancheng's extraordinary charm, would remain a mystery to others. Do not underestimate him. His supportive abilities are formidable. Knight Xiaoshuan couldn't help but defend Luo Fancheng, unwilling to witness others belittle the man who had come to her aid. "Fancheng, I will engage. You prepare to break through." Breakthrough? It was a mere dream. For burly men charged forth. The shadows of blades danced, a fierce tiger roared, and the claws of a leopard stirred the wind, their attacks sharp and merciless. Knight Xiaoshuan bit her lip, fully aware that the odds were against her, yet she resolved to fight through injury to carve out a path for Luo Fancheng. As she summoned her soul skill to advance, a powerful hand pressed down on her shoulder, anchoring her in place, and a resonant voice followed. "Stay still. I will handle this." Boom. With a thunderous blast, Luo Fancheng shot upwards like a cannonball, heading straight for the four assailants. The majestic azure python spirit manifested at a height of 3 meters and 3, seamlessly merging with him midair, enhancing his strength and defense exponentially. A cannon fist strike, swift as lightning, struck the chest of the hulking man with the tiger spirit, sending him hurtling backward. Swiftly adapting his attack, he elbowed sideways, breaking through the fierce claw strikes of the man with the panther spirit. Simultaneously, Luo Fancheng twisted in midair, his legs like steel whips, powerfully sweeping through the air, instantly striking the blades of two men. Clang! The reverberation of the blades echoed, and their expression shifted dramatically as they staggered back several paces, barely regaining their footing. Looking down, they realized their hands were bloodied, the flesh torn. How could this be? Knight Xiaoshuan's mouth fell open, her words caught in her throat. Before she could voice her astonishment, Luo Fancheng had already displayed his overwhelming prowess, effortlessly neutralizing the threats posed by the four, clearly gaining the upper hand. Knight Yilling's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "Impossible. Isn't he a support?" ISNT, he only level 30? How could he possess such combat strength? One of the hulking men spat in disbelief, anger flaring. Damn, playing the fool to catch the wise. This kid is not level 30. Level 30 could not yield such power. I would eat dung if it were true. Deceiving for food and drink? Luo Fancheng stepped forward. 2 circles of purple soul rings swirling around him. The pupils of everyone present instantly constricted, and the men rubbed their eyes, questioning whether they were hallucinating. A millennium soul ring. Both soul rings are a millennium? How could this be? The hulking man's tiger-like eyes glazed over as he murmured. 2 soul rings, truly level 30. Where did this prodigy come from? Onlookers gasped in awe. Old 4. This fellow is a genius. How extraordinary is genius? I shall vanquish it. Can our quartet of soul masters possibly be defeated by someone wielding merely 2 rings? Boom. The 4 joined forces once more. This time without an ounce of hesitation, unleashing their most formidable soul abilities. Tiger's Fury Fist, Leopard's Claw Rift, 6 slashes of the void, and Gale's Forward Slash. Faced with this concerted onslaught of soul techniques, Luo Fancheng's deep black eyes glimmered with a chilling ferocity. His entire body, adorned with azure crystalline scales, transformed into a molten crimson hue, emanating an indomitable and searing heat. The burning armor activated in tandem with the Qilin pattern on his back. With a surge of power beneath his feet, he launched himself into the air. In the instant his right arm drew toward his waist, the second soul ring ignited, and his entire arm morphed into a blazing gold-red flame. Fire Fist. In a heartbeat, the fiery imprint launched forth, illuminating the sky. The 2 burly men, wielding the tiger and leopard soul weapons, let out agonizing screams as they were sent flying, engulfed in flames, rolling on the ground in torment. Completely transformed into beings of fire, 2 fierce blades of light surged forward. With a cold snort, Luo Fancheng sidestepped, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of explosive fiery punches. I shall let you taste defeat. Boom. The expressions of the 2 sword-wielding giants morphed in horror. They could hardly fathom that the might of a mere 30-level soul technique could surpass theirs by several folds. Though they attempted to evade, it was too late. While they managed to block the fiery fist before them, their long blades were sent flying. Are you afraid? Luo Fancheng's gaze was sharp as he flashed forward, seizing the necks of the 2 giants and driving them into the ground. They summoned their soul power to counterattack, but were met with an inexplicable force emanating from Luo Fancheng's grip. Their blood energy and soul power instantly thrown into disarray, thoroughly suppressed. Their eyes reflecting the terror of a mouse confronted by a cat. Boom. Luo Fancheng violently pressed them into the earth, carving out 2 long trenches, before pulling back and casually tossing them aside. Thud, thud. At that moment, a shadowy figure stealthily approached Luo Fancheng, revealing itself to be Yi Yuling, the embodiment of the ghost butterfly martial soul. As she slightly parted her purple-black lips, a multitude of tiny purple light orbs erupted forth, while she brandished a poison cold blade aimed at Luo Fancheng's throat. Get lost. Luo Fancheng had long anticipated this woman's attack. His left hand, clad in the burning armor, intercepted the cold blade, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. With a swift swing of his right arm, Yi Yuling was struck in the soft expanse of her chest, letting out a muffled groan as she staggered back. Thus, the 4 lay defeated, half alive, as Yi Yuling clutched her chest in pain. Her beautiful eyes fixated on this man before her, filled with a mixture of awe and disbelief. Unable to contain her emotions, she erupted in fury. Yi Shixuan, you deceitful trickster. You claim this fellow was a support type. Is this what you call support? Yi Shixuan stared incredulously with wide eyes, filled with surprise and astonishment. Utterly stunned by Luo Fancheng's godlike display of might, it was as if she was meeting him for the first time. I recall correctly. He utilized a unique healing method to mend my injuries. Luo Fancheng turned his head, shaking it gently as he spoke in a calm tone. In truth, there is nothing wrong with considering me as a support. The essence of support should indeed lie in assisting teammates to vanquish all adversaries, ensuring that no threat befalls them. I believe I have executed this aspect rather proficiently. Chapter 91. The Final Wish, the Unexpected Kiss from Yi Shiyu. What on earth? This is utterly absurd. Your interpretation of support seems rather distinct from that of an ordinary individual. A support spirit master has gone utterly berserk, leading the charge with a ferocity that surpasses even that of an assault-type soul master. Is this even reasonable? Yu Shiyu's delicate face was etched with confusion, while Yi Yuling swallowed hard, secretly taken aback. The stunning twin sisters exchanged glances, both recognizing the incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. For a moment, they struggled to find a suitable rebuttal to counter the other's nonsensical reasoning, rendered speechless. Yi Yuling rubbed her painful chest, swollen and undoubtedly bruised. She felt that if Luo Fancheng had exerted just a bit more strength, he would have literally shattered her. Sister, where on earth did you summon this monster from? Is it truly possible for a level 30 to be this formidable? Tell me, did you intentionally recruit a master to ensnare me? I never anticipated your cunning was so profound. No, I did not. Stop speaking nonsense. I genuinely just found him randomly on the street. Yi Shiyu also felt bewildered, still caught in a dreamlike state, having initially believed she was assisting a level 30 support spirit master far inferior to herself. She had been prepared to risk her life to help this man escape, only for him to eliminate 5 soul masters in an instant? It was simply unfathomable. Should she recount this event to others, no one would believe her. Luo Fancheng approached, smiling as he gently patted Yi Shiyu's fragrant shoulder, taking money for services rendered, fulfilling one's obligations, all accomplished without disgrace. Yi Shiyu stammered, "You are so strong. If I am not mistaken, you must be a special soul master with twin martial souls, correct? Did you guess?" Luo Fancheng chuckled lightly, seeing the man's ambiguous response. Yi Shiyu exclaimed in delight, "How fortunate I am to have enlisted the help of a legendary prodigy with twin martial souls. This is truly serendipitous. Is my fortune truly this favorable? Don't celebrate too soon. I fear you may end up entangled in this," Luo Fancheng mused internally, waving his hand dismissively. "Prodigy is an overstatement. I merely possess an additional martial soul compared to others. It is nothing extraordinary. By the way, has your luck always been rather poor?" Yi Shiyu's beautiful eyes dimmed, seemingly recalling past misfortunes, as she nodded sadly. "Although I strive to do good, I have never believed that good deeds are rewarded, for I have never been fortunate." Luo Fancheng blinked. "A good person may not necessarily receive good fortune, but perhaps it is destined that you shall find solace in my embrace." The sudden flirtation left Yi Shiyu flustered, her small hands clutching the hem of her skirt. Her earlobes tinged with crimson. "Brother Luo, please be cautious with your words. I have a fiancé." Luo Fancheng shrugged nonchalantly. "Having a fiancé does not preclude you from befriending other men. Are you fearful of his wrath?" "Not at all." Yi Shiyu bit her lip and shook her head. "It is merely that a girl should uphold her virtue. Since I have a fiancé, I ought to maintain a respectful distance from other men. Indeterminate refusals could inadvertently hurt another's feelings." Luo Fancheng sighed, realizing that this woman was indifferent to her fiancé, but greatly concerned about her status as a betrothed woman. What a remarkable woman. Alas, who knows which scoundrel is benefiting from her? To be honest, Luo Fancheng felt a twinge of jealousy. He wished to be a cunning rogue. Yet he believed that prying into another's marriage was an act deserving of divine retribution, unless the partner was unworthy and animalistic. He felt inexplicably distressed and pointed at the alluring woman in dark stockings, saying, "What will you do with this sister of yours? Do you wish to deal with me?" Before the older sister could respond, Yi Yuling let out a seductive and disdainful laugh. "Oh, man, have you not yet realized? You are already ensnared." Luo Fancheng's expression darkened as he clutched his head, exclaiming, "What have you done to me?" Yi Yuling replied triumphantly, "No matter how powerful you are, you will still have to drink my footbath water. Do you recall the purple light I exhaled earlier? Those were meticulously concocted toxins, which, once absorbed, will paralyze your nerves and corrode your organs. Are you not already feeling weak and unable to muster your spirit?" Luo Fancheng staggered, his steps faltering. "You are despicable." Yi Shiyun gasped, disregarding the propriety between genders, and grasped Luo Fancheng's arm to support him, her concern evident. "Luo, how are you feeling?" "Ha ha ha." Yi Yuling laughed flamboyantly, her bosom swaying. "The sensation is, of course, akin to ants gnawing at one's insides. You can only wait here for death." Luo Fancheng trembled, weakly scolding, "You actually poisoned me. What a vile woman." Yi Yuling sneered, "As an assassin, is it not normal for me to be a bit despicable? Should I confront you head-on, a rugged brute?" "No, you are not a brute. You are a handsome young man, far more attractive than my fiancé, that second prince. It would be a shame for you to die, but you are too violent, and I have no choice but to eliminate you." Coughing, Luo Fancheng collapsed to the ground, and Yi Shiyun hurriedly caught him in her embrace. A gentle fragrance enveloped them, soft and dependable. With a fierce expression, she directed her anger at the dark-stockinged beauty. "Yi Yuling, bring the antidote. As your sister, I beseech you, a talent like him should not perish because of a useless woman like me. If you are willing to spare him, I can assure you he will not seek revenge, and I will allow you to do as you wish." Yi Yuling sighed, "Sister, I trust your character, but this is my last means of self-preservation. I have no antidote prepared. I do not even dare to let this poison invade my own organs. He is doomed. You might as well ask him if he has any last wishes, though it would be futile. You are destined to be in peril yourself today." Yi Shiyun's eyes reddened, filled with guilt. "Luo, I am sorry. I have implicated you. What is your final wish?" Luo Fancheng lamented. You have caused me great suffering. I have never kissed a woman over 18 in my life. Yi Shiyun's body quivered. Her red lips pursed as she hesitated. My fiancé has not even kissed me. Cough, cough, cough. Blood spilled from Luo Fancheng's lips as he coughed. No, I didn't mean for you to kiss me. It was just a casual remark, so please don't take it to heart. Sister, if you are not going to kiss me, then at least let me have a taste. Yi Yuling, with confidence in her grasp, teased. What a pity for such a man, both handsome and skilled in battle. How fortunate it would be if he were mine. Far superior to those brutes of the White Tiger Empire who think only with their lower halves. Yi Shiyun ultimately resolved herself. The other party had entrusted their life to her. She could not bring herself to fulfill his dying wish, for that would be no different from being a beast. After all, it was merely a woman with a fiancé kissing another man, and she felt she was betraying the principles of chastity she held dear. She intended to kiss Luo Fancheng and then end her life on the spot, thus proving her innocence. This way, everyone would be appeased. Yi Shiyun's lashes fluttered as her moist, crimson lips slowly approached Luo Fancheng, her heart sighing in relief. Don't they all wish for my demise? If I were to die, then surely father, sister, and the clan elders would rejoice. Chapter 92. The Dark Beauty pleads for mercy. The alluring bargain with her luscious, dewy red lips approaching for a kiss, Luo Fancheng, who had successfully employed a guise of torment, felt neither excitement nor joy, for he keenly perceived the fierce determination and resolute sorrow reflected in Yi Shiyun's eyes, an expression only someone with a heart rendered desolate could exhibit. His heart was stirred. When confronted with a woman who harbors affection for him, employing a playful ruse could be seen as flirtation, yet, when it comes to other women, does that not border on the despicable? Luo Fancheng did not consider himself a paragon of virtue. One might even label him a lecherous rogue. However, he had never stooped to inflicting emotional harm upon women, particularly not on a pure-hearted woman like Yi Shiyun. Ultimately, he made a decisive choice, adhering to his own moral boundaries, refusing to resort to ignoble tactics to win a woman's affection. For what value is a kiss devoid of emotion? If he were to kiss, he desired it to be fulfilling, without the need for deceit. He raised his finger, halting Yi Shiyun's advance toward him, leaving her momentarily stunned by the unexpected interruption. What is it? She inquired, unable to mask her confusion. Luo Fancheng chuckled lightly. I believe I can still salvage this. Yi Shiyun was perplexed as Luo Fancheng rose from her soft embrace and gently pushed her aside. Returning to the light, Yi Yuling questioned, shouldn't you be too weak to stand? Weak? Luo Fancheng smirked, gradually shaking his head. In a flash, he appeared before the two charred giants, unleashing a powerful punch. Boom. The ground trembled, creating a deep crater as the two men, just regaining consciousness, were violently obliterated by his force. Yi Yuling, her delicate legs clad in black silk heels, trembled in disbelief. Impossible. How can you still possess strength? Impossible? Luo Fancheng chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at the two imposing figures, who glared at him with venomous expressions. With a swift motion, he approached them and declared, those who kill shall be killed in turn. May you too journey well. His terrifying aura surged, and with two swift punches, he unleashed his pent-up frustration. Boom, boom. The two hulking figures erupted into a mist of crimson, splattering blood across the surrounding earth. The metallic scent pervasive in the air. Step by step, Yi Yuling trembled unnaturally, watching the young man approach her with deliberate slowness, her scalp prickling with dread. Cruel. Too cruel. As assassins, they adhered to the principle of a swift strike to the throat. Who would resort to pulverizing someone's insides with a mere punch? You were poisoned, weren't you? The memories of her fallen comrades instilled a profound fear in Yi Yuling, obliterating her earlier arrogance. Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow, smiling amiably. I nearly forgot. I am immune to all toxins. How could a competent support be poisoned? Yi Yuling, resembling a fragile maiden, tightly pressed her alluring, darkly tinted lips together, her eyes shimmering with uncertainty. Are you a monster? Luo Fancheng stood before the silk-clad princess, his gaze calm and indifferent. Afraid? Then kneel and be at peace. In the dim light of the night, Yi Yuling's knees grew weak as she bent forward, her delicate feet, encased in black silk, formed a sultry angle with the stiletto heels. Just as she was about to kneel, her gaze sharpened with intensity, her martial spirit manifesting. The third soul skill, butterfly flash. The fourth soul skill, nether shadow shattering thrust. Her fiery silhouette transformed into a shadowy butterfly, vanishing from sight. In an instant, Yi Yuling materialized above Luo Fancheng, her elongated jade fingers piercing through the air, adorned with the intricate pattern of a nether butterfly, exuding a beauty intertwined with a deadly aura. Luo Fancheng let out a chilling laugh, fully prepared for the impending assault. Possessing exceptional insight and having been meticulously trained by the High Priestess, his combat instincts had evolved far beyond their former limits. Without even glancing upwards, he raised his right arm, a cerulean dragon swirling within his palm. Dragon devouring soul. Clang. Yi Yuling's sharp fingertip struck the center of Luo Fancheng's palm, producing a resounding clash of metal. All the force behind her strike was absorbed by the vortex created by the dragon, leaving her entire being engulfed in an overwhelming gravitational pull. Descend, he commanded, pulling his arm downwards. Yi Yuling's graceful form lost its balance, drawn irresistibly towards the ground. Her eyes betrayed no fear. Her body seemed to bend like a willow, her arms twisting as they were pulled. With a swift kick, her high heel flew off, her beautiful foot, wrapped in black silk, aimed like a dagger at Luo Fancheng's face. In the midst of battle, she resembled a heartless assassin, indifferent to life and death, casting aside all fear. Her earlier timidity had merely served to distract Luo Fancheng, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Too slow. Luo Fancheng scoffed, his left hand snatching at the airborne ankle. Bang! He seized her silk-wrapped ankle with his left hand while simultaneously releasing the pull of dragon-devouring soul. With forceful determination, he yanked her upward and then slammed her down hard, sending Yi Yuling crashing to the ground. Boom! The earth trembled as Yi Yuling's outer garment tore apart, blood streaming from her cheek, her soul light violently dissipating, a piercing hum echoing in her skull. Luo Fancheng showed no mercy, yanking her dark hair to lift her limp form and delivering a kick aimed at her knee. She fell directly onto the gravel-strewn earth, her black silk tearing, her pristine knees bleeding profusely, small stones embedded in her flesh. Spare, please. Yi Yuling's voice trembled as she begged for mercy, her bloodied lips quivering. Slap. Luo Fancheng retaliated with a resounding slap. Spare you? Nonsense. A venomous vixen, deserving of her fate. Even your own sister would strike with lethal intent, unleashing a poison without antidote. Despite your striking resemblance to Yi Shixuan, I harbor no special sentiments. Luo Xiaoga, Yi Shixuan approached. Luo Fancheng replied, I shall deal with this woman on your behalf. Thud. Yi Shixuan knelt down, the lace of her white stockings tearing as blood seeped through, staining them crimson. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. There's no need for such gratitude. Sister, you did pay for this. As the night deepened, Yi Shixuan, her face flushed with embarrassment, beseeched. Young Master Luo, I am aware that my request is rather shameless, but could you perhaps grant her a chance at life? Night Yuling, trembling in fear from Luo Fancheng's intimidating presence, cast an incredulous glance. Are you truly not going to kill her? Luo Fancheng replied, exasperated by Yi Shixuan's pitiable demeanor. Is this kindness, or mere navet? Yi Shixuan, filled with shame, recounted, before my mother passed, she implored me not to oppose my sister. In truth, she too was coerced by the family from a young age and had her own grievances. Luo Fancheng shook his head. Your willingness to spare her is your affair. It bears no relevance to me. I have merely promised to protect you, and I have fulfilled that promise. Let us maintain our sordid and disgraceful financial arrangement. Yi Shixuan's heart trembled. She seemed to grasp the underlying reason for his words, her previous attempts to distance herself from him. It was unreasonable to expect compassion from a man who had no familial ties to her. Why should she expect him to release someone simply at her behest? Luo Fancheng fixed his gaze upon Night Yuling, his tone icy. Do not accuse me of denying you an opportunity. Present me a valid reason for your release. In a flurry of desperation, Night Yuling exclaimed, I possess wealth. I am willing to pay for my life. Luo Fancheng inquired, do you have any source stones? No. Night Yuling replied, shaking her head. Only my sister possesses them, as our mother favored her, intending for her to use them to suppress me. Luo Fancheng scoffed. Your mother is aware of your character. Her intention to suppress you at least grants you a chance at survival. The currency of your White Tiger Empire holds no allure for me. I shall afford you another opportunity to speak. If you cannot present worthwhile stakes, then you may as well resign yourself to death. With a fervent will to survive, Night Yuling pleaded, I am willing to become your woman. I can do everything my sister can, and I can do what she cannot. Luo Fancheng shook his head, his voice devoid of compassion. You are unworthy. I disdain what has been tainted by others. Night Yuling cried out, I am untouched. No one has ever laid a hand on me. I have always known this was my last bargaining chip, which is why I have never allowed the second prince to touch me. My sister can attest to this. If you doubt me, you may verify for yourself. The tension hung thick in the air, perfectly aligned. Chapter 93. Even a beauty cannot indulge your flaws. The path to taming. After speaking, Yi Yuling felt considerably less fearful. She possessed unwavering confidence in her beauty and figure. With her unabashed words and her status as the prince's fiancée, She believed there was no man who could remain indifferent. Men, after all, are creatures often guided by their baser instincts. This fellow must already be captivated, contemplating ways to toy with her. Yu Yiling proudly flaunted her alluring curves, showcasing her sensual assets. Behave yourself. Luo Fancheng lightly kicked her abdomen with his toes, causing her to bend into a C shape. Cease your flirtations in my presence. Yu Yiling winced, clutching her abdomen, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. What was wrong with this man? How could he be so ruthless towards a beauty? Any other man would have likely pinned her to the ground by now. Unfazed, Luo Fancheng knew that some women should not be given too much leeway, lest they become overly presumptuous. They must be tempered, much like training a hawk, to eradicate their sharpness before they could be tamed. Have I given you any reason to feel entitled? I once kill you, only due to your sister pleading for you. Yet you dare to aspire to be my woman? You must be dreaming. A shiver ran through Yu Yiling, and genuine fear gripped her. She could easily read the intentions of normal men through their lustful gazes, but this man was an enigma. Setting aside her pride, she desperately pleaded. I am unworthy to be your woman. May I serve as your maid instead? Luo Fancheng glanced askance at her. A maid? Yes, I am willing to toil for you. To be your servant, Yu Yiling replied, biting her purple lip and nodding earnestly, her eyes brimming with a desire to survive. Toil for me? Luo Fancheng scoffed. I fear you may betray me one day. A woman like you, with a heart as treacherous as a viper, would be better off dealt with immediately. Yu Yiling's face drained of color. Sister, your words hold weight. Please, plead for me with this gentleman. I truly recognize my mistakes. Yi Shixuan shook her head with a bitter smile. You overestimate me. Luo, you have already assisted me far too much. I lack the standing to demand anything. Her gaze turned pleading as she looked at Luo Fancheng, her eyes filled with a captivating sorrow. Luo, this girl has attempted to poison you. Should you choose to end her life, it would be just. I would bear no resentment, only gratitude. But, might you grant her another chance? She is my only sister. If you seek source stones or treasures, I shall find them for you in compensation. Luo Fancheng leaned closer, grasping Yu Yiling's delicate chin, causing her to whimper in pain, her long lashes fluttering with fear. You wish to save such a sister? What a beast she is. With a swift motion, he flung Yu Yiling to the ground, her fair shoulders and abdomen dusted with dirt. Her pristine legs, accentuated by black stockings, began to seep crimson blood, exuding a silent, tragic allure. Get up. In light of your favor, I may reluctantly accept this maid, but I shall never release her. Luo Fancheng cast a sidelong glance at the kneeling Yi Shiyuan. The sharp pebbles had pierced her delicate white stockings, embedding themselves into her fair legs. Yet this woman did not even furrow her slender brows. Yi Shiyuan blossomed into a radiant smile, exhaling deeply. I understand. We cannot allow the tiger to return to the mountain. What if she seeks aid from the White Tiger Empire? To be frank, it is a stroke of fortune for Luo Xiaoga to have Yuling as a maid. That second prince, disregarding his status and talent, is merely a scoundrel who revels in tormenting women and oppressing the common folk, unworthy even of carrying your shoes. Luo Fancheng mused that this woman did not seem foolish. She was simply of a benevolent disposition, unlike those naive souls who indiscriminately dispense kindness. She steadied her trembling, slender legs to assist Yi Yiling. Little Ling, you must heed Luo Xiaoga's counsel. Any further scheming will leave you without rescue. Yi Yiling shrugged off the outstretched arm, rising stubbornly on her own. Humph. None of your concern. I have given you face. How should I address my sister? Upon hearing Luo Fancheng's fierce tone, Yi Yiling's legs quivered, nearly collapsing again. And she hastily apologized. Sister, I am sorry. I acknowledge that I spoke too loudly just now. Yi Shiyuan was taken aback. In all these years, she had never heard her younger sister speak to her with such humility, proving that even villains can be tempered by those more ruthless. Suddenly, two beams of azure light shot forth, striking the heads of the sisters clad in black and white sensual stockings. A vibrant energy surged within them, swiftly mending their injuries. The wounds on their legs healed rapidly, the bloodstains vanishing to reveal their fair, tender skin, while Yu Yuling's cracked beauty rejuvenated, though her tattered black dress remained in shambles, failing to conceal her radiance. They simultaneously turned towards the source of the green light, where Luo Fancheng held a 10-petaled azure lotus, spinning gracefully in his palm. It was lush and extraordinary. Yi Shiyuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with wonder. Is this the healing martial spirit of Luo Xiaoga? How remarkable. My goodness. It seems he was not jesting. He truly is a support soul master. Yi Yiling, feeling the potent healing energy coursing through her, could not help but display her astonishment. Ordinary support abilities did not possess such terrifying healing effects. Master, this woman adapts to her role rather swiftly. With a flick of his hand, Luo Fancheng stowed away the Azure Lotus martial spirit, now armed with 2 source stones, intending to absorb them later while carrying the 2 women. Though the energy required for the Azure Lotus to evolve would increase over time, 2 stones should suffice to blossom into 12 petals. He eagerly anticipated what transformations his martial spirit might undergo. Suddenly, the sound of a blade unsheathing echoed as Yi Yuling brandished a sharp dagger. Yuling, what are you doing? Luo Xiaoga has spared you. Do not act foolishly. Yi Shiyuan's face flushed with anger as she swiftly slapped her confused sister, hoping to rouse her from her folly. Luo Fancheng narrowed his eyes, doubting that this woman would dare to draw a weapon against him. My mind is quite clear. In the dim light of the night, Yi Yuling cast a sidelong glance at her sister, her recently restored fair complexion swiftly blushing and swelling, revealing the marks of a handprint. Grasping a dagger, she executed an unexpected motion, plunging it towards her own abdomen. With fluidity, she inscribed 3 small characters upon her delicate skin, blood cascading forth, yet not a single wrinkle of concern marred her brow. Chapter 94. The terrifying new divine skill. This woman is extraordinary. Lo Nuer's actions completely bewildered Luo Fancheng. What an audacious maneuver. What on earth is she doing? Is she engaging in some peculiar play with me? Yi Yuling lifted her gaze to the man, her purplish-black, lustrous lips forming an enchanting smile. She understood that her master harbored doubts about her and sought to demonstrate her unwavering loyalty. This dagger is laced with poison, she explained. The scar left by this inscription will remain forever. The second prince will surely not let me off the hook upon seeing it. I have no path of retreat. From now on, I shall walk the dark road alongside you. While I would never submit to another man, a man as handsome and charismatic as you, possessing dual martial souls and 2 millennia-old soul rings, gives me hope that one day you will ascend to the pinnacle of this continent. When one person transcends, even their dog will be envied by countless others. A howl erupted as the ice wolf, Ergo, approached, its abdominal wounds having been healed by Luo Fancheng. It growled at Yi Yuling. Are you pointing at me, woman? Silence, mutt. Luo Fancheng coldly retorted, lightly kicking the wolf's leg. He turned to Yi Yuling, saying, Enough of this. I still harbor doubts about you. Yi Yuling's delicate brows knitted in distress, and biting her lip, she offered the dagger. Is my master dissatisfied with the inscription? If you wish to carve something, you may do so yourself. Anywhere you desire, I promise to remain silent. Luo Fancheng's gaze flicked to the characters spelling out Lo Nuer, and his lips twitched at the sheer audacity of her actions. It was truly beyond his imagination. How ruthless. She was genuinely inscribing words. He pondered the future. What if the second prince discovered that his fiancée emerged unscathed, only to find that the pristine belly, untouched even by him, bore the marks of another man? What an explosive reaction that would provoke. Isn't your sister seeking revenge against Luo Xiaoga? Yi Shiyun stared blankly at her palm, overwhelmed with guilt. I am truly despicable. With a slap, she chastised herself, unable to contain her shame. Enough. What purpose does the inscription serve? Luo Fancheng mused, thinking that perhaps only a peculiar individual would delight in such a notion. Yet, he found himself oddly intrigued by it. Yi Yuling contemplated earnestly. Then I could leave you a blood-stained bedsheet, inscribed with my name. Should I betray you, you could show it to the second prince. He would be unable to bear it. Luo Fancheng's heart jolted. Goodness, how ruthless can one be? To those aware, it is clear the second prince is your fiancé. But to others, it would seem as if he were your father's murderer. Is this intended to drive him to madness? Does the second prince harbor animosity towards you? Indeed, Yi Yuling replied through clenched teeth. He is a lunatic. When I refused to let him touch me, he shamelessly flaunted himself in front of me with several enchanting harlots. Were it not for the circumstances, who would willingly marry such a man? The 4 individuals slain by the master were all his subordinates. They were not only pursuing his sister, but also feared that he might escape midway. Alas, Luo Fancheng realized that despite having an enchanting and alluring female slave, he had also acquired an invisible adversary. This woman sought to ensnare him, hoping to exploit the opportunity to liberate herself from the Minjing family in the White Tiger Empire. Clearly betting on her superiority over these 2 formidable forces, the second prince was indeed unfortunate. His fiancée, he would rather serve another as a slave than align her heart with his. This situation could not stand. He needed to admonish this woman while simultaneously testing a prior hypothesis. Release your martial soul, Luo Fancheng commanded with an authoritative tone. Very well, Yi Yuling replied, bewildered. Yet complied. An ethereal and sinister Minjing butterfly materialized, with its 4 soul rings pulsating rhythmically. Surrender all resistance. Should you dare to make any move, you shall perish. Luo Fancheng executed the dragon-devouring soul technique, pressing his hand against Yi Yuling's chest, where the dragon's silhouette spiraled, creating a cerulean vortex. Ah! Night Yiling felt her martial soul and soul rings being drawn by the formidable force emanating from his hand, trembling in fear yet refraining from resistance. A startling scene unfolded. The Minjing butterfly and the four soul rings detached from Night Yiling and were consumed by the cerulean vortex. Luo Fancheng immediately withdrew his hand, unleashing a surge of energy that nearly caused Night Yiling to collapse under the entanglement of her long, elegant legs. My martial soul, how could it be taken? She felt as if her essence had been completely drained, her dantian and meridians devoid of soul power, unable to manifest any abilities without her martial soul and soul rings. Night Shishuan covered her mouth in shock. What kind of method is this? It is utterly terrifying. Luo Fancheng did not respond, focusing intently on the changes within his body. Previously, he had absorbed the martial soul of an evil soul master, which had inflicted significant mental trauma and corruption. However, this time proved to be remarkably smooth. Moreover, during the last absorption, the azure python had become saturated, nearly resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Yet now, having ascended to the 30th level, he merely needed to merge 3 liquid vortexes to create a complete lake of soul power within his dantian, allowing him to acquire a 3rd soul ring and continue his advancement. The azure python had yet to undergo this phase of absorption evolution, providing ample space within. He sensed that within the belly of his azure python martial soul, another martial soul remained, ready to be absorbed with a mere thought. However, should he absorb Night Yiling, she would be rendered utterly useless for life. His focus shifted to another matter. Luo Fancheng closed his eyes, engaging in a form of perception and practice. Night Yiling's heart raced, truly frightened. The deprivation of a martial soul was a horrifying tactic, one that even evil soul masters could not achieve, that could only draw blood. Boom. Luo Fancheng suddenly opened his eyes, and a martial soul materialized behind him. The sister duo, astonished, gazed in disbelief, for he controlled the very Minjing butterfly. This is impossible. Master, how can you manipulate my martial soul? Night Yiling exclaimed, horrified. Such a technique was beyond anything she had ever heard of. 3rd soul skill, butterfly flash. With a mere thought, Luo Fancheng summoned the dark shadow butterfly martial soul, manifesting a pair of translucent black wings behind him as the 3rd purple soul ring shimmered into existence. In an instant, he transformed into a shadowy butterfly, vanishing from sight and reappearing in the distance. The dark shadow shatter? Whoosh. As he thrust his index finger, intricate patterns of the dark butterfly emerged on his skin, unleashing a sonic boom. Night Yiling let out a scream. My soul skill. Night Shiyuan, adorned in a white fairy dress and lace stockings, gazed in awe, her mouth agape, revealing her delicate rose-hued tongue in a state of shock. Their astonishment was not due to a lack of composure. Rather, it was Luo Fancheng's performance that defied all expectations. The ability to seize another's martial soul for oneself? What must the rank of his own martial soul be to consume and subdue the dark shadow butterfly? It is important to note that the dark shadow butterfly is a 9th-tier martial soul, ranking among the top 3 elite assassin martial souls in the world. A smile crept onto Luo Fancheng's lips. He had validated his suspicions and unlocked a new capability of the ancestral dragon devouring heaven technique, in conjunction with the green python martial soul. However, even this extraordinary ability was not without its limitations. Firstly, one could not strip away martial souls and soul rings that significantly surpassed their own power level. The green python's capacity was limited. Secondly, it appeared that only one martial soul could be stored at a time. Managing to prevent the green python from absorbing this particular martial soul was already a considerable challenge. The specifics would require further experimentation. Luo Fancheng glanced at the concealed illusion ring on his hand, feeling a surge of satisfaction. The ability to seize another's martial soul for personal use, coupled with a silver mask that could alter one's appearance. Such a combination was truly remarkable. It dawned on him that he was not merely an auxiliary. He was, in fact, the true king of assassins. Here you go. Luo Fancheng directed his hand towards Night Yiling, allowing the dragon-devouring soul to both absorb and release, as the dark shadow butterfly martial soul returned to her body. Boom. Night Yiling's aura surged back to its former strength, and she was elated to discover that her regained martial soul was still usable. Her gaze towards Luo Fancheng became exceedingly complex. Wait. She suddenly sensed something amiss with her martial soul. It felt different, perhaps even stronger than before. Was it merely an illusion? Hesitantly, Night Yiling suggested, how about you absorb my martial soul once more, master? Are you out of your mind? Do you have a masochistic tendency? Luo Fancheng exclaimed, taken aback. He too had expended energy during their previous encounter. Air dog. Luo Fancheng whistled, summoning the snow domain ice wolf, its silvery fur gleaming as it bounded forth, both elegant and striking. You too, come here. What cursed weather is this in Qianlong City? Amidst the swirling yellow sands, a grand city gate loomed in the distance, rising majestically, partially concealed. Luo Fancheng couldn't help but grumble, as he found himself nestled between Knight Yuling, clad in black silk, and Knight Shiyuan, enveloped in white silk, both embracing him from either side. He sat in a cross-legged position atop the broad back of the snow domain ice wolf. Perhaps the wolf hoped for a reward from its master. Or perhaps it was simply envious of the affection bestowed upon Luo Fancheng, a solitary canine amidst such companionship. In recent days, the ice wolf has taken to traversing uneven terrain, resulting in an arduous journey fraught with unnecessary friction and bumps. At last, they have arrived. Yi Yiling exhaled in relief. Her cheeks flushed, for she remained a maiden, despite the marks left behind. With a gun pointed at her throughout the journey, she dared not move. Bah, that brute. Yi Shishuan believed that Luo Fancheng was a man of virtue, yet the ice wolf seemed rather peculiar, leaving her uncertain. Luo Fancheng gazed intently at the distant city, adjusting his stance with a slight twist of his hips. After 2 days of travel, they ought to enter the city and find a hotel to indulge in a refreshing bath. They were covered in dirt and sand. He mused inwardly that it was also time for the Qinglian martial spirit to undergo a transformation. The journey had been through desolate wilderness, and the three had been focused on their travel, with no extraordinary interactions, maintaining a rather ordinary rapport. Chapter 95. Residing in Beauty. The evolution of the Azure Lotus martial soul, second form, beneath the hidden dragon city. The city bricks, mottled in hue, bear the marks of an ancient era's passage. 2 solemn squads of black-armored soldiers stand guard at the city gates, meticulously inspecting the long line of pedestrians. Upon his arrival, Luo Fancheng instantly became the center of attention, drawing countless gazes. It was inevitable. After all, he rode a silver wolf, cradled a stunning beauty in black silk, and had a fairy draped in white silk behind him, all while exuding an unparalleled charm. He shone like a radiant sun amidst the cold, dark night, so dazzling that any attempt at subtlety was futile. Wow, impressive. What a flamboyant way to travel. Where did he get that wolf? It's so cool. Bro, are you blind? With such exquisite sisters beside him. You're staring at the wolf? Seriously, I can't be bothered to explain. Women of significant figures are not for common folk like us to gawk at. I advise you not to seek trouble. The crowd waiting to enter the city grew restless. Many plainclothed commoners, licking their cracked lips, displayed unmistakable envy. Upon noticing Luo Fancheng's gaze, several individuals panicked, quickly bowing their heads, too timid to utter a word. Luo Fancheng keenly observed this, letting out a quiet sigh. This was the survival instinct of the little people. They dared not even glance at a visibly powerful soul master, fearing they might attract trouble, knowing that no one would stand by their side should adversity arise. If he were to be reborn into a family of these commoners, devoid of his system father's support, his fate would not differ much from theirs. Such is the harshness of reality. Consciously, Luo Fancheng joined the queue at the back of the line, but soon a black-armored soldier approached and gestured for him to proceed. Esteemed soul master, you need not queue with these commoners. Please, this way. Oh, Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. There's a dedicated passage? Indeed, the soldier nodded and led the way. Consequently, Luo Fancheng bypassed the inspection entirely and entered the city directly. The streets were bustling, teeming with life, while vendors beneath large umbrellas enthusiastically called out to passers-by. Is this your first time in the city, Brother Luo? Asked Yu Xiuxuan softly. Soul masters do not need to queue in any major city. Luo Fancheng surveyed his surroundings. On either side stood rows of houses, taverns, tea houses, and shops of every kind, yet he saw no sign of the rumored brothels. Hearing the beauty's inquiry from behind, he smiled and replied, I grew up in a village, so this is indeed my first time in the city. Grew up in a village? Yu Xiuxuan and the black silk beauty, held at gunpoint, were both incredulous. How could someone with such terrifying talent and formidable strength possibly be raised in a village? The sisters found it hard to believe, suspecting Luo Fancheng was jesting with them. Luo Fancheng remained noncommittal, gazing up at the crimson sun setting in the western sky. All right. It's getting late. Let us find a tavern for a meal and then seek lodgings. Understood, as you command, Brother Luo. In the course of 2 days, the two women developed a profound trust in Luo Fancheng. He possessed both charm and strength, and had never exhibited any inappropriate behavior towards them. Logically, in such a desolate wilderness, even if they cried out in desperation, their pleas would go unheard, leaving them vulnerable to tactical ambush. However, the man remained engrossed in his training, maintaining an aloof demeanor. At this moment, even with a gun pointed at her, Yi Yiling found it quite normal. For she was an assassin, hardened by years of rigorous training, with not an ounce of excess flesh on her. Her physique was astonishingly firm and alluring, a fact she was acutely aware of. Throughout the tumultuous journey, Luo Fancheng had endured relentless jostling without losing composure. And the presence of a bullet in the chamber seemed entirely reasonable. Yi Yiling mused that if there were no sensations at all from behind, she might begin to question Luo Fancheng's fortitude. As it turned out, this man was not only a true masculine figure, but also a paragon of unwavering strength. Unbeknownst to the trio, a soldier clad in black armor had discreetly withdrawn a scroll from his bosom, meticulously comparing it to Luo Fancheng's appearance. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with recognition. He summoned a slender man dressed in plain clothes and whispered a few instructions. The man promptly began to shadow Luo Fancheng in secret. Amidst the bustling streets, Luo Fancheng remained oblivious, leading the two sisters to the renowned Tianbao building to indulge in a delightful feast, and also treating the tied-up ergo downstairs to a pig's leg, causing the creature to wag its tail in sheer delight. After the three emerged from the tavern, their appetites satiated, night had fallen. The streets were dim and sparsely populated, and after walking 400 or 500 meters, they stumbled upon an inn. The rain-covered pavilion? This will do, Luo Fancheng decisively stated, guiding the two women inside to the front desk. Innkeeper, a room, please. The innkeeper's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly biting his tongue. Having spent his days here attending to guests, he had encountered many patrons, yet had never seen such a pair of exquisite beauties. He silently praised Luo Fancheng, secretly giving him a thumbs up. The esteemed guest was indeed impressive. He had seen many men escort women to lodgings, but never had he witnessed such stunning sisters. With a grin, the innkeeper replied, "Certainly, I will arrange it immediately. No delay in your important matters." Yi Shixuan felt her cheeks flush, lightly nudging him. Sensing his words carried a hidden meaning, Luo Fancheng raised 2 fingers. "I require 2 rooms." The innkeeper froze momentarily, glancing between Luo Fancheng and the blushing Yi Shixuan. After a brief pause, a clever idea sparked in his mind. Wasn't this an obvious opportunity for him to play the role of a facilitator? A competent innkeeper must learn to gauge the desires of his patrons and fulfill their needs. He earnestly replied, "I apologize, esteemed guest, but we only have 1 room available." This revelation took Yi Shixuan by surprise. Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow, genuinely questioning, "Is there really only 1? The innkeeper chuckled sheepishly. "How could I possibly pass up an opportunity to earn your coin? Would I deceive you 3? "That can be arranged," Luo Fancheng responded. The innkeeper, with utmost sincerity, insisted, "I assure you, we truly have no more." Luo Fancheng sighed, "Shixuan, it seems we must seek another establishment." "Indeed," Yi Shixuan nodded. The waiter inwardly scoffed at Luo Fancheng, thinking, "Young man, given the chance, you are utterly inept. Do you require me to spell it out for you?" He resolved to assist him once more. "Esteemed guests, you need not venture elsewhere. To be candid, there are only 3 inns in the city, and with the 3 Kingdoms battle tournament approaching in 2 days, 2 of these inns have already been reserved by competitors from other nations. If you choose not to stay here, you will be left to sleep in the streets or brothels." "What?" Yi Shixuan exclaimed in surprise. The waiter continued, "Our beds are quite spacious. 3 can sleep comfortably." Luo Fancheng glanced at Yi Shixuan, contemplating their next move. "What shall we do? Shall we stay?" The pure and beautiful maiden, biting her luscious lips, replied, "Well, I suppose we must stay. It's not as if we never shared a bed before." She held a firm trust in Luo Fancheng's character. Even if intruders were to burst in at night, she believed it would be a case of mistaken identity. "Very well," the waiter said, swiftly producing a key and handing it to Luo Fancheng. "On the 3rd floor, take a left, it's the first room. Rest assured, should more rooms become available, I will notify you first." As he spoke, he thought to himself, "Don't worry, my friend, you won't be waiting." Luo Fancheng handed the key to Yi Shixuan, saying, "You 2 go upstairs first. I'll attend to ergo's matters." After the 2 ladies ascended, Luo Fancheng tossed a pouch to the waiter. The waiter opened it eagerly, revealing a bounty of azure dragon coins, at least 100, nearly blinding him with their brilliance. He ceased referring to him as guest, and instead exclaimed, "My good sir, what is this? 32 azure dragon coins are sufficient for lodging. No need for change. You deserve to profit, understood?" Luo Fancheng replied, "My wolf is tied outside. Please lead it to the stables." The waiter trembled slightly, realizing, "All of this is for me? What generosity! You deserve to be doubly rewarded. Rest assured, I will ensure your horse is well taken care of, providing 2 fine mares for companionship," he babbled. Luo Fancheng shot him a sideways glance and ascended the stairs. The waiter chuckled foolishly, gazing at the pouch, his heart soaring with joy. "You may think I lost a room's worth of income, but I have gained a fortune from this pouch. Now, that is how business should be conducted." Upon reaching the upper floor, Luo Fancheng discovered a spacious suite with separate inner and outer rooms. where the sister duo sat side by side on the sofa. Yi Shishuan's cheeks were flushed, her elegant legs demurely together, exuding tranquility and grace. In contrast, Yi Yiling stretched her slender legs, clad in black stockings, exuding a seductive allure, her expression more relaxed. Upon seeing Luo Fancheng enter, Yi Shishuan appeared slightly flustered. Although they had shared a bed previously, the circumstances had been unique and urgent. Yi Shishuan stammered, I think this sofa is quite large. I shall sleep here tonight. Luo Fancheng did not object, nodding slightly. Very well, you sisters may take the sofa. I shall take the bed. As Yi Shishuan observed the man's indifferent demeanor, an inexplicable pang gripped her heart, a sensation difficult to articulate. In recent days, the man had maintained this chilly disposition. She did not fault him, for she understood that this was a consequence of her own actions. After all, she had been the one to initially suggest maintaining distance from him, a man of her betrothed. Now, feeling distressed was indeed her own doing. The anguish she bore was known only to herself. In truth, these past few days, her spirit had been tormented, vacillating between desire and moral ethics. On one hand, she endured the trials of her engagement, while on the other, she found herself inevitably drawn to a man like Luo Fancheng. His handsome visage, resolute demeanor, formidable strength, and his trustworthy nature all contributed to a magnetic allure that instilled a profound sense of security within her. Being beside Luo Fancheng, she experienced a tranquility she had never known with anyone else. This feeling both exhilarated and terrified her. She was deeply frightened of falling for Luo Fancheng. She held steadfast to her moral principles, and even in the absence of deep feelings, she could never betray her fiancé. Yet, guilt consumed her now. Upon arriving in Qianlong City, she could have easily parted ways with Luo Fancheng to seek her betrothed. However, inexplicably, she chose to remain by his side. Even though no romantic entanglements had occurred between her and Luo Fancheng, and their exchanges were minimal, she still felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards her fiancé. In a fleeting moment, she perceived herself as utterly shameless, akin to a wanton woman. She was grateful that Luo Fancheng respected her boundaries, refraining from further provocation. Otherwise, her heart would have been even more tormented. On one side lay the primal desires of humanity, while on the other rested her unwavering fidelity. Luo Fancheng beckoned. You two should go wash up in the bedroom. I will remain here in the living room for some peace. No. There's no need, Yi Shishuan stammered, her thoughts in disarray. Luo Fancheng was unabashed, lifting his hand to pinch the delicate leg of Yi Yiling, adorned in sheer black stockings, before revealing his fingers dusted with yellow grime. Look, they're dirty. While the black stockings may not be too conspicuous, your white stockings are nearly yellow. Shouldn't you wash them? Yi Shishuan's cheeks flushed. He was indeed correct. The journey had been laden with dust, and, coupled with a bit of perspiration, she felt quite unpleasant. All right. Yi Yiling's beautiful eyes glimmered with a hint of reproach. Please, you're pinching me. Why is your gaze fixed on my sister? With wide eyes, Luo Fancheng observed as Yi Shishuan's elegant foot slipped out of her shoe, her slender fingers delicately grasping the edge of her white stockings, gradually peeling them down to her ankles, eventually freeing her fair foot from the fabric before slipping it back into her shoe. Sister, have you awakened to the allure of seducing my master? Yi Yiling exclaimed, as if she had unearthed a new world. Yi Shishuan glared. Don't speak nonsense. I worry that the dust and sweat on these stockings might soil his bedroom. That makes sense, Yi Yiling nodded. If her sister's intentions were pure, her own motives were far from innocent, her movements exuding an irresistible allure, overtly suggestive in nature. The verdant fingers adorned with exquisite nail art glided gracefully over the black silk, creating a striking contrast against the fair skin. The legs, smooth and flawless, showcased a perfect arch of the foot, while 5 elegantly splayed toes gently stretched the stockings. A dark line of concern etched itself on Luo Fancheng's forehead. This woman did not appear to be virtuous. Did she intend to provoke his wrath or wager that his weapon was devoid of ammunition? He approached her and forcefully yanked down the stockings, flinging them onto the astonished red lips of Yi Yiling. Get lost. Both of you. Hurry up and take a shower. I still need to wash afterward. Yi Yiling found herself perplexed, unable to comprehend where she had faltered. After all, she bore an uncanny resemblance to her sister. Her sister had a fiancé, and so did she. The thrill she could provide was no different from what her sister could offer. Though her sister may possess a more innocent charm, she too had her own allure, one that was undoubtedly more provocative. After both women were ushered into the bath of the bedroom by Luo Fancheng, he shut the door and returned to the living room, an expression of eager anticipation upon his face. Finally, it's time. He unleashed the Qinglian martial spirit, producing a pitch-black source stone. A hum resonated as the Qinglian began to whirl with excitement, its base resting upon the stone, drawing forth the pure energy contained within. Gradually, The black surface of the source stone faded, dimming to a gray before transforming into a pool of white powder. Meanwhile, the Qinglian swayed, sprouting 2 additional lotus leaves tinged with a hint of red atop its original 10-petal structure. In an instant, it seemed as though it had reached completion. The 6 petals, now imbued with a crimson hue, erupted with a blazing, distinctive red light. A spark of delight ignited in Luo Fancheng's eyes. Indeed, his hypothesis had proven accurate. Forming 6 petals unlocked the second form of the Qinglian martial spirit. Chapter 96. The Crimson Lotus of Fiery Retribution. Luo Fancheng licked his lips, anticipation coursing through him. After a prolonged wait, he yearned to behold the true power encapsulated within the second form of this azure lotus. With a hum, under his deft control, the newly formed 6-petaled lotus was thoroughly activated, radiating a brilliant scarlet light. In an instant, the 6 petals transformed into a sanguine hue, as tendrils of alluring crimson flames ignited from within, swirling outward. The Crimson Lotus. Fire? Luo Fancheng felt a surge of curiosity. With a mere thought, the Crimson Lotus began to spin, and a flicker of flame shot forth from its core, landing delicately on his fingertip. The blood-red flames danced, taking the shape of a lotus flower. This fire possesses a certain uniqueness. Luo Fancheng's keen senses detected something amiss. Although the Crimson Lotus had erupted with intense heat upon formation, it now exuded no warmth at all. "System, could you kindly clarify this for me?" he inquired. Silence ensued. "Hey, what happened to the customer is king? Where's your after-sales service?" Yet again, no response. Luo Fancheng couldn't help but roll his eyes. While others had systems that diligently toiled day in and day out, akin to Zhuge Liang nurturing his host like Liu Bei, his system seemed to embody a carefree spirit, often lounging about and only occasionally feigning engagement. "Is there a problem? Don't ask, just figure it out yourself. What is this? Are you too busy battling the heavens to assist me?" Ding. "Oh, exalted host, your loyal servant is ever present." Startled, Luo Fancheng jumped in surprise at the sudden voice in his ear. "You inquired of the system. The system chooses to trust in your capabilities, hence its silence." Luo Fancheng was at a loss for words. A slippery system, attempting to spin a grandiose excuse for its laziness. "Spare me the rhetoric. Swiftly elucidate the nature of this Crimson Lotus." Crimson Lotus of Fiery Retribution. The minor flames can ignite and amplify the desires buried deep within an enemy's heart, causing emotional turmoil and mental collapse. The major flames can incinerate the sins manifested in an enemy's being. Those steeped in guilt will face an overwhelming inferno, while the innocent remain unscathed. Both powers lie within the host's control. Luo Fancheng understood, had the system not mentioned the second effect. He might have assumed this flame was merely a representation of lustful fire, to burn with the power of sins. Does this imply that the potency of the Crimson Lotus is inversely proportional to virtue? Intriguing. Raising an eyebrow, he contemplated the second effect, a straightforward means of inflicting harm. Yet the first held potential for creative manipulation. "Go." Luo Fancheng directed his gaze toward the 2 curled bundles of black and white stockings on the floor. He propelled a flicker of the Crimson Lotus's fiery wrath towards them. The flames scorched, yet the original stockings left behind by the sisters lay undisturbed. Indeed, it seemed the fire did not consume inanimate objects, targeting only the living. He would await the emergence of Yi Yuling to test this infernal flame's efficacy on her. Whoosh! In a graceful flourish, Luo Fancheng produced the final source stone, casting it into the air. The extraordinary 12-petaled lotus, adorned with hues of azure and crimson, swiftly ascended, enveloping the stone at its base and initiating its absorption. This lotus likely possessed a third form, the direction of which remained a mystery. Luo Fancheng's eyes shimmered with anticipation. Before long, the plump source stone was entirely depleted, disintegrating into a fine, white ash that scattered like dust. A resonant hum filled the air as the lotus stirred. A petal of a profound, obsidian hue unfurled. Luo Fancheng furrowed his brow, noting the 6 azure petals and 6 crimson petals, now accompanied by this new black petal. The appetite of this lotus spirit grew ever larger. Initially, one source stone yielded 4 petals, then 2, and now only 1, yet the benefits remained substantial. Not a loss, but a significant gain. Suddenly, the bedroom door creaked open, releasing a waft of steam from the bathing chamber. 2 enchanting sisters emerged, their porcelain skin, slender waists, and long legs accentuated by their ample bosoms. Luo Fancheng's gaze brightened, utterly captivated. The tall sisters were adorned in silky, white, spaghetti-strap dresses. Their damp, cascading hair framed their fair shoulders, revealing deep, alluring clefts, while their long, jade-like legs were partially obscured. Their delicate feet, clad in plush slippers, were complemented by long, water-kissed eyelashes, and a beauty mark at the corner of their eyes exuded an irresistible charm. Little brother Luo, we are done. It is your turn to wash. One sister announced, her words tinged with an alluring implication. Luo Fancheng frowned. Yu Yiling, what did you just call me? Yu Yiling, taken aback, replied, Master. I specifically borrowed the same dress from my sister, and my voice is similar. How could you tell us apart? Luo Fancheng cast her a sidelong glance, responding coolly. Others may change, but one's essence cannot. Yu Yiling pouted, resembling a defeated little chick, her spirit visibly dampened. You could have said it more directly, Master. Just admit I possess a certain allure that my sister does not. Your insight is commendable, Luo Fancheng thought with a silent smirk. Master, did you start that fire? Why burn someone's stockings? Yu Yiling questioned, her curiosity piqued. Surely, you do not need to do it yourself. I am fully automated. Yu Shixuan furrowed her brows, hesitating. That fire seems somewhat peculiar. Luo Fancheng explained. It is a new technique I have mastered. I am yet to fully comprehend the properties of this flame and require someone to experiment with it. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Shixuan boldly declared, I shall do it. After all, if it harms the young Master's Azure Lotus Spirit, I can always heal it. I am not afraid. When Luo Fancheng summoned the Azure Lotus Spirit, floating above them, both women gasped in astonishment. 13 petals? Yu Yiling exclaimed, unable to contain her curiosity. I recall it being only 10 previously. Do not inquire too much about matters of the world, Luo Fancheng retorted, turning his gaze towards the innocent beauty of the elder sister. I believe I shall test this on your sister. Better not. Let me handle it, she interjected. Yi Shixuan stepped forward, intercepting Yi Yiling's attempt to speak, preventing her from taking the lead. Her intention was not solely to protect her sister. More importantly, she sought an opportunity to express her gratitude to the man. Now that such an opportunity had presented itself, how could she possibly let it slip away? Luo Fancheng nodded. Very well. My flames are quite fierce, so brace yourself. He gestured, directing a small cluster of blazing karmic fire, which had been burning on his stockings, towards Yi Shixuan's delicate form. The fire, harmless to clothing, penetrated directly into her being. Yi Shixuan bit her lip, prepared to endure the pain, yet she felt nothing at all. Wasn't it supposed to be intense? She sensed no discomfort. Had the flames truly entered her? Nothing happened. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. Yi Yiling, adoringly cradling Luo Fancheng's foot, exclaimed, Master, you are truly remarkable. There are all kinds of exotic flames in the world, yet it seems only you can devise such a harmless fire. Chapter 97, Truth or Dare. Night Yiling's embarrassing moment. Are you complimenting me or berating me? This scene evoked memories in Luo Fancheng of certain illustrious inventors from his previous life, who delighted in creating seemingly useful, yet ultimately futile contrivances. Their sole merit perhaps lay in their comedic value and entertainment. A wicked smile reminiscent of a mischievous trickster spread across Luo Fancheng's face. Come now, you claim this flame is harmless. Let us see for yourself. Yi Shixuan had already confirmed it was not a mere illusion but true purity. Even the red lotus karma fire could not harm it, indicating a heart untainted by past misdeeds. Gazing at the man's grin, Night Yiling felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. She trembled slightly, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng summoned the red lotus karma fire, which surged into Night Yiling's body. She shrugged nonchalantly, whatever. If my sister can endure it, so can I. No, you cannot withstand it. Luo Fancheng replied with a look of sympathy, already sensing the flames igniting within her. It matters not. You shall be the one to embarrass yourself. Boom. Night Yiling's skin flushed with an unusual crimson glow. Her lips parted as her throat uncontrollably emitted a strange sound. What is happening to me? She felt an intense itch spreading across her back and arms, akin to the sensation of ants crawling over her. In the blink of an eye, she was drenched in perspiration, her silk white dress clinging to her form, accentuating her curves. Master, what have you done to me? Night Yiling's voice softened, sounding almost like a playful pout, her gaze growing increasingly dazed and bewildered. She perceived Luo Fancheng as even taller and more handsome, exuding an irresistible masculine charm, while a fervent desire blazed within her, amplifying certain thoughts to an overwhelming extent. Luo Fancheng's lips twitched. What was happening to Night Yiling? Wait, it was his fire that was amiss. Hey, get a grip. You're dealing with karma fire, not evil fire. What are you doing? Night Shixuan, biting her lip in astonishment, watched in disbelief as Luo Fancheng unleashed the flames, pondering whether he had drugged her. Master, I want you. Night Yiling gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes nearly devoid of rationality, flames flickering from her lips, her delicate face radiating madness. Luo Fancheng urged, Madam, please calm yourself. We are engaged in a serious experiment here. Calm. Night Yiling let out a maniacal laugh, her gaze filled with insatiable desire. I am exceptionally calm right now. Tell me, what makes me inferior to my sister? She has a fiancé, and so do I. She possesses protective charm, and so do I. She has curves. I have them too. The excitement and passion she cannot provide, I can. Sister, please, behave normally. Knight Shishuan was left dumbfounded. Clearly, nothing had befallen her earlier. Silence. Am I not normal? Do I not know myself? Knight Yiling pointed at her sister and exclaimed to Luo Fancheng. With someone as ineffectual as her, when the time comes for you to fight for your life, she wouldn't even have the courage to cheer you on. Her heart is only for that crown prince fiancé, while I can only feel pity for our dear master, with no regard for that second prince at all. Luo Fancheng's expression became peculiar. Do stop, or else you might find it hard to face the world when you regain your senses. Master, please say something. As soon as you speak, I shall open my doors wide to welcome you. The crimson flames enveloping Knight Yiling surged. A painful tremor escaped her lips. Her expression twisted in agony as she spat. Hypocritical man. You pointed your gun at me before, and now that it's your turn, you hesitate? If you truly disdain me, you could at least treat me as a sister. Life is but a play, all relying on performance. However you'd like to proceed, I can play along. What audacious words. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. The raging flames seemed to unveil the darkest thoughts of the heart. Enough. Knight Shiyuan cried out, unable to endure any longer, her ears burning with embarrassment. Not only must I speak, but I shall also boldly act in front of you, driving you to madness. Knight Yiling raised her hand, ready to pull down her straps. Luo Fancheng's gaze sharpened as he activated the second phase of the inferno. Boom. Knight Yiling froze, her body engulfed in searing crimson flames. Writhing in pain and emitting anguished cries, the inferno intensified, and her beauty began to wane. With a swift motion, Luo Fancheng separated the flames from her body, sending them back into the six-petaled red lotus. Simultaneously, the six-petaled green lotus emitted a verdant light that struck Knight Yiling on the forehead. As he retracted the lotus martial spirit into his body, a tremor coursed through him. He sensed a pure surge of power emanating from within the lotus. His soul energy noticeably heightened, on the verge of a breakthrough. Could it be that the red lotus flames, having thrived on the sinful power within her, were now nourishing their seemingly ineffectual master? Sister, Knight Shiyuan exclaimed, her beautiful legs swiftly moving as she rushed over to the unconscious Knight Yiling. She shouldn't be unconscious. She had harnessed the firepower and even utilized the green lotus for healing. Luo Fancheng, keen-eyed, noticed that the seemingly unconscious sister, with a tear mole, lay against Knight Shiyuan's thigh, her delicate toes curling and flexing within her slippers. As the inferno receded from her body, Knight Yiling regained consciousness. The events that had just transpired replayed vividly in her mind, and all her wicked thoughts had been laid bare. She felt utterly ashamed. What on earth had she done? The power of her master's flames was terrifying, truly terrifying, capable of stirring the most primal desires of humanity. It was akin to the legendary methods of the seven sin knights of the blood demon cult. Just as Knight Yiling reveled in her cleverness, contemplating feigning unconsciousness, she felt a forceful slap on her cheek. Stop pretending. I am aware that you are awake, your toes nearly digging into the floor as if to create a three-room suite. Yi Yiling, resolute in her decision, determined to feign unconsciousness even if the heavens were to collapse. Did she not care for her dignity? Such embarrassment was unbearable. She was the type to be subtly alluring, not overtly provocative. The previous moment had crossed an inappropriate threshold. Luo Fancheng yawned and remarked, "You two may as well sleep in the living room. I shall retreat to bathe." A loud bang echoed as footsteps faded away, followed by the sound of the bedroom door closing. Yi Yiling's ears twitched, and she opened her eyes. To her astonishment, she found Yi Shishuan staring at her with wide eyes, while Luo Fancheng remained outside, gazing in her direction. Yi Yiling's delicate form trembled, a profound sense of shame coursing through her. How humiliating. This was beyond indecent. Had he not already gone inside? And yet, he lingered outside. This time, he truly departed. Luo Fancheng smiled as he entered the bedroom to commence his bath. Yi Yiling, with a flicker of thought in her eyes, revealed a charming smile at the corners of her lips and swiftly rose to tidy up. Chapter 98. The Art of Eyebrow Shaping and the Divergent Awakening of Twin Sister. Sister, are you not planning to sleep? What are you doing? In the dimly lit living room, Yi Yiling sat before the mirror, having just perfected her alluring eyeliner, as she began applying blush to her luscious lips. With a soft pout, she glanced at her sister, Yi Shiyun, who sat on the sofa with her legs elegantly crossed, her brows arching slightly. What else could I be doing? Just indulging in vanity, Yi Shiyun replied, momentarily taken aback, before gently urging, "Sister, could you be a bit more serious? This isn't like you." Raising her delicate leg, Yi Yuling retrieved a pair of gossamer black stockings, her crimson-tipped toes slipping into them with grace. She gradually pulled them up, accentuating her curvaceous figure, and then chose an elegant, thigh-high slit dress, the sheer stockings barely concealing her calves. Standing tall in her high heels, her already statuesque form seemed to soar even higher. Observing her sister's pained expression, the sensually adorned beauty let out a soft sigh. Sister, I understand you, but you do not comprehend me. You prioritize integrity and principles, valuing ideals above all else. I, however, am a realist. My desire is simply to live, to truly live. As for other matters, they hold no significance for me. Yi Shiyun trembled slightly, her gaze filled with pity and remorse. I apologize. It is my inadequacy that fails to provide you with a sense of security. Surprised, Yi Yuling remarked, I expected you to launch into a lengthy diatribe, criticizing my unhealthy mindset and urging me to reconsider. Yi Shiyun shook her head. Every individual has the right to choose their own path in life, even as your sister. I have no authority to dictate your choices. Upon hearing this, Yi Yuling fell silent, staring at her sister, unable to articulate her thoughts. After a moment of reflection, she finally spoke. You have always been a wonderful sister, and I have been the selfish, wayward younger sister. In the past, I had no choice. Our differing positions compelled me to push you to your limits. But things have changed. A grand opportunity lies before me, and if I do not seize it swiftly, I may find no place for myself in the future. Yi Shiyun shook her head, perplexed. I do not grasp your meaning. Allow me to be more explicit. Yi Yuling stated, I wish to entrust myself to him. Yi Shiyun's face was a canvas of shock and confusion. The second prince has pursued you relentlessly for years. Yet you wouldn't even allow him to touch your hand. Now, after just 3 days of knowing Luo, you are eager to give yourself to him? With a cold smile, Yi Yuling replied, precisely because he has shown no interest, I am compelled to offer myself. Do you not understand? If the second prince were in the same situation, we would be devoured before we even had a chance to protest. Power and talent are not mere trifles. Have you ever encountered a dual spirit or a 1,000-year first spirit ring? A woman's greatest fear is to entrust herself to the wrong person. A man of such strength and character is a rare find. Why not embrace him instead of lingering in hesitation? Today, I shall wager everything, placing my entire fortune on the belief that the master is a man of deep affection. Should he prove otherwise, I shall accept my fate with resignation. Yi Shiyun bit her lip, unable to voice her admonitions. In truth, she harbored a faint feeling within her heart that Luo Fancheng was a worthy man to entrust her life to. Yet, inexplicably, she did not wish for her sister to enter. Sister, I believe you should join me inside. Wouldn't it be splendid for us sisters to present a united front and secure a place in the master's heart? He clearly favors you. Are you blind? That great prince, a pitiful wretch who abandoned you to flee the empire, is likely indulging in debauchery elsewhere. Why guard your chastity for him? Yi Shiyun flushed with embarrassment, stammering. What nonsense are you speaking? How could I possibly enter with you? It's utterly absurd. What would Luo think of me? Yi Yuling shook her head. I've already told you, once we pass this village, this opportunity will be lost. Do not envy me in the future. With a swaying motion of her serpentine waist, Yi Yuling revealed glimpses of her alluring legs beneath her split skirt, the arch of her foot creating a seductive curve. Sister, what will you do if Luo does not want you? Yi Shiyun felt her thoughts spiral into disarray, unsure of her emotions, perhaps afraid to delve deeper. Oh, the distance between a man and a woman is but a thin veil. All it takes is to break that barrier. Yi Yuling smiled enticingly, waving her delicate fingers. Do not regret it, dear sister, should I proceed? As she pushed open the bedroom door, her expression froze in an awkward pause. The door is locked. Who is it meant to keep out? Yi Shiyun could not suppress a laugh. Give up, foolish sister. He holds no such feelings for you. I refuse to believe it. How could he look like that otherwise? Yi Yuling retorted, drawing a dagger and skillfully working on the lock. A stealthy assassin must master the art of lock-picking. After all, with a click, the door swung open. The law of conservation of smiles dictates that when one person's smile vanishes, it must reappear on another's face. Yi Shiyun's smile faltered as Yi Yuling revealed a captivating grin. The grand bed in the bedroom lay empty, while the bathroom door was shut. The sound of running water echoing. Sister, he has gone to warm the master. Yi Yuling exclaimed, then added mischievously, or perhaps it is he who warms me. As she stepped into the bedroom, a thought struck her, and she turned back. Oh, if you hear my cries, do not rush in foolishly. That is not pain. It is the triumphant song of my success. As the door to the bedroom closed once more, Yi Shiyun felt as though half her strength had been drained. Her beautiful eyes lost in a daze. Luo Fancheng luxuriated in a warm bath, having endured 2 days of travel in the wild. His mild obsession with cleanliness could no longer be tolerated. The enchanting figure of a nine-tailed fox flashed in his mind. He wondered how Aunt Gio was faring in her tribulation. Would the location indicated on the parchment map pose any danger? After spending 16 years in close proximity, nearly 3 months apart had left him longing for her presence. Alas, I must hasten to enhance my prowess. I suspect my aunt would never anticipate the rapidity with which I advance. The temple's offerings, dare to offend my beloved? Just wait until I mature further. I shall vanquish you and your progenitor alike. I wonder if Wei Yong and my junior sister have thought of me. Wei Yong is a busy individual. Yet my junior sister surely must, otherwise my affections for her would be in vain. Suddenly, outside the bathing chamber, a sultry voice wafts through the air. Master, may I offer you my services? The melodic sound sends shivers of excitement through Luo Fancheng's ears. What does this woman intend? Could it be a surprise visit meant to tempt me? As I ponder, the door swings open. The alluring figure of Yi Yuling strides in. Clad in a black lace camisole that accentuates her delicate waist, with the elegant script of Luo Nur emblazoned upon her fair skin, her cascading hair framing her voluptuous form. What brings you in unannounced? I did not. The words catch in my throat, and upon seeing her attire, I feel parched and overwhelmed. What is the meaning of this? Are you testing my patience? I have endured your antics for several days. Do you truly believe I am to be trifled with? Chapter 99. The Determination of a Woman. Yi Xieying is approaching the battlefield. I cannot fathom your thoughts, Luo Fancheng remarked, changing his tone. Yi Yuling fluttered her long, dark lashes, her enchanting eyes glistening as she spoke. My master must have accumulated a fair amount of anger along the way. Such a tempest within is detrimental to one's health. I merely wish to assist in extinguishing your flames. Oh, how you tempt me, he retorted. It is already a mercy that I have not drawn my weapon against you thus far, yet you dare to walk into the line of fire? Intrigued, he maintained his principle of neither initiating nor rejecting advances from unfamiliar women. Despite the fact that the second young master of the Luo family had already dispatched troops for battle, he remained outwardly unfazed. Such offerings cannot be made without my desire. Eager to quench your fire? Then you must plead for it. There are no free lunches in this world. To claim that this woman has no ulterior motive would be a folly. The moment she implored me, her stature diminished, while I remained in a position of advantage. A man who has long endured hunger is seldom choosy. He welcomes all. Yet, a truly affluent man is discerning, demanding not only beauty and physique but also an aura that resonates with his tastes. Luo Fancheng leaned against the edge of the tub, exuding calmness as he stated, I cannot comprehend your words. What ire could I possibly harbor? Noticing the absence of a clear dismissal, Yi Yuling felt a surge of hope. There is potential here. With measured steps in her high heels, she gracefully approached, kneeling halfway to the ground. Her delicate hands began to knit his shoulders, aiming to soothe and relax. My master. It is better to channel than to block. Stagnation breeds discomfort, while circulation brings relief. Many matters, when pent up for too long, yield no benefit to body or mind. Luo Fancheng nodded. Indeed, my shoulders feel somewhat constricted. Do assist in relieving this tension. Yi Yuling's expression stiffened. I speak of the city gate. And you respond with references to your hip joints. Are you feigning ignorance? Yet, should he refuse outright, a swift kick would serve as a test of my sincerity and resolve. With determination, she braced herself, the breeze whispering secrets in her ears. By heavens! Luo Fancheng's powerful frame trembled. This was rather audacious of her. Her resolve was formidable, indicating she was prepared to invest deeply. Noticing Luo Fancheng's slight intrigue, Yi Yuling pressed on. My master has journeyed tirelessly to Qianlong City. I cannot bear to see you burdened. Allow me to assist you on your path. Simply indicate the direction you wish to take, and I shall manage the rest. Luo Fancheng turned to meet her sparkling gaze, their faces mere inches apart, and earnestly cautioned, I must inform you of 2 things. First, I am no paragon of virtue. I could even be deemed a scoundrel. Second, do not expect me to assume any responsibility. It is highly likely you would find yourself at a loss. Now is the time to depart if you wish to retreat. Yi Yuling rose and began to walk towards the door. Luo Fancheng shook his head, not impeding her. A woman with a shortage of men could never truly grasp the terror of excessive romantic entanglements. Thus, he remained resolutely restrained. Bang! The door slammed shut. Yet Yi Yuling did not exit. She locked it securely. I wish to pursue you, and no one can deter me. In truth, I had resolved upon this course long ago. You are the one I seek. Had I not encountered such brilliance as yours, I could have endured the darkness of the second prince. Luo Fancheng nodded. Oh, huh. Yi Yuling was somewhat bewildered, unable to grasp Luo Fancheng's attitude. With a languid yawn, Luo Fancheng remarked, I believe my intentions have been made quite clear. Initially perplexed, Yi Yuling soon experienced a moment of clarity, parting her enticing crimson lips. As night fell over Qianlong City, In its most central region, the Grand Lord's residence loomed over the surroundings, boasting pavilions, towers, and exquisite gardens, an epitome of opulence. Within the brilliantly lit hall, a spirited young woman spoke, her cascading waves of hair framing her alluring visage, adorned with silver earrings. Clad in a form-fitting mini-skirt and black fishnet stockings that embraced her long, graceful legs, she traversed her fair waist, the stockings meeting black boots at her ankles. Opposite her sat a middle-aged man in a bright yellow robe, embroidered with the majestic pattern of a dragon soaring through the sea, his sword-like brows exuding strength, his bright eyes radiating authority. He was Yi Tianwu, one of the 9 feudal lords of the Songlong Empire, presiding over Qianlong City. Xiang. While I can tolerate your mischief in many matters, the Tri-Nation Battle Tournament is no trivial affair. It pertains to the opportunity of entering that secret realm. Yi Tianwu's imposing gaze softened only in the presence of his daughter, revealing a look of paternal affection. Yi Xiang stamped her foot, declaring, I am not being reckless. The person I have found for you is absolutely reliable. There will be no issue with him representing Qianlong City in the competition. Sighing, Yi Tianwu shook his head. I heard from Tai's Ho that this lad was only at the 11th rank 3 months ago. Wouldn't that hinder our chances in the tournament? Yi Xiang retorted. Didn't Tai Ho mention that his first spirit ring is already over 1,000 years old? Yi Tianwu replied earnestly, Firstly, I cannot believe it without witnessing it firsthand. This claim is too extraordinary and may harbor some hidden agenda. While you may not discern their true capabilities, I certainly can. A first spirit ring of 1,000 years is no jest. Have you heard of the Holy Son of the Temple, a prodigy with twin spirits, whose first spirit ring is merely 400 years old? Is this lad truly more gifted than him? Secondly, even if he possesses a first spirit ring of 1,000 years, in 3 months, what level could he possibly achieve? 20? 25? Yi Xiang countered. But I provided him with 9 crimson fruits, which accelerate the cultivation process. Yi Tianwu shook his head, though the crimson fruits are beneficial. They contain many impurities that require time to refine. Any soul master who values their foundation would not recklessly consume them. Thus, I can confidently assert that he may only improve by 10 levels, potentially jeopardizing his foundational training. With a cultivation level above 20, to be frank, he would not even be ready for the tournament stage. His 11th rank is sufficient to easily defeat Li Hongping. Yi Xiang pouted, visibly displeased. Feeling her father's dismissal of her judgment, Yi Tianwu, with a tone of earnestness, lamented, My dear progeny, that young scion of the Li family is merely a second-generation heir, hardly deserving of being considered a unit of combat measurement. The caliber of competitors this time surpasses that of previous contests. Even the weakest among them are elite soul masters at level 38, effortlessly able to defeat over 20 of Li Hongping. What talent do I possess, you ask? I wield a peak-grade 9th-tier martial soul, the primordial azure dragon. In my day, even at level 30, I could not contend with elite soul masters nearing level 40. Is there a beast martial soul stronger than the primordial azure dragon? At best, they are on par. To surpass it? Impossible. I have never heard of such a feat. Yi Xiang, indignant, retorted, You shall witness it for yourself. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Tianwu shook his head repeatedly. Just trust me this once, Yi Xiang pleaded, shaking her father's arm and adopting a charming demeanor. Yi Tianwu replied earnestly, Xiang, under normal circumstances, I would acquiesce to your wishes. However, this time is different. The tremors from the secret realm 3 months ago herald potential upheaval. It may harbor immense dangers, but could also present unprecedented opportunities. Our Qianlong City must secure a greater share of entry slots. Tianlai City and Yinyun City have secretly expended great resources to enlist formidable external aid. Their intentions are fierce. With a crestfallen expression, Yi Xiang remarked, He also possesses a supporting martial soul with exceptional healing capabilities. You could allow him to take the field as a support. Support? Yi Tianwu hesitated, then, seeing the pleading look in his daughter's eyes, sighed, Very well. The rarity of a twin martial soul genius deserves respect. Even if their level is somewhat lower, as long as it does not occupy a combat slot. He contemplated the situation, with 5 participants, if they played 4-1. The others could afford to be stronger, allowing for a weaker support role to still prove effective. Yi Xiang exclaimed, Humph. I was prepared to tug at your beard if you refused. Yet, she added with concern, But, father, are you certain he will come? The competition is merely 2 days away. Yi Tianwu silently hoped that the young man would abstain from attending. Witnessing his daughter's burgeoning affection for this unfamiliar youth incited in him a feeling akin to watching his cherished cabbage, nurtured for 17 years, being taken away by another. Before even meeting, he felt a sense of rivalry towards Luo Fancheng. Yi Xiang, sensing the pressure on her heart, appeared despondent. Father, it is getting late. You should rest. I shall take my leave. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Tianwu sighed with a mixture of affection and exasperation. When there are matters, I am your king. When there are none, I am just an old man. Sigh. Just as Yi Xieying exited, she collided with a black-armored soldier bearing an image. Seeking an audience. Reporting to your highness, I have urgent news to convey. How tiresome. I shan't listen. Yi Xieying waved dismissively, her spoiled demeanor surfacing. The thought that Luo Fancheng might not arrive only intensified her vexation. The black-armored soldier called after her retreating figure. Your highness, the person you await has arrived. He resembles the one in the image exactly. What? Yi Xieying swiftly turned, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, her breath quickening. Speak quickly. Where is he? The soldier responded. He is staying at the Fuyu Pavilion on East City Street. Why didn't you say so sooner? Yi Xieying swiftly snatched away the painting. Her alluring legs clad in black fishnet stockings leaping gracefully into the night. The black-armored soldier's lips twitched. Your highness, why the haste? Allow me to finish my tale. That man has taken 2 enchanting sisters to a hotel. It was over. Completely over. He sensed that today would either mark the demise of that man or his own. Chapter 100. Did you give him? Betraying teammates. The scene of the crash in the rain pavilion. The air was thick with the sounds of battle echoing from room to room above. Below, a young waiter had just finished arranging 2 young maras for the White Wolf and was contentedly counting his earnings at the front desk. Suddenly, the door swung open. A gust of cold air swept in, causing him to shiver. He looked up to see a strikingly alluring figure hurriedly entering. His eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, what a stunning woman. The way she wore those fishnet stockings was undeniably seductive, embodying the very essence of his dream goddess. Waiter, have you seen this person? A melodious voice chimed, belonging to Yi Xieying, who had come in high spirits upon hearing news of Luo Fancheng. Which one? The waiter felt a pang of disappointment. While he was thrilled to see his ideal type, he was disheartened to realize she was clearly there to deliver something to someone else. It was painful, too painful. When Yi Xieying unfurled the image in her hand and beheld the man depicted, the waiter's body jolted. What the hell? Isn't this the one who has a pair of twin sisters? How come such a tempting woman is here looking for him, leaving no morsel behind for others? What are you dawdling for? Have you seen him or not? Yi Xieying's expression soured. Her mind was racing as she hurried to surprise Luo Fancheng. Certain he would not expect her to arrive overnight. The waiter was at a loss. Should he say he had seen him or not? He was unsure whether this captivating woman had come to engage in battle or to catch someone in the act. Tentatively, he inquired, May I ask what your relationship is with the person in the portrait? He is mine, Yi Xieying replied with a huff. The waiter was taken aback. Oh no. She is here to catch him red-handed. He began to worry for Luo Fancheng and thought for a moment. Sir, for the sake of your generous offering of dragon coins, I assure you I have never seen him. He shook his head in earnest confusion. Never seen him? Yi Xieying scoffed, clearly disbelieving his words. If you truly hadn't seen him, why are you asking me so many questions? I really haven't seen him, the waiter insisted firmly. Yi Xieying narrowed her beautiful eyes and smiled. If no one witnessed him entering this establishment, do you think I would have come here? The waiter responded defiantly. Even if I have seen him, once he enters this establishment, it is my duty to protect the privacy of my patrons. Please do not question my integrity or professional ethics. With a sweet smile, Yi Xieying replied, Perhaps you have not heard of me, but living in Qianlong City. You must have heard of the illustrious princess. I shall grant you one more opportunity to rephrase your words. The cost of deceiving me, believe me, is beyond what you can bear. The waiter felt as if struck by lightning. His mind buzzed as he stammered, Princess? In the city, the only one bold enough to call herself a princess was the legendary little devil favored by the heavenly martial king. Thud. The waiter knelt. Adhering to the principle of if the friend dies, the priest does not live, and promptly sold Luo Fancheng out. Your Highness. He is in the first room on the left on the 3rd floor. Yi Xieying's full lips curled into a smile. What of your professional integrity? The young innkeeper replied solemnly, My loyalty is sworn to the princess. Please do not doubt my devotion. Without casting him a glance, Yi Xieying ascended the stairs. The innkeeper collapsed onto the floor, his back drenched in sweat, his heart trembling with fear. The notorious reputation of the tempestuous princess had long spread throughout the city. She was a force to be reckoned with, and to provoke her was to court disaster. How audacious, indeed, to dare betray the princess. It was akin to a long-lived elder seeking death. With sympathy, the innkeeper gazed towards the upper floor. My lord, I have done my utmost. It is not that I wish to abandon you. If the princess is angered, I too shall meet my doom. May fortune favor you. He lamented that for Luo Fancheng, the loss of a prized hen might be the best possible outcome. Tap, tap, tap. Yi Xieying appeared as a joyful little filly. Her black ankle boots echoed with each step, her ample hips swaying, and her delicate legs adorned in fishnet stockings glided gracefully. With a heart racing in anticipation of meeting the man she yearned for, she temporarily overlooked the innkeeper's unease. Standing before the door, Yi Xiang took a deep breath, calming her racing heart, her face glowing with delight. What could that infuriating man be doing? Would he be thinking of her? Surely he must be. After all, if he had come, his thoughts must be of her. What other purpose could he have in the Dragon City? Excitement surged within her. With trembling hands, she quietly inserted the key and turned the lock. With a flourish, she entered the room. However, the moment her eyes met the scene before her, they widened in shock. Her expression frozen in astonishment. Yi Xiang beheld her sister, Yi Shixuan, clad in a lace dress, her fair legs bare and her damp hair indicating she had just emerged from a bath. She was perched with her back to the door, pressing her ear against it, unable to contain her curiosity as she eavesdropped. The only dilemma was the door's impeccable soundproofing. Yi Xiang could only make out fragments of her sister's murmurs about a sore throat and a feeling of malaise, expressing her distress over the situation. At that moment, the door swung open abruptly, startling Yi Shixuan, causing her to shudder in surprise. Her mouth agape, she turned to face the unexpected visitor. The two women locked eyes, both momentarily speechless, time seemingly suspended in their shared astonishment. Who are you? Yi Shixuan stammered, her cheeks flushed, perplexed by the sudden appearance of this stranger. Yi Xiang felt her emotions unraveling. She had prepared herself for this encounter, yet here stood a woman instead of her man. I must have entered the wrong room. Embarrassed, she began to retreat, but as she took a step back, a troubling realization dawned upon her. Could she truly have entered the wrong room? After all, how could a single key possibly unlock another door? She was instantly reminded of Xiao Er's unusual emotions, and upon seeing the obviously freshly bathed woman, a rush of blood surged to her brain. Is Luo Fancheng inside? How do you know? Yi Shiyuan was taken aback. She had initially thought this woman had simply entered the wrong room, yet it turned out she was acquainted with Luo Fancheng. Is he really inside? Yu Xiang had clung to a final glimmer of hope, wondering if Xiao Er might have made a mistake about the room. Did you give it to him? Yu Shiyuan paused in confusion. What did you give him? And who are you, anyway? I don't recall Luo Xiaoga mentioning he had acquaintances in Qianlong City. Luo Xiaoga. How endearing, pretending to be oblivious. You've already bathed, which implies you have been with him. Yi Xiang, filled with fury, charged forward, gnashing her teeth. You wicked woman. I'll fight you. Yu Shiyuan looked bewildered. Who are you? How did I become a wicked woman? In that moment of confusion, she was knocked against the door by Yi Xiang, forcing it open. The two women tumbled to the ground, and upon glimpsing the scandalous scene within the room, their pupils constricted, and they were left utterly stunned. Chapter 101. An awkward situation. A man must maintain composure as the door swung open. Yi Xiang and Yi Xiang stepped inside, only to behold Yi Yuling squatting there, her expression focused as she engaged in an unusual activity. Oh, what is going on here? Yi Xiang was somewhat bewildered, taken aback by the unexpected presence in the room. Upon realizing the situation, Yu Xiang's attention shifted entirely to her younger sister. What on earth is she doing? A sudden understanding washed over her, and she finally grasped the source of the earlier murmurs she had overheard. Yi Yuling had succeeded. She had actually succeeded. A fleeting thought crossed Yi Xiang's mind. I was the one who knew him first. Meanwhile, Luo Fancheng, initially at ease, was startled by the sudden opening of the door. Upon seeing the unexpected guests, his heart lurched. What on earth is the headstrong princess doing here? Yi Yuling also noticed the two uninvited guests and felt a pang of panic. Yi Xiang was stunned for a moment before she could no longer contain her incredulity and let out a scream. Yi Xiang shook her head repeatedly, unable to believe her eyes. How could this be possible? When had she not realized her sister possessed such audacity? Yi Yuling paid no heed to the others. Luo Fancheng's mind was a blank. Why had Yi Xiang suddenly appeared? After months of diligent training, was he not entitled to a moment of enjoyment? Those two. I will not let this go. Yi Xiang, fueled by rage, sprang to her feet and charged forward. As her Sakura dragon martial spirit manifested, pink crystalline scales shimmered at the corners of her eyes, enhancing her already striking ensemble with an alluring aura. Where did this madwoman come from? In stark contrast to the gentle and kind Yi Xiang, the darkly enchanting Yi Yuling showed no inclination to indulge such behavior. She swiftly summoned her shadow butterfly martial spirit and waved her delicate hand to intervene. Stop! With the imminent clash between the two women, Luo Fancheng swiftly intervened, his voice firm. Should they engage in combat, the consequences would be dire. Yi Yuling halted at the sound of his command, obediently stepping aside, while Yu Xiang had no intention of retreating, rushing forward instead. Despicable man, I will not back down. I think of you every day. And I had plans to welcome you warmly, yet here you are, indulging in romance. Luo Fancheng frowned, extending his hand. A swirling vortex of azure energy surged forth from his palm. At merely the 26th level, Yi Xieying stood no chance against this force. With a deft motion, he redirected her, sending her tumbling to the ground. As she attempted to rise and retaliate, Luo Fancheng swiftly suppressed her, preventing any further outburst. The headstrong princess's beautiful eyes trembled, her lips quivering as she struggled to find her voice. What do you intend to do to me? Yi Xieying shouted, her voice ringing with indignation, reminiscent of a wronged wife who, upon returning home in high spirits, finds her husband entwined with a mistress. What do I intend to do? Luo Fancheng chuckled, amused. That is a question I should be asking you. What were you planning when you so brazenly barged into my room? I cannot believe it. You, wretched creature, have sought another woman behind my back. Yi Xieying's face was filled with fury. She attempted to struggle but found herself powerless. As she observed the chaos unfolding, which led Yi Xieying and her companions to mistakenly believe they had a girlfriend, Luo Fancheng furrowed his brow. Who are you? What connection do we share? Tell me, why should I be accountable to you? Enraged, Yi Xieying felt as if she had been doused with a bucket of icy water, her struggles diminishing in intensity. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Her once formidable demeanor had significantly weakened. Luo Fancheng, now seething with anger, deemed it unnecessary to show courtesy to someone so irrational. What is your status? What right do you have to barge in and bark at me? Scoundrel, traitor, rebel. Yi Xieying fully embodied the essence of being unreasonable. It is wrong for you to seek other women behind my back. Do you hold any regard for me? Luo Fancheng shook his head. Please, prior to any relationship between us, I bear no obligation towards you. You scoundrel. Yi Xieying's eyes turned crimson with rage as she lunged forward. You madwoman. Luo Fancheng's pupils constricted as he swiftly pressed his hand against her forehead, pushing her back. A wave of dread washed over him. If she had truly collided with him, he would have had to resort to using his external soul bone. Is it merely for finding another girl that you wish to ruin my life? I shall end you today. In a moment of righteous indignation, Luo Fancheng struck Yi Xieying with ferocity, causing her to cry out in agony, tears streaming down her cheeks. You are nearly ruining my backside. This scene horrified the two sisters. Yi Xieying felt a pang of sympathy, wanting to intervene, but was halted by Yi Yuling, who shook her head, signaling her to refrain. You dare strike me again. Yi Xieying, in pain, shed tears yet did not utter a word of plea, her beautiful eyes radiating defiance. You scoundrel, I am a princess. Luo Fancheng, with a fierce countenance, responded, Today, I am indeed striking the princess. Others may indulge you, but I shall not. Initially, Yi Xieying appeared sympathetic, but soon realized something was amiss. This did not resemble an act of sorrow and indignation. Yi Yuling's lips twitched. Is this woman unwell? She was just crying. Yet now she seems agitated. Luo Fancheng also took note of this peculiar shift. What the devil? Is this woman deranged? For a moment, he could not discern whether he was punishing her or rewarding her. Strike? Why have you ceased? Were you not enjoying berating me? Yi Xieying's furious yet melodious voice carried a hint of urgency and a touch of allure. Yuling, fetch those two filthy stockings you and your sister discarded outside. Hearing Luo Fancheng address her differently, Yi Yuling's expression brightened. Her arduous efforts had not been in vain. She promptly retrieved them. Yet, Yi Xieying, still feeling a twinge of compassion, interjected, This is not appropriate. They've been worn all day, are dirty, and may have sweat and sand. What do you intend to do, Luo Fancheng? Silence your venomous tongue. Luo Fancheng is indifferent to such trivial matters. He revels in this very essence. For otherwise it would merely become a reward. Without hesitation, he thrust the stockings forward. Woe is me. Yi Xieying was rendered speechless, her eyes wide with fury, wishing she could wield a colossal sword to cleave the man before her in twain. Chapter 102. Sanctioning the Princess, the Heart of the Sea King. A pungent scent invaded the air, causing Yi Xieying's radiant eyes to widen in defiance, her gaze brimming with menace. Oh, dare you glare at me? Luo Fancheng scoffed, pondering whether this princess was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Even in the face of the flying dragon knight, she remained audacious. Yi Yuling's glossy red lips appeared obediently expressionless, yet internally, she reveled in the ensuing chaos. She repeatedly chanted in her heart, Stand up, sister. Don't be cowardly. Let the fight commence. The sudden intrusion of this fiery girl disrupted her carefully laid plans, and she harbored no fondness for her. Had it not been for this woman's meddlesome presence, she would have already invited Luo Fancheng to ascend the twin celestial peaks and delve into the depths of the nether cave. What a nuisance. Knight Shi Yuan, possessing a gentle heart, felt a twinge of sympathy and softly urged, "Luo, my dear, perhaps it would be best to remove the stockings. My sister and I have been outside for quite some time without a chance to freshen up, and the scent must be rather pungent." Luo Fancheng nodded, acknowledging the truth of her words. He feigned a look of distaste, deliberately brushing his fingers, which had touched the stockings, against Yi Xiang's beautifully wrapped legs, wiping them slightly. This singular gesture provoked 3 reactions. Yi Xiang trembled with rage, while Yi Yuling resolved to ensure she maintained better hygiene in the future. Night Shiyuan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she stammered, Luo, does it really smell that bad?" Luo Fancheng replied, "You little fairies often sneakily sniff your own feet after removing your high heels when no one is around, so why even ask me?" Yi Yuling was astonished, "Master, how could you possibly know this?" Night Shiyuan's blush deepened. To be honest, she too had indulged in the same habit when Luo Fancheng was distracted, fearing that a lack of opportunity to change might lead to an unpleasant odor, tarnishing her image. Sigh. As a seasoned Sea King, if one were unaware of such trivial feminine secrets, one might as well be a fish in a pond. Not to mention, Luo Fancheng was well aware that many girls in dormitories, whether in college or high school, possessed not only a basin for washing their faces and feet, but also a dedicated basin for personal hygiene. Well, perhaps it would be best to just remove them. Night Shiyuan felt a sense of pity for the girl who had intruded, as the adorable image of her entrance lingered in her mind. It was only natural to feel heartbroken and furious upon witnessing the boy she admired engaging with another girl. Luo Fancheng shook his head and pulled out the stockings. Yi Xiang, akin to a spitting alpaca, began to spit vehemently. "How dare you, you bastard! Are you trying to suffocate me? The stench is unbearable. To think you would dare thrust such a vile object into this princess's mouth while flirting with that woman. Do you even regard me?" Luo Fancheng replied, "If I did not consider you, it would mean I am not concerned about you at all." Yi Xiang was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. The sisters, Yi Yuling and Yi Shiyun, cast astonished glances at one another. What a sudden twist. Why did he begin to flirt so abruptly? Luo Fancheng's head buzzed with confusion. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Sweet nothings had become second nature to him, uttered without a moment's thought. Wasn't he bound to offend someone by doing so? Yi Shiyun, with an air of haughty indignation, scoffed, "Do you think that by saying such things, this princess will forgive you? You are already a tainted man. Then don't forgive me. Just eat this sock." Luo Fancheng retorted, forcefully stuffing a stocking back into her mouth. As Yi Shiyun seemed to plead for leniency, Luo Fancheng scoffed. "Do you two believe that if I let her go, she won't just berate me again? This woman is simply asking for a beating. She won't behave without one." He turned to Yi Shiyun and said, "If you can assure me that you'll behave once I release you, just blink." Yi Shiyun obediently blinked. The moment Luo Fancheng yanked the stocking out, Yi Shiyun erupted, "How dare you? I am a princess. You wouldn't want my father to know of your bullying, would you? Are you coming for more?" Luo Fancheng hastily sealed her mouth again and shrugged helplessly. "You all witnessed this. She is indeed a mad woman." "Master, who is she?" Yi Yuling inquired curiously upon overhearing their exchange. Luo Fancheng replied, "The heavenly martial king is her father." Yi Yuling's eyes widened in disbelief. The heavenly martial king, one of the 9 great feudal lords of the Zonglong Empire, the lord of Qianlong City, renowned for his unmatched combat prowess. The sisters exchanged glances, astonished by the revelation. They had initially thought her merely a fiery and beautiful, spoiled girl, only to discover her impressive lineage. Yet, what was even more outrageous was Luo Fancheng's demeanor. He dared to confront and reprimand a princess without a hint of indulgence. When mentioning the heavenly martial king, he spoke without the slightest trepidation, as if he were prepared to confront her father as well. Yi Yuling's bright eyes sparkled with admiration for her master. This was no mere stroke of luck. It was a monumental gain. Feeling that she had not yet sufficiently expressed her loyalty, Luo Fancheng, in a moment of divine authority, waved his hand to dismiss them. "All right, it's getting late. You two should rest. I will deal with this madcap girl properly today." He refrained from elaborating on his relationship with the sisters. Firstly, neither of them was his wife, so he bore no obligation to explain. Secondly, a hurried explanation would imply a degree of concern before a romantic relationship is established. The one who shows urgency is often in the weaker position. Pursuit is not a transaction. The most delectable sweets are those that remain unattainable. Of course, once a formal relationship begins, strategies and tactics would take on a different form. All right, Yi Shiyun's lips moved, yet she ultimately refrained from saying anything further. Gently nodding her head, her silken hair swaying softly. Once liberated, one becomes a saint, no longer concerned with worldly affections. "I see." Yi Yuling pouted. "Indeed. Men are often heartless creatures." Lowering her gaze to her waist, She reflected that even after tasting a hint of sweetness, she must not forget her own identity and status. Sometimes, the more a woman seeks from a man, the less she obtains. It is often wiser to let things unfold naturally. Do not speak of it, for now. Let her assist Luo Fancheng from behind. Bang. The bedroom door closed. Luo Fancheng once again helped Yi Xieying remove the obstruction from her mouth. It was unbearable. Could you please not stuff it in? Cough, cough. Yi Xieying experienced a wave of nausea, nearly retching as the sour liquid threatened to escape. Her long, curled eyelashes trembled, and her bright peach blossom eyes fixed their gaze upon the man. I have but one question to ask. Did you give it to her? Luo Fancheng replied. She insisted. Did you truly give it to her? Yi Xieying pressed on, her peach blossom eyes widening further. Are you blind? Luo Fancheng, growing irritated by the inquiry, retorted. Did you not see what she was doing? Oh my. Yi Xieying, infuriated, expressed her true thoughts. I meant, did she make you do that? Chapter 103. The jealous knight Shi Xian and the innkeeper's admiration get lost. Luo Fancheng exclaimed, raising his hand to deliver a light thump on Yi Xieying's forehead. The mere mention of the topic ignited his anger. Had it not been for the sudden arrival of the princess, startling him, would he have retreated so swiftly? Clearly, he had not. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so furious, Yi Xieying asserted with unwavering confidence. Luo Fancheng scoffed. Oh, wise one. Just because I didn't tea today doesn't mean I didn't tea yesterday. Ah, I'll fight you then. If I cannot possess it, I shall destroy it. Everyone must perish. Yi Xieying summoned her soul energy, attempting to retaliate, but Luo Fancheng's overwhelming presence instantly subdued her. Your cultivation level. The princess exclaimed in astonishment. She had sensed something was amiss earlier, but now she was certain. Luo Fancheng's strength had multiplied several times over since 3 months ago. Jia, if you know what is good for you, behave yourself. I haven't forgotten the threat from 3 months ago about following your team. Luo Fancheng flashed a villainous grin, yet the girl before him appeared not terrified, but rather elated. Wonderful. Before I came, my father had little faith in you and only allowed you to play a supporting role. Now, you shall surely slap his face. Such filial piety. Truly remarkable. Luo Fancheng found himself speechless. Look at what you've become, princess. You even wish to embarrass your own father. Behave yourself. I am not your father and will not indulge you. Yi Xieying's cheeks flushed, her clear voice ringing out. Damn, you madwoman. Luo Fancheng couldn't help but retort. Observing the effectiveness of her tactic, Yi Xieying's bright eyes sparkled with delight. If you truly have needs, why resort to others? Just speak to me, Xieying. Luo Fancheng shot her a sidelong glance. You should refrain. You have those tiger teeth. Huh? Yi Xieying paused. What is wrong with having tiger teeth? Aren't they adorable? Huh. Tiger teeth can be troublesome. I grant you a rare opportunity, and you dare to be picky and disdainful? Yi Xieying's previously suppressed fury erupted again, as she boldly accused him. Come, test the goods for yourself. I refuse to believe your boasting is inferior to that fellow's. Yi Xieying declared defiantly, her silver earrings chiming lightly. At that moment, Luo Fancheng felt as if he were in a divine state, perceiving everything as utterly mundane, like a neutered tomcat. No matter how alluring the female cat before him, it all seemed absurd and superfluous. Enough noise, I wish to be alone. Alone? Yi Xieying, having lost her temper, snapped. Aside from those two, you have someone else outside? Who is Jingjing? Luo Fancheng could not be bothered to respond. Hubby, you must tell me, who is Jingjing? Luo Fancheng's lips twitched. Unable to contain himself, he raised his hand and lightly tapped her. Yi Xieying widened her beautiful eyes. You hit me. How dare you? And what of it? Luo Fancheng replied coldly. How utterly annoying. Yi Xieying's expression softened, resembling a little kitten eagerly waiting for a gentle belly rub. Luo Fancheng's stern visage quivered as he struggled to maintain his composure. A swift chop landed on Yi Xieying's neck, causing the spirited princess to roll her eyes and faint. Ah, at last, the world was serene. Luo Fancheng rubbed his temples, contemplating a soothing bath to savor the moment. To his surprise, the taste of the enigmatic Yuling was rather delightful. Outside the bedroom door, Yi Yuling, with her enchanting figure, leaned against the door to eavesdrop, while Yi Shixuan sat upright on the sofa, maintaining a poised demeanor. With a sigh, Yi Yuling straightened, patting her chest and exhaling a playful breath. Your Lord Luo has rendered that woman unconscious. Nothing transpired within the room. Why emphasize that to me? I am indifferent, Yi Shixuan replied, her face betraying a lack of interest. Dear sister, you are not being honest. It is evident you are lying, Yi Yuling countered. Do not forget, every assassin is a master of psychology. Your body language has betrayed you. While your gaze wandered elsewhere, your knees and toes pointed towards the bedroom door, revealing your concern for the situation. Yi Shixuan's heart fluttered, but she denied it. It was merely a coincidence. Furthermore, how could you indulge in eavesdropping? Yi Yiling raised an eyebrow. Huffed. Eavesdropping is trivial. I have indulged in far more scandalous acts. Do you truly think you can reprimand me? Enough. I have no desire to engage with you, Yi Shixuan lamented, though her true frustration lay elsewhere. Silence was perhaps the wisest response. Yi Yiling flashed a charming smile. The more you admonish me, the more I revel in it. Yi Shixuan turned away, desiring no further conversation. Yet, Yi Yiling seemed to perceive her sister's thoughts clearly. Lifting her hand to gently beckon. Sister. With a sigh, Yi Shixuan turned back. What do you think of my new lip color? Is it too pale? Is it moisturizing? Yi Shixuan's chest heaved, clearly agitated. I do not have a sister like you. Giggling, Yi Yiling laughed exuberantly. Would you like me to share some with you? You won't envy me any longer, will you? Yi Shixuan maintained her tranquil demeanor. I shall depart from here tomorrow. I will not compete with you for men. You may comfortably remain with your Lord Luo. Yi Yiling shook her head. Sister, heed my advice. Nourish yourself well. Trust me, do not seek that man. The bloodline of the White Tiger Empire is inherently tyrannical and ruthless. Meanwhile, beneath the rainy pavilion, the innkeeper had prepared the luggage, listening intently to the sounds from above. Should any disturbance arise, he would be the first to flee, genuinely fearing the princess's wrath. The tales of her capricious temperament were legendary. Many prominent figures within the city had suffered misfortune for offending her. However, after a brief thud from above, silence enveloped the space, leaving the innkeeper bewildered. What is happening? It should not be this quiet. He was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend the situation. According to the rumors regarding the character of the county princess, should she not have caused a great uproar upon arrival? Surely she would not be subdued by a powerful figure. How could that be possible? A pair of enchanting twin sisters has already been brought forth. Would the princess not create chaos upon seeing them? As time gradually slipped away, there remained no sign of activity from above. The innkeeper's mouth gaped wider in disbelief. Could it truly be? Initially, it was thought that the powerful figure's dual allure was the pinnacle, but could it be that a more intricate spectacle was to unfold? Goodness gracious. Exceptional twin sisters. And one of them is the princess? The innkeeper was left in a daze, his admiration for Luo Fancheng swelling like an unending torrent. In his heart, he could not help but exclaim, Today, I behold a true deity, the ancestral master of wooing. I bow in reverence. Chapter 104. A Night Conversation Between Aunt and Niece. The exquisite Su Wanyang. In the stillness of the night, with the silver moon shyly hiding behind the clouds, the earth succumbed to darkness, illuminated only by scattered starlight. The enchanting Yi Yiling, without having brushed her teeth, lay peacefully asleep on the sofa, her luscious lips gently closed, her beautiful legs elegantly crossed. Yi Shixuan, however, was restless. Unable to find solace in sleep, she rose and sat upright, resting her elbow on her thigh, her captivating eyes fixated on the closed bedroom door, lost in thought. Inside the bedroom, the vibrant and willful Yi Xiang lay in a deep slumber, while Luo Fancheng found the pillow uncomfortable. He turned, resting his head on her smooth white thigh clad in black fishnet stockings, which exuded no hint of sweat but instead a fragrant aroma of roses, likely from the bath she had taken with added scents. After 2 days of travel, he too was weary, sprawled in a relaxed position on the bed, dreaming of the enchanting Jiu'er, his charming aunt. In the midst of his dreams, his hand moved as if guided by the visions of tofu pudding, murmuring her name. Jiu'er, Fancheng, how are you faring now? The moonlight reflected in the crystalline spring water, revealing an ethereal beauty. A stunning maiden perched gracefully upon a large azure stone, draped in a white fox fur that accentuated her voluptuous figure. Her 9 pristine fox tails swayed seductively, and her long jade legs gently stirred the water, her bare, snow-white feet playfully splashing. The golden bells tied around her ankles chimed softly. This was a hidden paradise, unknown to the world, adorned with lush mountains and vibrant blossoms. Su Jiu'er, with her frosty blue eyes that seemed to hold an air of aloofness, appeared lost in thought, her heart wandering far beyond the serene realm of Qingqiu. While accustomed to the company of men, she felt no particular sentiment, but after parting, an emptiness settled within her. She had grown so used to his presence in her life. With a hint of worry, Su Jiu'er parted her red lips, pondering if the little man had faced any hardships while she remained confined within the village, rarely venturing beyond its borders. Amidst the floral thicket of the night, a rustling sound pierced the tranquility, accompanied by a teasing voice. Jiu'er, your tribulation is approaching. Why are you dawdling here instead of preparing in seclusion? Lifting her gaze, she beheld a voluptuous beauty approaching with a graceful demeanor, exuding an aura of familiarity. The woman, draped in a pink gauzy gown, possessed a long, elegant neck and a bosom as smooth as fine jade, partially concealed yet revealing her fair, tender legs. Her delicate, alluring feet radiated an irresistible charm, and her pink, enchanting eyes sparkled with an alluring glimmer. This was a true enchantress, exuding an inherent allure, with a mature charm that captivated those around her. If Sujiora embodied the icy demeanor of a bewitching queen, this woman represented the other extreme, a genuine siren, her six fox tails swaying gracefully behind her. Sujiora spoke. "Aunt, what brings you here?" The beauty replied with a playful reproach. "What? Am I not allowed to come and express my concern for my dear niece?" With a resigned smile, Sujiora remarked, "I have been in seclusion for 3 months. Is it not permissible for me to emerge for some fresh air? I am certainly not short on time." The elegant matron gazed intently at Sujiora, stating, "Something is amiss with you. Ever since your return, your demeanor has been noticeably off. Is it?" A flicker of confusion crossed Sujiora's eyes. "No one knows you better than your aunt. I have watched you grow. How could I not understand you?" The matron chided. "Moreover, you have yet to explain why you have not returned home for a full decade and more." Confronted by Su Wanyang's piercing gaze, Sujiora ultimately capitulated. The matters concerning the demon emperor and the celestial fox beauty were bygone, and she was disinclined to elaborate, opting instead to address the crux of the issue succinctly. "I have a man in my life now." "What?" The matron's voluptuous form trembled, her pink eyes widening as she exclaimed, "You have found a man outside and did not consult your aunt?" "I find a man. It is not for you to decide. Why should I discuss it with you? Your preferences are of little consequence. What matters is that I am content," Sujiora replied, somewhat perplexed. The matron shook her head, asserting her authority with a serious demeanor, her enchanting eyes radiating intense disdain. "Jior, you are being foolish. Humans are cunning and despicable creatures. One must not trust them easily. They covet not only our bodies, but also our soul bones and soul rings." Raising an eyebrow and curling her lips into a smile, Sujiora retorted, "If he desires, then I shall oblige." "What kind of talk is that? Are you truly willing to give away your very life?" The matron's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you deliberately trying to provoke your aunt?" "Indeed, I am," Sujiora replied, her beautiful eyes rolling. "I am no longer a mere little fox, worry not for me. For I can distinguish between the virtuous and the vile." "Such nonsense." The matron's voice was stern, yet her allure remained undeniable. "Listen to your mother. Those outside are unworthy of trust. There is not a single good one among them." Sujiora shook her head resolutely. "He is unlike the others. He is trustworthy." "How can you be so certain?" The matron's anger flared. A noble nine-tailed celestial fox should not lower herself to a human. The shame of spirit beasts. Sujiora remained non-committal. "Because I raised him myself." "What nonsense." The matron was momentarily taken aback, questioning the reliability of her own ears. "What do you mean? You raised him?" "I have nurtured him for over a decade, from childhood to adulthood. How could I not know whether he is human or ghost?" Sujiora smirked. "You just said no one knows a daughter better than her mother. Well, I know my child better than anyone, so what is the problem?" The matron was rendered speechless, entirely astonished. "So, all these years you have not returned home, merely to cultivate a childhood husband? Absurd. It is preposterous. Have you lost your mind?" A dignified monarch of Qingqiu, a nine-tailed celestial fox of nearly 500,000 years, has chosen not a grand figure, but a mere human lad? With a sidelong glance, Sujiora replied, "Do not raise objections. It would be futile. As long as I am pleased, that is all that matters. Furthermore, this is a destiny bestowed upon me by heaven. He is my fortunate one." The elegant woman swallowed hard, feeling somewhat out of sync with Sujiora's thought process, struggling to comprehend. What charm could a mere child possess, just as his first hairs have barely sprouted, to captivate you so? Moreover, he is not even a formidable being. Just a little boy. If he lacks the talent for cultivation, how many years can he possibly live? After a century, he will ultimately turn to dust. If you could transcend the tribulation, you would undoubtedly retain your youth forever. Sujiora chuckled softly, her cold demeanor revealing countless charms as she reassured, "Rest assured, my beloved will undoubtedly become a peerless powerhouse. Do not underestimate him for his tender age. His every gesture and movement is remarkably mature, as if he has lived 2 lifetimes. His talent is nothing short of extraordinary, with boundless potential." The woman shook her head repeatedly, skeptical of her daughter's fanciful words. "In the Soul and Martial continent, those with talent are born into great powers, surely. Your child bride cannot have been stolen from such a force?" Chapter 105, Su Wanyang's Inspection. The Forbidden Land of Qingqiu. Sujioa, with her delicate brows raised in a playful manner, declared, "If I can bear my own children, why would I resort to thievery?" The voluptuous matron could not help but interject, "Our soul beasts give birth. You must honestly confess where this child husband came from. Be wary of raising a white-eyed wolf that will ultimately drain you dry. With a gentle movement, Su Jiuer's Snow White delicate feet grazed the spring water as she sighed softly. If I were to tell the truth, you surely wouldn't believe me. His origins are too peculiar. The matron, displeased, emitted a huff from her ample bosom. After all these years, what strange occurrences haven't I witnessed? If you dare to speak it, I shall believe you. Su Jiuer responded. If I say he fell from the heavens and fortuitously landed in my arms, would you not believe that? The matron paused, breath quickening. Her enchanting and seasoned charm enveloped in a blush, clearly incensed. Though I possess ample bosom, I am not without wit. Do not take me for a fool. Who would fall from the sky? It is utterly impossible. Su Jiuer rolled her azure eyes, filled with exasperation. What I just mentioned was a conservative statement. If I were to say he inadvertently slew a three-headed demon dragon that had existed for 400,000 years and a beautiful celestial fox maiden of 100,000 years, you would find that even less believable. With a playful flick, the 9 fluffy, adorable white fox tails swayed gently behind Su Jiuer. Should someone with peculiar tastes gaze upon them, they might be left speechless, for while some could only afford a single tail, Su Jiuer boasted 9, promising 9-fold delight. The matron anxiously rubbed her brow. Jiuer, do the male foxes of Qingqiu not appeal to you? Are they not handsome? Why seek someone from outside? Do they even measure up? Su Jiuer, dismissive, pouted her luscious lips, each one reeking of their own peculiar scent. And you call that appealing? As for handsomeness, their looks pale in comparison to my little man, akin to the difference between a firefly and the sun. The matron retorted with wide eyes. Jiuer, one must not forget their roots as a fox. If a fox is not alluring, what then is it? I believe you are bewitched. It is universally acknowledged that our Qingqiu fox clan produces stunning beauties. In terms of appearance, how can those cunning and ugly humans from outside compare? Uninterested in further debate, Su Jiuer presented the undeniable truth. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing in the void to manifest the visage of Luo Fancheng, perfectly replicating even his demeanor. She lifted her exquisite face, her icy blue eyes awaiting the matron's response. The matron gasped, her pink eyes momentarily entranced. With deep, dark eyes, chiseled features, and an ethereal aura, the man exuded an extraordinary charm that left even her discerning standards unable to find a single flaw. Is he handsome? Upon witnessing the matron's reaction, Su Jiuer's lips curled into a smirk. Is he handsome? All her intended retorts lodged in her throat. She swallowed hard, nodding emphatically. Handsome. As she spoke, her enchanting gaze remained fixated on the image of the man, perfectly aligning with her aesthetic as a beauty connoisseur. No, a beauty fox. Su Jiuer smiled, revealing a playful and proud demeanor that contrasted with her usual icy, aloof persona. Isn't he handsome, my man? She exclaimed. Hey, that doesn't concern you. The elegant woman shook her head. Whether he is truly your man remains uncertain. Su Jiuer widened her beautiful eyes in vigilance, retorting, what do you mean by that? Do you understand that this is your future son-in-law? The alluring woman shot her a flirtatious glance, her fiery red lips exaggeratedly parting as she teased, surely. You don't believe I would covet your man, do you? One must guard against fire, theft, and even best friends. Can I not protect myself from an ant? Su Jiuer huffed in silence. You had better not harbor such thoughts. Otherwise, I shall turn myself into an orphan, devoid of a mother. Observing the alluring woman still staring intently at her little man, Su Jiuer frowned and waved away the distraction. Hey? The woman cast a dissatisfied look her way. Su Jiuer remarked, Ms. Su Wanyang, please refrain from gazing at your daughter's husband, or, should I say, your grandson. Objectively speaking, he ought to address you as grandmother. The stunning woman, visibly irritated, pinched her slim waist devoid of any excess flesh and retorted, what wild insinuations are you making here? Am I that old? Perhaps if we went out together, you might find that more men are enamored with your aunt than with you. Who instructed me to be more dignified? Su Jiuer replied nonchalantly. As long as my little man loves me, that is sufficient. With veiled sarcasm, she hinted at the true nature of their rivalry. The woman, indignant, felt her daughter was questioning her character. She would rather perish than steal her daughter's man. You just said that foxes should not feel shame for their allure but take pride in it, she countered. I spoke of physical matters, while you refer to emotional ones. They are not the same. The woman continued. I worry that your handsome childhood husband may be too easily snatched away if carelessly released into the world. I am genuinely concerned for you. Su Jiuer scoffed. Please, with fate, childhood bonds, and a relationship akin to that of a half-son, which woman could possibly rival me? Tell me, how can I lose? As for a few more sisters, it matters not. In the end, they shall respectfully serve me tea and call me big sister. Suddenly serious, the woman asked, you haven't given him anything, have you? Su Jiuer pouted, as if I could. You know the unique nature of my 9-tailed fox bloodline. The mention of this matter made Su Jiaoer chuckle. She didn't mind offering guidance, though it came late in the game. She still recalled that night when this lad had almost ruined her stockings, nearly igniting sparks. The woman admonished earnestly, Jiaoer, you must cherish yourself. Be cautious and reserved when it comes to men, understand? The easier a man obtains a woman, the less he will cherish her. Su Jiaoer shook her head. The grasslands belong to me. He can play however he desires. Enough. The fox's tail has hardened. It seems I can no longer discipline him. The woman waved her hand dismissively. Do as you wish. I shall not worry about that anymore. She casually inquired, where have you both been living all these years? After their conversation continued for a while, the woman felt she had gathered sufficient information and prepared to take her leave. All right, you may return to your seclusion. I won't delay you any longer. If you were to fail in your tribulation, I shall care for your child, said Su Jiaoer with a smile, raising her delicate hand to inquire, do you think my palm is large? If you were not my aunt, I would have already given you a slap. The elegant woman covered her face with a sigh. An aunt is the one who nourished you, and I still remember how adorable you were as a little fox, suckling at my breast. How did you grow up to be so stubborn? At her age, she still pretended to be an innocent young matron, dressing more alluringly than I. Her junior, and yet she dares to criticize me? The two women exchanged glances filled with disdain before parting ways. The enchanting matron walked a distance, only to turn back and discover her daughter had not followed. Her gaze drifted beyond the mountains of Qingxiu. It has been many years since I ventured out. That Songlong Empire, indeed. As an elder, it is reasonable for me to investigate your future suitor on behalf of your mother. What if he turns out to be any ne'er-do-well? As your aunt, I must ensure the welfare of my younger kin. With her captivating eyes sparkling, the woman tore through the fabric of space and stepped into the unknown. Beneath her pink skirt, her long, delicate legs were barely visible, and her alluring figure vanished into the depths of Qingxiu. Meanwhile, Su Jiaoer, upon noticing that Su Wanyang had not kept up, immediately altered her course, heading straight for the forbidden grounds of Qingxiu. Since returning, she had been eager to investigate what lay within the forbidden area indicated on the map for the little man. However, Su Wanyang had been vigilant, preventing her from finding an opportunity. Now that the other had moved in the opposite direction from the forbidden grounds, her chance had finally arrived. With their respective ulterior motives, the two stunning beauties, one embodying maternal affection and the other filial piety, simultaneously embarked on their clandestine endeavors. Chapter 106, Mysterious and Terrifying Existence, Rectifying the Obsessive. In the enchanting land of Qingxiu, where the seasons are eternally spring, the picturesque mountains and waters thrive in resplendent beauty. Yet, amid this breathtaking scenery, no fox tribe dares to tread. At the valley's entrance stands a colossal black stone tablet, inscribed with two ominous characters, Forbidden Area. Su Jiaoer, holding a map inscribed on sheepskin, stood before the tablet, her azure eyes reflecting a solemn gravity. She recalled her mother and the elders' warnings about the valley, which sealed away an unparalleled and taboo existence. Not even a sole beast with an impressive cultivation of 500,000 years, or even one with 900,000, should dare to step within its confines. Gazing at the blood-red, grotesque warning, Su Jiaoer momentarily lost her focus as a vivid image crossed her mind. A small man had earnestly told her that the location indicated by this sheepskin scroll would be beneficial to him. As long as it is useful, that is sufficient. With a soft smile, she stepped into the valley, surrounded by lush and terrifying greenery. The moment she crossed the threshold, she felt her breath constrict and her bloodline tremble in alarm. This was utterly astonishing. Although her cultivation was not on par with the elite soul beasts of the oasis, she was far from weak. What kind of existence was sealed here that could exert such pressure upon her without even revealing itself? As she ventured deeper, the flora grew increasingly dense and towering. Ordinary weeds stretched to towering heights, resembling majestic trees, a sight both incredible and surreal. Meanwhile, the oppressive sensation intensified, causing her celestial fox bloodline to quiver. She was compelled to summon her formidable soul power to withstand the pressure. However, the moment she unleashed her soul power, the earth trembled violently, as if awakening some unknown entity. Two piercing beams of green light shot forth from the depths of the valley, striking Su Jiaoer directly. Not of the Dragon Clan, begone. In an instant, Su Jiaoer found herself outside the valley, as if she had never entered. Was that a gaze? Her pupils dilated, and a bold, terrifying hypothesis formed in her mind. Was the entity sealed within a deity surpassing 100 levels? How else could it have silently displaced her? Moreover, it was likely linked to the Dragon Clan. Why had the small man claimed this place was of use to him? Wasn't entering here tantamount to courting death? Confusion washed over Su Jiaoer, and she chose not to re-enter the forbidden area, swiftly departing instead. The unknown entity's action of relocating her served as a veiled warning, To return would likely prove far more perilous. Now, she yearned to inform the man of her findings. But the impending heavenly tribulation of 500,000 years loomed, necessitating her retreat to consolidate her strength. With her innate talent, she would undoubtedly succeed. The following morning, gentle sunlight bathed Qianlong City, filtering through the windows into the room of the rain-soaked pavilion. Lying on a bed adorned with netted stockings, Luo Fancheng slowly opened his eyes. Jolted awake by an alarming sight, Yi Xieying had long risen, brandishing a steel blade and glaring intently at him. Who would not be startled upon encountering such a scene? Are you going to stab me? Yi Xieying, her beautiful contact lenses glistening, questioned. Did you really just sleep on my lap all night? Did nothing at all happen? Indeed. Luo Fancheng replied, wiping away drool as he unabashedly caressed her pristine, snow-white, fishnet-clad legs. Are you certain nothing transpired? Yi Xieying's hand trembled around the knife. Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. If you doubt, why not take a look for yourself? Beastly. Yi Xieying's voice trembled with indignation. How is it that I did nothing? And yet you are displeased? With a crash, Luo Fancheng flung away the steel knife and raised his hand to strike. To his astonishment, the woman not only did not dodge, but leaned in closer, eager for the confrontation. He halted, exasperation etched on his face. Are you unwell? With a teasing flicker of her eyelashes, Yi Xieying challenged. Come on, can you really endure this? Not taking action makes you a coward. Then I shall be a coward. Luo Fancheng retorted, unwilling to indulge her whims, and attempted to leave. Yi Xieying bit her lip and lunged forward, wrapping her arms around his waist. If you have the courage, strike me. By the heavens, how did I encounter such an oddity? Luo Fancheng expressed his disdain. With fluttering eyelashes, Yi Xieying gazed at him pleadingly. Sir, please, you claim to dislike me, yet you refrain from striking? She clutched his arm and gently swayed. I beg you, just this once. Do not touch me, Luo Fancheng insisted, unwilling to become too entangled with her twisted affections. A moment of pleasure could lead to trouble. As Yi Xieying prepared to lunge again, Luo Fancheng seized her neck firmly. Behave yourself. Her face flushed crimson, her breathing becoming labored. Indeed, this is the sensation. Luo Fancheng glared. If you do not comply, I shall bind you and confine you to a cupboard, ensuring no one pays you any mind for days on end. Yi Xieying's skin tightened, and she fell silent, desperately suppressing the fiery emotions within her. Luo Fancheng released her delicate neck, chuckling coldly. Wait a moment. I shall fetch some ropes. You relish stimulation, do you not? I will lock you in a small, dark cupboard. The space would be confined, devoid of light and sound. Yi Xieying's fair complexion paled, the thrill vanishing without a trace, and with tear-filled eyes, she pleaded, could you please not confine me? Luo Fancheng scoffed, have you erred? I have, she conceded. And where did you go wrong? I was wrong to apologize to you. Yi Xieying gritted her teeth, her rebellious eyes reflecting her noble status. She could not bear such indignity. Luo Fancheng realized that this twisted princess possessed a spirit of defiance, almost entirely rebellious. Strong measures were necessary. So you wish to be obstinate? Very well, you shall remain in that small, dark cupboard. As Luo Fancheng tore the bedsheet into a rope and approached menacingly, Yi Xieying faltered, sinking to her knees. Father, I admit I spoke too loudly just now. For her, the sting of a whip meant little. Nor did harsh words frighten her. It was Luo Fancheng's method that truly terrified her. A normal individual confined in a silent, dark, and narrow space could very well descend into madness. How much more so for a pampered princess like Yi Xieying, who has harbored a fear of darkness since childhood. Luo Fancheng, an astute observer of the female psyche, understood that to strike at the heart of the matter is to wield true influence over another. For someone with a twisted disposition, such as she, punishment must be meted out in a unique manner. Father, spare me. I promise to behave, she implored. Luo Fancheng cautioned. Do not call me father. I fear you might grow accustomed to it, and one day, in the presence of your real father, should both he and I respond in unison. It would be quite the spectacle. Very well, father, Yi Xieying replied, appearing obedient yet harboring a rebellious spirit. Luo Fancheng, unfazed, cut to the chase. Enough of that. You shall kneel and listen, for I have a request to make of you. Chapter 107, Playing Me? A contest of jealousy. Both are not to be underestimated. Standing with a hint of irritation, Luo Fancheng observed Yi Xieying, who knelt before him, seemingly enjoying the feeling of being subdued by a man. Witnessing this scenario, Luo Fancheng sighed inwardly, realizing that such a delicate and terrifying personality was beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Despite his reluctance, he understood that the more he cherished this fragile princess, the more displeased she became. Conversely, an assertive and harsh demeanor only seemed to pique her peculiar interests. Yet, He needed to exercise caution. There is a fine line between indulgence and excess. I wish to request your assistance in locating someone, he stated candidly. Yi tilted her fair chin, her misty peach blossom eyes radiating a proud glimmer, her air of privilege unmistakable. Is this how you seek my help? Luo Fancheng raised the makeshift whip he had fashioned from a bedsheet, feigning a threat. Do not compel me to use this on you. Yi raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. Is that a possibility? Luo Fancheng felt exasperated, pinching the bridge of his nose. Never mind. I initially wanted your help, but with so many people in Qianlong City, finding one individual is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. What use would it be to involve you? In a huff, Yixing's stubbornness flared. You are entirely unaware of my influence. As long as you ascertain that the person is within Qianlong City, there is no question of being unable to find them. Luo Fancheng shook his head. With such a statement, I cannot allow you to assist me. If you fail to locate the person, it would be quite embarrassing. You're talking nonsense. Yixing, now agitated, pressed on. Come, tell me their surname and full name, along with their physical characteristics. Just watch. I shall unearth them from the depths of the earth, if necessary. Let it go. That person is well hidden within Qianlong City, and it's not as simple as you presume. Luo Fancheng dismissed, turning toward the door. Stop right there. Yixing exclaimed, her delicate brows furrowing as she huffed. Is this merely a tactic to provoke me? I shall take on this task. Just see if I can find the person and whether it ends up embarrassing you. Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. His method of provocation was not particularly sophisticated, even somewhat crude, yet it proved remarkably effective. This, of course, was largely due to Yixing's proud yet tender nature, as well as her fondness for him, which made her willing to comply. Had it been someone else employing such tactics, they might have already been fed to the dogs. Yixing, you two come in, Luo Fancheng called out, and the bedroom door swung open promptly. The sister duo had long since completed their grooming. Yixing's dark hair cascaded down, her pale arms resembling lotus stems, still clad in a light-colored dress with white stockings. Her fairy-like visage slightly marred by dark circles under her eyes. To Luo Fancheng's surprise, Yao Ling had completely transformed her previous alluring and sensual style, concealing her exposed shoulders and cleavage. Dressed in petite black shoes, white knee-high socks, denim shorts, and a loose white shirt, she exuded a youthful vibrancy, less provocative yet charmingly innocent. Was it not a stroke of fortune to have discovered such a treasure of a girl? Noticing the astonished gaze of Luo Fancheng, Yixing's lips curled into a smile. Do you fancy this style of mine, master? She inquired. Yixing retorted, you're quite a grown woman, undeniably beautiful, yet so shameless. Yixing was submissive towards Luo Fancheng, but showed no fear towards others. It's not your turn to call out. Do you think I can't hear you just because there's a door? Just when everyone believed Yixing had been successfully countered, she coldly snorted and said, Humph. As the daughter of your superior, shouldn't you kneel and address me as little master? Yu Shiyuan stared wide-eyed. The dialogue between the two women completely shattered her worldview, as not a single word was something she could utter. Luo Fancheng thought the matter had reached its conclusion, but unexpectedly, Yixing executed a bold move and knelt down. Little master, I am here before you, paying my respects. Please refrain from seducing the master in the future, otherwise, it would be akin to seducing your father. Wouldn't that be scandalous? This maneuver left Yixing utterly flabbergasted. She finally encountered a true rival. While she was shameless, this woman was even more so. To kneel and solidify her status as a daughter? Luo Fancheng's forehead throbbed with tension. How had both of these formidable individuals converged in this modest guest room? Silence. Let us discuss matters at hand. Yu Shiyuan, the princess has a kind heart and has agreed to assist you in locating someone. Simply provide the name and description of your fiancé. So you want me to help a mistress find her partner? Yixing raised an eyebrow, ready to confront. Luo Fancheng shot her a sidelong glance. The waiter is downstairs. You must be the little one, right? Wait. Just as Yixing was about to retort, she keenly grasped the crux of the matter and uncertainly asked, What did you just say? You want me to help her find her fiancé? Luo Fancheng countered. Is there a problem? Is there a problem? Yixing exclaimed in shock, running her fingers through her hair. This is a significant issue, you know? You've taken quite a twisted path, haven't you? Are you indeed involved with someone else's wife? She opened her mouth, pointing inward with her delicate fingers. The one you were with yesterday, was she not? Luo Fancheng's expression turned dark. That was my sister. She has a fiancé. Our relationship is pure. Yesterday, the one you saw was my younger sister, all right? At that moment, a timid voice interjected. Actually, I also have a husband. No, a fiancé. Yixing trembled with rage. How will you explain this now? I wondered why you were so fierce with me. It turns out you have a penchant for this kind of thing. Using someone else's is simply provocative. Provocative or not, admitting it was out of the question. Luo Fancheng glared at the pitiable Yi Yuling squatting there. "You're just complicating things further. Why did you have to add that? With ulterior motives?" Yi Yuling was indeed aware of Yi Xieying's prominent status and her relentless pursuit of Luo Fancheng, which she found displeasing. Thus, she sought to suggest that the princess retreat, distancing herself from Luo Fancheng. Yet it was evident that she had underestimated the princess. Yi Xieying's delicate visage blossomed into a joyful smile, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. "It appears you possess peculiar habits as well. Now I feel reassured. I had long sensed my own peculiarity, distinct from the ordinary, yet was too shy to voice it. It seems we are kindred spirits. This makes it all the more fitting." Knight Yuling's intentions had not been realized, leaving her in a daze. Luo Fancheng's head buzzed with thoughts. He wished to take Yi Xishuan outside for a moment of tranquility, leaving these two eccentric women to their own devices. "Brother Luo, there's no need," Yi Xishuan gently declined, not wishing to owe him any favors, though he saw through her intentions with ease. "Rest assured, this matter is but a trifle for the princess. It is not a significant issue. The day after tomorrow, I shall be fighting for her life." Yi Xieying felt a sudden rush of warmth at the unexpected compliment. Her cheeks flushed as she retorted, "Isn't it merely a participation in a combat tournament? Why speak of it so dramatically?" Her demeanor softened. At the same time, she contemplated how to hastily send Yi Xishuan on her way. This woman instilled a greater sense of urgency in Yi Xieying than even Knight Yuling did. "What is your fiancé's name?" "Jun Wuhui," Yi Xishuan replied, once again detailing her fiancé's appearance. Yi Xieying nodded. "Very well. I shall find him within a day." Luo Fancheng urged, "Let us be off." "Are you so eager to send me away?" Yi Xieying exclaimed indignantly. "Do you wish to take advantage while she is still here? Am I that sort of person?" Luo Fancheng playfully tapped Yi Xieying's head. "The emperor is not in need of starving soldiers. I shall treat you three to breakfast." Realizing her misunderstanding of the man's intentions, he was actually concerned for them. Yi Xieying felt a twinge of embarrassment, though she feigned indifference. "You need not treat us. I have a bit of money. This meal is on me." Luo Fancheng had expected to enjoy a peaceful breakfast, but to his surprise, before they had even stepped outside, Yi Xieying was already causing a ruckus once more. Chapter 108. Envy leads to tears. The princess causes a ruckus. After returning from the fields, Yi Xieying limped conspicuously, feigning a serious injury. Her delicate brows knitted together as she emitted soft, pained groans, casting covert glances of disdain towards Luo Fancheng. This act left Luo Fancheng utterly bewildered. What in the world was she doing? It seemed he had not wronged her in any way. Observing this scene, the sisters Yi Shiyuan and Yi Shiyun exchanged dubious glances towards Luo Fancheng, their expressions increasingly perplexed. "Could you please walk properly?" Yi Yuling ventured a probing comment as they descended the stairs. "I cannot," Yi Xieying retorted playfully, her peach blossom eyes filled with a resentful gaze directed at Luo Fancheng. "It's all his fault for bullying me." Upon reaching the first floor, they were greeted by the same young attendant, yawning and appearing as though he had not slept a wink, waiting for the shift change. However, the moment he saw Luo Fancheng accompanied by three beautiful women, his demeanor shifted entirely. Particularly, one of them was the formidable princess, whom he regarded with trepidation. The attendant was taken aback by the amiable demeanor of the three ladies. Goodness, what had the master done yesterday? Rumor had it that the princess was quite unruly, yet here she was, behaving as docile as a lamb. Were it not for her presence, he would have slid across the floor to kneel before Luo Fancheng, begging for wisdom. Ouch! As the four approached the exit, Yi Xieying playfully complained, hands on her hips. The attendant keenly noticed the princess's long, shapely legs encased in fishnet stockings, her black boots stumbling slightly. His pupils dilated. My heavens! What must the master have accomplished to achieve such an effect? Finally unable to endure the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, Luo Fancheng exclaimed, "Do you really believe I did anything to her?" The attendant nodded in agreement, internally thinking, "I believe you, sure?" It was blatantly obvious that this was nothing short of ostentation. Perhaps he truly hadn't done anything. After all, he had spent the entire night conversing with him. The sisters Yi Shiyuan and Yi Shiyun clearly remained skeptical, being inexperienced in matters of the heart and unable to discern the authenticity of Yi Xieying's antics. They couldn't fathom that Yi Xieying would jeopardize her reputation merely to tease Luo Fancheng. Thus, Luo Fancheng decided against further explanations. A mess is still a mess, regardless of its origin. As they stepped onto the bustling market street, the striking combination of a handsome man and three stunning women created a spectacle that drew the attention of countless passers-by. Women couldn't help but scoff at the scoundrel, thinking, one is not enough, and he brings several out? Yet, they silently lamented, it truly was a boon for those three wretched women. Men reached a consensus denouncing the scoundrel, feeling an obligation to uphold their dignity. Witnessing someone romantically involved with goddesses, and not just one but three, felt like a grievous affront. However, none of this was the crux of the matter. The focal point was Xie Ying's limping gait, which only intensified the envy of the men, further fueling their animosity towards Luo Fancheng. Beast. He truly deserves to be cursed. Doesn't he know to be a bit more discreet? No, this is unbearable. Xie Ying placed her hands on her hips and said, "Brother, would you carry me?" The surrounding onlookers, who had been discreetly observing, now turned their gazes toward them in unison. Have you had enough commotion? Even a person as thick-skinned as Luo Fancheng found it a bit overwhelming. This woman was relentless. Did she truly not fear that her words might reach her father's ears? If her father were to find out, he would surely wield his sword with righteous fury. Xie Ying pouted playfully. It's because of you that I ended up like this. You must take responsibility. A collective gasp of heartbreak echoed from the crowd. What a shame, such a fiery young woman reduced to this. Luo Fancheng leaned closer to her ear and threatened, if you keep this up, do you believe I might turn pretense into reality? Xie Ying's face betrayed a hint of fear, leading Luo Fancheng to believe she had succumbed to his intimidation. Do you wish to remain here? In the street, amidst so many people? Isn't that inappropriate? The nearby street vendors and pedestrians perked up their ears, astonished by the unfolding scene. What are you two planning to do in broad daylight? Many men, captivated by Xie Ying's stunning beauty, swallowed hard, torn between moral condemnation and an urge for Luo Fancheng to act swiftly. I'll go to the rain pavilion and fetch the wolf. You two wait here for me. Luo Fancheng decided to employ the strategy of retreat, unwilling to engage further with this wild woman. You think you're so impressive? Let us meet again when the crowd disperses. At the Tiantian restaurant, in a private room on the second floor, elegantly decorated and filled with an air of literary charm. For individuals gathered around a rosewood table, Yi Shixian and Luo Fancheng faced each other, with the fishnet-clad princess on the left and the white silk specter on the right. As for the silver wolf and ergo, they were tied downstairs, where Luo Fancheng had thoughtfully provided them with 2 large bowls of white rice. Xie Ying exclaimed in surprise, Fancheng, does your wolf not eat meat, but rice? Don't even mention that wretched creature. Luo Fancheng's frustration flared as he recounted how the previous night, the innkeeper had arranged for a few young mares, only for him to discover that this beast had somehow gnawed through their tether, setting them free. Losing money was a trivial matter compared to his anger over its lack of ambition. Even after consuming those mares, he could have endured it. Yet this creature chose to play the fool instead. Wolves travel thousands of miles to feast. Where has your wild spirit gone? Knock, knock. A sweet female voice chimed from outside. Esteemed guest, your dishes are ready. Soon, a line of elegantly dressed waitresses in kipeos, flesh-colored stockings, and silver high heels glided in, bearing plates of exquisite delicacies. While none were particularly striking, their figures were commendable. The sight of their shapely legs swaying together was mesmerizing. However, Luo Fancheng found himself disinterested. After encountering top-tier beauties, his threshold for attraction had certainly risen. The sumptuous dishes laid before him, such as divine duck, spicy chicken, and prawns with a dragon's body and phoenix's tail, captured his attention far more than the waitresses. On the left, Yixiang noticed that Luo Fancheng did not even cast a glance at the group of alluring legs. Seemingly in a pleasant mood, her peach blossom eyes subtly shifting. Silently, she withdrew her lotus-like feet, clad in fishnet stockings, from her black boots. Meanwhile, on the right, Yi Yiling appeared to be fixated on the vegetables, yet in reality, she discreetly lifted her legs adorned in over-the-knee white stockings, brimming with anticipation. Luo Fancheng was wholly engrossed in his meal, while the 2 women harbored ulterior motives, leaving only the drowsy Yi Shishuan across the table, lost in a daze, pondering some unknown thoughts. In the hidden abode of Qianlong City, a secluded residence, the young man said, Brother Jun, we have only just met for a day. Is it appropriate for you to take me home? As the door swung open, a charming young woman nestled against the embrace of a silver-haired youth, pouting her lips in playful coaxing. Although she protested verbally, her body betrayed her sincerity. The young man, with starry brows and piercing eyes, possessed a strikingly handsome visage and a robust figure, exuding an air of wild charisma. He lifted the young woman's chin and inquired with a smile, Your husband is unaware of your outing with me, is he? The young woman giggled. What? Do you wish to summon him for support and encouragement? The young man chuckled. Do not rush, little minx. Today, I shall introduce you to the essence of true excitement. I believe you are eagerly anticipating it. She cast a flirtatious glance, her heart racing with exhilaration at this serendipitous encounter. While her husband was away on business, she was at home cleaning windows when fortune smiled upon her, as she noticed the handsome youth inviting her. Upon entering the room, the young woman was taken aback. To her astonishment, A man sat cross-legged on the bed, adorned with a blood-red mask that bore an eerie skeletal design. "Master, I have returned with a woman," the silver-haired youth reported with utmost reverence. The young woman, sensing the peculiar atmosphere within the room, felt a surge of fear and trembled slightly. Chapter 109. The Regretful Woman. Blood Demon Cult's Bloodchild. On the bed, the man wearing a crimson mask stirred slightly, his eyelids fluttered, startling the young woman. His eyes were a vivid scarlet, reminiscent of rubies, emanating an eerie aura that sent chills down her spine. "Jaejun, what is happening?" The silver-haired youth chuckled wickedly, as the saying goes. "It's better to enjoy together than alone. I promised to take you out for some excitement." Surprised? The woman's delicate skin trembled as she stuttered. "I just remembered. My period has come. I can't do this today." "Not a problem. Men are meant for battle," he replied nonchalantly. My husband is waiting for me at home to have dinner," she said, her voice laced with a whimper. "Since you are here, why not eat something before you leave?" As she took a step back, the silver-haired youth's powerful arm encircled her, preventing any escape from the door. "I miss my husband. Please let me go. I am a married woman." "This is not right," she pleaded desperately. The handsome face of the silver-haired youth contorted into a grimace as he gripped her throat, declaring fiercely, "Do not overstep your bounds. To serve the master is an honor." Her fair, oval face flushed crimson, nearly choking her, as an overwhelming sense of regret surged within her. She hoped her husband would realize her absence and come to rescue her. "Jun Wuhui, be a bit gentler with the woman." A pale hand suddenly pressed down on the silver-haired youth's grip. The blood-eyed man had approached silently, a presence that commanded respect. "Yes," Jun Wuhui complied immediately, releasing his hold. Filled with trepidation towards the man before him. This was one of the 3 blood seeds of the blood demon cult, an entity of significance akin to a saint within the temple. Particularly, Jun Wuhui understood that this blood child was rumored to be the offspring of one of the 10 elders of the Round Table, possessing an astonishing background. He had fled from the White Tiger Empire and, by sheer chance, earned the favor of the blood demon cult, thus attaching himself to this formidable force. Cough, cough. The woman delicately covered her throat, her voice trembling with fear. "Do not be afraid. We mean no harm, merely wishing to indulge in your essence." The blood child's voice was mellifluous, imbued with an enchanting quality that seemed to disarm her defenses. Gradually, in the warmth of that gentle tone, she found herself inexplicably drawn to the man before her. It could go wrong," she stammered. The blood child softly responded, "If you are unwilling, you may leave. No one will stop you." As she listened to that magnetic voice, her heart inexplicably raced. Biting her red lip, she found herself in a conflict. Her husband provided her with money, pampered her, even cooked for her, which she appreciated, yet she felt an inexplicable void. Her husband lacked romance, failing to offer the thrill she craved. In this moment, she felt both fear and an exhilarating novelty. "Are you not leaving?" The blood child's voice carried a hint of urgency. "Well, if it comes down to it." She took 2 steps forward, turned back, and shyly lowered her face, saying, "It's not entirely out of the question, but the price must increase." "Ha ha." The young man let out a gentle laugh, assuring, "Worry not. I shall certainly guide you to a paradise." Hearing such a captivating voice, the young woman felt certain that beneath the mask lay a visage rivaling that of Jun Wuhui. She believed this interaction was ultimately beneficial for her, even a profitable endeavor. Thus, she relaxed somewhat, revealing her mature charm. "Well, very well then." Beside her, the silver-haired Jun Wuhui watched with trepidation. This woman was likely unaware that she had been subtly ensnared by the young man. A normal woman would instinctively desire to escape this place. The methods employed to influence one's mind were exceedingly frightening, just as the woman indulged in her daydreams. A seductive smile gracing her lips, the young man abruptly struck, grasping her neck forcefully and lifting her petite frame, approximately 5'3", off the ground. Her eyes bulged in shock, breath caught in her throat. She could not fathom how this gentle man, who had just enveloped her in warmth, could suddenly resort to such brutality. "Just teasing you," he sneered disdainfully. "I am quite particular, and you simply do not measure up." With a harsh motion, he cast her aside, sending her crashing against the wall, her skirt askew, legs tangled in disarray as she crumpled to the floor, trembling in fear and rendered speechless. The young man turned his gaze to Jun Wuhui and remarked softly, "I am pleased that you brought a woman back for me, but I find the quality of this one exceedingly unsatisfactory." Jun Wuhui thought to himself, "Moments ago he called me gentle, and now he is more violent than anyone." In light of the accusation, he quickly explained, "Forcibly abducting someone carries significant risks. I fear it might expose our whereabouts." "The Martial King is no fool." Shaking his head, the young man replied coldly, "I do not wish to hear explanations. I only care for actions." A shiver ran through Jun Wuhui at the unpredictable temperament of the young man. a being so bizarre that even the insane would find him alarming. He removed his shirt. "Well done. You show promise." The young man nodded in approval, his icy words regaining a semblance of calm as his pale fingertip lightly touched Jun Wuhui's chest. The woman widened her eyes in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. The handsome man she admired had such peculiar tastes? Jun Wuhui felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, but there was no way to escape the situation. The Blood Demon sect was composed of lunatics, and the young man was the kind of madman even the insane would deem deranged, indiscriminate in his desires. Content. The young man approached the woman cowering in the corner. "The main course is finished. It is time to sample your little delicacies." The woman resolved to endure, hoping to escape first. However, as she saw the young man extend his palm, a sanguine vortex materialized, generating a terrifying pull. In an instant, her vitality drained rapidly. She struggled with all her might. But it was futile. Her skin seemed to lose all moisture, rapidly shriveling, her dark tresses turning ashen. "Husband, I am sorry." Tears of regret streamed from her eyes, and in her final moments, she realized that all allure was but an illusory bubble, and that simplicity held the truest essence. Bang! She collapsed onto the ground, her form withering away. Shiwezi cast a sidelong glance, uttering nonchalantly, "The flavor is truly dreadful." Shiwezi, regarding the blood god pill this time. Jun Wuhui rose from his seated position, his eyes gleaming with longing. He had chosen to align himself with the Blood Demon sect, partly to leverage their vast power to aid his own ambitions, and partly to acquire the blood god pill for a rapid enhancement of his strength. "Do you still have the audacity to mention the blood god pill to me?" Shiwezi narrowed his eyes, a chilling glint emanating from them. "Jun Wuhui, should you dare to deceive me with such worthless trinkets again, you shall accompany this woman in the depths of the earth." Jun Wuhui felt a surge of indignation within. "Chow, I give you a bit of face, call you master, and you truly take me for a dog, do you?" Thoughts of frustration surged through him. Yet he maintained a cheerful facade, for he genuinely needed the blood god pill. The consumption of the blood god pill could rapidly elevate one's power. Yet the side effects were severe. After 3 months without it, one would be beset by a maddening hunger. Gritting his teeth, he made a fateful decision that contradicted his heritage. "Shiwezi, I actually have a betrothed arranged by an elder." Shiwezi replied, "I am aware of your affairs in the White Tiger Empire." Jun Wuhui continued to promote, "My fiancée is as beautiful as a celestial being, untouched by others. Surely to your liking. Would you truly part with her?" Shiwezi's gaze turned playful. "Compared to my loyalty to you, a wife is of little consequence." Shiwezi laughed heartily. "You truly are an unrefined creature. Yet, your fiancé must be far away in White Tiger City." Jun Wuhui replied, "That is not a problem. If you desire, I can write a letter to lure her here for your bidding." Noticing a flicker of interest from Shiwezi, he pressed on. "My fiancé has a twin sister as well. Their temperaments are distinct, and you will surely be fond of them." "But," Shiwezi's brow arched beneath the mask. "What is it?" Chapter 110. Each with their own agenda. Jun Wuhui betrays his wife. Jun Wuhui displayed a conflicted expression. "I can manage this sister, but the younger one is my second prince brother's wife, which complicates matters," he said with a chuckle. Shiwezi, with a cold and sinister smile, remarked, "Ah, Jun Wuhui, this must be your true intention. You wish to manipulate me into dealing with your brother, vying for the position of crown prince." Jun Wuhui inwardly cursed his misfortune. Despite Shiwezi's erratic and deranged demeanor, he was not easily deceived. His thoughts had been laid bare, leaving him with no choice but to suggest, why not sample the pleasures of this sister first, before considering whether to seize that younger one? Both sisters possess unparalleled purity, true gems. Shiwezi responded, "Years ago, I heard that the royal bloodline of the White Tiger Empire is characterized by tyrannical ruthlessness in pursuit of their goals. Today, I see that this is indeed the case. You present me with another man's wife and scheme so openly. Do you not fear retribution, or being betrayed in turn?" Jun Wuhui smiled. "I can assure you, my fiancée is unwaveringly loyal, with no thoughts of treachery. She is a woman who adheres strictly to her marital duties and would never betray me." Shiwezi's eyes gleamed with interest. "Very well, I shall indulge in this experience first. You don't mind, do you? Good things are meant to be shared." Jun Wuhui grinned mischievously. "I shall arrange this matter for you. And as for the blood god pill, a mere beastly transaction. Selling a wife for a single pill, yet it suits my palate well." In jest, Shiwezi flicked his fingers, sending a crystalline white jade pill soaring into Jun Wuhui's hands. Overjoyed, Jun Wuhui hastily consumed it. A surge of soul power rushed through him. A fierce white tiger martial spirit, adorned with wings, manifested behind him. One wing was purple, the other white, with purple lightning crackling and white currents swirling. This was the wind and thunder white tiger. one of the four supreme beast martial spirits of the Soul Martial Continent, unmatched in its offensive prowess, with 4 circles of yellow and purple soul rings. Jun Wuhui soon reigned in his aura, opened his eyes, and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Shiwezi, for the gift of the pill." Shiwezi nodded in approval. "Not bad. Your aptitude is acceptable. The potency of the pill has not been wasted." A flicker of ferocity passed through Jun Wuhui's lowered gaze. "You act as if you're some grand wolf. At 19, reaching level 48, and you deem that merely acceptable?" Yet he dared not rebel against Shiwezi. Firstly, he could not gauge Shiwezi's age and strength. Secondly, he depended on Shiwezi for a continuous supply of blood god pills. His recent breakthrough to level 48 was undoubtedly aided by his innate talent, but the blood god pill played an indispensable role. Most alarming was the fact that his original second soul ring, merely 800 years old, had remarkably advanced to a 1,000-year tier after consuming the blood god pill. Upon discovering this, Jun Wuhui was astounded, deeply realizing the eerie and terrifying nature of the blood demon sect. He could scarcely fathom what materials could forge such a formidable pill. As Jun Wuhui bowed his head, he failed to perceive the glimmer of avarice in Shiwezi's eyes. Akin to a farmer admiring the burgeoning strength of a prized pig. "How did the other matter I entrusted to you fare? Afterward, a solitary cigarette can surpass the pleasures of divine beings." Shiwezi settled upon the bed, produced a smoking pipe, and began to exhale clouds of smoke through the opening of his mask. Jun Wuhui respectfully stated, "The Thunder King of Tianlai City has consented to my representation in the upcoming battle tournament." Shiwezi, displeased, retorted, "Tianlai City? Did I not instruct you to join Qianlong City?" "What you may not know," Jun Wuhui replied, "is that Yu Tianwu of Qianlong City, with his narrow-minded perspective, deemed my abilities insufficient and my character dubious, thus casting me out." "How absurd." Jun Wuhui clenched his fists. "I am level 48 with a 9th-grade martial soul. Such a premier soul ring configuration should not be scorned. Today they may disregard me, but tomorrow I shall render that old fool insurmountable." Shiwezi, unfazed, chuckled. "Is there any inaccuracy in their words? You seek strength and integrity." Jun Wuhui tentatively inquired, "Do you have a particular purpose in sending me to this competition? Battling weaklings is rather tedious. Participating in the continent-wide tournament would present a genuine challenge." "Humph." Shiwezi's gaze turned icy. "Jun Wuhui, I caution you. Secure the championship for me. Within the 3 cities lies a hidden realm, replete with tremendous opportunities. These 3 feudal lords believe their secrets well guarded, unaware that my blood demon sect has already infiltrated their defenses." Jun Wuhui smiled nervously. "Rest assured, with my strength, how could I possibly lose? What can a bunch of inept fools do against me?" He continued, "Since you were aware of the secrets of the 3 cities, why did you only send someone to intervene this year?" Shiwezi raised an eyebrow. "What delusion leads you to believe we have not participated in previous tournaments?" A chill coursed through Jun Wuhui. He had not anticipated the formidable infiltration capacity of the blood demon sect. How had the 3 feudal lords remained oblivious? Alas, the true opportunity within the hidden realm had yet to be discovered, but with its recent anomalies, there should be surprises this time. Even the Circle of 10 Elders has taken note of this matter. Should you falter, well." Shiwezi left his words hanging, but Jun Wuhui shuddered. A tempest brewing within him. What could possibly lie within that hidden realm that even those at the pinnacle of power, the 10 Elders, would show such concern? Nevertheless, the participants generally possessed strength around level 40. He believed claiming the championship would be a mere formality. Shiwezi perhaps overestimated those contenders. "Enough, you may leave now." With that, Shiwezi dismissed him, and Jun Wuhui promptly exited with utmost respect, heading into the streets in search of amusement. Meanwhile, at Tianxiang Tower, in an elegant private room, 2 women engaged in playful mischief, while Luo Fancheng reveled in an array of novel sensations, suppressing himself for fear of detection by the watchful Yi Shishuan across the way. Chapter 111. The increasing resemblance of sisterly affection, a contest for favor. "Dear Lord Luo, do you feel unwell?" The gentle gaze of Yi Shiyun fell upon her companion, puzzled by the occasional sounds of discomfort emanating from Luo Fancheng. The cuisine in this establishment was exceedingly spicy. It was a reasonable explanation. As Yi Shiyun thoughtfully poured a glass of water, gracefully rising from her seat to approach him, she remained oblivious to the subtle shift in the expressions of Yi Xieying and Yi Yuling on her left, who appeared somewhat tense. "Brother Luo, please take a sip of water to soothe your throat. You have assisted me immensely, and I am unsure how to adequately express my gratitude," Yi Shiyun said, a hint of shyness in her tone. As Luo Fancheng reached for the glass, his fingers inadvertently brushed against her delicate hand. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Though bashful, she did not withdraw. After all, they had already shared a bed and traveled together in a wolf-drawn carriage. To now feign the demeanor of a coy maiden would be rather contrived. Gulp, gulp. Luo Fancheng drank to mask his awkwardness, inwardly cursing the two young ladies flanking him for their lack of decorum, their clandestine antics only escalating. To his left, Yi Xieying extended her foot, delicately encased in black fishnet stockings, and gently caressed his left ankle. Meanwhile, Yi Yuling was not idle either. Her short white stockings glided up the fabric of his right pant leg. The hint of crimson nail polish on her toes peeked through the sheer material, exuding an alluring blend of innocence and sensuality. Today, Yi Yuling had eschewed her previous seductive, dark attire in favor of a more demure look, mirroring Yi Shiyun's pure and enticing ensemble. This shift was largely due to the monumental business deal she had discussed with Luo Fancheng the day prior. Maintaining a semblance of propriety in public was essential, and she could always revert to her true self in private. Are you feeling better? Yi Shiyun inquired with a voice as soothing as flowing water, reminiscent of gentle hands massaging the nape. Much improved, thank you. Please, return to your seat, Luo Fancheng replied, anxious that Yi Shiyun might notice the playful antics of the two women at his feet. He mused on the audacity of these two young ladies, who seemed emboldened by Yi Shiyun's presence. Very well, he said to the returning graceful beauty. You needn't worry about helping me. After all, I've already accepted 2 pieces of source stone as my reward for escorting you to Qianlong City. Yi Shiyun shook her head, insisting. A debt of gratitude must be repaid. The 2 pieces of source stone were for your escort. Aiding me in finding someone is a separate matter. Luo Fancheng chuckled heartily. All right then, we shall share a bed when time permits. Ah? The unexpected flirtation caught Yi Shiyun off guard, her cheeks blooming with color. Luo Fancheng felt a playful pinch on his calf as Yi Xieying teasingly squeezed him with her soft toes, glaring at him as if to say, how dare you indulge in both the feast before you and the pot simmering on the side. Yi Yuling chimed in with a sweet laugh. May I join you as well, if the opportunity arises? Luo Fancheng had anticipated that Yi Shiyun would respond as she usually did, retreating to her seat in a flustered silence, or admonishing him not to tease a married woman. Unexpectedly, with a charming smile and sparkling eyes, Knight Shiyuan remarked, young Master Luo might mention to my fiancé that if he is willing, I would not oppose it. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. What was going on? There was a deeper meaning behind those words. Yi Yuling appeared astonished. Such words did not seem characteristic of her sister. Yi Xieying's gaze turned perilous as she focused on Knight Shiyuan, intent on swiftly locating this woman's husband to ensure her departure. What purpose would there be for her to remain? To bear children? Luo Fancheng chuckled. Miss Shiyuan, do not jest. In this world, who would willingly betray their spouse? Knight Shiyuan returned to her seat, her heart racing unexpectedly at her own audacious words. How was she becoming more like her younger sister? Surely, it must be her influence. How bold. Was she not afraid of crossing a line? Luo Fancheng glanced down, noticing the 2 tender, snow-white feet inching closer to test his boundaries. Yi Xieying feigned seriousness. Fan you. Before she could finish, Luo Fancheng interrupted. Do not call me Fan. It sounds too juvenile and delicate. Yi Xieying was perplexed. But she adjusted her address. Fancheng, the battle tournament is in 2 days. Aren't you anxious? You haven't even inquired about your opponent's strength. I am invincible. They are but trifles, Luo Fancheng thought to himself, though he refrained from voicing such arrogance, aware that women are not fond of men who flaunt their prowess. What was there to fear? There was no room for cowardice. Yi Xieying exclaimed, such confidence. You must not underestimate them. They are elites meticulously cultivated by powerful factions, some even several levels above you. The Knight Xian's sisters exchanged peculiar glances. Had they known he could dispatch the Soul sect with the ease of chopping vegetables, they would not have made such statements. Luo Fancheng displayed a dismissive expression. They all assumed he was about to flaunt his combat strength. In this world, one must recognize the importance of power. Should he falter in the arena, a mere cry for his father-in-law would suffice. Who could challenge him then? His father, Yi Tianwu, was also his father-in-law, was he not? The Knight Shiyuan's sisters were left dumbfounded. What audacious maneuvering was this? Moreover, with his capabilities, did he truly require assistance? Yi Xieying, with a flushed countenance, remarked, your audacity knows no bounds. If you dare to call for help like that, I fear my father would be the first to eliminate you. Luo Fancheng shook his head. It is impossible for him to harm me. He would never wish for his daughter to remain a widow at such a young age. Yi Xieying's cheeks burned. In that moment, she could not discern whether she felt more anger or joy. Regardless, her heart fluttered wildly. I'm not jesting. This tournament is said to be taken seriously by all parties, and it may turn fierce. Before Luo Fancheng could respond, Yi Xieying added, winning or losing is inconsequential. I simply wish for your safety. Coincidentally, my father intends for you to play a supportive role, so you can simply stay back and heal others. Luo Fancheng waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, playing support is quite simple. The sisters, Yi Shi and Xian, exchanged a glance, their lips glistening but ultimately remaining silent. Their eyes reflecting an inexplicable strangeness. A sumptuous feast lay before them, the three young women seated gracefully at the table, a feast for the eyes. Luo Fancheng's stomach grew increasingly full, yet he felt an insatiable hunger gnawing within. He cast a sidelong glance downward, deeming the situation overly audacious. A plan for retribution began to form in his mind. With both hands discreetly positioned beneath the table, he seized the delicate foot clad in fishnet stockings and the porcelain-like ankle enveloped in fine silk, bringing them together in a surprising clash before returning his hands to the surface of the table. Yi Yuling and Yi Xieying sensed an unusual sensation at their feet. Despite Luo Fancheng's hands being above, something was stirring below. Yi Yuling's toes curled reflexively, while Yi Xieying's expression shifted as she felt a peculiar tickle on the sole of her foot. Surely, nothing should be capable of bending around to tease her so. She instinctively shifted her foot, her senses alerting her to the disquieting reality. Inadvertently, she dropped her chopsticks to the floor and bent down to retrieve them, her pupils narrowing in sudden realization. Chapter 112. A chance encounter by the street. Jun Wuhui was utterly bewildered. Yi Xieying discovered that it was, in fact, a delicate foot clad in white silk resting on Luo Fancheng's lap. Had she been teasing Yi Yuling all along? Yi Yuling also sensed something amiss. She similarly dropped her chopsticks and looked down, only to meet Yi Xieying's gaze. It turned out they were both engaged in the same act. The atmosphere beneath the table grew awkward. Meanwhile, Luo Fancheng wore a smirk. As long as he remained unperturbed, the discomfort would fall upon the others. Finding the situation rather amusing. Why can't anyone hold onto their chopsticks? Yi Xieying mused, glancing down beneath the table. Fortunately, both women retracted their feet, unable to contain herself. Yi Xieying remarked, "Why are you both eating without shoes? Exposing your silk-clad feet to ventilate?" Both women remained silent, their gazes seemingly igniting sparks in the air. Yi Xieying pressed, "What were you doing just now?" "I was about to ask you the same," Yi Yuling retorted. "Enough," Luo Fancheng interjected, aiming to prevent any further squabble between the two. "Just behave while eating. If you can't, go downstairs and dine with the dogs." Simultaneously, Yi Xieying and Yi Yuling lifted their heads, fixing Luo Fancheng with a glare, exclaiming in unison, "Are you deliberately trying to mess with our minds? What are you two talking about?" "I don't understand," Luo Fancheng replied, feigning confusion as he looked at Yi Xieying. "I don't know." Yi Xieying shook her head. Yi Yuling muttered under her breath, "The master is so mischievous. It must be intentional." "Humph." Yi Xieying suddenly lifted her pert backside. "Playing dumb, are we? This princess is done eating." She raised her chin, her arms crossed defiantly, exuding an air of someone ready to leave, her proud little eyes seemingly saying, "Come and coax me back." "It just takes a little coaxing," Luo Fancheng declared, unwilling to indulge her whims, directing his words to Yi Xieying. "You should thank the princess. She's eager to help you find someone, and is even willing to forego her meal." Yi Xieying had already sensed that something had transpired among the three, and she advised gently, "Princess, there's no rush. You haven't eaten much at all. Just have a little more. No need for your kindness." "Humph." Yi Xieying flashed her adorable little fangs at Luo Fancheng. "You're quite something. You're the biggest scoundrel in the world. I'm going to tell my father that you bully me. Feel free to wish for my demise, but I suspect you can't bear it," Luo Fancheng replied boldly. "Don't expect this princess to pay you any mind again. If I do, I'll be a dog." Yi Xieying stormed out, her black boots clattering decisively as she departed. "This," Yi Xieying sighed. "Luo, I feel the princess isn't truly bad at heart. Coax her back." Yi Yuling rolled her eyes. "Sister, just let it be. This princess clearly enjoys being teased." "What? Who in the world enjoys being scolded?" Yi Xieying expressed her disbelief, utterly astonished. "I'm going to step away for a moment. You all enjoy your meal." Luo Fancheng rose from his seat and exited the private room, making his way to the restroom of Tianxiang Tower. The decor was still quite luxurious, featuring stone walls and wooden doors, each cubicle private in nature. It was neither the antiquated style of an outdoor latrine nor a modern restroom. It occupied a middle ground. Upon entering, he was greeted by the fragrant scent of spices, and the place was impeccably clean. Just as he finished his business, he heard a knock at the door accompanied by a sultry voice. "Master, hurry and open the door. It's me." Yuling. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. The male and female restrooms were separate, so what was this person doing here? As he opened the door, Yi Yuling gracefully slipped inside, pushing against Luo Fancheng's chest with her delicate hand. She swiftly locked the wooden door behind her, observing the perplexed expression on Luo Fancheng's face. Yi Yuling lowered her voice. "The food earlier did not sit well with me. What do you intend to do? Luo Fancheng inquired. Unsure whether she was genuinely naive or merely pretending. She pointed to her lips. My lip balm has worn off while dining, and they feel a bit dry. Does your sister know you came here? He asked. I merely said I was stepping out for a moment. Yi Yuling replied, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she blinked, her long lashes fluttering. I'm feeling rather agitated. He placed a large hand firmly on her shoulder. Meanwhile, inside the private room, Yi Shiyun had been waiting for quite some time, glancing repeatedly towards the door. After a prolonged wait, Luo Fancheng returned first. His expression a curious mix of relief and discomfort. Yi Shiyun found it strange. What had transpired that left him looking both relieved and pained? At that moment, Yi Yuling also returned, though she seemed hesitant to meet Luo Fancheng's gaze, her eyes reflecting guilt. Sister, why did you take so long to come back? Yi Shiyun inquired. Yi Yuling quickly shifted the topic. Sister, the flavor of the spicy chicken at Tianbao Tower is truly delightful. Luo Fancheng's lips twitched. This little minx had the audacity to mention spicy chicken. One would think she'd be more cautious about indulging in spicy food. Stay away from me. What did you sneak from the kitchen? Yi Shiyun wrinkled her nose in disdain, waving her delicate hand. Yi Yuling raised an eyebrow, playfully tapping her lips. Guess. I want to tell you. Yi Shiyun recalled this lip-licking gesture from last night and felt a jolt of disbelief. Could it be that they had? She looked incredulously at Luo Fancheng, then at her sister, her mind racing with disbelief. After all, this was a bustling restaurant, with people coming and going. And there was hardly any privacy. Suddenly, she felt the seat beneath her was uncomfortably warm, her thoughts becoming chaotically disarrayed. I'm full now. I'll head out to search for my fiancé. I can't just rely on others. You two continue your conversation. Before they could stop her, she hastily left the private room. Yi Yuling smiled sweetly. Master, sister has left, and I've already rinsed my mouth. Luo Fancheng narrowed his eyes slightly. I didn't realize you were such a little tease. You were deliberately provoking your sister, weren't you? Yi Yuling's heart raced. She hadn't anticipated her little scheme would be uncovered. Which woman lacked a sense of jealousy? She had intentionally set out to ruffle her sister's feathers. With her sister and Yi Shiyun gone, she felt a small swell of triumph within her. However, the seemingly gentle inquiry from Luo Fancheng sent a chill down her spine. Yi Yuling's mind was in turmoil, leaving her at a loss for words. Luo Fancheng stood up and said, Come. Let us descend and settle the bill, then stroll through Qianlong City. Though the man did not pursue the matter further, Yi Yuling understood it as a warning, vowing never to entertain any ulterior motives again. Upon reaching the ground floor, they discovered that the bill had already been settled, courtesy of Yi Shiyun, who had wished for Luo Fancheng not to incur any expenses before leaving. It was midday, and the bustling main street of Qianlong City was alive with activity. Luo Fancheng temporarily left the two dogs at Tianbao Tower, escorting Yi Yuling as they meandered through the streets. Her tall, alluring presence caught the attention of numerous passers-by, many of whom had girlfriends by their side. Yet, in their admiration of the beauty, they remained oblivious to the fact that their partners were also captivated by Luo Fancheng's handsome visage. Luo Fancheng purchased a stick of candied fruit, savoring it as they walked. Yi Yuling found it rather childish, while he deemed it just right. Is that Jun Wuhui? Yi Yuling exclaimed in surprise. Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. Who? Over there. She pointed delicately towards a stall showcasing bracelets and hairpins at the street corner. A tall, striking young man with white hair stood out among the crowd, embracing a girl of above-average beauty. Is that your brother-in-law? Luo Fancheng assessed the young man, noting his flashy demeanor, and concluded that he, too, was rather untrustworthy. Who? Yi Yuling stuck out her tongue. What brother-in-law? Aren't you the only one? Luo Fancheng turned his head with a playful expression. Yi Yuling blinked her enchanting eyes. Master, could you play along for a moment? I wish to teach this scoundrel a lesson. At that moment, the white-haired youth turned with the girl, and their eyes met the golden couple standing together, his pupils dilating as he fixed his gaze intently upon them. Chapter 113, Night's Ethereal Performance. Anger of Jun Wuhui. Jun Go. I absolutely adore this bracelet. I really want it. Could you buy it for me, pretty please? The youthful girl clung to Jun Wuhui's arm, playfully swaying, her twin ponytails bobbing as she sweetly pleaded with her enchanting eyes radiating desire. However, Jun Wuhui was utterly disinclined to engage with her. Suddenly, he caught sight of a familiar and breathtaking visage, and his first reaction was disbelief. How could this person be in Qianlong City? Could he be mistaken? Anxiety gripped him as he realized he was still holding on to another girl, caught in an act of infidelity, with no words to defend himself. To his dismay, he noticed a man standing beside the woman he suspected to be his fiancée, and the man was undeniably handsome. A flicker of jealousy ignited within him. He had been the one to be unfaithful for a lifetime. How could he now find himself in such a predicament? What is wrong, Jungu? The girl with twin ponytails sensed a sudden shift in his demeanor. Jun Wuhui squinted into the distance, wary after 3 years of separation from Yi Shishuan. Fearful of misidentifying her, he discerned carefully. I think I just spotted my wife. The girl scoffed. You scoundrel. You have a wife yet you still bring me out shopping. Huh, aren't you also seeing someone? The girl fell silent, recalling her boyfriend who was obsessed with martial arts and preoccupied with training for an upcoming competition, leaving her feeling neglected. Encountering the charming, affluent, and witty Jun Wuhui, she found herself captivated. Why are we still here? Aren't you worried your wife will find out? She urged, eager to depart. As being caught as a third party would not bode well with her martial arts-obsessed boyfriend. Jun Wuhui was not the type of man suited for marriage. He was merely a source of amusement. Regardless, she ultimately desired to wed a steadfast and sincere partner who truly cherished her. Damn it, it really is my wife. After careful scrutiny, Jun Wuhui finally matched the woman he saw with the memory of the captivating figure from 3 years ago. She had matured, her youthful charm replaced by a more sophisticated allure, her figure now tall and enticing, reminiscent of a ripe and luscious peach, exuding irresistible charm. How could it be that my wife was shopping with another man behind my back? It was utterly revolting. What could their relationship be? Hey, aren't you also out with another woman? The girl with twin ponytails could not comprehend why Jun Wuhui was so incensed. It's not the same, Jun Wuhui shot back, his fierce gaze causing her to shudder. Perhaps they are merely friends. Who doesn't he have a few friends of the opposite sex? She attempted to soothe him. Mind your own business, he retorted, his indignation flaring. His pride could not endure the betrayal of his fiancée. He would rather be the one to betray the world than be betrayed himself. Your wife is cheating on you, yet you take it out on me? The girl, feeling wronged, was frustrated. With her martial arts-obsessed boyfriend, she had always been treated like a princess. The man, once charming and suave, now erupted with coarse language, as if he had transformed into an entirely different person. I'm leaving. Do not depart. Jun Wuhui immediately grasped the girl's arm, realizing that a woman was needed to lend support in this moment. Let go of me, she struggled. Jun Wuhui, suppressing his anger, replied, I apologize. I lost control upon witnessing my wife's infidelity. Would you accompany me? Humph. The girl symbolically struggled a couple of times. But upon gazing at Jun Wuhui's handsome visage and striking white hair, her resolve softened, and she acquiesced. Very well. Luo Fancheng found it peculiar. What are these two dilly-dallying for? Surely you haven't mistaken him for someone else. It's quite a coincidence to encounter Shi Xian's fiancé right upon stepping out. Brother-in-law, I do not mistake. That white-haired man is far too conspicuous, Yi Yuling conjectured. Perhaps Jun Wuhui is recalling appearances, given that he hasn't seen my sister in 3 years, and they have scarcely met a dozen times. So he is not overly familiar. Luo Fancheng, dismissive, turned his head away. Do not call out indiscriminately, and your breath is too pungent. Close your mouth. Yi Yuling pouted. What you disdain is not me, but your own overwhelming presence mid-sentence. Her eyes sparkled. They are approaching, master. Just watch my performance. As Jun Wuhui and the girl reached the forefront, he bombarded her with questions like a cannonball. Yi Shishuan, how did you come to Qianlong City? And who is this wild man? You owe me an explanation. Luo Fancheng smirked. This lad was quite audacious, bringing a girl along and still daring to demand answers. However, he remained silent, curious about Yi Yuling's intentions. An explanation? Yi Yuling responded gently. How do you know I am your sister, not your younger sibling? Why mention that wretched woman? She dresses so flamboyantly, with sheer black stockings and a miniskirt, her allure impossible to conceal, unlike your innocent attire. Furthermore, the second prince regards her as a cherished possession, keeping a tight watch over her, making it implausible for her to come to Qianlong City alone. Jun Wuhui couldn't help but sneer. To be honest, your question is rather insulting to my intellect. Having navigated the world for years, I can surely distinguish who my fiancé is. You, my dear brother, have thoroughly offended your sister-in-law. Luo Fancheng found the spectacle thoroughly entertaining. Indeed, Jun Wuhui's analysis was mostly accurate, yet his conclusion was utterly wrong. This was quite awkward. I truly am your sister, not Yi Shishuan, Yi Yuling exclaimed, feigning distress. Jun Wuhui's fury intensified. Do you take me for a fool? If you were truly Yi Yuling, you would have struck me by now for such insults. Yet you display not a trace of anger. Yi Yuling sighed. Alas, you are far too astute. I knew I could not deceive you. Jun Wuhui's gaze reflected disdain for her petty tricks as he questioned. Tell me, who is this wild man, and what is your relationship with him? In truth, I came to Qianlong City specifically to find you. I have something to share. I am pregnant. In the stillness of the night, Yi Yuling gently caressed her abdomen. her beautiful eyes shimmering with a tender and sacred light. Upon hearing her words, the young girl could no longer contain the grievances that had been pent up within her. See, I told you that you might have misunderstood your wife. She came all the way to share the joyous news of her pregnancy with you, and yet you scold her. With a clatter, Jun Wuhui's teeth ground together. His fists clenched tightly, and his eyes filled with rage. Misunderstand? How absurd. I haven't returned in 3 years, not even having touched her delicate hand. How could the child possibly be mine? The young girl's expression froze, her mind momentarily blank. She gazed in shock at the tall beauty before her, clad in white stockings, who, despite also being a woman of betrayal, boldly approached her husband to declare her pregnancy. How audacious. Yet, as she took note of the man's exceptional looks and charisma standing beside Yu Yuling, she inexplicably found some understanding. Sister, this situation is indeed advantageous for her. Suddenly, she perceived Jun Wuhui as less appealing, devoid of allure. Chapter 114. You are unworthy of raising his child. The audacious maneuver executed by Jun Wuhui truly astonished Luo Fancheng. One could hardly anticipate such boldness. Was she intent on driving him to the brink of madness? If Jun Wuhui were a commendable man, Luo Fancheng would not condone such actions. However, it was evident that he was nothing more than a despicable cad, treating women with harshness and disdain. Thus there was no need for courtesy. It was time for this benevolent hero to intervene and rescue the innocent maiden from the flames. Yu Yuling, yearning for more excitement, fanned the flames further, stating, "What if I told you that merely because you cast a glance in my direction amidst the crowd, I have been pregnant for 3 years? Would you believe me?" Jun Wuhui seethed with rage. You wretched woman, are you attempting to humiliate me? Yu Yuling shook her head nonchalantly, replying, "If you choose not to believe, that is beyond my control." Ah! Jun Wuhui bellowed in fury, unleashing an overwhelming aura that startled the onlookers, causing them to retreat hastily. How dare you? How dare you? Jun Wuhui trembled with indignation. To pilfer from others' homes while his own fortress was laid bare before him was an unbearable disgrace. The young woman scoffed, finding Jun Wuhui's double standards appalling. Was such wrath truly necessary? He sought pleasure outside, yet he condemned women for seeking their own. She firmly aligned herself with her gender's perspective. Why should I hesitate? It is merely an engagement, not a marriage. Informing you is already an act of courtesy on my part, Yu Yuling declared. I have come to Longqiong City to annul our engagement. What? Jun Wuhui retorted angrily. You dare to call off the engagement? Yu Yuling, unperturbed, shrugged and replied, if not, will you care for the child once it is born? Jun Wuhui's murderous gaze turned toward Luo Fancheng. Was it you? Are you the illicit lover? Indeed, it is I. Luo Fancheng replied with a playful smile, reminiscent of a villain reveling in his role. You truly possess audacity. Jun Wuhui laughed coldly in his fury. None remain, not a single seed left. Luo Fancheng shook his head, all consumed by her. Truth be told, I had no intention of offering it. I warned you of your fiancé, asserting that we could not proceed thus. Yet she insisted. My apologies, my dear brother, Yu Yuling remarked, observing the genuine contrition reflected on Luo Fancheng's face, nearly unable to contain her laughter. How utterly mischievous. Though infuriating, upon deeper reflection, she recognized that not a single word spoken by Luo Fancheng was a falsehood. It was simply a case of mistaken identity on his part. You seek your own demise. Jun Wuhui's eyes blazed with fury, wishing nothing less than to devour him whole. Yet, he hesitated to strike, which puzzled Luo Fancheng. Why did he refrain from attacking despite his rage? What was he apprehensive of? Luo Fancheng had discerned Jun Wuhui's true prowess, level 48. At the tender age of 19, he could undoubtedly be considered a top-tier genius. However, should they engage in combat, Luo Fancheng feared he might only end up splattered with his own blood. Jian Wuhui declared, You arrogant brat, does your bravado stem from the decree of the heavenly martial king forbidding soul masters from engaging in conflict within the confines of Qianlong City? If I seize the opportunity, you shall meet your demise. Luo Fancheng, realizing the underlying reason, understood why they had restrained themselves to the brink of becoming a patient ninja turtle. If you remain passive, then we shall take our leave, he replied with a smile. Jian Wuhui's breath hitched as he suddenly recalled a pressing matter. He had promised to offer Yi Shixuan to Xuezi. What would happen if they were allowed to depart? How could he fulfill that promise? The thought of Xuezi's methods sent a chill through him, dampening his simmering fury. Since he had committed to presenting his fiancée to Xuezi, failing to do so would lead to significant trouble. The elixirs must not cease. Yet, a dilemma emerged. He had assured Xuezi that his fiancée would remain as pure as jade, but now, she had been sullied by this scoundrel and even bore his child. How could he explain this? It was a slap in the face, a resounding humiliation. Jian Wuhui's countenance turned pale, his heart brimming with frustration. He hadn't even touched a single hair of his fiancée. Endure, you must endure, he thought. A moment of impatience could disrupt the grand plan. You are not a mindless fool. Now is not the time for action. Representing Tianlai City, Jian Wuhui was already in the heavenly martial king's disfavor. If he dared to act within the city, his opponent would seize the occasion to obliterate him, and even the Thunder King would be unable to protect him. Internally, Jian Wuhui screamed and cursed, yet his expression grew ever more composed. He resolved to seek a more insidious form of revenge. Taking a deep breath, he feigned a serene demeanor. Xishuan, I believe you were merely deceived by that pretty boy, momentarily lost in confusion, and thus made a grave mistake. I am willing to forgive you. Return to me, to my side. The child is merely an accident. Our love is the true essence. The maiden, breathtakingly beautiful, questioned his masculinity. Have you truly become a green-haired turtle, allowing your wife to humiliate you, and yet you can speak of forgiveness with such a smile? Luo Fancheng and Yi Yiling exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment and disbelief in each other's eyes. However, neither was easily deceived. They sensed Jian Wuhui's rapid emotional shift and suspected he was concealing something. Yi Yiling lightly caressed her flat abdomen, embodying the tender emotions of a mother-to-be. But what about the child? I wish to bring it into the world, she declared. Jian Wuhui gritted his teeth. As long as you are willing to leave him, I shall raise this child. The maiden's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Could there be a more obsequious statement than this? Luo Fancheng mentally applauded Jian Wuhui while also recognizing the gravity of the situation. A volatile enemy with strength is not frightening, but one who can bend and twist is often the most dangerous, as such dogs are the ones that bite fiercely. Jian Wuhui extended his hand. His gaze filled with earnest anticipation, but Yi Yiling resolutely shook her head, declaring, You are unworthy of raising his child. Buzz. Jian Wuhui's head throbbed, his anger nearly causing him to suffer a cerebral hemorrhage. With a muffled groan, a metallic taste filled his throat. Wretched woman. Wretched woman. No. I must endure. I must deceive this woman into Xuezi's clutches. I possess a residence within the city, perfectly accommodating the three of us. He will accompany you through your pregnancy, while I tend to both of you during the confinement period. The young girl is utterly numb. How despicable. She has allowed such a malevolent creature to triumph completely. Oh dear. While enjoying the spectacle, Luo Fancheng remains vigilant. There is something amiss. This individual undoubtedly harbors ulterior motives. Yi Yiling inquired, Are you able to assist him with a back massage? Isn't it merely a back massage? Certainly, responded Jun Wuhui, eager to comply with every request. Biding his time until they reached the residence, where this pair of scoundrels will meet their demise. Wait, a back massage? Goodness. Jun Wuhui's heart felt as if it were on the verge of shattering, yet he maintained a benevolent smile, striving to lower their guard. Never mind, if he grows weary. I can manage on my own. Jun Wuhui felt as though struck by lightning, thinking, You wretched creature, what more do you wish from me? Let us depart. You have already severed the engagement, have you not? Luo Fancheng intended to leave at that moment. Rather than succumb to irritation, he preferred to enact vengeance. Surrounded by ordinary citizens, where many eyes could witness, he resolved to wait for the cover of night to seize the opportunity to eliminate this scoundrel. Previously, he had been uncertain about how to deal with Yi Xishuan, but upon realizing that Jun Wuhui was no good, clarity washed over him. The enemy's wife, without any reservations. Just as he was about to depart, Yi Yiling seemingly carelessly revealed the delicate inscription etched upon her snow-white waist, Luo Nua Air, which struck Jun Wui's heart, rendering him momentarily breathless. The pain was excruciating. Following this anguish came an intense fury. In the brief instant of his distraction, Yi Yiling emitted a laughter like silver bells. Grasping Luo Fancheng's hand and slipping into the crowd. You shall regret this, Jun Wuhui thought, refraining from pursuit, for in broad daylight, he could not act against them. He had discerned their capabilities. One at level 45, the other at level 30, both utterly ineffectual. Do you believe you can escape my grasp? The young girl, having lost interest in Jun Wuhui, remarked, I need to return to my boyfriend now. Follow me, Jun Wuhui replied, his eyes ablaze with intensity. You wouldn't want your indiscretions to be revealed to your boyfriend, would you? Ultimately, the young girl found herself being pulled away by Jun Wuhui into a dimly lit alley. Unbeknownst to him, as they passed a street, a striking figure had taken notice of him and began to follow closely behind. Chapter 115. How wicked you are, and how much I adore it. At the scene of the car accident, you wretched woman, how could you provoke Jun Wuhui to such an extent? In the bustling marketplace, a striking beauty halted her steps from afar. Luo Fancheng glanced sideways. Yi Yiling's cheeks were flushed, her breath fragrant like orchids, and her fair, oval face radiated enchanting allure. Ah, how exhilarating it is to tease someone and then flee. Yi Yiling first smiled, then, fearing Luo Fancheng's disapproval, pouted her glistening red lips and implored. Am I truly that wicked? Luo Fancheng replied, remove the that. Is there anything more devastating for a man than being an unexpected father? Every word you utter strikes right at the heart. Yi Yiling rolled her eyes. Master, your earlier actions were equally audacious, constantly aiding me in delivering the final blow. You truly wish for him to perish. Luo Fancheng asserted earnestly, I did not. Do not speak carelessly. I am a person of great kindness. Seeing the man's serious demeanor, Yi Yiling burst into laughter. Master, you are quite audacious, but I like it. Your words are indeed sweet. Luo Fancheng chuckled lightly, then stiffened his expression and shifted the conversation. Your future rations have been revoked. Yi Yiling's petite frame shook, and she pleaded, please don't. Have mercy. It's not easy to find something warm to eat on such a cold day, while no one is around to snatch it away. Could you spare me just a little? Luo Fancheng shook his head, refraining from continuing the playful banter. Let us go find your sister. Yi Yiling quickly responded. Are you worried about my sister encountering that scoundrel? Luo Fancheng frowned. Otherwise, given how you've offended him so gravely, wouldn't he bully your sister mercilessly upon seeing her? Yi Yiling, however, seemed unconcerned. You underestimate my sister. Her character is one of gentle strength, not easily trifled with. Luo Fancheng countered. That fellow is at level 48. With a formidable presence. Are you certain your sister won't be at a disadvantage? 48? Yi Yiling exclaimed. How is that possible? He is a fugitive without resources. How could he possibly advance his strength faster than me? It's absurd. Soon, a heavy doubt arose within her. Master, I couldn't discern his strength even at level 45. How could you, at level 30, perceive it so accurately? Through the eye of heaven, Luo Fancheng replied. He possessed the breaking illusion's eye, his mental strength comparable to that of a fifth-tier soul king. Even without activating his divine eye, he could easily see through Jun Wuhui's true nature. Where did you get such an eye? Do you have a third eye as well? Realizing the implications, Yi Yiling began to feel anxious. I hadn't anticipated his strength to be so monstrous. We truly must find my sister quickly, or something terrible will happen. The two searched tirelessly through the streets and alleys. Luo Fancheng was not only seeking the whereabouts of Yi Shiyuan, but was also on the lookout for the old beggar whose limbs had been severed. This matter he did not enlist Yi Xiying's assistance with. Diwei Yang previously mentioned that the old beggar Yi Ao Tian was entangled in a scandal involving the imperial family of the Songlong Empire. With even his disability linked to the royal lineage, Yi Shiying's father is a typical royal vassal, and he wishes to avoid unnecessary complications. The elusive figure of Yi Shixian has yet to be discovered, prompting Yi Yiling to exclaim in frustration. I told my sister earlier that there is not a single good person in the Jun family, due to their bloodline. They are inherently selfish and cruel. She refused to believe me. See, I was right. He is indeed a scoundrel who cheats, and he will eventually face dire consequences. Clearing his throat, Luo Fancheng could not help but interject. Dear sister, I must confess that I too am somewhat of a rogue. Taken aback, Yi Yiling shook her head in defiance. Nonsense. How could the master be a rogue? He is such a splendid gentleman. Some men are indeed heartless, leaving behind a trail of chaos and irresponsibility, solely seeking their own pleasure. That is true depravity. Yet, there are those who are genuinely kind-hearted and loving, desiring to provide a home for their unfortunate sisters, taking responsibility for every woman they encounter, never betraying anyone. Can such a man be called a rogue? A true man of boundless love, indeed. Ah yes, how did I end up expressing my innermost thoughts? Luo Fancheng found her words pleasing to the ear, reveling in the admiration. Apologies to the second prince, for your goddess has become my devoted admirer. A fine performance indeed, and I shall reward you with a bowl of porridge when time allows. Yi Yiling playfully licked her lips. Very well. Let us seize the day and first locate your sister. Meanwhile, in a secluded alley shrouded in shadows, Jun Wuhui tightly grasped the twin ponytails of a youthful girl, releasing the pent-up fury within him. Brother Jun, I miss my boyfriend. Please let me go, the girl pleaded, her fear escalating as she sensed the terrifying intensity of Jun Wuhui's rage. Damn it, how dare that wretched woman betray me? He struck at the girl's backside, a sharp sound echoing through the air. The girl trembled in fear, her voice quavering. Brother Jun, if you want life to be bearable, it must possess a touch of green. Comparing me to my boyfriend will surely ease your heart. Indeed, you are no better, just like that damned woman. Jun Wuhui's eyes blazed crimson, his mental state deteriorating, his gaze becoming increasingly frenzied. Neither he nor the girl noticed a graceful figure silently observing from a distance, covering her mouth in shock. The figure was Yi Shixian, who had been following them. Earlier, she had wandered aimlessly through the streets, her mind elsewhere. At Tianbao Tower, She had discerned the flavor of her sister's words, but chose not to confront it. An inexplicable discomfort gnawed at her, as if something precious had been snatched away, leaving her unable to articulate her feelings. Thus, she ventured out in search of answers, only to witness what appeared to be her fiancé in an inappropriate situation, clutching another girl. Initially, she doubted her own eyes, for she was the legitimate fiancé present. Yet, as she discreetly pursued them and beheld the man in his reckless behavior, she realized her instincts had not failed her. It was indeed him. It truly is him. Jun Wuhui. Yi Shixuan could hardly believe that the man who once appeared so cultured and amiable before her could engage in such outrageous behavior with another woman in an alley. Moreover, from what she had heard, the woman was already in a relationship. This scene utterly shattered her worldview. However, what astonished her most was not Jun Wuhui himself, but rather her own emotional response. The initial reaction of a person cannot be deceiving. Upon witnessing Jun Wuhui's betrayal of his marital vows, her most intense feeling was not heartbreak or sorrow, but rather an inexplicable sense of relief. As if a heavy stone that had long burdened her heart had finally been lifted. How could this be? Yu Shixuan pressed her hand against her chest, her expression bewildered. Shouldn't I be grieving, weeping for the years of deception and injustice I endured? What on earth is this sensation of liberation? Chapter 116, The Softest Tone. The harshest words, breaking off engagement with Jun Wuhui. Observing Jun Wuhui galloping across the battlefield with unrestrained joy, Yi Shixuan gradually regained her composure. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as her chaotic thoughts, akin to a tangled ball of yarn, began to untangle. With a cry, the young girl trembled, collapsing weakly against the wall, her unremarkable features etched with fear. In her heart, she cursed vehemently at the man before her. Did he possess no shame? Here he was, digging at someone else's wall. Yet he disallowed his own woman from straying? Nevertheless, she refrained from provoking this seemingly deranged man. Brother Jun, are you feeling better? Not yet, Jun Wuhui replied, shaking his head, his voice heavy with suppressed rage. Take me to your martial arts-obsessed boyfriend immediately. No, absolutely not, the girl protested, shaking her head vigorously. What do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? I want him to experience my pain, Jun Wuhui said, a fierce smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Is it over? At that moment, a soft and ethereal female voice floated in from outside the alley. Jun Wuhui turned around, his irritation boiling over. Who dares disturb my good fortune? Do you want to be dealt with? The woman before him was stunningly beautiful. Draped in a delicate light-colored dress that exuded an otherworldly charm, her slender legs encased in gossamer white stockings. She was the very embodiment of a blossoming beauty. And most importantly, her face was one Jun Wuhui recognized all too well. He had just seen her. Yu Shixuan. He spat through gritted teeth. Yu Shixuan was momentarily taken aback, her already displeased mood intensifying. How could this man, who was the one straying, exhibit such shameless arrogance? What are you doing? Jun Wuhui sneered. What am I doing? Didn't you see it all? Do you want me to demonstrate again? Xiao Bilo, get up. The girl shook her head protectively. No, it will ruin everything. Yi Shixuan shook her head repeatedly. I never expected you to be such a man. Jun Wuhui shouted. You shameless woman, acting innocent while straying. You've conceived another man as child, and still have the audacity to come here and point fingers at me? What did you say? Yu Shixuan's eyes widened in disbelief, her anger reaching its peak. She had preserved her purity, only to be met with such insults and humiliation, while the other party was already tainted. Oh, now you're pretending to be pure? Jun Wuhui, already incensed by Yi Yuling and Luo Fancheng, was further agitated by the after-effects of taking the blood god pill. His mind was slightly unhinged, and he was exceedingly volatile. Are you here to add to my fury? Jun Wuhui retorted coldly. Let me tell you, in the past 3 years, I've been with no fewer than 20 or 30 women. You cannot anger me. 20? 30? Yu Shixuan's eyes trembled. She initially thought this scene was outrageous enough, but it turned out that the reality was even more exaggerated than she had imagined. Yet, what puzzled her was the source of Jun Wuhui's deep-seated resentment. His words were clouded and incomprehensible to her. You have disappointed me greatly. Huh? And you think you are worthy to speak to me? Jun Wuhui remarked. What distinguishes your display of bravado with that man from your current demeanor? Night Shiyuan's heart trembled as she swiftly grasped the peculiarity of his words. She inquired, Did you just encounter my sister and brother Luo? Jun Wuhui's tempestuous emotions momentarily faltered as he scrutinized the woman at the alley's entrance. His mouth gradually fell agape. The attire and the elegant hairpin adorning her hair were strikingly different from the Night Shiyuan he had just seen. It was implausible for someone to change outfits in such a brief span. Moreover, the woman's demeanor exuded a gentle grace, radiating an intellectual beauty. Ah, had I been deceived? That was my sister, Night Yuling? A multitude of thoughts flooded Jun Wuhui's mind. He was not foolish. On the contrary, his intellect was sharp. Yet he had been blinded by rage and the side effects of the elixir. With Knight Shiyuan's reminder, he suddenly recognized the truth. Indeed, the Knight Shiyuan from 3 years ago had been pure and dignified. How could she engage in such treachery? Ha ha ha. So it was the royal brother who was the fool. Jun Wuhui's heavy heart lightened in an instant, as if the sky itself had brightened. However, upon noticing Knight Shiyuan's frigid expression, his smile vanished. A thunderous realization struck him. Akin to a bolt from the blue. What have I just done? To this moment, Xiao Bilo still languished against the wall, all the result of his own misdeeds. Shiyuan, please. Let me explain. This is all a misunderstanding, he implored urgently. Knight Shiyuan inquired calmly. What about the 2 or 3 dozen? They are all false, lies I fabricated. Jun Wuhui vehemently denied. Desperately attempting to clarify. Knight Shiyuan pointed. Perhaps you should let her put her trousers back on before spinning your tail. Jun Wuhui's expression froze, rendered speechless. He felt like a great fool. The arrogance he had just exhibited now left him utterly humiliated. If I were you, I would find some paper to assist her, Knight Shiyuan said coolly, her beautiful eyes as placid as an ancient well, devoid of the bashfulness she had displayed before Luo Fancheng. Had Luo Fancheng been present, he would have undoubtedly said, Brother, you are finished. It is not the woman who weeps and creates a scene that one ought to fear, but rather the one who can speak to you with tranquility. For if she can calmly confront your mistakes, it signifies that you no longer hold a place in her heart. Jun Wuhui paid no heed to the girl, his attention entirely fixated on Knight Shiyuan. Compared to 3 years prior, she had blossomed into a breathtaking beauty. Moreover, she had not yet been sullied by any experiences, and her allure was simply irresistible. He abandoned the girl and hastened forward. Xin, please let me explain. I merely viewed this woman as your substitute. I missed you so dearly that I made a mistake every man is prone to make. Witnessing the man abandon her so callously, the girl's expression dimmed, her heart shattered. Once, she had been a wicked woman. Now, she longed to be virtuous. Knight Shiyuan frowned and stepped back. A wave of nausea washed over me. Not primarily due to the betrayal, but rather because of the profound disrespect shown towards the women he had encountered. Jun Gongzi, I implore you to maintain your dignity. First and foremost, do not approach me. Secondly, refrain from addressing me as Shixian. Jun Wuhui retorted, regardless of the circumstances, I am still your fiancé. I was ensnared by Yi Yuling and that rogue man, and thus find myself in this predicament. We should unite against that pair of scoundrels. Silence. Knight Shixian, who had initially remained calm, now flushed with anger, her usually gentle eyes reflecting a fierce resolve. Jun Wuhui, Luo Xiaoga has treated me exceptionally well, and I will not allow you to speak ill of him. What is your relationship with that man? Jun Wuhui's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how Yi Yuling was associated with that man, and why his fiancé Yi would defend him so fervently. Our relationship is none of your concern. Knight Shixian replied, her demeanor chillingly indifferent. She removed a jade ring from her finger and tossed it to Jun Wuhui. What is this? Jun Wuhui caught the ring. Bewildered, Knight Shixian's expression remained devoid of emotion. This is the entirety of the cultivation resources I have saved over the past 3 years, which I have chosen not to use. As Jun Wuhui's consciousness probed the ring, his heart raced at the sight of a plethora of cultivation resources neatly arranged within the storage space, confirming that she spoke not a word of falsehood. You have chosen not to cultivate, leaving everything for me? Jun Wuhui could hardly believe it. Such a woman seemed almost foolish, forsaking her own needs for another's benefit. Take it. It is for you. Jun Wuhui felt a surge of joy. She still harbored feelings for him, merely momentarily angered and acting petulantly. With the right coaxing, he believed he could win her back. Such a kind-hearted woman could never truly wish to part ways with him. Shixian, thank you. I am sorry. Before he could finish, Knight Shixian interrupted, her brows furrowed. Be quiet. I do not wish to hear your words. You possess a storage treasure as well. Do you not? Resources can be transferred, but the ring must be returned to me. Jun Wuhui was left in a state of confusion, unable to grasp her intentions. While Xiao Bilo also failed to discern Knight Shixian's motives. May I request one thing of you? Should you forgive me, I would agree to 10 requests. Jun Wuhui replied, elated at the prospect. I wish to annul our engagement. If you feel that my decision would bring you shame, you may write a letter of divorce. In any case, I shall not marry you. After uttering these words, Knight Shixian sighed softly, her entire demeanor appearing to lighten. Upon witnessing Jun Wuhui's shamelessness, she felt no sorrow, only a profound sense of disappointment, realizing she had been deceived. Amidst the complex emotions, there lingered a flicker of unexpected joy. No. The Knight Shixian I remember would never be so heartless. Absolutely not. Jun Wuhui shook his head vehemently, exclaiming in disbelief. You would willingly give away your hard-earned resources and yet claim you have no feelings for me? Yu Shixuan sighed softly, expressing her sentiments. As your former fiancé, I shared a bed with Luo, and although nothing untoward occurred, I still feel a pang of guilt. These resources I offer serve as my apology to you. If you wish to interpret them as a severance fee, so be it. If my actions have tarnished your dignity, I sincerely apologize. I, Yu Shixuan, hereby withdraw from this engagement. At that moment, her voice remained gentle and soothing, yet she uttered the most resolute words with the softest tone. Boom. Jun Wuhui's inner turmoil surged, a throbbing headache engulfing him, his anger rendering him breathless. She intends to annul the engagement? All for that man. The girl with twin ponytails marveled at the allure of the handsome figure, who captivated the twin sisters effortlessly. Faced with the wrath of Jun Wuhui, Yi Shixuan displayed not a hint of fear, her tone gentle yet unwavering. The resources were taken, the engagement was dissolved. Return the ring. It is meant for the one I truly cherish, and that is certainly not you. The young woman silently praised her own resolve, relishing in the defeat of the man who is unworthy of her affection. That boy, merely at level 30. What right does he have to inspire such fervor from her sisters? Is there some formidable force lurking behind him? Jun Wuhui, seething with rage, declared. 30 years of prosperity and 30 years of decline. Do not underestimate me. Jun Wuhui. Boom. Yi Shixuan, you shall not escape today. Jun Wuhui unleashed a fierce aura, manifesting his wind and thunder white tiger martial spirit, as 4 soul rings of yellow and purple pulsated beneath his feet. How could this be? Yi Shixuan's pupils constricted. She had not anticipated Jun Wuhui's rapid ascension in strength, nor his furious intent to engage her in combat. Jun Wuhui shattered the ground beneath him, resembling a ferocious tiger lunging at Yi Shixuan, whose 41st level of cultivation paled in comparison. In the nick of time, a figure rushed forth, extending a hand as dark as ink to shield Yi Shixuan. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Jun Wuhui was forcefully repelled. I hastily penned 2,000 words to include a rescue, lest I fear that handsome men and beautiful women might speculate and mistakenly harm my pure and innocent by long. Fear not for my plot. There is no sacrifice, no bullheadedness. Chapter 117. The remarkable maneuver of the fiery princess infuriates the unrepentant man. With a swift motion, Jun Wuhui retreated several steps, bringing his momentum to a halt. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld a stooped, white-haired elder standing resolutely before Yi Shiyuan, his hands exuding a robust, metallic sheen akin to black iron. Who are you? Jun Wuhui demanded, a fierce rage bubbling within him, threatening to erupt and inflict internal injury if left unchecked. May I inquire who you are, esteemed elder? Yu Shiyuan asked, her voice tinged with surprise. Initially astonished by Jun Wuhui's current prowess, she feared for her safety today, only to be unexpectedly aided by this elderly figure who had intervened to thwart the imminent threat. The elder shook his head with a smile. I am but a mere old servant of little significance. Upon recognizing that his opponent was merely a 5th-tier soul king, Jun Wuhui felt a sense of calm wash over him, given his exceptional talent and the configuration of his soul rings. Defeating an old man of this caliber would pose no challenge, prompting him to issue a stern warning. Old man, step aside, lest you wish to face my wrath. Today, I intend to take her away, and not even the King of Heaven can thwart me. Mind your tongue, lest the winds carry it away. A sharp and melodious female voice approached, revealing the strikingly dressed Yi Shiyuan, who positioned herself protectively in front of Yi Shiyuan. Her spirited, bright phoenix eyes fixed intently on Jun Wuhui. The chaos of Qianlong City is mine to dictate. It is not for you, a mere interloper, to meddle here. Is it really her? Yi Shiyuan was taken aback, surprised that the one who had appeared to shield her was indeed Yi Shiyuan. Jun Wuhui felt overwhelmed, perplexed by the sudden emergence of these figures. Had he inadvertently disturbed a hornet's nest? With a dismissive sneer, Jun Wuhui retorted, You insolent girl. Who do you think you are? Do you truly believe Qianlong City belongs to you? Yi Shiyuan shook her head, her delicate nose elevated in disdain, seemingly refusing to engage with him. Iron Lao stepped forward, admonishing, How dare you? To insult Princess Shiyuan, do you wish to lose your head? Jun Wuhui's expression faltered. Princess. This was indeed awkward. It seemed Qianlong City truly was her domain. Having been in the city for 3 years without ever having seen the princess in person, he had nonetheless heard tales of her fierce reputation. The king of heavenly martial arts was a devoted father, lavishing affection upon his daughter and yielding to her every whim, making Yi Shiyuan a figure he dared not provoke. Rather, she was the very person he aspired to win over. If he could become the favored son-in-law of the king, his fortunes would soar, allowing him to return to the White Tiger Empire and claim the position of crown prince. He had even envisioned how to charm the princess upon their first encounter. Indulging in dreams of grandeur, never had he imagined their meeting would unfold in such a manner. What a twist of fate! That Yi Shiyuan would be linked to the princess. Despite his lingering ire, and with the backing of the prince of Tianlei City, Jun Wuhui did not wish to appear weak. Standing tall, he declared, "Even if you are a princess, you have no right to interfere in others' affairs. Is it a problem for me to take my fiancée away?" "Of course not," came the reply. Yexing nodded, saying, "Even though my status as a princess surpasses that of a lowly creature like you, it does not grant me the right to meddle in your domestic affairs." Jun Wuhui's face twitched with anger, yet he refrained from lashing out. The king of Tianwu was a renowned ninth-tier powerhouse, capable of shattering the void. And he would never dare to act against a princess within Qianlong City. Suppressing his curses and fury, he attempted to negotiate. "In that case, could you kindly step aside, allowing me to handle my family matters and take my fiancée away?" Ye Shiying remained unfazed, smiling sweetly as she replied, "You must first inform me of your fiancée's whereabouts, wouldn't you agree? Are you feigning ignorance?" With great restraint, Jun Wuhui retorted, "She is right behind you." "Nonsense." Ye Shiying shot back, her eyes widening. "She is the beloved of the man I fancy. What business do you have with her? Do not involve her." For a moment, Jun Wuhui was taken aback. "The beloved of your man?" Upon realizing the implication, he became frantic, exclaiming, "This is my fiancée. As a princess, you cannot speak so recklessly." Nearby, the onlooker Qiao Biluo was equally astonished. What kind of love triangle was this? Could such a domineering and fierce princess truly tolerate her beloved having other women? She hid her face with her sleeve, afraid of being recognized. Lurking in the shadows of the alley. After all, the princess was acquainted with her boyfriend. If she were to expose her dalliance with another man, her reputation would be tarnished, leading to dire consequences. Yi Shixuan's face flushed as well. She certainly understood who the princess was referring to. Yet she could not bring herself to claim such a derogatory title. However, she remained silent, recognizing that the princess was evidently there to rescue her. To speak out would be ungrateful. "Your fiancée?" Ye Shiying asked with a smile. "Tai Lao, is this indeed his fiancée?" Tai Lao replied earnestly, "I must report, miss. She is not." Jun Wuhui was on the verge of exploding with fury. How could he even question his own people? Was this not a blatant act of defiance? Did he not know who his wife was? Ye Shiying shifted her black boots, looking towards Yu Shixuan. "Are you his fiancée?" Yu Shixuan shook her head. "I am no longer." The unspeakable events that had transpired were left unspoken, yet the ruthless moment when Jun Wuhui had acted was vividly etched in her memory. She was innocent, not foolish. She could distinguish between right and wrong. Ye Shiying nodded in satisfaction, secretly acknowledging that this woman had her wits about her. Should she dare to claim him as her fiancé, this princess would abandon her without hesitation. Ye Shiying revealed a small, mischievous smile. "See? Even she does not acknowledge you as her fiancé. Then pray tell, what business do you have barking like a dog here?" Jun Wuhui's mind was clouded with rage, his heart drumming like a war march, ready to explode. Ye Shiying, resembling a little demon, frowned and said, "You are quite shameless. Insisting she is your own when she is clearly the beloved of the man I fancy. How disgusting." "Ah, am I shameless?" Jun Wuhui's body trembled with fury, the veins on his temples pulsing incessantly. His clenched fists made a sound as they tightened. "Do not overstep your bounds." Yi Xiang sighed lightly. "You seem quite angry." "Rightly so. Who dares to covet another's woman?" Jun Wuhui gasped. "I warn you, do not push me." Yi Xiang flashed a radiant smile, raising her delicate middle finger. "Are you truly formidable? In this world, one must rely on power and connections. Are you threatening me, you little wretch?" Jun Wuhui's chest ignited with a fiery rage, the last thread of his reason snapping as he charged forward in a frenzy. How terrifying. Yi Xiang feigned fear, gracefully leaping backwards with her beautiful legs. "Tai Lao, attack." "Crush him." With a resounding clang, Tai Lao swung his massive hand, meeting Jun Wuhui's charge with a clash that echoed like metal striking metal. "Step aside, old man. We were having a civil conversation, were we not? Why the sudden escalation?" Tai Lao adopted a well-meaning demeanor, attempting to mediate. "Engaging in combat within Qianlong City could bring down the Lord's wrath upon us. I'll be damned." Jun Wuhui unleashed his pin-up aggression. Never having endured such indignity in his life, he threw himself into a flurry of attacks, yet Tai Lao's formidable hands blocked every strike with ease. How amusing. Yi Xiang laughed playfully, the atmosphere seemingly coming to life with her mirth. Usually benevolent, Tai Lao now deliberately provoked Jun Wuhui, relishing the spectacle. Yi Xiang's eyes sparkled with mischief, noting the uncanny resemblance between her and Luo Xiaoga, both relishing the punishment of a scoundrel. Meanwhile, Qiao Biluo silently recited, "Do not see me, Do not see me, covering her face as she attempted to stealthily retreat against the wall. Stop. Xiao Biluo started at the command. Yi Xiang ordered. Turn around. You seem oddly familiar. Xiao Biluo quickened her pace, feigning deafness to escape. The sharp, domineering voice rang out again. Take another step, and you shall have no place in Qianlong City. Xiao Biluo froze in her tracks. Turn around, Yi Xiang commanded. The girl with twin ponytails had no choice but to stiffly pivot, facing Yi Xiang. How disappointing, Yi Xiang remarked. I thought you were an acquaintance. But you are merely a stranger. The girl's tense demeanor relaxed, and she exhaled in relief, grateful that the princess did not remember her as a mere nobody. Observing the girl's newfound ease, Yi Xiang's lips curled into a playful smirk. I was just teasing you. You are the girlfriend of Li Hongping's martial enthusiast brother. Are you not? The girl's pupils dilated, her mind struck by disbelief as she stared at Yi Xiang. Are you a devil? Are you intentionally toying with my emotions? Yi Xiang covered her rosy lips. Why is the color of your pants darker? Surely, you haven't frightened yourself to the point of wetting them. The girl glanced down and, indeed, noticed a significant darkening. But this is not urine. However, it is impossible to elucidate what this is. One can only grimly acknowledge. The princess possesses a discerning eye. It is indeed urine. Yi Xiang nodded. I shall return and inform that martial enthusiast, Li Shuquan, that your girlfriend entered a narrow alley with another man and emerged with darker trousers. She claims it is urine. Regardless, I believe her. Though I am uncertain if you do. Xiao Biluo's complexion turned pale. How could she not comprehend the princess's veiled implication? It was a thinly veiled mockery directed at her. Thud. She knelt on the ground. Princess, I acknowledge my mistake. I implore you to keep it a secret. I merely committed a blunder that every woman might make. You are somewhat laughable. Do not insult womanhood, Yi Xiang retorted with disdain. Not all women are as shameless as you. I am only fond of my brother, Fancheng. And I find joy in our tumultuous love. Other men are nothing but repulsive to me, yet you are indiscriminate, indulging in libertinism. The girl with twin tails pleaded for mercy. Princess, grant me another chance. I was merely lonely, and that martial enthusiast knows nothing of romance. Yi Xiang scoffed. You probably remain oblivious. Li Shuquan sought my father's permission to wed you, so you could enter the Li family with grace. My father promised that if he achieves merit in the upcoming combat tournament, he would facilitate your union. Xiao Biluo's mind was struck with a thunderous realization. Now she understood why her boyfriend had been tirelessly training day and night, scarcely uttering a word to her. Her lips trembled, and her complexion grew ashen. She had initially thought her boyfriend did not care for her feelings, that she held no place in his heart. Yet it was clear he was already filled with thoughts of her. Surely, you do not believe he is truly a martial enthusiast? Yi Xiang shook her head. He does not cherish martial arts. Rather, he is deeply in love with you. Xiao Biluo knelt on the ground, biting her lip until crimson blood flowed. Her nails digging into her palms, her eyes staring vacantly into the distance. Yu Shixuan quietly observed the princess before her. Suddenly, she realized that the demeanor the princess displayed beside Luo Fancheng yesterday was entirely different from her current interaction with others. It was as though she were two distinct individuals. When near the man, she appeared to be a masochistic and deranged maiden seeking torment. Yet when apart, the princess handled matters with such decisiveness and dominance, seemingly willful but, in truth, meticulously logical. Impressive. Yu Shixuan expressed her gratitude candidly. Princess, thank what? Yu Xiang interrupted, her delicate face rising like a proud little peacock. You are Luo Fancheng's girlfriend. Should I really witness you suffering? However, let us agree that after today, if I feel inclined to slap you, I shall. After all, you are competing with me for a man. Yi Shixuan fell silent, taken aback by the princess's audacity. Hiss. Yi Xiang's phoenix eyes narrowed. You do not refute me, so it seems you truly have an affair with that scoundrel. I do not. Yu Shixuan shook her head. Yi Xiang scrutinized her. Truly? Speak honestly, and I shall not be angry. Nai Shixin bit her lip and candidly confessed, at most, we have merely shared a bath, slept on the same bed, and ridden a wolf together. But trust me, our relationship is entirely innocent. You are stealing my man, Yu Xiang exclaimed, lunging at her with fury. You little hussy. I will strangle you. Wasn't it agreed that we would not be angry? Knight Shixin retorted, exasperated, as she skillfully dodged Yi Shiying's grasp. The latter, barely at level 30, could not touch her. Boom. At that moment, an explosive sound echoed, causing Yu Xing to withdraw and redirect her attention to the actual battleground alongside Knight Shixin. The battle-worn Tai Lao and Jun Wuhui had been locked in combat, each flinging themselves to opposite sides. Tai Lao's robe was torn, covered in scratch marks, while Jun Wuhui had grown over half a meter taller, his physique imposing. A royal symbol appeared on his forehead, and his hands transformed into claw-like appendages. One hand emanated a crackling purple lightning, while the other swirled with gusts of wind, his body appearing unscathed. Old man, if you know what is good for you, get lost. Even with your level 53 prowess, without those special iron hands, I would have already defeated you. Whoosh. Two figures shot in from the distance, Luo Fancheng and Yi Yuling, who had been searching for them. Along the way, Luo Fancheng had been asking passersby, "Have you seen a woman who looks like this?" Drawing puzzled glances, almost being mistaken for a madman. Luo Xiaogu, Knight Shi Xian called out softly. Yu Xing huffed, "Stinky man, I protected your woman, so compliment me." Luo Fancheng surveyed the scene and formed a rough understanding of the situation. He wisely refrained from inquiring about Knight Shi Xian's well-being. Her attire remained intact, clearly indicating she was unharmed. To worry about the wrong person could lead to trouble. He bowed in gratitude. Thanks to the princess, had Tai Lao not intervened, the consequences would have been dire. Who cares about your gratitude? Yi Xing scoffed, though her lips betrayed her with a satisfied smile. Sometimes, she was quite possessive, wishing to monopolize Luo Fancheng, yet at other times, she found joy in a simple acknowledgement or praise from him. As Luo Fancheng was about to clarify that Knight Shi Xian was not his woman and to refrain from making assumptions, Junwu Hui's furious roar interrupted. "You scoundrel! You've taken my sister, deceived my elder sister, and now you dare claim the princess as yours?" In response to Junwu Hui's desperate accusations, Luo Fancheng waved his hand amiably, saying, "Ah, good to see you again, King of Green Hats. Is it possible that it is not I who pursues them, but rather they wish to claim me, this fine gentleman?" Chapter 118. Are you not in harmony with your spouse? The father-in-law observes the son-in-law. Impossible. The utterance of Green Hat King sent a surge of blood through Junwu Hui, his eyes filled with madness. "You shameless scoundrel, deceiving others' wives, it is utterly disgraceful." Before Luo Fancheng could respond, Yi Xiang laughed, wiping away the tears of laughter from the corners of her eyes, and said, "I apologize, I am a professional. Unless I truly cannot restrain myself. It seems to me that you are inadvertently cursing yourself." Yi Xiang pointed at Xiao Biluo. "I wonder which rascal is always eyeing another man's woman." Junwu Hui was momentarily speechless, struck by her retort. It was exhilarating to dominate others, a thrill beyond compare. Yet, only when the tables are turned do we truly grasp the essence of pain and fury. Yi Xiang smiled sweetly. "Furthermore, Fancheng did not pursue me. It was I who took the initiative. I confess, I am tempted by his physique. I am indeed shameless." Tai Lao listened with trepidation, his beard trembling. "Your Highness, you hold a revered status. Such words should not be spoken in public." Yi Xiang glared. "Why? Is the princess not a person? Must I stifle my true feelings? How foolish of you to speak so." Tai Lao fully understood the princess's audacity and dared not argue back. At this moment, Junwu Hui was not only consumed with anger, but the flames of jealousy also blazed within him. This princess was a beauty he had intended to pursue, yet before he could make his move, another had already claimed her. Sighing, Yi Yuling lamented, "I wish to be in a romantic relationship with him, yet he does not agree. Nevertheless, I am quite content to serve by my master's side." Yi Yuling cast a heartfelt glance at Luo Fancheng, her lips curling into a blissful smile, seemingly intentional yet casual. The name Luo Nur etched on her waist caught Junwu Hui's eye, igniting a spark in his brain. Luo Fancheng rolled his eyes. It was true that Yi Yuling sought to provoke Junwu Hui, but her words held deeper meaning, subtly hinting at her desire for permanence. However, he was in no rush. This matter required patience. The more one desires something, the less one should hasten to provide it. Otherwise, the recipient may not cherish it once obtained. Yet, withholding it entirely is also unwise, as it may wear down the other's patience. Therefore, one must constantly gauge the emotional shifts of the other, knowing when to give at the opportune moment for maximum effect. Inwardly, Tai Lao marveled, "Goodness, this young man? Each of you exchanging words, in perfect harmony. It seems intended to drive Junwu Hui to his wit's end." Every word from the women pierced Junwu Hui's chest like a dagger. He had never endured such humiliation in his life. Throughout, he had merely employed minor schemes, and with a hint of his authority, women would flock to him. Emotionally, he had sailed smoothly. Little did he expect that the wheel of fate would turn, and retribution would come, delivering him a profound blow. His wife was taken away, and his sister-in-law eloped with someone else. The goddess I intended to pursue has willingly chosen to be someone's devoted admirer. The issue lies in the fact that the male protagonist in these three instances is the same man, which has caused Junwu Hui to erupt with frustration. The sole source of psychological comfort is the fact that, to this moment, Yi Xiyun has remained silent, suggesting that she may still harbor feelings for him. As Yi Xiyun stepped forward, A glimmer of hope flickered in Jun Wuhui's eyes. He knew his fiancée to be kind-hearted and gentle. Could it be that she was finally swayed by his pitiable demeanor? However, reality proved that he was merely indulging in wishful thinking. Yi Shiyun stated earnestly, Jun Wuhui, you are not to call Luo Xiaoga shameless. He did not deceive me. I paid a considerable sum to ensure he did not abandon me on the way. The sound of his heart shattering echoed within him. In this moment, he suffered an overwhelming blow, as the last vestiges of hope were ruthlessly crushed. No, Jun Wuhui furiously pointed at Luo Fancheng, perplexed. Where did I lose? What sets me apart from this guy? Is it merely that he is slightly more handsome and taller than I? I possess strength and a solid background. What does he have? He has me. Yi Shiyun replied with a smile. Luo Fancheng sighed in resignation, realizing he had yet again been deprived of the opportunity to speak. However, he had certainly learned to navigate the sharp tongue of the princess. Jun Wuhui let out a muffled groan, feeling a metallic taste in his throat, truly enraged to the point of nausea. Yet, this fellow was quite resilient, biting down hard and forcing the blood back down. His fierce, crimson eyes locked onto everyone present. Had it not been for the impenetrable barrier of this old man, he would have already lunged forward to eliminate this pretty boy. As for the exceptional woman, she would naturally be offered to Xuezi in exchange for the blood god pill. In truth, after 2 attempts at gauging his strength, Jun Wuhui believed he could indeed slay the Iron Elder if he unleashed his full power, but the time required and the noise generated were considerable. If Tian Wuwang were to arrive, he would be doomed today. Thus, he continued to endure. Return the ring to me. Yi Shiyun extended her hand towards Jun Wuhui. With a cold snort, Jun Wuhui retorted, in your dreams. Yi Shiyun's expression soured. She had initially felt that spilling all her resources before Jun Wuhui would be too disrespectful. Hence, she had handed over the ring for a direct transfer of resources. Upon witnessing his unreasonable demeanor, she instantly regretted her previous kindness, realizing that she should not have shown such mercy to him. His character was incomparable to that of Luo Xiaoga. Although Luo Fancheng had previously teased her and displayed a hint of lechery, he had always maintained a level of decorum and would never stoop to such disgraceful behavior. What ring? Upon hearing Luo Fancheng's inquiry, Yi Shiyun was at a loss for words, her heart racing to explain to the man. She quickly whispered an explanation. Upon hearing her words, Luo Fancheng's expression transformed dramatically. An annulment? A breakup fee? You are quite the character. Even after dissolving the engagement, you wish to provide him with a breakup fee? If I were you, I wouldn't give him a single tiger coin. Knight Xixin bit her lip in frustration and stammered, I wish to sever all ties. You foolish simpleton. Luo Fancheng shook his head repeatedly, then turned to Jun Wuhui. Brother lustful tiger, leave the ring behind and get lost. Otherwise, you won't be leaving today. Though he spoke such words, deep down, Luo Fancheng had already devised a plan to don a mask under the veil of night and commit murder. Jun Wuhui bared his teeth, showing disdain for Luo Fancheng's threat. Are you instructing me on how to act? If you dare, come and take it. Luo Fancheng smiled. Feeling an impatience to wait until nightfall, he flicked his wrist, commanding those around him to retreat. Stand back. I'm about to make my grand entrance. Just as he took a few steps forward, a cool and delicate hand suddenly grasped his arm. Brother Fancheng, please don't go. Turning to see the anxious Yi Xiang blocking his path, Luo Fancheng was at a loss for words, the ominous music of the Little Knife Society echoing in his mind, eagerly awaiting the moment to strike Jun Wuhui. However, his momentum was abruptly halted, leaving his emotions disjointed. What are you doing? Yi Xiang shook her head. Though this guy is a brute, his strength is indeed formidable. Even the esteemed Iron Elder at level 53 would be at a disadvantage against him. She refrained from openly expressing her belief that Luo Fancheng, at level 30, would not stand a chance, fearing he would lose face in public, thus hinting fervently. Little brother Luo, do not stoop to the level of such a scoundrel. Knight Xixin also intervened, concerned for Luo Fancheng's safety. Knight Yiling scoffed, Master. Engaging with him would tarnish your hands. Luo Fancheng's lips twitched. The beautiful women around him spoke so sweetly, but in truth, they were worried he might fail to impress and end up on the receiving end of a beating. Their lack of faith in him was disheartening. However, it was understandable given that Luo Fancheng was only at level 30, while his adversary was capable of confronting a level 53 Iron Elder head-on. Do not stop me. Today I shall act on behalf of justice and eliminate this lustful tiger for the sake of numerous noble ladies. Luo Fancheng licked his lips. To be honest, he yearned to devour Jun Wuhui's thunderstorm white tiger martial soul for his own use. Although it could not compare to his own little loach, now a grand azure python, it was still among the 4 most potent beast martial souls in the soul martial continent, thus possessing considerable worth. The little loach, unaware of the situation, would have already begun berating its master for his absurd naming. You are the Loach. Your whole family is Loaches. I am the ancestral dragon. The chaotic ancestral dragon. It is inappropriate for you not to address me as dragon brother outside. The more Luo Fancheng pressed forward, the more fervently the three women intervened, causing Jun Wuhui's expression to shift from green to purple with rage. Jealousy distorted his features. Yi Xiang leaned close to the man's ear and whispered softly, Brother Fancheng, it's enough of an act. The poor fellow is running out of strength. Luo Fancheng found himself both amused and exasperated. So they all believed he was merely pretending for the sake of pride? He was genuinely prepared to engage. The Iron Elder, noticing the princess signaling him, hurried over to assist in stopping the confrontation. Ah, young brother Luo, what a pleasure it is to see you again. That seems rather troublesome. Allow this old man to lend you a hand. The Iron Elder spoke with great courtesy. It is truly inappropriate to be so rude. Surely he is aware of what others do not? This fellow is favored by women to an extraordinary degree, surrounded by three who protect him. And behind him lurks a formidable woman who has kept them in suspense throughout the night. Clearly, he could indulge in a life of ease. Yet he insists on striving for his own success, inciting envy among others. Jun Wuhui, hesitant to confront Tai Lao and the princess, has already harbored murderous intent towards Luo Fancheng, taunting provocatively, Luo thief, do you only excel in verbal sparring? Are you brave enough to step out from behind your female protectors and face me in combat? Even if I bind one hand, vanquishing you would be effortless. Could Luo Fancheng indulge such behavior? As a result, the sisters, Yi Xiyun and her sibling, grasped his arms tightly, fearful of his impulsive actions, thus seizing the very lines he had prepared. Yi Yiling shook her head in derision. Apologies, but personal experience confirms that our master possesses great power. This statement provoked more than just Jun Wuhui. Yi Shi's cherry blossom eyes glimmered with fierce determination. However, with an enemy present, she chose not to fracture their unity, instead opting for a united front. Green-haired tiger, do you believe that with just 3 sentences, I could bring you to your knees in submission? Jun Wuhui's muscular arms coiled like dragons, veins bulging, and in a fit of rage, he laughed. Ha ha, I respect you as a princess, which is why I do not wish to harm you. You think I would kneel before you? What a grand joke. I am the Grand Prince of the White Tiger Empire. To kneel before a mere princess would be a disgrace to my dignity. Yushi nodded in approval. Very well. Very spirited. She tilted her head towards the sky, where the midday sun shone piercingly, mingled with the gritty yellow winds sweeping through the city. Jun Wuhui, arms crossed, exuded an air of invincibility, a scornful smile gracing his lips. Luo Fancheng, intrigued by this peculiar girl, wondered what she intended. Was she truly summoning help? Yi Shi raised a slender finger, indicating this was her first statement. Then, gathering her energy, she unleashed a commanding shout. Father, someone is bullying me. Goodness. She truly is summoning help. Despite having anticipated the princess's move, Luo Fancheng was still taken aback, as if struck by lightning. While others typically call for their swords with a battle cry, she resorts to calling for her father when faced with adversity. The sisters exchanged glances, and Tai Lao maintained his composure, appearing unsurprised, fully aware of the princess's temperament. Jun Wuhui's face twitched, his expression becoming increasingly animated as he stealthily crushed a small sphere in his pocket. Could the king of heavenly martial arts hear this from such a distance? Just as Luo Fancheng pondered this, he noticed Yishi's other hand channeling her spirit energy, activating the jade bracelet on her wrist. His lips curled in disbelief. Indeed. The people of this city are quite resourceful. Her shout was merely a ruse, as she relied on the jade bracelet to summon aid. With a tearing sound, the space lamented, I am splitting apart. A dark portal emerged, revealing a formidable middle-aged man, striding with the grace of a tiger and dragon. Clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, his appearance bore a resemblance to Yi Shi, possessing an undeniable elegance in his youth. Everyone felt the oppressive aura stemming from the considerable power disparity, as well as the commanding presence of the middle-aged man, who radiated authority without uttering a word. As soon as he opened his mouth, the imposing figure of the heavenly martial king, which had just been established in the hearts of the crowd, crumbled in an instant. My dear princess, my father has arrived too late to your rescue. Are you unscathed? Is everything all right? The heavenly martial king appeared as anxious as a child of 40. Yi Xiang cast a sidelong glance at Jun Wuhui and raised 2 fingers, declaring, Father, this scoundrel intends to assault me. The heavenly martial king's expression abruptly turned cold. The flattery vanished, and he seemed transformed into a different person, exuding an air of indifference and authority, brimming with murderous intent. Luo Fancheng exclaimed, Goodness. So the little delicate one's mood swings are inherited from you. An ancestral talent for changing expressions. Jun Wuhui felt an intense murderous aura locking onto him, causing his scalp to tingle and his face to pale in fright. I am not. I did not. Do not speak carelessly. He retreated repeatedly, waving his hands in denial. The heavenly martial king spoke slowly. Are you implying that my daughter is lying? Jun Wuhui, in a flurry, replied, she is indeed deceiving you. It is the absolute truth. The heavenly martial king nodded. You are correct. She indeed lies to me often, and moreover, you lack the audacity to commit such foolishness on my territory. Jun Wuhui was overjoyed. The martial king is astute. You see through everything. The heavenly martial king asked, but does it truly matter if it is true or false? She is my daughter. If I do not believe her, whom shall I trust? I shall believe even the falsehoods. Jun Wuhui's joy froze, his entire being trembling. Luo Fancheng nearly laughed out loud. Yi Xiying's lips curled into a proud smile, relishing the feeling of being unconditionally adored, and raised 3 fingers. Father, make this beast kneel and bow before my man. Your man? The heavenly martial king furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping across, ultimately landing on Luo Fancheng's head. Oh no, Luo Fancheng could no longer muster a smile. It felt akin to discussing a house fire at the village's edge, only to discover that the blaze was consuming his own home. Goodness, the gossip had come knocking at his own door. Chapter 119. The theatrical obsession of a Yandera. A precious vegetable ravished by swine. The indulgent demon of affection, the king of Tianwu utterly disregarded Jun Wuhui, his gaze fixated on Luo Fancheng. Under that piercing stare, Luo Fancheng felt a prickling unease at the nape of his neck, a burning desire to inquire, what are you staring at? Simultaneously, he sent a cordial mental salutation to Yi Xiying. Sister, if you intend to ensnare Jun Wuhui, please refrain from dragging me into this. The atmosphere was palpably unsettling, for the intent to harm was unmistakable. Yi Tianwu's countenance betrayed no emotion as he intoned. So, you are the one called Luo Fancheng? In that fleeting moment, Luo Fancheng sensed an almost tangible aura of menace directed at him, rendering him speechless. Old man, are you really that petty? Jun Wuhui's wife, my sister-in-law, was taken. Yet your ire surpasses even that. It is indeed I, Luo Fancheng replied with a respectful clasp of his hands, internally justifying, this is not cowardice, it is merely decorum. Yi Tianwu narrowed his eyes. Over the past 3 months, I have heard my daughter mention your name so frequently that my ears are nearly calloused from it. A jolt of alarm coursed through Luo Fancheng, akin to a thorn in his back. Wait, my relationship with his daughter is utterly innocent. There is no need for trepidation. He straightened his posture and smiled. Your Highness jest, for the princess and I are merely ordinary friends. She likely seeks a reason to draw closer to you. Yi Tianwu, akin to a father-in-law scrutinizing his son-in-law, found Luo Fancheng increasingly displeasing. To him, Luo's smile and words resembled a brash young man, casually flaunting a cigarette, swaggering and boasting. Hey, is it safe to park my ghostly ride beneath your abode? Yi Tianwu's disposition erupted with indignation. Despite Luo Fancheng's striking appearance, his dual martial souls, and his recent ascension to the 30th level, the king remained irked. He felt this young man was akin to a wild boar poised to ravage the tender vegetable he had nurtured for 17 years. Suppressing his revulsion and disdain, Yi Tianwu coolly remarked, it is best that you remain mere friends. Sensing that this exchange should reach its conclusion, Luo Fancheng released a quiet breath. Typically, a father-in-law meets his daughter's suitor with disapproval, and this king was the epitome of a doting father. Who knew if a momentary lapse in temper might lead to his untimely demise? Yi Xiying pouted, countering, what ordinary friends. We shared a bed last night, and I woke up covered in his drool. A bed? Drool? Each keyword struck Yi Tianwu's heart like an arrow, casting a shadow over his features. Luo Fancheng nearly leaped in shock, thinking, if you wish for my demise, just say so. Can't you see your father's face has darkened to the hue of coal? Yi Tianwu demanded, what did you do to my daughter last night? Nothing. Luo Fancheng's mind buzzed as the words escaped his lips. Yi Tianwu's expression stiffened, his gaze growing increasingly perilous, radiating an aura that suggested he might draw his blade at any moment. The implication was clear. So, something else occurred? Luo Fancheng, unwilling to provoke a besotted father, explained, she is rather unruly, so I had to render her unconscious. I truly did nothing else. The implication in his words seemed ambiguous, escalating the misunderstanding. Seeing Yi Tianwu's widened eyes, Luo Fancheng fell silent, pondering how to clarify the situation. Old Yi, if I were to say that I did nothing but lay your daughter down on the bed after knocking her out, and that we remained innocent, ordinary friends, would you believe me? Alas, even I cannot convince myself of that. Yet, it is the truth, is it not? Father, Fancheng did nothing inappropriate. He merely rested his head on my legs while he slept through the night, and perhaps a bit of saliva stained my fishnet stockings. Yi Xiang limped towards Luo Fancheng, shielding him behind her. What? Luo Fancheng's eyes widened in disbelief. You can explain all you want, but why are you limping? Just moments ago, you were lively and sprightly. Are you jesting with me? The onlookers, including Yi Xiang's sisters, Tai Lao, Jun Wuhui, and Xiao Bilo, were all taken aback by her theatrics, as it seemed she was unjustly tarnishing Luo Fancheng's reputation. Yi Tianwu, observing his daughter's pitifully limping form and her slightly furrowed brows, began to doubt whether that liquid was indeed saliva. If looks could kill, Luo Fancheng would have been 1,000 times slain. Lady Yi, Luo Fancheng said earnestly, one may indulge in erratic meals, but one should never speak recklessly. You would not wish to witness the downfall of an innocent, would you? Yi Xiang pouted, lamenting. Woe is me. Just last night, you called me little sweetie and spoke of marrying me, and today I am merely addressed as Lady Yi. How cold-hearted you are. Such dramatics. Luo Fancheng found himself exasperated by this cunning princess, as if she were deliberately playing him. The expressions of those around were nothing short of captivating. Yi Tianwu's lips twitched. Just moments ago, he had almost believed that his daughter had indeed been put in a delicate situation. However, witnessing her exaggerated performance eased his anxious heart considerably. Yet, upon reflecting on the fact that his daughter had saliva on her leg, his mood soured once more. Luo Fancheng turned to verify with Tai Lao. I trust you are fair-minded, right? Wasn't the princess just gallivanting a moment ago? What? Tai Lao, his eyes clouded with confusion, asked, what nonsense are you speaking? Alas, aging has dulled my senses. Luo Fancheng was astonished. Is this an act of feigned ignorance? I truly wish to leap up and deliver a resounding rebuke. Are you all conspiring against me? Yi Xiang's lips gleamed with joy. Father, you mustn't be harsh with my Fancheng brother. I might be on the verge of becoming a mother. Luo Fancheng quickly plunged his consciousness into the storage space, preparing to summon the 12-winged angel. The Empress Pope Wei Yang. You all excel in manipulation, do you not? Wait until my dear friend arrives. You shall kneel and call him father while he sings Concord for you. The term blue-faced confidant feels excessively formal to Luo Fancheng. He believes it is preferable to be the male best friend of the high priestess. Of course, should his wife have a male confidant, his possessive and petty nature would compel him to scour the world for a blade. Dare to take another step, and I shall sever your dog legs. Yi Tianwu thundered, his voice reverberating like a storm, shaking the surroundings. Confronted with the jealousy of a doting father, Luo Fancheng was poised to unleash a grand summoning spell but soon realized that Yi Tianwu was not targeting him. Jun Wuhui had intended to escape amidst the chaos but was immediately discovered upon lifting his foot. Under the overwhelming pressure, he remained frozen in place, maintaining a stance akin to a solitary golden rooster. Cold sweat beaded on Jun Wuhui's brow as he sought to incite discord, attempting to divert attention. King Wu. This rascal is no good. He absconded with my sister-in-law to Qianlong City and even pursued my fiancée. How dare he set his sights on your daughter? You ought to deal with him. Yi Tianwu shook his head. This lad is under my daughter's protection. I cannot act against him. And who is there to guard you? Jun Wuhui felt a pang, his handsome visage flushing a shade akin to liver. The gun's muzzle swung around, yet no shots were fired, ultimately collapsing back upon him. Suppressing his inner loathing, he donned a conciliatory smile. Your Highness, you know I have always held you in great esteem. What use is your esteem to me? Have you shown any respect towards my daughter? Yi Tianwu retorted impatiently. Did you not hear what my daughter just said? Clenching his fists tightly, Jun Wuhui warned. Do not push me. I too possess dignity. Bang. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground. My lady, I was wrong. Huh? Yi Xiang scoffed. What good is kneeling to me if you do not kneel to my man? The delusional perspective of love held by the love-struck differed vastly from that of ordinary individuals. Anyone daring to provoke the man she cherished, even over trivial matters, would face dire consequences. That phrasing from her daughter felt oddly familiar to Yi Tianwu, initially leaving him stunned, followed by a pang of heartache. Jun Wuhui's teeth nearly ground to dust, yet he hesitated to kneel before Luo Fancheng. The latter disregarded him entirely, instead focusing curiously on Yi Xiang. Wasn't this woman always so benevolent? Why did she seem utterly devoid of sympathy for her wretched former husband? Yi Xiang's approach to annul the engagement genuinely surprised Luo Fancheng. Upon discovering Jun Wuhui's true nature as a scoundrel, he had been prepared to wield a metaphorical hoe to dig a wall. However, before he could even swing it, the peach blossom had already strayed. Little tiger, you cannot let this happen. I have yet to exert my strength, and your wife has already fled. Yi Xiang regarded Jun Wuhui with calm eyes, no matter his actions. They stirred not a ripple within her heart. She was innocent, not foolish. Moreover, her innate sixth sense was remarkably keen, enabling her to sense whether those around her harbored ill intentions. The moment Jun Wuhui had made his move towards her, an ominous intuition washed over her. He did not intend to kill her, but neither was he up to any good. Recalling the emotions felt in Luo Fancheng's presence, Yi Xieying's cheeks flushed with warmth. This fellow, throughout the journey, harbored no ill intentions beyond a fleeting desire to engage in conflict, and it was evident that he was exercising restraint, showing her a commendable level of respect. He acknowledged the reality of her engagement, refraining from any mention of romantic matters. Had it been someone else, they might have resorted to coercive tactics or pursued her relentlessly. However, Luo Fancheng did neither. Suddenly, a cry of anguish echoed through the void. I have split open again. A dark portal re-emerged, and a figure stepped forth. Another ninth-tier extraordinary? Luo Fancheng scrutinized the newcomer, discerning a gaunt elder with hawk-like eyes, a hooked nose, and a pair of goat-like whiskers, whose entire being seemed to crackle with an ominous energy. Thunder King, you have finally arrived. Jun Wuhui exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer, akin to a child greeting a long-lost father, instantly shedding his previous timidity. The elders of Qianlong City have taken advantage of my youth and inexperience. Please, you must advocate for me. Yi Tianwu, standing with hands clasped behind his back, remarked, Old fellow, I have waited for you for quite some time. The emaciated elder, taken aback by Yi Tianwu's apparent nonchalance regarding his arrival, inquired, You knew I was coming? Of course, Yi Tianwu retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Jun Wuhui. This lad likely believed his clandestine actions were well hidden. Jun Wuhui's expression changed, realizing that his supposed cleverness had been perceived long ago. Luo Fancheng, having overheard their exchange, contemplated that Yi Tianwu had engaged him in conversation earlier merely to await this arrival. However, he pondered why Yi Tianwu chose to delay addressing Jun Wuhui until reinforcements arrived. Yi Xieying leaned in to whisper, Brother Fancheng, this is the Thunder King of Tianlai City, one of the 9 feudal lords of the Songlong Empire. However, his relationship with my father has always been strained, primarily due to his past affections for my mother, who never even glanced his way. Luo Fancheng, taking a step back, prepared to maintain his distance from the woman in front of her father. I shall not, she declared, swiftly closing the gap and planting a delicate peck on his cheek. The sound, though faint, resonated like thunder in Yi Tianwu's ears, destabilizing his composure. Seizing the moment, Luo Fancheng remarked, See, your daughter's leg is quite unharmed. A kiss is merely a fact, is it not? Yi Tianwu's tendency to find reasons to be irate was evident. Luo Fancheng could hardly contain his disdain. The father and daughter both exhibited peculiarities. The Thunder King's expression darkened, standing right there. He felt utterly disregarded as Yi Tianwu focused solely on his daughter and the young man, leaving him feeling affronted. War King, Jun Wuhui is a contestant from my Tianlai City, and he is but a youth. There is no need for you to make things difficult for him, Yi Tianwu asserted. Indeed, Yi Tianwu acknowledged. I too have my pride. A mere child is hardly worth my effort. The Thunder King nodded and declared, in that case, I shall take him with me. Jun Wuhui's smile grew broader, almost daring Luo Fancheng and the others with a gesture, as if to say, Only you have backing? I, too, am under protection. Do not underestimate the youth and their poverty. You shall wait. Yi Tianwu shook his head. You cannot take him away. What does that mean? The Thunder King's expression darkened. Did you not claim that you would not make things difficult for the younger generation? Yi Tianwu replied with a smile. Thus, I am indeed waiting for you, old fellow. Let me be clear. Unless this matter is resolved, no one shall depart. Since you have displeased my daughter, unless you kneel and apologize today, I will unleash my wrath upon you, old man. What a character the king of Tianwu possesses, just like the princess. Luo Fancheng suddenly realized. He was indeed waiting here, choosing to spar with the elders instead of the younger ones. Moreover, it is quite likely that Yi Tianwu has long harbored grievances against the Thunder King, but lacked the opportunity to act until now. The Thunder King's expression was grim as he angrily exclaimed, Yi Tianwu, after all these years as fellow vassal kings, you grant me no semblance of face? Yi Tianwu chuckled. Old Lei, your face pales in comparison to my daughter's feelings. The Thunder King shouted furiously, Do you wish to wage war with me within the city, unafraid of harming the common folk? Unafraid of the retribution from the great Emperor, Songlong? Apologies, but I am ill, gravely so, my daughter is my ailment. Yi Tianwu rubbed his forehead. Do not preach to me. I am merely a sick man. Anyone who brings unhappiness to my daughter shall face dire consequences. Madman, vassal kings are forbidden from waging war against one another. You are breaking the rules. The Thunder King's face contorted with rage. Electric sparks crackling around him as the space around him continuously tore and mended. Nonsense, who is truly breaking the rules? Yi Tianwu sneered. We 3 kings agreed not to allow those with backgrounds to compete. And you? due to this year's special circumstances, have chosen to let Jun Wuhui, with the royal background of the White Tiger Empire, participate for the sake of victory. The electric arcs surrounding the Thunder King receded as he declared with righteousness, "Do not think that my refraining from action today is out of fear. I am merely more considerate, mindful of the safety of the citizens within the city." Jun Wuhui, kneel before the princess. "This do you not care for your own dignity? I am your subordinate. Must I kneel on command?" Jun Wuhui was taken aback, his emotions fluctuating like a roller coaster throughout the day. Luo Fancheng could not contain himself and burst into laughter. "Goodness, have I misjudged? Old Lei, your face unmistakably betrays your true feelings." Whoosh. The Thunder King cast a fierce glare in his direction. Chapter 120. Disdain for support? You wouldn't want your daughter to be upset, would you? Luo Fancheng stood his ground, meeting that piercing gaze without flinching, his smile unwavering. The Thunder King, ridiculed by the younger generation, wore a grim expression, his eyes darkening with a hint of murderous intent, exuding the pressure of a superior being. Yet, Luo Fancheng remained unfazed. After all, his aunt, Su Jiuer, and his close friend, the Pope, were far more formidable than this individual. He retorted boldly, "What are you staring at?" The Thunder King frowned. Typically, younger individuals would not dare to breathe in the presence of a ninth-tier powerhouse capable of shattering the void, yet this impudent youth dared to be defiant. Squinting his eyes, he warned, "Young man, a king must not be insulted. Be wary of the consequences of your words." Luo Fancheng, confused, replied, "What king can be insulted? Is it not a pot stew?" The Thunder King was momentarily taken aback, his face reddening with fury. "Young people should temper their arrogance." Luo Fancheng countered. "Isn't being young synonymous with being audacious?" The onlookers were stunned. Yi Tianwu displayed clear surprise. He hadn't anticipated Luo Fancheng to be so audacious, confronting anyone without hesitation. The Thunder King was no insignificant figure. He wielded power and influence, and among the 9 kings of the Zonglong, only he could firmly suppress the Thunder King. Impressive courage, indeed. Yi Tianwu privately admired this boldness, but quickly dismissed it. Bah, this is recklessness, impulsive and thoughtless. Can such a person be a suitable son-in-law? Absolutely not. Nie Shiyuan and her sister were equally astonished by Luo Fancheng's audacity. A 9th-tier powerhouse was already at the pinnacle of the Seoul and martial continent. Tai Lao glanced at the proud princess, maintaining silence while feigning surprise. Others might be unaware, but he and Yi Xiang knew well that Luo Fancheng had a top-tier female powerhouse backing him. Should that mysterious powerhouse be summoned, she would likely reduce the Thunder King to shambles. A crackling arc of electricity danced through the air, and the Thunder King's eyes shimmered with violet lightning, exuding an authoritative intensity. "You, little insect, how dare you challenge me? You seek death." In an instant, Luo Fancheng's defiant demeanor shifted. He shouted melodramatically, "I'm going to be killed. Father-in-law, save me." He swiftly darted behind Yi Tianwu. Yi Tianwu, who was merely an observer, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This rascal had clearly plotted this from the start, anticipating the moment to use him as a shield. The Thunder King bellowed, "Yi Tianwu, do you intend to protect this brat? I do not know him. You may proceed as you wish." Yi Tianwu replied with a wry smile, stepping aside to reveal the cowering Luo Fancheng. However, as he moved, Luo Fancheng mirrored his actions, still hiding behind him. "Father-in-law, save me." Yi Tianwu's temples throbbed. "Do you dare to be more shameless? What happened to your integrity? Did you leave it at home? What did you call me?" Luo Fancheng replied, "And you dare claim you have no relation to my daughter?" Noticing the contented expression of his little ancestor, he felt a surge of frustration. Luo Fancheng chuckled and clarified, "Cough, cough, I actually meant to address you as uncle. It was a slip of the tongue in a moment of urgency. We are truly just ordinary friends who have shared a bed." Yi Tianwu swiftly ascended into the air, casting a cold glance at Luo Fancheng. "Ha! This time you can't keep up, can you?" He sneered. "Thunder King, obliterate this nuisance without hesitation. Just unleash your lightning." Luo Fancheng urgently exclaimed, "Setting aside my daughter, I still need to compete for you. This old man striking me is akin to striking your face, isn't it?" Yi Tianwu widened his eyes, pondering whether to commend this young man's audacity or to chastise him for his shamelessness. The sisters Yu Shixuan, along with Qiao Biluo and Jun Wuhui, were all taken aback, unable to fathom Luo Fancheng's audacity. "Do you truly not regard the Thunder King with any seriousness?" Die. The Thunder King, infuriated, launched a powerful palm strike of lightning from a distance, the energy formidable. Suddenly, a radiant figure darted towards Luo Fancheng, raising her head and exclaiming, "Father, if he dies, I shall follow." Yi Tianwu's expression shifted dramatically, a chill running down his spine. He tore through the space and appeared before Yi Xiang in an instant, raising his hand to redirect the lightning into the sky. Boom! Thunder roared as purple lightning illuminated the heavens. The citizens within the city were startled, looking up in alarm and retreating to safety. Little ancestor, are you not being reckless? What if your father doesn't arrive in time? Yi Tianwu turned, gritting his teeth, ready to reprimand his daughter's perilous actions. Yi Xieying, biting her peach-like lips, feigned innocence. Yi Tianwu's anger dissipated as he waved his hand in resignation, sighing, enough. I shan't scold you. Cease your antics. Hee, you are the best, father. Yi Xieying playfully stuck out her little tongue and turned to express concern. Brother Fancheng, are you all right? Luo Fancheng thought to himself, I am fine, but your father might not be. His face has turned pale. Do not worry, father will surely protect us. She reassured him, a statement that nearly infuriated Yi Tianwu. Moments ago, he had crossed his arms in the air, seemingly leisurely observing, yet his fingers had discreetly gathered power. Even without Yi Xieying rushing over, he had no intention of allowing Luo Fancheng to perish. He merely sought to assess whether this young man possessed audacity in the face of imminent danger and to discover if he had any hidden cards up his sleeve. Otherwise, his confidence was a tad excessive, which seemed unnatural. However, when his daughter rushed in love's defense, he could no longer afford to wait. His heart resolved to intervene. Luo Fancheng hid behind Yi Tianwu, peeking out to raise his middle finger at the Thunder King. Old man, aren't you quite formidable? Come and face me. This audacious display left the onlookers astounded, their mouths agape. The Thunder King, breathing heavily, was not lacking in composure. Rather, this young man's ability to incite enmity was unparalleled. Boom! The Thunder King unleashed a furious bolt of lightning that split the sky, and within Yi Tianwu's body, a dragon's roar echoed. He swung his fist as if crushing garlic, forcefully repelling the Thunder King. Yi Tianwu, acting as a mediator, implored, Old Lei, is it really worth your while to bicker with a junior like this? The Thunder King glared. Did you not hear how he insulted me? I did. Yi Tianwu nodded, and I believe he spoke quite rightly. Although I am not particularly fond of this young man, his words resonate deeply within me. He beckoned with a finger, inviting me closer. I have long harbored a disdain for this old fool. Come forth, let us not take life too seriously, and if you are dissatisfied, let us settle it in combat. The expression on Thunder King's face was as dark as a stormy sea, his fists clenched tightly. The crackling arcs of electricity enveloping him were a testament to the fury boiling within, yet he refrained from striking immediately, held back by a sense of caution. Chapter 121. The Clash of Father-in-Law and Son-in-Law. The little cotton-padded jacket is drafty. The Celestial Dragon Emperor has decreed that no hostilities are to arise among the vassal kings. However, should one strike at Yi Tianwu on the territory of another due to a dispute involving the younger generation, the opposing party would possess just cause for retaliation. As the King of Thunder gradually quelled his fury, Luo Fancheng's lips curled into a smirk. His earlier provocations were indeed intentional. Firstly, the old man's glare irked him. With a fiery temperament, he was disinclined to indulge such behavior. Secondly, having heard from Yi Xieying about the long-standing discord between Yi Tianwu and the King of Thunder, he perceived that by antagonizing the latter, Yi Tianwu would undoubtedly feel a sense of satisfaction, thus unwittingly cultivating a favorable impression in the latter's mind. After all, the enemy of one's enemy is a friend. If disparaging the King of Thunder could enhance his rapport with Yi Tianwu, why not seize the opportunity? Luo Fancheng was acutely aware that even if the King of Thunder refrained from provoking him now, enmity was inevitable. Jun Wuhui, a minion of the King of Thunder, harbored a profound animosity towards him. Peaceful coexistence was hardly feasible. The King of Thunder was fiercely intent on securing victory in the upcoming combat tournament, and Luo Fancheng was destined to become an obstacle in that pursuit. Would the King of Thunder not bear a grudge against him then? Since confrontation was an unavoidable fate, why endure any indignities? It was far simpler to confront the issue head-on, indulging in the sheer pleasure of verbal sparring. Observing the subtle shifts in Yi Tianwu's expression, Luo Fancheng realized his strategy had borne fruit. The latter's hostility had noticeably diminished. How to adeptly redirect the conflict between father-in-law and son-in-law? By uniting against a common adversary. Of course, should Yi Tianwu fail to safeguard him, Luo Fancheng had contingencies in place, ready to summon the 12-winged angel statue at a moment's notice, capable of shielding him from any assault. The High Priestess would also arrive to instruct the King of Thunder on manners. To be candid, after a few days of separation, he found himself somewhat yearning for the High Priestess and the young disciple, Bai Lian. Both the father-in-law and son-in-law were acutely perceptive, yet those surrounding them remained oblivious. Perceiving Luo Fancheng merely as brash and audacious, relying on the protection of the princess and becoming rather arrogant. After weighing the pros and cons, the King of Thunder's arrogance began to wane. At their level of power, neither side would resort to violence lightly. To do so would mean engaging in a life-and-death struggle. He smiled, addressing Yi Tianwu. Did this young lad just declare his intention to compete on your behalf? Surely, he shall not participate in our combat tournament in 2 days? Yi Tianwu frowned. Speak plainly. Ah, your Qianlong city truly lacks capable warriors. Sending a mere 30-level novice to compete, the King of Thunder retorted, dripping with sarcasm. Have you already conceded defeat? Yi Tianwu glanced at Jun Wuhui, who was kneeling nearby. Then cast a sidelong glance at Luo Fancheng. He sighed inwardly. It must be acknowledged that Jun Wuhui was indeed remarkably strong. The young man favored by his daughter exhibited potential and talent, yet his current prowess was decidedly lacking. While he might criticize his daughter's judgment, he would not tolerate disparagement from others. With a cold snort, he defended his kin. Huh? Are you suggesting that our main force should be compared to your auxiliary? How utterly absurd. The King of Thunder narrowed his eyes. Auxiliary? A 30-level auxiliary is rather feeble, don't you think? Yu Xiang could no longer contain herself. Pointing an accusatory finger at Lei Wang, her gestures mirroring those of Luo Fancheng moments prior. My brother Fancheng possesses formidable support abilities. You should be wary, old dog. Upon hearing this exchange, Jun Wuhui's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Support? I had thought you were quite impressive, yet you turn out to be merely a support player? What a farce. A level 30 support. Hardly worth mentioning. Jun Wuhui sneered inwardly. But the thought that this mediocre support had managed to steal away his fiancée and sister-in-law sent a pang of anguish through his heart. Gritting his teeth, he fixed a venomous glare upon Luo Fancheng, brimming with resentment. Damn you, boy. You've placed a crown upon my head. I shall prepare your coffin in return. Just when I was vexed by the lack of opportunity to exact my revenge, since you dared to compete, prepare for your demise. Luo Fancheng sensed something amiss and turned to meet Jun Wuhui's murderous gaze. Oh, my dear brother, have you been kneeling for too long? Is your knee numb yet? Jun Wuhui was nearly grinding his teeth in frustration, while Yi Tianwu, witnessing his daughter affectionately standing beside Luo Fancheng, felt exasperated. Redirecting his ire towards Jun Wuhui, he impatiently urged, quickly bow to this scoundrel, and once you've finished, be gone. Very well, I shall bow. Jun Wuhui readily agreed, lowering his head towards Luo Fancheng, thinking to himself that this was not merely a bow but a pledge on your life. In 2 days, I shall send you to the afterlife. Thud. Jun Wuhui's head struck the ground, his murderous intent boiling over. Clang. An object flew towards him, and upon looking up, he saw it was a large iron bowl tossed by Luo Fancheng, spinning before finally coming to rest. Jun Wuhui's expression froze. Luo Fancheng chuckled. Brother, begging requires more than just bowing. You need to prepare a bowl. That is what professionalism entails. The 3 women, Yi Xiang and her companions, could not suppress their laughter at Luo Fancheng's audacious antics. What a thief. You've plundered all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. Yi Tianwu muttered to himself. This lad is rather merciless, yet it is undeniably amusing. Rising and patting his knees, Jun Wuhui, suppressing his fury, remarked sarcastically, So? You have mastered the art of using others' might to your advantage, a true sycophant. Luo Fancheng shook his head. Why are you still angry? I will lead. You will carry the bowl, I will shout, and you will call out. Isn't it better for us to prosper together? I'll be damned. Jun Wuhui's mind was racing. Yet he dared not utter a curse. Meanwhile, Yu Xiang's glare could have slain. As Luo Fancheng approached him and reclaimed the iron bowl with a pained expression, he lamented. I nearly forgot. This is my dear Ergo's dining utensil. It would be a waste to let you use it. My goodness, this is truly extraordinary. Iron Lao, a seasoned veteran, couldn't help but feel a pang of admiration. Luo, my young brother, your sharp tongue cuts deeper than any curse. As Jun Wuhui turned to leave, Luo Fancheng's demeanor shifted, his voice turning cold as he commanded, Halt. Jun Wuhui feigned madness, his voice a wail. What more do you want from me? I have knelt and bowed. Are you truly intent on driving me to despair? Luo Fancheng had long seen through the other's hidden intentions. What appears to be hysteria is, in truth, merely a display of acting prowess. They are all cunning foxes, engaging in a game reminiscent of tales from the past. Is it not merely a ploy to evoke sympathy from the heavenly martial king and soften the hearts of women? If you wish to depart, do hand over the ring. It is a token of affection that my dear Shaoxian intends to gift me. By the way, allow me to remind you, should the resources within that ring be even slightly diminished, this place shall become your eternal grave. I must say, Lu Fancheng has a remarkable talent for inciting anger. Jun Wuhui is nearly driven to madness. Were it not for the prospect of revenge just days away, he would likely be spitting blood in a fit of rage. When he cast the ring away, Jun Wuhui's heart bled as if he were throwing his own wife onto Lu Fancheng's bed. The anguish was almost unbearable, compounded by the need to assist in the act. After confirming everything was in order, Lu Fancheng waved cheerfully and said farewell. Little brother, I shall await you in the arena in 2 days, if you are truly a brother. Come and face me. Jun Wuhui cursed inwardly, wishing him to meet his demise. The Thunder King approached and gestured, tearing through the fabric of space. With a resounding rift, the air split apart. The Thunder King's countenance darkened, his eyes glinting like those of a venomous serpent. Boy, I shall remember you. A word of caution. It is not uncommon for accidents to occur in the arena, resulting in death. It would be wise for you to refrain from participation, otherwise. He chuckled ominously, seizing Jun Wuhui's wrist and vanishing into the void. Luo Fancheng, unfazed, spread his hands in nonchalance. However, before he could fully maintain his bravado, he felt a chill run down his spine, a palpable aura of murderous intent locking onto him. Stiffly, he turned his head to meet that lethal gaze, shivering involuntarily. Young man, how many boats are you straddling? I did not quite catch whose engagement ring you are holding. Blast it. In his eagerness to impress, he had forgotten this crucial detail. Sir, allow me to explain. It is all a misunderstanding. No misunderstanding, Yexing pouted, pointing accusatorily at Yexixuan. Father, it is this woman who is seducing my husband. Yexixuan was taken aback. The princess had just defended her, and now she was being slandered. How curious. Silence. Luo Fancheng, irate, glared and reprimanded. Is there not enough chaos already? Must you continue to spout nonsense at such a time? Yexing pouted, her demeanor pitiful. Why are you scolding me? What ill intentions could I possibly have? I merely wish to share a light-hearted jest. Impertinent. Yediangwu roared, his fury evident. How dare you raise your voice at my precious daughter? I would not even dare to do so. Having just been chastised by Luo Fancheng, Yexing, clutching her waist, stamped her foot in frustration. Father, lower your voice. What if you frighten Chen Gu? Yediangwu paused, his emotions faltering. My dear daughter, your father is merely defending you. But I am not upset, Yexing replied quizzically. Isn't Chen Ji's anger quite handsome? Such masculinity. The sound of a heart-shattering echoed. Yediangwu felt as if his heart were being torn asunder, clutching his chest in pain, struggling to breathe. My dear little cotton-padded jacket, the draft has seeped in. Brothers, there is no need to suppress your scores, simply comment discreetly. The current parameters are assuredly safe, consume with confidence. Chapter 122, The Confrontation, My Wife. The Qingqiu Demon Emperor. Yi Tianwu glared at Luo Fancheng and demanded, What kind of love potion have you slipped to my daughter? Speak. Luo Fancheng replied with feigned sincerity. Uncle, who do you wish to drug? I can concoct a potion for you right away. Enough nonsense. Yi Tianwu retorted, his anger palpable. Do you think this king would resort to such underhanded methods? Luo Fancheng nodded in agreement. I am just as honest as you. Yet it seems the princess has been bullying me. Do not involve me in this, Yi Tianwu interjected, momentarily forgetting his original inquiry. Who has been bullying you? Yi Xiang stamped her foot and exclaimed, It was you who rode over and bullied me yesterday. Yi Tianwu's body trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief. You dared to ride my precious daughter? That was merely an accident. Luo Fancheng's lips twitched. He could not deny the truth. Fearing that Yi Xiang might reveal the incident involving the dragon. Given Yi Tianwu's fierce protectiveness over his daughter, it was likely he would react violently. An accident? Yi Tianwu advanced on Luo Fancheng, his enormous fist raised, each step exuding an overwhelming pressure that thickened the air. Yi Xiang pouted defiantly, Dad. I'm bound to be his girl eventually. Besides, so what if I was ridden? It's not as if I lost a piece of flesh. Yi Tianwu's mind buzzed. Was this truly the daughter he had nurtured for 17 years, now wielding a metaphorical blade that could deeply wound him? His normally composed demeanor shattered as he pointed an accusatory finger at Luo Fancheng, roaring, You. I warn you to stay away from my daughter. Luo Fancheng nodded vigorously. Excitement evident in his voice. Absolutely. I shall fulfill this task. Yi Tianwu was taken aback, perplexed by the young man's enthusiasm. Wasn't the expected narrative one of unwavering loyalty and devotion? Why are you so exhilarated? Uncle, I have one more request. Please keep her confined. I promise not to seek her out. I fear she will pester me. I am quite terrified. Yi Tianwu's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily rendered speechless. He suspected Luo Fancheng was merely putting on a show, yet lacked the evidence to confront him. Do you dare to disdain my daughter? Luo Fancheng feigned innocence. Curling his hands nervously, Uncle, did you not just tell me to keep my distance? Who are you calling uncle? We share no familial ties. Do not be shameless. Luo Fancheng replied pitifully, Surely, I cannot call you father-in-law. I fear it would be too much for your heart. Did you not just address me earlier? Yi Tianwu, exasperated, raised his large hand threateningly. Do you believe I could end your life with a single slap? Luo Fancheng sighed. I am but a powerless little chicken. You may do as you wish. However, if I perish, you must keep a close eye on your daughter. I truly fear she may come seeking me. Such a death would bring no peace, alas. Yi Tianwu's breath grew heavier as he turned his head and said, "Daughter, surely we are not so lacking in ambition, are we? I will have him executed and find you another." "No," Yi Xiang shook her head. "You would not wish for your daughter to die young, would you?" Yi Tianwu, filled with heartache, implored, "Daughter, promise your father, do not act like a sycophant anymore. Where is your ambition? You are not at all like me." Yi Xiang blinked her beautiful eyes and replied, "Of course I am like you. Your love for me and for mother is unconditional and without limits." Yi Tianwu's breath caught. How absurd. Was I the sycophant all along? Turning to see Luo Fancheng's seemingly fearful yet utterly fearless gaze, his mood darkened further. It felt as if he could hear the mocking sentiment. "I like you, but I dare not confront you. Come, let us return home." Yi Tianwu longed to escape this place of sorrow and lament to his wife's grave upon returning. He had never felt so stifled in his spirited life. Return home? What home? Yi Xiang clung to the hem of Yi Tianwu's garment, shaking and pouting. "Father, you must have prepared a substantial dowry for your daughter. Why not preside over our wedding right here and establish a new home?" "Nonsense. Come with me at once." Yi Tianwu nearly succumbed to filial piety, extending his palm as a dragon's roar echoed in the void. His soul power coalesced into a great hand, firmly grasping Yi Xiang. "Father, please let go. You are hurting me." Yi Tianwu instinctively wanted to release her, yet he resisted his natural impulse. Luo Fancheng politely waved, sincerely bidding farewell, "Goodbye." Uncle Yi and Mississippi Yi Tianwu stumbled, glaring at Luo Fancheng, having never encountered such a brazen individual. Typically, young prodigies would not dare to breathe in his presence. This boy was utterly outrageous. Yi Tianwu shot him a fierce glare before striding away with Yi Xiang in tow. After a few steps, he suddenly turned back, his expression growing serious. "Luo, let me remind you, the Thunder King will seek vengeance. On the day after tomorrow. Stay hidden behind your teammates and avoid giving the enemy a chance to strike you down." Luo Fancheng respectfully cupped his hands and replied with a smile. "Thank you for your concern, Uncle Yi." "Get lost," Yi Tianwu retorted. "I would be glad to see you perish, and on the arena would be even better." He had no desire to linger, carrying Yi Xiang as they soared into the sky. Those who needed to leave had departed. In the vicinity of the alley remained only Luo Fancheng, the sisters Yi Xiang and Yi Shiyun, along with Xiao Biluo. No commoners or soul masters dared approach. The earlier explosion of thunder and light had been far too conspicuous. They all understood that curiosity could lead to peril. Xiao Biluo covered her dampened trousers, biting her lip with a complex expression as she scurried away. Luo Fancheng cast a casual glance her way, indifferent to her plight. Turning around, he found the sisters Yi Xiang and Yi Shiyun standing beside him, gazing at him in astonishment. Luo Fancheng, puzzled, asked, "What is with that look in your eyes?" In the depths of night, Yi Yiling could not help but exclaim, "Master, that was rather audacious of you. The Thunder King and the Heavenly Martial King are two esteemed ninth-tier powerhouses, and yet you confronted them without hesitation. What extraordinary background do you possess?" Luo Fancheng sighed. "All along, I have wished to engage with you as an ordinary person, fearing that my true identity might impose undue pressure on you. Now that my disguise has been seen through, I shall no longer conceal the truth." The twin sisters' hearts raced, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. They had long speculated about Luo Fancheng's origins. How could a person without power or influence possess such unyielding confidence to challenge the heavens, the earth, and even the air? It was utterly inconceivable. Luo Fancheng shrugged, declaring, "No more pretenses. I shall reveal my hand. Not only do you both have fiancées, but I also have a fiancée. She is the nine-tailed demon empress of the Qingxiu Fox clan." The sisters gasped in shock, their pupils dilating. Yi Yiling could not suppress her astonishment, exclaiming, "How can this be? The Qingxiu Fox clan remains reclusive, and countless supreme beings have sought to capture their beauties as concubines. Yet none have succeeded. And as for the nine-tailed demon empress, her prowess may not rival that of the mightiest beast emperors, but her beauty and figure are undoubtedly unparalleled. Who among the world as sovereigns and peak powerhouses does not covet her? Yet, no one has laid eyes upon her. How could you, master?" Yi Yuling's words trailed off, but the meaning was crystal clear. "What are you thinking? She is a paragon of beauty and strength. You are merely a young man. How could you possibly compete with such extraordinary figures?" Luo Fancheng replied, "She is truly my wife, not merely a figment of my imagination." Yi Yuling rolled her eyes, "Master, if you had said she was your teacher, I might have believed you, but a wife is simply too far-fetched. Why is that so outrageous?" Luo Fancheng countered, "We have lived together for 16 years and shared a bed." Yi Yiling giggled, "The more you say, the more fantastical it becomes. Why don't you claim that the demon empress wears stockings like my sister and lets you touch her thighs?" "Enough," interjected Yu Shiyuan with a playful scoff. "Believe it or not, Luo Fancheng asserted seriously, I have not laid a hand on your sister, but I have indeed caressed the silky legs of the demon Empress. Yi Yuling turned to her sister. Sister, I recall that Master did not drink this morning. Did he? No. Yu Shiyuan replied, shaking her head. He only had a few dishes. Luo Fancheng was at a loss for words. Come on, I haven't even begun to exert myself, and you already doubt me? He decided to make one last attempt. I didn't finish telling you earlier. I actually have some backing. The sisters regarded Luo Fancheng with evident skepticism, for it seemed too implausible that a demon empress would share a bed and allow such liberties. Forget it. Luo Fancheng waved his hand dismissively. Speak. Yi Yuling pouted, muttering. Rumors that are only half told leave one wanting. A brother's tale will be cut short as well. How can you know we won't believe if you don't tell us? Fine, Luo Fancheng confessed. The holy maiden of the light goddess temple is actually my junior sister. Is the high priestess of the temple your teacher? Knight Shixian swiftly inquired, her sister nodding alongside her. Although both women were astonished, they found it plausible that with Luo Fancheng's extraordinary talent, he could indeed be a disciple of the high priestess. Luo Fancheng shook his head, explaining, Wei Yang was indeed my teacher at one point, but later, in jest, I made a few remarks, and she insisted on having me as her confidant, transforming me into her close friend. Knight Shixian and her sister gasped in disbelief, staring incredulously at Luo Fancheng, their throats dry and breaths quickening. Master, it's not that I doubt you, but this just seems rather excessive. Luo, be cautious with your words. One must not directly utter the name of the high priestess, they cautioned. Luo Fancheng smirked slightly, pondering the essence of trust between individuals, and questioned the skeptical glances directed at him. A woman's words can deceive, he mused, recalling how they had professed their belief in him just moments earlier. Knight Yuling swallowed hard. It's not disbelief, but rather an inability to accept. Master, your claim is indeed too far-fetched. She trembled. The high priestess of the temple is a transcendent being, renowned for her beauty and strength. It is said that she is ruthless and cold, often keeping others at bay, and has even scorned the white tiger emperor who once offered her flowers. How could you possibly have a close association with such a figure? Coughing lightly, Luo Fancheng replied. Wei Yang is not as fearsome as you describe. She simply prefers solitude and possesses a hint of cunning. Be careful with your words, lest the walls have ears and you find yourself reported to the temple, warned Knight Shixian, cautiously surveying their surroundings before relaxing upon confirming no one was eavesdropping. Then it would not be a report, but rather a path to self-destruction. Luo Fancheng chuckled, suddenly reminded of a humorous notion. A man, after being assaulted, goes to report it and, upon kneeling before the magistrate, discovers that the very person presiding over the court is his assailant. Who dares accuse this official? The high priestess? He added, her actions are indeed commendable. Knight Shixian's eyes sparkled with longing as she sighed. Alas, we are destined never to meet her. I could introduce you to her someday, he suggested, noticing the bewildered expressions on the two women's faces. I meant to say, I could introduce you as good friends. Knight Yuling, with a playful glint in her eye, probed, Master, confess honestly. Are you trying to cheer my sister up after her recent broken engagement by spinning these tall tales? Knight Shixian, enlightened, realized Luo Fancheng's true intention, her gaze shimmering with gratitude. Luo, thank you, she said softly. Perhaps it's because there was no emotional foundation that the engagement's dissolution doesn't feel particularly painful. Luo Fancheng's lips twitched. Thank you for what? Here I am, aiming for a candid conversation, and you two have turned it into a romantic escapade? With a deep sigh, he reflected inwardly, wishing to be a good person, yet lamenting that his honesty was met with skepticism, while falsehoods were readily embraced. In the tranquil depths of the night, Yi Yuling playfully cooed, Master, do say something. What is your true background? Please, no more secrets. Luo Fancheng replied with irritation. What I just spoke was entirely true, and quite conservative at that. The two sisters were taken aback. Was that exaggerated speech really conservative? I have kissed the saintess and seen through the Pope, he proclaimed. Regardless of disbelief, Luo Fancheng had liberated himself, daring to utter anything. Yet, every word was genuine. His mystical eye of insight possessed a penetrating ability that was no jest. It could unravel the secrets of even the Pope. The elusive Yutu Jing sisters and the dark depths of the Black Forest had nowhere to hide. Luo Fancheng had always been a remarkable individual. Yi Shixuan smiled gently, a blend of innocence and allure, akin to blooming lilacs, exuding a soothing beauty. Yi Yuling's expression was painted with skepticism. If what you said were true, I would dare to consume the flowers you nurture. Yi Shixuan looked perplexed. Hasn't Brother Luo just raised a dog? No, a wolf? When did he start nurturing flowers? Sister, take a guess. If you're right, I'll tell you. Yi Yuling teased. Luo Fancheng shot her a sidelong glance. Have you become so familiar that your boldness has increased? You'll come to regret those words. Remember what you just said. All right, Yi Yuling replied, extending her delicate tongue to brush her crimson lips. But first, let us summon the demon emperor or the pope. This enchanting little sprite. Luo Fancheng's throat felt parched. He was indeed thirsty. If it weren't for having experienced the charms of Su Jiao and the pope, it would have been difficult to restrain himself. He turned and tossed a ring to Yi Xuan. Keep this safe. Don't be generous to others in the future. Okay. Yi Xuan said, wrapping the ring in a tissue, refraining from placing it back on her finger. Sister, that Jun Wuhui is unworthy, and besides, you are single now. Why not gift the ring and resources back to the master? Yi Xuan bit her lip, shaking her head gently. It cannot be given. Yi Yuling pouted. Why? Such stinginess. Young Master Luo, I shall step out for a moment. You and your sister can enjoy your time together. I want to intrude. Yi Xuan's cheeks flushed, and an inexplicable fluster crossed her face. Without waiting for a response, she hurriedly ran off, leaving behind a graceful silhouette fading into the distance. Luo Fancheng inquired with curiosity, why is your sister in such a rush? What could she be up to? Yi Yuling hesitated. It shouldn't be a rekindling of old flames, right? Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. Is it possible she seeks to surprise me? Come now. My sister is not the type to give surprises. She knows nothing of romance. It is only I who feel for my brother. Go on. Don't act coy in public. Reply to the Rain Pavilion, Master. I wish to have some porridge again. These two chapters merged as one. Can anyone guess what Yi Xuan has gone to do? Chapter 123. A stirred heart, Jiang Taigong fishing. Luo Fancheng turned and regarded Yi Yuling earnestly. Is there something on my face? Yi Yuling gazed into his deep, obsidian eyes, a shiver coursing through her. Having navigated the shadows for so many years, she could usually discern the nature of a man at a glance. Yet with Luo Fancheng, she found herself utterly perplexed. At times, he appeared solemn and serious. At others, he exuded a nonchalant air, making it impossible to fathom the thoughts concealed beneath his celestial visage. You need not demean yourself in my presence, he stated. Such deliberate flattery is not to my taste. From this day forth, simply be yourself. There is no need for pretense. Yi Yuling's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated such a remark from him. Were not men typically drawn to alluring women? More precisely, to beauties who only flaunted their charms for them? She had achieved that, yet still faced disdain. A wave of sorrow washed over her, and she lowered her head, concealing her dimming gaze. Master, I am aware that I do not possess the virtues of my sister. I have committed many wrongs in the past, and it is only natural for you to harbor disdain for me. However, I can assure you, my body is untainted, and I would gladly prove this with my blood. A large hand gently rested on her shoulder, accompanied by the man's magnetic, steady voice. Do not embellish your narrative. You have not harmed me. Why should I cling to your past? Yi Yuling looked up, her eyes reflecting confusion. Luo Fancheng continued, I have always wished for those around me to live with dignity, including you. From today onward, I shall not restrict your freedom. You may come and go as you please. And there is no need for you to seek my favor with ulterior motives. Though I may be lecherous, I do not require such flattery. Yi Yuling trembled slightly, rendered speechless. From his demeanor and words, she sensed respect. She was no longer merely viewed as a slave. The warmth emanating from the hand resting on her shoulder seeped into her very being. Go now, you are free. Luo Fancheng patted her shoulder before turning to leave. He was unaware of her past, but their recent interactions had led him to believe that her nature was not inherently wicked, thus he relinquished any thoughts of confinement. Though the household would be lacking one mouth to share kanji, it mattered not. Releasing a fish from the pond would naturally invite new ones to swim in. Yi Yuling watched Luo Fancheng's retreating figure, her face a mask of astonishment. Had she truly regained her freedom so swiftly? He would not even indulge in the flesh she offered? With 2 experiences of rejection behind her, she understood that this man was not one to be trifled with. Yet, he had so easily let her go, without any strings attached. If this opportunity had been granted to the second prince, she mused, he would likely have sought to inflict grievous harm upon her. Living with dignity? Yi Yuling softly murmured the words he had spoken, her dazed eyes gradually igniting with newfound light. Am I unwell? Why does it seem to me that being a devoted servant to such a brother is a matter of considerable pride? As the night air envelopes her, Yi Yuling gracefully pursues the fleeting figure of Luo Fancheng, whose form has just vanished around a street corner. Upon reaching the turn, she suddenly pauses, taken aback. For there stands Luo Fancheng, casually leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, observing her with keen interest. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yuling begins to speak. But Luo Fancheng raises his hand to interrupt. Please fetch Ergo from Tianbao Tower and bring him back to the inn. I have other matters to attend to. Yi Yuling's mouth hangs open in disbelief. She had yet to convey her purpose for chasing him down. Luo Fancheng smirks. Is that even a question? You simply cannot bear to part with your brother. With a wave of his hand, he departs with effortless elegance. Watching him leap away, disappearing from sight in mere breaths. Yi Yuling is left in a daze. How does she feel as though she has been ensnared in a trap? If the man had departed at such a speed, she would not have caught up with him at all. Thus, he must have anticipated her pursuit. How conceited, she mutters to herself. Do not presume you have me at your mercy. I could leave at any moment if I wished. With a determined stride, her slender legs clad in white stockings carry her towards Tinxiang Tower. Why come back if you were granted a reprieve? Not far behind a wall. A young man lets out a quiet sigh, his face adorned with an unusual silver mask, from which a tear of blood trickles from his right eye. The mask emanates a blend of anger and fear, perfectly concealing the young man's presence. He brushes his hand across his face, causing the silver mask to liquefy and flow to his fingertips, solidifying into an ancient ring. It is none other than Luo Fancheng, returning to the scene of his own crime, a hallmark of the perpetrator's tendency to revisit their handiwork. His current mood likely reflects such sentiments. Yet, should Yi Yuling choose to depart, he would not hinder her. After all, every mature Sea King must possess the magnanimity akin to Jiang Taigong, welcoming those who wish to engage without coercion. Having been partners in transactions worth billions, it is not so simple to sever ties. A confident smile graces Luo Fancheng's lips as he contemplates where to find the old beggar mentioned by Di Wei. When it comes to begging, one must go where the crowds gather, where the flow of people is abundant, facilitating inquiries with passersby. Chapter 124. My daughter, what progress have you made? The old beggar and the blind girl within the opulent and grand estate. Yi Xiang confronted her father with indignation. You absolutely cannot associate with that boy. Why not? She retorted, her frustration palpable as she playfully tugged at his beard, lamenting her father's decision to separate her from Luo Fancheng. Why don't you avoid him? The heavenly martial king remained stoic, allowing Yi Xiang to pull at his beard without protest. As long as you refrain from mentioning that boy, I would willingly sacrifice this beard. Yi Xiang hesitated to truly disfigure her father's beard, tossing her hands in exasperation. What offense has Brother Fancheng committed to warrant your disapproval? With a sigh, the heavenly martial king shook his head. He has not wronged me, and to be honest, I find myself somewhat admiring him. Yi Xiang was taken aback. This young man possesses a dual martial soul. His talent is undeniable. Moreover, I have observed that his soul power exudes a calmness, indicating a lack of impatience and a solid foundation. He is audacious, unafraid of the powerful, and possesses a keen sense of perception. His social skills appear quite commendable. To be frank, he is not unappealing in appearance, resembling your father in his youth to a considerable degree. Ugh, Yi Xiang rolled her eyes. If Brother Fancheng is so remarkable, why do you still obstruct me? The heavenly martial king glared. No matter how many virtues he possesses, it is of no consequence. He is a scoundrel, clearly entangled with the two women by his side. Yi Xiang pouted. And what of it? If I find a husband who has two maidens to serve me, is that not a bargain? Do not provoke me, the heavenly martial king warned. Daughter, such a man wields considerable cunning. You would not stand a chance against him. If he wished to torment you, he could do so mercilessly. Is it possible that I simply enjoy being challenged? The heavenly martial king erupted in anger. Nonsense. Who in this world would revel in being mistreated? Humph. When my mother was alive, you were the quintessential henpecked husband, thoroughly dominated by her, Yi Xiang recalled. I remember eavesdropping when I was young and hearing you mention several times how you were trampled by your wife. Cough, cough. The heavenly martial king intended to sip his tea to quell his rising temper, but upon hearing her words, he spewed it all out. The authoritative aura he typically commanded diminishing. Daughter, you must surely be mistaken. By the way, you haven't spread this rumor to anyone else, have you? Yi Xiang shook her head. Not in the past, but who knows in the future? After all, I become quite distressed when I cannot see Brother Fancheng. When I am distressed, I tend to seek someone to chat with, to gossip a bit. The corners of the heavenly martial king's mouth twitched. Daughter, I acknowledge that I may have spoken a tad too loudly just now, but spreading rumors is unacceptable. The reputation I have built throughout my life rests in your hands, as does your happiness. Daughter, please tell me the truth. How far have you and that boy progressed? Our love has come to an end, Yi Xiang replied curtly. The heavenly martial king was momentarily stunned. Then his expression shifted to one of alarm. Are you certain you comprehend what your father is inquiring about? The venerable Brother Fancheng is truly remarkable. Yi Xiang blinked, a step to success. The heavenly martial king felt a pang in his heart. But upon noticing the mischievous glint in Yi Xiang's eyes, he took a sip of water to steady his nerves. It appears all is well. The heavenly martial king pondered. My daughter is so beautiful. How could that lad not harbor intentions to take advantage of her? I wish to bestow my affection upon him. Yet he rejects it, even disdainfully commenting on my canine teeth. Yi Xiang bit her lip, seething with indignation. The heavenly martial king, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "What of my canine teeth? Are they not pleasing to the eye? He claims they are detrimental to one's health." Galuan spoke softly, breaking the silence with words that nearly rendered the heavenly martial king speechless. He retorted angrily, "You must sever ties with him while your connection remains shallow. That lad is nothing but a scoundrel, lacking the purity of your father. Is it not better to share a lifetime with just one person?" Yi Xiang nodded, "Indeed, but I simply relish being pursued by him. Is this not madness?" The heavenly martial king was exasperated. "Yes, I too believe I am unwell, severely so." Yi Xiang sighed, "Brother is my remedy." "Father, may I pose a question? What query do you have? What is it that everyone covets and desires?" "Naturally, it is power and status, or perhaps rare treasures. And what is it that everyone scorns?" "Undoubtedly, it is useless refuse. No one seeks out garbage." The heavenly martial king found it curious. "Why have we suddenly embarked upon this topic?" Yi Xiang stated, "What does it signify that Brother Fancheng is surrounded by women? It indicates his popularity. Only the finest treasures attract competition, do they not? The more women he has around him, the more I must strive to compete." Yi Xiang argued passionately, "Surely, you would not wish for your daughter to choose a worthless man who is ignored by women." The heavenly martial king gaped in astonishment. "After all this time, was I merely waiting for your wisdom? There seems to be some logic in your words." The heavenly martial king instinctively nodded, then abruptly shook his head. "No, something feels amiss. I nearly succumbed to your persuasion. That lad possesses many admirable qualities, yet he lacks the ability to refuse. A man of quality should act as your father did, who, amidst a throng of admirers, remained untouched, drinking from the river of countless suitors but choosing only your mother. Countless women were turned away. He had expected to receive his daughter's admiration for this wisdom, but instead, he was met with distance and disdain. Father, you are so cruel. Cruel, you say? Yi Xiang exclaimed. Think of all the young women who sincerely adored you, only to be heartlessly rejected. Imagine their sorrow. Some may have even sought their own demise, perhaps living lives of unending sadness, reminiscing about you until their last breath. For the sake of my mother, how many hearts have you broken? A scoundrel, a true scoundrel. The heavenly martial king was bewildered. What kind of twisted logic is this? Oh no, have I become a scoundrel? As he reflected, he recalled the women who had once pined for him, some still languishing in despair. He closed his eyes, striving to maintain his composure. Upon reopening my eyes, I gritted my teeth and muttered, Daughter, I truly deserve this fate. How admirable is Brother Fancheng, who, to spare his beloved sister from heartache, has never had the heart to refuse her, even sacrificing his own time to be with her. The heavenly martial king clenched his jaw. I refused to believe that even an unattractive fellow would not reject her. Yi Xiang replied with ease, such an exceptional individual. Those daring to pursue him certainly possess no lack of merit. Daughter, I have come to understand, the heavenly martial king declared. Your mother has been gone for so many years, and I have had no inclination to remarry. But things have changed, heeding your words. I shall go out and find you several mothers to return. Yi Xiang's delicate hand trembled, a buzzing filled her head. The heavenly martial king smirked and laughed heartily. What a ruse. Do you truly believe that I, your father, can be so easily deceived by a mere girl? Father, look at me now, I have grown. Mother has been quite lonely below all these years and requires your companionship, Yi Xiang insisted. The heavenly martial king's face twitched, clearly flustered by her audacity. Such filial piety. If your mother were aware of your devotion, knowing you wished to send me to accompany her for entertainment, she would surely be moved. Yi Xiang pouted. If you allow me to go, I could bear you grandchildren sooner, allowing you to see your grandson before joining my mother. What a splendid affair that would be. The heavenly martial king's beard quivered in agitation. It seems you are intent on driving me to my grave. Why not strike me down then, to relieve your anger? Yi Xiang said with a playful smile, producing a whip from seemingly nowhere and offering it to the heavenly martial king. With wide eyes, he ferociously tore the whip to shreds, the sound of its snapping echoing in the air. It was as if the whip lamented his brutality. Old curmudgeon. Why not strike her instead? Why take out your frustrations on me? Taking a long, calming breath while surveying the remnants of the whip scattered across the ground. The heavenly martial king sighed. Ah, this is much more satisfying. Father, I knew you could not bear to strike me. Just let your daughter go, Yi Xiang pleaded, employing her most charming demeanor and shaking her arm enticingly. Let us not speak of meeting that young man. Whether he can withstand the retribution from Tianlei City and the arena the day after tomorrow remains uncertain. Yi Xing quickly withdrew her hand and huffed in displeasure. I believe he can handle it, she asserted. The heavenly martial king shook his head. I acknowledge his boundless potential, yet a 30-level soul master is still too weak for such an occasion. If he can fulfill his supportive role without hindering others, I will consider it a stroke of luck. This competition is of great significance. Had it not been for your sake, I would never allow a 30-level soul master to participate. Do not argue. You have seen the prowess of Jun Wuhui. He is merely a 48-level soul master, and even a 53-level soul king cannot contend with him. I sense something peculiar about Jun Wuhui, yet I cannot pinpoint it, Yi Xing observed eagerly, understanding her well. The heavenly martial king sighed. Rest assured, father knows his limits. If necessary, I will intervene to ensure that young Luo's life is preserved. Although I harbor disdain for him, it is solely due to his mistreatment of my daughter. Setting that aside, I still find him quite admirable. The king is indeed magnanimous, Yi Xing remarked. You should have a bit more faith in Brother Fancheng. I believe there will be surprises. What surprises could there possibly be? King Tianwu shook his head. By the way, I haven't yet settled the score with you. That lad undoubtedly has a formidable background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken so boldly today. Have you intentionally concealed some information from me? Yi Xing's heart skipped a beat as she timidly replied, No, not at all. He is merely an ordinary young man from the countryside. Please don't overthink it. Enough. Yi Tianwu waved his hand confidently. As long as you are happy, I trust that even if that lad has a significant background, it remains within my control and cannot stir any trouble. Then I shall go play with Brother Fancheng. Dream on, that's not permitted, Yi Tianwu declared. Regardless of how great his background is, how strong his talents, or how fierce his abilities, I shall not allow you to associate with him. Father, be cautious with your words, lest you face repercussions, Yi Xing murmured softly. Bang. It is impossible. There is no young man in this world so formidable that I, your father, would bow to him. In the evening, the setting sun draped the ancient city in a golden red veil. Vendors in the streets busily organized their stalls, oblivious to the beautiful scenery. Preoccupied with thoughts of their wives and children, Luo Fancheng searched throughout the afternoon and indeed discovered 4 or 5 prosperous beggars in the main street. They appeared disabled, yet their arms and legs were cleverly concealed within their garments. All were mere disguises, and none were the individuals he sought. After a fruitless search, he suddenly realized something. Beggars also established territories. The strong beggars occupied prime spots for begging, while those truly in need were relegated to obscure corners. Following this line of thought, he finally found an old beggar with disabilities huddled in a secluded nook. He lay on the ground, covered in mud, his hair obscuring his eyes. The last rays of the setting sun slipped away from him, and his frail form was quickly engulfed in shadow. In front of him lay a chipped white porcelain bowl, in which a solitary Zonglong coin rested, barely enough for a steamed bun. Watching from a distance, Luo Fancheng's lips twitched as he hesitated and muttered, Surely it can't be this fellow. Could he truly be a master? He intended to activate his heavenly eye for a distant observation, when suddenly, 2 richly dressed young rascals ran toward the old beggar. Chapter 125. The special little lowly secrets and the unusual stirring of the ancestral dragon martial soul. 2 children, clad in exquisite garments and seemingly aged 6 or 7, approached with lively spirits. They retrieved several azure dragon coins from their pockets, waving them before the old beggar. The beggar, his weary body resting on the ground, stirred slightly, raising his head with great effort. His long hair obscured his eyes, revealing only the weathered contours of his face. A hoarse voice, heavy with melancholy, emerged. Children, keep your coins to buy sweets. There is no need to offer them to an old beggar. The children giggled cheerfully. Grandpa, there's no need for modesty. Our family is wealthy. We can be generous. From a distance, Luo Fancheng observed, nodding slightly. Initially, he felt a twinge of disrespect as he watched the children flaunt their coins, but upon hearing their words, he found their spirits rather delightful. The 2 children crouched down, placing the azure dragon coins into the beggar's bowl. The beggar, still resistant, urged, No need, children, with a mischievous glance. The children withdrew the coins they had just offered and swiftly snatched the lone coin from the bowl. Just teasing you, old beggar. Come chase us, they taunted, sticking out their tongues and pulling down their lower eyelids, making faces filled with jest. The beggar's frail body trembled at their antics, with their laughter ringing in the air. The children scampered away, leaving the old man staring at their retreating figures in silence for a long moment. Luo Fancheng, witnessing the scene of children tormenting the weak and elderly, felt his blood pressure rise in indignation. Watching others commit heinous acts paled in comparison to the outrage he felt at these children's mockery of the disabled. He longed to deliver a resounding blow to both. These are unruly brats? No, they are little beasts. Luo Fancheng instinctively considered pursuing them to reclaim the stolen coins. However, he refrained, choosing to remain indifferent. For the coins they had taken were not mere currency. They represented the future lives of the beggar. Allowing such behavior to go unchecked was, in fact, the cruelest punishment of all. The beggar returned to his position on the ground, steeped in despair. If Luo Fancheng had not witnessed the beggar's brief movement, he would have thought him lifeless. Suddenly, a distinct sound echoed from the street corner as a small girl, leaning on a green bamboo staff, appeared. Clad in loose-fitting garments patched with care, her petite frame seemed mismatched with the oversized attire, as if it had been borrowed from an adult. The girl moved slowly, tapping her staff against the pavement with each deliberate step. Luo Fancheng focused his gaze and was taken aback by her appearance. She was a quintessential little loli, yet possessed a strikingly unique aura, not the kind that invites one to smother her in affection. The atmosphere surrounding Luo Fancheng felt peculiarly distinct, as if an undercurrent of sharpness lingered in the air, difficult to articulate. The blind girl approached the old beggar with remarkable precision, halting before him. The old beggar remained utterly motionless, exhibiting no reaction. The blind girl bent down, retrieving several dragon coins from the folds of her oversized patched clothing and placing them on the ground, having failed to locate a bowl. Luo Fancheng was momentarily perplexed. How could the girl, who navigated her surroundings cautiously with a bamboo cane to avoid falling, so accurately position herself before the old beggar? Yet, when it came to finding a bowl, she could not, resulting in her depositing the coins on the ground instead. The old beggar, without lifting his head, spoke in a hoarse and despondent tone. The petite blind girl remained silent, gradually rising to face the old beggar, standing straight and still like a statue. A long silence ensued. Luo Fancheng, utterly bewildered, could not comprehend the peculiar riddle the two were enacting. The combination of the limbless old beggar and the enigmatic blind girl was utterly bizarre, piquing his curiosity. After an extended silence, the old beggar finally broke the stillness. "Take your money and leave. I will not go with you. I am merely a disabled beggar. Why must you press me?" The blind girl shook her head, her youthful voice contrasting with a sense of maturity. "Grandfather De Can has seen you. He said you are not useless. And you surely are not." The old beggar's breath quickened, his temper flaring. He was merely an old blind man, incapable of understanding anything. Did she think he was blind to his own deficiencies? "Take the money and leave quickly. You are deliberately trying to provoke me, I understand." The blind girl's voice, though still youthful, bore an essence beyond her appearance. Eavesdropping was exhilarating, yet the inability to grasp their conversation was frustrating. Luo Fancheng felt as if a cat were scratching at his insides. Who were these individuals? The old beggar, the blind girl? Had he stumbled upon a legendary secret organization? Yet, they bore no resemblance to a beggar's gang, perhaps more akin to a group of the destitute. In moments of indecision, he decided to activate his third eye. He raised a hand to his forehead, and instantly, a mystical silver light flowed vertically from his brow, forming an intricate silver symbol. In an instant, the striking silver patterns erupted into dazzling brilliance, transforming into a radiant beam that pierced the void. Like a searchlight in the night, it illuminated the old beggar and the blind girl. Luo Fancheng gaped in astonishment. Had the brightness of his celestial eye intensified with his growing strength? It was blinding. His covert observation had been rendered futile, as his position was instantly revealed. Unless one were blind, they could not miss it. Indeed, the blind girl remained motionless, oblivious to his presence, confirming her true blindness rather than a mere act. However, the old beggar abruptly lifted his head, his eyes, obscured beneath disheveled hair, fixed intently on Luo Fancheng, who was peering comically from behind the wall, a look of bewilderment etched on his face. Luo Fancheng's mind buzzed with confusion. He had previously refrained from using his celestial eye in the presence of the female pope, fearing detection. Now, it had effortlessly exposed him. Was he truly unsuited for covert operations? Suddenly, his attention was drawn elsewhere. Under the scrutiny of the broken illusion heavenly eye, the old beggar, seemingly on the brink of death, harbored a glimmer of golden light within his frail body, precisely at the location of his dantian. Concentrating the power in his brow, he peered deeper and discerned, to his astonishment, that the golden radiance concealed a faint silhouette of a golden dragon. In that instant, the ancestral dragon martial spirit within him stirred restlessly, emanating a fervent and insatiable hunger. Both the old beggar and Luo Fancheng couldn't help but utter a soft gasp. Before Luo Fancheng could fully comprehend the scene, an overwhelming force forcibly expelled his vision. Indeed, something was amiss. This must be the legendary Yao Dian. He had found the right person. The residual power of his heavenly eye cast a fleeting glance at the blind girl, causing a tremor of unease in his heart. The three distinct hues nearly blinded his celestial vision. The blind girl's left eye socket radiated a fiery crimson glow, while her right eye socket was occupied by an icy blue light, reminiscent of eternal frost. It was remarkable enough that her eyes were extraordinary. However, the azure bamboo staff she leaned on concealed a magnificent sword light within. A formidable and terrifying sword aura was restrained therein. Hiss! Luo Fancheng inhaled sharply, sensing an immediate drop in temperature around him. This was utterly absurd. While the old beggar was enigmatic enough, what was the meaning of this unsteady little girl? He discerned that this petite figure lacked soul power, with only the unique strength hidden within her eye sockets. Yet, the sword energy concealed within the bamboo staff was quite alarming. He couldn't estimate its strength, but it could undoubtedly annihilate Jun Wuhui in an instant. A level of absurdity that was simply outrageous. Luo Fancheng retracted his celestial vision. Having been exposed, he casually whistled and stepped forward. You two carry on. I'm just a passerby. The blind girl remained impassive, quietly leaning on her bamboo staff. Suddenly, the old beggar rasped, Little girl, go assist me by eliminating that passerby, and I shall accompany you back to the orphanage. Oh. The little girl's step shifted slowly, precisely redirecting toward Luo Fancheng's position. Danger. Remembering the terrifying sword energy hidden in the bamboo staff, Luo Fancheng shuddered, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. With urgency in his stride, he donned a silver mask, having concluded that the blind girl, while seemingly incapable of perceiving the location of inanimate objects, could indeed detect living beings. Thus, her blindness was genuine. She must have possessed some unique means to sense the position of the living. This silver mask, capable of concealing all traces of presence, would likely counteract her probing abilities. After running a considerable distance and ensuring that no one was in pursuit, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed the silver mask was effective. What the? Old biting, robbing me of my money, and you think I would harbor murderous intent just from a glance? Just wait. Just wait until I summon reinforcements. Luo Fancheng could never have imagined that he would one day fear a little girl, one whose punch could elicit prolonged tears. He steadied his mind, calmly recalling the information he had just gathered. He had some familiarity with Yao Yin, yet knew nothing of this little girl. From their conversation, it appeared she hailed from the orphanage. This was something he could inquire about with the heavenly martial king. He, being inherently timid, would never dare to take risks or engage recklessly. Luo Fancheng recalled the peculiar stir of the ancestral dragon martial soul, his gaze intensifying with fervor. It seemed that the opportunity concealed by the other party was extraordinary and fortuitously suited to him. Such luck, indeed. Yet, what exactly was that golden dragon shadow? He glanced at the darkening sky, shook his head, and decided to return to the inn for now. Night Shixian must have returned as well. He was curious about where she had scampered off with the ring. In truth, he had not anticipated that this woman could be resolute enough to annul their engagement. Was not a saint supposed to sacrifice oneself for the greater good? Such a flawed saint indeed. I haven't even made a move, yet he fled, the little girl remarked. Her expression one of bewilderment as she watched Luo Fancheng depart. The old beggar mused, perhaps he was frightened by you. But I know nothing of cultivation, she replied, perplexed. The blind girl added, moreover, Grandpa Dukan told me to apologize when encountering trouble outside and forbade me from fighting. What he fears is the bamboo staff in your hand, the blind girl asserted. You dare to claim you are merely a beggar? My bamboo staff is not something an ordinary person could discern. The old beggar chose not to respond, lost in thought. I merely intended to test that lad. And yet he truly ran away? This confirms my hypothesis. The silver light he emitted from his brow possesses a remarkable ability, capable of piercing through the uniqueness of your bamboo staff. He withheld the latter thought, acknowledging that if he could see through her secret, then my own might also be at risk of discovery. No wonder I felt an unusual stir within me earlier. This revelation left him incredulous. The secret he harbored had eluded countless ninth-tier powerhouses, yet how was it that this lad could uncover it? Where did he originate from? The old beggar felt a sudden pang of anxiety, his aura of despair diminishing significantly. Hurry, there are ill-intentioned individuals among the crowd. Take me to your grandpa Dukan at once. Very well, the blind girl replied, her expression unchanged but her tone noticeably more cheerful. Since it is inconvenient for you, I shall carry you. No need, he replied, I can crawl myself. The heavens were draped in a veil of darkness, speckled with scattered starlight. The moonlight, cool as water, flowed through the cracks of the window into the guest room. Master, Shixian is hungry. I wish to eat porridge. The alluring voice echoed in Luo Fancheng's ears as he sat cross-legged on the bed, having just completed his cultivation. Although he had reached level 30, he still needed to absorb the soul ring. He had to integrate the liquid vortex formed by breaking the limits thrice into the soul power lake composed of the previous 10 liquid vortices. Though he claimed to be at level 30, considering the 3 limit breaks at each prior level, he could justifiably assert that he was at level 36. That may be so, but it is unnecessary. All you think of is eating. Do you treat this as a meal? The porridge kitchen allocates portions to everyone, he remarked, opening his eyes, momentarily taken aback. Night Yuling's long hair cascaded over her peach-shaped backside, her devilishly alluring figure draped in a fiery red spaghetti strap gown. The over-the-knee black stockings enveloped her slender legs, subtly revealing a porcelain hue, while her exquisite feet adorned a pair of red-soled high heels. Her face was meticulously adorned with delicate makeup, with long, curled eyelashes fluttering gently, alluring eyes shimmering with moisture, and a charming beauty mark adding to her allure. Her lips were painted with a luscious crimson gloss, exuding a silent enchantment. Gulp. Luo Fancheng felt as though this woman was unwell and in need of some deoxyribonucleic acid treatment. He cautioned, playful banter is one thing, but do not jest with my composure. Dear lady, you are flirting with danger. Indeed, Yi Yuling nodded. If I do not help you ignite the torch, how can I illuminate and dry out my damp, shadowy abode? Luo Fancheng possessed a flexible moral compass. Everyone else has already welcomed you. If you linger here, it would be most uncouth. Luo Fancheng inquired, are you not afraid of your sister returning unexpectedly? Isn't that fortuitous? What a peculiar thought. My lady, your ideas are truly alarming. Luo Fancheng's gaze remained fixed on Yi Yuling. The beauty arched her graceful neck, showing no hesitation in revealing her charm. While her delicately manicured fingers, painted with red polish, gently traced the contours of her stocking-clad calves. Oh, Yi Yuling understood, her lips curving into a subtle smile. This little girl thanks her benefactor for treating me to kanji. Luo Fancheng sighed internally. Once, he was a man capable of ruthlessly rejecting countless admirers, yet now, he merely wished to be a benevolent soul who refused no one. The torch was lit. Luo Fancheng awaited his role as the beacon in the night, ready to shatter the darkness and illuminate Yi Yuling's dimly lit room. Click. The doorknob turned, and the guest room door creaked open. Chapter 126. Even the little saint has gone astray. Surprises await? As Night Xiaoshuan gracefully entered the room, her slender legs moved with poise. Her delicate brows bore the weight of evident fatigue, yet her flushed cheeks hinted at some delightful news she was eager to share. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, she noticed Night Yuling's rosy complexion and sparkling eyes, which were fixed longingly upon Luo Fancheng. Night Xiaoshuan's eyes widened in shock, her breath seemingly caught in her throat as she processed the scene before her, rendered momentarily speechless. Luo Fancheng had intended to engage in a deeper conversation with Night Yuling, but everything transpired too abruptly for him to react. No. Luo Fancheng sighed inwardly. How fortuitous that this woman returned precisely at this moment. Night Xiaoshuan's body trembled as she stammered. You too. Sister, what are you dawdling for? Come here. Huh. What nonsense are you speaking? Is it appropriate for me to approach? Luo Fancheng observed that Night Yuling, this little enchantress, seemed entirely unperturbed. In fact, she appeared somewhat excited. Night Xiaoshuan, her shoulders shaking, bit her lip and remarked, Luo, it seems I've returned at an inopportune time. Have I interrupted you too? No, your timing is impeccable. Night Yuling interjected. Go on, it's hardly the time for playful banter. Luo Fancheng gently pushed Night Yuling aside and explained, she insisted on coming to me, declaring herself hungry and yearning for food. As you know, I have always been kind-hearted, particularly susceptible to others' pleas. Lustful is lustful, why speak so delicately? Men are all uncouth swine. Night Yuling rolled her eyes. Go on, do not add to the chaos. While Luo Fancheng appeared outwardly confident and composed, internally he was a bundle of nerves. How could he not feel awkward in such a predicament? Moreover, this situation seemed to have occurred before, leaving him puzzled. Was he supposed to be under the protection of a golden dragon of fortune, suggesting that luck should favor him? Why did every occurrence seem so coincidentally timed? Was it possible that fortune was being amplified exponentially? Cursed truth. Aside from embarrassment, Luo Fancheng felt no guilt, for Night Xiaoshuan was not his girlfriend. He had no obligation to explain or take responsibility. In a moment of desperation, he hastily grabbed a blanket from modesty. Night Xiaoshuan's face grew even rosier. Her emotions a tumult of confusion, yet shame was indisputable. Her delicate toes, encased in white stockings, incessantly tapped against the shoe's sole. Since encountering Luo Fancheng, she had repeatedly found herself in awkward situations, having ruined 2 pairs of stockings already. Forgive me. I've interrupted. You two carry on. I shall close the door. Flustered and incoherent, Night Xiaoshuan fled the room, shutting the door behind her. Luo Fancheng shook his head and reached for his trousers, only to be halted by Night Yuling, who gazed at him expectantly. Why the rush? Sister has already left. It will likely be quite some time before she returns. We have ample time. Luo Fancheng raised a finger to his forehead, a silver thread forming, piercing through the void to peer beyond the door. As the evening twilight enveloped the room, Yi Shixuan delicately grasped the hem of her skirt, her expression a tumult of emotions, blushing with shyness one moment, biting her lip and puffing her cheeks the next. After a moment of inner conflict, she cautiously pressed her ear against the door. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Fancheng observed her every move, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. The little saint had taken a mischievous turn, learning the art of eavesdropping. Who would have thought he possessed the ability to see through walls? Noticing that Yi Shixuan showed no sign of fleeing, he shifted his gaze, catching sight of Yi Yuling, her face a portrait of astonishment and curiosity. Master, what sorcery is this? She inquired. It's best not to pry into the affairs of the world, Luo Fancheng replied, playfully pinching her petite nose, unwilling to divulge the secret of his extraordinary perception. It's remarkable, though. I've never heard of anyone whose forehead could emit light. Yi Yuling marveled, albeit with a sense of caution, aware of the boundary she should not cross. Compose yourself and step outside. Your sister is likely waiting just beyond the door, and you wouldn't want to create any noise that might attract her attention, would you? That would only add to the thrill, she winked, her long lashes fluttering. Why not test the waters? Doesn't it feel somewhat like an illicit affair? She teased. Such nonsense. Luo Fancheng retorted, your sister is not my wife. Outside, Yi Shixuan was puzzled by the rapid exchange of words. It seemed oddly brisk, not at all resembling any forbidden act. When silence fell suddenly within, she leaned in closer, pressing her ear against the door, yet she could hear nothing. A sense of urgency washed over her. Suddenly, without warning, the door swung open, and she stumbled forward, landing against a solid chest. Ah, Miss Shixuan. I am hardly a virtuous man. Should you throw yourself into my embrace, I might find it hard to resist. A deep, magnetic voice resonated in her ear, the warmth of his breath brushing against her skin. Yi Shixuan's cheeks flushed crimson, a shiver running down her spine. Looking up, she nearly found herself brushing lips with the strikingly handsome man, his dark, penetrating gaze exuding an aura of both allure and nobility. Her heart raced, and she instinctively took a step back. Please, don't jest, Brother Luo. If you are not a good man, I might very well be devoured whole, she retorted. Luo Fancheng chuckled, his smile playful. What were you doing outside just now? Surely, you weren't eavesdropping? Yi Shixuan's fingers trembled, caught off guard by his question. Biting her luscious, peach-like lips, she hesitated, first shaking her head, then reluctantly nodding. Ha ha ha, Luo Fancheng laughed, initially intending to tease her further, but her candid admission took him by surprise. Are you really that foolish? Even if you lied, no one would know, Yi Shixuan murmured. I don't want to lie, especially not to you, her voice barely audible, a whisper that, had it not been for Luo Fancheng's keen hearing, would have gone unheard. At this moment, perhaps only a fool would inquire why I hold a special place in your heart. Luo Fancheng jested. You wouldn't happen to have feelings for me, would you? No. Yi Shixuan shook her head. Then do you despise me? Luo Fancheng sighed. No. Yi Shixuan inhaled deeply, steadying her racing heart. Luo, please do not tease me. You are my benefactor. I cannot lie to you. Oh, is that truly the case? Luo Fancheng questioned, skepticism etched across his face as he closed the door once more. Leaning against it, he blocked Yi Shixuan's elegant form with his own, leaving only a narrow space between them. A wicked smile played at the corners of his lips as he remarked, in truth, I have long desired to pursue a beauty such as yourself, but previously, you were a married woman. That is why I spared you. Now, however, Yi Shixuan trembled, her heart racing as the man leaned closer, the distance between them dwindling, rendering her breathless with apprehension. No, we cannot proceed in this manner, Luo. She reached out to halt him, only to have her wrist gripped roughly by Luo Fancheng, pinning her against the door. Yi Shixuan turned her head away, speaking hastily. You just. As Luo Fancheng leaned in, mere inches away from a kiss, he suddenly withdrew, his expression returning to seriousness as he gently flicked her forehead. Foolish girl. This is a punishment for eavesdropping. Yi Shixuan was taken aback, her mind blank as she realized he had merely been jesting. Her heart fluttered erratically, still reeling from the encounter. It's late. Time for a shower and bed, Luo Fancheng said, waving his hand as he retreated into the bedroom, leaving Yi Shixuan standing in place. Dear sister, given the chance, you are utterly useless. If I were you, I would have embraced him right then and there. As Yi Shixuan glanced at her sister, her earlier shyness was replaced with a dignified demeanor, and she retorted, what you suggest is not a counterattack. I would be too embarrassed to claim that. It is simply surrender. Yi Yuling huffed, if you didn't want to concede so easily. Why did you call off the engagement? Yi Shiyuan shook her head, speaking calmly. I prepared resources for his cultivation, while he frivolously indulges with other women. Not having returned to see me for 3 years. My concern is not about him finding someone else, but rather his disregard for our betrothal. Why should I hold him in my heart? The engagement was merely a family arrangement. There were no feelings involved. Yi Yiling challenged. Yet you've seen how he treats me. Why do you not detest him? It is fundamentally different, Yi Shiyuan replied. Luo is not my fiancé and has never let me down. Rather, he has repeatedly offered his assistance, for which I am profoundly grateful. Yi Yiling massaged her jaw. Pondering. HM? Yi Shiyuan inquired, noticing her sister's odd expression. Are you all right, Yiling? I'm fine. Perhaps I've just been too fatigued lately, resulting in a bit of swelling. Night Yiling gazed with a face full of sorrow at the bathroom from which the sound of splashing water emerged. Sister, have you not noticed that my voice sounds a bit hoarse? What happened? Night Shiyuan asked, perplexed. I was just anxious to open the door for you. Time is of the essence. Night Yiling rolled her eyes. If you don't understand, then just forget it. Night Shiyuan appeared even more bewildered. These matters had touched upon her areas of ignorance. Just as she was about to inquire more deeply, Luo Fancheng emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a bathrobe. Don't say your sister doesn't understand. I fail to grasp what you're saying. It's all rather convoluted. Night Yilling's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. She had never encountered such brazen audacity. The man who just unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes wasn't you, was it? He.s. asleep. Your sister just got divorced. So accompany her. With that, the bedroom door slammed shut, and Night Yiling puffed out her cheeks in frustration. However, her expression quickly shifted, and she gently rubbed her temples. Heartless man. Sister, what did you do this afternoon? Night Yiling asked curiously. Night Shiyuan shook her head, seemingly unwilling to divulge anything. Even if Luo Fancheng had not inquired, her gaze lingered on the closed bedroom door, lost in thought. The door remained the same. But the mood from last night to tonight felt entirely different. Remembering the events of the day after leaving Luo Fancheng, she felt it had been a significant, albeit costly, decision, one she firmly believed was right. A bright smile began to curve on her red lips. Sister, it seems we Haven T shared a bed since we were 5. I'm coming in. Night Yiling kicked off her heels, removed her over-the-knee stockings, and casually tossed them onto the wooden floor, revealing a playful demeanor akin to that of a child. She leaped into her sister's embrace, nuzzling against her with a look of satisfaction and relaxation. Indeed. It's been far too long. I never imagined we would have a day of reconciliation. Night Shiyuan held her sister close, unable to suppress her own feelings of nostalgia. Breathing in the rose-scented air of the room, the sisters drifted into slumber, while Luo Fancheng, the king of diligence, secretly practiced his cultivation. Boom. He broke through. Surpassing the limits of his soul cultivation once more, he finally lay back contentedly, mumbling to himself, those two must have either forgotten or are feigning ignorance. They never asked if there were any extra rooms available today. The following morning, after feeding Ergo 2 handfuls of vibrant green vegetables, Luo Fancheng was approached at the city lord's residence, requesting his presence. Following the servant's lead, he made his way to the heart of the city, smoothly entering the grand and imposing estate. Crossing the corridor adorned with lush greenery and decorative rocks, he stepped into a flourishing garden with a gentle stream. While he did not see Tianwu and his daughter, for young individuals awaited him there. Young Master Luo, please wait here for a moment. King Wu should arrive shortly. The servant bowed and departed. Luo Fancheng surveyed the surroundings. This marked his first entry into such a magnificent place since arriving in the sole martial continent. Yet, he remained composed. After all, while the gardens of Suzhou and the grandeur of palatial landscapes from his past might not rival this in scale, they certainly possessed a charm that surpassed it by leaps and bounds. His primary focus remained on 4 young individuals, 3 males and 1 female, each possessing a remarkable aura and a formidable spirit. They were likely other competitors. Suddenly, one of the more effeminate young men approached, beaming with delight. Luo Fancheng stood there, utterly bewildered. Who the hell are you? He thought. Unable to recall having met this individual before, yet feeling an odd familiarity with his features. You must be Luo Fancheng. I'm going to kill you. The ground trembled as another young man, with dark skin and an aggressive demeanor, charged towards him, his fierce gaze locked onto Luo Fancheng. Luo Fancheng was at a loss. And who might you be? Did I kill your father or steal your girlfriend? Why are you so intent on ending my life? Suddenly, he felt a strange sense of recognition towards this newcomer, despite never having encountered him before. With a sudden clash, the effeminate young man stepped in front of Luo Fancheng, intercepting the dark-skinned youth's advance with a punch that caused both to stagger back a couple of steps. The dark-skinned youth, gritting his teeth, growled, Young Ming, this is none of your concern. Step aside and let me deal with him. I won't allow some nepotistic contestant to affect my performance. The effeminate youth frowned and replied, Li Shukuan, we all know you're eager to secure results to gain the Martial King's favor for marriage, but this is a contest sanctioned by the Martial King. You cannot resort to violence. Upon hearing their exchange, a light bulb went off in Luo Fancheng's mind. Ah, so that's why these two seem so familiar. Chapter 127, The Frantic Suggestion, Entering Through the Back Door of the Princess. The appearance of Yang Ming bears a striking resemblance to the sycophantic fellow who previously surrounded the princess, Yang Wei, though Yang Ming appears far more delicate and refined. It seems a misnomer to associate him with the word fierce in his name. Luo Fancheng couldn't help but mutter to himself, pondering whether the same individual had named both of these brothers. What a curious coincidence. His gaze shifted to the menacing dark-skinned youth, Li Shukuan, whose prowess in battle was well known. He was the brother of the second sycophant, Li Hongpeng. More importantly, it appears that Jun Wuhui's significant other is indeed your woman. Your fervent training is intended to hasten your establishment of a family, while your partner brazenly flaunts her affections in public. How unfortunate it is that you remain oblivious while fighting valiantly for love. Sigh. Luo Fancheng didn't wish to dwell on this matter any longer. He had already been wronged. Naturally, he chose to forgive. Yang Ming, step aside, Li Shukuan commanded with a fierce glare. I don't need to kill him. I merely need to incapacitate him long enough for Hu Qi to return and assist us. Yang Ming shook his head, resolutely standing guard before Luo Fancheng. No. This is the arrangement of the Martial King, and we must obey without question. Li Shukuan retorted, why can't we question it? I've heard this kid is only at level 30, while Hu Qi is at 39. Who would believe there's nothing fishy going on here? I do. Yang Ming replied. The Martial King has always adhered to his principles, and his actions are imbued with profound significance. He would never grant favors without due consideration. You must trust in the Martial King's fairness and integrity. Luo Fancheng silently shook his head. Alas, my brother, you have misjudged him. That fellow's principles vanish when it comes to matters involving women. He must be curious whether the Martial King is eavesdropping. Feeling awkward about someone placing such faith in him, Luo Fancheng took a step forward, maneuvering around to the front. Yang Ming immediately grew anxious. Brother, do not provoke him. Li Shukuan has become ruthless in his quest for victory, forsaking all ties to family. Luo Fancheng cupped his hands in greeting. You must be Brother Shukuan. I have long admired your reputation. What a pleasure to meet you. This action left the four youths momentarily stunned. Every young person has their pride. Who would not retaliate if provoked? Yet Luo Fancheng's display of excessive politeness was unexpected. Moreover, the lingering sympathy in his eyes was perplexing. Li Shukuan was momentarily bewildered. Sympathy for me? Are you unwell? What have I done to deserve your pity? Oh, I see now. This fellow must be afraid I will beat him senseless. Hence the attempt to curry favor. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. The two had no deep-seated enmity. And Luo Fancheng's gesture made Li Shukuan feel somewhat reluctant to act. Nevertheless, he maintained a cold demeanor. Withdraw from the competition. This event is not suited for someone of your abilities. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't mind mentoring you, but this tournament holds immense significance for me. Securing a notable position is essential for the Martial King to bless my union with my girlfriend. Li Shukuan found it peculiar that whenever he spoke, Luo Fancheng's gaze grew increasingly sympathetic, even tinged with a hint of pity. No, it must be admiration. He must have been moved by our sincere and beautiful love. Li Shukuan believed he had uncovered Luo Fancheng's compassionate weakness and began to alter his strategy. He aimed to persuade him with heartfelt emotion and rational reasoning. So, would you be willing to withdraw from the competition for the sake of my girlfriend and me? I truly need this victory. We have been in love for 6 years. At that moment, he noticed that Luo Fancheng was blinking back tears, and he thought to himself that victory was surely within reach. Convincing the other party to withdraw without lifting a finger was indeed a stroke of genius. Anyone who dared to call him a mindless brute would find themselves at odds with him. Luo Fancheng sighed. Brother Shukuan, your trust and devotion to love genuinely move me. Who could bear to refuse assistance to a man who fights for love? Yang Ming and a man and woman in the distance were taken aback. Li Shukuan's face lit up with joy. Brother, I thank you. But Luo Fancheng interjected. Therefore, I choose to participate in the competition. Li Shukuan's mouth fell agape. His face flushed with indignation as he prepared to unleash his frustration. I thank you. Yang Ming tensed, fearing a confrontation, and quickly intervened. Brother Luo, please don't be angry. He is generally a good guy, just a bit unhinged when it comes to matters of his girlfriend. No offense taken. Luo Fancheng shook his head, finding that the more furious the other grew, the more pity he felt. Brother Shukuan, calm down. Look over there. Li Shukuan, perplexed, wondered what temperament this fellow possessed, being insulted and remaining unfazed. He even kindly beckoned me to admire the scenery. He felt as though all his efforts were falling flat against a wall of cotton. What is there to see? Luo Fancheng remarked, Brother Shukuan. Do you not see how green the grass is, and the trees too? Li Shukuan hesitated, wanting to express, Dude, are you blind? Where's the green? I see nothing. Huh? Luo Fancheng rubbed his eyes. Is something wrong with my vision? Why does that rockery in the lake seem somewhat green? Li Shukuan cast him a concerned look. Are you feeling all right? I'm fine. You, however, might be in trouble soon, about to have a child. Luo Fancheng sighed inwardly, wondering if his hint was not clear enough. Just give me a straight answer. Will you withdraw from the competition or not? Li Shukuan, growing impatient, retorted, I earned my spot through merit. Why should I withdraw? What merit do you possess? Li Shukuan inquired, drawing curious glances from the others. Luo Fancheng smiled. I may not have many talents, but I certainly possess the skill of living off others. With just a slight effort on my part, the princess was utterly delighted and begged me to participate. I simply cannot refuse. Alas, I cannot refuse. Luo Fancheng sighed dramatically, infuriating Li Shukuan to the brink of madness. You really did come in through the back door. Li Shukuan exclaimed, exasperated. You call being able to fight a skill, but my connection with the princess doesn't count? Luo Fancheng remarked. If you possess the ability to walk through the back door of the heavenly martial king and secure a marriage decree, would you truly endure the hardships of competition? Li Shukuan's body trembled as he gaped, rendered speechless for quite some time, as if he found some truth in the statement. Yet, one cannot simply show up and muddle through, potentially causing me to lose the contest and miss the chance to wed the woman I cherish, can they? Luo Fancheng patted his shoulder, saying, Brother, heed my advice. Enjoy a hearty meal. Sometimes, a setback may lead to unforeseen fortune. Get lost. Who the hell are you to call me brother? Li Shukuan exclaimed, his shoulders bursting with indignation as he shook off Luo Fancheng's hand. How could failing to marry be considered a blessing? Luo Fancheng chuckled heartily. Excellent. Maintain that vigor. Even if your wife strays, we must face her with a smile. Why you're talking nonsense? Li Shukuan interrupted angrily. Do not insult my beloved Luo. Shukuan, cease this foolishness. At that moment, a group of young men and women who had been spectating from a distance approached. The young man with crimson skin spoke, while a girl of above-average beauty, with dark green hair intricately braided, stood beside him. The crimson-skinned youth addressed Li Shukuan, who visibly composed himself, extending a hand to Luo Fancheng. Greetings, young brother Luo. I am Yi Longha, the captain of our competing team, a level 44 soul lord with the martial spirit of the Hell Dragon. I am responsible for our offensive strategies. Luo Fancheng politely shook his hand. Greetings, I am a level 30 support type. Lord Martial King has mentioned us. The dark-haired girl smiled sweetly. Hello? I am Miao Tengayer, a level 39 soul master with the martial spirit of the Vine Dragon, responsible for control. She added, by the way, I wanted to say, you are quite handsome. Luo Fancheng laughed heartily. Haha, Miao Tengayer, your discerning eye is commendable. Indeed, my looks are beyond reproach. Miao Tengayer froze momentarily, while Yi Longha and the two other men exchanged bewildered glances. Shouldn't a modest response be the norm in such a situation? Undeterred by the awkwardness, Luo Fancheng continued. In terms of appearance, I have always been rather self-admiring, yet upon meeting you, Miao Tengayer, I now understand what it means to have a worthy rival. Where there is excellence, there is also excellence. With a sigh, Luo Fancheng mused. Miao Tengayer's cheeks flushed, as she realized that his words were not mere vanity, but a roundabout compliment to her. Do not speak so foolishly, young Master Luo. I am quite aware of my own limitations, she playfully chided, while secretly appreciating that he was indeed quite special, unlike other men. Yi Longha and the others stood in stunned silence, witnessing a man engage in such banter, unafraid of the potential backlash from teasing a young woman. Li Shukuan muttered in discontent, what a show-off. Luo Fancheng was keenly aware that if the girl were of a more imperious disposition like the Empress Wei Yang, such antics would be perilous. A mature and composed demeanor was essential. Yet, Miao Tengayer clearly radiated youthful exuberance, where confidence and charm would be most alluring. You say hello, and I shall respond with hello. The atmosphere had grown heavy with silence, prompting Miao Tengayer to urge Yang Meng and Li Shukuan, you too. Why not introduce yourselves to our new teammate? Li Shukuan grimaced, recalling their earlier agreement to unite against outsiders, shunning any newcomers. Yang Meng clasped his hands together and spoke. Yang Wei is my younger brother, at level 39, wielding the dragon scale spear. However, I am an assassin and not particularly skilled in direct assaults. Luo Fancheng responded with a courteous nod. Rest assured, brother Yang, I shall protect you on the battlefield, allowing you to focus on delivering your damage. Then I must entrust this to you, young Master Luo, Yang Meng replied, his effeminate gestures causing Luo Fancheng to flinch. For heaven's sake, Li Shukuan grumbled. his disdain for Luo Fancheng apparent. A level 30 support is as reliable as a sow attempting to climb a tree. That's enough, Miao Tengayer interjected. Young Master Luo, do not take offense. He is merely a martial enthusiast who lacks decorum. His martial spirit is the Thunder Flame Rock, at level 41. Luo Fancheng chuckled. In light of Miss Tengayer's kindness, I shall endure his insults and blows without complaint. That is your own declaration. Li Shuquan raised a fist the size of a sandbag. Put your fist down, Miao Tengayer admonished, her beautiful eyes narrowing. Young Master Luo has shown such magnanimity. Must you resort to violence? That would only reflect poorly on me. Yang Meng added, enough already. Does it amuse you to intimidate someone as unskilled in combat as a support? Your hands must be itching to scratch the wall. Li Shuquan, visibly irked, retorted, Luo Fancheng. Do you believe that if you weren't just a support, I wouldn't have already slapped you? The tension among teammates was palpable, with Li Shuquan's threats leaving Luo Fancheng feeling victimized, prompting him to turn away as if to leave, stirring sympathy from Miao Tengayer and the others. Li Shuquan, he is merely a support. Is that really necessary? Miao Tengayer exclaimed, clearly frustrated. Yi Longhe reassured. Fear not, young Master Luo. I am here. He cannot harm you. Yang Meng also stepped in. The Martial King has specifically instructed us to protect you, ensuring you face no harm or distress. Li Shuquan appeared lost in confusion, grappling with the sudden feeling of being surrounded by enemies. Why were his teammates inexplicably siding with an outsider? Luo Fancheng inquired. What exactly did the Martial King say? Yi Longhe replied earnestly, once on the stage, it is imperative that we ensure your survival. Did he not bestow any praise upon me? Luo Fancheng felt belittled. None at all. Yi Longhe and the others exchanged puzzled glances, silently questioning what merit a level 30 support could possess. What is there to commend you for? You dare to tread where you do not belong. By the way, the Martial King mentioned that you stole Jun Wuhui's wife, and he is bound to seek your demise on stage, so we must be wary of his horrifying level 48 prowess. Miao Tengayer inquired curiously. Is this true? Young Master Luo? Do I appear to be the type who would undermine others? Luo Fancheng retorted angrily. That is slander. I shall accuse you of defamation. Has Yi Tianwu never uttered a single good word about me? He was unaware that Yi Tianwu intentionally refrained from mentioning the twin martial souls, fearing that Yi Longhe and his companions would gain confidence in Luo Fancheng and become lax in their protection. Yi Tianwu wished for Luo Fancheng's demise. Yet he was concerned about his daughter's heartache. The outcome of the competition had become irrelevant. Preserving Luo Fancheng's life during the match and ensuring his daughter's happiness were paramount. As for the matters concerning the secret realm, they could be addressed next year. Opportunities could be sought anew, but a daughter was irreplaceable. Having endured the profound loss of a beloved, Yi Tianwu had long since adopted a perspective that prioritized family above all else. In contrast, Miao Tengayer and Yang Meng shook their heads, demonstrating that their trust in character was well placed, which eased Luo Fancheng's mood somewhat. Yang Meng chuckled. How could a genius of level 48 at such a tender age possibly be dislodged from his place? Luo Fancheng, incensed, retorted, as long as the hoe is wielded skillfully, no wall can withstand it. Don't ask how I dig. If strength is lacking, companionship is the answer. Li Shuquan chimed in with a grin. Indeed. Only a fool would forsake a talent like Jun Wuhui to chase after someone of level 30. Ah, quite right. As Li spoke, Luo Fancheng's anger dissipated, and he nodded in agreement, thinking there was indeed merit to his words. So, your wife ran off with someone else, Miao Tengayer remarked. Luo Gongzi, you must be aware of the competition format for tomorrow's battle, so allow me to share some intelligence about our opponents. What format? The usually composed Yi Longhe was taken aback. You dare to compete without knowing the format? Luo Fancheng waved his hand dismissively, yawning. What is there to fear? I am invincible. They are merely trivial. He inadvertently expressed his true feelings, expecting ridicule, yet was met with praise instead. Yi Longhe laughed heartily. Luo Gongzi truly has a way of lightening the pre-competition tension. Yang Meng gave a thumbs up. This support is indeed commendable. He has even assisted us on a psychological level. King Tianwu possesses a discerning eye. Indeed, Luo Gongzi is truly adept at enlivening the atmosphere. Miao Tengayer covered her mouth with a laugh. I have encountered many with strength, yet interesting souls are truly rare. Allow me to introduce you to the competition format and the primary competitors from Yanyan City. As this time both cities have invited special participants. In the shadows of the garden, Yi Tianwu remained concealed, observing with a twitching mouth. I intended for this young man to experience what it means to be neglected, while also leveraging Li Shuquan's recklessness to compel him to reveal his abilities. I wanted to assess his true strength. Yet, what has transpired? It's become a free-for-all. Yi Tianwu fumed, his anger palpable, as his plans unraveled before him. Chapter 128. Special Competition Rules. The Arrival of Princess Mela. Miao Tunger may not be considered a beauty, yet her voice is soft and melodious, akin to the gentle caress of a spring breeze upon willow branches, bringing comfort to the ears. Through her elucidation, Luo Fancheng swiftly grasped the competition rules. This Tri-City Combat Tournament is divided into two distinct modes, the Team Round Robin and the Individual Challenge. However, the format slightly deviates from conventional competitions. In the Team Round Robin, 5 players from each team engage in direct combat, with each team battling against the other 2. After each match concludes, a period of 1 hour is allocated for rest and recuperation. The first team to secure 2 consecutive victories earns 5 points. The remaining 2 teams then engage in a final duel, where the victor receives 3 points, and the loser is awarded 1 point. Luo Fancheng reflected, in this team format, if the strength of the 3 teams is relatively similar, it could become quite tedious. You're quick to catch on, Miao Tunger remarked, her surprise mirrored by the other 3 as they turned to gaze at him. When they first heard about this competition format, they had not realized the implications until someone else pointed them out. Luo Fancheng muttered, if the 3 teams are evenly matched, with 1 team winning against 2, and 2 winning against 3, should this scenario continue in a loop, how many matches would it take for 1 team to achieve 2 consecutive victories? Yilonghe nodded in agreement. Indeed, if the 3 teams possess comparable strength, it becomes a test of endurance, where the role of a capable support is paramount. Click me, right? Luo Fancheng smiled politely. Rest assured, my support is exceptionally robust. Victory is guaranteed. Li Shuquan snorted derisively. What is the point of a solid support? Are you going to lead the charge? Just stay in the back and protect yourself. It's a chilling thought. When will supports finally stand tall? Tomorrow. Luo Fancheng listened quietly, refraining from rebuttal. Little Kuan, do not fret. Tomorrow I shall redefine your perception of support. The rules for the individual challenge are equally intriguing. The first team sends a member to defend the pedestal, while the second team dispatches a member to attack. The defeated participant is eliminated and may not re-enter the arena. The victor remains to face an assault from the third team. Once all 10 members from 2 teams have been eliminated, the sole team with remaining members on the pedestal is declared the winner. The number of surviving members from the victorious team determines their score, while the 2 defeated teams receive 0 points. Ultimately, the scores from both the team and individual competitions are aggregated, and the team with the highest total is crowned the champion of the Tri-City Combat Tournament. Luo Fancheng pondered. It seems that the individual matches are far more significant than the team battles. A single team can earn up to 5 points, while the other 2 teams score nothing. Even if one team finishes last in the team matches, accumulating a total of 6 points guarantees them the championship. Upon finishing his thoughts, Luo Fancheng noticed a sudden silence enveloping the surroundings. Turning to look, he found Yilonghe and the others staring at him in disbelief. Miao Tunger wore an odd expression, while Yang Ming's lips twitched. Brother Luo, your imagination is truly daring. Securing 5 points is simply impossible. Li Shuquan, wearing a perplexed expression, remarked, I have reason to suspect that you, my friend, have never truly engaged in combat. You cannot fathom the terror of such a competition format. In an individual match, there is no respite for recovery. What does it mean to score 5 points? It signifies that the sole participant must relentlessly vanquish 10 adversaries from 2 rival teams without pause. They are all prodigies of the same age. How could anyone possess such extraordinary prowess? It is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even the composed Yilonghe could not help but interject. In past individual challenge matches, it has been commendable if 2 participants remain by the end. Most often, only one survives. Thus, team competitions hold paramount importance, typically. Securing first place in a team event guarantees victory. Li Shuquan rolled his eyes and muttered, and then we ended up with a novice as our support, dragging us down. It's infuriating. If Hu Qi were here, we would be assured of success. He sighed, alas. My hopes of marrying this year are dashed. Coughing lightly, Luo Fancheng hinted. The shaded path you yearn to tread may already be adorned with frost in the early morning and at dusk. What nonsense are you spouting? Li Shuquan was befuddled, and the other 3 wore expressions of confusion. Luo Fancheng pressed on with fervent hints. Is it possible that what you perceive as pink has long since been tarnished by the passage of time? What on earth are you talking about? Li Shuquan was incensed, unable to comprehend the cryptic phrases that nonetheless seemed to carry a certain poetic charm. Luo Fancheng nearly resorted to exaggerated gestures. Some carriages appear pristine, yet their mileage is alarming. Investing in such a burden would be unwise. The 4 listened, somewhat bewildered, while Luo Fancheng sighed in exasperation. Was his insinuation not sufficiently clear? Speaking outright would surely provoke Li Shuquan to a fit of rage. Luo Fancheng ventured, May I ask, have you ever held hands with a girlfriend? Li Shuquan, with an air of righteousness, scoffed. Unmarried physical contact? That would be sheer debauchery. Luo Fancheng was astonished. You haven't even held hands? When she previously asked if I wanted to hold her hand, I believe she was merely testing my character to see if I was fit to be a husband. How could I possibly agree? I outright refused. Luo Fancheng was left in a state of shock. This was truly remarkable. Even the most steadfast of men would offer you a cigarette and reverently call you a master. Observing Li Shuquan's proud demeanor, Luo Fancheng sighed. One day, when you effortlessly break through to a new realm, I hope you will remember these words. It is not solely your prowess that enables you, but rather the countless predecessors who have paved the way, overcoming numerous obstacles in your stead. Do you even need to say that? Li Shuquan retorted. Whose breakthroughs are not built upon the foundations laid by those before them. The ancients plant the trees, and the future generations bask in their shade. Thanks to their experiences, we can traverse our paths unhindered. Coughing again, Luo Fancheng replied, while I speak of grand fortifications, you counter with tales of humble fare. However, Jun Wuhui has indeed sown the seeds for you. Let us hope they do not merely wither without fruition. Otherwise, after nurturing a child for 18 years, one might suddenly turn around to find that the individual in question is merely a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing from another family. What a startling revelation. The four individuals exchanged peculiar glances, now questioning whether Luo Fancheng, due to a lack of confidence in his own abilities, was intentionally seeking opportunities to flaunt his literary prowess. Yet, Luo Fancheng remained unfazed, for he knew that these four would eventually uncover the truth about Xiao Biluo. That moment would surely be intriguing. He was currently pondering whether, in light of Jun Wuhui's flamboyant and ostentatious personality, he would boast about the incident involving Green the following day. It seemed plausible. After all, having endured his own injuries, he would not allow others to revel in their good fortune. A melodious voice broke through the air. Oh, father, why are you hiding here and peeking at something? Luo Fancheng and the others focused their attention collectively. Yi Xiang had arrived unannounced, her fishnet stockings clinging to her shapely legs, her fair skin glowing, and she stood adorned in black ankle boots. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes were suspiciously fixed upon the area behind the rockery. Chapter 129, Father-in-Law. What are you sharpening your knife for? Yi Tianwu was secretly eavesdropping, thoroughly engrossed. The four simpletons did not comprehend what Luo Fancheng was alluding to, but he certainly did. He nearly burst into laughter, reminiscent of a pig's squeal. You rascal, how sly and mischievous you are. Why not just tell Li Shuquan directly that he has been cuckolded? Must you beat around the bush? Yet, one must admit, the indirect approach was rather sophisticated. However, all his amusement was abruptly halted by a single exclamation from his daughter, leaving him utterly frozen, almost suffocated by filial piety. He turned around with a furious glare at his daughter. She startled him, truly startled him. Yet, he could not bring himself to scold her. Clearing his throat, he regained his composure, stepping forth with an air of authority from behind the rockery. My dear daughter, how could this be deemed as eavesdropping? This is merely an investigation. As if fearing disbelief, he emphasized, an investigation, do you understand? I understand, Yi Xiang nodded. Oh, his daughter still cared about her father's dignity. Yi Tianwu's face broke into a smile of relief. Yi Xiang remarked, those in power often indulge in unscrupulous deeds. Don't they typically adorn themselves with a facade of righteousness? Yi Tianwu's smile froze. Was it still possible to practice a new tune at this juncture? His little cotton-padded jacket was no longer merely leaky, it had begun to chill to the bone, threatening to freeze her aging father to death. Yi Tianwu glared. Daughter, if you wish to send me to accompany your mother, just say so. I can go on my own. Do not. I cannot bear to part with you. Yi Xiang earnestly pleaded. You have yet to transfer the land deed into my and brother Fancheng's names. Yi Tianwu was so enraged he could practically smoke. Did I not send someone to lock you up? How did you manage to escape? Humph. Yi Xiang pouted. I have but one question. Can you not discern who is the greater and lesser lord within the palace? If you do not release this princess, I shall hang myself. And you may see whether father will be furious with you. Pray tell, who is the greater lord and who is the lesser? Yi Tianwu glared. Does this even require an answer? You are undoubtedly the lesser lord, right? Observing her father's fierce expression, Yi Xiang seemingly quaked in fear as she transformed her statement into a query. In truth, she was brimming with rebellious spirit. Are you implying that your father is a turtle? No, I did not. Father, please do not incriminate yourself. Woo, if my father is a turtle, then what am I? Yi Xiang's rebellious nature was vividly displayed. Was it really necessary? Was it merely because I locked you up to prevent you from seeing that scoundrel? Yi Tianwu's head throbbed with indignation. This unruly little devil was indeed out of control. He dared not act harshly, and the servants were even more timid. This lord simply could not believe that no one in this world could reign in this little tyrant. Wait. His expression faltered, and he stiffly turned his neck, his gaze landing on Luo Fancheng. As the father and daughter quarreled, Yilonghe and the others wished to cover their ears. They dared not ask nor speak. They took turns retreating, eager to hide behind others. Miao Tinger murmured, "Did the princess just mention Brother Fancheng?" Upon hearing this, the four of them focused their attention on Luo Fancheng. Goodness, was this fellow truly not joking when he spoke of living off a woman? Li Shuquan and Yang Ming were utterly astonished. Their younger brothers had pursued the princess for an eternity, only to be met with the most tender response of "Don't bother me," and a somewhat gentler retort of "Get lost." Many began to speculate whether the princess had an aversion to the male gender, favoring instead the allure of mirrors. Yet, how curious it was that this fellow managed to capture her heart. Upon removing his tinted glasses, Li Shuquan suddenly perceived that this young man indeed appeared more dashing and capable than his brother, even possessing a more flamboyant manner of speech. He had always looked down upon men who dared to be so brazen in their remarks toward women, finding them excessively libertine. How could such a man garner the affection of a woman, let alone the princess? However, soon enough, all four competitors, including Yilonghe, cast sympathetic glances toward Luo Fancheng. They were all acutely aware of the princess's capricious and headstrong nature. Despite her breathtaking beauty and tantalizing figure, she was a challenge too formidable for the average man to endure. Yang Ming, who had a girlfriend, could already envision the scenario in the dead of night. The fiery princess clad in black leather and high-heeled boots would dominate Luo Fancheng, brandishing a whip with reckless abandon. Li Shuquan advised, "Take heed. You should find a way to escape. You cannot bear the burden of the princess's whims. With her temperament, she will surely lead you to despair." He abruptly ceased his counsel, sealing his lips and holding his breath as the princess and her father approached. "Brother Fancheng, do you miss Yang?" the girl asked, her long, fair legs clad in fishnet stockings gracefully moving toward him, her delicate figure resembling a swallow returning home. Li Shuquan gaped in disbelief. Was this the tempestuous princess? Surely, she could not be mistaken for a neighborly beauty? He had strategized for years with his brother, Li Hongpeng, to win the princess's affection, yet he had never witnessed such an enthusiastic side of her. Luo Fancheng was enveloped in her embrace, inhaling the fragrant air that surrounded her. It was undeniable. The princess was the epitome of nobility, her aesthetic and physique beyond reproach, and her youthful exuberance was commendable. An absolute D-grade powerhouse. With the princess in his arms, he turned to Li Shuquan, a charming smile gracing his lips. "Brother, what were you saying just now? I didn't quite catch that." Li Shuquan rubbed his eyes, questioning whether he was under some sort of illusion. Was this delicate figure truly the princess? "You are holding the princess like that?" Luo Fancheng sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. "I am not particularly inclined toward physical contact. However, as you can see, it was the princess who leapt into my arms first." Li Shuquan felt a strange numbness wash over him. Why did he have the impression that there was more to this young man's words? His face stung from the blows dealt by his brother, yet thankfully, his heart remained unscathed. "You have your tempestuous princess, and I have my gentle maid. Our joys are not diminished." "Ha! You claim to reject embraces, yet your body betrays you, you mischievous rogue," Yi Xiang teased, but soon her expression shifted to one of curiosity. "Hey, why are you punching my stomach?" Luo Fancheng, who had just finished boasting, froze in place. A sudden sound caught his attention. What was that noise? He wondered. To his astonishment, he turned in the direction of the sound, feeling every hair on his body stand on end. Suddenly, Yi Tianwu produced a long blade, several meters in length, from seemingly nowhere, and began to sharpen it against the stones on the ground. His wide, tiger-like eyes remained fixed on Luo Fancheng, creating an atmosphere of sheer terror, far more alarming than any horror tale. Luo Fancheng gently pushed Yi Xiang away from his embrace, apologizing, "My lady, I believe this is rather inappropriate. It truly tarnishes our reputations." Yi Xiang had been indulging in the intoxicating scent of the man beside her, a delightful aroma devoid of sweat, captivating and uplifting. Abruptly rejected, she pouted in discontent. "What does propriety have to do with us embracing?" Luo Fancheng asserted, "My lady, we should cease our interactions henceforth. I fear your father may misunderstand." "No," Yi Xiang insisted, yearning for another embrace, yet Luo Fancheng consistently evaded her. With no choice but to relent, she stomped her feet in frustration. "Lord King Wu, please sheath your treasured blade," Luo Fancheng added with a forced smile. The glare of the sword is rather blinding. Chapter 130. Master Luo aims to conquer 10. Has the princess gone astray? Humph. It seems you are rather perceptive. Yi Tianwu sheathed his knife and rose. Luo Fancheng was genuinely apprehensive that Yi Tianwu might utter, "This king once wielded this poultry cleaver, cleaving from the southern heaven gate to the eastern road of Palai." solely to slay the arsonist of Tenderheart's brother Fancheng. The competition is tomorrow. Why not rehearse with the four of them? Xie was the most eager. Naturally, she yearned for her beloved to dazzle the crowd, leaving her father and the entire city in awe. No need. Li Shuquan, Luo Fancheng, and King Tianwu spoke in unison. King Tianwu remarked, Shuquan, you speak. Li Shuquan found it peculiar. He sensed that the martial king's gaze towards him was strangely akin to that of Luo Fancheng. What on earth? He replied honestly. I believe a level 30 support is somewhat redundant in battles of this caliber. We merely need someone to heal us from behind. Although it was a 4-to-1 scenario, Shuquan was determined to secure victory for the martial king. King Tianwu could not help but sigh. You are a good lad. Internally, he added, aside from being a tad shorter, darker, greener, and perhaps a bit foolish, you possess no significant flaws. It was then Luo Fancheng took his turn to speak. To be frank, a single day of practice won't yield much. I shall simply fulfill my role as a support. Upon hearing the competition rules, he had already formulated his own thoughts. King Tianwu gazed at Luo Fancheng and sighed again. You better behave. Secretly, he mused, this rascal seems to lack no faults except for having an abundance of female companions. However, due to his flirtatious nature, he shall never be my son-in-law, not in this lifetime. Regardless of his dual martial spirits or innate talent, I do not seek a son-in-law based on talent alone, but rather on character. Luo Fancheng was left speechless. Why is it that compliments abound elsewhere? Yet here I am admonished to behave. Who do they look down upon? Isn't the brother a model of propriety? Yi Tianwu asserted gravely, this year's tournament features an unprecedentedly formidable lineup from Leiqing and Yanyan City. The two old foxes have gone to great lengths to recruit powerful outsiders. Your mission is to ensure Luo Fancheng's safety. If it becomes untenable, concede. Just ensure he emerges unscathed. Yi Longhe and the others were utterly bewildered by the martial king's demeanor. He had previously urged them to strive for victory. Yi Tianwu shook his head, offering no explanation, his heart heavy with sighs. My daughter is my lifeblood, and this young lad is her lifeblood. He must not encounter misfortune. At least not while my daughter harbors feelings for him. Do you all have such little faith in me? Luo Fancheng inquired. Indeed, they all nodded, their expressions betraying disbelief, treating him as if he were a mere child. Luo Fancheng was at a loss for words. Master Luo is a man capable of taking on 10 opponents. Surely, he cannot demonstrate his prowess by performing feats of strength in front of everyone. Yi Tianwu ushered them away. Go now, and conserve your energy for the upcoming contest. As others gradually departed, they were all astute individuals. Even if they secretly held a low opinion of Luo Fancheng's abilities, they would not voice their thoughts. After all, he might just be the prince consort. When Miao Tengeir left, her beautiful eyes lingered on Luo Fancheng, then glanced at the princess before finally pursing her lips in silence as she walked away. Xie urged, why haven't you left yet? Yi Tianwu glared at Luo Fancheng. You brat, why are you still here? Father, I'm speaking to you, Luo Fancheng said, scratching his nose and smiling without replying. Yi Tianwu was almost beside himself with fury. He pointed toward a distant pavilion and declared, just go out with him. I will be watching from over there. If he dares to act inappropriately, just call for me. You want to eavesdrop, will you? Yi Xiang asked, her eyes filled with suspicion. Yi Tianwu glared back, incredulous. What kind of joke is this? Do you think your father is that kind of person? You may indulge in folly, but do not insult my integrity. Very well. As Yi Xiang watched her father stride toward the distant pavilion and immerse himself in the scenery, she turned back and sweetly declared, Brother Fancheng, I wish to bear your children. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. That is not acceptable. Yi Tianwu transformed into a whirlwind, traversing dozens of meters in an instant. Daughter, what did you just say? Yi Xiang furrowed her brows, hands on her hips. Father, didn't you say you wouldn't eavesdrop? Luo Fancheng recalled a famous saying from his past life. Chongwei, didn't you claim you couldn't fight? Oh no, I've been ensnared. Yi Tianwu suddenly realized the gravity of the situation, his expression becoming awkward. Get away from here. Yi Xiang, one hand on her hip and the other pointing into the distance, puffed out her chest and declared in a sharp, clear voice. Yi Tianwu cursed under his breath, attributing the blame entirely to Luo Fancheng. Suppressing laughter, Luo Fancheng covered his mouth and said, My apologies, esteemed father-in-law. Your humble son-in-law is a professional. Unless I truly cannot help myself, don't call me father-in-law. You fickle-hearted scoundrel are unworthy. Yi Tianwu stormed off in a fit of anger, leaving only the pair of youthful lovers in the garden. Xiang, sit down. I have something I need your help with. Of course. Yu Xiang nodded. But you must lie down first. What? Has this girl evolved? Behave. I need to discuss serious matters with you. Luo Fancheng raised his hand and playfully smacked the princess on her backside. The imposing shadow lurking behind the garden wall nearly lost control and charged out to chop him into pieces for the fish. All right then. Yi Xiang smiled sweetly. If you touch above, it's one price. If below, it'll cost more. Chapter 131. A Clash of Experts. News regarding source stones. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. Good heavens, this young lady has indeed evolved. She has even learned to drive. Yi Tianwu, lurking behind the wall, was on the verge of grinding his teeth in anxiety, fearing his daughter might be bullied. Listen to that. What kind of remark is that? You are a princess. Yi Xiang relished the surprise on Luo Fancheng's face, casting a teasing gaze in his direction. Brother Fancheng, speak up. Why are you silent? Did you forget to mention something? Yi Xiang inquired, perplexed. No, I didn't. She replied. With a profound implication, Luo Fancheng remarked, touch the exterior, but not the interior. To touch the interior requires double the effort. The princess trembled slightly, her charming face flushing crimson. Humph, rogue, she retorted. You can certainly keep up with this. Luo Fancheng smirked, as the illustrious driving god of Choming Mountain. He would not falter here. Little princess, how amusing. If my dear sister has any intentions, I happen to have a bit of spare change. The price is not an issue, but I am uncertain if our fruit is ripe, he teased. Yi Xiang's mouth fell agape, her face reddening as she struggled to find words. The heights of skill and cunning often surpass one another. The sheltered daughter of a noble family could hardly withstand Luo Fancheng's sharp tongue. However, witnessing Luo Fancheng shake his head with an air of solitary defiance, the proud Yi Xiang found herself infuriated and bit her silver teeth. Today, I shall abandon my decorum. Her face broke into a dazzling smile, sweetly suggesting, if it's a matter of ripeness, Brother Fancheng may test the goods first. If it were you, I wouldn't even charge a fee. Luo Fancheng was momentarily taken aback, nearly forgetting that this young lady was rather unhinged. Yi Xiang seized the opportunity, grasping his wrist and pressing it against herself. Given the bond we share, discussing money would be rather impolite, wouldn't it? Luo Fancheng, unfazed, recognized the boldness of her actions. Yet her enchanting eyes were already misty with shyness, her delicate lashes fluttering timidly. Whether pursuing a romantic interest or dealing with an unbalanced mind, one must never allow their momentum to wane. Strength begets strength, while weakness leads to demise. If it were someone like Li Shukuan, a pure titanium alloy of a man, faced with the princess's advances, he would have likely withdrawn his hand, bowing and apologizing profusely. Yet, Luo Fancheng chose to go along with it. Didn't you ask me to test the goods? He was curious to see the true extent of her allure. Observing Luo Fancheng's unwavering demeanor, Yi Xiang's fingers trembled slightly. A wave of anxiety washed over her. She suddenly realized that this tactic of retreating to advance was indeed a defense against the noble, but vulnerable to the unscrupulous. She couldn't truly allow him to touch her. Whether she gained or lost was insignificant. What mattered was not letting him easily take advantage of her, which would signify her utter defeat in this verbal duel. However, to withdraw now would signify surrender. You're still too inexperienced, Luo Fancheng mused internally, relishing the turmoil etched on the princess's face. Yet, he had no intention of genuinely crossing that line. Leaving a lasting impression while retreating was far more impactful. Just as he prepared to break free from Yi Xiang's grasp, a loud shout erupted from beyond the garden wall. Rascal, dare to lay a finger on my daughter, and I shall sever your dog's paws today, roared the king of Tianwu, his furious gaze fixated on Luo Fancheng. Both Luo Fancheng and Yi Xiang turned sharply. The king, standing atop the wall, pointed an accusatory finger at Luo, his anger palpable. Luo Fancheng raised an eyebrow. If you wish for me to refrain from touching your daughter, that is quite feasible. But to threaten me? I'm afraid I cannot be so accommodating. With a sudden motion, he thrust his dragon claw hand forward, catching his target firmly. The king's tiger-like eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated such audacity from Luo Fancheng. Yi Xiang, equally astonished, wore an expression of shock on her delicate face. Luo Fancheng turned to her, feigning complaint. Princess, you have put me in a most difficult position. I said I wouldn't touch him, yet you insist on dragging me into this. Your father will surely misconstrue my intentions as a provocation. With a thunderous roar, the king's face fluctuated between rage and incredulity as he bellowed. I misconstrued you? His body radiated an explosive spiritual energy, shattering the glazed tiles beneath him. The wall crumbled under the strain, debris flying through the air. Luo Fancheng, holding onto his hostage, no. Rather, his rabbit hostage, interjected, Your Majesty, you wouldn't want the princess to be asymmetrical in her future endeavors, would you? The king abruptly halted, skidding to a stop and crushing several green tiles beneath his feet. You dare claim this was unintentional? Luo Fancheng blinked innocently. Do you truly believe I would grasp it without reason? It was an accident, but now it is a matter of survival. Best it be for your own preservation. And not for any other reason the king harbored doubts about this audacious young man's intentions. Yi Xieying, blushing with embarrassment, stamped her foot and exclaimed, "Father, did you not say you were leaving? Why are you eavesdropping? Thank heavens I stayed, for this scoundrel is eyeing you with ill intent. He ought to be dragged out and torn apart," she declared. "How do you know I did not offer myself willingly?" she retorted, exasperated. Yi Tianwu, his anger nearly choking him, took several deep breaths to regain composure, though his face remained a stormy shade. "Boy, will you not release her?" With a mournful expression, Luo Fancheng replied, "If you do not depart, how could I dare to let go? This is all an act," the king thought, his frustration mounting. How could this impudent boy show no fear of him whatsoever? Yi Xieying, her cheeks flushed, chided, "Father, please leave. Why meddle in our private affairs?" Enraged, Yi Tianwu retorted, "What private affairs? He is an outsider. I am your father." Luo Fancheng relinquished his hold, nodding, "Indeed, I am an outsider. Your bond as father and daughter is true love. You must believe me. I am merely a friend to the princess." The king raised his hand, and Luo Fancheng once again employed his previous tactic. "Release her. Not a chance. Do your parents know how shameless you are? My mother has passed, and my father is no longer with me." Yi Tianwu paused for a moment. "Good heavens, have your parents ascended to the heavens, leaving you with no shame?" "I do have a fiancé, the demon emperor, yet to be wed," Luo Fancheng quipped. "Whom do you think you are fooling?" Yi Tianwu suspected that this young man was insulting his intelligence and, disregarding his composure, erupted in a tirade. "Xieying, this fellow is nothing but a blabbermouth, a complete fraud. What do you even like about him?" Yi Xieying fixed her gaze upon him, retorting, "Father, it seems the one who has been deceiving is you. Just a moment ago, you declared your intention to leave, yet here you remain. As an aging father, was it truly appropriate for him to eavesdrop on the flirtations of the youth?" Yi Tianwu's lips twitched, nearly succumbing to exasperation. This young man was still clinging to her. Have I inadvertently misstepped in my efforts to assist? Under Yi Xieying's threat, Yi Tianwu ultimately sighed in resignation and withdrew. The vast garden fell silent once more, save for the gentle murmur of the pond's flowing water. The princess cast a contemplative glance his way. Clearing his throat, Luo Fancheng felt a twinge of embarrassment and deemed it necessary to apologize. "Princess, I was merely caught up in the moment. Is this melon ripe? Is it large enough?" Yi Xieying blinked her beautiful eyes. "You don't mind?" "Mind what? Last time at the rainy pavilion, your words were far more severe than this." "What?" Upon hearing this, Yi Tianwu, who had been secretly eavesdropping beneath the garden, nearly revealed himself. Luo Fancheng then stated earnestly, "Princess, could you assist me in searching for source stones within Qianlong City?" "Source stones?" Yi Xieying inquired, perplexed. "What do you seek those for?" Luo Fancheng asked, "Are they abundant in Qianlong City?" Yi Xieying shook her head. "It seems there are none. These items have an obscure origin and are exceedingly rare. Occasionally, someone might stumble upon one and then send it out for auction to make a profit." Luo Fancheng found it curious. "Why don't they keep them to absorb and enhance their abilities?" Yi Xieying explained. "Although the spiritual energy contained within a source stone is sufficient to elevate a third-tier soul master by 25 levels, it is quite challenging for soul masters below the 7th tier to extract energy from the stones. It is far more advantageous to sell the stones to higher-tier soul masters in exchange for cultivation resources." Luo Fancheng understood now. Yi Xieying was efficient in her actions and soon summoned the chief commander of the royal mansion. A middle-aged man clad in black battle armor emanated a formidable aura of soul power. "Commander Yang, please instruct your subordinates to visit the major auction houses in the city and inquire whether source stones are up for auction." "Understood. I shall attend to this immediately." Commander Yang was astonished that there was a man who stood shoulder to shoulder with the princess. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, bowing respectfully before departing. Luo Fancheng swiftly experienced the intoxicating taste of power. In less than the time it took to brew tea, Commander Yang returned with news. "Report to the princess. I have inquired at all the shops in the city and among all registered soul masters. Only the Qianglo auction house has responded. Yesterday, someone sold 4 source stones, but they were quickly purchased at a high price. To those readers who prefer a brisk pace, I extend my apologies. This book primarily focuses on daily life, leisure, humor, the evolution of martial souls, and narrative development. There will indeed be moments of passion and fervor ahead, but savoring the journey is essential for true enjoyment." Chapter 132. Why does my king conspire against me? An outrageous scheme. Before Yi Xieying could utter a word, Luo Fancheng interjected, "Have you discovered who purchased it?" "Reporting to you, my lord, the Qianglo auction house refuses to disclose that information as they uphold customer confidentiality." Captain Yang replied earnestly. He did not dare to show any hint of disrespect towards those close to the princess, no matter their youth, and offered them the utmost respect. Upon hearing this, Luo Fancheng's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of frustration evident. He had not anticipated that merely a day's delay would result in someone else seizing the opportunity. While treasures are often easily acquired, primordial stones are exceedingly rare. He was eagerly awaiting the upgrade of his Azure Lotus Martial Soul to unlock new abilities. Missing out on these 4 stones meant that the next opportunity to find such stones could be an indefinite wait. Politely, Luo Fancheng inquired, "Captain Yang, I am unfamiliar with the route. Might I trouble you to escort me to the Qiangluo auction house?" Captain Yang chuckled wryly. "My lord is far too courteous. I am unworthy of such titles. You may simply call me Little Yang. As long as the princess requests it, I shall lead the way without hesitation." Luo Fancheng's lips twitched at the moniker, "Little Yang? My good fellow, do you not have any pride? At your age, you could very well be my father." Yet, Luo Fancheng understood that those who can humble themselves are often formidable individuals. Just look at the caliber of his speech. It is no wonder he holds the position of captain. Those who thrive within the royal court are undoubtedly not to be underestimated. Yu Xieying beamed with satisfaction. Casting a haughty glance at Luo Fancheng, Captain Yang's words not only respected the man she admired, but also bestowed upon her the dignity befitting a princess. It was music to her ears. However, her spirited and headstrong nature had been cultivated within such an environment. "Captain Yang, please accompany my brother Fancheng and me on this outing," she declared. "At your command," he replied. Suddenly, the ground erupted, sending dirt and rocks flying as a shadow emerged from below. "No, I disagree. You cannot accompany this fellow," Yi Tianwu exclaimed, his eyes wide with concern, fearing that his precious daughter might venture out alone and return with someone else. Luo Fancheng was taken aback. How could he emerge from the ground like that? Did he truly have such little faith in his character? Captain Yang immediately lowered his head, focusing only on the tips of his shoes. A competent subordinate never interferes in the personal affairs of their superior. Yu Xieying, exasperated, stamped her foot. "Father, you were eavesdropping again. This is the 3rd time. What has become of the trust between us?" Yi Tianwu's face flushed with embarrassment. He had acted impulsively, unable to restrain himself in the moment. It was all Luo Fancheng's fault. He explained, "Father merely wished to inspect the defenses our royal household has against subterranean threats and happened to overhear your conversation. Indeed, there are vulnerabilities in our underground defenses. Captain Yang, this oversight falls upon you," he added. Captain Yang looked utterly bewildered, as if to say, "But you did not enter from outside, did you? It is easy to defend against external foes, yet one must be wary of treachery from within. Why would my king conspire against me? Indeed, it seems subordinates are often called upon to bear the brunt of their leader's misdeeds at critical moments." He nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, "You are correct. It was my oversight. I shall certainly enhance the defenses underground next time, encasing every inch in granite." Yi Tianwu nodded in approval, satisfied with his subordinate's astuteness. "Wait, if everything is encased in granite, how will I eavesdrop next time? It will be impossible to sneak in. Father, I will just step out with Brother Fancheng for a while. It will be perfectly safe." "No," Yi Tianwu firmly disagreed. "Even a brief moment can lead to disaster." He had no intention of granting Luo Fancheng any opportunity for clandestine interactions with his daughter. With a swift motion, Yi Tianwu waved his hand. A cascade of azure coins fell like rain, accumulating into a small mound. He scrutinized Luo Fancheng, saying, "Young man, you wish to purchase source stones, do you not? Surely, you lack sufficient funds. Here, I will provide you with 100,000 Songlong coins. Depart from my daughter, and if that is insufficient, feel free to state your price." Captain Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. As a 6th-level Soul Emperor, he had never amassed such a fortune in his lifetime. Working tirelessly, he had never witnessed such wealth. After all, cultivation required resources, which he spent as quickly as he earned. Luo Fancheng chuckled in surprise. He had not anticipated Yi Tianwu's generosity. He swept his hand over the mound, and the 100,000 Songlong coins were instantly absorbed into his illusionary spirit ring. "Your kindness is greatly appreciated, esteemed father-in-law," he said with a tearful smile. Yi Tianwu's eyes widened in anger. "You rascal! After receiving the money, you don't hurry to leave but instead shamelessly call me father-in-law?" Clearing his throat, Luo Fancheng replied, "One meal is one thing. I can distinguish between a single feast and a lifetime of indulgence. Inheriting a fortune is far more enticing than coveting this 100,000 coins. Such a narrow mindset. Goodness, can one truly say such things?" Captain Yang was astounded. Who was this celestial being so audacious? Could he truly escape unscathed? Yi Tianwu's temples throbbed in agitation. "Then why did you accept my Songlong coins? Do you dare to covet my wealth? Accepting payment without fulfilling the task? Do you believe I want to strike you down?" "Not at all." Luo Fancheng shook his head. "You provided me the money to distance myself from your daughter, correct? Is there an issue?" Yi Tianwu suppressed his fury. However, if you wish for your daughter to leave me, that entails a different price. Luo Fancheng's words left Yi Tianwu nearly incensed. Am I to understand that my 100,000 songlong coins have been given away in vain? Luo Fancheng replied, rest assured. I shall heed your advice and be more distant with Princess Sea King. If she comes near, I shall ensure she keeps her distance. Though it pains me to hurt her feelings, I must obey your command, esteemed father-in-law. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiang's expression soured immediately. Father, you are being a tad unreasonable. Is this not bullying Brother Fancheng, the honest man? Honest? Yi Tianwu's eyes widened, his heart racing. Daughter, are you attempting to sow discord in our 17 years of father-daughter bond? Yi Xiang huffed lightly. Did you not also clash with grandfather in order to marry mother? Otherwise, how could one emerge to govern a small territory as a feudal lord? Such is the folly. Yi Tianwu found himself at a loss for words, unable to offer a rebuttal. After all, in his pursuit of true love, he had caused even more commotion than Yi Xiang. He had persuaded the heir to the throne of the Songlong Empire to relinquish his claim. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Luo Fancheng. Dare you be any more shameless? Dare not, Luo Fancheng replied, though his actions betrayed his words. With a casual wave of his hand, a mound of azure coins, embossed with dragon patterns, came crashing to the ground. Surely, this lad would not dare to pilfer from the royal treasury. Just as Yi Tianwu anticipated that the boy would return the money, Luo Fancheng boldly proclaimed, My lady, here is 100,000 for you. Depart from my father-in-law. Chapter 133, Why Act Like a Villain? An unexpected encounter with my twin sister. Commander Yang was left utterly dumbfounded. What kind of performance was this? It astonished his friends. Yi Xiang was equally taken aback by Luo Fancheng's audacity. It was nothing short of shocking. Yi Tianwu gaped in disbelief, never imagining that Luo Fancheng could be so bold. You took my money, allowing my daughter to leave me? Luo Fancheng responded with confusion. Did you not just use your money to make me leave your daughter? Is that not reasonable? Quite reasonable indeed. Yi Tianwu felt as though he had never uttered such profanity in his life. All right. Considering the bond you share with my daughter, I shall add another 1,000,000. What do you mean by a bond? We are indeed. Not for long, as you taught me. As long as the money is right, emotions can easily be shattered. Luo Fancheng shook his head, extending his hand to summon a plethora of songlong coins from the illusion spirit ring. Boom. Your Highness, it's 2,000,000 now. Let my father-in-law go. If the price is insufficient, feel free to negotiate. There's more. Wow. This young man. Commander Yang's mouth fell open in astonishment, having presumed he was merely a pampered youth. Yet, here stood a man of considerable wealth. Even Yi Tianwu did not anticipate that Luo Fancheng could casually produce 1,000,000 songlong coins. He was a ninth-tier powerhouse, a prince of the empire. Possessing some wealth was indeed normal. But what was Luo Fancheng's identity and status? This situation seemed rather peculiar. His gaze turned to his daughter, seemingly questioning. Daughter, do you still insist this lad has no background? Yi Xiang stepped forward, her beautiful legs elegantly poised alongside Luo Fancheng. She blinked her enchanting eyes and innocently remarked, Uncle, why do you glare at me when we are strangers? 2,000,000, and you no longer call him father? Yi Tianwu nearly spat blood in anger. Rebellious daughter. Commander Yang trembled uncontrollably. He wished to suppress his shaking, yet his legs betrayed him, having overheard so much that should not have been heard. He wondered if he might be silenced. You ought to calm down, father-in-law. Luo Fancheng reprimanded the princess. Sea King, apologize at once. How can you forsake familial bonds for mere wealth? Is this not akin to being a beast? Commander Yang's legs quaked even more violently. This lad was indeed dancing on the edge of a blade. Fearless, he was. Yi Tianwu's eyes flickered as he took a deep breath, responding with a cold smile. Enough. Do not attempt to criticize me under the guise of moral high ground. I acknowledge that I acted inappropriately earlier, and it was indeed disrespectful to you. How about this 1,000,000 songlong coins as compensation? Luo Fancheng chuckled. Ha! Your Highness, you are merely a father concerned for his daughter. It is I who spoke too aggressively, and should be the one to repent. Yi Tianwu's brows twitched. Repent? If you possessed even a shred of remorse, would you not pause your actions and refrain from accepting money so hastily? This lad's words were utterly untrustworthy. He was shameless, exceedingly shameless. In the blink of an eye, 2,000,000 dragon coins were entirely confiscated by Luo Fancheng, leaving behind a barren ground as if the very earth had been uprooted. Yi Xiang, unable to bear the sight, leaned closer and whispered, Brother Fancheng, is this not akin to robbery? Luo Fancheng rolled his eyes. Isn't this method swifter than robbery? Hiki, you truly are impressive. Haha. Your assistance is commendable. Commander Yang shrank back, catching a glimpse of Yi Tianwu's predatory gaze, filled with fear. Esteemed ancestors, might you cease your banter? In the end, Luo Fancheng was driven away by Yi Tianwu, who was visibly displeased. However, with a sharp tongue yet a tender heart, he nonetheless dispatched Commander Yang. In the garden, Yi Tianwu inquired, "Daughter, speak to your father honestly. What is this young man's true origin? A child from an ordinary family would not possess such audacity. I can see he is not afraid of my strength. He must have some backing. Didn't Brother Fancheng mention he has a demon empress wife? Do you not believe him?" Yi Xiang understood that Luo Fancheng's claim about the demon empress was likely a fabrication, intended to cover for a master who might be the suspected empress of the divine Phoenix Empire or the high priestess. She had no intention of exposing it, as both powerful women had strained relations with the royal family of the Songlong Empire. Deceive, and continue to deceive. Shape-shifting soul beasts are inherently proud and fiercely reject humanity. Yi Tianwu scoffed. If he truly possesses the ability to attract a woman of the demon empress's caliber, I would have no qualms about binding you and delivering you to his bed. Yi Xiang shook her head, acknowledging the man's charm. However, courting a master was already arduous. Pursuing a demon empress was a distant fantasy. The father and daughter both assessed individuals through the lens of normalcy or genius, unaware that Luo Fancheng was different. He was a unique anomaly, a dreamer with aspirations. If only I could have grand mansions aplenty, where I could hide my beloved and revel in joy. Yawning. On the street, Luo Fancheng rubbed the tip of his nose. Are they whispering about me again? Young Master Luo, we have arrived ahead, Commander Yang said respectfully, gesturing. He dared not provoke the formidable Tianwu king. Serving him well might yield unexpected rewards. Following the indication, Luo Fancheng beheld a magnificent and opulent building rising before him. With intricately carved railings and jade-like structures, it stood resplendent beneath azure tiles and vermilion rooftops. He had passed by here the previous day, but engrossed in his search for the old beggar, he had not taken a closer look, mistaking it for the fabled brothel due to the two alluring women in tight kipayos standing outside. Their beauty was considerable, but enhanced by exquisite makeup, seductive stockings, and sky-high heels. Their allure soared. Men remain youthful at heart. Numerous middle-aged men passing by cast furtive glances in this direction, destined to face their wives' ire. Some young and vigorous, innocent boys awkwardly adjusted their stances as they walked past. Welcome, Commander Yang, for your work inspection. The two women in kipayos approached directly, their delicate faces adorned with signature smiles. Luo Fancheng recognized that this was a skill honed from practice. In a past life, air hostesses and some sisters majoring in directing would often practice smiling by biting down on chopsticks before graduation. It was quite a comical sight, often resulting in saliva trickling down the corners of their mouths. Commander Yang solemnly introduced, "This is young Master Luo. I am merely a humble attendant." "Greetings, young Master Luo." The two etiquette ladies curtsied gracefully, fully aware of Commander Yang's authority. Luo Fancheng privately mused, "Why do I feel like a quintessential villain? Akin to one who raided an auction for the protagonist's treasures, only to meet a grim fate upon leaving the city? Am I to encounter a voluptuous auctioneer with an air of superiority soon?" As they traversed the opulent hall, the manager personally came forth to greet them. Observing the portly middle-aged man with shifty eyes, Luo Fancheng smirked. "What was I anticipating? Greetings, young Master Luo. I am Manager Zhu. You may call me Xiao Zhu." "Xiao Zhu?" Luo Fancheng cut to the chase. "I would like to know who purchased the 4 source stones from your auction house yesterday. Could you divulge any details?" The seemingly shifty Manager Zhu's smile faded significantly upon hearing this. He replied with a serious demeanor, "Young Master Luo, should you require source stones, we will certainly keep an eye out and notify you immediately upon any news. However, I regret to inform you that customer information cannot be disclosed." Commander Yang's spirit energy surged as he coldly exerted pressure, stating, "Zhu Wuning, you must choose your words with caution." Manager Zhu, his flesh quivering, forced a smile and said, "Please do not make it difficult for me. Every profession has its own rules. I truly cannot share this information." Commander Yang narrowed his eyes and remarked, "I have heard that your auction house has a policy to prevent buyer assaults, allowing customers to collect their purchases within 7 days of the auction. Those 4 source stones should still be within your establishment, correct?" Manager Zhu wiped away his cold sweat. Although he had backing, he could not withstand the might of the heavenly martial king. "They have been taken away. They were collected at noon. I assure you. On my honor and that of our establishment." Commander Yang snorted coldly, his gaze piercing. "I do not believe you, unless you disclose the identity of the buyer. If they were truly taken, you must trust me," Manager Zhu insisted, thumping his chest. Commander Yang was not inclined to hear explanations. He understood who his master was, and the master's objective surpassed all else. As he reached out to grasp Manager Zhu by the collar, a sudden arm intervened to halt him. "Commander Yang, calm down. Let us not act like the villains ourselves," Luo Fancheng said, patting his shoulder. "Manager Zhu has a point. Our approach was indeed excessive." Manager Zhu looked astonished. He had expected to suffer dire consequences, but was surprised to find this clearly distinguished young master so reasonable. Young Master Luo, your understanding. I am immensely grateful. Luo Fancheng shook his head. You have performed admirably. We were the ones who overstepped. In truth, I am aware that the source stones have not yet been collected. You must trust in our establishment's integrity. Manager Zhu's eyes widened in shock, quickly caught by Luo Fancheng's keen gaze. Luo Fancheng smiled. The prior inquiry had merely been a test, and now it was confirmed. The source stones were still within their possession. Commander Yang was taken aback by this turn of events. Manager Zhu's skin was taut, and his hair stood on end, overwhelmed by fear. Please convey a message to the buyer on my behalf. I am not lacking in wealth. I am even willing to procure soul bones in exchange for source stones. Should you wish to negotiate, come to the Lord's Manor to find me. Surely, the Heavenly Martial King would not resort to deceit over a few source stones? If you are not interested, then so be it. Let us depart, Commander Yang. Upon finishing his words, Luo Fancheng called out and began to walk outside. Manager Zhu exhaled deeply, surprised by the gentleman's understanding nature. Otherwise, the day's events may have concluded unfavorably. However, as he watched Luo Fancheng stride into the hall, his heart quivered. What a coincidence. Luo Fancheng was equally astonished to encounter a pair of strikingly beautiful sisters, their legs adorned in alluring black and pure white stockings. The sisters also noticed him, and they spoke in unison. What brings you here? Luo, what are you doing in this place? Chapter 134. A Man Schemes. Xishuan loses her first kiss within the resplendent hall of the opulent palace. Numerous guests mingled. The moment the handsome youth crossed paths with the alluring sisters, countless gazes were drawn to them. The young man exuded both charm and influence, while the sisters, tall and captivating, possessed contrasting temperaments, one cool, the other warm, rendering them breathtakingly beautiful, difficult to avert one's eyes from. Yang, the commander, felt a tremor in his gaze. Is it true? Young Master Luo is secretly indulging with the princess, and has even entangled himself with two at once? Is this a secret meant for someone as inconsequential as myself to know? Luo Fancheng was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering the sisters, Yu Xishuan and Yi Yuling, here. They, too, appeared surprised. After posing her question, Yu Xishuan bit her rosy lip, her cheeks flushed. Luo Fancheng found it odd that despite their familiarity, she still exhibited shyness upon meeting. Yi Yuling, initially delighted to see the man, seemed to recall something, and sighed, Master. You should not have come. But I did. Luo Fancheng shrugged, referencing a well-known phrase from a past life. Master? Commander Yang's mind bust. Young Master Luo, your actions have escalated beyond mere infidelity. The term audacious seems tailored for you. Who dares to betray? This is akin to slapping the princess in the face. Around them, a gathering of younger guests stood frozen, their expressions rigid. Upon first sight of the sisters, many had been entranced, hearts racing with a spring-like excitement. Yet, to discover such exquisite beauties addressing another as master, my goddess, his maid, they ached, as if their hearts were shattering like glass. In contrast, the older patrons remained composed. Having long passed the age where a mere glance at a captivating girl could evoke romantic illusions, their hormones no longer dictating their emotions. Luo Fancheng, oblivious to the envious gazes surrounding him, spoke. I heard there were source stones for sale here, so I came to take a look. Yi Xishuan's already radiant face deepened in color, while Yi Yuling's expression turned peculiar. What a coincidence, Master. My sister also heard about the source stones and intended to bring me here to purchase some. Luo Fancheng shrugged, feigning disappointment as he spread his hands. Unfortunately, we arrived a step too late. The source stones were snatched up last night. He raised his gaze to Yi Xishuan, expressing gratitude. You sisters have been thoughtful. Yi Xishuan bit her lip even more intently. Yi Yuling's beautiful eyes sparkled. Her rose petal-like lips parted as she exaggeratedly exclaimed, Sister, what shall we do? The source stones have been bought. You have no chance to acquire one for your beloved. With a flutter of her eyelashes, Yi Yuling continued, Master, you must consider that such expensive stones, if not for personal use, are likely intended as gifts for someone very important. Hey, you silly girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Yi Xishuan playfully swatted her sister's shoulder, aware of her teasing, her face flushed to the point of dripping with warmth. Luo Fancheng detected the underlying meaning in Yi Yuling's words and observed Yi Xishuan's bashful demeanor. A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. The night prior, Yi Xishuan mysteriously vanished for an entire afternoon, only to return in the evening and witness Yi Yuling hesitatingly entering the premises. Today, by sheer coincidence, she found herself at the Qiong Tower once more. Suddenly, she turned around, casting a glance behind her. Zhu Guan was standing rigidly, resembling a statue, seemingly unwilling to depart. His lips twitching as he watched them, his expression decidedly unnatural. Luo Fancheng's heart quivered. He turned back to Yi Shixuan and prompted, "So, you are the one." "Congratulations, you are correct." Yi Yuling chimed playfully, grasping Yi Shixuan's shoulders and playfully pushing her forward until they were mere inches apart, their breaths intermingling. "Who would pay a hefty price for source stones?" "Of course, it's my foolish sister." "You are being ridiculous, Yuling," Yi Shixuan retorted, casting a disapproving glance at her sister. After sharing a fleeting look with Luo Fancheng, her gaze dropped, her cheeks flushed with a gentle hue, her heart racing uncontrollably. She had never anticipated encountering a man here, completely unprepared for the surprise. In moments of despair, when paths seem blocked, a glimmer of hope may emerge unexpectedly. Luo Fancheng had nearly resolved to give up when he unexpectedly encountered the sisters. He longed to embrace Yi Shixuan, to steal a passionate kiss. Had she not purchased the stones last night, they would have been claimed by another, making retrieval akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Wait, if I desire it, why not act? Observing the bashful Yi Shixuan, Luo Fancheng extended his hand, offering her no opportunity to react. He boldly cupped her delicate face in his palm, its coolness and exquisite beauty captivating. Yi Shixuan's eyes widened in surprise, her demeanor flustered, taken aback by Luo Fancheng's audacity. Her countenance, akin to a pure snow lotus untouched by the dust of the world, featured vibrant lips that, paired with her bashful expression, rendered her irresistibly enchanting, evoking a sense of protectiveness rather than aggression. Yet, Luo Fancheng proceeded unabated. He did not afford her the chance to struggle or evade. He leaned in and kissed her. In that fleeting moment of contact, Yi Shixuan's beautiful eyes narrowed. Her body quivered slightly, filled with disbelief and a complexity of emotions. The onlookers, witnessing Luo Fancheng's brazen act of affection towards the innocent maiden, felt their hearts shatter. They yearned to shout, "Release that girl, let me take my place." However, a glance at the imposing Commander Yang, clad in dark armor, made them retreat, prioritizing their safety. Commander Yang, outwardly composed, internally lamented how he would explain this to the princess. Was there still time to blind himself to the scene? Zhu Guan stood with his mouth agape, petrified. They had already kissed? Why hadn't anyone mentioned they were acquainted? Truth be told, Yi Yuling had not anticipated Luo Fancheng's fervor. Her lips parted in astonishment. With so many witnesses around, did he truly care so little? Luo Fancheng's audacity stemmed from his fearless nature. A kiss might earn him a slap at worst. What was the big deal? He possessed a thick skin. He could incite a woman's ire yet possessed the charm to evoke her laughter. A true man knows how to stir trouble, but also how to resolve it. Yet, it must be noted that Luo Fancheng was not one to kiss indiscriminately. In the bustling streets, casually approaching someone for a kiss is not merely a slap in the face. It is akin to courting disaster. One might find themselves imprisoned in solitude. Particularly when encountering someone as subtly enigmatic as Yi Shixuan, if one perceives a hint of affection from the other party, it becomes imperative to take the initiative to advance the relationship. How can one expect to cultivate a camaraderie merely by harboring anxious thoughts in silence, waiting for it to blossom into a bond? As for declarations of love, such proclamations are out of the question. They resonate like a clarion call of victory rather than a call to arms. Luo Fancheng observed that many men from his past lives failed to grasp this fundamental truth. If she is willing to hold your hand or share a kiss, a confession seems destined for success, does it not? However, if she does not even extend her hand, what use is a declaration of love? Would one foolishly choose to confess on April Fool's Day? "I like you," he might say. "I'm sorry, you're a nice person." "But she would respond, "Haha, I was just joking." Did you really believe that? Luo Fancheng pondered the plight of the heartbroken. My friend, the taste of solitude is bitter. Women, especially those of an introspective nature, inherently dislike making choices. One must take the reins and make decisions on their behalf. What kinds of novels capture the public's imagination? The tales of domineering CEOs. Yet, Luo Fancheng had encountered many individuals who were either excessively earnest or shamelessly crass. Sincerity can be genuine, yet utterly mundane, akin to plain water, wholesome, yet devoid of flavor. Conversely, disingenuous tactics may be contrived, yet they bring excitement, much like cola, unhealthy, yet bursting with taste. Both elements are, in truth, indispensable. With a heart of sincerity, one can engage in playful stratagems, balancing the mundane with the passionate. This is the ultimate combination. Naturally, the economic foundation shapes the structure above, and strength determines the limits of one's endeavors. Fortuitously, Luo Fancheng possessed both traits. He was untroubled by a cultured philanderer. What concerned him was the one who wielded an unfair advantage. He knew the game. He possessed genuine feelings, never deceiving any woman he esteemed, neither for wealth nor lust. Although Luo Fancheng was aware that his perspective might appear shameless from an external viewpoint, It was indeed the authentic sentiment of his heart, and he was willing to confront it. He was greedy, longing to have both fish and bear's paw. Yi Shixuan playfully tapped Luo Fancheng's shoulder, her lips parting. Biting her lip, she glared at him with a mix of indignation and allure, raising her delicate, fair hand. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Luo Fancheng, feeling a twinge of trepidation, instinctively leaned in, presenting his face to her. Chapter 135, Flirtation. Reckless display of affection. Night Xian raised her delicate wrist, suspending it in midair. The guests surrounding her, who were clandestinely observing the scene, began to feel a surge of urgency, their hearts racing. Strike. Do not hesitate. Acknowledge your mistakes, and stand firm in the face of consequence. Luo Fancheng sincerely apologized. Xian, believe me, I acted impulsively. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in indignation, their thoughts filled with exclamations of disdain. Punish him. That shameless scoundrel. They thought. Was it merely impulse? Clearly, it was premeditated. A rogue, an absolute rogue. Night Xian bit her lip tightly, remaining silent, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at him. Luo Fancheng leaned in closer, appearing pitiful, murmuring softly, "This cannot be entirely my fault. You share some blame as well." Blame me? Night Xian exclaimed, her voice tinged with displeasure, her fragrant shoulders trembling with indignation. That was her true first kiss, stolen away so easily. Indeed, Luo Fancheng retorted, in my heart, no treasure, however rare, can compare to the blush upon the cheek of the one I cherish, nor to the silent surprise that accompanies it. How could I possibly resist? The two sisters trembled slightly. Night Yuling, however, looked on with envy, wishing her master would utter such words to her. When would he ever say something like that to me? Meanwhile, Night Xian felt her thoughts spiraling into chaos, her heart fuming with resentment. How could he so nonchalantly utter such embarrassing words in public? She thought of retaliating to show this man that she was not to be trifled with, that he should not take advantage of her. Yet, as she contemplated her actions, her raised wrist felt as though it bore an immense weight, almost as if she could not bring herself to strike. Do it. Strike him down. The guests urged inwardly, witnessing Night Xian's palms swiftly descending. Instantly, excitement surged through the crowd. Yes. Just like that. Hit him. Ask him if he understands his wrongs. Night Xian's slender fingers pointed at Luo Fancheng's brow, her enchanting gaze fierce, her expression a mix of charm and wrath. The guests were struck dumb, their excitement abruptly halted. She can endure this? This is intolerable. After all that, she simply gives us this. At that moment, Luo Fancheng's words struck them like a heavy blow. Xian, you must slap me, otherwise I shall not sleep tonight. Why? Night Xian was genuinely furious. Such moments should not be shared in public. Shouldn't a first kiss be under the moonlight, amidst blooming flowers? Because I suddenly realized that your lips seemed to be addictive, and after tasting the first kiss, I yearned for a second. Night Xian could barely contain herself. Waves of embarrassment flooding her heart. How audacious was this Luo, to speak so freely. The onlookers could hardly bear to witness any longer, wishing they could rush in and silence Luo Fancheng. Never had they encountered such brazen shamelessness, so eloquently expressed. Disregarding the facts, do you women ever acknowledge your faults? How shameless. Their resentment was palpable, yet the person involved remained blissfully oblivious. Are you at fault, or not? Night Xian questioned with a tone laced with reproach, her delicate finger trembling as it pointed at the man's forehead. At that moment, her anger had dissipated significantly, giving way to a rising sense of embarrassment. Luo Fancheng stepped back, bowing nearly at a 90-degree angle, and sincerely apologized. I was wrong. Observing Luo Fancheng's disregard for his pride and his public display of sincerity, Night Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment and guilt. Had she perhaps overreacted? One must consider the man's dignity in public. Hesitantly, she murmured, actually, I don't blame you that much. In an instant, the surrounding guests were taken aback, as if the ground had split beneath them. Is this truly forgivable? We merely came to purchase something, yet we were force-fed dog food. Luo Fancheng leaned closer to Night Xian's sparkling earring, causing her to blush even deeper. Yet her inexplicable guilt made her hesitate. She did not retreat. I must confess, I was certainly in the wrong earlier. But next time, I would dare to do it again. You scoundrel. Night Xian instantly shed her guilt, her anger flaring as she swatted at him without hesitation this time. Hey, mind your positioning, you can't hit me. Luo Fancheng, aware of her tendencies, anticipated her movements and sidestepped. However, he did not foresee that Yi Yuling would charge in from the side, seizing Luo Fancheng's arm with a fierce grip, her delicate nose flaring as she breathed heavily. Don't bully my sister. The surrounding guests perked up, their eyes brightening. At last, someone had the courage to stand up against this scoundrel. She pouted, jealousy evident in her voice. If you have grievances, direct them at me, not her. What? Is there someone throwing themselves at him? The guests clutched their chests. their faces contorted in agony. It was excruciatingly painful. They felt as if they had been struck yet again. Meanwhile, Commander Yang wore a fearful expression, already contemplating where he would be laid to rest after death. Luo Xiao, with so many people around, do you still dare to act so recklessly? If even a single traitor whispers this to the princess, we are doomed. Manager Zhu, when did the guest who purchased the source stone take it away yesterday? Manager Zhu, observing the two women returning with a smiling Luo Fancheng, found himself at a loss for words, his expression awkward. After all, he had previously assured them with utmost confidence that the source stone had already been taken away. Who would have thought that the two groups were acquainted? Yet, he felt an urge to curse, knowing who had made the purchase and still coming to inquire. Was he deliberately trying to undermine him? As Manager Zhu squirmed uncomfortably, Luo Fancheng's smile faded, and he clasped his hands with a serious demeanor, proclaiming, your establishment fears no power, does not accept bribes, and steadfastly protects customer confidentiality. Such principles are admirable. Manager Zhu was momentarily stunned, prepared for ridicule, yet unexpectedly receiving respect instead. In the grand hall, Luo Fancheng's voice rang out clearly, ensuring that all guests heard distinctly. This could be seen as a commendable promotion of the establishment's reputation. Zhu Guancher's gaze towards Luo Fancheng transformed, imbued with a newfound gratitude. In a similar gesture of respect, he deliberately lowered his stature by 3 inches compared to Luo. Young Master Luo, you shall henceforth be regarded as a friend of our Qiang Luo auction house. We will endeavor to assist you in procuring source stones. Captain Yang observed the exchange keenly, silently acknowledging that despite his youth, Luo possessed an extraordinary grasp of human nature. No wonder he had captured the attention of the county princess. Miss Yi, here are your 4 source stones. Please accept them. Zhu Guancher publicly presented 4 pitch-black stones, carefully wrapped in dark cloth. He showed no reluctance, confident in the presence of Captain Yang, who would deter any would-be thieves. Upon receiving them, Yi Shishuan promptly extended them towards Luo Fancheng. Here, a token of affection? Certainly not. You should keep them. Luo Fancheng interjected quickly as he noticed her intention to discard them, seizing the moment with a smile. Why are you being so kind to me? Yi Shishuan lowered her head, her gaze fixated on her chest. Her delicate, fair hands fidgeted, clutching the hem of her skirt, while her toes tapped nervously, unable to meet Luo Fancheng's eyes. Chapter 136, Boldness and Heartache. Nothing at all, whispered Yi Shiyuan softly. The exquisite jade-like earrings adorning her ears glowed with a rosy hue, evoking an irresistible urge to take a playful bite. The surrounding guests, witnessing this scene, felt their hearts ache even more intensely. With both beauty and figure, she was bullied yet still gifted treasures to a man, a veritable treasure girl. She was nothing short of a goddess from one's dreams. Were envious glares capable of inflicting harm, Luo Fancheng would surely be torn to shreds by now. A glance around revealed that not a single person dared to meet his gaze. Though they did not know Luo Fancheng, they were well acquainted with Commander Yang. The heavenly martial king wielded absolute power in this Qianlong city, allowing no one to overshadow him. It is no exaggeration to say that even if a dog were to stray from the city lord's residence, countless individuals would scramble to curry favor. Those who were being cautiously flattered by Commander Yang could easily surmise that they were not to be trifled with. Luo Fancheng chose not to linger in the Qianglu with Yi Shiyuan any longer. He knew when to withdraw. Besides, was the unfolding spectacle something this crowd of guests could witness without payment? On the bustling streets, vendors bustled about, and a peculiar quartet caught the attention of passers-by. With a triumphant smile, Luo Fancheng strolled leisurely towards the Fuyu Pavilion, while Yi Shiyuan trotted ahead, her head bowed, her flowing hair swaying, hinting at her flushed cheeks. Meanwhile, Commander Yang followed behind with a distressed expression, torn between betraying Luo Fancheng to the princess or doing so to protect him. After all, there were far too many witnesses present. Any attempt to deceive would be futile. He glanced up at Luo Fancheng, who was leisurely admiring the lively street scene, and his lips twitched involuntarily. Luo Xiao, Luo Diyi, if it comes to it, I can even call you father. Please, tone it down a bit. You truly have a heart of stone. Do you not fear the princess discovering this? Luo Fancheng turned his head slightly, eyeing Yi Yuling. Could you please be gentler? You're nearly suffocating me. Ever since leaving the Qianglu, Yi Yuling had unabashedly wrapped her arm around Luo Fancheng's, displaying a level of intimacy that seemed to stem from jealousy, seeking solace and reassurance that her love was not inferior to her sisteress. I Haven T complained. How could you possibly? Please don't let go. Yi Yuling pouted, her enchanting eyes sparkling with feigned innocence. Aware that Luo Fancheng was unlike others, she opted for a pleading tone. Luo Fancheng shook his head, remaining silent. Yi Yuling's face brightened at his non-rejection. His silence felt like tacit approval. Elated to be holding the man, her steps grew lighter, her voluptuous legs clad in black silk swaying joyfully. Commander Yang, several times, contemplated advising against their ostentation. Could we not be so brazen? If only you could tone it down a bit, I could turn a blind eye and keep your secret from the princess. Commander Yang, what do you think my greatest gain today has been? Luo Fancheng suddenly asked, catching him off guard. Undoubtedly, it is the enmity of the princess, Commander Yang thought privately. Then, with a twinge of conscience, replied, of course, it is the source stone. Congratulations to Luo Xiao on the fulfillment of his wishes. No, that is not correct. Luo Fancheng shook his head, his denial piquing the curiosity of Commander Yang and Yi Yuling. Yi Shixuan, seemingly engrossed in her path ahead, could not contain her intrigue and perked up her ears to eavesdrop. Indeed, while the source stone is rare in this world, what is even more precious is a girl willing to risk everything to procure it for you. Upon hearing the man's words, both Commander Yang and the sisters shuddered slightly. Particularly Yi Shixuan, whose heart, which she had been striving to calm, surged once more with emotion. She cautiously shielded her gaze with her hair, stealing a glance back at Luo Fancheng, only to find him looking directly at her. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, and her heart raced, giving rise to an indescribable sensation, an experience hitherto unknown in her life. All right, your little mouth is pouting so much it could hold an oil bottle. Luo Fancheng extended his free arm and pinched the rosy lips of Yi Yuling, who had applied lip gloss. Even jealousy towards his own sister was evident. Of course. Yi Yuling huffed playfully, because if she has something to eat later, I shall have nothing. With a smudge of her lip color, Luo Fancheng reached out again, playfully rubbing the pigment onto her fair waist. Yi Yuling's cheeks turned crimson, and she twisted her sensitive waist, astonished. What? This can also be flirtation? Commander Yang's mouth slightly agape, was left in awe. Having accompanied Yi Tianwu for many years, he had encountered countless cunning and seasoned figures. Yet none possessed the charming prowess of Luo Fancheng. It was extraordinary. If not for his concern over his own precarious fate, he would have wished to seek mentorship. Upon arrival, Luo Fancheng and the two sisters halted. Commander Yang looked up to see the plaque prominently displaying the three characters Fu Yu Ge. In disbelief, he turned to Luo Fancheng. Are you serious? You brought her here to check in directly, without returning to the city lord's mansion? Commander Yang expressed his gratitude. I shall leave you here. I am immensely thankful for today's endeavors. Luo Fancheng retrieved a silk purse filled with gold coins and handed it over, brimming with wealth. Let these dragon coins be for the brothers who worked hard gathering intelligence today to enjoy some merriment. Commander Yang's face fell. Is this a bribe? Luo. Young Master Luo, I cannot accept this. He cautiously glanced at the two sisters and leaned in to whisper, You are leaving the princess unattended at the city lord's mansion? If she inquires, Luo Fancheng laughed heartily. So that is the matter. Commander Yang, despite reporting the truth to her, need not conceal anything from me. What? Commander Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning if he had misheard. She knows about us. She knows even more? Commander Yang struggled to accept this. Given the princess's domineering and headstrong temperament, could she tolerate her man indulging in double affairs? At that moment, the attendant of Fu Yu Ge proactively approached. Young Master Luo, you three have returned. Where is the princess? Why did she not come back with you? Yang, the leader, was utterly bewildered. The implication of the conversation suggested that the princess had spent the night with the three of them. Initially, he thought that having two blooming flowers was already impressive, but it turned out to be a case of multiplying the extraordinary. Among them was even the cherished jewel of the heavenly martial king. It was simply outrageous. Until the moment Yang departed with the pouch of coins, his mind remained in a daze, as though floating among the clouds. In the guest room, Luo Fancheng held a source stone, gazing at the elegant Knight Xian, who sat demurely on the sofa with her fair legs elegantly together. He raised his thumb in admiration. I truly did not anticipate that your accumulated resources were so abundant, enabling you to auction 4 pieces of source stone. Knight Xian pursed her lips and urged. Young Master Luo, you have a competition tomorrow. You should focus on your training. Knight Yilling's gaze swept over Knight Xian, astonished. Sister, what happened to the storage ring our father gave you? It's gone. Luo Fancheng's heart stirred as his eyes focused on Knight Xian's delicate, pale fingers, which were devoid of any adornment. The faint impression left behind indicated the presence of a ring that had been worn for quite some time. Sensing their scrutiny, Knight Xian's lips trembled slightly as she quickly clasped her fingers together, concealing them. Surely not. You didn't actually sell the spatial ring in exchange for 4 source stones, did you? Knight Yilling suddenly stood up, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Sister, are you foolish? A spatial ring cannot simply be sold. You can't even find one to buy outside. Knight Xian retracted her neck, speaking softly. Source stones are the same. Missing this opportunity might mean losing it forever. Can't you forego buying 2? Absolutely not. Gifts should not be compromised. Knight Xian shook her head, her voice gentle, yet imbued with a unique determination and stubbornness. Night Yuling's eyes reflected concern. Deep down, she felt a sense of protectiveness for her sister and admonished, "Sister, dear sister, source stones are mere consumables, no matter how precious. They cannot compare to a spatial ring that can be passed down. Luo Xiaoga truly needs it." Night Xian's voice was as soft as a whisper. Aware of her own shortcomings, she felt hesitant to speak up in the face of criticism. In truth, when she made the purchase, she had not weighed the pros and cons. It was a simple thought that guided her actions. "So, you became the victim of a scam?" Night Yuling expressed her frustration, forgetting her own past indiscretions. Night Xian shook her head, speaking earnestly. "I do not feel cheated. I'm just glad to have acquired them. If it comes to it, you could use your resources to buy 2 more and return the ring to its owner." Night Yuling pressed her forehead, feeling a pang of heartache. She sensed that her sister had been deceived. Spatial rings, though priced, were scarce. Acquiring 8 or 9 pieces of source stone was an effortless task. Suddenly, the usually timid Night Xian lifted her head, her gaze resolute. She frowned and said sincerely, "That ring was touched by Jun Wuhui. It's tainted. I will not give such an item to Luo Xiaoga." Night Yuling fell silent. Her perceptive mind grasped her sister's underlying sentiment. A gift prepared for another man, if passed on to Luo Fancheng, regardless of its value, would be an affront to him. Thus, her sister declared it tainted and unworthy of being given. Only the source stone obtained at any cost can truly represent her heartfelt intentions. As for profit or loss, it has long ceased to hold any significance. Luo Fancheng remained quietly fixated on Yi Shixuan, words escaping him. Those who knew him well understood that this was often when his emotions were most tumultuous. A cad fears encountering a rival vixen, while someone like Luo Fancheng dreads meeting a girl of pure heart, untainted by any ulterior motives, who genuinely wishes him well. A scoundrel may boldly declare to the world, "With great power comes great responsibility. All I desire is to provide a home for the women of this world." Is that wrong? Indeed, it is not. Yet, when faced with such an unblemished treasure of a girl, they hesitate to make any promises lightly. Luo Fancheng's dark eyes were profound as he softly inquired, "Shixuan, what do you desire?" Yi Shixuan noticed that the ever-flippant and flirtatious Luo Fancheng now wore a serious expression that was almost intimidating, unprecedentedly earnest. She instinctively retracted her small hand, feeling a twinge of fear, and spoke softly, "I've been thinking that you have helped me so many times. Not only have you saved me, but you have also reconciled my relationship with my sister, allowing us to live in harmony. I never dared to dream that one day I could peacefully hold my sister as we sleep, without fearing she would stab me in the back. I am truly happy." Yi Yuling, lacking words, interjected, "Hey, are you even being polite?" Thus, Yi Shixuan took a deep breath, summoned her courage, and faced the man directly. "I also want to strive to make you happy, even if just once." The remaining half of her thoughts lodged in her throat unspoken. "You possess such great abilities. My own talents are limited. Perhaps in this lifetime, I can only bring you joy this once." After listening quietly, Luo Fancheng's expression shifted from serene skies to a sudden tempest. He glared fiercely and exclaimed, "How foolish. Enough with the nonsense. Don't think you can move me. Go wash up and sleep." With that, he turned sharply and walked away, leaving no opportunity for her to respond. Bang! The bedroom door slammed shut, leaving Yi Shixuan in a state of shock, resembling a bewildered quail. What could have caused Luo Fancheng to suddenly become angry? Yi Yuling pondered and remarked, "It's like catching a mermaid on the shore. One feels reluctant to release her yet is tempted by her form, no matter how you think about it. It feels unsatisfactory, leading to frustration." Yi Shixuan, innocent yet not foolish, quickly grasped her sister's meaning. Humph, Luo Fancheng is not that kind of lecher. However, before her sister could retort, she reflected and realized that indeed, this man did not seem to be a good person at all. Why then? Did she feel vexation towards Jun Wuhui, yet harbor no animosity towards Luo Fancheng? Suddenly, Yi Shixuan recognized that Jun Wuhui would domineeringly force others into actions they despised, self-absorbed and heedless of others. In contrast, although Luo Fancheng had his vices, he did so with taste. He genuinely respected women, possessing the opportunity to coerce, but would never do so. He skillfully maintained distance, granting women the chance to make their own choices, candidly revealing that he was not a good man, yet inviting them to take the bait if they chose. "Sister, do you harbor feelings for our master?" Yi Yuling's gaze burned intensely upon her sister. Yi Shiyuan denied it. "Absolutely not. Cease your unfounded gossip. Is it not true that you have squandered your fortune on gifts for him?" Yi Yuling raised an eyebrow. Yi Shiyuan shook her head. "Stop with the nonsense. I wish to avoid any misunderstandings with Luo Xiaoga. It is merely a gesture of gratitude." "Gratitude, indeed. Perhaps we should offer ourselves as well, a complete sacrifice to Luo." After Luo Fancheng departed, Yixun noticeably brightened, an indescribable sense of relief and joy swelling within her. Speak carelessly again, and I shall tear that insolent mouth of yours apart. The two sisters playfully wrestled on the sofa, with Luo Shang half reclining, her delicate shoulders exposed like silky white milk. The contrast of black and white legs artfully entwined, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty. In the pitch-black bedroom, devoid of light, Luo Fancheng sat cross-legged on the bed. Before him lay a white fox pendant tied with azure silk, a mystical ring, and 4 source stones. His expression fluctuated between gloom and clarity. He rubbed his face vigorously, lamenting, "Fancheng, oh Fancheng, you truly are a despicable being. How could you desire so much?" With a sigh, he closed his eyes, exhaling deeply. "Indeed, I am afflicted. And the illness is grave, terminal greed, it seems, with no remedy in sight." After a prolonged silence, he reopened his eyes, now bloodshot. "Every soul harbors desires, wealth, power, fame. What of my yearning for beauty? I vow from this day forth, I, Luo Fancheng, shall have no association with gambling or vice." He reattached the pendant, donned the ring, and grasped the source stones. The azure lotus martial spirit emerged spontaneously, displaying 13 petals, shimmering with a unique, subdued radiance, 6 azure, 6 crimson, and 1 ebony, each exuding a distinctly different aura. A fleeting silver streak crossed his brow, allowing him to witness the playful scuffle of the two sisters outside the door, his pulse racing, nearly compelling him to intervene. Luo Fancheng regarded the two sisters with steady eyes, knowing he would never utter words of returning treasures to Yixiyuan. That would be utterly foolish. True value has never been mere treasures, but rather the sincere emotions shared at certain moments. Having lived 2 lives, he understood better than anyone that what should be cherished most is genuine affection. Once missed, it is lost. Once gone, it is challenging to recover. The azure lotus greedily absorbed the power of the 4 source stones. For ordinary soul masters, extracting spiritual energy from source stones is arduous. Yet before the azure lotus's insatiable pull, they were as fragile as paper. A few scattered starlights slipped into the dark bedroom, illuminating it significantly. These seemingly insignificant beams of light revealed 2 newly sprouted black lotus petals, translucent and glimmering with a mysterious luminescence. The total number of black petals now reached 3, with the third appearing somewhat undernourished, lacking fullness, a clear sign of insufficient energy, which Luo Fancheng recognized. Luo Fancheng hummed, "Your appetite seems to be growing insatiable. For source stones are no longer sufficient for you, are they? How greedy." Suddenly, the 15-petaled blue lotus quivered, and a surge of pure energy flowed forth, coursing through his meridians and settling into Luo Fancheng's dantian. Boom. Luo Fancheng absorbed and digested the energy. 2 hours later, his aura billowed against his garments, and he broke through his limits. His eyes sparkled with vitality as he gazed at the spinning blue lotus, chuckling and chiding. At least you remembered to leave your master a sip of broth, albeit just a mere sip. Yet, it is sufficient to break through twice more. Indeed. Within Luo Fancheng's dantian, 13 liquid whirlpools had coalesced into a singular entity, leaving behind a vast lake of soul power. While a 30-level soul master might represent the pinnacle for others, for Luo Fancheng, it was merely a stepping stone. His zenith lay in breaking through 3 more times. As he gazed out at the nightscape beyond the window, he shook his head and mused, "Alas, time is of the essence. Otherwise, it would be more prudent to first devour and evolve the little mudfish and acquire the 3rd soul ring."